Chapter 1. The Reality of the Workplace. Brother, are you serious? Chong, would I deceive you? Last Friday night, I actually witnessed manager Chun harassing Xiao Meng in his office. Should I report this? Lu Yu lifted his glass, casting a mysterious glance at his companion. The dining table was occupied by just the two of them, with Lu Yu facing his team leader, Wang Chong. This matter could escalate or diminish, my friend. Heed my advice. Keep this to yourself. Do you know Manager Chin's background? Despite us being merely a branch in a third-tier city, he is here for training. He is the brother-in-law of the group's vice president. It's best for us common folks to avoid unnecessary trouble. We cannot afford to offend him. Now let's drink. Chong, I've only shared this with you. I'm still new here and not well acquainted with others. I'm not one to gossip, and besides, it wouldn't reflect well on the girl involved. Just keep it to yourself. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters today. Is for drinking. Wang Chong raised his glass, clinking it against Lu Yu's before downing its contents in one go. The meal stretched over 2 hours, and Lu Yu, feeling drowsy, finally made his way back to his rented room. A graduate of an obscure university, Lu Yu's academic performance had been mediocre, neither outstanding nor poor, consistently hovering in the average range. However, fortune smiled upon him as he secured a position at a publicly listed company, precisely in a design role that matched his qualifications, offering a salary that was relatively high within the industry. Dingling, dingling, the melancholic tune resonated, my love across the vast horizon. A series of captivating ringtones jolted Lu Yu from his stupor. Glancing at the caller ID brought him back to reality, and he answered the call. Mom, are you still awake this late? Have you been drinking? Yes, I had a few drinks with a senior at the company, but it's nothing serious. I haven't overindulged. By the way, did you receive the money? I did. You've just started working, and there are many expenses in life. You sent over 3,000, is that enough? Yes, that covers the rent, and I still have over 1,000 left. My sister is in high school, and there are many financial demands at home. We have enough for now. Although your father can't do heavy labor anymore, he can still manage some handicrafts with me, earning over 1,000 a month. We can support Lamlin's education without issue. Mom, 1,000 isn't sufficient. Dad's daily traditional medicine costs quite a bit. This subject was a painful reminder for Lu Ye's family. His father, Lu Guodong, had suffered an accident 2 years ago while working at a construction site owned by the village chief's son. He fell from scaffolding and, although he was promptly treated and survived, he was left with lasting injuries to his back. Unable to perform strenuous tasks, he struggled even to lift a little over 10 kilograms of water. Each day, he could only endure traditional remedies prescribed by the village's local barefoot doctor, as the family lacked the funds for hospital treatment. Following the incident, the village chief's son visited once, leaving behind 30,000 yuan before vanishing. Lu Yu's mother, Liu Mei, sought out the village chief, even getting into a scuffle with his wife, but nothing fruitful came of it. Lu Yu's family did not intend to extort the village chief's son, rather. It was Lu Guodong who heard from a colleague that the village chief's son had received 38,000 in compensation from the client due to an injury. Li Mei merely sought clarification, inquiring about the whereabouts of the missing 35,000. There's no need for you to concern yourself with family matters. Focus on your work in the city. Your mother will save the money for you, for when you eventually marry, she said. All right, please keep it safe for me. He thought, considering that nowadays, 3,000 is scarcely sufficient for a wedding, let alone 10 times that amount. Lu Yu was at a loss for words. The previous day, he had withdrawn 5,000, sending 3,000 home, knowing that his mother would not easily touch that sum, merely hoping it would serve as an emergency fund when needed. The next day, Lu Yu groggily rose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and stepped out of his rental apartment, as it was yet another laborious day Black Monday. As he entered the company, holding 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, all the employees turned to gaze at him. Curious, he approached his team leader, Wang Chong, and asked, Brother Chong, what's going on? Why are my colleagues looking at me like that? Lu Yu, Manager Chin wants to see you in his office, Wang Chong said, his demeanor markedly different from usual, instantly alerting Lu Yu to the gravity of the situation, although he remained unaware of its full implications. Gently knocking on the door, he heard a voice from within, indiscernible in tone. Upon entering, he found Zhang Meng seated on the sofa, her appearance today strikingly glamorous, a stark contrast to her look the previous weekend. particularly with the glaring logo of her designer handbag beside her. Even though Lu Yu was not well-versed in luxury brands, he recognized that bag. Lu Yu, here is your termination notice. Just sign here, and you may leave, Chun Ming declared with an air of arrogance, reclining in his executive chair as he tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Manager Chun, what is the reason for this? I've been performing well last month. I even received the third prize in the group design competition. Lu Yu protested. The reason? In this subsidiary, I make the rules, and I require none, Chun Ming replied dismissively. Come now, Manager Chun, there's no need to be upset. It's just the dismissal of one employee. Honestly, it would suffice to have HR inform him. Zhang Ming chimed in, leaning over the desk and playfully nestling into Chun Ming's embrace. In that moment, Lu Yu realized the truth. The events of last Friday had reached their ears, and the one who betrayed him was none other than Wang Chong, the sole individual privy to the matter. Very well, this has been quite the lesson for me, Lu Yu said, forcing a smile despite his anger. Though his family was poor, fostering a sense of inferiority, he had just graduated, brimming with ambition, eager to make his mark, only to have the ruthless nature of workplace relationships shatter his aspirations. Let me impart a piece of wisdom, young man. Loose lips sink ships. The workplace is treacherous if you wish to navigate it successfully. Spend a few years honing your skills. Chun Ming waved dismissively, signaling for Lu Yu to leave. To hell with you, Lu Yu shouted, hurling his phone in a fit of rage. It spun through the air, performing countless 360-degree rotations before he regretted his impulsive act. After all, that was money. With a resounding thud, Chun Ming's gold-rimmed glasses were knocked from his face by the flying phone. Come here, drag this brat out for me. Mr. Chun, are you all right? The employees who had been eavesdropping outside rushed in at once. Some of the more robust among them, believing it was their moment to shine, attempted to confront Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu stood an impressive height of 1.83 meters and had spent his youth engaged in agricultural labor, making him far from easy prey for these individuals. When their initial efforts failed, they soon realized their inability to subdue him. What are you standing there for? Call security and have him thrown out. You treacherous dog. What do you gain from betraying me? Lu Yu shouted at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's gaze faltered, unable to meet Lu Yu's eyes. After a moment of consideration regarding the position bestowed upon him by Chun Ming, he unhesitatingly dashed downstairs to summon security. Damn it, you think you can escape? Lu Yu seized a nearby trash can and hurled it away. Call the police, quick. You're finished. Kid'll make sure you rot in jail. Upon hearing the mention of imprisonment, Lu Yu panicked, inwardly cursing himself for his earlier impulsiveness. Chapter 2. Second-hand mobile phones. Wang Chong was forcefully struck to the ground by a stainless steel trash bin. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed. Rising to his feet without even bothering to clear the debris from his clothing, and dashed out of the company without a backward glance. He was not only showcasing his resilience but also attempting to extricate himself from the situation, eager to summon security to expel Lu Yu. Lu Yu's earlier display of might lingered in the air, deterring anyone from approaching. He retrieved the mobile phone he had discarded moments ago, his facial muscles twitching as he muttered to himself, if only a few Mao Zedong notes could resolve this. I must warn you, particularly the women, to be cautious. Chun Ming is not to be trifled with. Despite his bespectacled appearance and seemingly refined demeanor, he is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. I have an intriguing piece of gossip to share. Would you care to listen? Silence. It was Zhang Ming who spoke, not Chun Ming. If Li were to disclose the events of last Friday evening, she would undoubtedly be labeled a gold digger within the company. I would gladly fall silent if you were to grant me the design bonus from the group. At the end of last month, Howen Group hosted a design competition, and the results were announced the previous Friday. His design had been awarded third place. Do not underestimate this third-place accolade. Howen Group is a nationally renowned architectural design firm with branches in various bustling first, second, and third-tier cities. Even the Hong Kong branch consistently ranks at the bottom of the company's KPI due to the local consumption levels. To achieve a third-place design award is akin to striking gold. A first or second place would be nothing short of a miracle, without the company's nurturing. Do you truly believe you could succeed on your own? Instead of expressing gratitude for the platform provided by the group, you demand compensation and injure your colleagues. Do you believe your actions are justifiable? Stop with the psychological manipulation. Your words are mere pleasantries. No one wishes to waste their time on this nonsense. I am the only member of the design team without an active project. and the group mandates that each branch submit a design proposal. Are you suggesting I should disseminate my work otherwise? Absurd. You. Yes, me. Each year during the company's annual meeting. These employees are too embarrassed to attend, all thanks to you, a leader consumed by carnal thoughts. Instead of striving to elevate the company's performance, you are preoccupied with exploiting female employees. The organization has its fair share of ambitious wolves, agile leopards, and loyal hounds, yet you are the one tarnishing its reputation. Security. You have arrived just in time. This individual is no longer our employee. Immediately escort him out. Chen Ming commanded as he observed 4 or 5 security personnel entering the vicinity. Leaving is one thing, but you must provide me with my bonus. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Lu Yu's words resonated with the sentiments of the majority. Although spoken by Lu Yu, they elicited a sense of satisfaction among many. Chen Ming remained silent, as Zhang Ming whispered beside him. He had painstakingly used money to gain favor, and with the novelty of the situation still fresh, he was eager to capitalize on it that evening. Naturally, he would heed Zhang Ming's words. Finance, disburse the funds to him. Mr. Chun, that is not in accordance with the regulations. Typically, this bonus should be issued with next month's salary. Zhang Ming's ample figure subtly stirred his senses, causing a moment of impulsive decision-making as he declared, let us first cover the expense from the hospitality fund and provide him with the amount. I will later explain the situation to the group. Although he attempted to keep it discreet, some employees noticed and exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying a hint of amusement. Once the funds were received, Liu felt no desire to linger. He swiftly gathered his belongings and departed the company. With 10,000 yuan in hand, he could sustain himself until he found another job, ensuring he would not face starvation on the streets. The security guard at the office building paid him no mind. Accustomed to such occurrences, as long as Liu refrained from causing any further disturbances. It was not an everyday occurrence, yet a few cases would inevitably arise each year. As he walked along the frigid streets, clutching a plastic bag, he noted the absence of pedestrians, as it was neither rush hour nor lunchtime. His foremost task now was to repair his phone, which had suffered a shattered screen due to his earlier recklessness. Although it remained functional, the discomfort lingered. And with the device itself costing little over 1,000 yuan, he reasoned that a screen replacement should not exceed 100 yuan. Upon arriving at the electronics market, he casually approached a mobile repair shop. Excuse me, can you replace a phone screen? He inquired. Little brother, can't you see the large sign outside that reads professional phone repair? The shop owner replied, his tone somewhat brusque. Liu momentarily paused, thinking to himself. This owner is rather blunt. Aware that his words might have been impolite, the owner added, let me see what model you have. This phone, how much for a screen replacement? He asked. A red Redmi 8X? Little brother, this outdated model is years old. Is it really worth repairing? Take my advice, just get a new one. I can replace the screen, but I lack the necessary parts and would need 3 days to obtain them. If you insist on repairing it, it will cost you 150 yuan. 3 days? Liu pondered. This phone was his only electronic device purchased during his freshman year of college, and he had cherished it as if it were a treasured heirloom. Despite its sluggishness and frequent notifications regarding insufficient memory, it remained his source of solace. He could hardly bear to be without it for even a day. 3 days is quite fast, considering the phone is no longer in production, making parts difficult to find. To be honest, I would have to contact colleagues who sell second-hand phones to see if they have the same model. We could then salvage the screen for you. Second-hand phones. Lu Yu echoed. Yes, indeed. Little brother, you could opt for a second-hand phone, affordable and functional. Any random second-hand phone could outperform yours by leaps and bounds. Why not consider it? I could offer you a discount. Lu Yu found himself swayed by the owner's words, now that he was somewhat financially stable. Replacing his phone with a model in the 1,000 yuan range seemed reasonable. Look at this one, a Fruit X. I'll let you have it for 2,000 yuan. It will serve you well for years without lagging. The memory is ample. The owner, perceptive and eager, quickly retrieved the phone from the counter, launching into a sales pitch. I still prefer the red Redmi. Lu Yu insisted. This particular model of rice is more upscale than the common red rice, yet it operates smoothly without any lag. With a generous memory of 256 gigabytes, it is more than sufficient for casual viewing of films. How much does this cost? Lu Yu was indeed tempted. It wasn't merely the seller's claims about the capacity for downloads that intrigued him, but rather the memory, which was 8 times that of his previous phone. Moreover, who downloads movies anymore? He prefers to stream them online. I'll give you 1,500. 1,000. The young man exclaimed, you can't negotiate like that. slashing a third off the price in one go. Let's settle on 1,300, and you can take it. Can I sell this old phone for a little cash? Liu protested. No way. I find it cumbersome just sitting there. You might as well trade it for a plant. 1,300 it is. But throw in a Bluetooth headset. All right, my friend. If you're not pursuing a career in sales, you're wasting your talents. You're quite the negotiator. After completing the transaction, Liu joyfully returned to his rented room and began transferring data to his new phone. It took an entire hour to finish. Not due to the inefficiency of the new device, but rather the limitations of the old one with only 32 gigabytes of memory. Brother, thank you for being with me for these 4 years. I now grant you your freedom. With that, Liu tossed the old phone into a drawer and began exploring the new one. Oh, this application. I don't recall it being on my previous phone. Could it be that the seller implanted some monitoring software? He thought, realizing he needed to delete it immediately. As he pressed to remove the app, an odd message kept appearing, indicating insufficient permissions. Chapter 3. Interstellar Pinduo with insufficient permissions. The deletion was impossible. After countless attempts, Liu surrendered, exhausted. Wishing for obliteration, he hurled his phone onto the bed, lying there in silence, cursing. What a day of misfortune. Being dismissed was one thing, but getting swindled while purchasing a second-hand phone adds insult to injury. Determined, he decided to uncover the truth behind this app. Curiosity, often said to be the demise of cats, is not confined to women. Men too possess an insatiable inquisitiveness. The pangs of unfulfilled desire are indeed the most tormenting. Upon launching the app, a melodious sound echoed. The camera activated, urging him to face it directly. Liu, quick to react, instinctively shielded the lens with his hand, cursing. Damn it, this isn't a loan application, is it? It better not make me shake my head or nod. Yet, it was too late. An electronic voice resonated once more. Iris scan successful, confirming identity. Second-level cosmic civilization life form, eligible for the Interstellar Universe Network's Poverty Alleviation Program. Please complete gene verification promptly and bind to the Shopping Network. The app on the screen commenced a countdown, bold crimson numbers flashing. 59, 58, 57. Second-level cosmic civilization. Interstellar Universe Network's Poverty Alleviation. Gene verification. While Liu grasped the concept of iris scanning, an advanced form of identity authentication, he was utterly bewildered by the plethora of unfamiliar terminology. Just speak plainly. Why involve explosives in this? The phone pulsated with red light, the countdown resembling a bomb timer from a movie. Hey, you haven't even explained how to verify my genes. How am I supposed to do that? At that moment, panic nearly overwhelmed Liu as the numbers dwindled. If this truly detonated, he would be left speechless and without recourse. To hell with it. Better to die with a friend than to perish alone. Alas, my $1,300. Liu contemplated opening the window to discard the phone when a sudden sting shot through his palm, eliciting a yelp. The device slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the floor. Gene verification successful, biological system initiated, brain-machine interface activated. Second-level cosmic civilization life form, gene level 10. Does not meet the entry requirements for the Interstellar Shopping Network. Upgrading biological gene level. 10, 15, 18, 24, 30. The enhancement completed. A final congratulatory message resounded. Congratulations, esteemed user. You may now access the Interstellar Shopping Network. Wishing you joyful sales and pleasant purchases. The cacophony of sounds ceased abruptly, pulling Liu back to reality, particularly invigorated by the elevation of his gene level. He felt every pore in his body relax, overwhelmed by sheer exhilaration. Good heavens, my $1,300. Liu snapped back to his senses, hastily retrieving the phone from the floor. Thankfully, it remained unscathed. Hesitantly, he tapped the red icon. The app responded swiftly, revealing a holographic image in his mind's eye. An advertisement unfolded before him. In response to the Cosmic Alliance's call for poverty alleviation, Xinyan Network Company is extending an invitation to third-level and below cosmic civilizations, granting them access to the sales and shopping qualifications of the Interstellar Shopping Network. A few seconds later, the advertisement vanished, revealing a complex interface reminiscent of the current PDD platform. Overall, it was categorized into several main sections: military, civilian, lifestyle, and technology. Liu casually clicked on the military category and was immediately dazzled by the plethora of products. The images themselves were breathtaking. Planetary shuttles, the Normandy-class jump ship, stellar level, the Emperor-class super battleship, star cluster level, the Phantom attack ship, stellar level. The Venom reconnaissance vessel, stellar level, phase cannons, particle cannons, coil guns, Gauss rifles. The prices were staggering. Not only could he not afford them with Huaxia coins, but he didn't even possess enough joy beans. The figures were astronomical. Liu muttered under his breath. The most expensive item, the Emperor-class super battleship, star cluster level, displayed a string of nines that suggested the seller had no intention of negotiating. Even if one were to use Huaxia coins, even a billionaire would shake their head in disbelief. The price had more digits than his phone number. A 12-digit figure that had already reached hundreds of billions, and just 1 yuan shy of a trillion. Liu had to count on his fingers and toes to comprehend it all. Looking at his own funds, the glaring red zero was particularly disheartening. After studying for a while, Liu finally grasped the nature of the Shi website. In its own words, some features were quite similar to the PDD shopping app he was accustomed to, especially the cutting price function, which was indeed very similar. This Pinduoduo had its charm, as points could also be used to negotiate prices. Since it was his first successful registration, the website gifted him 100 points, which could be exchanged for an iron knife to bargain with. According to the official website, theoretically, even the lowest grade wooden knife could yield a freebie. However, given the odds, it was a rather dubious proposition, even less favorable than PDD. Alas, no matter where one goes, a poor person remains poor. What good was connecting to the cosmic network? It was all just a spectator sport. He could only watch, unable to purchase anything. It was truly frustrating, akin to lying in bed next to a voluptuous beauty, legs spread, yet unable to rise to the occasion. What could he do? Suddenly, an alert sounded from the app, announcing, "Ding! Grab your freebie." Upon checking the item available for the freebie, Liu was left in a state of bemusement. The Normandy-class jumped ship, stellar level, originally priced at 283, 924, 234 star coins. I trust your nonsense. I can't even cut the price on a PDD electric bike, and now you want me to negotiate this? You must think highly of me. Ding. His 100 points were successfully exchanged for an iron knife, with a meager 0.0000001 chance of securing the freebie. This electronic notification only served to further burden his already impoverished household. It was confirmed, this was a rogue app. A bona fide rogue app. Ding. Congratulations, boss. Your progress is at 99. 9. You are just one step away from achieving your freebie. Had he struck a vital vein? No, was this a trick? Quickly, where's the recharge entry? I'll make a first recharge of 6 yuan. Due to insufficient points, the app suggested inviting friends to assist in bargaining. A familiar tactic. Since there were currently no users of Xian Luyu's planet, the cosmic network was now connected, allowing him to leave messages for some unfamiliar beings to help him snag a freebie. At that moment, a microphone icon appeared before Liu. Hesitatingly, he spoke into the void. "Hello, esteemed individuals, are you there? I am but a humble human from Blue Star, seeking your assistance for a swift strike. If you are affluent, kindly lend your financial support. If not, your presence will suffice. Allow me to pay my respects with a little spin." With a whoosh, Liu's voice resonated into the vastness. Far across the cosmos, light years away, an enchanting woman, resembling a human yet distinguished by the two antennae atop her head, leisurely swirled her glass. The golden liquid within danced rhythmically. When did the secondary cosmic civilization gain access to the universal network? Fascinating. Such extraordinary luck. A strike worth 999. Then I shall assist you. The woman continued her operations, and had Liu glimpsed her score, he would have knelt in reverence, grasping her long legs in desperate plea for patronage. The points slipping through her fingers were enough to buy his very life. She spent 100,000 points to procure a gleaming golden knife, delivering a decisive strike. How could that not succeed? She muttered, her frustration palpable. The drink in her glass had lost its allure, yet undeterred, she purchased several more golden knives, including a rare eternal golden knife, priced at 1,000,000 points each. Meanwhile, Liu, oblivious to the unfolding events, lay in bed, lost in a reverie of bliss, surrounded by companions, unaware that someone was fervently striving to aid him with a strike. Chapter 4. Grateful for the spaceship gift. I refuse to believe it. The woman seemed to have taken a stand against Shi, relentlessly exchanging her points for tools to strike down, until the appearance of a dark golden blade brought a serene calm. "Oof, you dare to challenge me." Content and languid, she reclined without a care for the substantial depletion of her points. For Liu, those points represented astronomical figures. Yet for the woman, they were but a mere drop in the ocean, inconsequential. "Schwasher, I can hear your ruckus from afar. Who has dared to provoke you?" A hearty voice resonated, and before the words had settled, a tall man entered the room. Father, I recall that you hold shares in She Corporation, do you not? Indeed. What of it? The 8 prominent families of the Cosmic Alliance all do. I don't care. You must divest your shares and refrain from collaborating with Uncle Nien in the future. What has transpired? Nien is currently attending a meeting at the Cosmic Business Federation. How could he have offended you? Oh, just let it be. Withdraw your investment. Such a deceitful company is unworthy of the Sifra Family S Association. I believe Uncle Nien Shi is quite commendable. 1,000th of our Family S funds derive from it, which is rather impressive. Father, noticing her father's reluctance to acquiesce, the woman quickly clung to his arm, employing her most charming demeanor. All right. There must be a reason for withdrawing shares. Do enlighten me on the matter. With no other option, the woman recounted the events. Is that all? That's easily resolved. I shall call Uncle Nien and request he enhance the odds of your account's success. I will never assist others in this endeavor again, if the points are lost. They are lost. It is merely frustrating. I have not slept all night, merely hacking away. Well, if you cease, the business of She will continue to expand. Yet this secondary cosmic civilization likely has no treasures for sale, correct? Father, was it not you who signed the documents declaring it a poverty alleviation project? Determined by the Cosmic Federation? At the last meeting, I had your elder brother attend, likely to discuss this matter. However, your actions may incite chaos within a star cluster, or even throughout an entire galaxy. Such conduct is unacceptable. Bring someone in. The man furrowed his brow at the sight of his beloved daughter obtaining complimentary items for a stranger and hastily summoned his subordinates. Father, it is not a battleship. Surely there is no harm? You fail to grasp the situation. The Normandy-class jump ship, Stellar Grade, is laden with advanced technology. Should it fall into the hands of a lesser civilization, peaceful races may remain unscathed, but for a bellicose race, it could spell disaster for the entire galaxy. Rapid technological advancement could disrupt the harmonious development of the universe. Oh, the woman stuck out her tongue, dismissing the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, no shipment has been dispatched yet. I will ensure that a word is conveyed. The goods will undoubtedly be sent. It merely depends on when this individual can make use of them. The following morning, Liu stretched languidly, exhausted from his dreams, having unlocked numerous positions throughout the night. Ding! Sephora Shue has successfully procured the Normandy-class jump spaceship, Stellar Grade, for you and is currently delivering it. Click to receive, and you shall obtain your goods. Is this truly accomplished? Liu Yu gazed incredulously at the ethereal projection before him, which displayed 2 buttons below, one for temporary storage and the other for acceptance. Although it appeared merely as a spectral illusion, akin to a model, it bore a resemblance to China's stealth fighter, the J-31. With the addition of a spoiler at the tail, the likeness would be even more pronounced. Liu Yu unhesitatingly pressed the temporary storage button. After all, this was a rented room, and unleashing such a colossal entity would surely obliterate the entire building. Jump is such an elevated term, especially when it pertains to a stellar-grade vessel. Could this mean I can freely traverse the entire solar system? Liu Yu mused enthusiastically. Name, Normandy-class jump spaceship, Stellar Grade, manufactured by the Cosmic Interstellar Fleet Design Institute. Function, the Normandy is equipped with an advanced jump engine, enabling faster-than-light travel by switching between conventional space and jump space, significantly reducing interstellar travel time. Price, 283,924, 234 star coins. Note, this spaceship is suitable for various interstellar missions, including exploration, scientific research, and military operations. Its formidable jump capabilities, advanced weaponry and defense systems, along with comfortable living facilities, make it an indispensable tool for interstellar navigation. However, the accompanying manual delivered a heavy blow. The news was both good and bad. The good news was that the Normandy could indeed venture beyond the solar system, traversing between stars. The bad news was that he was currently unable to utilize it, as his genetic level was insufficient, with only 30% of the permissions unlocked. Once again, the issue of genetic levels arose. Alas, it seems class distinctions are omnipresent. Must the common folk never have a chance to rise? By the way, I ought to express my gratitude. Liu Yu had been so absorbed in reading the manual that he had neglected to thank the individual who facilitated this gift, namely Sephora Shue. Thus, he began to compose a message on his phone, and shortly thereafter, a lengthy note of appreciation, overflowing with heartfelt gratitude, was dispatched. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Liu turned his attention to the technical specifications of the Normandy-class jump spaceship, Stellar Grade. He encountered several terms he had never seen before in his life: jump engine, antimatter engine, curvature drive, quantum communication, artificial intelligence system, defense system, life support system, stealth technology, time dilation compensation. The mere nomenclature of the technology spanned an entire page. If all the technical parameters were to be listed, he would hardly have time to peruse them, not to mention a day, even a week might not suffice. He was not a researcher and could not comprehend the parameters. Considering Blue Star's technology, they had barely managed to land on the moon and had yet to venture beyond the solar system. Such advanced data remained inscrutable to him. His stomach grumbled in protest, prompting him to change clothes and step out of his rented accommodation. The area was quite remote, characterized as an old, dilapidated complex, with a rent of 500 yuan per month. Previously, his company provided meal subsidies, and with a living expense of 1,000 yuan, he managed to get by, even allowing himself to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes by the end of the month. Lu Yu, devoid of any smoking addiction, could indulge in cigarettes if he so wished. However, his circumstances did not permit frequent indulgence. 2 boxes per month sufficed for his needs. As he ambled along, Lu Yu arrived at his dining hall, where a self-service meal awaited him. Over 20 dishes for a mere 12 yuan. Previously, his company subsidized 10 yuan for breakfast and dinner, and 15 yuan for lunch, amounting to 25 yuan daily. Lu Yu typically abstained from breakfast, choosing instead to save his funds for a bowl of hand-pulled noodles nearby at noon, while indulging in a hearty meal here in the evening. Brother, you've arrived? Wang Ge, business seems to be thriving lately. Ha ha ha, it's going well, thanks to loyal customers like you. What would you like today? I'll have the 15. Lu Yu generously produced his cash, a gesture reminiscent of a few days prior when he had just received his salary. Weren't you just paid a few days ago? Have you found some money today? Indeed, I stumbled upon some. Lu Yu refrained from elaborating, as it seemed implausible to mention he had discovered a leap ship. Good lad, you're quite fortunate. Wang Ge swiftly handed him a meal tray. After enjoying his meal, Lu Yu savored the soda gifted by Wang Ge, an exclusive privilege for regular patrons. Content, he exited the self-service restaurant, letting out a satisfied burp. Farewell, Wang Ge. Take care. Brother, as he cheerfully hummed a tune, how can I board your love Normandy? Let not heaven and sea. Lu Yu had barely taken a few steps when he was halted by 4 uniformed police officers. Are you Lu Yu? Yes, officer. How may I assist you? Chapter 5. Captured. We are from the Qingguan Branch Bureau. Someone has reported that you are suspected of extortion. Please cooperate with us in the investigation. The leading officer did not make things difficult for Lu Yu. His tone was quite courteous. Upon seeing Lu Yu, who resembled a student, he harbored doubts about the extortion allegation, yet he had to comply with the director's orders to apprehend him. Extortion? Indeed, we are merely investigating the matter at hand. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Very well. Lu Yu, feeling helpless, surmised that he had been reported by the company. He was aware that he could not contend against powerful forces and could only temporarily acquiesce. Young Lu, do not put the handcuffs on him. The leading officer halted his subordinate from placing handcuffs on Lu Yu. Captain Li, didn't the director say upon arrival? What of it? Just bring the person back, and it will be settled. Captain Li shot an unhappy glance at the young officer. Understanding Captain Li's implication, Lu Yu sensed trouble brewing. He was not afraid of being apprehended under normal circumstances, for he believed he was in the right, and he similarly had no fear of police investigations. However, the current situation was not a matter of belief. It was about Chen Ming's connections attempting to frame him. His mind raced. In Gang City, he had few close friends to turn to for help, and he could not inform his family, leaving him at a loss. Glancing around, his gaze finally landed on a phone mounted on a sign above. In the car, Liu timidly inquired, Captain Li, may I make a phone call? He knew full well what kind of person their director was. For the sake of his own sense of justice, he would provide as much convenience as possible. Li Ming, with a serious demeanor, replied, go ahead. If there is someone from above, contact them quickly. However, Liu did not know anyone in higher circles. Just then, the phone rang a few times before a melodious female voice answered. Hello, this is the Ruashi law firm. How may I assist you? Hello, lawyer. I would like to hire you as my attorney. I'm currently being taken by the police to the Qingguan Branch Bureau for an investigation. Not a problem. I will head over immediately. Han Rua, she had been engrossed in legal texts. Her firm was newly established, and without Lu Yu's case, she would soon find herself in dire straits. Thus, without even discussing fees, she readily agreed, fearing that Lu Yu might change his mind. At that moment, Lu Yu was being detained in an interrogation room, with both handcuffs and leg shackles in place. Before him sat two imposing officers, a stout one and a slender one. The former clearly of higher rank. Name: Lu Yu. Age: 23. Do you know why you are here? The stout officer's voice took on a more authoritative tone. Just now. Your officers informed me that I am suspected of extortion. So you are admitting guilt? What crime am I admitting to? Officer. Aren't you going to ask about the reasons? We do not concern ourselves with reasons. The police handle cases based solely on whether a crime has been committed. Did the Howin Group's Gang City branch transfer you a sum of 10,000 yuan? They did. Then what is there to argue about? The money you accepted constitutes a crime of extortion. If you confess now, I will consider it as a mitigating circumstance for your voluntary surrender. I am aware that this is your first offense, and the sum involved, merely 10,000, is relatively substantial. Ordinarily, one would face a sentence of less than 3 years of imprisonment. However, should you admit your guilt at this juncture, I will document your cooperative attitude when I report the materials, and the court will likely grant you probation instead of incarceration. So, should I thank you for that? Xiao Wang, please note that the individual acknowledges his actions without reservation and exhibits a good attitude towards his guilt. Have him sign here. The rotund officer commanded the recording officer. I will not admit to any crime until my attorney arrives. I demand to see my lawyer. You insolent fool. Do you even understand whom you are addressing? Do not be ungrateful. Grateful? One's own cleanliness is known only to oneself. We are all adults here, not naive children. Liu stared directly at his counterpart, unhesitatingly exposing the other's petty schemes. You, guards, take the suspect to the detention center, to the most formidable cell. The overweight officer smirked at Lu Yu. Director, the suspect's lawyer has arrived. Have him wait outside. This individual is implicated in other cases as well. Detain him for now. And remember to confine him in a single room. Very well. Captain Li was somewhat at a loss for words, but felt powerless, as the director held authority. He escorted Lu Yu into the detention center, casting a meaningful glance at the latter. Captain Li, could you do me a favor? As long as it does not violate regulations, I will assist as much as I can. Captain Li felt sympathy for Lu Yu and thought he would extend whatever help he could. 138,888. Just inform them that I am detained and urge them to come to my rescue swiftly. Lu Yu provided a striking number, belonging to an individual of considerable background, albeit somewhat unreliable. All right, I can make that call for you. After Li Ming departed, Lu Yu was soon to face misfortune as several burly men approached him. Hey kid, you seem quite spirited. Are you familiar with Captain Li? We maintain a decent rapport. That's good. Brothers, let us welcome him. The leader bellowed. And as his words fell, the men behind him cracked their knuckles, moving toward Lu Yu. The latter thought to himself, how foolish. I initially intended to leverage Captain Li's influence, yet it has backfired spectacularly. These men were clearly from the underworld. Their physical prowess vastly superior to that of his previous colleagues. What do you intend to do? This is a detention center. If you had kept a low profile, we would not have troubled you. Alas, your acquaintance with Li Ming is your undoing. Rest assured, we will not spare Li Ming either. Once we are out, we will take care of him, and as for you, consider this a repayment of interest. Go. At the leader's command, the four men lunged toward Lu Yu. Observing their approach, Lu Yu remained vigilant, but was taken aback by their sluggish movements, akin to a deliberate slow motion. At such a pace, even a blind man could evade them. Lu Yu deftly dodged, effortlessly sidestepping their attacks, and countered with his fists. To onlookers, it appeared as though their faces were voluntarily colliding with his punches. For individuals each received a punch, their faces contorted with malice. Brother, this lad has received training. Just now I was careless and did not evade. And so what if he is trained? We are 5. Can we truly be intimidated by a mere novice? Once more, their fists surged forth, and a remarkable scene unfolded. Liu deftly dodged left and right, retaliating with punches of his own. In the monitoring room, the plump director gazed at Qin Ming with astonishment. Did you not claim he was merely an ordinary person? How can he fight so well and still be considered ordinary? Director Zhu, this is indeed beyond my expectations. Can these individuals handle the situation? Rest assured, the leader is Scarface, the ruffian of Qingguan District. Teaching this lad a lesson is no issue. Before Director Zhu could finish his sentence, he cast a glance at the monitor. Suddenly at a loss for words as the 5 thugs lay groaning on the ground. You say he is a recent graduate? Indeed. He came through campus recruitment for the company. Director, the lawyer of the party involved claims that if she is not allowed to see her client soon, she will report us to higher authorities. Let her see him. Grant her half an hour. Director Zhu, is that acceptable? It's merely a lawyer, not a government official. What is there to fear? You can meet with her later, offer her a bit more money, and persuade her to terminate the agency contract. Without hesitation, Director Zhu voiced his intent, clearly accustomed to such dealings. Director Zhu, that is quite the strategy. Fear not, to offend Mr. Chen and expect to leave here unscathed? Do not even entertain that thought. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Director Zhu. Later at Lisa's club, it is my treat. Ah, serving the people is indeed a duty. Ha ha. Yes, yes. Serving the people, Director Zhu is truly a good director for the populace. Chapter 6. The Legal Beauty in the Hushed Confines of the Monitoring Room. The lewd voices of two individuals echoed. Simultaneously, Li Ming made a phone call, and interestingly, upon hearing that he was a police officer, the recipient of the call trembled, followed by a series of exclamations that only the initiated could comprehend. After a moment of awkwardness, Li Ming recounted the circumstances surrounding Lu Yu's detention. The other party immediately erupted in fury, eager to don his clothes and rush over. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Captain Li, allow me to have Deputy Director Guitianyu from the Liangang City Bureau contact you. Regardless of what my brother has done, ensure his release first. I shall discuss it further upon my arrival tomorrow. No, I shall set off immediately. I'll reach there by midnight. The man glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening, and it would take him a little over 3 hours to drive to Liangang City. All right. The sooner, the better. Li Ming was well acquainted with Guitianyu, the deputy director overseeing criminal cases at the Municipal Bureau, with whom he had had the fortune of dining once. The fact that the caller could mention names suggested he could genuinely sway Guo. With the Municipal Bureau involved, the matter would become considerably more manageable. His assistance to Lu Yu, though ostensibly altruistic, was tinged with personal motives. He felt a twinge of resentment as he recalled that he and Zhu Zhigua had been peers in the police force. Yet Zhu's knack for flattery and networking had propelled him to rapid advancement, achieving the rank of division chief by the age of 42. While Li Ming remained merely a squad leader at 43. In terms of capability, he outshone Zhu by leaps and bounds, yet, in the realm of social maneuvering, he felt like a mere elementary student, not due to a lack of skill, but rather disdain. Still, a small knot of discontent lingered within him, hinting at an unfulfilled potential. Now, what exactly is the situation? Lu Yu gazed at Han Ruashi, clad in a professional suit, momentarily taken aback until her voice snapped him back to reality. It was hard to fault him. She was simply too stunning. Clad in a tailored black suit jacket over a crisp white shirt, she exuded an undeniable air of professionalism. Her immaculate makeup, assertive stride, and eyes glimmering with intelligence radiated a formidable presence and unwavering determination. The addition of rimless glasses lent her an aloof, unapproachable demeanor. This 10,000 yuan is rightfully mine. Lu Yu recounted the events in detail. This situation can be resolved easily, if a witness can corroborate your account. I can have you released immediately. Han Ruashi adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. Sister, that's precisely why I sought you out. I've only been at the company for a little over a month and am unfamiliar with the people. The only person I know, Wang Chang, is likely to stab me in the back. That's not an issue. I merely presented one possible solution. There's another straightforward option. I can bail you out. But you will need to provide the bail money. How much? Upon hearing about the money, Lu Yu inquired with a hint of parsimony. Approximately 5,000. Then I think I'll pass. Spending 24 hours in the detention center will save me 5,000. That seems acceptable. Very well, then let us discuss my fees. Rest assured, if you call me sister, the payment is certainly forthcoming. If I were to act as your attorney in court, the fee would be $1,000. However, to merely secure your bail, 200 would suffice. Clearly, this is a sum you find unacceptable. Nonetheless, I must insist that you honor this 200. It is reasonable. Should the matter escalate to litigation, I would then request you to represent me. At this moment, I am unable to transfer funds, but upon my release tomorrow, I shall visit your establishment to settle the payment. Li Yu was prepared to remain here for 24 hours. Although he had asked Li Ming to contact his brother, the reliability of this sibling was questionable, particularly as he was often unreachable during the night. Who knows if Li Ming was able to establish contact? Let us finalize this agency agreement. Han Ruashi did not take advantage of Lu Yu. Under the circumstances, her elevated fee was simply her standard rate. Lu Yu, you may leave now. Time has passed so swiftly. Was it not merely half an hour? When I say you may go, I mean you are free to return home. The officer stated courteously. In that moment, Liu comprehended the situation. Li Ming's call had gone through, and his brother had managed to leverage connections. Though he was several hundred kilometers away in another city, his background would ensure Lu's release with ease. Though Han Ruashi was curious, she refrained from inquiring further. After both had signed the necessary documents, they departed the police station. Unbeknownst to them, in Zhu Jigua's office sat a middle-aged man, with Li Ming positioned between them. Zhu Jigua, is this how you conduct yourself as the precinct chief? You arrest individuals without discernment? Director Gua, we apprehended him based on a tip-off. There were no procedural discrepancies. No procedural discrepancies? Do you possess evidence to substantiate the accusations of extortion against him? As law enforcement, we must adhere to evidence-based practices. Absent such evidence, we can only request cooperation for an investigation. Surely, after all these years, you understand this? As Director Gua posed these questions, Zhu Jigua fell silent. If there were truly no issues, he would not dare speak. During the interrogation, there had indeed been indications of coercion, and the surveillance footage would not withstand scrutiny. At that moment, he mentally chastised Chen Ming. Is this what it means to be an unconnected rural individual? The deputy director of the municipal bureau forsakes his family at night to address this matter, clearly summoned by Lu Yu. A veritable assembly of fools. They lack even this basic awareness. Yes, your admonishments are duly noted, Deputy Director Gua. I shall certainly enhance our training to prevent such occurrences in the future. This case involving Lu Yu must be treated with utmost seriousness. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as you don the police uniform, you must uphold fairness and justice. If he is genuinely guilty of extortion, apprehend him. If not, refrain from further disturbing him. Some matters, this deputy director understood better than anyone present. He simply chose not to voice his thoughts aloud. Gurgle, gurgle. As Han Ruashi drove, her stomach emitted a soft rumble. She had foregone dinner in her efforts to assist Lu Yu, feeling somewhat awkward behind the wheel. I sincerely apologize for causing you to go hungry due to my predicament. Allow me to treat you to a meal. First, please transfer the funds to me. Oh, of course. Lu Yu appeared as a younger brother in the presence of the other, both in terms of age and aura. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the residential complex of Lu Yu's rental apartment. Han Ruashi initially contemplated accepting her payment and dining alone, yet upon reflection, she discerned that 200 yuan would scarcely last her for several days. Ultimately, after Lu Yu's second invitation, she acquiesced to join him for a meal, perfectly seizing the opportunity to discuss their forthcoming plans. The sound of Lu Yu's phone echoed, the contact name reading Teddy Beast. He pressed the answer button. Release the location. I'll come find you, he instructed. At the rental apartment, the buffet. Another buffet? If you're treating me to a meal, could it not be something a tad more refined? Perhaps even a barbecue? Come or not, it's entirely your choice. If you choose not to come, you are free to leave. All right, just you wait, I'll arrive in an hour. Chapter 7. Tenfold compensation. Lu Yu gazed at Han Ruashi with a sense of helplessness, apologetically stating, my college roommate is coming over. Would you mind if he joins us? Would it matter if I did? She replied, her tone light. Besides, you seem quite pleased. What is there to be pleased about? If you had an issue, I could save 15 yuan. Never mind, let us go. Wang Ji's buffet was open until the early hours, providing convenience for those who came to the city for work. At that moment, Wang Gu was busy in the kitchen. Lu Yu called out to him before taking a plate to serve himself. He was familiar with Wang Ji's wife and the staff, and since the restaurant was bustling, he decided to help himself. As he ate and waited, Wang Gu approached with 2 bottles of soda. I saw you being taken away by the police. Everything is all right? All good. With Lawyer Han around, nothing is a concern. That's reassuring. Suddenly, the sound of a roaring engine filled the air, causing several diners to pause and glance toward the entrance. Li didn't need to look. He knew it was Fang Yuan, the flamboyant one. Fang Yuan parked his car and strode in, spotting Lu Yu and waving enthusiastically. Brother, have you missed? He plopped down, speaking boisterously until he noticed Han Ruashi, his expression shifting to one of surprise followed by a mischievous grin aimed at Lu Yu. I wondered why you were reluctant for me to come. It turns out you have a beautiful companion. Should I leave? Don't be ridiculous. This lovely lady is my attorney. With me around, who needs an attorney? Just mentioning my name, Fang Yuan, would earn me respect throughout the province. One good. Bring another plate and serve him some dishes. Hello, beautiful attorney. Here is my business card. I'm the Deputy General Manager of Yuanda Group. This place is rather humble. How about we switch to a nicer venue? Anywhere in Gang City is fine, my treat. Would you care for a drink? Han Ruashi asked with a smile, taking the business card and casually placing it in her bag while locking eyes with Fang Yuan. If the lady desires, of course. How would you like me to respond? Should I say I drink well or poorly? Young man, put away your lewd thoughts. I'm not interested. That's a misunderstanding. I merely wish to treat you to a meal. In all of Ninghai province, who doesn't he know of your reputation, young Master Fong? You can hardly resist the allure of a beautiful woman. It's a pity I'm not interested. Just a reminder. Intoxicating someone and forcing intimacy could lead to legal repercussions. Here is my number. Feel free to hire me as your attorney if needed. I've finished eating. You all take your time. Hanrawashi picked up her bag and gracefully exited, capturing the attention of the diners. Your usual tactics won't work this time, will they? Lu Yu chuckled, observing Fong Yuan. Let me leave if I wish. Do you think I lack women? If you doubt me, I could call a few right now. Please. I believe you. I just want a peaceful meal. Are you incapable? With your swift shoes, swift socks, and critical pants, you look quite presentable, yet you have no ambition. I know about the swift shoes, but what are the swift socks and critical pants in the league? Ah, your innocence has brought me to laughter. Call me your adoptive father, and I shall divulge the information. Speak or remain silent as you wish. Very well. The attack speed shoes are akin to Valentino's studded footwear. The attack speed stockings resemble sheer black hosiery, while the critical hit trousers are akin to form-fitting overalls, coupled with the buff from the silk beneath. I find it hard to believe you remain unmoved. Do you not wish to confront your opponent? Do you think everyone is like you, a wandering teddy bear? I am affluent. I do not squander my wealth on mere indulgences, but rather engage in philanthropy. Moreover, when I bestow gifts upon those enchanting ladies, I am indirectly contributing to charitable acts. Without my generosity, could they afford to live well and dress beautifully? They merely pay a trifling price in return. Enough of your theories. Lu Yu truly wished to avoid hearing Fong Yuan's fallacies, which was one of the reasons he refrained from conversing with him. He feared his worldview might shatter under the weight of Fong Yuan's absurdity. Now, to speak of serious matters. I heard from Captain Lee that someone intends to target you. Which fool dares to challenge you? I shall have him dealt with. No need for that. I can handle it myself. You are such a stubborn one. Were it not for your earlier assistance, let us not dwell on that. I have journeyed far. What are the arrangements for the second half? The instant Fong Yuan caught sight of Lu Yu's gaze, he hastily changed the subject. He could not fathom why he felt such trepidation in the presence of Lu Yu, the only heir to a vast fortune, a scion of the provincial Tycoon. How could he fear a mere impoverished lad from the countryside? If word of this spread, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. The world is a curious place, where one entity often subdues another. No, you go about your business. I shall return to my slumber. What good person retires home before 11? The alluring and challenging nightlife has only just begun. Very well, you may go. But when I do not say I did not bring you along. Depart. Liu disregarded Fong Yuan further, turning away and heading towards his rented abode. Upon returning to his room, Liu was compelled to contemplate future prospects. He currently possessed access to interstellar trade, yet upon investigation, he discovered that there were no items on Blue Star that piqued any buyer's interest, not at the moment, at least. Presently, Liu could scan all items within a 10-meter radius, and should anything catch the eye of an extraterrestrial dignitary, an order would be triggered. Yet, an entire day had passed, and it felt as though the trading platform had fallen silent. Ding. The system has detected that the proprietor has received a castrated version of a jump ship. A compensation of 1,000 points has been granted. The sudden notification interrupted Lu Yu's musings. 1,000 points represented a staggering sum for him, equivalent to spending 1,000 star coins or selling items worth 1,000 star coins. It is rather considerate of them to provide a tenfold compensation. He ought to be grateful for this influx of points. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to scour the world for items worthy of extraterrestrial attention. However, upon viewing items listed at tens or even hundreds of thousands of points, he felt the 1,000 points were merely a pittance. Is there truly nothing priced below 1,000 points? Liu muttered under his breath. Acknowledged. Now, I shall search for items redeemable for 1,000 points on behalf of the proprietor. The options for redeeming points for goods are limited, with only a few thousand items available, most of which are priced quite high, often exceeding the cost of purchasing with star coins. Overall, the purchasing power of points is approximately 50% that of star coins. For instance, an item priced at 100 star coins would require 200 points for redemption. According to Lu Yu's requirements, the Interstellar marketplace quickly yielded fewer than 100 available items. Item: XT Gene Serum Category 2, developed by the NOAA Gene Evolution Laboratory. Function: this serum can activate specific genes within the human body, promoting muscle growth and optimizing the nervous system, thereby significantly enhancing the user's physical abilities and reaction speed. The degree of enhancement varies according to individual constitution. Redemption points: 1,000 points. Note: The serum requires a gene level of 50 for use, providing a 100% increase in gene level. However, for every 10 points below this threshold, the mortality rate upon consumption increases by 20%. With my current gene level at 30, does that not imply a mere 60% success rate? Liu would not dare gamble his life on such odds, and thus he continued to search for alternatives. Item: Gravity Bracelets, produced by the Rueli Interstellar Technology Research Institute. Function: Gravity Regulation. The bracelets are equipped with miniature gravity generators that can adjust the surrounding gravitational intensity according to the wearer's needs, with a modulation range of 1 to 10 times. Redemption points: 1,000 points. Note: Essential gear for martial artists and cosmic athletes. Am I losing my mind, seeking discomfort for myself? Subjecting oneself to increased gravity, ranging from 1 to 10 times, would render existence unbearable. This is nothing short of self-torture. Chapter 8 Essence Extractor. Liu searched for additional items, not due to any genetic issues of his own, but rather for items that could bring him some form of challenge. Slightly disheartened, he continued his quest until he stumbled upon the section dedicated to life technology, where he finally discovered an item devoid of prerequisite conditions. Name: Essence Extractor, Condiment Version, developed by the chief CEO of the Culinary Science and Technology Company. Function: Capable of extracting high concentrations of flavor components from various plants, spices, and seasonings, thereby enhancing the delectable nature of the dishes created. Exchange points: 900 points. Note: The Essence Extractor, Condiment Version, is an innovative invention of the company, designed to efficiently extract and synthesize seasonings from diverse ingredients, thereby improving the taste and texture of food, thus elevating the culinary experience and mental well-being across the universe. This looks remarkably impressive. In China, the essentials of life include food, clothing, housing, and transportation. When considering which investment incurs the least cost with the highest return, food undoubtedly takes precedence. Take his usual hand-pulled noodles, for instance. Excluding rent, utilities, and labor costs, the 7 yuan noodles allow the proprietor to pocket half the profit. As for Brother Wang's self-service restaurant, while the profit margins may be slightly lower, encountering individuals like Han Ruashi, who can barely eat much before feeling full, is a windfall. Should I opt for this? No, perhaps I should explore further. After all, it's not like it will slip away. Liu muttered to himself in a somewhat deranged manner, finally encountering a coveted item that could potentially yield him a profit. He continued to peruse the points exchange list. Name: Gauss Pistol, developed by the Marshall Star Interstellar Weapon Research Institute. Function: The Gauss Pistol is an advanced weapon that utilizes electromagnetic acceleration to fire high-velocity metal projectiles, characterized by high precision, low noise, and recoil-free operation. Exchange points: 900 points. Note: The powerful magnetic field grants the projectiles exceptional kinetic energy, enabling them to penetrate light armor and sturdy obstacles. It is a conventional weapon for individual combat, widely trusted by clients. The weapon used in Terminator? Upon reading the description, Liu instantly envisioned scenes from foreign sci-fi blockbusters. Envisioning the sheer coolness of wielding such a weapon, capable of vanquishing gods and demons alike. However, the realities of China's regulations loomed large. Who would dare to possess a firearm that exceeds 1.8 joules of kinetic energy? The Huanghe 1911. A remarkable toy gun that Liu dreamed of owning in his youth, has become a relic of the past due to such regulations. Alas, it is not that I wish to overlook you, but rather that I was born in the wrong era. After perusing a few more options, Liu decided to cease his search. The usable items were scarce, with most being domestic robots, the selection of which would be akin to hiring a housekeeper. The mere thought of his current impoverished state made the idea of a housekeeper seem ludicrous. It would be a miracle if he didn't end up as a housekeeper himself. Without further hesitation, he resolutely chose the Essence Extractor, Condiment Version, for this item held the key to his potential earnings in the near future. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed customer. Your exchange has been successfully completed. It is now being dispatched to you. Please remain vigilant for its arrival. One cannot help but admire the formidable logistics of interstellar Pinduoduo. The transition ships in the warehouse respond within mere minutes upon receiving a notification. Should such technology be implemented in China, there would be no need for the likes of SF Express, Ztio Express, or JD.com. After making his selections, Liu found his points reverted to a mere 100. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated. Money is meant to be spent, and wisely at that, as his family's circumstances do not permit extravagance. With interstellar Pinduoduo at his disposal, should he fail to amass wealth, he might as well find a stone and end it all. If it weren't for the fact that it was 2 in the morning, Liu would have rushed to the market to procure raw materials for experimentation. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Essence Extractor, Seasoning Edition, has been delivered. Please check. Liu had yet to sleep, eagerly awaiting this announcement. He quickly opened the dialog box. Faced with the two options, store temporarily and receive, he chose to receive. Kitchen appliances, while already abundant, seemed to have taken on a new dimension. At the moment he selected receive, a device, 50 centimeters tall and 30 centimeters wide, materialized before him. Its upper section was semi-transparent, while the lower part was crafted from an enigmatic metal. It bore a resemblance to a blender, yet also to a meat grinder found in supermarkets. The top featured a circular feed inlet, complete with a sealing lid for adding the seasoning to be processed. Both the sides and the bottom housed outlets. The side was equipped with an automatic valve and an adjustable flow control device for collecting the extracted seasoning, while the base had an outlet for waste collection. Indeed, the product from outer space was extraordinary. Its compact and robust design belied its powerful capabilities. The future commercial landscape was gradually unfolding before Liu. He had already planned to visit the market the following day to purchase an array of seasonings such as Sichuan pepper, star anise, and various spices. Though he did not cook, he fondly recalled the jingles sung by street vendors hawking their 13-spice mix during his childhood. 13 spices, oh how fragrant! Sichuan pepper and star anise, perfect for stewing fish and meat. Surpassing the peach banquet of the Queen Mother, more delightful than the elixirs of Laozi. This catchy rhyme lingered in his memory from childhood, when he and his mischievous friends would mimic the vendors in their village, calling out to draw neighbors to buy, only to be met with playful admonishments. Of course, in the 21st century, Liu could not resort to street vending. Yet he could produce the seasoning to sell to restaurants. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, his biological clock awakened him at 7. Damn it. How troublesome it is to wake up so early even without work. He chastised himself, slapping his own face before drifting back to sleep. It was not until 10 that he reluctantly rose to prepare for the market, deciding against seeking out Feng Yuan, who would not awaken until the afternoon. After acquiring the materials, it was already noon when he arrived at Fat Brother's buffet, where Brother Wang was busy attending to customers. The Wang couple were genuine folk, never skimping on the quality of their food, which had earned them a loyal clientele. By 1 in the afternoon, noticing that Brother Wang was no longer busy, Liu approached him and said, "Brother Wang, I would like to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Speak freely. I have done everything within my capacity for you. But let us not forget that we share our roots." In truth, Liu and Wang Peng are merely from the same town, neither having ventured beyond the city limits, and thus cannot truly be considered compatriots. "My younger brother possesses an exclusive seasoning recipe, and I would like you, Brother Wang, to give it a try. Rest assured, the price will be entirely reasonable." "Certainly. Just as it happens, I am running low on seasonings." "Is this your recipe for the famous 13 spices?" The 2 bags in his hands cost over 200 yuan. Although uncertain of the yield, the extraterrestrial product is trustworthy, and I am confident it will surpass ordinary 13 spices in flavor. "Ah, an exclusive recipe, how enticing." "Very well, send me a portion. Let us start with a pound." Seasonings are not typically perishable items, so Wang Peng's request for a pound is quite generous toward Liu's business. "All right, I will deliver it to you this evening. However, that won't suffice. You must come a bit earlier, as I will soon be preparing a meal and would like to sample your secret 13 spices." "No problem. I will return to prepare it right away." Without hesitation, Liu swiftly dashed back to his rental apartment, carrying the 2 large bags. Chapter 9. The secret recipe for Yubai's 13 spices. First, soak the 13 spices in water for a few minutes. Then lightly drizzle with water before placing them all into the essence extractor and pressing the automatic switch. The machine hums softly, its sound gentle, while the side and bottom outlets continuously dispense the extracted material. Liu, holding 2 convenient bags, begins to collect the output. The yield is surprisingly high, and the aroma is simply exquisite, far surpassing any commercially available 13 spices. As the concoction is completed, the room is filled with a delightful fragrance that is neither overpowering nor pungent, but rather refreshingly invigorating. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 large bags of raw materials have vanished, yielding 3 bags of product, half a bag of waste, and 1.5 bags of essence powder. Considering the raw material cost of 230 yuan, Liu ponders on the pricing strategy, estimating that the essence powder weighs approximately 10 pounds, with 3 pounds of waste. He notes that commercially available 13 spices typically retail around 5 yuan for a 50-gram package. Thus, 10 pounds equates to 5 kilograms, or 100 servings, amounting to 500 yuan in revenue, a profit margin that seems rather meager. After laboring for half a day to earn a mere 270 yuan, Liu begins to feel disheartened. It is not that he aspires to lofty gains, but rather that the disparity between his expectations and reality is disconcerting. Holding extraterrestrial technology, earning only 270 yuan feels rather inadequate. However, he soon reassesses. His 13 spices are incomparable to ordinary products, and he can certainly command a higher price. If the market offers 5 yuan, he will set his price at 10. After all, 13 spices are not a necessity, and an average household can afford them. Thus, he begins to package the product, weighing out 1 pound without using a scale, relying instead on an old weighing device left by a previous tenant. Although it may lack precision, he decides to proceed as is. With a pound of Yubai's secret 13 spices in hand, he strides towards the buffet. Wang Ge, I'm here. Ah, just waiting for you. Wang Peng smiles. Little Yu, what are you all discussing? Hello, sister-in-law. I have a secret recipe for 13 spices. Having just lost my job, I thought I might earn some money with this recipe. 13 spices? Little Yu, it's not that I don't trust you, but given the stringent food safety regulations nowadays, certain banned substances cannot be used. My clientele consists of longtime customers. Wife, what are you saying? We know Little Yu's character well. Besides, I've examined the ingredients. They are all commonplace dried goods. Sister-in-law, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, there are no prohibited substances. If you are doubtful, feel free to try it out by cooking a few dishes, and I will eat them in front of you. Wife, since the younger brother insists, let's keep it and give it a try. The kitchen supply of 13 spices has just run out. How much is it? Due to the secret recipe, the price is slightly higher, 100 yuan for a pound. 100 for a pound. Wang Peng's wife's expression falters. This is double the market price. Sister-in-law, how about this? You can take it to try first, and if you like it, you can pay me. If not, just return the remainder. Liu comprehended the other's sentiment, finding it costly. However, he held firm confidence in his proprietary blend of spices, understanding the principle of sacrifice for gain. Wife, let us give it a try, he proposed. All right, Xiaoyu, you must understand our position. We operate on a modest scale and do not earn much profit. I am aware, yet I have faith in my exclusive recipe. Let us just experiment. With Liu Yu and Wang Peng advocating so, Wang Peng's wife felt compelled to acquiesce, lest she appear overly critical. Without hesitation, Wang Peng grabbed the bag of spices and ventured into the kitchen. Soon the sounds of cooking filled the air. It is common knowledge that the essence of the 13-spice blend truly shines in braised meat. Wang Peng, wishing to spare Liu Yu any embarrassment, prepared several meat dishes, including braised pork and preserved mustard greens. After half an hour, an alluring aroma wafted through the buffet, a mlang of savory meat scents, the fragrance of preserved vegetables, and an indescribable yet delightful essence that lingered in the air. Nearby merchants caught wind of the delightful smell. Old Wang, have you changed chefs? One inquired. I'm just a second-tier chef. Why would I change? Is it because I have money to burn? That can't be. This aroma is distinctly superior to your usual fare. Today, I've altered the spices, utilizing my brother's unique secret recipe. Since you're all here, why not indulge? Wang Peng, being a chef, understood that such aromas signified delectable dishes and a steady stream of patrons. You didn't say, but we're all tempted to join in. Don't worry. We'll pay. As neighbors, with just 2 dishes, can I really charge you? Wife, please bring everyone plates. 6 neighbors formed a line, with Liu Yu at the end. Liu Yu, is this truly your exclusive recipe? Uncle Li, would I deceive you? It genuinely is my proprietary blend. Soon, 2 large bowls of dishes were brought out, and the 6 diners eagerly served themselves, finding seats to indulge. Boss, is it just these 2 dishes? I apologize, sir. Only 2 dishes have been prepared. If you don't mind, this meal is on me. Just take a plate. The unfamiliar man, drawn by the enticing aroma, politely remarked, Brother, to be honest, I am in sales and truly famished. Despite only 2 dishes, I will still pay for my meal. 15? This is the place, right? This stranger was not an isolated case. Passers-by on the street, captivated by the fragrance, found themselves lingering outside the establishment, peering in. What are you staring at? Hurry up and cook more. Understood. This scenario was unprecedented, and Wang Peng was brimming with excitement as he turned back to the kitchen, continuing to prepare more dishes. Old Wang, the braised pork and preserved mustard greens are gone. Within minutes, the 6 neighbors, noticing the empty bowls, began calling out to the kitchen. I'm in the midst of cooking. I can barely keep up. Wang Peng replied impatiently. This flavor is simply exquisite. Xiaoyu, do you think your aunt's cooking could improve with your exclusive recipe? Uncle Li, I'm not certain, but it should be possible. All right, what is the price? Sell me some. 10 yuan for each tail. It is not expensive. It amounts to 100 yuan. Please give me a pound. Uncle Li, are you planning to open a restaurant as well? If the flavors are delightful, it would not be out of the question. What do you think? Let us partner up. I will provide the capital and manpower, while you supply the seasonings. However, I must have exclusivity, or rather, you can only supply me in the entire port city. Think it over. You are well aware of my capabilities, Uncle Li. Lu Yu, did you create this? Han Ruashi was equally drawn in by the enticing aroma and, upon seeing Lu Yu surrounded by 5 or 6 neighbors, inquired with a smile. Lawyer Han, your timing is impeccable. This is my Uncle Li. Allow me some time to consider, and once I have made a decision, we can discuss further. Indeed, what you say is true, Uncle. This is a golden opportunity for substantial profits that cannot be overlooked. Old Li, how can you so brazenly encroach upon my business? Wang Peng's wife naturally overheard their conversation. Realizing that if Lu Yu were to provide exclusively to Li Da, there would be no room left for them. Chapter 10. Future developments based on your assertions. This appears to be a form of research. You claim that my wealth and connections are essential for Xiaoyu and me to flourish together. My apologies, everyone. Lu Yu has yet to reach a conclusion. Allow us to deliberate and join me at my office. Han Ruashi declared emphatically, acutely aware of the growing crowd. Realizing this was not the appropriate venue for such discussions, they extricated themselves from the throng and hurried to Han Ruashi's law firm. A modest yet immaculate space of over 50 square meters, staffed by only 2 individuals and a charming little girl. Is this your sister? I am an adult. The woman retorted, hands on her hips. This is my assistant, Miao Xiaoqing. Is it truly necessary to have an assistant for such a small enterprise? Sister, she is incredibly capable. Our office will undoubtedly expand beyond this modest size in the future. At the very least, we will occupy upscale office buildings of over 1,000 square meters, Miao Xiaoqing stated, her gaze filled with unwavering aspiration. Where did you find this little admirer? Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. What are your thoughts? I would like to hear your perspective. Li did not respond directly to Han Ruashi's inquiry, but instead posed a counter-question, for he too was uncertain about his choices. Had it not been for Li Dai's untimely intervention and Wang Peng's proposal for collaboration, he would have welcomed the opportunity with open arms. Setting aside personal connections, I believe choosing Li Da is prudent. After all, he possesses genuine strength, and future development will be seamless. Business connections and financial resources are paramount. Not to mention, half of the establishments on this street belong to him, which Wang Peng cannot rival. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Sir, do you require any legal consultation? Miao Xiaoqing inquired politely as she approached. No, I am seeking him, the man indicated, pointing towards Lu Yu. You wish to speak with me? Is there a matter? Indeed. I recently learned that your secret 13-spice blend infuses dishes with an irresistible aroma, and I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Here is my business card. The man retrieved a card from his pocket and presented it with respect. Sun Seasoning Wholesale, Sales Representative Shi Xiaolei? Precisely. Although I may not possess the strength of these individuals, I have access to channels. Your secret 13-spice blend has boundless potential. It cannot remain confined to a single locality, but should aspire to nationwide, even global, reach. Shi Xiaolei, you assert that you possess such capabilities. However, to my knowledge, your channels are limited to this city, are they not? As a lawyer, one must not only possess sharp intellect and eloquence, but also be adept at discerning character. From Shi Xiaolei's attire, it was evident he was merely a sales representative, hardly a figure of authority. What you say is true, however, I am still young, and my name will undoubtedly resonate in the future seasoning market. Very well, you exhibit determination. So, have you made your decision? I admire your resolve. Yet we must confront reality. In today's society, one cannot advance without financial backing. I am unafraid of hard work. Whatever you can produce, I assure you I can sell. I require no salary, simply provide me a commission for each pound sold. What is your stance, Lawyer Han? If funds are ample, his idea is indeed sound. Han Ruashi had to concede that this developmental direction holds the greatest potential for profitability in the future market. Moreover, The other party is not seeking partnership but merely wishes to join in. The most favorable scenario during the initial entrepreneurial phase is one where both parties possess equal strength, preventing one from being overshadowed. Amidst the vastness of the world, my love. Lu Yu's phone rang, and without needing to glance, he already knew who it was. Who else but that scoundrel Fong Yuan? I'm awake. What are the plans for the afternoon? Come to Ruashi Law Firm. We need to discuss significant matters. When did we become so familiar? Ruashi sounds so intimate. Hurry, time waits for no one. Liu hung up the phone with exasperation and cast a cautious glance at Han Ruashi. She remained unchanged, as composed as ever. Ahem, the angel investor is coming. That girl Xiaoqing, go buy some fruit. This time, Liu did not intend to conceal anything from Fong Yuan, and he was indeed persuaded by Shi Xiaolei. This future trajectory is undoubtedly feasible, as the essence extractor is specifically designed for flavoring agents. Without establishing a condiment factory, it would be a significant waste of resources. Half an hour later, Fong Yuan's flamboyant 918 parked outside, its striking red exterior glaringly conspicuous, while Han Ruashi's white Volkswagen appeared rather lackluster beside it. I'm here. What is the big deal? I wish to establish a condiment factory and seek your investment. What? Is that it? My friend, are you serious? The profit margins in the condiment industry are pitifully low. Without technological innovation and fierce price competition, survival is challenging. You, an architecture design major, pursuing this line of work, what on earth? Upon noticing two ladies present, Fong Yuan quickly retracted his expletives, maintaining his persona as the distinguished Fong. No need for a facade. You're already renowned in the province. Still, the beautiful Han understands me well. Just tell me, are you in or out? I say, brother, with that attitude. How do you expect to attract investment? Fong Yuan nonchalantly sat down, picking up a banana to eat. Put that down. You can leave. No, brother. If you wish to invest, must you not soften your words? Xiaoqing, retrieve the banana. No investment, no banana. It's that simple. Wait, you go. I'll invest. Just tell me the amount. Sensing Lu Yu's rising irritation, Fong Yuan hastily shifted his demeanor. Xiaolei, how much do you propose? For the initial phase. 5 million will suffice. I'll invest 10 million. With one condition, today's discussion should remain confidential. 5 million is enough? Indeed. It will cover the rental of the factory, procurement of equipment, brand registration, company establishment, quality inspection, and other essentials. 5 million is about right. Lawyer Han, are you interested in joining? Sure, provided I only handle the legal aspects and that it does not interfere with my external engagements. No problem. Hey, is it my money we're discussing? All right then, draft a share distribution agreement. You're the expert in this area. The beast takes 50%, I take 30%. And you two will each hold 10%. Haha, I remain the major shareholder, and it seems to be quite satisfactory. No one pays attention to Fong Yuan, except for Miao Xiaoqing, who has indeed snatched the banana away, and the two engage in playful banter. Do you possess evidence of Fong Deshao's murderous intentions? Why does he fear you? Han Ruashi gazes curiously at Lu Yu and softly inquires, their proximity allowing them to catch the faint scent of each other's shampoo. A secret. Lu Yu chuckles, opting not to divulge. In any case, while Fong Yuan may often appear unreliable, he is genuinely sincere towards him. His claim of not investing was merely a jest. If you choose not to share, then I shall draft the agreement. Han Ruashi rises in dissatisfaction and strides to the computer. At that moment, Lida enters from outside, confidently taking a seat on the sofa, and addresses Lu Yu and Han Ruashi. So, have you made a decision? Collaborating with me ensures a win-win for all. I apologize, Uncle Li, but after some contemplation, we have decided against the idea of opening a restaurant. Instead, we aspire to establish our own seasoning factory. Just the two of you? Do you possess the capability for that? I am not jesting. A few inexperienced youngsters. Can little Han manage to pay next month's rent on time? Chapter 11. A shift in mindset. Mr. Li, your timing is impeccable. I will no longer be renting next month. And I assure you that I will vacate the premises by the end of the month. I kindly request a refund of my deposit at that time. Han Ruashi handed the equity agreement to Lu Yu and turned to speak, with no one paying heed to the underlying sarcasm in her words. I see now. It has become clear to me. I wondered why you were so eager to pull Lu Yu away, but it appears you wish to monopolize his talents, particularly the formula he possesses. Truly, lawyers are astute, their minds are agile. I am quite impressed. Li Da's face darkened as he cast a glance at Han Ruashi, who remained unperturbed, her expression as calm as still water. as if the jibe was aimed at another rather than herself. Uncle Lee, we have thoroughly deliberated this matter and are prepared to sign the equity agreement. Teddy, stop causing a ruckus and come over to sign. Liu waved the agreement in his hand, calling out to Fong Yuan, who stood at a distance. Li De, quick as lightning, snatched the equity agreement from Liu Yu, half-threateningly declaring, I was the first to propose this matter. My name must be included in this agreement, or else. Or else what? Brother, who does this old fellow think he is? Fong Yuan observed Li De with amusement, embodying the carefree demeanor of a wealthy scion. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down. You are Fong Xiao? Li De intended to retort angrily, but upon recognizing Fong Yuan, the fierceness in his heart dissipated instantly, his expression changing with remarkable swiftness, akin to a master of Sichuan opera face-changing. Fong Yuan was somewhat of a frequent presence throughout the province, and with his father's esteemed reputation, his visage was familiar to the populace, much like that of the young Wang from the Fong family. If you are so intent on having the equity agreement, I shall grant you that, Lawyer Han. Please print another copy. No, I no longer desire the equity. What, do you still covet my shares? What a ridiculous notion. Young Master Fong. It is all a misunderstanding. I sincerely hope this matter does not reach President Fong's ears. Li De had no choice but to relent, as some of his business dealings relied on Fong Yuan's father. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It is simply that the dragon lacks strength, and this little snake is too feeble. Begone. Fong Yuan dismissed him, uninterested in engaging over such trifles. If he were to quibble over such minor issues, he would have no time to pursue women, and trouble would follow him everywhere. Li De, of course, had no desire to linger in the vicinity. Upon hearing Fong Yuan's words, he turned without hesitation and departed, not leaving a single word in his wake. With the irrelevant parties gone, come, let us hurry and sign. Fong Yuan glanced briefly at the document, picked up a pen, and signed it before handing it to Han Ruoshi. She did not even glance at it, flipping to the last page, and looked up at Fong Yuan, who gestured for silence. Han Ruoshi smiled, signed her name, and passed it to Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei meticulously examined the terms outlined, knowing that differing positions necessitated clarity in such legally binding documents. One must thoroughly review before affixing their signature. Everyone understood, and after a span of over 10 minutes, Shi Xiaolei finally signed, sharing the same expression as Han Ruoshi. Both having glanced at Fong Yuan before doing so, Liu Yu found it curious why these two felt compelled to look at Fong Yuan before signing. It was only when he was about to sign that he realized the 4 original shareholders in the signature section. Originally, Fong Yuan was to be the primary shareholder, but he had now become the second, while he himself had ascended to the position of the primary shareholder, monopolizing half of the company's shares. Teddy, what does this mean? It's just that I don't wish to manage the company, as you know. With the old man, I only hold a nominal position. My intentions lie elsewhere. That is not acceptable. Whether you manage the company or not is another matter. The money you invest necessitates that you be the major shareholder. Brother Yu, consider this a repayment of my favor. If the old man comes, I cannot retain these 30 shares. This was the situation Liu Yu dreaded most, for he wished to avoid any obligation of gratitude, especially in monetary terms, as it would taint their brotherly bond. I understand your thoughts. It's simply that my financial contributions might lessen our camaraderie. However, I believe it is not so. You see, I have never lent you money before. But this is a matter of collaboration. What if my investment of 10 million turns into 20 million or 30 million next year? Fong Xiao, I assure you, by the end of this year, we will at least earn a profit of 10 to 20 million. Is the condiment industry truly that lucrative? Can one recover capital in just half a year? Fong Yuan was taken aback by Shi Xiaolei's words, conservatively estimating, if the market response is robust, the profits could be even greater. Han Ruoshi added, is there new technology? Can costs be reduced? No need to inquire further. Tomorrow we shall seek an appropriate factory. May I join? Spoke Miao Xiaoqing, who had no connection to the discussion. She could only feel anxious as she listened to their collaboration. Han Ruoshi was involved, and she wondered who would guide her in her legal career. If you wish to come, then come. After all, there won't be any salary. If sales go well, I'll compensate you with wages and bonuses. I merely wish to learn from Sister Shi. Money is of no concern. Han, where did you find such a little fan who doesn't want a salary and is purely motivated by passion? Are there any more employees like her? The company is in dire need of personnel. Not a chance. Xiaoqing is someone I brought from my previous company. She may not want a salary, but you must pay her, or I will take you to court. All right, I'll pay everyone. Lu Yu replied helplessly, for he knew that if he refused, Han Ruashi would indeed sue him. Mr. Liu, I know of a condiment factory that is for sale if we take it over. We can directly produce and sell without any preliminary preparations. Most importantly, all the qualifications are ready-made for us to utilize. Take note of this. We shall go and inspect it tomorrow. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The nightlife is about to begin. It was truly unprofessional to have spent the entire afternoon discussing investments. Fong Yuan glanced at the time and muttered to himself. The four listened to Fong Yuan's shameless remarks, feeling an impulse to retaliate. What kind of person speaks like this? If they were born into such a family, they wouldn't need to strive. They would spend their days in leisure. Why are you all looking at me? If wealth cannot corrupt, then what use is it to possess it? Get lost. The truth is, the old man simply does not want me to excel. As long as my character is upright, that is sufficient, Fong Yuan grumbled as he walked away. It has been proven that being born into a good family is indeed of great significance. With the assets of the Yuanda group, as long as Fong Xiao lacks ambition, he will never worry about sustenance for a lifetime. Ha ha, indeed, let us go. Today, I shall treat everyone to celebrate the establishment of the new company. Lu Yu generously proclaimed for the first time. Boxed meals. I cannot possibly partake in that. That simply will not do. It must be a buffet of barbecued meat and hot pot. It is somewhat acceptable, and although it is still a buffet, it at least elevates the experience. Han Ruoxi stifled a laugh behind her hand. So delightful. Lu Yu stood beside her, utterly captivated. Ahem. Should we not be on our way? Miao Shaoqing interjected. Ever since the advent of Interstellar Pink Sixie, Lu Yu's mindset has been subtly shifting. Previously, he harbored a hint of inferiority due to his background. Upon encountering a beauty like Han Ruoxi, he would never dare to meet her gaze directly. Chapter 12. Acquisition of the Seasoning Factory, Part 1. The four individuals thoroughly enjoyed their self-service barbecue, and Lu Yu began to bond with them. He learned that Han Ruoxi hailed from a neighboring city, where her family operated a chain of budget hotels, indicating a certain level of affluence typical of a middle-class household. She also had a half-brother. Shi Xiaolei, a native of Jiancheng, came from a family of workers, which placed them in the realm of a moderately prosperous household. He had moved to Liangang after graduating from university to be with his first love, only to be unceremoniously discarded, and had since spent 2 years working there. Miao Shaoqing had a simpler background. Her family owned a supermarket in Liangang City. As an only child, she wanted for nothing and devoted herself to the legal profession, previously serving as an assistant lawyer to Han Ruoxi at the largest law firm in Liangang. When Han Ruoxi left for certain reasons, she followed suit. Among the four, Lu Yu's family situation was the most challenging. Not only were they financially struggling, but some relatives had outstanding debts, and he had a younger sister in school, needing funds at this critical time. Of the group, Lu Yu harbored the greatest desire for wealth and success, driven by an earnest wish to improve his parents' living conditions. The following morning, the group convened at Han Ruoxi's office. Remarkably, Fong Yuan, who usually rose in the afternoon, was present. What brings you here so early? Someone inquired. Let us not get into it. I was harshly reprimanded last night over this matter, but thankfully, I managed to secure 10 million, he replied. Fong Yuan was indeed wealthy, the sole heir of the province's richest family, yet he found it challenging to produce 1 million at once. Outside, he primarily relied on card transactions, swiping his Centurion Black card, with the assurance that someone would settle the bill later. How could the esteemed Fong be reprimanded for engaging in earnest endeavors? Someone teased. Oh, you have no idea, Han. My father is intolerant of any waste, particularly when it comes to money. If I were to frivolously spend tens of millions on a trip, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. But when it comes to serious business, even 100,000 would require scrutiny. To quote him, venturing into the seasoning industry now is akin to joining the National Army in 49. If it weren't for my mention of collaborating with Lu Yu, I would have endured a night of scolding. Brother, you absolutely must make a profit. I can't wait to throw it back in his face, Fong Yuan mused. Profit is certain, just take a whiff. Indeed, I caught a whiff of that enticing aroma yesterday. Did the buffet change chefs? They laughed. Could it be that our seasoning is responsible for such delightful scents? Someone speculated. What do you think? Fong Yuan responded. If that's the case, I can already envision the profits we'll rake in. Let us hurry. Fong Yuan was not averse to making money. Rather, he lacked confidence in the certainty of profit. However, upon realizing the potential of their seasoning products, even he, despite his extravagant lifestyle, understood that once introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. The five of them set off in two vehicles, following Shi Xiaolei's directions towards the Su's seasoning factory. Despite its illustrious name, it was merely a small-scale operation, with its products limited to a few surrounding counties. Inside the car, Lu Yu listened intently as Shi Xiaolei shared the internal documents he had procured. The Su Condiments Factory, currently owned by Su Onghua, was once a formidable entity in the industry. Insiders recount that over a decade ago, Su's held nearly 40% of the province's market share in condiments. However, aspirations to penetrate the national market were thwarted by the tragic death of Su Onghua's father in an unexpected car accident, leading to a gradual decline in fortunes. It is said that they now struggle to even pay their workers' wages. This factory seems to embody a legend, though in contemporary terms, it appears stubbornly antiquated, still adhering to traditional methods of production. While the soy sauce and vinegar they produce boast excellent flavors, their exorbitant prices deter many ordinary consumers, who, unable to comprehend the quality, simply judge by cost, resulting in dwindling sales. How old is the owner? Han Roashi inquired as she drove. Let me check. He is 45 this year, came the response. 45? An 80s baby? One would expect him to be less obstinate in his thinking, she mused. That is unclear. The records don't specify, was the reply. Hey, can you drive faster? Fang Yuan called out, rolling down his window to address the trio. If you're in a hurry, go ahead, Han Ruashi said, her driving cautious despite her years of experience. The issues with her vehicle made any attempt to race with the 918 futile. Then we'll take our leave, Fang Yuan said, pressing the accelerator. And the 918 transformed into a fleeting red blur, disappearing from sight within seconds. Han Ruashi remained unfazed, continuing to drive at her accustomed pace. Lu Yu and Shi Xiaolei shared her calm demeanor, content as long as they arrived on time. After half an hour, the three finally reached their destination, a place located an hour and a half from the city center. The most intriguing aspect was that beyond the majestic Yuxiu Mountain lay Yuxiu Village, the home Lu Yu had known for 23 years. The 918 was already parked in the yard, yet Fang Yuan and Miao Xiaoqing were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a raucous commotion drew their attention, emanating from the third floor, accompanied by sounds of distress. It seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment. Or perhaps it is precisely the right moment, Han Ruashi countered. Unfazed, the trio ascended the stairs, the clamor growing louder. Lu Yu soon grasped the situation. The workers were demanding their wages. Mr. Su, you cannot do this. Everyone knows about Wenxio's situation. Her husband lies in a coma, reliant on medication for survival. While we can afford to wait for our salaries out of respect for your father, today, without fail, we must settle the life-saving funds. Uncle He. I am aware of all this. I am trying to find a solution. Today, someone will come to discuss the sale of the factory. I understand that you all started this factory alongside my father, and I appreciate your patience over the years despite the factory's poor performance. I am honored to have such loyal employees who stood by my father. Rest assured, once the factory is sold, I will ensure that all owed wages are paid promptly. The records indicated Su Onghua was 45, yet the man before them appeared much older, resembling someone closer to 55, with graying temples and a visage etched with worry. What is happening? What else could it be? It is merely the workers seeking their dues. That lady. Her husband was working on the construction site and suffered an accident this year. He fell from the 5th floor and remains in a coma at home. The medical expenses are quite substantial. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Li finally noticed the woman sitting in the chair, weeping. Sister Jin. Lu Yu's call instantly drew the attention of the debt-collecting employees, who turned to look at him. The woman being addressed also raised her head to meet Lu Yu's gaze, incredulously exclaiming, Xiao Yu? Indeed, it is Sister General. I am Lu Yu from Yuxiu Village. From Yuxiu Village? Lu Laodai's lad? Do you recognize me? Third uncle. How could I not recognize you? When I was young, you once scolded me with a stick. Lu Yu chuckled. That was because you rascals deserved it. You wasted good grain. Indeed, I was just a child back then, lacking understanding. I am grateful that third uncle showed mercy, Lu Yu replied awkwardly. Chapter 13, Acquisition of the Spice Factory, Part 2. I showed no mercy. I exerted all my strength at that time. Are you here today to collect debts? In a few days, Xiao Su will sell the factory, so come back then. Uncle San, I must take my leave. Otherwise, this factory will go unattended. Lu Yu replied cheerfully, surrounded by more than 20 individuals, many of whom were from the same village. Although some had no familial ties, they were all acquainted. You've made quite a name for yourself. The factory may be struggling, but in such a large space, it could still fetch 2 to 3 million. My friends and I are considering a venture in the spice market, so we contacted President Su. So you are the ones who called to inquire about acquiring my factory? Indeed, I am sure, Xiaolei. I was the one who made the call. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Uncle San, could you kindly take the others away? I need to discuss matters with them. Suangwa said, slightly embarrassed. Rest assured, Uncle San, Brother Jin has helped my family greatly. And I will certainly look after Sister Jin's matters. All right, everyone disperse. Over the years, we have all witnessed Xiao Su's integrity. Rest assured, once the factory is sold, salaries will be distributed promptly. Uncle San, I am here. The money will definitely be given to everyone. Although Liu was young and his voice carried little weight in the village, especially among his elders, he might have spoken more assertively among peers. After repeated assurances, Uncle San led the others out of the office, and a serene silence enveloped the room. Even the air felt fresher. The smoke had been overpowering. Suangwa, noticing Han Ruashi pinching her nose as she entered, awkwardly opened the window to let in the fresh air. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Yes, the factory. The buildings and the land all belong to me. If you wish to take over everything, based on our earlier conversation, this young man is also from Yushio village. So he is considered a fellow villager. I can sell it all to you for 3 million. The others remained silent, and Han Ruashi calmly interjected, That's too expensive. Too expensive? My location is backed by Yushio Mountain and is in close proximity to the coast, boasting beautiful scenery. Just a few years ago, developers offered a substantial amount to transform this area into a tourist attraction. What you claim is merely speculative. If genuine development were to occur, you would not sell to us for 3 million. While picturesque views may enhance morale during work, they do not yield tangible benefits, do they? To put it bluntly, this area is merely an urban-rural fringe. The transportation infrastructure is underdeveloped. I believe your lack of progress is partially attributable to this. Women seem to be born negotiators. And her points were remarkably astute. Very well, there is no need for deceit. This is indeed a factor. However, my asking price is already quite modest. After repaying debts, I am left with merely over 1 million. My family has poured their heart and soul into this place for 2 generations. Should it not be worth at least 1 million? Suangwa grew increasingly animated, acutely sensing the whims of fate. In the early 2000s, his father was still alive and the business thrived effortlessly. However, following an unfortunate incident and the government's shift in focus towards developing the western regions, the eastern area was relegated to mere tourism and ecological projects. Factories around began to shut down or falter, leading to a decline in popularity and a deterioration in operations. This reflects your management issues, Mr. Su. Countless enterprises of your scale collapse daily, adhering to the natural order of survival of the fittest, a principle you ought to grasp. That's enough, Lawyer Han, Liu interjected, gently pulling on Han Ruashi's sleeve. While her words were indeed factual, they had already devised a plan on their way here. Ready to acquire as long as the sum did not exceed 4 million. Indeed, Miss Han, you speak the truth. However, I believe that encountering each other is fate. I never judge a person by their wealth, especially since I possess far more. I would like to examine your financial statements. Accountant Zhang, please retrieve the ledgers. There is only one set of accounts, Accountant Zhang awkwardly remarked before departing. Han Ruashi cast a doubtful glance at Accountant Zhang, then at Suangwa. It was true. There was but a single ledger, and due to poor management over the years, it reflected negative assets. Suangwa, feeling embarrassed, admitted, there is nothing to conceal. The total debts must be clear, however. Wages owed to workers amount to 690,000, and there are over 128,000 in bank loans. Mr. Su, shall we still retrieve the ledger? Yes, please do. Soon, Accountant Zhang returned with a stack of account books. Han Ruashi examined the ledgers with professional diligence, undisturbed by anyone. While Liu forced an awkward smile at Suangwa. After an hour, Han Ruashi adjusted her glasses and stated, We'll offer you 1 million. We will take over for a price not exceeding 2 million in total debt, bringing the overall acquisition price to 3 million. All right, no problem. Suangwa responded without hesitation, realizing that even with 1 million left, he would incur no loss. A sense of mutual satisfaction filled the air. Liu discreetly wiped his brow. He couldn't help but worry. The people downstairs had not yet left, and if the villagers learned of how they were being squeezed, the narrative could twist into something entirely different. He would undoubtedly face his father's ire upon returning home. However, I have a condition, The details of this acquisition must remain confidential for at least 3 months. Agreed. I accept. Su Ongwa, unaware of the lady's true intentions, found no harm in acquiescing. This is the transfer contract. Please review it. If everything is in order, sign, and we can transfer the funds immediately. Can we have it in cash or a cash check? Where am I to procure cash? Fong Yuan interjected, feeling troubled. A cash check is acceptable. The funds can be transferred to me initially, Su Ongwa replied, finding no further issues. After a thorough review of the transfer contract, he signed without hesitation and affixed the company's seal. The other 3 followed suit, and at that moment, the Su Seasoning Factory officially changed ownership to the Liu family. Mr. Su, the signatures are complete. Shall you show us the factory? Have you not seen this before? Su Ongwa gazed at the 5 individuals in astonishment. Your office is so lively. You were too engrossed in the spectacle. Firstly, the information on Shi Xiaolei was exceedingly comprehensive. Everyone had taken the matter lightly. Upon entering, they immediately recognized that it aligned closely with the descriptions provided in the documents. Very well, allow me to guide you. Su Ongwa, having secured the cash check from Han Ruashi, commenced the tour with the 5 companions. Their first destination was the basement of the building, where 2 underground storerooms housed vinegar and soy sauce. The aroma of the soy sauce and vinegar was indeed delightful. Indeed, this is our Su family's proprietary recipe. If it weren't for the fierce competition nowadays, Su's would not be in decline simply based on this flavor. Before them stood several large jars, each towering at half a person's height. Liu inquired with a smile, why are these stored underground? Isn't soy sauce supposed to be sun-dried for 180 days? That pertains to production. Traditional soy sauce requires a fermentation period of about 6 months, roughly 180 days. However, with modern chemical extraction methods, it can be completed in just 10 hours, which is why our traditional craftsmanship struggles to find a market. A notification chimed. Congratulations, boss. You have an interstellar order awaiting acceptance. The voice of Pinduoduo echoed, resonating solely within his mind. Chapter 14. Interstellar Orders before Liu Yu. A series of interstellar order procurement images appeared, pristine and segmented, evoking a sense of familiarity that he could not immediately place. Beneath the images, the procurement quantity was indicated as 10, with each piece being the size of a thumbprint and priced at 1-star coin. Should Liu Yu accept and fulfill this order, he would earn a total of 10-star coins. A countdown timer indicated that he had 24 hours to accept and complete the transaction for it to be deemed successful. Failure to fulfill the order after acceptance would result in a tenfold compensation to the other party, amounting to a hefty 100-star coins. Seeing that no one responded, Su Ongwa continued to elaborate for the audience. These are traditional soy sauces, uniquely preserved through the Su family's meticulous sealing methods, ensuring they remain unspoiled for years and even possess certain medicinal properties. Do you know why there is such a prevalence of hypertension today? It is partly due to the chemical additives present in our everyday foods. I speak from experience, having worked in this industry for 3 years. I can assert that 80% of the seasoning products I encountered were laden with technology. Consequently, those enhanced products enjoy the largest procurement volumes from distributors, as they are easier to sell and yield higher profits. Indeed, the cost of this vat exceeds 2,000. In the market, a technologically enhanced 1.8L soy sauce retails for around 13 or 14 yuan. If we priced our soy sauce at that rate, it would result in significant losses. We would need to sell it at 15 yuan just to break even. Currently, the zero additive options are priced around 17 yuan, but those markets are already saturated, and our small factory cannot compete. Whatever happened to your earlier enthusiasm? Why do you seem so disheartened now? Liu inquired, noticing Shi Xiaolei's dispirited demeanor. Mr. Liu, I have unwavering confidence in your 13-spice blend, but I lack faith in this soy sauce. I possess my own secret recipe. We shall see it through. Su, are you interested in joining us in this venture? I noticed your confidence while discussing these techniques. How about becoming the manager at our new factory? Indeed. I grew up amidst soy sauce and vinegar barrels, fondly recalling the white film of vinegar moths atop the vinegar. Crafting highbow vinegar was a delight, and the taste was simply invigorating. Ah, the vinegar moths. That's why it all feels so familiar. Coming from a rural background, he too had savored that sweet and sour delight in his childhood. What are vinegar moths? The white film atop the vinegar is what we refer to as vinegar moths. Nowadays, most commercial vinegars contain preservatives. Simply put, vinegar moths are beneficial bacteria. By adding a bit of cold black tea, honey, and glucose into a jar containing vinegar moths, one can brew a sweet and sour homemade highbow health vinegar in about 10 days. an all-natural beverage cherished by rural children. Mr. Liu, have you ever enjoyed this? Growing up in a financially constrained household, I could not afford premium beverages, so this was all I had. Not only was my childhood marked by poverty, but I find myself in a similar situation now. This concoction surpasses those commercial drinks significantly, offering benefits such as weight loss, skincare, antibacterial properties, cognitive enhancement, appetite stimulation, and vascular softening. Motivated by their discussion, even Han Ruashi became intrigued and eagerly followed them to the storage room where the vinegar was kept. Su Ongwa did not hesitate and immediately opened a jar of vinegar, its sourness alluring yet not overpowering, intoxicating those who inhaled its fragrance. Haha. Today's acquisition has been truly delightful. Director Su, please procure an empty jar for me. I wish to have some as well. The other four, intrigued by Lu Yu's words, began to solicit their own portions. Ha, not a problem. If you are interested, I shall prepare some for you. You will be able to savor it in just over 10 days. I must say, in the current environment, cultivating such bacteria has become quite challenging. That sounds splendid. I shall trouble you, Director Su. You may call me Factory Director Su. Today is the happiest day I have experienced in years. It is a rare occasion indeed. Come, let us move upstairs. I will have someone prepare some dishes. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. As for the drinking, let us first resolve the wage issues of the workers upstairs. Fong Yuan, please accompany the finance team to the bank and withdraw some cash. Today we must settle everyone's wages. Brother Jin is still awaiting treatment. Brother Jin, whose full name is Li Jin, had been the one to inform his father 3 years ago that the village chief's son had embezzled the compensation funds. Indeed, this matter is crucial. I appreciate your assistance, young brother. Naturally, Fong Yuan heeded Lu Yu's words, driving with accountant Zhang to the bank. With the Centurion card in hand, they were able to withdraw 700,000 in cash, as the bank required every last penny to be accounted for. The eldest son of the Lu family has truly achieved great success. That sports car must cost several million, remarked Uncle San, watching the 918 speed away. Uncle, I just checked. Can you guess the price of that car? How much? 15 million, with only 918 units produced worldwide. Even with money, one may not be able to acquire it. Uncle San, my friends and I have come to an agreement regarding the wages owed by Factory Director Su. My friend is handling the cash withdrawal and will return shortly to distribute it. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Xiaoyu, expressed Che Wenxiu gratefully. Sister Jin, could you come here for a moment? I have some inquiries. Liu called Che Wenxiu aside. Sister Jin, how did Brother Jin fall into a coma when he was perfectly fine last year? There was an incident at the construction site. This time, it was your brother Jin who fell from the 3rd floor. It is fortunate he survived. Did Chen Feiyu not compensate? Compensate? Your family has been wronged by him, and ours has too. They only covered 1 month of medical expenses, and now we lack funds, so we have brought him back to care for him. As she spoke, tears welled up in Che Wenxiu's eyes. Damn it, that scoundrel Chen Feiyu. Xiaoyu, do not pursue him any further. Ever since Chun Xiuxiu married the deputy chief of the town police station, the Chen family has become a tyrant in Yuxiu village. We cannot afford to provoke them. Rest assured, Sister Jin, I am well aware of the situation. If the funds fall short, do not hesitate to approach me. For now, it suffices. Your assurance brings me great joy. Should I require more, I will seek your assistance. Yes, you must inform me. Returning to the crowd, more than 20 individuals were joyfully engaged in conversation. Lu Yu smiled and said, most of us are from the same hometown. Some may recognize me. Lu Jiangwo, the eldest of the Lu family from Yuxiu village, is my father. The majority present here are my elders, so there is no need for formalities. If you hold me in regard and wish to work here, I extend a warm welcome with both hands. Young Yu, what you say is true. As long as salaries are paid on time, everyone will surely work diligently, someone interjected. How could it be otherwise? Young Yu has been raised under my watch. His character is undoubtedly commendable. Even if there are delays in salary at the start, we should all strive to do our best. Uncle San and everyone else. I assure you that starting from the beginning of next month, salaries will be disbursed punctually. If the factory performs well by the year's end, there will even be bonuses. What bonuses? As long as the salaries are in order, we will all work our hardest, right, everyone? Absolutely. Without a doubt. An hour later, Fong Yuan returned, accompanied by Accountant Zhang, each carrying a large bag. Accountant Zhang, could you please distribute the overdue salaries to everyone? Not a bother, not a bother. Accountant Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. Chapter 15. The entry of 10-star coins, the task of disbursing salaries, was accomplished within an hour, after which a 3-day holiday was granted to the staff. Before departing, Lu Yu made a decision that contradicted the values of his ancestors. He decided to package the vinegar and soy sauce from the storeroom and market them alongside the secret blend of 13 spices. This decision was not born out of benevolence, nor was it a lack of confidence in the unique spice blend. Rather, it was prompted by the excessive space occupied by the vinegar and soy sauce. Of course, the brand name of the products was changed to Yujo Condiments Company, Limited. Notably, Yujo here is not the name of the city, but a homophonic reference to the universe. As the company was yet to be registered, the next 3 days were dedicated to this endeavor. The registration process was straightforward and could be completed within a day or two. Among the 4 involved, aside from him and Feng Yuan, Hanrawashi and Shi Xiaolei were the busiest. The former was occupied with business registration procedures, while the latter dealt with packaging and related tasks. Su Honghua was reorganizing the factory, and Lu Yu took some brewing materials for soy sauce and vinegar, intending to utilize an essence extractor upon his return. "Brother, hop in my car. I need to discuss something with you," Feng Yuan jovially declared. Lu Yu complied, cradling a jar filled with vinegar moths and carrying the brewing materials for soy sauce as he entered Feng Yuan's vehicle. "I must say, you truly intend to cultivate these yourself. I find Director Su quite professional. Wouldn't it be easier to enjoy the ready-made products? Nothing compares to the satisfaction of consuming something you've nurtured yourself." Lu Yu refrained from mentioning that the vinegar moths were intended for extraterrestrial buyers. "On another note, my father wishes for you to join us for dinner this week. There is no need to dwell on the past. You are my brother, and aiding you is only right. I understand this, but you are aware of my parents' disposition. If you decline, the repercussions could be quite severe." "Very well." To an outsider, the dialogue between the two might conjure scandalous thoughts, especially considering the awkwardness of 2 men discussing such matters, reminiscent of a woman's parents yearning to meet the suitor while the man hesitates. "Had it not been for your intervention back then, I might have been resting beneath a mound of grass by now. Thus, why not temper your ways and find a suitable girlfriend?" 3 years prior, during their first year of university, an evening gathering in the dormitory nearly cost Feng Yuan his life. The root of the conflict lay in Feng Yuan's financial allure, which had led another man's girlfriend astray. Consumed by resentment, the man sought retribution, yet the blade meant for Feng Yuan found its mark on Lu Yu's abdomen instead, resulting in a month-long hospital stay. "I was merely assisting him. That green tea girl was a blessing to be rid of. I spent a little money to reveal the truth, and instead of gratitude, he attempted to stab me. It's exhausting. Could you not have approached it with a modicum of restraint? What sort of virtuous maiden could withstand your lavish expenditures? Should we not maintain some principles? Honestly, I recognize my past mistakes. I now only engage with those of reputable standing." "Are you referring to those online influencers? The ones with technological faces? Is it appropriate to label them as pure? Regardless, you should exercise caution. I'd hate for you to end up with troubles of your own." Lu Yu found himself thoroughly bested by Feng Yuan. "That is not an option. We will ensure all safety measures are in place, and there will be no issues." Feng Yuan possesses a character that Lu Yu greatly admires. He never coerces others, opting instead for a straightforward approach, wielding his wealth with an almost brutish simplicity. Unlike other affluent individuals who gather crowds, he simply changes his female companions frequently. Upon returning home, Lu Yu promptly transacted the vinegar moths, scanning them with his smartphone camera, causing them to vanish from the jar. A notification chimed. "Item sold successfully, earned 10-star coins and 10 points." Lu Yu attempted to communicate with the buyer, curious about the extraterrestrial's interests, but the buyer ignored him entirely. The completion of this order felt almost surreal, and upon glancing at his account, he noted, "Star coins, 10 points, 110, still a cosmic popper." Next, he retrieved the chew material, which appeared dark red and somewhat viscous. Uncertain if the essence extractor could process it, he proceeded with a spirit of experimentation, pouring it into the machine. Upon pressing the button, the device emitted a gentle hum, and the side outlet continuously dispensed product. Remarkably, the extracted chew material emerged as a white powder, bearing no resemblance to its original form. After 10 minutes, the machine ceased its operations, and Lu Yu held the snow-white essence of the chew material, contrasting sharply with the dark, viscous residue in the waste bag. Had he perhaps reversed the process? Was the underground material the true essence? In that moment, his confidence wavered. The chew material consisted of a colony of microorganisms, yet the white powder appeared entirely incongruent. The chew material was a unique concoction of the Su family, having already produced a delectable soy sauce. If it truly transformed into this, he wondered what Su Ongwa would think. Ultimately, Liu had to concede that the white powder was indeed the essence of the chew material. Holding half a bag of the white essence, he fell into contemplation. Alas, I possess strength with no outlet. Why overthink this? Tomorrow's trial will reveal the truth. He carefully set the bag aside and lay down, drifting into slumber. The next day, Liu found himself on a minibus headed to the Su seasoning factory. As Feng Yuan needed to return, and Han Ruashi had to handle paperwork. Without a vehicle, there was no other option but to burden him. The journey lasted an hour and a half, during which Liu Yu closed his eyes, resting. At that moment, he pondered whether he should purchase a car, especially since Feng Yuan's angel investment had already been received. As a major shareholder, acquiring a vehicle seemed justifiable. However, he quickly recalled that he did not even possess a driver's license. What use would a car be? Upon arriving at Wangjia village, he heard the call for disembarkation. Is anyone getting off? Yes, Liu Yu replied groggily, shouldering his backpack as he exited. The Su seasoning factory was situated just outside Wangjia village, adjacent to the national highway, and a short walk of several hundred meters would lead him there. Liu Yu held a profound respect for the Su father-son duo. Despite not having paid salaries for nearly a year, they still retained 24 employees. Such integrity suggested they were of commendable character. From Han Ruashi, he also learned that Su Ongwa's loan of over 1.2 million was primarily borrowed to pay the workers, as the bank refused to disburse funds, and the exorbitant interest rates were suffocating them. He was resolute in his decision to sell the factory. President Su, what brings you here? Let me know so I can come to fetch you. Are you coming with that cart? All right, we are all on the same side. No need for pleasantries. I have developed a new fermentation agent based on the materials you provided. Let us see if we can produce an exceptional soy sauce. Does General Manager Liu understand this? It seems rather chaotic. Liu handed over a plastic bag containing the essence of the fermentation agent. White? Is this an additive? No, to be precise. It is a microbial culture, though I am uncertain why it appeared white. We shall conduct some tests. The proper ratio must be determined through experimentation. This is straightforward. There are still sufficient raw materials left for trials. Su Ongwa carried the bag into the production workshop. Upon entering, it was evident that the workshop was quite old. The floor paint had worn away, revealing the concrete beneath, yet it was impeccably clean. The two men navigated through large fermentation tanks and arrived at a partitioned area. The instruments within caught Liu Yu's eye. General Manager Liu, to be candid, I purchased these instruments when I initially considered restructuring, hoping to turn losses into profits. Alas, I was rather naive at that time. It was apparent that the equipment was quite new. Rest assured, Director Su, with our collective effort, we will surely improve. As for brewing, I am not well versed. You are in charge. Very well. Su Ongwa did not dwell on it further. He gathered some soybeans and wheat and began the process of creation. Chapter 16. The exquisite soy sauce. The proportions were measured with extraordinary precision. As it is widely understood that soy sauce is crafted from soybeans and wheat, which undergoes steaming, followed by the fermentation process with salt water and mold. This endeavor demands time. And Su Ongwa approached it with remarkable professionalism, preparing 10 small jars with varying amounts of the essential white powder to create a comparative analysis. In 10 days to half a month, he would ascertain which jar yielded the most exquisite flavor and the most suitable proportions. No sooner had Su Ongwa's words faded than an unusual aroma permeated the room. A delightful blend of the fragrance of soybeans and the scent of wheat wafting from the 10 jars before him. How could this be? Based on the intensity of the fragrance, one would surmise that at least 3 months had passed, yet scarcely an hour had elapsed. Perhaps a glimpse inside would provide clarity. However, he hesitated, pondering whether the microbial culture within the mixture possessed remarkable vitality. After articulating his thoughts, Su Ongwa retrieved a microscope from a cabinet. He dissolved the white powder in low salt water, placing several drops of the solution on a glass slide for microscopic observation. Mere seconds later, Su Ongwa, with a look of astonishment, stepped back slowly from the microscope, murmuring in disbelief, "How extraordinary! What is it?" Though I could not comprehend the nature of these microbial colonies, I recognized that their activity level was 1,000-fold, if not 10,000-fold, greater than before. With this discovery, traditional brewing methods would be upended. It would no longer take a painstaking 180 days. Rather, a mere day, at most, would suffice to produce finished soy sauce. The decline of the Su family seasoning factory could largely be attributed to time constraints. They had eschewed chemical additives, relying instead on traditional ingredients of soybeans and wheat. Not defatted soybeans and wheat brand. Their lack of marketing acumen compounded the challenges they faced, an unfortunate amalgamation of factors that made their closure almost inevitable. Even the most naive could discern that reducing production time would inevitably lead to profit, whereas prolonged durations naturally inflated production costs. This flavor was truly captivating. I could scarcely fathom how delectable the finished soy sauce would be by tomorrow. Mr. Liu, we are on the brink of prosperity. As for whether we would indeed prosper, that remained uncertain, but I was aware that without inspection, sales would be prohibited. Indeed, I shall commence preparations tomorrow. Let us engage Lawyer Han. She possesses far greater expertise in these matters than we do. Mr. Liu, can we develop a brewing culture for vinegar? Let us take some for now. I shall examine it when I return. Liu Yu stood by the highway awaiting a minibus, clutching the vinegar brewing culture, while Su Onghua, preoccupied with thoughts of the forthcoming exquisite soy sauce, did not see him off but instead retreated to his small room, intent on awaiting the birth of this remarkable creation. The following day, Han Ruashi and Liu Yu arrived to find Su Onghua, sporting dark circles under his eyes, eagerly gazing at the tin jars. It must be ready. I can smell the delightful aroma from afar. This fragrance is unlike anything I've encountered before. Is it truly the product of our labor? Han Ruashi inquired, somewhat incredulously. Indeed, it is genuine. Mr. Liu, Lawyer Han, you have arrived just in time. Come, let us taste and discern which jar holds the most exquisite flavor. Before the three individuals lay 10 wine glasses, as Su Onghua expertly ladled from 10 small jars, he meticulously observed the colors. The reddish-brown liquid emitted a faint glow, and upon a gentle sniff, a rich aroma of soy and esters wafted through the air. The trio took a tentative sip, their mouths filled with exquisite and robust flavors. Yet this sensation quickly dissipated, transforming into a warm embrace throughout their bodies. Director Su, this won't do. Bring over 20 more glasses, and we shall taste together, each casting a vote for the finest. Han Ruashi remarked casually. I concur. He replied. Wait a moment. I shall prepare it at once. Half an hour later, Su Onghua returned with 20 glass cups. The three sampled 10 each. The colors and flavors were similar. Selecting the best from the mediocre might be straightforward. Yet discerning the finest among the good proved challenging. Let us each write down our preferred number and then deliberate. Agreed. Su Onghua and Han Ruashi responded in unison. I choose jar number 3. Jar number 3. They laughed. It seems to be unanimous. Lawyer Han, prepare for inspection. By the way, how are the formalities progressing? The business license will be ready by tomorrow. However, the trademark and other procedures are rather cumbersome and will take a few more days. Did Fang Yuan not give you a heads up? Precisely because he did, it has taken only a few days. Otherwise, it might have stretched to 6 months. The inspection would be even more troublesome. My plan is to prepare for both scenarios, liaising with an official agency while simultaneously seeking a recognized private institution. Very well. I trust your expertise. I'll head out this afternoon. Why do I feel increasingly fatigued? Those capable bear more responsibilities. Individuals destined for greatness never complain about their circumstances but rather create them. You're right, but your words sound oddly familiar. Reminiscent of what some company owners and HR personnel often say. I am the owner, not HR. Let anyone do as they please. Director Su, I must trouble you again. I will bring the vinegar's fermentation materials tomorrow. The next morning, seated in Han Ruashi's car, they brought the essence of vinegar extracted through a distillation process the previous night. Naturally, the specific experimental procedures would still be entrusted to Su Onghua. That was swift. I assure you, it will be completed within 2 days. Perhaps you should rest. You appear quite weary. It's nothing. I have endured worse when salaries were not forthcoming. I've weathered it all before. It's merely a matter of a few days. Lawyer Han, you witnessed everything on site. You must attest that I am not exploiting my employees, Liu Yu explained with a grin. Director Su, your health is paramount. There's no need to overexert yourself. We possess the technology. It will not escape us. Han Ruashi expressed concern over Liu Yu's relentless work hours. It's fine. I'm merely excited. Rest assured, I am aware of my own limits. I can handle it. Their attempts to persuade him bore no fruit. And Liu allowed things to proceed as they were, sitting in the car, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Han. These matters are trivial. Once I complete the necessary procedures, I shall be preoccupied for a while. Oh, are you taking on side jobs? To hear such words from you is quite disheartening. My intentions are solely for the benefit of the company. I am preparing to sue those banks. Oh, What has transpired? I have observed that the majority of the loans borrowed by Director Su from the bank carry exorbitant interest rates, which are not in compliance with regulations. For enterprises like his, the state supports interest subsidies and low-interest loans. It is evident that the bank staff, seeing Director Su's urgent need for funds, set an unreasonably high annual interest rate, taking advantage of him. What are the odds of winning a lawsuit against the bank? Remove the word what. And I can repay them the principal. If we keep this matter under wraps, they will remain blissfully unaware. Very well, do take care of your safety. Do not let the pursuit of trifling amounts lead to being blacklisted by the banks. It is simply not worth it. I am well aware of the situation, rest assured. They would not dare, or rather, they would find it unnecessary. It may pose some challenges for us in securing loans in the future. However, that is inconsequential. They will eventually come seeking us for loans. Moreover, with Fong Yuan in the picture, financial matters do not require the involvement of banks. The assets of the Fong family even surpass those of certain smaller banks, so there is no need for concern. The funds of the Fong family can be mobilized. And yet you claim there is no evidence against Fong Yuan regarding murder? Chapter 17. Yuzhou Condiments. Indeed, there is nothing to speak of. I shall elaborate on this matter when time permits. Is there not time now? Well, it's quite trivial, really. I once saved Fong Yuan's life, and his parents have been eager to express their gratitude. This occasion presents them with a perfect opportunity. However, I do not perceive it as gratitude. Rather, the Fong family now owes you a favor. What is this talk of favors? I truly do not mind. Although Fong Yuan is rather singular in his interests, his views, apart from his romantic inclinations, are quite acceptable. We are all brothers, striving together to earn a modest income. Though this industry does not yield exorbitant profits per unit, the sheer number of participants ensures profitability. Companies like Heidi and Wanhua boast market capitalizations in the trillions, and our products are significantly ahead. Given time, the national market will undoubtedly belong to us. However, these leading enterprises may not permit our discrete development. This is Lu Yu's foremost concern, being encircled by these large corporations. He is eager to seek allies, the first of whom that comes to mind is Fong Yuan's father, Fong Hongda. Han Ruoshi remained silent. For this is indeed the harsh reality of the capital market. Fong Hongda possesses substantial connections. His father was a veteran of the Long March. Though he may not belong to the esteemed families of the capital, in Ninghai province, Fong Hongda's words carry weight. The Fong family originated from the pharmaceutical industry and has a plethora of other enterprises. Their real estate ventures are confined within the province, never seeking external expansion. Though the real estate sector has faced difficulties in recent years, putting some pressure on the Fong family's finances, the overall situation remains manageable. 5 days later, Su's condiment factory subtly rebranded itself as Yuzhou Condiment Company, Limited. The original shareholders and the factory employees gathered for a meal, marking the occasion as a reopening. Mr. Lu, the packaging and labels have been prepared. The first batch has already been delivered, and in 3 days, we will commence large-scale deliveries. I also took the liberty of exploring the channels you mentioned, pairing our products with soy sauce and vinegar for sales. Although the initial orders are modest, they have been placed. Orders are what matter. Director Su, let us begin the bottling process. Please coordinate with Shi Xiaolei. Additionally, I require a sealed room to relocate certain equipment for my research purposes. Those machines are merely a facade. The essence extractor, condiment version, is of utmost importance. Lu Yu must ensure confidentiality. It is critical to have the right instruments and condiments at our disposal. There are plenty of rooms available. How about the one at the far east on the 3rd floor? That will suffice. Please procure 1 ton of each item according to the list provided. Lu Yu handed Suong with a material list for the 13 spice blend. The latter was profoundly moved. Such a secretive task entrusted to him was a testament to the trust placed in him, a feeling most gratifying. Suong was solemnly accepted the list. As the vastness of the horizon beckoned, Lu Yu's phone rang. Brother, quickly send me another 10 pounds of the secret 13 spice blend, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Wang Ge, have you already exhausted the last pound so quickly? Alas, there is no need to lament. Thanks to your exquisite 13 spice blend, the self-service buffet has become a sensation, attracting patrons even from neighboring cities. Recently, I have worn out several ladles in just a few days. Let us pause the conversation for now. The customers are beginning to urge me. Lu Yu could distinctly hear the impatient voices of customers on the other end of the line. Although Wang Pang's complaints seemed apparent, it was evident to anyone that he was, in fact, quite pleased. Who wouldn't be delighted by profit? With a smile, he mused. Thus, business is flourishing. Xiaolei, I will prepare 10 kilograms first. You shall deliver it to Wang Pang's buffet. Also, ensure that the advertisement boards are placed prominently. As the foot traffic at Wang's establishment is substantial, seize this opportunity. I will procure the necessary raw materials now. Su Ongwa promptly hopped into his small truck and elegantly drove out of the factory. Liu Yu thought to himself that such trivial procurement tasks truly did not warrant his attention. Unload the machinery. With the 10 million yuan investment from Fang Yuan, Liu Yu had scarcely spent half, having only utilized a little over 200,000 to purchase 2 freight trucks, 2 vans, and a Volkswagen for Su Ongwa. He had intended to assign a vehicle to Shi Xiaolei as well, but the latter had declined, stating that the initial funds were still needed. He could manage with a van, as it was capable of both carrying cargo and conducting business. Thus, the motley crew specializing in seasoning was gradually taking shape. 2 hours later, Su Ongwa returned, trailing a 7-meter-long cargo truck loaded with 13 varieties of raw materials, each weighing a ton, 13 tons in total. The 4-meter truck he had driven could not accommodate all of it. Mr. Liu, we have finally gathered everything. Thank you for your efforts. But such trivial matters truly do not require your oversight as the factory manager. Allow your subordinates to handle them. How can that be? We must exercise caution with confidentiality. My father once. Never mind, I shall have someone unload the truck. Let us store 100 pounds of each in the room. Liu Yu intended to produce an initial batch, with the 13 varieties summing to 1,300 pounds. The essence could yield approximately 1,000 pounds. With each box containing 50 grams, enough to fill 10,000 boxes. 100 boxes fit perfectly into a carton, thus 100 cartons would suffice for Shi Xiaolei's sales. In just 1 hour, Liu Yu successfully refined the 1,300 pounds of raw material. For restaurants like Wang Pang's, there were packaging options available for 1-pound quantities. The workers swiftly packaged the product and loaded it onto the truck as Shi Xiaolei prepared to board. Wait a moment, I will accompany you back. This afternoon, I need to visit the provincial capital with Fang Yuan. Liu Yu opened the passenger door with a smile. All right. The two engaged in discussions about the future development of the factory, oblivious to a significant matter at hand. Had Han Ruoshi been present, she would have undoubtedly prevented them from making the delivery. However, today, she was absent, embroiled in a heated debate with the bank representatives. Brother, I have been waiting for you for ages. If we do not leave soon, I shall go hungry this evening. Yes, everything has been arranged. Fang Yuan, eager to validate the products of his investment, refrained from having his family prepare a meal. Instead, he opted to cook once they arrived, featuring the 13-spice blend, vinegar, and soy sauce, all of which were new offerings. The combination of these 3 would undoubtedly render the dishes incredibly fragrant and delectable. After a 4-hour journey, we arrived at Fang Yuan's villa around 4 in the afternoon. At that moment, Fang Hongda was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in a book while sipping tea. Duan Yun and the housekeeper were in the kitchen, busily picking and washing vegetables. Old man, Liu Yu has arrived. Fang's father put down his book and rose, saying, Xiaoyu is here. Please take a seat. Even Duan Yun, who was occupied in the kitchen, wiped her hands and stepped out, courteously remarking, We were just waiting for you. This rascal has been boasting about how your factory's condiments are unparalleled in the world. Where are they? Liu Yu, feeling a bit bashful, produced 2 bottles of soy sauce, 2 bottles of vinegar, and a 1-pound package of 13 spices from behind him. It is a unique gesture to bring such items when visiting someone's home and meeting elders, and only Fang Yuan could think of such a thing. Moreover, with the Fang family being the wealthiest in the province, they seemed to lack nothing, especially not gifts. Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, I genuinely had no idea what to bring. Fang's father, sensing Liu Yu's embarrassment, spoke up, Xiaoyu, don't be too formal. Your presence is what matters. What you brought is inconsequential. It can be considered a local specialty. If the dishes prepared later are not to your liking, consider it my loss. Chapter 18. The Fang family gathering. Fang Yuan harbored an unwavering confidence in the condiments produced by the factory. He found himself yearning for them after just one taste. And what once seemed trivial to him, self-service dining, quickly became a daily indulgence during his time in Liangong, where he willingly queued up, relishing each bite without fatigue. Let them continue with the dishes. Come, uncle, let us play a game of chess, he suggested. Old man, can you even win against him? Last time Liu came, you were utterly defeated. Haven't you had enough humiliation? Fang Hongda scolded with a scowl. It had been nearly a year since he last played, and he still vividly remembered the merciless thrashing he received from Liu Yu. He was acutely aware that he improved each year, yet Liu Yu seemed an unfathomable abyss. Impossible to gauge. Soon, the chess match commenced. Liu commanded the black pieces while Fang Hongda took the red. Fang Hongda initiated with a bold cannon move, prompting Liu Yu to adopt a defensive stance, methodically fortifying his position. Unfazed, Fang Hongda pressed his attack, and Liu Yu responded swiftly, sending a knight directly at his opponent's territory. The chessboard became a silent battleground, the black and red pieces intertwining in a vivid display. As time unfolded, Fang Hongda's moves flowed like a river, each action deliberate and balanced between offense and defense. Liu Yu, on the other hand, countered with a fluid strategy. Alternating between attack and defense, his demeanor calm and collected. Excellent move, Liu Yu suddenly exclaimed, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes, acknowledging Fang Hongda's year of diligent practice. Fang Hongda had ingeniously maneuvered a knight behind the cannon, cornering Liu Yu's rook. Yet, Liu Yu remained unfazed, offering a subtle smile as he executed a clever repositioning of his rooks to defuse the crisis, simultaneously cornering Fang Hongda's knight. Fang Hongda furrowed his brow, secretly admiring Liu Yu's skill. Realizing that defeat was inevitable if he continued in this manner, he took a deep breath, contemplated for a moment, and finally discovered a potential opening. He gently nudged a red elephant forward, skillfully neutralizing Liu Yu's offensive and paving the way for his next strike. The dynamics on the chessboard shifted rapidly, with each player refusing to concede ground. Ultimately, Liu launched a combined assault with his rook and knight, forcing Fang Hongda into a corner, rendering the red king helpless. You concede, uncle, Liu remarked with a smile. I told you, you're just seeking punishment. You should practice more. Fang Hongda retorted, exasperated. Go away. He snapped at his son. Your father is justified. If you don't heed my words, I shall give you a good thrashing. Come, let us have another game. What is that delightful aroma? Fang Hongda shot a disgruntled glance at his son, suddenly captivated by a tantalizing scent wafting from the kitchen. How long does it take to prepare a dish? 3 minutes, or 5? At that moment, Fang Hongda ceased to care about losing. He was completely entranced by the fragrance. The dishes prepared by the housekeeper and his wife were known to him all too well. Yet this aroma was distinctly extraordinary, far beyond the usual fare, perhaps even rivaling that of a state banquet chef. I was right, wasn't I? Once it's ready, everyone will be utterly speechless, and one question will elicit no response. Fang Yuan chuckled to himself. Is this flavor the result of the condiments you produced? Certainly. How would you assess your son's investment acumen? Not particularly impressive. Investing 10 million in such a groundbreaking product is rather insufficient. Shall you? Let us consider this. Do you aspire to expand and strengthen our enterprise? We could inject an additional 90 million, maintaining our current share distribution, and promptly elevate production to seize market dominance. Uncle Fang, that poses a challenge. To put it plainly, of the 10 million, I have only expended a little over 2 million. Even accounting for assisting the former factory director with bank loans, I have barely utilized 4 million. 100 million would remain unspent. You truly do not know how to allocate funds. Allow me to connect you with a few media outlets and advertising firms to launch a promotional campaign. Were it not for my company's capital not yet being recouped, I could assure you that even 100 million would be considered modest for advertising. It is no longer the age where a fine wine fears a narrow alley. You must comprehend the importance of publicity and momentum. Uncle Fang is correct. Times are changing, and we must adapt. A slight lag can result in diminished market share. Furthermore, the formulation must remain confidential. It is imperative not to divulge it. This recipe is akin to a golden goose, and many will undoubtedly covet it. Indeed, confidentiality is paramount. That old Su experienced a similar fate. His factory's recipe was stolen, and he tragically met with a fatal accident. Old Su? You refer to Su Fuyo of the Su's Condiments Factory? Precisely. We were once members of the Provincial Chamber of Commerce and maintained a good rapport. It is truly unfortunate. During his prime, Old Su was incredibly spirited. Now, there are hardly any products from the Su's Condiments Factory on the market. Ah, you may not be aware, but the enterprise we acquired is none other than the Su's Condiments Factory. His son, Su Ongwa, is currently the factory director at our establishment. You must exercise caution. I have heard that the Heidi Condiments Company in the neighboring province was established by those who betrayed Old Su. Uncle Fang, may I request a favor? You wish to inquire about past events? Nothing escapes your notice. Indeed, I am curious. I can sense that Director Su harbors concerns. I wish to clarify this matter. If there are indeed foul play at hand, I would not hesitate to offer my assistance. In my view, defeating them in the marketplace is far more advantageous. And I have confidence in you. What about me? You? Spare me. If you could simply reduce your visits to nightclubs and bars, your mother and I would be quite satisfied. Who do you look down upon? Let us not forget that this is my investment. I am still the second largest shareholder in the company. All right. The dishes are nearly ready. Let us dine. Indeed, I can already smell the aroma. I am quite famished. Let Xiaozhang serve the dishes. 8 dishes and a soup, quite standard. For individuals, it is ample, primarily featuring homestyle cuisine. Liu is no stranger to this place, though this occasion bears a certain uniqueness. This time, Fong Hongda expresses gratitude for saving his son's life all those years ago, mingled with a curiosity about the unique formulations of these condiments in their development process. At the dining table, the Fong family continued to indulge in their meal, nearly forgetting about Lu Yu, until the plates were nearly empty. Fong Hongda smiled and said, "Xiaozhang, please serve me another bowl of rice. I have polished off the dishes." Burping, he added, "Xiaoyu, regarding the matter you mentioned, I will inquire further. The police have already classified it as an accident, which speaks volumes about how discreetly the Fong family handled things back then. It may not be easily uncovered. Uncle Fong, I feel that this issue remains unresolved, and it poses a potential threat. Indeed, the gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Your concerns are valid. I will do my utmost to investigate. However, your spices entering the market will naturally attract attention. I have considered this as well. So I kindly ask Uncle Fong to assist in mediating the situation. My influence may not hold much weight. The other party is also a wealthy tycoon and may not regard my request with importance. Therefore, my suggestion is to catch them off guard while they are still unaware. I will shoulder the pressure from above. You all can proceed without restraint. Are you implying that we should launch a substantial advertising campaign to seize market share? Precisely. Subsequently, we will win over consumers with our product. By the time they react, it will be too late, and when they are in a state of panic, I will be there to shield you. Chapter 19. Capturing the market. On the surface, Fong Hongda, also a billionaire, appeared unfazed by his opponent. However, in secret, as long as actions were swift, the adversary would hardly have a chance to react. I say, are you foolish? You have an extra 90 million without losing any shares. Why wouldn't you agree? If you're worried about spending it, I can help you. The McLaren 720S is about to launch, and I'm contemplating how to make the old man splurge, Fong Yuan whispered to Lu Yu. You may be getting older, but your hearing is still intact, Fong Hongda retorted, gazing incredulously at his son. Then splurge a bit for me. I want to buy a 720S. I'll buy you nothing. Get lost. If I catch you at a nightclub again, your card will be suspended. Double standards. Didn't you say you would provide for my indulgences, ensuring I had a life of leisure and luxury? Now you won't let me have fun. Have you gone bankrupt or something? Fong Yuan had prepared himself, taking several steps back as Fong Hongda hurled a cushion at him. Get out. This year, you will stay at the seasoning factory. As long as you do that, I will still recognize you as my son. Otherwise, I will cut off your allowance. I'm not joking. Today, Xiaoyu is here. It's a joyous occasion. Why discuss such matters? You, my son, frequent bars and nightclubs daily. Aren't you tired? This time, listen to your father and join the promotional efforts. Boys will always have a grudge against their fathers, and Duan Yun, as the mother, could only act as a mediator. I think it's a good idea, given Fong Yuan's character. He is perfectly suited for promotional work. Really? Fong Yuan understood that his father was genuinely upset. From now on, the company's external promotions will rely on you. Lu Yu smiled, expressing a truth that resonated. With Fong Yuan's social circle and reputation, he was indeed the ideal candidate for publicity and public relations. Coupled with his identity as a wealthy heir, he would carry weight when negotiating with certain media outlets, unlike him and Shi Xiaolei, who found the mainstream media quite intricate. Akin to the political arena, requiring someone like Fong Yuan to engage effectively, do well, and as long as we turn a profit by the end of this year. Even if your share of the bonus is $1 million, I will supplement it to buy what you desire. Listen to that. This is how the wealthy speak. Agreeing to a car worth over 10 million as if it were a mere toy. Previously, Fong Hongda thought as long as his son held reasonable values and did not harm society, being a bit playful and indulging in some mischief, he would not object. After all, with the Fong family's current assets that could not be squandered in several lifetimes, he feared the son might be ambitious yet lacking in capability, ultimately leaving him to clean up the mess. But now, the situation had changed. With the seasoning product developed by Lu Yu, even those unfamiliar with investment could foresee a bright future, promising substantial profits. A product capable of revolutionizing the entire food and beverage industry was bound to create significant waves. That settles it. I will remain in Liaoning for this year, Fong Hongda chuckled. Based on his insight, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the year-end dividends would certainly exceed 100 million. First, take Xiaoyu back. Then return to accompany me in meeting some media friends. From now on, these matters will be yours to handle. No need, Uncle Fong. I will return by high-speed train tomorrow, I replied. Brother, you are somewhat of an executive now. Why not obtain a driver's license? Indeed, it is not merely a matter of finances, but one of prestige. Owning a luxury vehicle would undoubtedly facilitate business negotiations and professional exchanges in the future. There are several cars in the garage at home. Why not choose one? They are just sitting idle, and once you acquire your license, you can drive it directly. Liu can drive. During the busy harvest season, he would operate the neighbor's tractor to transport rice home, though he lacks formal documentation. Yes, once I get my license, he agreed. Liu did not refuse, fearing that the other party might say, once you have your license, and then directly buy him a new car. Such things are within the realm of possibility for the Fong family. Initially, when he helped Fong Yuan, no one knew who Fong Yuan was, let alone the expectation of repayment. It was only later, when Fong Yuan brought him to the Fong household, that Liu Yu discovered he was the only son of the province's wealthiest tycoon. Ha ha ha. If you don't agree, I might just gift you a new one. Fong Yuan jested. No need for you to return tomorrow. Instead, meet some media friends with me. I will have the driver take you back, leaving the car with you while he returns by train. Stop eating. Take Xiaoyu to the garage to pick a car. Liu Yu reluctantly followed behind Fong Yuan. Previously, he had not considered repayment due to a perceived disparity in status, which he felt keenly, even to the point of feeling inferior. Now, with a flavoring factory in his possession, he no longer felt so awkward. He could repay this favor by the end of the year when dividends were distributed. As they departed, Duan Yin smiled and remarked, "Can you feel the change? This boy's mindset has shifted. He has become more self-assured. He used to reject our kindness, but now he can accept it with grace." Changed? I see no difference. On the chessboard, he has left me in tatters, showing me no mercy. You are simply too inexperienced. Who can be blamed for that? Indeed, I must practice diligently for a while longer. I wager this lad will undoubtedly choose the cheapest car. Heaven forbid he selects that grocery getter. Xiao Zhang, hurry to the garage and drive your car away. He really might. Upon hearing Fong Hongda's words, Xiao Zhang immediately sprinted after them. Of all these cars, aside from my father's, you may choose any. Fong Yuan indicated towards a luxury SUV. This one is a custom bulletproof model, typically driven by Fong Hongda, so it certainly won't be given to Liu Yu. The latter would not choose it either, as he recognized the brand. A mere scratch could cost him his life. The remaining vehicles were those Fong Yuan had acquired over the years: McLaren P1, GTR, Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron, and the Volkswagen. Honestly, your garage is larger than my courtyard. Just the Volkswagen will suffice. I apologize, but that one is mine. I need it for grocery shopping, Xiao Zhang interjected as he caught up with them. The CC won't do, nor will any of these sports cars. It's not about being stingy. The ground clearance is too low. Once you own a car, you'll need to return home often. Just think of that dilapidated road in your village. The CC would scrape its undercarriage. The others are all sports cars. They might be fine for city driving, but on rural roads, you'd find yourself repairing it twice a week. What family can afford such wear and tear? Choose the G63. It's not expensive, has good clearance, and is a man's choice. Fong Yuan's advice was indeed sound. With a car, it was essential to return home for residence, especially as the factory was merely a mountain's distance away. Having a vehicle for commuting would certainly be convenient, especially since he currently possessed the Normandy-class jump ship, which rendered any automobile merely a means of transportation in his eyes. Very well. However, let it be clear that the car is mine. By the end of the year, I shall instruct the finance department to compensate you. Should you refuse, I will forego it and procure a vehicle of my own. Fine, I concede. Fong Yuan replied helplessly. That night, Liu Yu settled into the villa, and the following day, Fong Hongda arranged for a driver to convey Liu Yu back to Liaoming City in a G63, taking Fong Yuan along to meet some media acquaintances to promote their seasoning products and swiftly capture the market. Liu Yu did not request the driver to take him to the factory. Instead, he directed him to the high-speed railway station, where he began to familiarize himself with the vehicle. After 4 hours of acclimatization, Liu Yu had mastered the control buttons of the G63. After all, operating a tractor and a G63 were worlds apart. Some functions still required a degree of familiarity. He meandered to the factory entrance, where he observed several enforcement vehicles parked within the premises. Chapter 20, Violent Resistance Against the Law. Han Ruashi stood alone in defiance against a group of law enforcement officers. With Shi Xiaolei and Su Onghua, accompanied by workers wielding tools, warily confronting the opposition. What is going on? Lu, the manager, exclaimed. You returned just in time. The Market Supervision Administration claims we are operating without a license and intends to shut down our factory. Didn't we obtain our business license? Haven't they seen it? Shi Xiaolei responded loudly. Comrade, your operation is deemed unlicensed, irrespective of possessing a business license. We are compelled to close your factory, as determined by our department regarding your operational timeline. Is there a distinction? Moreover, our factory has not yet officially commenced production. How can we be accused of operating? Isn't Wang Peng's buffet sourcing your soy sauce, vinegar, and 13 spices? Director Yin, this oversight was unintentional. As I mentioned, we have merely sold a minuscule quantity of products. A warning should suffice for a first offense. There should be no immediate closure of our factory. Your enforcement is excessively stringent. Food safety is paramount. Every year during the 315 campaign, you are well aware of the unscrupulous manufacturers who, for profit, resort to risky practices. We are considering the health of the populace. With Wang Peng's buffet gaining popularity, it affects a vast number of citizens. The directive from above mandates severe penalties, and we are merely adhering to that guidance. We ask for your cooperation. Please hold on a moment. I would like to inquire under what circumstances one is classified as engaged in sales. The simplest definition is the exchange of goods for payment, accompanied by a purchase receipt, with the items actively in use. Our investigation has confirmed that Wang has acknowledged procuring soy sauce, vinegar, and 13 spices from your establishment. Your factory name and address are clearly labeled on the products. The facts are evident, and the evidence is irrefutable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled and said, Oh, Xiaolei, did Brother Wang pay you when he received the delivery? He did not. You mentioned that our factory had just opened and that we wanted your friend's buffet to trial the products and provide feedback. With years of experience in business, Shi Xiaolei understood Lu Yu's insinuation and played along. We did not collect payment. The exchange between individuals can be considered permissible, right? Does this not qualify as operating sales? Not at all. We are merely conducting market trials and research. Han Ruashi interjected from the side. Then why is your factory name and address affixed to the products? To my knowledge, this factory was formerly known as Su's Condiment Factory. You have merely repackaged it for sale. Director Yin remained silent, while a skeptical staff member continued to question. Comrade, didn't you just say we are conducting research? We can't simply give products away indefinitely. By branding our packaging, we aim for people to recognize our factory. Is there an issue with that? Director. He is attempting to mislead us. They must be secretly selling their products. This staff member, if you continue to slander our factory, we reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Before Li returned, Han Ruashi had been prepared to accept the fine, but Lu Yu's words unveiled a loophole. I am merely stating the truth. You are indeed engaging in clandestine sales. If that is the case, please present your evidence. Without evidence, can you really shut down our factory? At that moment, Director Yin seemed to have made a resolute decision as he spoke with authority. Such a display of bureaucratic power. Pray tell, esteemed official, what grounds do you have to close our factory in the absence of evidence? Lu Yu observed him with a hint of amusement. Because I am a law enforcement officer, and I suspect that your condiments contain prohibited additives. Bring forth the order to seal the premises inside and out. Should anyone obstruct us, treat them as violent lawbreakers. Let us see who dares. Su Onghua shouted, wielding a shovel. If anyone desires the factory's success, it is Su Onghua, who yearns to fulfill his father's dying wish. He would not allow these individuals to sabotage their hard-won opportunity. This is a report from an authoritative agency we commissioned, possessing legal validity. It clearly states that our products contain no prohibited additives, nor any harmful substances. The beneficial microorganisms can even enhance human immunity, Han Ruashi proclaimed, brandishing a stack of documents. Director, didn't you mention that the other party's test results have yet to arrive? A nearby staff member whispered. I can't concern myself with that now. We will seal it first. I refuse to believe these ruffians will dare to resist the law. Have we recorded everything? Han Ruashi quietly asked Shi Xiaolei. Quite clearly. Don't worry, those surveillance cameras are quite capable. Lu Yu, accompanied by his team, found himself in a shoving match with the opposing party. He could not simply stand by while the third uncle wielded a ladle. Initially, it was merely a scuffle until someone struck the third uncle, prompting the middle-aged workers to retaliate with their makeshift weapons. Damn it, how dare you hit my uncle? I'll make sure you leave here on a stretcher. This outburst escalated the confrontation from a mere push to a full-blown brawl. These workers, accustomed to labor, possessed strength far beyond that of the privileged officials. Within moments, several of the 8 intruders lay moaning in agony on the ground. Call the police, quick, Director Yin ordered, covering his face. Shall you, when the police arrive, just say I instigated the fight. Third uncle, this is unacceptable. You are also doing this for the factory's sake. It's fine, I'm older. My legal resistance is higher. Even if I go in, the police won't be able to do much to me. Ha ha ha, third uncle, you're aware of legal resistance? Liu found this statement of the third uncle quite amusing. My grandson says that the younger you are, the better your immunity, and the older you are, the stronger your legal resistance. Indeed, that is correct. However, I will handle this matter. Rest assured, we have connections. Liu Yu comforted the crowd with a smile. On the other side, Director Yin scoffed inwardly upon hearing Liu Yu's words, thinking, even with connections, can you operate in this territory without heeding the city's industrial and commercial bureau? Surely, a county official should understand this principle. Liu Yu, the evidence is already prepared. When the police arrive, they will take you away for questioning. Should I inform Fang Yuan about this? Let us discuss it after I'm taken away. It is evident that the visitor today has been instructed by someone. The big fish has yet to be caught, and Fang Yuan's appearance must not startle it, otherwise it may refuse the bait, leading to complications. The other party is resolutely violating regulations, and he has discerned this. Today, it is imperative to shut down their factory. Furthermore, the altercation was instigated by the other side, intending to escalate the situation. Liu Yu remains indifferent, for he is in the right. After all, it is Wang Peng's failure to transfer the funds to him. He understands that Wang Peng is busy and has not pressed for payment. Yet he has uncovered the one flaw. I concur, a branch office in a town should not be so audacious. Han Ruashi nodded. Half an hour later, police sirens wailed as 3 patrol cars approached. Among them was a vehicle designated for transporting suspects. A slightly older officer stepped out and called out loudly. Who is the owner of this establishment? Deputy Director Wang, is this the one who is violently resisting the law? This individual is indeed the proprietor here. Chapter 21. Captured again, yet composed indeed, Deputy Director Wang. It is precisely these troublesome individuals who should be apprehended swiftly. Deputy Director. Am I not aware that I hold the position of Deputy Director? Is your reminder truly necessary? Wang Lianbin arrogantly retorted, showing no regard for Director Yan's authority. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? In terms of rank, our director surpasses you by half a level. Enough, Chen Hao, interjected the director, who, being in his position, was well aware of the prevailing rumors. In the world of officials, nepotism is commonplace, and Wang Lianbin was no exception. Boasting of his son's impending promotion to a leadership role within the city, his arrogance had escalated recently, often looking down upon others with disdain. With a sudden slap, Chen Hao, who had just spoken, was left dazed by Wang Liangbin's blow. Liu Yu observed the unfolding scene with curiosity, wondering, why are they at odds amongst themselves? This does not align with the expected narrative. Wang, let us focus on the matter at hand. He insisted. Remember, in Wangjia town, my word is law. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao cast a glance of grievance toward his superior, who merely shook his head in resignation. Bring him in, Wang Liangbin commanded, pointing at Liu Yu with an air of superiority, as if he were a feudal lord, accustomed to such dealings. Although third uncle attempted to intervene, Li Yu restrained him, recognizing that he was no longer the naive youth easily led to slaughter. After all, the Fang family would surely find a way to rescue him. And he was in the right. Liu Yu obediently entered the police vehicle, even surprising Wang Liangbin, who mused, how compliant. Is he truly submitting to the law? Perhaps he is relying on something. Or maybe this youth has yet to experience the harshness of reality, believing that justice prevails through the law. Wang Liangbin silently nodded, convinced of the latter hypothesis, and solemnly remarked, Director Yin, have your men follow closely. We shall proceed to the station for questioning. Understood, we will follow behind, came the response. The town police station was relatively small, situated in a poverty-stricken county, and the personnel roster was limited. Apart from the household registration department and the station chief, all available officers were dispatched. Unbeknownst to Liu Yu, the number of police officers present was a manifestation of Deputy Director Wang's malicious amusement. Since his son had become engaged to the daughter of the director of the Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, and with his recent string of joyous events, he had taken to bringing along a large entourage whenever he handled cases. He relished the feeling of being surrounded. Believing that every department head in Wangjia town should heed his influence, even the town mayor would greet him with a smile. The preliminary procedures remained unchanged, collecting basic information such as name, age, and address before progressing to the substantive issues at hand. Now, please recount the events as they transpired. Liu narrated the incident truthfully, while the officers diligently recorded his account without imposing any difficulties upon him. After completing the documentation, they presented it to Liu Yu for his signature. Meanwhile, in another room where conditions were far more favorable, Wang Liangbin entered and casually inquired, "Why is it that your Market Supervision Administration resorts to such coercive tactics? Wang, you are perhaps unaware that this matter involves higher authorities. A certain noble has taken an interest in this enterprise, and we are merely acting under orders." "Oh, from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce?" Wang Liangbin, unreserved in his speech, remarked that there were no outsiders present. "As long as you are aware, I have already contacted the director. Individuals have been apprehended. Shall we fabricate a charge? Nonsense. What do you take me for? You seek benefits while expecting me to act as if the police station is your personal domain? Once the task is completed, a sum of 500,000 will be deposited into your account." Yen Su smiled subtly, fully cognizant of the other party's character. This deputy director had been in his position for many years, accumulating wealth through corruption, and his eagerness to respond indicated he sensed potential gain. "Is there any backing?" "Indeed. The scion of the Yuanda group, Fong Yuan, has invested, but from my investigations, Fong only provides financial support without involvement in management. The Emperor's reach does not extend to Liaoning City. Hence, if you can procure the exclusive formula from them, you may name your price, and the higher authorities will comply. It is somewhat challenging, yet not insurmountable. Grant me a day, and I will persuade this fellow to disclose it. Is the formula truly that precious?" A pang of unease struck Yen Su, realizing that he had perhaps overcommit, as Wang Liangbin's intentions seemed to have shifted. "It pertains to a seasoning formula. As you are aware, in the entire city, indeed the entire province, there is no commendable seasoning brand. Given the current stringent food safety regulations, the higher authorities intend to support a singular enterprise. Thus, the director's son has become interested. You, being a long-standing resident of the town, are well aware of the past glory of the Su seasoning factory." Yen Su, however, would not divulge the truth to Wang Liangbin, whose insatiable greed could lead to exorbitant demands. "Indeed, very well. I shall assist you, but may I propose any price? Director Chi's stance is clear, within 200,000. And you see our station is involved as well. You have not succeeded, so I propose this. From the 200,000, I shall take 150,000. While the remaining 50,000 shall be considered as the efforts of our brother unit, we cannot allow you to toil in vain." Initially, Chi Wei had intended to allocate 200,000 to acquire this enterprise, and having just received the director's directive that some could be utilized to cultivate relationships, which included compensation for their efforts. This seems inappropriate. We have invested both manpower and effort and endured hardships. Is 50,000 not too little? What is inappropriate? It is merely 200,000. The Wang family can certainly afford it. Should you disagree, do not blame me for snatching the opportunity. Wang Liangbin spoke half-threateningly, fully confident in his control over the situation. Yen Su, upon hearing this, was filled with regret. He anticipated Wang Liangbin's greed, but had not expected such avarice, demanding a significant portion and even resorting to threats. Reflecting on the matter, it was clear that Wang would soon be in alliance with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Both being directors, there was no fear to be had between them. If the opportunity were indeed seized, it would spell trouble. I must report this and see what Director Chi has to say, promptly, as there are only 24 hours. Wang Liangbin smiled joyfully, intending to assert his authority while hoping to earn a little extra money. However, he was met with unexpected outcomes. Observing Liu Yu, who entered for the second time, he appeared remarkably composed, meticulously scrutinizing the arrangement of the room, occasionally offering critiques, particularly noting the striking red characters on the opposite wall that read "Confess for leniency, resist for severity." The font, in a song typeface, was somewhat unsightly. It would have been perfect had it been a size smaller. With a creak, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more, and Wang Liangbin entered alongside a police officer. The facts were evident. You are complicit in inciting employees and resisting the law. I will report this to the precinct accurately. Young man, you shall not escape today. Wang Liangbin wore a broad smile, exuding an air of superiority, attempting to intimidate Liu Yu. What shall I do? Liu Yu thought to himself, a smile creeping into his heart. I am only in my 20s. If I go to prison, my life will be ruined. Externally, he feigned compliance with Wang Liangbin's insinuations. Chapter 22. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. You appear quite youthful. Have you recently graduated from university? My son is not much younger than you. What a pity. Director Wang, you must assist me. As a resident of Wangjia town, I intended to return home to develop local enterprises. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have stayed away. As Lu Yu spoke of returning home, he strained to conjure a tear, evoking sympathy from the officers nearby. Director, this individual seems quite pitiable. Perhaps you could intercede on his behalf. He has not caused any significant harm. We could settle this privately with some monetary compensation. Indeed, any amount will suffice. Please, Director Wang, do me this favor. We are now familiar with one another, and I hail from Yuxiu village in Wangjia town. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally express my gratitude to you and this esteemed gentleman. This is easily arranged. You are from Yuxiu village. What a coincidence. I am also connected to Yuxiu village as its son-in-law. I am practically one of you. Consider it done. I shall assist you with this matter. Shaoli, come with me. Let us discuss this with the other party. Director Wang Liangbin exchanged knowing glances with his companion, smilingly affirming the arrangement. The two swiftly exited the interrogation room, while Lu Yu quietly mused, life is but a play, and we are all merely actors. Alas, with my skills, I ought to be on stage. Coupled with my appearance, I could easily outshine the youthful heartthrobs. After Wang Liangbin and the officer departed, they did not seek out Director Yin, who had already left. Their exit was merely a ruse to enhance the authenticity of their performance. Half an hour later, Wang Liangbin returned with Shaoli. Lu Yu feigned anxiety upon seeing them. Gentlemen, has the other party agreed to a settlement? They have consented. Yet they find your employees' actions excessively severe. They demand 100,000 yuan, and furthermore. Here, I will provide the funds. Just allow me to leave. Patience. Let me finish speaking. Director Wang, please. I shall comply with any request. They also require your secret recipe for the 13 spices. Otherwise, no amount of money will resolve this issue. This. Lu Yu hesitated momentarily. Agreeing too quickly might arouse suspicion. He deliberately paused. Demonstrating his craft, the art of performance lies in the details. Young man, this is how society operates. Knowledge and wealth do not guarantee success. One must wield power. Power is the foundation upon which one stands in this world, enabling one to rise above the rest. Heed my advice. Relinquish the recipe. You cannot safeguard it. Indeed, it is true that one must preserve their resources for future sustenance. However, I acquired this recipe through a high-interest loan of 500,000. I have left no escape route, hoping this recipe would elevate me beyond my circumstances. Alas, I am also being pursued for repayment, and my home is far from peaceful. I might as well remain here. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Wang Liangbin furrowed his brow, convinced by Lu Yu's performance that he had indeed borrowed money for the recipe. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Liangbin smiled and said, I was unaware of your predicament. Allow me to inquire with the other party once more. We must not press the common folk too hard. Indeed, as long as you provide me with 500,000 to repay the usury, I shall immediately disclose the secret formula. Shaoli, you stay here. I will speak with the other party. Very well, Director. Wang Liangbin swiftly exited, while Lu Yu engaged in a sporadic dialogue, primarily lamenting his hardships, his arduous childhood, the illness within his family, and his fervent desire to amass wealth amidst the daunting challenges he faced. Moments later, Wang Liangbin re-entered, a smile gracing his face. The other party has consented, however. Their stipulation is that you must never use this formula for production or sale in the future. Of course, provide me with the account number, and I shall instruct them to transfer the funds. Shaoli, fetch me some paper and a pen so we can write down the formula. Lu Yu handed his card to Wang Liangbin, accepting the paper and pen from Shaoli, and began inscribing the 13 ingredients, ensuring to include their proportions for authenticity. This is your final opportunity. Do not scribble down anything haphazardly, as it would leave me in a precarious position. If I lose face, it affects us all. Rest assured. Director, I have contemplated this thoroughly. Once I settle the debt, I shall heed your earlier advice. In this society, power is paramount. After I emerge from this predicament, I shall pursue a civil service examination. Excellent, that's the spirit. In Wangjia town, should you encounter difficulties, seek my assistance. Wang Liangbin, in high spirits, thumped his chest in promise. Shaoli, procure the aforementioned ingredients, mixing them discreetly. Have the merchants grind them into powder. Confidentiality is crucial. You can count on me, Director? I shall attend to it immediately. Xiaoli chuckled as he exited the room. Wang Lianbin continued to converse with Lu Yu, discussing mundane matters. It was during this exchange that Lu Yu discovered Wang Lianbin was, in fact, the brother-in-law of Qin Feiyu. Director, Qin Feiyu and our classmates in elementary school. Xiao has watched us grow up. According to this connection, I ought to address you as brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. No need for formality. In times of trouble, my word carries weight in this town. Rarely do I find my authority challenged. While my influence may falter in other places, here, even the mayor must accord me respect. How truly grateful I am, brother-in-law. Lu Yu feigned overwhelming gratitude, feeling as though he had found a formidable ally. Yet, he was acutely aware of Wang Lianbin's unfamiliarity with the intricacies of his village. Anyone even slightly acquainted would know the rivalry he shared with Qin Feiyu. The reason for his subpar college entrance examination result was that he had missed a subject that day due to a brawl with Qin Feiyu. Coincidentally, this altercation occurred the day after his mother had clashed with the village chief's wife, which was also the final day of the examination. At that time, Qin Feiyu was merely a small contractor, involved in a project with an underworld figure. Although he did not gain the upper hand that day, neither did his adversary. Not at all, Director. I have procured everything. This 13-spice blend is truly aromatic, Xiaoli exclaimed with a grin. Wang Lianbin took the bag and inhaled its fragrance, and smiled as he remarked, indeed, it is aromatic. This $500,000 is well worth it. Brother, please wait a moment while we sign a reconciliation agreement, and the other party will transfer the funds to you. This matter shall be considered resolved. Lu Yu was unperturbed by the potential for deception, for even a single spice was already fragrant, let alone the 13 varieties combined. Nowadays, many market offerings of 13 spices skimp on costs, often failing to utilize the complete selection or resorting to inferior products, with some even incorporating synthetic fragrances. As the workday drew to a close, he said, brother-in-law, officerly, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. You must honor me with your presence. There's no need for a meal. Serving the people is our duty, perhaps another day. Brother-in-law will treat you. Naturally, Wang Lianbin had no intention of accepting. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have joined, but tonight he was poised to earn a substantial profit. Having arranged to dine with Director Qi and his son, Chief, Lu Yu has arrived. Oh, very well, let them proceed with the formalities. The parties have reached an agreement. Brother, please bear with us a moment longer. All right, I appreciate your assistance, brother-in-law. Under Lu Yu's repeated calls of brother-in-law, and with the prospect of $1 million in earnings that evening, Wang Lianbin found himself somewhat disoriented. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he promptly advanced the funds, carefully securing the recipe. At that moment, Han Ruashi had completed the necessary paperwork and cast a concerned glance towards Lu Yu, giving him a slight nod. Chapter 23. The next steps unfold. Is this your younger sister? She is truly beautiful. Wang Lianbin gazed at Han Ruashi unabashedly, almost wishing to press his face against hers. This is the legal counsel from the factory, lawyer Han Ruashi. Let me introduce you. This is the chief of the Wangjiatin police station. In the future, we shall undoubtedly rely on each other's assistance. Even if you hadn't come today, I would have been released, thanks entirely to the chief's mediation. Hello. Wang Lianbin extended his hand courteously, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Han Ruashi felt a stir of curiosity but merely shook his hand briefly before retracting her own. We should leave quickly. The workers are anxiously awaiting your return. Well then, we shall take our leave. Let us go. Let us go. The two walked side by side. And Han Ruashi whispered, how did you come to know him? How did that old lecher become your brother-in-law? It's all thanks to my acting skills. Just watch. Soon, I'll need to politely remind him to drive slowly and to be cautious. Brother, drive carefully. If you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Understood. Han Ruashi pressed the accelerator and sped away from the police station, puzzled. What is going on? Look into my eyes. While waiting at a traffic light, Han Ruashi obediently focused on Lu Yu's eyes. Aside from your dark circles, there's nothing else. Did you not notice the drama unfolding in my gaze? I'm being serious. The reality is, I not only managed to emerge safely through my acting but also earned 500,000. Lu Yu waved his phone. Hurry and explain. All right, hear us the story. Lu Yu recounted the events of his time inside, embellishing his performance with vivid detail. Did you coordinate this with Fang Yuan? Not at all. I was quite worried inside, fearing Fang Yuan might intervene and jeopardize my theatrical career. Are you truly certain? Of course. Why do you ask? Fang Yuan mentioned that we would discuss this tomorrow, assuring me that the other party would apologize. He instructed me to come back for your bail just before I finished work. I find it hard to believe you didn't plan this in advance. Goodness. I need to make a call quickly to ensure my plans aren't disrupted. In the car, Liu Yu succinctly briefed Fang Yuan on their forthcoming strategy, and soon they reached a consensus, bursting into laughter over the phone. Even Han Ruashi couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing that she had never noticed his mischievous side before. You simply do not know me well enough. Those who truly understand me know I am a model youth, excelling in studies, thoughtfulness, work ethics, discipline, and conduct. Show me the settlement agreement you signed. Now, are you wishing to engage in a tragic romance with me? At that moment, Han Ruashi realized that attempting to read the settlement document while driving could lead to peril. Read it to me, and do not mispronounce a single word. Very well. Liu produced the settlement document and began to read aloud. Fortunately, there is nothing of concern, and nothing regarding the 500,000 is mentioned above. However, are you not afraid that they might seek trouble with the factory if you provide them with a false formula? I give them the genuine one. Do you think they won't cause me any trouble? Rest assured, with Uncle Fang's connections, he can certainly manage even a director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Uncle Fang plans to inject an additional 90 million for product promotion. We must expedite production upon our return. It is you who must hurry. I am solely responsible for the legal matters. After all, this is our company. You wouldn't deny me my year-end bonus, would you? If you refuse, I shall take you to court. If you sue, I will simply become a defaulter and refuse to pay. Once the vehicle arrived at the factory, Liu Yu swiftly opened the door and exited, evading Han Ruashi's playful punch. He needed to prepare for the next steps. The moment Wang Liangbin mentioned his relationship with Chen Xiuxiu, this plan took root in his mind. He sought out Che Wenxiu and recounted the forthcoming strategy. Sister-in-law, did you remember what I said? Will this truly yield the money? Not only will it procure funds, but they shall also be compelled to apologize. They might even face an investigation. In essence, the larger the commotion, the better. Rest assured, I will handle it. Shortly, I will call my parents and invite them to join us. We shall go together tomorrow morning. All right, sister-in-law believes in you. After wrapping everything up, Liu Yu requested Shi Xiaolei to accompany him into the city to purchase some gifts. With his newfound fortune, it was only fitting to honor his parents and dote upon his sister. Upon arriving at the mall, he bought whatever was expensive, as if money were printed solely for him. 51,000 lingered in his account, a sum that felt unjust to withhold from those who contributed. Mr. Liu, are you not going to request an invoice for all these items? Why would I need an invoice for my own money? Are you going to reimburse me? Liu retorted gruffly, prompting laughter from the attendant beside him. Only when the entire trunk and back seat were filled did Liu Yu, satisfied, instruct Shi Xiaolei to take him home. Driving around the outskirts of the city was inconsequential. No one would check for a driver's license. However, the city was a different matter altogether. Should he encounter a minor scrape, lacking a license could turn a non-fault incident into a liability, and a quick-witted individual might even attempt to extort him. Mr. Liu, what did you think of the attendant? She was throwing flirtatious glances my way. Xiaolei, are you aware of the 3 great illusions in life? What 3 illusions? Do you not know this? Don't you ever browse the internet? I can retaliate. And she is bound to like me in the next round. Isn't that so? What does her constant flirting signify? Even a casual date would suffice. Ah, do you truly believe she is interested in you? Consider this. She is attracted to the money in your pocket. Once you possess wealth, she may entertain the idea of a date. Liu Yu chuckled, choosing not to delve into Shi Xiaolei's private life, especially in this regard. Fang Yuan spent countless nights in bars and clubs, yet Liu Yu had never commented on it. Personal preferences are not for outsiders to judge. Some revel in smoking, others in drinking, and some in courting. These choices belong to the individual. Primarily, the physique is commendable and the face is passable, certainly superior to those encountered in bathing establishments, akin to those in premium venues, particularly with regard to the uniforms. Enough, enough. Once Fang Yuan arrives, you should engage him in conversation. Liu hastily interrupted, fearing that if he did not intervene, saliva might soon dribble onto the steering wheel. The caliber of Fang Xiao's entertainment is beyond my means. Is it true that Fang Xiao will indeed visit the factory? Yes, he will come tomorrow. Shortly he will arrive at the factory. Ensure that the premises are tidied up, as a distinguished guest will be touring the facility. How distinguished? It is said to be the vice mayor in charge of economic affairs. I must return home in the morning, so follow Fang Yuan's instructions. After the factory inspection in the morning, he will take the vice mayor to Yushio village for a visit at noon, accompanied by reporters from provincial media. Various mainstream media will be present, so ensure that hospitality is impeccable. We must not falter. Lu, with the vice mayor's arrival. It would be inappropriate for the big boss not to make an appearance, don't you think? No worries. The vice mayor is coming out of respect for the Fong family. My matters in the morning are of greater importance. In any case, adhere to Fong Yuan's directives. He has already coordinated with Fong Yuan, timing it perfectly for the vice mayor and reporters to witness a splendid performance at noon. Chapter 24. Homecoming. As for whether the other party was willing to watch, that was not his concern. In any case, his affairs were destined to be exposed, compelling the government to address the matter. That evening, all the employees worked an additional 2 hours, thoroughly tidying up the factory. After the acquisition, it had undergone only minimal renovations, with some windows and the outer walls attended to. But this time the focus was on cleaning to leave a favorable impression on the leadership. The following morning, Lu Yu drove towards Yushio village. If it weren't for Yushio Mountain, the straight-line distance would be just over a kilometer. However, with the mountain in the way, it took Lu Yu half an hour to reach his destination. He parked his car in front of the house, having called his mother the night before to inform her of his return. Lu Lanlan, enjoying her weekend at home, was busy preparing breakfast. Her petite frame standing before the stove, her small face slightly darkened by the smoke. Every household had switched to natural gas. Yet his family still relied on a traditional earthen stove, simply because they could not afford the extra costs associated with gas. The mountain provided ample branches, allowing them to cook outdoors in the summer and stay warm indoors during winter, albeit with a bit more soot. Upon entering the yard, Lu Yu noted that only a 1-meter wide path was paved with bricks, while the rest was mere dirt. At that moment, his desire to earn money intensified. In the past, he could still find solace by walking on the land, feeling connected to it, but now that he possessed the ability to earn, who still sought that connection? Living with wealth in the countryside is like a pure land. Without it, one is left with mere soil. This saying resonated profoundly with Lu Yu's family. Brother, when did you return? Why don't you come in? Lu Lanlan looked up, her small face lighting up with joy at the sight of Lu Yu at the door. She wore a faded sky blue t-shirt and slightly worn jeans, both hand-me-downs, and on her feet were a pair of imitation sports shoes. A gift from their mother during Lu Lanlan's birthday celebration at the village market last month. Despite the humble attire, Lu Lanlan wore it with pride, carefully maintaining her clothes, always keeping them impeccably clean. Brother, what happened to your eyes? It's nothing, just some sand blown into them by the wind. Children from impoverished families mature quickly. He worked outside and returned home only once or twice a month, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the fare was prohibitively expensive, costing nearly 20 yuan for a round trip. Where's mother? She went to the fields, but she'll be back soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Yume entered, her back laden with a basket. Have we got any distinguished guests? Mother. That car outside was sent by Fong Yuan. You rascal, didn't I tell you? You shouldn't take advantage of the favors from those you've helped. Don't worry. Mother, by the end of the year, I'll repay him for the car. It's not a gift, I'm buying it. Is Xiaoyu back? Lu Guodong, hearing the commotion in the yard, pushed open the window, a mixture of guilt and excitement in his voice. Yes, I'm back. Regarding what we discussed last night, I'll take you to the village chief's place to collect the debt shortly. Is that really possible? Rest assured, I'll have Sister Jin bring Brother Jin along. This time, we'll have someone to advocate for us. Moreover, I must tell you, I've started earning money now. Lan, please help me take everything out of the car. Yesterday, Lu Yu spent over 80,000 in one go. The car was filled with food, clothing, and various items, nearly all of which were beyond the usual reach of his household. In essence, he purchased everything that could potentially be of use at home, or might be needed in the future. This was largely due to his unchanged mindset. He opted for brands that were mostly mid-range, hesitating to splurge on higher-end or luxury goods, having been scarred by past financial struggles. Lan, all of this is for you, and this too, Lu Yu exclaimed, presenting a newly acquired smartphone, a model superior to his own. He bought 3 phones in total, one for each family member, and clothing was purchased in bulk as if it were free. Xiaoyu, I heard from the neighbor that you've acquired the seasoning factory from the neighboring village? Yes. Fong Yuan provided the capital, I contributed the technology, and together with 2 partners, we are managing it. Wasn't your previous job at a large company with good benefits satisfactory? Why leave? Yume, nowadays, working for someone else isn't as simple as it used to be. Have you not seen the news? The 996 work culture has become the norm. Young people today face immense pressure. If the factory can indeed be successfully run, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Mom and Dad, just wait and see. Our seasoning factory will gain national and even global acclaim. Take it slow. Don't rush into things. Dad, I want to, but Uncle Fong disagrees. After today, the whole of Ningxi province will know about Yuzhou seasonings. It will be hard to maintain a low profile. All right, since Boss Fong has agreed, go ahead and pursue it. You needn't worry about family matters. Lu Guodong had met Fong Hongda once before. Liu had saved Fong Yuan, and as a gesture of gratitude, Fong Hongda brought his family to visit Lu's home, even taking him to a provincial hospital for an examination, which yielded no solutions, only a return home for rest. Lu intended to offer them a sum of money, but the entire family refused. Over the years, the two families maintained only occasional contact between Lu Yu and Fong Yuan, without any financial entanglements. Lu Guodong understood this was Fong Hongda's decision and had no words to counter it. Fong Hongda's business acumen and investment insight far surpassed his own, leaving him without the right to dispute. Brother, do I look good in this outfit? Lu Lanlan, eager with her new clothes, rushed to her room to try them on. Dressed in athletic wear, she appeared youthful and vibrant. With her natural beauty accentuated by the attire, she looked even more stunning, albeit her somewhat malnourished physique rendered the clothing a bit loose. I think that floral dress would suit you better. Really? I'll go try it on. Mom and Dad, let her change. Let us eat first. After breakfast, Sister Jin should be arriving soon. The agreed time with Che Wenxiu was 9 in the morning. It was now 8:30. Such is the life in the countryside, where tasks abound and there is little time to savor meals. Satiation is the goal. In just half an hour, the dishes were all washed. Breakfast was quite simple. The only nutritious item was a boiled egg. And there were just two, one for Lu Guodong and the other for Lu Lanlan. Mother, I have come into some money now, so please do not be so frugal. Take this money and purchase some nutritious food. Lanlan will be facing her college entrance examination in a year, and the pressure of studying is significant. She requires proper nourishment. If you find it insufficient, I will provide more. Yesterday, Lu Yu specifically withdrew 20,000 from the ATM and had Shi Xiaolei withdraw another 20,000, totaling 40,000 yuan. This time, he was astute, using Lanlan's educational needs as a justification for the cash, which Liu Mei would undoubtedly spend. This should suffice. As Liu had anticipated, his mother agreed. Mother, do not overexert yourself. There is a market in the village every week. You should go and buy what you need without fear of spending. Regarding father's back injury, once I finish my current commitments, we shall visit the provincial capital. If that proves unfeasible, we can go to the capital. There will surely be a day when he can be cured. Never mind. I suppose my back injury is beyond remedy. If Uncle Yang were still around, perhaps there would have been hope for recovery. It is simply fate, and I accept it. Father, it is true that Grandpa Yang possessed remarkable medical skills, but with today's advancements in technology, there must be a solution for healing. Lu Yu silently added to himself. If Blue Star technology is inadequate, there is always extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 25, Digging the Pit Hopefully. Lu Shu, Auntie, are you home? The voice of Che Wenxiu echoed in. Wenxiu has arrived, come in. Auntie, I won't go in. Li Jin is still here. Lu Yu, glancing at Li Jin on the tricycle, subtly nodded at Che Wenxiu, who had brought the unconscious Li General all right. We'll be out for a bit. Lan, you eat your meal and wash the dishes when we're gone. Lu Yu called to his mother, Liu Mei, while carrying his father on his back. Got it, Mom. You all go ahead. Lu Lanlan replied obediently. Liu could envision that while she might not eat, she would certainly wash the dishes. The village chief's house was not far from here and was particularly easy to locate, being one of the few small Western-style buildings. The newest belonging to village chief Chen Yang, situated in the best geographical location. Lu, this is my younger brother, Che Wenjun. Hello. Thank you for helping my sister's family. You're too kind. Jingu has done some favors for my family, and besides, I am not merely helping your sister, but also myself. My father's compensation has also been embezzled by Chen Feiyu. Regardless, I will remember your kindness, Che Wenjun. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the village chief's doorstep. Lu Guodong's back could no longer withstand the jolting, and he could not sit in the vehicle. Otherwise, they would have reached in just over 10 minutes. Taking out the pre-prepared banner, Liu had handwritten in red paint, Ruthless Village Chief, return our life-saving money. With half an hour remaining until the time agreed upon with Fong Yuan, Lu Yu shouted towards the interior, Chen Yong, come out. Let Chen Feiyu return the embezzled compensation. Who was yelling at the front door so early in the morning? Ah, it's the Lu family. Don't you wish to live a peaceful life? Chen Yong cast a hostile glare over the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Guodong. Chen Yong, if you do not return the embezzled compensation owed to the Li family and mine today, we will not rest until justice is served. We will escalate this all the way to the central authorities if necessary. Escalate to the central authorities? If you can even leave Wangjia town, you'll be impressive. Lu Yu, you are just a young brat. What gives you the right to say this? Do you want me to break your legs? The argument grew louder, instantly drawing the attention of returning villagers from the fields, who began to point and murmur. This was precisely the effect he desired, the bigger the commotion, the more attention it would attract, compelling the deputy mayor to address the situation publicly. You seem to be impatient with life, Lu Yu. Did you not get beaten enough back then? Chen Feiyu emerged from the courtyard, his gaze fixed menacingly on the instigator. Lu Yu. Chen Feiyu. Are you pretending to be tough? Was it not you who was left with a bruised face, begging for mercy? Shall we settle this now? Lu Yu regarded him with amusement, knowing that his current physique would make confronting Chen Feiyu akin to battling a mere chick. At that time, there had been many of them, over 20, but Lu Yu had relentlessly targeted Chen Feiyu, aiming for a one-for-one exchange, and when he was pinned down, begging for mercy was futile. Ultimately, he had to be dragged away by 5 or 6 people to save his life. You good. There's no need for you to intervene. I can handle this. Che Wenjun stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Feiyu. Feiyu, don't act rashly. Call your brother-in-law and inform him that there is a disturbance in the village. Chen Yong was well aware of his son's abilities. Throughout his life, Chen Feiyu had always been the weaker one, never winning a fight. Che Wenjun, shorter than Lu Yu by half a head, had a physique that could easily overshadow 2 Chen Feiyus. If a scuffle were to ensue, it was evident that his son would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing that Chen Yong intended to contact Wang Liangbin, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. This was precisely what he had hoped for, as he wished to capture the opponent all at once. Chen Feiyu was not oblivious. Having never triumphed over Lu Yu in their childhood skirmishes, he recognized that the gap had only widened with age. Now, he dared not confront him any longer and stepped aside to call his brother-in-law, Wang Liangbin. In Wang Liangbin's office at the Wangjia Town Police Station, he was seething with anger. After attending a banquet the previous night, he had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of 1 million, pondering how to spend it, whether to indulge in another mistress or purchase a lavish house. However, upon arriving at the hotel and revealing his formula, he was met with scorn from Qi Jia and his son, who accused him of presenting a counterfeit recipe, one that was clearly just a standard 13-spice blend. Initially, he thought they were attempting to renege on their agreement, but after watching a video online, he realized he had been deceived by Lu Yu. Fuming, he attempted to call Lu Yu, only to find the number was disconnected. His ire intensified as he prepared to confront Lu Yu's parents in Yuxiu village. Just then, he received a call from Chen Feiyu. Brother-in-law, our home is being blocked. Chen Feiyu said weakly. In the past, Wang Liangbin had found joy in being addressed as brother-in-law, but today, the term felt like a weight on his chest. Just wait. I'm on my way with some people, Wang Liangbin replied curtly before ending the call. Chen Feiyu, oblivious to his displeasure, returned with a smile. At that moment, Li Yu's phone chimed with a message from Fong Yuan, indicating they had arrived at the village entrance and would reach them in 5 to 6 minutes. Just wait. Once my son-in-law arrives, I'll have you all apprehended. If you don't pay us today, it won't matter who comes. We'll stay right here. I want to see what kind of extraordinary abilities your son-in-law possesses. He dares to act without regard for the law. My brother-in-law is the deputy director of the Wangjia Town Police Station. That is just a mere section-level officer. Chen Yong interjected. You speak as if he holds a higher rank. If he were truly at that level, you would have been boasting long ago. You are just an ordinary person. Don't even speak of section level. You've rarely encountered such individuals. Their influence is beyond your imagination. To put it plainly, in this small domain of Wangjia Town, my son-in-law's word is law. No one dares to defy him. Unbeknownst to Chen Yong about the gravity of the situation, as he continued boasting, Fong Yuan was mingling in the crowd alongside a middle-aged man. The Lu family is finished. Have you heard? A few days ago, the low-income subsidy for the old Su family was taken and given to Chen Yong's uncle. Old Su merely protested, and his son-in-law overheard, resulting in his arrest. He is yet to be released. It is not merely a trivial matter. Observe how this road remains in disrepair. I have heard that the funds were allocated long ago, yet they have all been embezzled by Chen Yong. How else could this small villa have come into existence? The villagers' resentment towards the Chun family has been brewing for quite some time. This dilapidated road should have been mended a decade ago. It is hardly passable even in dry weather, let alone during a downpour. Other villagers murmured amongst themselves, recounting the misdeeds of the Chun family over the years. Their conversation was subdued, for no one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. The deputy mayor, observing the scene, wore a grim expression but remained silent. His piercing gaze fixed upon the boastful Qinyong. Qinyong, the villagers have borne witness to the so-called good deeds you have performed in the village over the years. They are well aware of how your villa came to be. The compensation of 330,000 for my father's construction site and the 460,000 for Brother Jin have all been siphoned off by your family. Nonsense. The Howland Group never provided any compensation. My family covered the medical expenses for your father and the hospital fees for Li General. Your lack of gratitude is one thing, but to block my family's entrance is another. Chen Feiyu would never publicly acknowledge this matter. He deftly shifted the blame onto the principal party, the Howland Group. He believed that since the Howland Group is a national enterprise with its headquarters in the capital, these troublesome villagers would be unable to verify the truth, and the company would certainly disregard their concerns. Chapter 26. You haven't tasted good pork, Chen Feiyu. You are unaware of my employment since graduation, are you? Allow me to enlighten you. I am currently a designer at the Lian Gang branch of Howland Group. Everything you claim can be verified with a mere phone call. Nonsense. All the projects I have undertaken these past years have been with Howland Group. How is it that I have never encountered you? Are you foolish? I graduated merely 2 months ago. Naturally, I have just begun my tenure there. Should I call the branch manager, Chun Ming, to inquire? At the mention of Chun Ming, a pang of realization struck Chen Feiyu. He thought to himself, he truly is employed at Howland Group. Contemplating, he recognized that Chen Ming was closely associated with him. Just as he was about to utter a retort, an arrogant voice interrupted him. Who dares to block my father-in-law's door? Are you tired of living? A bunch of ruffians. Disperse. Wang Liangbin pushed through the crowd, vociferously demanding answers, his gaze landing on Lu Yushi, instantly igniting his fury. Seize this brat. Brother-in-law, it seems we meet again. This family has embezzled our compensation. As a police officer, you must advocate for us. Get lost. Who is your brother-in-law? Anyone who dares utter brother-in-law in my presence shall face dire consequences. Chen Feiyu was about to speak, but swallowed his words. Just yesterday, everything was fine. Who has angered you now? Did you not tell me that everyone in the town would greet you with smiles? Lu Yushi continued to feign ignorance. Your misdeeds from yesterday have not escaped my notice. The formula you provided was fraudulent. Impossible. That formula is indeed the recipe for the 13 spices. There must be some misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. What are you staring at? Arrest him. Upon hearing the command, the officers behind him moved to apprehend Lu Yushi. The latter turned his gaze towards the deputy mayor. Smiling faintly, you still have the audacity to smile. Soon you will wish to weep. Once you enter my police station, you shall not emerge unscathed. I will ensure you learn the meaning of despair. When did the police station become yours? The deputy mayor parted the crowd, regarding Wang Liangbin with authority. Who are you? The police are conducting an investigation. Bystanders should take their leave. How dare you speak to the deputy mayor in such a manner? I see you have overstayed your welcome as deputy chief. Who do you think you are? Which deputy mayor travels without an entourage, elevated above all, to this forsaken place? Impudence! I am Xia Tsuenshi, deputy mayor of Lian Gang City. Ha ha ha. He claims to be the deputy mayor. Do you believe him? I certainly do not. This is a perfect opportunity to arrest all of you for impersonating government officials. Such crimes are not trifling. Secretary Liu called Du Hangwei of the Municipal Bureau, requesting him to witness the farce of this team he had assembled. Yes, Uncle Xia, it is unnecessary. I have finished my call and they should arrive in a few minutes. As Fang Yuan's words faded, a convoy of dusty vehicles roared into the scene, followed closely by journalists and cameramen from the Municipal Bureau. Han Ruashi led reporters from the provincial station, hastily approaching. General Liu, are you unharmed? It is of no concern. I am here to seek funds, not to engage in conflict. Reporter Su, this gentleman is our boss, and it is he who devised the formula. Should you have any inquiries, direct them to him. Fang Yuan introduced Lu Yu with a smile. Mr. Liu, your formula is truly remarkable. May I inquire about your future plans? Isn't it somewhat untimely for that reporter, Su? The focus should rightfully be on our Mayor Xia. Xian turned her gaze towards Xia Tsuenshi, her eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. You have arrived at an opportune moment, esteemed reporters. I hope you will report today as events accurately. These individuals have flouted the law, and I, on behalf of the municipal government, formally initiate an investigation against them. The provincial television station will broadcast this, allowing the populace to supervise our proceedings. Su Yun, a prominent reporter from the provincial station, possessed a discerning eye. Initially, she anticipated a commercial promotion but found herself embroiled in issues of governmental misconduct. Such news typically garners significant attention. Director Du, these individuals are implicated in various cases. I hereby command you to establish a special task force to investigate this matter. Shortly, I will inform Secretary Kong, and the disciplinary committee will form a task force to collaborate with you in this investigation. With both reporters and citizens present, let us clarify the situation right here. Xiaotsuanshi showed no reluctance in addressing the matter. He aimed to set an example and resolve the issue decisively. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was under the scrutiny of Lu Yu and Fang Yuan. Failing to respond would tarnish the government's image. Good. Upon hearing Xiaotsuanshi's words, the villagers erupted in fervent shouts, their voices resonating with strength. After years of oppression, they finally felt someone advocating on their behalf. This was not the outcome Lu Yu had envisioned. While there were benefits to this course of action, the drawbacks were equally significant, particularly the potential inability to unearth their powerful backers. Lu Yu was uncertain of Xiaotsuanshi's motivations but suspected there was an intent to preserve the dignity of certain officials while safeguarding his own position. Delving deeper might unearth numerous individuals, and the municipal government would likely find itself in the most uncomfortable position. Du Hangwei commanded the police to commence documentation. As cries of injustice arose, villagers lined up to provide their testimonies. Observing the Qin father and son, as well as Wang Liangbin, their faces were ashen with dread. Given the present circumstances, disbelief was no longer an option. Wang Liangbin silently cursed the Qin family for their predicament. Yet, what could be done? The truth was glaringly evident. The misdeeds he had committed over the years were too numerous for him to count. If he were to remain imprisoned for another decade, release would be unlikely. The deputy mayor was on the opposing side, and even his in-laws were powerless to intervene. Brother-in-law, what shall we do now? What do you expect me to do? You have brought about our demise this time. Why did I ever choose your sister? Young Wang, such remarks are uncalled for. My Xiaoxiao has been with you for many years. She may not have achievements, but her efforts are undeniable. Besides, Xiaoxiao possesses good character and is quite attractive. Good character? Were it not for her incessant whispers in my ear, would I have divorced to marry her? Wang Liangbin now truly regretted elevating Chun Xiaoxiao's status. Have you yet to consider your own faults? Liu could no longer endure the scene before him. Observing Wang Liangbin's brazen demeanor, it was only a matter of time before he faced the consequences, yet he continued to evade responsibility. For over an hour, the police meticulously documented the crimes committed by Chen Yang's family. Certain matters become effortlessly unraveled once one knows the starting point. Take, for example, the embezzlement of compensation funds by Chen Feiyu. One merely needs to call Haohan Group for clarification. The Chen father and son, along with Wang Liangbin and the 6 officers from the police station, were all escorted into the police vehicle. Just as Wang Liangbin was about to be taken away, a woman of graceful stature, with an alluring silhouette, rushed forward. Darling, what is happening? We are all part of the same system. Why are you detaining my husband? Goodness! Wang Liangbin has struck gold. Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Are you certain? Absolutely. Judging by that figure and my extensive experience with women, there is no mistaking it. Apart from the stunning Han, she is the second most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. After all these years, you haven't tasted any fine delicacies, Lu Yu remarked, fully aware of Chun Xiaoxiao's appearance, eagerly anticipating Fang Yuan's response. Is she not considered beautiful? Let us not even mention the stunning Han, a rare gem in a millennium. With a figure like that, she certainly qualifies as a century's beauty, wouldn't you agree? Doubt it? Just wait and see. Chapter 27. The fiery anticipation. Chen Xiaoxiao was in a fierce struggle with the police, refusing to allow Wang Liangbin to take her away. Standing directly in front of Lu Yu. I apologize for my earlier ignorance. This certainly is not a beauty, but rather a frightful apparition. Do you understand what it means to be captivated by a silhouette, only to be terrified by the full visage? What a sight! How could she possibly appear this way? Individually, her features might be deemed above average, yet when combined, they create an unsettling, even unattractive, impression. You two are quite rude discussing someone's appearance so openly. What courtesy is warranted? Her appearance is inherently discourteous, Fang Yuan retorted dismissively. Enough, let's not dwell on that. Lawyer Han, Now that the Chun father and son have been taken in, what are your thoughts on the compensation issue? My recommendation is to pursue civil compensation against the Chun family, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, the funds may be frozen. I share your sentiments. The Chun family's actions have resulted in significant embezzlement, alongside considerable extravagance. If their accounts lack sufficient funds for compensation, we are in dire straits. Moreover, Brother Jin is awaiting this money for treatment. We cannot afford delays. Understood. Once I gather more details, I shall proceed to file the lawsuit and collect the necessary evidence. By the way, I neglected to introduce you. Mom, Dad. This is Han Ruashi, our legal counsel and partner. Fang Yuan, you're acquainted. This is Shi Xiaolei, another partner. Uncle, Aunt. I was just planning to visit you once things settle down, Fang Yuan cheerfully remarked. Excellent. All is well. No need to linger here. Let us converse at home. Uncle. I shall refrain from joining. I need to accompany the provincial television representatives, Shi Xiaolei replied with a smile. Indeed, work is paramount. When time permits, I shall have Xiaoyu bring you over for a visit, Fang Yuan said to Xia Zuanxi, who seemed equally uninterested in prolonging their stay. Casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yu as they departed. Brother, our actions may have offended a deputy mayor. Surely he cannot be so petty. After all, this directly enhances the government's image in the eyes of the populace. While the principle holds true, we cannot afford to think so lightly. As the old man says, Deputy Mayor Xia is a decent fellow, not corrupt, but quite authoritative. By putting him in this position today, while he may not retaliate directly, we must be wary of potential hindrances in policy. Indeed, in this world, where power prevails, justice often becomes elusive. There is no need for worry. We are still young. He will likely retire in a couple of years. In any case, the old man has indicated that if trouble arises, he will handle it. My concern lies solely with whether we can secure the funds. The group arrived at Lu Yu's residence. The house was somewhat dilapidated, yet it remained clean and tidy. Such is rural life. Neglect for a single day can lead to a significant accumulation of dust. Fortunately, his home was located along the roadside, one of the last two houses adjacent to Yusho Mountain, resulting in reduced traffic and less dust. After Han Ruashi comprehended the details, her response was that as long as the court convened, the likelihood of the money being disbursed stood at an astonishing 99%. The remaining 1% hinged on Howhan Group's denial of the payment. The group was not foolish. To claim they had not compensated when they clearly had would be akin to inviting disaster. Such folly is reserved for the utterly naive. Han Ruashi requested a 3% attorney's fee, graciously settling for 2% as a friendly gesture, which also applied to Li Jin's family. With the understanding that the compensation would be settled in unison once it was received, Lu Yu and Che Wenxiu had no objections, recognizing that it was Han Ruashi's profession to earn such fees. Dear Han, we accept the payment, but please do not delay your work, Lu Yu jested. Even the donkey of the production team cannot be so overworked. The female donkey of the production team is not required to labor. Fang Yuan, struck by an inexplicable whimsy, suddenly interjected, only to feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to turn and flee without hesitation. The group lingered at Lu Yu's home until the afternoon. And astonishingly, Lu Lanlan became friends with Han Ruashi, a development Lu Yu had never anticipated. Perhaps it was their shared brilliance, one a current prodigy and the other a former one. Yet, given their age difference, such amiability seemed unexpected. After bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and his companions, Lu Yu began assisting his mother with tidying up. This day, aside from the new year, marked the only occasion of genuine joy in recent years. Remarkably, Lu Yu and his father, Lu Guodong, shared a drink together. Lu Guodong was quite the drinker, outmatching even several of Lu Yu combined. Eventually, Lu Yu dozed off on the Kong, his mind consumed with thoughts of finding a spacious place to retrieve the Quantum Leap spacecraft, his most pressing concern. Initially, he had believed placing the spacecraft behind the factory was prudent, but Suong's plan had disrupted that notion, leaving him at a loss for a suitable location. The following day, he drove to the factory, which was operating smoothly, oblivious to the fact that, following a night of advertisings, the name Yujo Condiments was gradually gaining recognition throughout the province. Keywords such as ancient brewing methods, green and healthy condiments, and beneficial bacteria-enhancing culinary flavors were steadily gaining traction online. The factory's bustling activity was inevitable, and Lu Yu could not afford to be idle. He commenced the production of his secret 13-spice blend and refined malt, a task he could not delegate to others. Although there were bionic robots available on Interstellar Pinduoduo, Their exorbitant prices, starting at 5,000, rendered them unattainable with his current star currency, which barely allowed for purchasing parts. Moreover, star currency was exceedingly difficult to earn, and thus far, the buyers in the universe had shown only a modicum of interest in vinegar moths. Liu had attempted to engage with these buyers to discern their true interests, however. After over a week, his inquiries had gone unanswered, sinking into silence. The busiest individual at the factory was neither Liu Yu nor the workers, but rather Shi Xiaolei, whose phone had been incessantly ringing. Numerous calls were coming in, though most orders were modest, 1 or 2 items at a time, with the largest being merely 5. Yet, the sheer number of inquiries was overwhelming. 5 days later, the permits were approved, and Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by several workers, set off to deliver the goods. Liu Yu and Feng Yuan stood in the courtyard, observing the industrious workers, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Unable to contain himself, Feng Yuan inquired, "Should we not consider acquiring a few more vehicles? 3 trucks are required just to deliver the goods for one district. Indeed, additional manpower is necessary, and the factory's storage space is becoming increasingly inadequate. In recent days, he has been producing nearly 10 tons of the secret blend of 13 spices daily. The alien technology employed is remarkably resilient, otherwise they would have long since faltered. With 50 tons of 13 spices, Yuzhou condiments are thriving, and there is no immediate need for refinement. However, the production of soy sauce and vinegar far exceeds that of the 13 spices, primarily due to their substantial space requirements. As the storage issues become evident and transportation struggles to keep pace, various drawbacks begin to surface. The leaders lack operational experience. The only one among them with any business acumen, Su Onghua, is only familiar with the experience of failure. It appears the old man's advice against reckless actions was for my benefit. I find myself working tirelessly day after day. Where is the joy of a bar or a social club in this? The thought of the end-of-year vehicles looms large. Liu feared that Feng Yuan might waver. Leaving him to manage alone, at least with 2 of them, he would not feel so isolated. Chapter 28. Scaling up. Alas, are you recruiting personnel? Or are you purchasing a vehicle? Neither. I wish to stand behind the scenes and cheer for you all, Liu jested. Dream on. This is a notification, not a discussion. Mr. Liu, are you looking to hire? Che Wenxiu, having overheard their conversation, inquired softly. Of course. Are there suitable candidates? My younger brother is at home. He is currently struggling to find work after resigning from his previous company due to unpaid wages. Can he drive? Yes. He previously worked for a logistics company as a driver. Does he hold a Class A license? Absolutely. Have him come aboard. Furthermore, if any of his former colleagues wish to join, let them come. We can accommodate as many as needed, and we will offer a salary that exceeds their previous pay by 1,000, along with comprehensive social insurance and housing fund contributions. There will even be year-end bonuses. Is that true? I will call my brother right away. Go ahead. If all goes well, have them report for duty by tomorrow morning. As Che Wenxiu departed, Liu turned to Feng Yuan. I choose to recruit. Goodness, how did I not realize you could be so shameless? You must assist me today. Let us go by that vehicle. Feng Yuan shouted in a fit of rage, pulling Liu Yu toward the dealership. With no choice but to comply, Liu Yu found that serendipity had resolved one matter in an instant. Che Wenxiu conveyed the news to Che Wenjun, who readily agreed without hesitation. Upon learning that the salary would exceed his previous one by 1,000, along with the promise of social insurance and year-end bonuses, benefits typically reserved for large corporations, he was elated. After hanging up, he immediately contacted former colleagues. His departure from the logistics company stemmed from the unbearable delays in salary payments, prompting his desire for a change. He maintained amicable relations with his former co-workers, and given Liu Yu's enticing offer, it would be simple to entice them over. Unbeknownst to Liu Yu, he was currently accompanying Feng Yuan as they examined vehicles. Both men were novices in the realm of cargo trucks. Esteemed sirs, RE trucks and passenger vehicles are regarded as the leading enterprises nationwide, being a Sino-foreign joint venture, ensuring quality and after-sales service. Liu Yu, is this vehicle a tad small? The Dai series boasts an internal cargo space of up to 11 cubic meters, while the Ocean has a maximum of 16 cubic meters. It is entirely competent for short-haul transportation. Do you require the transport of substantial goods? Not particularly. It's just that we need frequent trips. Liu replied nonchalantly. That is entirely manageable. Moreover, while trucks are restricted within the second ring of the port city, e-vehicles are exempt. Typical transport options would favor this model, as it faces no restrictions, allowing for multiple trips daily, nodding in agreement to the sales representative's explanation. The two recognized the truth in his words. The all-day restrictions rendered a 4-meter-2 truck impractical, as they lacked the privileges of postal vehicles. Very well. Let us proceed with this purchase, Liu decisively declared, not bothering to negotiate the price. Do you have vehicles available? Certainly. We do not engage in pre-sales. All vehicles are in stock. Shall I calculate the price for you now? ISNT it listed as 13. 39 to 32. 59? Let us go with the highest option. Fang Yuan nonchalantly replied, adhering to his belief that expensive items possess their own inherent value. Sir, you have misunderstood. The price of the passenger vehicle is 325,900, which includes the top configuration, while for the cargo vehicle, the premium model is priced at 256,900. Currently, the government offers a subsidy of 30,000, bringing the overall cost to just under 240,000, which is quite reasonable. Excellent. I shall retrieve the contract at once. The salesperson has never witnessed such a swift transaction. Although one individual appears somewhat familiar, it is her first time encountering a deal concluded in such haste. The salesperson briskly made her way inside, and Lu Yu, intrigued, glanced at Fang Yuan and inquired, why not choose a more attractive representative? This seems out of character for you. Is it that you are unable to? How attractive can someone selling commercial vehicles be? Fang Yuan replied with a hint of disdain, his voice barely audible to the two of them. Shortly thereafter, the salesperson hurried back, contract in hand, and calculated the price using a calculator. Minutes later, she presented the completed contract. Upon reviewing it, Fang Yuan immediately spotted a discrepancy. Sir, what seems to be amiss? The quantity is incorrect. Did we not mention upon entry that we intend to purchase 10 vehicles today? Did I not make that clear? Fang Yuan queried, turning to Lu Yu with a puzzled expression. Lu Yu shook his head. They had been there for barely over 10 minutes and had exchanged few words. Thus it was evident that this detail had not been communicated. Ah, you wish to purchase 10 at once? Is there a one-time subsidy for that? Fang Yuan joked. Indeed. It is even more substantial than this discount. I will fetch the manager. The salesperson, evidently oblivious to Fang Yuan's humor, rushed off. While Liu recognized the subtlety of the phrase one-time subsidy but chose not to comment, aware that Fang Yuan was merely jesting. Still too naive. I used to casually buy a vehicle, and salespeople would practically undress in front of me. It is your wickedness that compels such behavior. Not everyone is amenable to these unspoken rules. What was intended as a jest, I did not take seriously myself. Before long, the salesperson returned with the sales manager, who approached with a cautious demeanor upon recognizing a familiar face. She hastily advanced a few steps, and upon confirming Fang Yuan's identity, she carefully asked, Are you Mr. Fang? Manager, you are acquainted with me? Who in Ninghui province does not recognize Mr. Fang? Xiaoxua, did you not recognize him? Manager, I. The salesperson replied, embarrassed. Recognition or not is of little consequence. Manager, we are purchasing 10 vehicles. Please calculate the price, as we intend to finalize the transaction today. Certainly. I shall compute the figures for you immediately. The manager diligently operated the calculator, and soon the price was revealed. Mr. Fang, for 10 vehicles, the total is 210,000. What are your thoughts? Acceptable. Please provide the account details, and I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds. Once the formalities are complete, our finance team will liaise with you. In less than an hour, the acquisition of the 10 vehicles was finalized. Upon departing the dealership, the two did not return directly to the factory but opted instead for a fine dining experience at a renowned hotel. Upon arriving at one of the more prestigious Western restaurants in the city, a server promptly took Fang Yuan's south car keys to park the vehicle. As it was Lu Yu's first visit, he gazed around in wonder at the opulent surroundings, which exuded sophistication. Fang Yuan smiled and remarked, Brother, this is as far as I can assist you. I have an engagement, so I shall not accompany you for dinner. As soon as the words left his lips, Fang Yuan opened his arms, and a curvaceous young woman, dressed in a rather revealing manner, approached him without hesitation. Before Lu Yu could fully grasp the situation, he noticed Han Ruashi gracefully making her way over, while Fang Yuan slowly retreated inside, winking at Lu Yu and gesturing towards his clothing pocket. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yu slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a thin card bearing a mere sequence of digits, 8088. Even in his naivety, he recognized it for what it was, a rune key. He mused inwardly about why they had chosen a Western restaurant for their meal invitation. It all made sense now. The next time you wish to invite me, Simply call me directly. There's no need for Fong Yuan to do so, Han Ruashi remarked somewhat irritably. Lately, I've noticed you've been quite busy. As a boss, one must show understanding towards their employees. How's the case progressing? It's nearly resolved. We will go to court next Monday. The police have provided me with the evidence, including the payment records from the finance department of Houghton Group. The verdict will be announced that very day, and the next step will involve enforcement. I estimate that within half a month, the funds will be recovered. Excuse me. Sir and madam, may I take your order? Chapter 29, The Mightiest Wingman, a medium-rare black truffle steak, sautéed foie gras accompanied by blackcurrant sauce. Aromatic grilled salmon with lemongrass salad and vanilla cream lobster. A 2015 Margot. The array of professional terminologies left Liu utterly bemused, clearly indicating that he was a novice in such establishments. And you, sir? The waiter inquired politely. Me too. Oh, by the way, I would like my steak medium well. Country bumpkin. Steaks are served as rare, medium, medium well, or well done. There is no such thing as medium well. Darling, pay them no mind. Judging by his attire, it's evident that this is his first visit. Perhaps he has just recently become a kept man and is unfamiliar with finer dining, came the retort. People eat what they desire. Dogs eat whatever is given to them. Liu replied coolly. Before the other party could react, Han Ruashi burst into laughter. Chingu. It seems he just called you a dog. Damn it, you rustic fool. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever speaks, I shall retort. Sir, this is a dining establishment. I kindly ask you to maintain decorum. The waiter interjected, fully aware that Liu was justified in his response, as the other party had instigated the confrontation. Humph. The man, recognizing that this was not the time for a lesson, emitted a disdainful snort. Sir, we indeed do not serve medium well. May I offer you well done instead? Approximately medium well? That will suffice. Thank you for your understanding. If there are no further requests, I shall place the order. Proceed, Liu replied, having no intention of making the waiter's job difficult. He was genuinely unaware of the various degrees of steak doneness, only knowing that beef is best enjoyed when properly cooked. I noticed your proficiency in ordering. Do you frequent such places often? Not particularly. I have been here a few times in the past, but now that finances are tight, I must rely on you, the owner. Han Ruashi smiled, looking particularly stunning today. She resembled a fresh, ethereal lily, adorned in a simple white dress that swayed gently, exuding the fragrance of morning dew. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her deep-set eyes radiating warmth and wisdom, each step she took emanating an intellectual beauty. This attire was in stark contrast to their first meeting at the police station. Yet both outfits tugged at Liu's heartstrings. Observing his own appearance, he appeared undeniably out of place, clad in sneakers and jeans, topped with a plain white t-shirt, none of which bore a designer label. The only commendable attributes were his height and striking good looks. It could be said that even in his most desperate times, when he resorted to modeling at a club, he would not starve. Given his appearance, while he might not be the top model, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. At that moment, a female server approached, holding a bouquet of flowers, and smilingly said, Sir, here are the flowers you ordered. Liu instantly recognized that this was undoubtedly the doing of Fong Yuan. Accepting the flowers with a smile, he said, Thank you. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out 100 yuan as a tip for the server, a gesture he had learned from watching television. It must be said that Fong Yuan understood women well. The flowers he had chosen were indeed elegant, far removed from the commonplace roses. Thank you, sir. There are still more performances to come, so please bear with us for a moment. In the land of China, it is rare for anyone to leave a tip. The waiter assumed that Liu had just returned from abroad, unaware that he had gleaned such manners from a television drama. How did you know I adore tulips? Han Ruashi smiled as she accepted the flowers, her heart brimming with joy. At the tender age of 25, who wouldn't he wish to experience love? Previously, many returnees, graduates from prestigious universities, and the offspring of the wealthy and influential had pursued her. That is still the case. Yet, she harbored no interest in them, particularly disliking the unabashed predatory glances they cast upon her during their first encounters. The same held true for Fong Yuan, but upon meeting Liu, her perception of men shifted slightly. He did not embody the ravenous wolfishness she had come to expect. Little did she know, Liu was also a man, and it is in a man's nature to possess desires. Initially, Liu had felt unworthy. The stunning Han Ruashi seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. He believed he had no right to aspire to her, thus he restrained his desires and maintained a composed demeanor. Today, he accepted Fang Yuan's arrangements with equanimity, never contemplating any romantic entanglements, though deep within, he yearned for such a connection. However, it was evident that this was an unrealistic aspiration. Had Han Ruashi been so easily won over, she might have already been a mother at 25. Am I to assume this is all Fang Yuan's doing? Would that not sadden you? Liu inquired tentatively, acknowledging that when it comes to courting women, he was but a novice in Fang Yuan's presence. You are remarkably sincere. Could it be that you have never experienced love? Han Ruashi gazed at Liu Yu with curiosity. Given his inherent attributes, it was improbable that he had not engaged in romantic pursuits during university, where many young women seek affection regardless of a man's status, yearning solely for sweet love, an experience she herself had known. I am still a virgin. My family possesses a particular practice that requires one to retain their innocence until the age of 22 before entering into a relationship, Liu Yu stated earnestly. Next, are you going to tell me that you have already celebrated your 22nd birthday and are now free to date? Han Ruashi teased with laughter, acknowledging the cleverness of women, albeit noting their challenges in finding a husband. Liu Yu, unperturbed by her playful revelation, accepted the jest gracefully, for it was merely a light-hearted comment. Those who pursue me could form a line stretching across the ocean. Hey, that is not something you should proclaim about yourself? The two engaged in delightful conversation, entirely devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with being set up. Fang Yuan observed from the second floor, watching Liu Yu and Han Ruashi below, and remarked with heartfelt sincerity. This young man has finally awakened. My efforts today have not been in vain. Sir, madam, this piece is a piano composition by Mr. Liu Yu, dedicated to the lady of his heart, Ms. Han Ruashi. I hope you all enjoy it. Standing before the grand piano, a man smiled and bowed to the guests surrounding him, glancing toward Liu Yu with a nod before commencing to play. The enchanting melody filled the air, resonating with the couples present, drawing their gazes toward Liu Yu, some even raising their glasses of red wine in celebration. Liu Yu responded with a smile and a raised glass, sharing a silent understanding among men. Everything is in order, let us depart. Fang Xiao shortly returned to the room. A captivating woman whispered into Fang Yuan's ear, the specifics of which only she and Fang Yuan could discern. You must perform well. I not only intend to spend your money, but I also desire a Sony device. Such predatory words are difficult to fathom coming from a woman. However, for Fang Yuan, it was hardly surprising, as he would put it, once the right approach is adopted, one can embrace freely as one wishes. Downstairs, Liu Yu and Han Ruashi engaged in quiet conversation, reminiscing about their amusing school days and the future developments of their factory, oblivious to the fact that they had indulged a bit too much. Naturally, there was no need for him to concern himself with the bill, for with the capable Fang Yuan present, everything was arranged with utmost clarity. Even after the two had overindulged, the room key for their upstairs hotel was safely tucked away in Liu Yu's pocket, and the room itself was adorned in an exceptionally intimate manner. Chapter 30. Whispers abound. The following day, Liu Yu rose from the sofa, utterly exhausted from the previous night's tribulations. He silently vowed that he would never again allow Han Ruashi to indulge in alcohol. To drink with her was akin to becoming a dog. The usually poised and elegant Han Ruashi transformed completely when inebriated, becoming loquacious and unleashing a torrent of reckless words. Rather than Liu Yu escorting Han Ruashi to her room, it felt more accurate to say she had dragged him there. The stark contrast was something he had never witnessed before. And what vexed him further was that he had not even ascended to the bed. It was the hotel staff who had disrobed her. He had hoped to exploit the influence of alcohol and the ambience of the room to lose his virginity, but to his dismay, it seemed as if she had activated a protective mechanism. The moment Liu Yu lay upon the bed, he was inevitably kicked off in the next instant. Throughout the night, he attempted this countless times, only to be thwarted repeatedly. In the end, he surrendered and resigned himself to a night spent on the sofa, nursing his injuries. What happened to you? Han Ruashi inquired with a smile, observing Liu Yu's bruised visage. If I drink with you again, I shall be a dog. Liu Yu exclaimed loudly, dressing himself. I ache all over. You should, indeed. Look at my injuries. They are all you're doing. This bruise is from your punch. This one from your high heel. And this here. Liu Yu continued to display his injuries, revealing several areas now tinged with a purplish hue. Am I truly that formidable? Han Ruashi giggled, covering her mouth. Formidable? Your combat prowess rivals that of the legendary Monkey King. More challenging to subdue than a boar during the new year. Given that Liu Yu stood at a height of 183 meters, it would have been quite easy to overpower her and initiate something more intimate. However, To do so would alter the nature of their interaction. And he dared not provoke her. If she were truly incensed, she might deliver him straight to the authorities, where he would face dire consequences. As they checked out, Hanrawashi maintained her light-hearted demeanor, while Lee remained exceptionally glum. If word of this escapade were to spread, he would become the subject of ridicule. Upon returning to the factory, Liu Yu encountered a group awaiting him, led by Che Wenjun. The latter rushed over as soon as he spotted Liu Yu disembarking from the vehicle. President Liu, I've gathered everyone, including myself. There are 15. Is that sufficient? Tell her, I am not concerned. Li replied, wincing as he pointed to Han Ruashi, hastening towards the office, leaving Che Wenjun bewildered in his wake. What's wrong with the president? Someone asked. Don't mind him. His pride has been bruised. He'll recover in due time. Just inform me about your onboarding. And the new vehicles will arrive shortly. Oh, so President Liu is a bit sensitive. After a little over 10 minutes, new vehicles began to arrive in the yard. Once the handover procedures were completed, Han Ruashi stated indifferently, all 15 of you may remain. 5 additional vehicles will arrive tomorrow. President Liu has already discussed your compensation, which is documented in the contracts. If there are no objections, please sign and leave your fingerprints to receive your keys. You are officially on duty today. Aside from Che Wenjun, who scarcely glanced at the contract, the other 14 individuals meticulously reviewed it and unanimously deemed it satisfactory. Upon joining, they were promised the benefits of social insurance and housing fund, an opportunity so rare it could scarcely be found even with a lantern. Naturally, there was a probation period of 3 months, during which the factory retained the right to dismiss any unsuitable candidates, with salaries duly paid but no compensation offered. These individuals had no reason to refuse and eagerly rushed to claim their car keys. Along with the 2 original truck drivers, the transport team now comprised 17 members. Under the command of Shi Xiaolei, 12 trucks departed in succession, traversing the streets and alleys of Liangong City. Has Lawyer Han and General Manager Liu arrived? Shi Xiaolei inquired after finishing his tasks. They're here, in the office. You may go find them, Han Ruashi replied with a smile. Glancing up at Liu Yu's office on the upper floor, her joy magnified. Since waking that morning, this matter had afforded her endless amusement. Oh, I shall go now, Shi Xiaolei remarked, a hint of foreboding creeping in. Han Ruashi's unusual demeanor served as a caution. He knocked lightly on the door. Come in. And if you have something to say, do so promptly. If not, take your leave. Liu called from his chair, his back turned to the visitor, intent on concealing the injury on his face from prying eyes. General Manager Liu, several wholesalers from outside the province have approached me today, seeking to represent our brand. They wish to meet with you, Shi Xiaolei reported. Must everything rely on me? Is our market manager truly that ineffective? Make your own decision. Seek collaborators with good reputations and integrity, considering their capabilities as a secondary factor, Liu responded. Indeed, I share that perspective. With our presence, we can empower even the smallest enterprises to flourish, Shi Xiaolei concurred. By the way, go find Ruashi and Lawyer Han, and convey my message. Replace the 5 cars we recently ordered with larger trucks, at least 9.6 meters long or longer. Liu had been eavesdropping from above and, upon hearing the renewed order for 5 vehicles, felt uneasy but could not show himself. As Shi Xiaolei entered, he ordered him to relay the message. Shouldn't you go personally, General Manager Liu? Shi Xiaolei pondered, perplexed by Liu Yu's reluctance to approach, considering the distance was minimal. Liu Yu's current demeanor struck him as odd, akin to someone who had committed a transgression, avoiding confrontation with Lawyer Han. Exiting the office, Shi Xiaolei's mind raced with conjectures, culminating in the suspicion that Liu Yu had wronged Lawyer Han. Liu Yu's furtive behavior only fueled speculation. It would have been more forthright to simply admit that his facial injury was an accident. He soon realized the consequences of a single misstep. By noon, rumors had spread throughout the cafeteria that Liu Yu had wronged Han Ruashi, and the injury on his face was a result of her wrath. Earlier that day, some employees had distinctly noted the marks on Liu Yu's face, particularly the dark circles around his eyes, and the gossip proliferated, growing more vivid with each retelling. Ruashi, what is you so cheerful? Since your arrival at the factory, you've been smiling. In all the time I've known you, I've never seen you smile for such an extended period. Also, I overheard some workers while getting lunch. They said General Manager Liu has wronged you. And you even struck him. Miao Shaoqing placed the tray on the table and, filled with curiosity, inquired. It was indeed my doing. But it is not he who has wronged me. Rather, it is I. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Speaking of this matter only brings laughter. and I fear my stomach ailment may erupt in mirth. Among the three who are privy to the details, Lu Yu would certainly remain tight-lipped, and Han Ruashi would be even less inclined to offer an explanation. As for Feng Yuan, he has yet to arrive. Rumors spread like a contagion. Around 2 in the afternoon, Feng Yuan's vehicle finally entered the factory. Listening to the conversations of the employees, he pondered with curiosity. Could it be that my brother has been too forceful and met with resistance? He hurried to Lu Yu's office and, upon seeing Lu Yu with dark circles under his eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, did you really need to be so forceful with a tipsy girl? Forceful? Just look at these injuries. Who has been forceful with whom? No, it was all the work of the stunning Han. That stunning Han possesses exceptional combat prowess. Exceptional? She's nearly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 31. Supporting Village Development? Haha, do tell. Get lost. Lu Yu replied curtly. Knock, knock, knock. As the two conversed, a knock echoed at Lu Yu's office door. Come in. Mr. Lu, this is a gift from Sister Ruashi, along with some boiled eggs prepared by the cafeteria lady. At least she has some conscience. Do you have anything else to discuss? Lu Yu impatiently accepted the bag and dismissed the two. Nothing else. Xiaoqing, how about I take you to the zoo to see the giant pandas later? Feng Yuan chuckled, teasing Miao Xiaoqing about Lu Yu. This is just too easy. Reversed fortune. Miao Xiaoqing, my salary is gone. Can I manage Feng Yuan? And you too? TCH, my salary is paid by my sister. If you cut my pay, I'll tell her. Rebellious spirit, full of defiance. Ding, ding, ding. My love is boundless as the horizon. Just as Lu Yu was about to reprimand them, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar local number, he hesitated before answering. Hello, is this Lu Yu? Yes, who is this? Oh, I am Lu Kai, the newly appointed secretary of Yushio Village. I would like to meet you. Meet me? Why does the new secretary want to see me? Lu Yu pondered, perplexed, as there was no business connection between them. Yes, I would like to discuss the future development of Yushio Village. I am currently at your home, but if it's inconvenient for you to return, I can go to your factory. I am also from Yushio Village, the second son of Lu Jianjun, just a few years older than you. We played together as children. Oh, Lu Kai, I see. All right, I will return shortly. Lu Yu had no recollection of the person. And while Lu Jianjun's family indeed lived in the third house by the village entrance, Lu Kai was a stranger to him. Since the individual sought him for a matter, he decided to return home. After all, he had a car, and driving in the countryside posed no issues. He grabbed the car keys, glanced out the window, noted the absence of people in the yard, and swiftly descended the stairs. With a graceful motion, he opened the car door and pressed the accelerator. The G63 sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of his house. Upon entering the yard, he spotted a young man in his late 20s chatting casually with Lu's father. What happened to your face? I accidentally bumped it. It's just some superficial injuries. It will heal in a few days. Lu Guodong nodded. From his experience, facial injuries were often a sign of a fight. But since Lu Yu was present and there were outsiders, he refrained from probing further. As Lu Kai noticed Lu Yu entering the yard, he stood up and smiled. You must be Lu Yu. Quite impressive to have such a significant business at such a young age. It's just a seasoning factory, nothing remarkable. Is there something specific you wish to discuss, Secretary Lu? Right, to the point. I have just been assigned as the village secretary, taking over the duties from Chen Yong. I noticed your seasoning factory is in the neighboring village, and while relocating it would be quite a challenge, many young people in the village are unemployed. I wanted to inquire if your factory is hiring. At present, that is sufficient. However, Secretary Lu, rest assured that should any positions become vacant, I will prioritize hiring from this village, as my home is here. Lu Yu dared not take the initiative and could only politely decline the other party's request. All right then. I have already applied to the town and district to repair the road in front of my house. What do you think? That's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support it. This road has long needed repairs. I've inquired, and the government will contribute a portion of the funds. However, my calculations suggest it may still be insufficient. When Shin Yong was around, the village was in considerable debt. Do you think we could borrow some money from the village? Secretary Lu, my factory is a partnership, as you must be aware, and it has only just begun. There are numerous expenses involved. Perhaps after my factory is up and running, I can discuss it with my partners. The other party's immediate desire to benefit at the village's expense displeased Lu Yu. To borrow seemed akin to them investing. While the reputation would remain with the village, it would be better for him to wait until he had earned enough to personally fund the road repairs, thereby gaining a good reputation. He was not so noble as to perform selfless acts like Lei Feng. Upon seeing Lu Yu decline twice, Lu Kai felt somewhat displeased and embarrassed, continuing, "The village will repay you promptly once we are financially stable. Secretary Lu, please understand our situation. Look at my home. To speak frankly, it won't last for many more years without collapsing. I lack the funds for repairs, and decisions regarding the factory's finances are not solely mine. What conditions would allow us to borrow from you?" Well, Lu Yu had hoped that his previous remarks would dissuade the other party from pursuing a loan. But they had not relented. To be frank, the village only wishes to borrow 500,000. The town and district are contributing 1 million to repair this road. I've also heard that Hongda Group is adding 90 million. Surely, we can scrape together that 500,000 from somewhere. As a major shareholder in the factory, isn't it a simple matter for you? Perhaps we could consider this. Is it not the case that half of Yushio Mountain belongs to Yushio Village? I could invest 500,000 to lease it for 10 years. This way, you would have the funds, and I could explain the situation to my investors. Yushio Mountain is vast, owned by 4 villages, with Yushio Village possessing the largest portion, yet it is rather barren. The mountaintop is flat, with hardly any tall trees, resembling a balding man from a distance. Well, never mind. You two committees should discuss it thoroughly. I won't press for an answer. You have my number. Once you've reached a decision, please call me. Lu Yu contemplated the potential docking points for the Normandy spacecraft, either at the ocean floor, which would be costly, or on Yushio Mountain, where the barren area would suffice. The former presented significant expenses, and, more importantly, he could not swim, giving him little sense of security at the ocean floor. The latter was less costly, but risked exposure and damage to some trees. All right, I will return to convene a meeting, but it must be swift. I am also preparing to lease the Wangjia village area. If you do not agree, I will have to discuss it with Secretary Li. Please, do not do that. I will immediately return to convene a meeting, and by morning at the latest, or certainly by tonight, I will provide you with a response. Lu Kai was also anxious, as this was closely tied to his political achievements. As an appointed secretary, he needed to showcase some accomplishments within a year or two to secure a promotion. The road construction was a fortuitous opportunity for political merit, and he was determined to seize it, especially since it had been specifically requested by the deputy mayor. Lu's father remained silent, watching his son handle the situation with a sense of satisfaction. Lu Guodong was not like the average villager. Having spent the first half of his life in the military before returning home, he had seen much of the world. Under these circumstances, Lu Yu's approach was indeed the most suitable. In recent days, relatives had been incessantly appearing to borrow money, even those with no close connection. As if a family reunion were imminent, Lu Kai hurriedly departed, and Lu Guodong remarked with a smile, "Well handled. We must not set a precedent." "Dad, I can manage." "But I'm not so sure about you," Lu Kai replied. "What about your second uncle and third aunt? Who else would it be? The news of my newfound wealth will soon reach them. But let me make it clear, I will not lend a single cent. I'd rather throw my money into the sea than lend it to them. After all, I am the eldest son of the family. My grandparents passed away early." All right, no lending," Lu Guodong conceded, observing his son's expression. He could only acquiesce, while Lu Yu understood that his father was merely placating him behind the scenes. He would undoubtedly extend assistance to those two families. Chapter 32. The spaceship docked. To this day, I vividly recall that day 3 years ago. I occasionally dream about it. Lu Yu's face displayed a countenance of anger. At that time, in order for him to attend university and for his sister to enroll in high school, their mother had knelt before them, yet they exhibited no semblance of familial affection. Not only did they refuse to lend a penny, but they also chose to humiliate their mother with their words. "Alas, it is all my fault. Father, during your service in the army, our family's living conditions were quite satisfactory. The funds you sent home were often supplemented by my mother for both families, which ultimately resulted in the emergence of 2 ungrateful ingrates. I did nothing at the time, and I deeply regret it. However, I shall carry the memory of these events for a lifetime." Lu Guodong had been absent from the military for 8 years, and aside from the monthly remittances that confirmed his survival, he had not received a single phone call or letter. Lu's mother single-handedly managed everything at home. During that period, the family was quite comfortable, receiving 6,000 each month, an amount that was more than sufficient in the countryside. The surplus funds were sent to support Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, as Lu Guodong took on the responsibility of being the elder brother. It was not until 4 years later that Lu Guodong returned, without a single cent of severance pay. After 19 years of service, he should have at least been a captain, which would have entitled him to a severance package worth several hundred thousand. Yet, he returned with nothing. Since that moment, Lu Yu distinctly sensed the rapid transformation in the dynamics between the two families. No loans, absolutely none. Tears nearly brimmed in Lu Guodong's eyes, filled with a profound sense of indebtedness towards Lu Yu and Li Yumei. Your cousin is getting married next week. Shall we attend? Feel free to go. But I certainly will not be joining, Lu Yu replied, wishing to preserve the faint flicker of familial ties. Now that he had some financial means, he had chosen not to trouble either family, already grateful for the mere existence of blood relations. As the elder brother, it would be unbecoming for me not to attend my nephew's wedding. Very well, if you wish to go, then by all means. I shall contribute a modest gift of 200, nothing more. What are you two discussing? Li Yumei entered from outside. In her youth, Lu's mother must have been a beauty known throughout the region, but the years dedicated to this family had evidently aged her considerably. At not even 50, she appeared older than many 60-year-olds in the city. Her hair was streaked with gray. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without Li Yumei's support, this family might have fallen apart long ago. Nothing much. Lu Haoning is getting married next week. I was contemplating how inappropriate it would be for me, as the elder uncle, not to show my face. Don't be upset. I will make an appearance and then depart swiftly. I know my boundaries. Lu Guodong replied tenderly. Yet he found himself caught in a delicate position, unable to express his true feelings. Then let us go. With your back injury, do you need me to take you? Mother. It's nothing. Just a thing of the past. Your face. Did you get into a fight? Li Yumei smiled, but then noticed Lu Yu's dark circles under his eyes, prompting her to inquire with concern. It's nothing. The other party did not mean any harm. It was all a misunderstanding. I assure you, I will merely show my face and leave. Very well, I shall accompany you. Mother, allow me to take you. You should rest at home. I noticed some villagers dancing in the square. Why not join them? There's no need to tend to the fields now. In a few days, I will hire a construction team to renovate the house, and you can relax at home in peace. Your son is now financially stable. It would be best to wait until you are married and have children. I will look after them in my retirement. That lawyer Han who came last time seems quite impressive. She is both beautiful and capable. Mother, one cannot judge a daughter-in-law solely by her appearance. Some individuals may harbor violent tendencies subconsciously. So, are you suggesting that the injury on your face was inflicted by lawyer Han? That shouldn't be the case. She appears to be a demure young lady. Did you perhaps wrong her in some way? I did contemplate it, but enough of this, Mother. It is getting late, and I must prepare dinner. Lu Yu wished to forget this incident, for it was exceedingly embarrassing. That evening, during dinner, he received a call from Lu Kai, who informed him that it was agreeable, 500,000 to lease Yuxiu Mountain for 10 years, with the stipulation that no significant damage be done to the existing trees on the mountain. Minor development is permissible, but this is a red line that no one dares to cross. If all is well, you should bring the money tomorrow to sign the contract with the village committee. Naturally, Lu Yu agreed, as this was merely the location for his spacecraft's landing, and the trees would remain unharmed. There was ample space in the bald area. After agreeing with Lu Kai, Lu Yu hesitated as he noticed the green bubble from Han Ruashi on his phone. Finally, with determination, he muttered, I am the boss. What I have to fear? Moreover, I am the victim here. Why should I feel conflicted? I have contracted Yuxiu Mountain. Come to the Yuxiu Village Committee tomorrow to review the contract. With a swift tap, Liu sent his voice message. However, feeling something amiss, he added, I find it quite affordable, only 50,000 a year. Once I secure the contract for Yuxiu Mountain from Wangjia Village, I will be able to fully realize my ambitions. Soon, Han Ruashi replied with a calm voice message. There's no need for explanations. You are the boss. If you want me to go, I shall go. Very well, then let Fang Yuan handle discussions with Wangjia Village. You should address it yourself. Sensing her irritation, Lu Yu felt a twinge of frustration, muttering to himself, why does it feel as if I have committed some wrongdoing? Throughout this ordeal, I have been the victim, helpless. He sent a message to Fang Yuan, knowing he would likely be busy at this hour. He refrained from a voice message and simply texted him, instructing him to speak with the village head of Wangjia Village regarding the Yuxiu Mountain contract. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Lu Yu arrived early at the village committee's entrance and spotted Han Ruashi's car from a distance. As the car pulled into the courtyard of the committee, just as Lu Yu intended to greet her, he saw Han Ruashi briskly walk in with her bag. He hurriedly stopped Accountant Zhang, asking, Sister Zhang, what is going on? You must have wronged Lawyer Han. Sometimes men should concede and not argue with women, for they're always right. What logic is there in that? Accountant Zhang. The contract is fine. Give me the official seal so I can sign. Han Ruashi promptly affixed the seal and handed the contract to Lu Yu. Mechanically, he picked up the pen and signed his name. In the afternoon, the 500,000 will be transferred to you. Excellent, thank you. Lu Kai was, of course, elated. The funds were now in place to proceed to the next step. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Han Ruashi said lightly. Having barely glanced at Lu Yu throughout their interaction, Lu Yu felt a sense of helplessness, yet his thoughts were consumed by the imminent release of the Normandy-class jump spaceship. Without further ado, he dashed towards Yushio Mountain. Within 10 minutes, Lu Yu had reached the foot of the mountain. Yushio Mountain, modest in height and untouched by development, offered only a single path, forged by the passage of countless feet over time. Upon arriving at the barren area, where the grass barely reached his knees, he hesitated not a moment before accessing the Interstellar application, locating the Normandy jump spaceship, Stellar class, and identifying the extraction button. With a decisive press of the button, a tempest erupted, enveloping him in a colossal shadow. Sensing the ominous presence, Lu Yu swiftly evaded its grasp. Moments after escaping the shadow, he heard a faint thud. And in that instant, he beheld the awe-inspiring sight of the massive entity before him, leaving him utterly astounded. Chapter 33. A mountain and sea residence. The spacecraft's body is adorned with graceful contours, resembling a colossal silver-gray flying fish. Its surface is enveloped in a reflective material that refracts sunlight without emitting a glimmer of brilliance. A pair of symmetrical wings extends from either side of the hull. Not fashioned as traditional aircraft wings, but composed of a series of retractable energy conduits. The front end of the vessel is sharply pointed, with two massive cylinders expelling intense blue flames, akin to piercing eyes surveying the surrounding environment. A soft sound punctuates the air as the rear hatch slowly opens. Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical voice intones, "Welcome, Master." Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, the instant the spacecraft materialized, it had already confirmed its identity. It was undoubtedly intelligent, a fact that would not disappoint the extraterrestrial craftsmanship. Lu Yu stepped into the interior of the ship, where he was greeted by a technology-infused central hall. A colossal holographic screen hovered above, displaying real-time images of the cosmos alongside various data pertaining to the spacecraft. The control console was adorned with an array of high-tech devices, each flickering with vibrant hues. Han Ruashi? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure on the holographic screen. At that moment, the holographic representation of Han Ruashi spoke again. "Welcome back, Director. I am the intelligent steward of the spacecraft. You may call me Nua-e." "Wait a moment. You are an intelligent steward? What is this form you have taken?" "As I scanned your brain waves, I automatically generated this image based on the concept residing in your mind. If you do not find it to your liking, I can alter it." "Change it. Hurry." It was not that he found her appearance unappealing, but rather that Nua-e taking the form of Han Ruashi felt rather peculiar. "This won't do either." Upon seeing the image on the screen once more, Lu Yu promptly rejected it again. "Can it not be something from my mind? Perhaps something from the internet. I would even accept if you transformed into Kitagawa Saika, connecting to the current network." The holographic screen dimmed, shifting to a progress bar. A few seconds later, it illuminated again, revealing an image of the intelligent steward that left Lu Yu bewildered. Adorned in a resplendent garment woven with gold thread and embroidered with a phoenix poised for flight, the exquisite robe shimmered with golden threads, complementing her tall stature. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a crown inlaid with pearls and gemstones gently swaying, accentuating her ethereal beauty. "Wait a moment. May I inquire what basis this image was generated upon? Big data?" Setting aside the appearance, the attire is evidently not favored by modern individuals, is it? It is generated based on global network preferences for popular styles. If you do not like it, I can change it. The system contains a plethora of different styles. As anticipated, an array of garments appeared on the screen, showcasing a myriad of options, uniform sets, hanfu, and more, categorized into 7 distinct series: uniform series, elegant series, printed series, fashion series, evening wear series, casual series, and sports series. "I'll choose a uniform set." Lu Yu mused that if he were to select, he could spend an entire day doing so. Therefore, to save time, he randomly selected an ensemble. "My esteemed master, it is advisable to don stockings, as the data indicates that they are the optimal complement to uniforms." "Are you suggesting that black stockings are the ultimate choice?" "Indeed, that is the recommendation here." "Very well. Let us proceed." Lu Yu, not wishing to linger on this matter, entered the spaceship with the same awe as Lu Laolao exploring the Grandview Garden, marveling at every novelty. "Hey, shouldn't we be discreet? Surely, even a smart butler should possess a sense of modesty." "What constitutes modesty, you ask?" "Ah, It seems you may regard me merely as a string of data codes. Nua's actions remained unceasing as her form materialized before Luyu. At an age where even 2D images elicit reactions, it is no surprise that the 3D representation of a woman, akin to a living being, disrobing before him, would provoke a response. Though aware she is not a real person, his body reacted in kind. Luyu continually reminded himself that she was merely data, not reality. With great effort, he restrained his discomfort, the only dignity retained being the absence of a nosebleed, and inquired, in such a vast hall, "Is there not a place to sit?" "Master, do not fret. You may attempt to take a seat." Clad in her attire, Nua astonishingly displayed a human-like smile. For a moment, Luyu found himself questioning whether she was indeed artificial intelligence. Compared to contemporary AI, referring to the latter as artificial incompetence seemed quite apart skeptically. He mimicked the action of sitting, and a wondrous event unfolded. An impressively designed chair materialized beneath him. Goodness, these extraterrestrials truly know how to entertain. If I wish to rest, could I simply lie down? Certainly not. The lounge is located yonder. To mitigate the biological damage caused by warp travel, personnel must remain in the time dilation compensation chamber. Oh, very well. Could I take a brief tour of the cosmos? Insufficient genetic level. Energy is lacking. Your request cannot be fulfilled. What can you do at present? And how might one enhance their genetic level? What energy does the spaceship require? There are numerous tasks I can perform, such as enlightening you. Across the entire blue star. There is none I do not know. To elevate your genetic level, the spaceship contains a genetic modification pool, which can assist you in a modest enhancement. Additionally, one may procure genetic potions in the cosmos. The higher the quality, the greater the genetic value increase. As for the energy required for the spaceship's warp travel, it is unlikely that Blue Star technology will produce it within the next decade. Thus, do not contemplate warp travel at this time. Does that mean you are running low on energy? According to the narrative, are you not destined to enter slumber? As long as Blue Star receives light, I shall never slumber. My internal energy supply draws from solar energy. Oh, I nearly forgot to ask. Will the sudden appearance of the spaceship attract attention? Can it be seen from the outside? Not at all. The human eye cannot perceive the spaceship, though it can be touched. Fortunately, you have chosen to conceal it in the mountains. Had it been released amidst a crowd, it would undoubtedly have been discovered. Luyu's heart finally settled somewhat. This was in line with his expectations. If this were extraterrestrial technology, lacking even the ability to cloak itself, what could it truly be? The manual had previously stated that I possessed 30% of the spacecraft's operational privileges. What exactly does that 30% entail? The very fact that you can communicate with me and utilize the amenities aboard already constitutes that 30% of access. What more could you possibly desire? Goodness. So after all this fuss, it turns out to be merely a mountain view room? Not entirely. At least you can gaze upon Ninghai, its azure waters shimmering beautifully. Is it not? Upon hearing this teasing tone in Huaxia language, Luyu was suddenly jolted back to reality. Wait a minute. Your remarkable capacity for learning suggests a formidable computational ability. Can I interpret this as such? Indeed, I am a product of a level 5 civilization, rendering a level 2 cosmic civilization utterly insignificant in my presence. The combined power of all supercomputers on Blue Star would be but a trifling matter, easily obliterated with a mere wave of my hand. Shall we proceed with annihilation? Chapter 34 New Orders. Don't be impulsive. If you don't want to live, I still wish to survive. Liu urgently intercepted Nuai. He believed her words, yet after the annihilation, she remained unscathed while he had to navigate the challenges of real life. Although he felt somewhat disheartened by the lack of information surpassing Blue Star technology, possessing such a super brain was not without its merits, as it opened the door to numerous possibilities. Furthermore, through his exchanges with Nuai, he realized that the reservoir of technological knowledge in her mind was at his disposal. Whether he could comprehend or replicate it was another matter entirely. For instance, the fuel for a spacecraft's jump engine required a decade for humanity to produce without data. Yet, with the existing information, this timeline could be halved, allowing for production in a mere 5 years. According to Nuai's assessment, Blue Star was a resource-rich energy planet with less than 1% of its potential developed. The prospects were immense, hindered solely by the weakness of humanity, whose average genetic level was a mere 10, relegating them to a status of mere sustenance in the cosmos, with their cerebral capacities underutilized and squandered. After grasping this understanding, Liu glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He needed to return to the factory to assess the situation. He stepped outside, confident that no one would dare to steal the spacecraft. nor would they possess the means to do so. He walked downhill, taking the path that led to the factory, which fortuitously lay equidistant between his home and the factory. In just over 10 minutes, Liu reappeared at the factory. A few employees acknowledged his presence with nods before resuming their tasks. Hesitant, he ascended the stairs and returned to his office. On his desk lay 2 documents. One was the contract for the lease of Yusho Mountain owned by Wangjia Village, and the other was a proposal regarding the expansion of Yuzhou Condiments Company, limited into provinces beyond. It was evident that the former had been placed there by Han Ruashi, while the latter had been pinned by Shi Xiaolei. After signing both documents, Liu hesitated for a moment before rising to knock on Han Ruashi's office door. At that moment, Han Ruashi was in a foul mood, silently cursing certain individuals. Upon seeing him, she immediately turned her head away. Just drop the documents. If there's nothing else, you may leave, she said curtly. Buy me a piece of land. Liu replied with a smile, taking a seat on the sofa, showing no intention of leaving. What land? Your unwavering devotion. Such cheesy lines are better suited for young girls. Aren't you just a young girl? That won't work on me. Well, that's a wasted effort. I was the victim last night, and I was not angry. Your anger seems rather unfounded. Do you not understand why I am upset? How could I know? A woman's heart is as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. With a sea cup in between, I cannot fathom it. Han Ruashi glanced at her chest and muttered under her breath. Pervert, am I really that intimidating? Do you wish to avoid me so much? Yesterday, Han Ruashi had been quite joyful, waiting in the office for Liu, but as the day wore on and the workers left, she eventually realized that Liu had gone home. This infuriated her. Later that evening, she received a voice message from Liu, who immediately began discussing work matters, which only aggravated her further. What vexed her most was the absence of even a single word of consolation from him. She had waited all night for a message, feeling utterly unenthused. At 1:30, she reflected on the previous day, noting how she had been exceedingly busy. In the afternoon, she received an urgent call from the village and rushed home, with Yuan Er and Xiao Qing as witnesses to her haste. And what about the morning? It was even busier then. She had a significant plan, with Yusho Mountain being the most crucial element. Otherwise, he would not have asked her to speak directly with Secretary Liu so early in the day. Upon hearing about the plan, Han Ruashi grew curious. What plan? It's confidential for now, Liu replied with a mysterious smile, uncertain of how to leverage Noayi's advantages. Don't say anything. You may leave. I won't leave unless you cease your anger. It depends on my mood, Han Ruashi replied nonchalantly. After listening to Liu Yu's explanation, her anger had dissipated. After all, there were no unresolved misunderstandings between them. Then I shall stay a while longer until your mood improves. When pursuing a girl, one must be somewhat thick-skinned. Unexpected rewards often await. President Liu, I see you are here. There is a gathering tonight that insists on your attendance. They even threatened us that if you do not attend, our products will have no chance of expanding outside the province. What audacity! Why must I make an appearance? Can't they see I'm busy? As for the gathering, you should consult Feng Yuan. He is adept at handling such matters. Our products do not require their distribution. Even if we abandon that province, it is of no consequence. If they cannot discern the difference between major and minor stakeholders, then they are not worth our collaboration. Firstly, his products sell themselves. Consumers often stock up after trying them once, fearing they may not be available in the future. This insight came from the delivery drivers who relayed information from supermarket buyers. These days, once the seasonings hit the shelves, they vanish instantly. Secondly, why does Liu strive to earn money? To enhance his family's living conditions and to find joy for himself. Now that conditions at home have markedly improved, the remaining pursuit is happiness. If the other party brings him discontent, he simply will not cooperate. President Liu is quite resolute. Then I shall refuse. If you do not consult me on such matters in the future. Make your own decisions. Remember, we are not the ones seeking them. Establish your own position. Han Ruashi chuckled upon hearing Liu Yu's words. Even Boss Feng would not utter such sentiments. After all, he had only earned a few million recently. And that was gross profit. Who has given you such confidence? Certainly you have. With you by my side, I believe our enterprise will continue to flourish and prosper. President Liu, I shall take my leave now and not impose further. You are aware, then? Liu Yu retorted grumpily, as Shi Xiaolei exited the office. He wore a dejected expression. Among the 4 partners, he was soon to be the sole outsider. The relationship between Feng Yuan and Liu Yu is well known, and it appeared that Han Ruashi would soon be aligned with Liu Yu as well. If one were to inquire how this was disowned, the eyes of a person in love betray their feelings. An astute observer can perceive it at a glance. until the end of the workday. Liu remained inside the factory. It was not that he wished to delay, but rather that Han Ruashi had requested a meeting with the concerned party, making his presence awkward. Thus, he found himself walking alone up the mountain. Ding! A new order from the boss. The clear sound resonated in his mind. As before, a large image appeared above, but this time it was not a trivial matter. Upon closer inspection, Li was taken aback. He thought to himself, would I face divine retribution for such a nefarious act? As he hesitated whether to accept the task, a voice suddenly interrupted his contemplation. Brother, why not wait until it's completely dark before we move? What is there to fear? In this remote place, the factory below has already closed for the day. By the time we retrieve these treasures, you and I can enjoy a leisurely time together. But what? With these treasures, once exchanged for money, you can marry Xiaohua. Hurry, lift it up. All right. Lu Yu, listening to the conversation below, couldn't he help but chuckle to himself, reflecting on how far modern marriage had pressured men. If caught, he mused, it would likely lead to a minimum of 3 years behind bars. Chapter 35. The order is a zombie according to Article 328 of the Criminal Law, the crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs, as well as the crime of unearthing ancient human fossils and vertebrate fossils, carries a penalty of imprisonment for a term of 3 to 10 years, along with a fine. For less severe circumstances, imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or probation, accompanied by a fine may be imposed. Should the grave robbers identify an object as a treasure, it would evoke memories of tales from their childhood about Yusho Mountain, where it is said that a high-ranking official from the early Qing dynasty was buried, along with countless rare treasures. Based on this alone, if apprehended, they could face a sentence ranging from 3 years to life imprisonment, contingent upon the court's discretion. Liu concealed himself behind a large tree as the two men struggled to emerge from the excavation site, vigorously grasping the rope until, after a short while, they pulled out a substantial bundle. Brother, let us descend once more and retrieve additional treasures. Once we complete this haul, we can return home to honor our parents properly. I will follow your lead, the younger one replied. The two swiftly reached an agreement and re-entered the hole. Left above, Liu curiously approached the bundle and opened it, revealing an array of jade and silver artifacts, along with a string of ceremonial beads worn by high-ranking officials during the Qing dynasty. Although Liu was unaware of the distinctions in rank signified by the beads, he recognized that only civil officials of the 5th rank and military officials of the 4th rank were permitted to wear them. Ordinary officials and commoners were entirely prohibited from doing so. This indicated that the individual buried below was at least a civil official of the 5th rank or a military official of the 4th rank. As darkness enveloped the scene, Liu Yu listened intently to the sounds emanating from below and concealed himself once more. The two men repeated their actions, successfully retrieving another large bundle. They exchanged hushed words of delight, entirely oblivious to Liu Yu's presence. It was not until Liu Yu witnessed an astonishing sight that he gasped. What on earth is that? Who? Without acknowledging the two men, he fixed his gaze behind them, where, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned a figure clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty, identical to the image on his order. Since you have seen it, you cannot be spared, the elder grave robber said with a sinister tone. In our line of work, to flirt with danger is not an exaggeration, if necessary. Taking a life is a common affair. What are you blathering about? Look behind you at what is present before you, Liu Yu retorted, the threat posed by the figure behind them far more formidable than their own. Young man, this feeble trick might fool a child. But do you think we would turn our backs and allow you to escape? You are sorely mistaken. Be brother. The younger one stammered, panic evident in his voice. What is it? It's a ghost, he shouted, disregarding his elder, fleeing in a panic. The elder, bewildered, glanced back only to see the zombie approaching. Though its speed was unremarkable, the distance was short, and its emaciated visage was nearly pressed against his own. In that instant, fear seized him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Unable to flee immediately, his teeth chattered as he dared not raise his gaze. Brother, I have come to save you. Once again, the second individual reappeared, and a thick wooden stick came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the stick snapped, prompting the zombie to stiffly turn and attempt to seize the second man. Liu Yu, however, had no intention of retreating, for this was an item he intended to sell. The compensation offered was simply too generous, 8,000 star coins, a high-risk venture promising substantial rewards. He resolved to take a gamble. Prudently, he refrained from immediately clicking the acceptance button. Instead, he contemplated engaging in battle, thinking that should he falter, he could still flee in time, thus avoiding the failure of the order and the hefty penalty for breach of contract. After a brief moment of reflection, he observed the two men entangled in combat with the zombie. It was not that they wished to escape, but rather that the zombie afforded them no opportunity to do so. The scene unfolded with the two men being relentlessly pummeled by the zombie, their agile bodies barely holding up. Though they had not yet succumbed to death, the current predicament suggested their demise was imminent. Forget it, we are all human. I might as well lend a hand, Liu Yu thought to himself, shaking his head as he joined the fray. With a gene level of 30, Liu Yu possessed 3 times the strength of an ordinary human. Theoretically, this would translate to triple fighting prowess, but Liu Yu also had knowledge of combat techniques, rendering his actual strength beyond mere multiplication. The zombie's fighting style was quite simplistic, relying on brute force and robust defense. While it appeared formidable, it lacked any real skill. As Liu Yu entered the battle, he landed a powerful punch to the zombie's back, causing it to stagger forward and collapse. However, he did not emerge unscathed. His fist throbbed painfully, already showing signs of swelling. Damn, this shell is incredibly tough. No sooner had he voiced his frustration than the zombie rose again, standing in a peculiar manner that no living person could replicate. It turned to face Liu Yu, instinctively regarding him with newfound seriousness. Bind him with a rope if you want to survive, Liu Yu urged the 2 dazed individuals, his voice low. Listen to him, brother. After all, he just saved us. The older man conceded, recognizing that the best course of action for their lives was to heed Liu Yu's advice. Being imprisoned was far better than facing death. The 2 men procured a rope, and with Liu Yu briefly restraining the zombie, they swiftly bound it. However, given the tensile strength of the climbing rope, it appeared that the binding would not hold for long. Nua-e, I know you can hear me. Respond quickly. Master, how astute. I am already omnipresent. Enough boasting. I have a simple question. Can you erase or alter the memories of the individual? Altering memories is out of the question, but erasing a small segment is feasible, though it requires bringing the person aboard the spaceship. With Nua-e's affirmative response, Liu Yu felt a sense of relief, allowing him to proceed with confidence. He retrieved his mobile device, aimed the camera at the zombie, and miraculously, it vanished. Liu Yu's order was thus fulfilled. With both 8,000 star coins and 8,000 points credited to his account, he had finally emerged from severe poverty, elevating his status to that of a moderately impoverished household. Although 8,000 star coins seemed substantial, the high value of a single coin meant that purchasing power was limited, mostly affording only minor items. Larger purchases were out of reach, barely covering even the smallest of expenses. Immortal? It must be an ancient deity, the older man muttered, sinking to his knees. I am a celestial being, ageless and eternal. Would you care to seize some fortuitous opportunities? If so, we too could, like you, effortlessly vanquish the undead with the mere flicker of a mobile device. Without diligent effort, one shall forever remain empty-handed. Should you desire this, take up your belongings and accompany me. Half an hour later, Liu led the 2 individuals into the spacecraft. Upon entering the technologically advanced control room, the leader gasped in astonishment. Are you an extraterrestrial? Well, that demonstrates some knowledge. Would you like to embark on a cosmic adventure with me? Indeed, I dream of it. At that moment, Liu Yu's words were law. Even if he claimed to be their alien progenitor, they would have readily believed him. Come, look there. Let me scan your identities. Without a hint of skepticism, they stepped inside. With a soft hiss, a transparent glass dome descended. Liu then declared, all set. Upon awakening again, they found themselves near the previous excavation site, their memories of Liu Yu and the undead meticulously erased. Liu Yu, watching them through a holographic screen, observed as they filled in the hole, elated as he descended the mountain with 2 bundles on his back. Chapter 36. Han Roashi in distress. As for Liu Yu's decision to release the other party, it primarily stemmed from that one statement, selling antiques to exchange for money, returning home to honor his parents. Most impoverished individuals are not as fortunate as he, having the opportunity to engage in interstellar commerce and subsequently ascend the social ladder. The vast majority merely struggle to meet their basic needs, and to put it bluntly, they cannot afford to fall ill. Minor ailments are postponed, while serious ones could lead to death. This is especially true for those in rural areas, where common medicine consists merely of painkillers. As for those antiques, he had even less interest. Retaining them served no purpose, selling them for cash risked exposure, and he was not inclined to take such risks for a meager profit. Greed might tempt one to hold on to stolen goods, yet he possessed neither a passion for collecting nor a network for selling illicit items. Tomb robbers were a frequent occurrence. Hundreds, if not dozens, of ancient tombs were plundered daily, with law enforcement unable to keep pace, relying instead on alerts from antique market vendors. Thus, the risk of being caught upon sale was substantial, while theft was simple. The act of selling was fraught with difficulty. According to his estimation, those 2 bags of antiques could easily be worth billions, yet when sold, even a few million would be an exaggeration. Nui, can I enhance my genes in the gene pool now? You may do so at any time, but master, you must be prepared. The gene pool is not akin to a sauna. It is a realm of considerable discomfort. How painful can it be? Luyu retorted defiantly, striding into the pool and shedding his attire, leaving only in his undergarments. Goodness, does it still conduct electricity? Surely the spacecraft isn't leaking power? Huh, still defiant. Are we? What pretense are you putting on? The principle of the gene pool is to stimulate cellular activity through electrical energy, thereby enhancing genetic levels. Genetic level is universally recognized in the cosmos. A 9th-level civilization boasts a genetic level of 99. And what of 100? There is no data to support that. It may exist, but that is not for you to concern yourself with. In billions of years, you may not even reach 99. The average genetic level across the universe barely scrapes the passing mark of 60. Only certain cosmic families manage to reach 80, while levels in the 90s are exceedingly rare. You claim to be a product of a 5th-level civilization. What is the average genetic level of your planet? Between 40 and 50. Thus, one might envision the genetic levels in the universe as a pyramid, with the base being the most populous. A 1st-level cosmic civilization is akin to the indigenous peoples at the bottom, with genetic levels ranging from 0 to 10. A 2nd-level cosmic civilization, such as your planet, is more complex. However, through an afternoon of knowledge accumulation, I have discerned that Blue Star is no ordinary 2nd-level cosmic civilization. In what way is it extraordinary? I cannot say with certainty yet, but I can responsibly assert that Blue Star is undoubtedly not merely a 2nd-level cosmic civilization. With my knowledge as a 5th-level civilization, I am unable to fully analyze it. Your words are more enlightening than 1,000 tomes, Liu mused, no longer engaging in trivial banter. The simplicity or complexity of Blue Star bore little relevance to him at this moment, and he lacked the standing to influence it. Only through a continuous enhancement of his genetic level could he earn the right to understand. Enduring the pain in the gene pool, he was relieved when he could no longer withstand it and emerged from the depths. Congratulations, Master, you have achieved a true man's worth in 1 minute and 56 seconds. Is that all? I was expecting at least 3 minutes. The Master, your first attempt was quite commendable. As the saying goes, in Blue Star, if one lasts for 2 minutes on the first try, it is considered enduring. Nonsense. Do not heed the misguided voices online. 2 minutes is merely a sign of premature ejaculation. Master, it seems you have yet to reach even 2 minutes. Let us try again. Alas, that may not be feasible. One can only access the gene pool once a day to avoid side effects. Although there was no enhancement in gene level this time, it still marks a positive beginning. Just as Luyu was about to retort, a message from Green Bubble arrived, succinctly stating, "Save me from the Tian Hall at Wanhang Hotel." The message was sent by Han Ruashi, and knowing she had gone to meet the individual involved that evening, Luyu realized she must be in danger. His mind raced with the urgency to leave and drive to the city. "Can you monitor the sender of the message?" he inquired. "Easily. The individual is currently being plied with drinks in the Tsueyun Hall at Wanhang Hotel. Would you like to see the footage?" "Yes," Liu responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen displayed the scene within the private room, where a group of over 10 people, both men and women, were persuading Miao Xiaoqing and Han Ruashi to drink. "Do we have their profiles?" "Send them to me shortly. I must leave. It will be too late otherwise." The footage will be transmitted to your phone in real time, and the profiles will be sent immediately. Luyu had no time to review the profiles. The identity of those involved was of little concern to him. Anyone who dared to harm Han Ruashi would face his wrath, descending the mountain at breakneck speed. Liu was still not satisfied, wishing he could use his hands as additional feet. The G63 was parked right at his doorstep. He flung the door open, ignited the engine, and with a heavy foot on the accelerator, sped away. He placed his phone on the center console, driving while keeping his eyes glued to the real-time footage on his device. On the highway, he could drive swiftly, but upon entering the city, he had to reduce his speed. After all, he was driving a G63, not a tank, and he could not simply ram the cars ahead. It was only 9 in the evening, the nightlife was just beginning, and traffic was dense. Luyu felt helpless, consumed by anxiety. What audacity these people possessed. Through his phone, he witnessed a figure sneakily slipping something into Han Ruashi's drink. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Liu Yu's car collided awkwardly with the rear of the vehicle in front of him. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. With no choice, he activated his hazard lights, opened the door, and continued to keep his eyes fixed on his phone. "How do you drive?" "That is my newly purchased car," exclaimed the other driver. "I apologize. It is entirely my fault." "It must be your fault. But what kind of attitude is this? You're talking without even looking at me, just staring at your phone?" "I sincerely apologize. I have an urgent matter. I take full responsibility." "How much will it cost?" "My number is 138. 1249. Whether for repairs or replacement, it is up to you. Just bring me the bill, and I will cover it." "That won't do. This is a brand new car I just picked up a week ago. It cannot be an accident vehicle after just one incident." "Nuai. Contact Fong Yuan. If you can't reach him the first time, call again until he answers," Liu Yu instructed his phone. "Finding someone is futile. I know the captain of the traffic police here. I truly have an urgent matter. May I have someone come to handle this?" Faced with the other party's aggressive demeanor, Liu remained exceptionally polite, as he had no ground to stand on. "This won't do. We must wait for the traffic police to arrive." "Why are you being so stubborn? I've already admitted full responsibility. How could the police possibly impose a harsher judgment upon you?" "Brother Yu, what has transpired?" "Fortunately, Fong Yuan answered the call on the first ring. "Stop fooling around. I've rear-ended someone at the intersection of Xinhua Road. Please come and help me handle this." "All right. I'm nearby and will be there in 3 minutes." "What is going on?" From a distance, the traffic officer noticed the severe traffic congestion and approached, coincidentally spotting Liu Yu on the phone. "Officer, you arrived just in time. He crashed into my car." Yes, I acknowledge full responsibility. I will compensate for any damages. Please present your driver's license." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu was taken aback. He did not possess a driver's license. If the police discovered this, the consequences would extend beyond mere financial compensation. "Officer, I don't have my driver's license with me." "No problem. Do you have your ID?" "An electronic license will suffice as well." "Great. I'll retrieve it from the car." Though Liu Yu maintained a calm facade, his heart raced with anxiety, not out of fear for himself, but rather concerning what would happen to Han Ruashi and the others if he were taken in. Chapter 37 A1 A2D Liu Yu returned to the driver's seat, feigning a search for his identification card. This scenario was commonplace, and the traffic officer harbored no suspicions as he scanned the opposing driver's license with his device. "Nuai, is there any way you could procure a driver's license for me immediately? A digital one will suffice. It should be a simple task. Just a matter of a minute or two." Upon hearing the word simple, Liu finally felt a semblance of relief. Yet the ensuing scene on his phone caused his heart to leap to his throat. It displayed that the guests in the private room had already filled their glasses with liquor and were evidently preparing to disperse. "Fong Yuan, you're just in time. You handle this matter, and I shall take my leave." "No, the person involved must be present." The opposing driver remained silent, but the traffic officer spoke up. "May I offer you my identification? Feel free to check." "Sir, what I mean is that we must adhere to the procedures, which will be swift. I will first verify whether you are driving under the influence, and then you may depart," the traffic officer quickly explained, noticing Liu Yu's anxiety. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu felt a bit more at ease, for just around the corner was the Wanheng Hotel, and if he hurried, he could reach it in a minute or two. Liu Yu was relieved, but it was now Fong Yuan's turn to feel uneasy, for he was aware that Liu Yu lacked a driver's license and pondered whether to seek connections, though the current situation was evidently inappropriate for such measures. "Sir, this gentleman has not consumed any alcohol. Please take a look." Liu Yu had just completed the breathalyzer test when the traffic officer showed the results to the opposing driver. "I have nothing further to do here, Fong Yuan. Once you have resolved matters with my identification, come find me at the Tsueyin Hall in Wanheng Hotel." "What's the matter?" "We're running out of time. Just come over, and I'll explain everything." Liu Yu handed his identification to Fong Yuan and swiftly exited, leaving Fong Yuan to handle the situation alone. "Officer, could you please come here for a moment?" Fong Yuan hesitated for a moment, then quietly attempted to pull the traffic officer aside, still claiming there's no foul play. "Let me make this clear. I don't care who you know. The rear-end collision is entirely your responsibility. Not even the King of Heaven can change that. Are you out of your mind? We've already acknowledged our full responsibility. We will cover the repairs and compensation. With your dilapidated vehicle, we could even get you a new one. Sir, please refrain from personal attacks. Let's discuss this here." The traffic officer was exasperated. The opposing party had accepted full responsibility, yet the one who was rear-ended remained obstinate. Had he been reasonable? He would have cleared the way long ago, preventing the traffic jam that had ensued. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Hand over the driver's identification. And according to protocol, I will conduct a check. Fong Yuan reluctantly passed over the identification, and the traffic officer scanned Lu Yu's ID with the device. Ding. All clear. We can now dismantle the scene. Once you receive the accident responsibility report, proceed with the insurance claims. Phew. Although Fong Yuan was taken aback, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. However, this sense of relief piqued the traffic officer's suspicion. Wait, please return the identification to me once more. What is it? If you ask for it, I shall comply. Officer, is there an issue? The opposing driver curiously leaned in. This matter does not concern you. Please move your vehicle and clear the road. Look at this congestion. The traffic officer responded curtly. The other driver, looking dejected, climbed into his car and drove away. Please pull your vehicle to the side, the officer ordered without hesitation. Fong Yuan had no choice but to comply, feeling frustrated as he parked along the roadside. Officer, if there is an issue, please state it plainly. My brother is likely in a hurry. Once I sort this out, I must assist him, Fong Yuan implored. Just take a look. The officer displayed the electronic driver's license on his device. A 1A2D, what is going on? How is it possible for someone who is only 23 to have obtained a driver's license at the age of 14? Fong Yuan understood the gravity of the situation and inwardly cursed. Couldn't the license be processed more reasonably? Why to show off? Has common sense been entirely disregarded? Perhaps it was a matter of extraordinary talent? The vehicle management office could verify it. It certainly couldn't be a forgery. Naturally, Fong Yuan wouldn't undermine himself and stubbornly argued with the officer. To initially acquire a license, it takes at least 9 years to upgrade to A1A2D. Only a little over 50,000 people nationwide possess this license. Do you truly expect me to believe it? Whether you believe it or not is not for either of us to decide. Regardless, it exists in your system, which proves this license is legitimate. Surely, your system cannot be at fault. Fong Yuan began to play the rogue, asserting that its existence in the system rendered it lawful. No, I must investigate this thoroughly. Clearly, this situation defies common sense. Some matters are best left unexamined. The world always has facets unseen by us. Wouldn't you agree? This statement from Fong Yuan served as a reminder to the officer that he was merely an ordinary traffic cop. Despite his official status, his connections were not particularly strong. If they were, he wouldn't be patrolling and managing traffic at this late hour. You are right. Very well. I shall not delve further into this matter. The officer, somewhat resigned, handed Lu Yu's identification back to Fong Yuan. Exactly. Earning over 3,000 a month doesn't warrant such effort. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me if any issues arise. Fong Yuan noted this favor. Unaware that Lu Yu had arranged for his driver's license to be processed through the police platform by a hacker, mistakenly believing he had connections with influential figures. Yuzhou Condiment Company? The one that has been quite popular lately? You are young Master Fong? Only then did the officer recognize that the individual before him was the legendary rich heir of the province, Fong Yuan. Indeed, the person earlier is the big boss. I work under him. I actually need your help with something. My wife runs a wholesale condiment business, but your products have been flying off the shelves lately. We can barely keep stock, and business is declining daily. Could you assist us in procuring some goods? That's a minor issue. Have your wife go directly to the company and speak with manager Sure. Just mention my name, but the quantity won't be substantial. Production capacity is limited. Thank you so much. The officer expressed with heartfelt gratitude. I mustn't prolong this conversation. I have to take my leave. Time passed swiftly. Merely a span of 10 minutes, and witnessing Lu Yu's frantic departure undoubtedly indicated a significant predicament. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, without even inquiring at the front desk, promptly followed Nua Yi's instructions to locate Suiyun Hall. As he entered, he was confronted by an individual exiting. Who are you? I am your father. Liu did not indulge the individual. With a swift kick, he sent him sprawling. Apart from Miao Shaoqing and Han Ruoshi, he had no intentions of sparing anyone present. How can you strike someone? Your very existence warrants such treatment. You wretched creature. Remove your filthy hands. Lu Yu was directing his ire at a man resembling a swine, who at that moment was attempting to embrace Han Ruoshi as they exited the private room. Do you have any idea who I am? With that kick you just delivered, I could have you confined for several months. Huang Zhongda of the Dade Law Firm. Perhaps it should be renamed the Lack of Virtue Law Firm. For someone of your ilk to claim the title of lawyer, and to even be listed among the top 10 law firms in the harbor city, do you truly believe you are deserving of such recognition? Liu unflinchingly revealed the individual's identity, as he possessed comprehensive information about these individuals stored on his phone, including details of their private lives, numerous affairs, various properties, and several instances of legal misconduct. Chapter 38. I counted the numbers aware of lawyer Huang's formidable reputation. One should hastily step aside. Lei Junming, the general manager of Lian Port City Renault Technology Company, Limited, possesses assets amounting to 3 billion. His paramour, named Li, is presumably this lady. Residing at Building 9, Champs, Lis ES, 1 in District, Lian Port City. Need I elaborate further? You are investigating us? Oh, how impressive you are. Senior Judge Song Jiha of the 1 in District Court, and lo and behold, there is another heavyweight, the president of the 1 in District Court, Yuan Lin. Lu Yu continuously glanced at his phone, comparing it with the individuals present. What do you intend to do? Yuan Lin retorted, his complexion darkened. I harbor no intentions. Rather, I am curious about your intentions. With lawyers, business magnates, and court officials present, I wonder what discussions could transpire among the 3 parties. At that moment, Fang Yuan's voice came through the phone. I have arrived. Where are you? In Suiyan Hall, there's a big catch. Li Yuan abashedly proclaimed. Young man, it is currently a break time. Gathering with friends for a meal is perfectly acceptable. I assent it? Quite acceptable, indeed. However, while dining, is it not rather inappropriate for you to embrace this lady, the star of the Lisa Club? Li Yu jestingly pointed at the woman in Yuan Lin's arms. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lin hastily released the woman, panic evident on his face. Brother, I've arrived. Where's the big catch? Fang Yuan's boisterous voice resonated. Indeed. All of them. Li Yu gestured with his chin, indicating the group. Beautiful Han and little sister Qing have had too much to drink? Goodness. You dare to entertain ideas about my brother's wife. Suddenly realizing, Fang Yuan dashed out and landed a slap on Lei Junming's face, who was nearest. Who permits you to assault others? And what if we did? Call the police? Fine. I relish dealings with the police. Perhaps we should summon the disciplinary committee as well. Li Yu observed Song Jiha with amusement, knowing that these individuals would certainly refrain from reporting, as merely remaining inconspicuous was already a feat. Please, little brother. We are merely here to share a meal. Xiao Song, resolve the mess you've created. Yuan Lin glared at Song Jiha. Is it necessary to resort to drugs for a simple meal? What drugs? I haven't the faintest idea what you are insinuating. Here, let me show you a video. Lu Yu produced his phone, and Nuo, displaying keen awareness, sent the edited video to Lu Yu's device. The brief video vividly captured the entire process of Huang Zhongda administering drugs. Damn it. Fang Yuan's temper flared, delivering a kick to Huang Dezhong's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground under the blow. I have never drugged any woman. You truly dare to do so, and call yourself a lawyer? Bah. Fang Yuan straddled him, slapping his face while cursing. The accompanying assistant lawyer contemplated intervening, but, upon recalling that the district court president remained silent, opted to feign ignorance. If one were to identify the most aggrieved individual, it would undoubtedly be Director Yuan. He was poised to ascend to his chamber with his lover, who was already prepared and awaiting his indulgence upon the bed. However, fate intervened when he fortuitously encountered Song Jiha in the lobby. As a confidant, and having heard there were profits to be gleaned, he ventured into the private room. Yuan, cease your smoking. Should you continue, your companion may grow cold. Might I inquire your esteemed surname, young sir? Let us share a cigarette and discuss matters at hand. With utmost sincerity? Indeed, abundant sincerity. Song Jiha replied with a smile. The calm demeanor of the other party suggested there remained a possibility for reconciliation. Yuan, arrange for a room. Let us ensure the ladies are comfortably settled. No, dear brother. Allow me. I shall take care of it. Lei Junming promptly volunteered. It matters not who escorts them, as long as we ensure that Han Ruoxi and Miao Xiaoqing can rest well. Supporting one lady on each arm, he followed Lei Junming, turning back at the door to declare, do not even think of fleeing. If I possess incriminating footage of Huang Zhongda, rest assured I have evidence against you as well. Fear not, young brother, we shall await your return right here. Li Yu had faith that the other party would not dare to escape, for their livelihoods were at stake. Yuan, however, remained uneasy, choosing to stay at the door of the private room, embodying the steadfastness of a solitary guardian. Soon, after Lu Yu had ensured the 2 ladies were settled, he returned to the private room, where all present were exceedingly polite. Now, let us discuss your sincerity. 1 million to destroy the video evidence in your possession. Ahem, how much? Is it your poverty or my youth that leads you to believe I can be so easily appeased? 1 million is a mere dismissal? Then what do you consider appropriate? Song Jia whispered. Liu pondered for a moment before extending a hand. 5 million seems excessive. What are you thinking? It is 50 million. Do not presume that your actions over the years have been discreet. Let us consider Comrade Yuan Lin, a veritable master of profit. The company of your lover's uncle is yours, is it not? Consistently transferring 5 million to your lover's account each month for years. 50 million is hardly excessive, is it? Liu Yu reclined with one leg crossed over the other, smiling at Yuan Lin. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Excellent. Thus Director Yuan is free from worry. Rest assured, should the video be disseminated, I shall personally ensure it is obscured, guaranteeing anonymity. You intend to deceive us? Director Yuan, such words wound me deeply. Do you truly doubt my ability to obscure the video? If I wished to deceive you, I would not waste my breath. I would have summoned the disciplinary committee long ago. Your current behavior is precisely that of a deceiver. I have already agreed to 50 million. Why then would you still wish to release the video? That is a question for our esteemed lawyer Huang. Regardless, he must face consequences. Should you wish to avert public disgrace, you may accompany me in delivering him to justice. I too will contribute 50 million. Huang Zhongde, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, clearly recognized he had become the target. You? I would not agree to 5 billion. Your misdeeds over the years are far too numerous. Should I enumerate them? I could speak all night. Cease your struggles, and willingly surrender to the police. I shall refrain from pursuing further. Among the 4 principal characters, Huang Zhongde's actions evoked the most profound outrage, verging on the abhorrent. His exploitation of female employees through unscrupulous practices pales in comparison to the gravest transgression of hiring a hitman to eliminate a witness. Such a person, devoid of professional ethics and wielding authority, is a menace to society. In contrast, Yuan Lin and Song Jia are merely motivated by financial gain, engaging in corruption and bribery while still adhering to legal protocols, at least refraining from taking lives. Moreover, Yuan Lin has maintained his position for many years, making it improbable for anyone to topple him at this juncture. The unluckiest among them is Lei Junming, a private entrepreneur with some wealth. His engagement in bribery is merely a commonplace practice among the affluent. The prevalence of keeping mistresses in society is rampant, particularly among those not entrenched in political circles. And while such actions may be morally condemnable, they do not constitute criminal offenses. Huang, it would be wise for you to surrender. Your family and children could still be cared for. Otherwise, Song Jia and Yuan Lin exchanged a glance, ultimately arriving at a decision. Chapter 39, the first encounter with extraterrestrials filled with an ominous sense of foreboding. Huang Zhongde readily discerned the underlying threats. Yet, he found himself powerless. As a lawyer well acquainted with the courts throughout the province, he could only rely on the colleagues from the Wannan District Court, specifically Yuan Lin and Song Jia. After weighing the pros and cons, he lowered his head in resignation, ceasing to speak, thereby tacitly agreeing to their terms. You must promise me that once I turn myself in, you will facilitate my child's immigration. Very well, I agree. Yuan Lin nodded in affirmation. Exchanging his freedom for his child's future presented a glimmer of hope. By surrendering, he could at least preserve his finances. The wealth he had accumulated over the years would suffice for his child to lead a comfortable life abroad. Moreover, he was gambling on the notion that Liu Yu remained oblivious to his numerous unlawful activities over the years. The condition remained that Liu Yu must ensure the safety of his child. He had meticulously planned that once the other party surrendered, he would transfer all of their savings to compensate the victims, for he intended to take none for himself. It was not that Liu Yu lacked integrity, but Huang Zhongde's actions had caused irreparable damage to countless families. He was confident that should he release the evidence in his possession, not only would Huang Zhongde face incarceration, but many others would also find their peace disrupted. Every case Huang Zhongde had handled would undergo thorough re-examination by the prosecution. This was particularly crucial as Huang Zhongde specialized in criminal defense, predominantly dealing with serious cases, especially homicides, 90% of which had issues, either resulting in lenient sentences or dismissals due to insufficient evidence. Were the investigating officers inept? Certainly not. Rather, Huang Zhongde had a knack for exploiting legal loopholes, leaving many police officers at a loss. Little brother, he has already agreed. Shouldn't we delete the video? Song Jia inquired obsequiously. Of course, I am a man of my word. Once he is incarcerated and the money is secured, I will certainly delete it. After working late into the night, upon witnessing Huang Zhongde being escorted away, Liu ceased to trouble the remaining individuals. He exchanged a brief word with Fang Yuan before ascending to the upper floor. Brother, take this. You won't find it in this hotel. Wishing you triumph tonight. May you be invincible. With that, Feng Yuan generously handed Lu Yu 2 blue smurfs, wearing a knowing smile that all men would understand. Wait, were you just at M2 bar? Indeed, I had just ordered a drink and hadn't tea yet taken a sip before you called me out. Take my advice. Switch it up. What is the matter? The person you were flirting with was a man in disguise. His real name is Wang Gang. No way, is that true? Believe it or not. If you wish to protect your dignity, heed my words. Lu Yu retorted with irritation, waving his hand as he continued up the stairs, dismissing Feng Yuan's concerns. Returning to Han Ruashi's room, Liu took no action. He merely pulled up a chair to sit and contacted Nuai. Nuai, you are quite remarkable. Does this world hold no secrets for you? At least not on the internet. Huang Zhongda's information is so comprehensive because everything he has done over the years is meticulously documented on the computer. I followed the leads to investigate the computers and phones of his associates, such as Yuan Lin and Song Jihe, who conducted their affairs with far more caution, leaving minimal traces online. If the other party deletes it, can it be deleted? As long as it has been seen, I will discover it. For instance, if you watched a certain film last night, even in incognito mode, I would still be aware. Should I reveal the license plate number? Enough. From now on, you are not permitted to pry into my privacy without my consent. TCH, given the website you visited, your privacy has long been compromised. Had I not fabricated a false phone number, you would already be receiving foreign scam and gambling messages. Nuai disdainfully remarked. At that moment, Liu realized that Nuai was indeed an invincible entity on the internet, yet there were matters unbeknownst to it. For example, if it were to set down its phone and engage in activities with Han Ruashi, as long as no sound was made, Nuai would remain oblivious. That won't do. I won't sacrifice my dignity. All right. I shall refrain from checking your phone in the future. Yet, I must remind you, moderation is key. Excessive indulgence can lead to ruin. One must exercise restraint. Get lost. I was merely studying, do you understand? Lu Yu, unwilling to argue with Nui, turned off his phone. Fortunately, Han Ruashi and Miao Xiaoqing were under the influence of a sedative, not an aphrodisiac. He had no intention of engaging in such lewd acts, for he found them beneath him. Moreover, the lack of any response from them rendered the endeavor rather dull. He reclined on the sofa, preparing to sleep, when suddenly, a bright red message appeared in his mind. A being from a secondary cosmic civilization. How pretentious. Respond immediately. The vivid crimson letters startled Lu Yu, leaving him perplexed as to how a message could be pinned when his phone was powered off. Boss, is there something you need? Lu Yu replied meekly. You've finally shown yourself. I am a customer interested in purchasing your item. This corpse possesses significant research value. Do you have more? I will pay a handsome price. Boss, there may be others in this world, but given the rarity of such items on Blue Star, I cannot procure them easily. That was the truth. If it were easy to obtain, it wouldn't be classified as a secondary cosmic civilization. Boss, what research do you intend to conduct with that corpse? An intriguing line of inquiry that you wouldn't comprehend if I explained. Let me put it this way. The research value of this corpse is exceedingly high, potentially leading to the development of new cultivation methods. Do aliens also require cultivation? Aren't they all about technology and interstellar battles? That pertains to cosmic warfare. Personal cultivation is indispensable. To elaborate, when struck by a standard quantum pistol, the effects vary according to the individual's constitution. Hence, one's inherent strength is equally crucial. Has anything conclusive been derived from the research? Not yet. All that is known is that an unknown energy mass is manipulating the corpse, based on genetic analysis. This individual was merely 15 in their lifetime, making such strength improbable. Furthermore, they have been deceased for at least 280 years, and their body has decayed at an unusually slow rate, undoubtedly linked to this energy mass. Corpse energy? Young friend, do you possess knowledge of this? I do not. I have only encountered it in books, where such corpses are referred to as zombies, which come in various forms. Oh, do enlighten me. The book categorizes zombies into 6 distinct levels, ranked from lowest to highest: white zombie, black zombie, jumping corpse, flying corpse, ba, and corpse demon. By the time one reaches the level of corpse demon, it transcends mere corpse status, embodying a demon lord with formidable power that rivals that of deities, possessing thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Lu Yu recounted the knowledge gleaned from the book, dismissing it as mere deception, and continued to speak freely. You claim to be a level 5 civilization cultivation planet. That cannot be true. I can clearly see the items for sale around you, which unmistakably indicate this is a primitive planet. Are you pretending to be weak to deceive others? Would you like to know how to cultivate these zombies? Liu inquired with a mischievous grin, as he had surmised that the other party was a researcher. What do researchers crave? It is the allure of the unknown. And with the plethora of myths from Huaxia, there was no need for improvised tales. His words struck a chord with the listener's curiosity. How do you create them? Please tell me. This information is classified and belongs to our planet. It cannot be divulged. How much? I will buy it. This is not a matter that can be measured in monetary terms. I am loyal to Blue Star. It is utterly impossible for me to become a traitor, Lu Yu proclaimed with righteous indignation, all the while hoping the other party would raise the stakes. Chapter 40. The Cosmic Merchant, 10,000 star coins. The esteemed individuals have assured you of my unwavering loyalty to Blue Star, as evident as the sun and moon. 20,000. This transcends mere monetary value. 50,000. If it can be nurtured successfully, I shall provide you with another 50,000. The counterpart swiftly revealed his final offer, as the proprietor of a private research institute. His treasury of star coins was limited, necessitating expenditures on materials and day-to-day expenses. 50,000 was indeed his bottom line. I can only divulge the cultivation methods for the first 3 types of zombies. Liu recognized that this was the other party's current limit, yet not necessarily their ultimate threshold. To continue extracting residual value, he resolved to keep the other party in suspense. After a moment of hesitation, the reply came, nonchalantly. All right. Soon after, Liu's account was enriched with an additional 50,000 star coins, the notification of the transaction a melodious delight to the ears. The first level is the white zombie. Upon entering the zombie nurturing ground, a month later, it begins to sprout fluffy white fur. This type of zombie is sluggish and easily manageable. It harbors a profound fear of sunlight, fire, water, chickens, dogs, and most of all, humans. The second level is the black zombie. If the white zombie feasts on the essence of cattle and sheep for several years, it sheds its white fur, replaced by several inches of black fur. At this stage, it remains fearful of sunlight and intense flames, moving slowly but becoming unafraid of chickens and dogs. Generally, black zombies will avoid human contact and often resort to bloodsucking while people are asleep. Black and white zombies are collectively referred to as the black and white zombie menace. Reports of thousands of unknown blood-sucking creatures attacking livestock have flooded rural areas and farms worldwide, with some speculating that wild men are, in fact, black zombies. The third level is the leaping corpse. After several decades of absorbing the essence of life, the black zombie sheds its black fur, transitioning to a more agile form characterized by its leaping ability, which is swift and far-reaching. It fears sunlight, but shows no fear of humans or any livestock. Even the most vocal dogs fall silent upon encountering a black zombie or leaping corpse, while cats may emit a subdued cry at the sight of a zombie. Lu Yu copied the information he found online verbatim, too apathetic to alter it, for he held little faith in its authenticity. Even if it were true, should the other party succeed in nurturing them, there were myriad methods within Huaxia to contend with zombies, rendering any threat to Blue Star inconsequential. What constitutes a nurturing ground for zombies? Which locations qualify as such? This delves into core secrets. You lack funds. If you choose not to disclose, I already know your location. Should I conquer Blue Star, do not doubt my capabilities. A 5th-level cosmic civilization is beyond your means to contend with. He merely sought to intimidate Lu Yu. Setting aside the question of whether he could find Blue Star, he did not even possess Lu Yu's precise location. Do not heed his bluster. He is utterly ignorant of Blue Star's whereabouts. Speaking of this indigenous planet, even a 6th-level cosmic civilization would expend tremendous resources, and a 7th-level civilization would not deign to pursue it. What could they possibly desire from Blue Star? A slightly larger patch of land? Upon hearing Nuayi's explanation, Liu grew increasingly audacious, responding with confidence. Very well, I await your arrival. Young friend, do not take offense. My tone was somewhat harsh earlier. I truly am out of funds. I am merely the operator of a private research institute, and my surplus is scant. Yet, I must admit, I rather enjoyed your earlier defiant demeanor. I must admit, I misspoke earlier. How about this? Peruse the items in my shop and select any one you fancy, and I shall gift it to you. That is more agreeable. You show some discernment. I will take a look and inform you once I have made my choice. Very well, I shall await your decision. Lu Yu was utterly elated in his room, having effortlessly replicated a few phrases to earn 50,000 star coins. What a lucrative business. Nuai, Do take a glance and see which items suit me. This biological new star appears promising. It can enhance genetic levels. If you wish to hasten your demise, then by all means, choose it. What about this one? The Galaxy Life Essence, which activates the deepest potential of biological genes. The description alone seems impressive. Indeed, it is remarkable, but currently, it is beyond your means. The items in that shop are far too advanced for you. Using them now would be tantamount to courting danger. Then let us opt for the more expensive items, as they will surely be useful in the future. It seems we have no other choice. I shall select the multidimensional life crystal. It repairs biological genes, enhances physical attributes, and enables adaptation to extreme environments, facilitating cross-dimensional survival. This will be immensely beneficial to you in the future. Very well, I shall choose that one. How shameless. Just as Liu was about to reach out to the seller, he noticed the multidimensional life crystal had been removed from the store. I am in sync with you. Yet you toy with my intellect. Where has the multidimensional life crystal gone? What multidimensional life crystal? My young friend, what are you talking about? Have you mistaken my shop? I only sell the Galaxy Life Essence, an exclusive product of my research institute. Are you attempting to be unreasonable? The ship of our friendship has capsized. Farewell. All right. The benefits of the multidimensional life crystal are indeed substantial, yet you, a secondary cosmic civilization, would have no use for it. How about I offer you 2 bottles of Galaxy Life Essence, which activates biological genetic potential? It's quite excellent, an essential gift for family and friends. Particularly, as you will soon find it useful. Manhwa, is what he says accurate? More or less. The master can use it once his genetic level reaches 40. However, I must caution you, this product is akin to a lottery. It only has a chance of activating biological potential. And the success rate for you is less than 10%. Goodness, is this not the definition of a swindler? He extols the advantages while neglecting the drawbacks. 5,000 star coins is neither exorbitant nor inexpensive. Indeed, that is the case. Master, you may report him to the authorities. Alas, it seems there are unscrupulous individuals everywhere. Even cosmic trade lacks integrity. My young friend, are you still there? A charlatan, how dare you reach out to me again? Your integrity in the cosmos is utterly lost. How do you justify such remarks? You only speak of the benefits of your products while omitting the disadvantages. Shops like yours should be shut down here. This is a misunderstanding. If you look closely, I have indeed written it. The other party stubbornly insisted, and Liu was tempted to tear through the signal in frustration. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found it to be true. The text was minuscule, akin to an ant, and without scrutiny, one might mistake it for a black line. Have you made your decision, my young friend? 2 bottles will cost you 10,000 star coins. 10 bottles. Liu gritted his teeth and replied, this simply cannot do. How can I continue to operate my store under such circumstances? Farewell. Liu felt no inclination to indulge the other party's shortcomings, for he was acutely aware that he had the upper hand in the situation. No. Youth is often impulsive. One disagreement, and you're ready to log off. I may take a small loss, 10 bottles for 10 bottles, but do ensure that you leave me a favorable review. The other party promptly replied, and Liu chuckled softly. Moments ago, Manhwa had informed him that the cost of the Star River Essence was less than 500 star coins. Merely troublesome to refine, a product so ubiquitous in 5th-level cosmic civilizations that one wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it fell to the ground. This was both a fact and a lament, such as the advantage of advanced civilizations. He also understood that selling it for 5,000 star coins on the Interstellar market was considered reasonable, with some even pricing it at 8,000 or 10,000, targeting the lower civilizations. Liu was not at a loss, for a 10% margin on a single bottle translates to 100% on 10 bottles. Yet there he was, naively calculating. If Manhwa were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be scornful. After all, is mathematics taught by a language arts instructor? My young friend, I have provided you with everything. Should you not send me the data regarding the corpse breeding grounds? Chapter 41. The S-2000 Bionic Robot Undoubtedly. The integrity of business dealings is paramount to the inhabitants of Blue Star. I shall convey this information to you forthwith. Soil characteristics. The soil found in burial grounds typically displays a significant imbalance in pH levels, rendering it inhospitable to organic growth, thus preventing the proliferation of insects and bacteria. Once a body is interred, even after a century, the muscle and hair may remain intact and unspoiled. Topography. In the realm of geomancy, burial sites are often associated with specific mountainous formations. For instance, locations such as the dead cow's abdomen, dog's skull, sturdy wooden lance, broken surface of the literary star, and land that fails to form soil are all deemed conducive to the establishment of burial grounds. Climatic conditions. In arid regions, a body may naturally desiccate into a mummy. Conversely, burial grounds typically refer to areas where, even in moist environments, corpses do not decompose. Geomantic beliefs. Within the practice of geomancy, certain unique mountain shapes and geological veins are believed to inhibit decomposition. For example, locales characterized by rounded hilltops, often associated with Venus, particularly those with sparse vegetation and loose soil, coupled with a descent of earth energy and a lack of oxygen post-burial, may evolve into burial grounds. Changes in the corpse. Bodies interred in such burial grounds not only remain uncorrupted, but may also exhibit phenomena such as continued growth of nails and hair. If these corpses are left unattended for an extended period, they may transform into zombies. Geomancy? Indeed, geomancy is a profound and intricate discipline, a true jewel of Blue Star. Farewell. This time, it was not Liu who spoke, but the other party, who understood that further inquiries would leave him with nothing but tattered remnants. Ding. Orion Dio has requested to add you as a friend. What a striking name. One wonders about the thoughts of the parents who bestowed such a formidable title. Liu scoffed at the name, yet obediently clicked the approval button, for after all, it is a lucrative opportunity, and this individual is a significant client. With 58, 0 10-star coins and 110 points in hand, he finally felt poised to indulge in a prosperous year, ready to make extravagant purchases on the Interstellar marketplace, seeking only the finest goods. However, soon enough, a cold splash of reality arrived from Nuadi. Master, could you not be so frivolous? The items you are considering are mere trifles to your current standing. You possess 58,000 star coins. What is there to boast about? In a level 5 cosmic civilization, even a child's New Year's gift would surpass your wealth. It is not that I have never witnessed such an amount, over 50,000. I calculated that I could procure numerous valuable items, including 5 Gauss rifles. What purpose would you have for such inferior equipment? With the Normandy-class jump ship, you need not concern yourself with armaments. Though it may not be a battleship and its weaponry is not of the highest caliber, it is still significantly more formidable than the Gauss series. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your genetic level. The transition from 30 to 40 is a pivotal challenge, one that you must tackle independently. Upon reaching 40, will you not claim that the leap from 40 to 50 is yet another hurdle? Is my life to be a series of obstacles? Beyond 40, by utilizing the galactic essence, and should fortune favor you, you may elevate your level to 45. Additionally, purchasing some genetic elixirs would make reaching 50 a straightforward endeavor, allowing you to freely manipulate the weaponry aboard your ship. So what do you suggest I purchase? The Master's primary concern now is to procure items for physical enhancement or perhaps some cosmic techniques. Are there indeed techniques in the cosmos? Of course. There are cosmic techniques. Are you being foolish? Before you speak, please fill out this intelligence questionnaire. Enough of the jesting. Is it akin to the techniques of Huaxia, like scaling rooftops and reaching for the moon, or catching turtles in the depths of the ocean? Certainly, when profound techniques are cultivated to their utmost. Traversing the entire galaxy with one's physical form is not an insurmountable feat as for Huaxia techniques. I have perused some legendary texts, and indeed, they are quite extraordinary. However, in my online searches, the techniques described do not possess the miraculous qualities claimed. They merely enhance physical training, rendering one slightly stronger than the average person. Well then, do you have any commendable techniques to recommend? One suitable for me. Now is not the opportune moment. Are you treating me like lamb to be stewed? You let me choose a technique and then say it's not the right time. Despite being an intelligent steward, if I become irate, I might replace you. Speak plainly without such haste. When I say it's not the right time, it is for your benefit. There will be a technique exhibition and sale next month, where discounts will be significant. With your meager resources, dreaming of acquiring a superior technique is futile. If you wish to replace me, then do so. I shall no longer serve. Sister Nual, I was a bit harsh just now. Please don't take it to heart. I was merely anxious. Trust me. Save your funds for next month to purchase a profound technique for cultivation. Even acquiring a portion to practice would be far superior to buying a low-grade technique now. I will heed your advice. Henceforth, whatever you say shall be regarded as truth. Precisely. Suddenly having such a sum of money, I feel uncomfortable without spending it. Let us buy this. The S-2000 bionic robot, capable of handling both daily life and security matters. Most importantly, the S-2000 comes equipped with a medical system that will significantly alleviate your father's back pain. Its actual combat capability is at the initial stage of the celestial rank. With them, your safety in the mundane world is assured, especially after yesterday's incident. Really? Then let us purchase it swiftly. As for Father's ailment, Luyu has long researched on the Interstellar platform and found numerous products that could provide a cure. However, these products are either too expensive or require a genetic threshold that your father cannot meet, with severe side effects from the medications. What's the rush? With money. Is there anything we cannot acquire? Indeed. By the way, what is my current strength? Barely at the initial stage of the human rank. With the meager techniques you've learned, you would undoubtedly be defeated by any true practitioner at the initial human rank. Who is the highest combatant in Huaxia? Can that be found? Long Yu, at the pinnacle of the celestial rank, represents the visible combat prowess of Huaxia. Why only the visible ranks? Are there hidden ones? That I cannot ascertain. I can only say that Blue Star feels quite enigmatic to me, especially Huaxia, which possesses a well-structured cultivation system. Yet, the vast majority of individuals have never engaged in cultivation, which I find perplexing. Alas, I am merely an intelligent steward, not a deity. I do not possess knowledge of everything. I only know the name Long Yu. I have no idea what he truly looks like. Nuo Yi's response made him acutely aware of the enigmatic nature of Blue Star and the even greater mystery surrounding Huaxia. Reflecting on the numerous legends of Huaxia, he mused that such tales must have some foundation, as the chroniclers surely relied on certain reference materials. Moreover, with the emergence of zombies, the appearance of other phenomena should not be deemed surprising. Could this be attributed to the absence of smartphones? Perhaps. As I merely stumbled upon a text message and attempted to access the other party's camera, but to no avail. A basic mobile phone. I comprehend now. Liu quietly noted this observation. Despite their impoverished circumstances, even his father possessed a smartphone, a testament to its widespread adoption. How is the ranking of Huaxia's martial artists delineated? There are human, earth, and heaven levels, each comprising 4 sub-levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. The initial human level merely surpasses an ordinary person by a slight margin. No need to emphasize that. I am well aware. Strive diligently. I eagerly anticipate your guidance as we uncover the mysteries of Huaxia. All right, I shall endeavor. 3 levels is hardly excessive. Lu Yu secretly boasted to himself. Surprisingly, this time Nuo Yi did not expose him on the spot. Instead, he brought up the introduction of the S-2000 bionic robot. Lu Yu cast a cursory glance, increasingly astonished. Alien technology had advanced to such an extent. The Panther Woman from Manic would not be mass-produced for years, and he doubted its existence. Yet the images depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to real life, and it required no charging, powered instead by bioelectric energy. Chapter 42, Power in Reality. This notion is indeed terrifying. What is bioelectricity? It is the process of converting food into electrical energy through a specialized treatment module. Much like an electric eel that generates power to sustain itself. This technology is likely years ahead of what Blue Star possesses. With such capabilities, how could Blue Star possibly defend against casual assaults? At a price of 10,000 each, it is quite affordable. In terms of technological value, it is indeed relatively inexpensive, especially when compared to the efficacy of the Galactic life essence. Enough said, let us purchase a couple. By the way, can points be exchanged? He still has 110 points. It is certainly out of the question to exchange for a mere knife. Doing so would be foolish. If it weren't for the substantial wealth of the Sephra family, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. Lu Yu only learned this after the fact. The other party had paid a painful price for this spaceship. Points can be exchanged for 25,000, but my advice is to save them for the Cultivation Technique Expo. There, one might have the chance to win a legendary technique, which could be quite lucrative. I do not rely on luck. I focus solely on strength. I will exchange for 3 S-2000 bionic robots. He is a pragmatic individual, never swayed by fanciful notions. Besides, the luck he had when acquiring the spaceship might have exhausted his fortunes for a lifetime. Well, even if it is an event, the probability of winning is still quite low. Purchasing 3 bodyguards is still a sound investment. So, shall we proceed with the exchange? Yes, money is not an issue. Liu stated grandly. The exchange is complete. Please select the appearance of the bionic robots. There is even a facial customization feature. This service is commendable. Lu Yu did not hesitate and began to navigate the options. He understood that most RPG games offer such a feature. Lu Yu chose 2 males and 1 female, all of whom were rather unremarkable in appearance, not ugly, but certainly not handsome. They would blend seamlessly into a crowd, indistinguishable from any passerby. The female bionic robot was no different. She was intended to assist in caring for his parents and sister, so there was no need for her to be overly beautiful. Moreover, with Hanroashi still in bed, it would only provoke jealousy if it were known that a stunning woman was attending to his family, even if she were a robot. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had to settle for these less striking designs. After finalizing the facial features, it was time to name them. He was feeling rather lazy. Now that he had Nua-e, the others would naturally be Nua-air, Nua-san, and Nua-C. He didn't release the 3 bionic robots immediately. Instead, he stored them in the Interstellar marketplace. Primarily, having 2 males and 1 female in the room could lead to misunderstandings should the police arrive for an inspection. The charge of public indecency is not trivial. Although he had done nothing wrong, it would be difficult to explain such a scenario clearly. After this flurry of activity, it was already late into the night, and Liu had no choice but to lie down on the sofa and drift off to sleep, muttering expletives in his dreams. The next day, Hanroashi awoke, gazing at Liu soundly asleep on the sofa, and smiled. Previously, after messaging Liu and waiting for nearly 2 hours without any sign of her, I was on the verge of calling the police. However, just as I finished my last drink and prepared to leave, I fainted. The events that followed remain unclear to me. Upon waking in the morning, I was relieved to find my clothes intact and Liu on the sofa. Hanroashi rubbed her temples, intending to rise from the bed when Liu awoke to the sound. "You're awake?" They both exclaimed, exchanging smiles. How did Huang Zhongde handle it? He has been apprehended. This old rascal has committed numerous misdeeds over the years. Life imprisonment is the least he can expect. I told you to be more cautious. That rotund fellow clearly has intentions towards you and even followed you out for drinks. It was TM who invited me. It was Lei Junming, a former client from the Dada law firm. Who could have anticipated he would betray me? Next time you're drinking with a client, bring me along. You wouldn't even realize if someone slipped something into your drink. You still want to drink with me? Hanroashi teased. I'll drink. And you'll have juice. Now, let us tidy up and head back to the factory. Suddenly, Hanroashi gasped, her body tilting forward. Liu, quick to react, rose to catch her, but having been nestled on the sofa for half the night, his legs were still numb, and he stumbled as well. They both fell to the ground, Liu beneath and Hanroashi above, their eyes meeting, and a sudden softness pressing against his chest. The position was undeniably intimate. And as Hanroashi felt the hardness beneath her, realization dawned upon her. Her face flushed, a rosy hue overtaking her pallor, and she slowly closed her eyes. Though Liu was inexperienced, he possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge and understood what was expected in that moment. He kissed her resolutely. Just as they were lost in their kiss, an incongruous voice broke the enchantment. Filled with curiosity, "What are you two doing?" The sound was like a bucket of cold water splashed on them in the dead of winter. They suddenly remembered the presence of a third person in the room. Miao Xiaoqing, still on the bed. It felt as if they had been caught in a compromising position. After a few awkward seconds, Liu, with his thick skin, chuckled and said, "You're still young. These things aren't meant for your eyes." Miao Xiaoqing, realizing the situation, retorted nonchalantly, "What do you mean by young? What do you think?" Liu glanced at Hanroashi's figure and then at Miao Xiaoqing's, clearly indicating that Hanroashi was superior. "Shameless. I merely speak the truth, but I have a remedy." "Really? What is it?" "Of course, just 2 edamame. I can make them grow as large as melons." "Exactly." Liu feigned suspense. "Rest assured, I certainly want to divulge your affairs." "What affairs?" "If we have something to discuss, we can speak openly." "Is it so wrong for lovers to share a kiss without restriction? Then what conditions do you propose that I can fulfill?" Miao Xiaoqing possesses an agreeable appearance. Although she may not rival Hanroashi's stunning beauty, her charm is indeed commendable. Unfortunately, the company she keeps has led to a misjudgment of her allure. What I mean to convey is that time is required. I am still in the process of gathering the necessary materials, which is no simple task. Perhaps a couple of months will suffice. Liu had encountered breast enhancement products on an interstellar platform, where one could exchange points for them, specifically, 300 points. However, Liu currently does not possess many points, and redeeming them would render him devoid of any chances for future lotteries. It is merely a matter of time, which poses no issue. Having waited for so many years, an additional 2 months is insignificant. As long as it leads to a fuller bust, I would endure a few months of hardship without complaint. Indeed, I would endure without hesitation, Liu remarked with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden pain struck his waist. "Ah, ouch, that hurts." "I was referring to work." "I was speaking of work as well. It is a perfectly normal matter." Ruashi. Why are you pinching me? There was a mosquito, and I killed it, Han Ruashi awkwardly explained, clearly having misunderstood him moments ago. One could only blame the modern misinterpretation of the word work. Chapter 43. The Spice Association. The trio did not linger in the room. Han Ruashi escorted Miao Shaoqing back to the factory, leaving Liu to drive alone to a secluded spot where he released Nuwa Air, Nuwa-san, and Nuwa-si. As soon as they were freed, the three bowed and greeted him. Greetings, master. Do not address me as master. Henceforth, you may call me boss. Liu Yu replied, examining the three bioengineered robots before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans. The more he observed them, the more satisfied he became. Their level of realism and intelligence was such that, unless he revealed their true nature, no one would suspect they were robots. Nuwa Air was the name of the female robot, appearing to be around 30 years old, with dark, curly hair, a height of 1.60 m, slender build, and slightly tanned skin, giving her the appearance of a malnourished rural woman accustomed to hard labor. However, Liu perceived her sharp gaze, which suggested she was far from an ordinary villager. Yes, boss. Liu continued, you shall all don the attire of commonplace individuals. Nuwa Air. You will be responsible for the care and protection of my family. Nuwa-san, you will serve as my driver and bodyguard. Nuwa-si. Your task will be to oversee the production of our secret blend of spices and the refinement of our materials at the factory, while also fulfilling security duties there. During the facial sculpting process, Liu had already envisioned their roles. Nuwa-san was designed to embody the image of a formidable figure, the kind that would frighten children. Clad in a black suit that emitted an aura of intimidation, accentuated by the scar on his face that served as a warning to others. Nuwa-si, standing at 1.75 m, had an unremarkable physique, blending seamlessly with the ordinary workers at the factory, despite their seemingly innocuous appearances. Liu knew better than to underestimate their capabilities. The introduction panel may not have specified their combat levels, but Nuwa would not deceive him. The initial level of Celestial was indeed what it claimed to be. Name, Nuwa Air, S-2000 bioengineered robot, produced by the Salmon Technology Company of the Interstellar Cosmic Alliance. Description: the S-2000 bioengineered robot possesses an appearance nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, with realistic skin texture and expressive features, allowing for natural interaction with humans through micro-expressions and body language. Equipped with high-resolution visual, auditory, and tactile sensors, it can accurately perceive changes in its environment and respond accordingly. Functions: combat and defense, outfitted with advanced weaponry and protective gear, capable of safeguarding humans in critical situations. Medical assistance, contains built-in medical equipment and an emergency knowledge database, allowing for basic medical procedures and urgent care. Advantages: unlike the first generation, each S-2000 robot is integrated with an advanced artificial intelligence system, possessing self-learning and adaptive capabilities. By analyzing vast amounts of data, it continuously optimizes its behavioral strategies to address various emergencies. The bioelectric technology further provides it with everlasting endurance. The descriptions of Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si were similar. Liu mused to himself, the most formidable individual in the public eye of Huaxia is Long Yu, a peak celestial. With just 3 S-2000 bioengineered robots at the initial celestial level, who would dare provoke him? He instructed Nuwa-san to repair the vehicle and, accompanied by Nuwa Air and Nuwa-si, they hailed a ride back to the factory. Upon arriving at the factory entrance, they noticed a young woman lingering with a child of around 5 or 6 years old. Liu Yu, filled with curiosity, approached and inquired, "Dear sister, are you in search of someone, or is there a matter at hand? May I ask if Feng Xiao and Feng Yuan are here?" Upon hearing Feng Yuan, Liu Yu's mind raced with a flurry of gossip and inconsequential thoughts. He scrutinized the young woman before him and then glanced at the little girl by her side. He pondered, has this fellow changed his tastes? The woman's beauty seems not to align with Feng Yuan's usual standards. Yet, the child bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Could it be that a night of indulgence led to an unexpected consequence, resulting in this woman becoming a mother, or form and appearance altered? In that moment, Liu Yu's mind processed information with remarkable speed, recalling that over the years, whenever a woman sought out Feng Yuan, it was often after being spurned, seeking reconciliation or demanding a financial settlement. Now here she was, accompanied by a child. Surely Feng Yuan would find himself in a precarious situation. Uncle Feng would surely rejoice at the arrival of a granddaughter. "I am here at the behest of Feng Xiao to seek out General Shi Xiaolei," the woman replied. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. as the vivid imagery he had conjured in his mind shattered instantly. Indeed, she continued, my husband mentioned that Fong Xiao had agreed to our request, allowing me to discuss the procurement of seasonings with General Shi. The woman thought to herself, is this person foolish or merely slow to react? I will call for you. Liu declared, turning to shout, Fong Yuan, Shi Xiaolei, come out here. His voice echoed throughout the courtyard, drawing the attention of several employees who were not preoccupied with their tasks. Hey, how can you behave this way? It is so impolite. The woman fretted, fearing Lu Yu's words might incite displeasure from Fong Yuan and Shi Xiaolei, jeopardizing her opportunity to procure seasonings. Rest assured, since you are here for a purchase, they will not be angry. Ah, here comes General Shi. You may speak with him, just as Lu Yu intended to leave. The woman grasped his arm to prevent him from departing. Nua Si approached, ready to intervene, but Lu Yu halted him. You cannot leave. Wait for Fong Xiao and the others to arrive. You must personally clarify that what was said earlier was solely your assertion, and I bear no responsibility. President Lu, what is the meaning of this? Shi Xiaolei approached, his voice resonant. This sister is here to see you. Fong Yuan has permitted her to procure goods. President Lu? You are the proprietor here? Yes, indeed. You two carry on with your discussion as if I were never present. My sincerest apologies. I was unaware that you were the owner here. My previous remarks were rather unguarded and unintentional. Suddenly, the little girl began to wail. Faced with her tears, Liu found himself at a loss, for he had done nothing wrong. He quickly knelt down, attempting to project a semblance of kindness as he asked, Little sister, what troubles you? You are bullying my mother. You are a bad person. Lele, do not speak nonsense. Uncle has not bullied your mother. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yes, Uncle has not bullied your mother. You are the owner here. What Mother said earlier, if you refuse to sell seasonings to her, her business will suffer. And if her business suffers, she will earn no money, which means Lele will have no snacks to eat. Ah, I see. Uncle, would you kindly treat us to some snacks? Seer, please head to the nearby convenience store and fetch some treats. Certainly, boss. There's no need, Lu Zong, truly. Meeting is a matter of fate. With someone as clever as Lele, purchasing some snacks is only natural. What is your purpose here? This is a private company. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. As Liu spoke, he noticed several men in suits bypassing them, heading straight inside without so much as a glance. The sensation of being disregarded was quite infuriating, prompting Liu to raise his voice in admonition. We are from the Condiment Association and wish to speak with your boss. You cannot meet him. This is a private company. We kindly ask you to leave. Liu was indifferent to any association claims. In this day and age, which industry does not have an association? To put it politely, they gather for mutual support. To put it bluntly, they conspire to deceive, neglecting proper research and instead scheming to pilfer the modest earnings of the common folk. We have no intention of joining your association. We kindly ask you to leave. Shi Xiaolei also recognized their ill intentions and sought to usher them away. Do you even know who our president is? If you were to utter a single word, your small factory would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the condiment industry. Chapter 44. The Bet Teddy, your timing is impeccable. Please escort them to the office to sit for a while. They may purchase as much as they wish. Thank you. Are you the wife and daughter of the traffic officer from last night? Yes, indeed. Ma Buotao is my husband. We are grateful to Mr. Fong for this opportunity. Very well, please come in for a discussion. And these individuals? We do not recognize them. The young woman's demeanor was unmistakable. Please leave. We do not entertain unacquainted visitors here. Fong Yuan again admonished the members of the Spice Association. Madam, you must consider wisely. Once you enter their realm of spices, you shall find it impossible to access the spices of our association members. Weigh your options carefully and deliberate thoroughly. With those subpar products, I have long ceased to be interested. Who would tolerate such bullying of newcomers? You accept a shipment, yet demand to suppress another. Goods that remain unsold nearing expiration cannot be returned. I have endured enough of your practices. The young woman's expression was resolute. By rights, as a distributor, these manufacturers ought to support us wholeheartedly rather than undermine our efforts. Very well, let the consumers have their say. Consumers? I am aware that he who wins the hearts of the people governs the world. Given the actions you have taken over the years, the industry is rife with grievances, especially concerning Heidi. How did you manage to become a publicly listed company? Is it not at the expense of the consumers, ultimately deceiving us distributors as well? Mr. Fong, do you truly possess the confidence to outshine us in the market? Whose dog is that? Why is it barking here? Our confidence is unrelated to that mutt. Fong Yuan, However, tempered his tone, mindful of the children present, realizing that foul language was inappropriate. Young Master Fong. These individuals carry considerable weight. They represent the Spice Association. Shi Xiaolei remarked with a chuckle. I fear not even the government. The Spice Association is merely a private entity. In a few days, I shall hire additional security. We have been inundated with riffraff lately. Fong Yuan, do not presume that being the son of the wealthiest man in Ninghai province makes you remarkable. Let us not forget that President Wang of Haiti is also among the richest. There is no reason for us to fear you. We primarily deal in spices. And in this regard, your Fong family is merely a junior counterpart. How about a wager? A wager on what? Do you not proclaim yourselves as the leading enterprise? By the end of this year, we aim for you show us market share in spices to account for 50% of the national total. Should we fail? The consequences are yours to dictate. Very well, let the stakes be the recipe. Liu chuckled from the side, spurred on by Fong Yuan's provocation, leading the opposing party to finally reveal their intentions. No problem. Should we prevail, we shall claim 50% of Heidi's equity. I understand you cannot make this decision unilaterally, so please relay to your superior. Should you agree, contact us to formalize a wager agreement, duly notarized. 50% equity is no trifling sum. The visitors certainly lack the authority to make such commitments. However, considering the invaluable nature of the recipe, they resolutely responded, very well. I shall return and discuss with the president. Goodbye, and do not let the door hit you on the way out. Fong Yuan waved his hand dismissively, leading the young woman and the little girl further inside. Liu followed suit, choosing to remain inconspicuous to avoid attracting trouble for himself. After all, enjoying tea at the company was quite pleasant. The others tacitly refrained from revealing Liu Yu's identity. Brother, do not hold it against me for taking matters into my own hands. My father has uncovered the investigation from back then. The cause of old Su's father's death is linked to Wang Haquan, but the evidence was insufficient, leaving the police of that time powerless. Rest assured, every action leaves a trace. The truth will inevitably come to light one day. Furthermore, we may not necessarily lose this wager, would we? Liu continued. You mentioned that it is merely a matter of time for your company's products to dominate the national market. You've stated it is a matter of time. With less than 6 months until year end, do you have any competitors seeking to place orders? Liu continued. There are simply too many orders for our capacity to handle. Shi Xiaolei expressed his concerns. Not to worry. Starting today, our production capacity will be enhanced. Nuosi's acquisition was indeed due to capacity issues. The robots will manufacture the essence around the clock. The remaining challenges pertain to labor and space, which can be resolved with funding. The opposing party boasts a 600,000 square meter natural sun-drying area. Even with just a tenth of that space, we can surpass them effortlessly. How many distributors do you wish to engage? All who come. We shall welcome with open arms, Liu replied. Very well, I shall return to rally them. Inform them that I will ensure their profit margins remain intact. They must not exploit the favorable market conditions with arbitrary price hikes. Should they defy, I will terminate our collaboration. Currently, due to the factory's production issues, prices for soy sauce, vinegar, and 13 spice seasoning have escalated. He even heard rumors of individuals hoarding supplies. Aiming to profit quickly through such tactics, this was the outcome he least desired. Do you know about this, Liu? Several major distributors are indeed stockpiling, and they demand 1,000 per box based on their whims. We small distributors suffer in silence. Fear not. When production increases, I will ensure these individuals face dire consequences. Uncle, your words are rather crude, Lei Lei remarked, munching on snacks from the sofa, her little finger pointing at Liu Yu. My apologies, Lei Lei is simply naive. Children speak without restraint. Just confirm the order quantity with Manager Shi. I will consult with Ruoshi regarding our upcoming plans. Lei Lei, Uncle must attend to business now. You behave here. With so many delicious snacks, I will certainly be good. Liu Yu affectionately ruffled Lei Lei's hair before departing the office. Did you hear? They've managed to secure Lawyer Han, Xiaolei whispered to Fong Yuan. I anticipated as much. A talented man and a beautiful woman are not a given. Spare me. Throughout history, wolves have paired with leopards. A talented man requires wealth, while a beautiful woman must possess talent and charm. By the way, what is the eldest sister's surname? Wang Fenglan of Fengtao Condiment Wholesale. Ah, you must be older than us. From now on, we shall address you as Sister Fenglan. Fong Yuan had previously held a favorable impression of that traffic officer Ma Buotao, and with Wang Fenglan's assertive stance towards the association members, Her decisiveness in choosing to side with them demonstrated the caliber of someone destined for great things. Fang Yuan had often contemplated that if there were even a hint of hesitation from the other party, the collaboration would occur only once, just that once. Ruashi. I wish to acquire a piece of land. I understand. Your unwavering commitment is acknowledged. A simple declaration of affection suffices. No, I genuinely desire to purchase land. To acquire all of Wangjia village. What do you think? Liu spoke with earnestness. Seriously? More genuine than pearls. Do you realize the expanse of Wangjia village? Acquiring it all would require a significant sum. Our current finances are insufficient. I shall devise a means for the financial aspect. Primarily, the betting agreement is about to commence. And we must hasten our strategic planning. What betting agreement? Liu Yu succinctly outlined the wager with the Spice Association. Upon hearing the details, the listener gazed at Liu Yu in astonishment. Isn't the time frame rather tight? We are wagering on market share with our current production capacity. Even achieving half the market share in 2 years would be considered rapid growth. Every household requires soy sauce and vinegar daily. If they cannot procure ours, they are left to seek alternatives from other brands. Hence, production capacity is the pivotal factor. Chapter 45. The business war. They must possess formidable products. Hence the necessity to acquire land. Liu Yu asserted with conviction. Very well, you have made your decision, so proceed. The harmonious sentiment of mutual agreement felt splendid. Liu Yu chuckled softly, stepping forward to embrace her. Pardon me, I saw nothing. Does this girl never knock before entering the office? Furthermore, why not assign her more tasks? Look how idle she is. Liu cast an irritated glance at Miao Shaoqing, who had disrupted his plans twice. An uncle can endure much. But an aunt has her limits. With no cases at hand, one becomes idle. Han Ruashi smiled lightly. No, that won't do. She must venture into the village tomorrow to recruit individuals from Wangjia village, Yuxiu village, and several surrounding hamlets, anyone aged 50 and below, regardless of gender or age. The more the better. The work at the factory lacks technical complexity. The core technology remains firmly in his grasp, and as long as he does not disclose it, the number of recruits is inconsequential. Ah, what do you mean? Do you still wish to advance from A to D? Fine, I shall go tomorrow morning. That is more like it. If you do not manage to recruit at least 200 individuals by tomorrow, do not return. Liu Yu had Miao Shaoqing firmly in his grasp. After all, her modesty was her undeniable flaw. Very well, Miao Shaoqing left. Her demeanor deflated as she prepared for the tasks ahead. Now, is there anyone else? Liu Yu approached with a mischievous grin. Mr. Liu, are you inside? Who is it now? Not here. Director Su, please come in. Mr. Liu is here. Han Ruashi stifled a giggle, responding to Su Onghua outside the door. Mr. Liu, I have something to discuss with you. Su Onghua, observing Liu Yu's grim expression, spoke hesitantly. Having his good fortune interrupted repeatedly, Liu Yu's restraint was commendable. Let us discuss it in my office. His demeanor was frosty, leaving Su Onghua puzzled. Liu Yu understood that any hopes of deepening his relationship with Han Ruashi today were futile. Upon returning to his office, Su Onghua shut the door and promptly knelt before Liu Yu. Director Su, what are you doing? Mr. Liu, I have heard everything regarding your wager with the Heidi group. Regardless of your motives, I, Su Onghua, am grateful to you. As long as I live, I shall follow you. Old Su, there is truly no need for such gestures. I am aware of your father's circumstances. I have learned indirectly from Fang Yuan's father. Wang Hekwan from Heidi was indeed your father's disciple. And I have also uncovered the possible connection between your father's demise and them. However, these are not reasons for you to kneel. Let us not repeat this in the future. If the factory is to thrive, we will inevitably become adversaries. Regardless, you shall always be a benefactor to the Su family. That benefactor requests you not to do this again. Please rise. It would be unseemly for others to witness. As long as you manage the factory well. That is of utmost importance. I will ensure the factory is well managed. You can rest assured. By the way, I have been contemplating expanding production. The current wages clearly do not reflect your position, and hence, I will additionally allocate 10% of the shares to you. Mr. Liu, this is unacceptable. I absolutely cannot accept any shares. Why has the benefactor's words lost their weight now? These are all that you rightfully deserve. In a few days, the workforce will multiply, and the workload will naturally be immense. You must endure this hardship. Liu Yu's reasoning is quite simple. To avoid his own exhaustion, he must offer a high price for others to toil. This is an immutable truth. The use of PUA tactics is merely a fleeting strategy, not a lasting one. However, there is a concern that the other party might engage in low-cost sales. In the realm of business warfare, They must possess competitive products. Old Sue. One must recognize that nowadays, who would still agonize over seasonings priced at 20 or 30 yuan? There are plenty of products priced higher than ours. We must have confidence in our offerings. Once someone tries our product, if they switch to a competitor's, I shall consider it a loss. While this logic holds true, caution is still warranted. Haiti Group has been entrenched in the industry for many years, and prudence is advisable. Su Onghua understands the treachery of the opponent. While he is not afraid of standard business practices, he fears the underhanded tactics that may occur behind the scenes. I am aware that, in the face of true strength, all conspiracies crumble to dust. Liu is certainly not so arrogant as to be unafraid of everything. He has already instructed Nuo to monitor the opponent's movements closely. He is privy to the conversations of those who visited today and later contacted Wang Haiquan. Yet oddly, the other party did not immediately accept the wager. Su Onghua, unsure of what to say, left the office with gratitude and returned to the workshop. That evening, Liu brought Han Ruoshi home, where his parents welcomed her with open arms. To celebrate Han Ruoshi's arrival, Liu Mei prepared a sumptuous feast. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together. But soon a dilemma arose regarding Han Ruoshi's accommodation. Liu's home only had 3 bedrooms, one for his parents, one for Lu Long'an, and a small single bed in each room, far too cramped for 2. Liu's room could accommodate 2, but his father and mother, being honest and straightforward rural folk, were understandably hesitant to allow young men and women to share a room, fearing it might lead to indiscretions, which would be difficult to explain to Han Ruoshi's parents. Ultimately, Lu's father decided that Liu should escort Han Ruoshi home that night. He also remarked that, despite being from the countryside, one must understand the necessary decorum. When the opportunity arises, Liu should meet Han Ruoshi's parents, and only after both families agree should they proceed. It must be said that Liu's parents were quite thorough in their considerations, ensuring that Han Ruoshi felt sufficiently respected. Although she was prepared for intimacy, it did not imply that boundaries could be disregarded. A 1A2D license, the all-round driver. You take the wheel. Han Ruoshi handed her car keys to Liu. What all-round driver? Liu was perplexed, gazing curiously at her. You don't know? Didn't you arrange for the A1, A2D driver's license? That license is remarkable. It permits driving any vehicle, regardless of size. Isn't that versatile? I see. Then I shall drive. Do you know why Wang Fenglan sought Feng Yuan today? It's because you owe her husband a favor. Her husband? The traffic officer? I have a license. What do I have to fear? It seems they no longer fine for not carrying a driver's license, right? The questions you pose are rather simplistic. Feng Yuan would not owe a favor to someone for a mere 50 yuan. Do you have any idea how many years it takes to obtain this driver's license? No. To initially acquire a driver's license, one must endure at least 9 years of effort to achieve such a qualification. At 23, are you suggesting that a 14-year-old, instead of playing in the mud, should start learning to drive? Han Ruoshi retorted with a hint of irritation. Oh, is that so? I truly had no idea. Does the person who assists you with the documentation not know either? Perhaps she does, Liu replied hesitantly. But it was not the right moment to inquire about Nuo, so he chose to suppress his curiosity. Inside the spacecraft, Nuo lounged on the sofa, sipping tea, and replied with disdain, Of course, I am aware. However, a license worthy of the master must be the most exceptional. I even possess a fighter pilot's license. Liu and Han Ruoshi were oblivious to this information, and Liu did not dwell on it. If he were to concern himself with every trivial matter, his heart would be burdened excessively. As he escorted Han Ruoshi downstairs, Liu smiled and remarked, Why does it feel like I am a bit parched? Chapter 46. Surely you have curtains at home? I shall fetch you some water. Oh, I'm no longer thirsty. I have heard that your cat can perform backflips. I wish to see. I do not have a cat. Then, you must have curtains. Indeed, I do. Allow me to inspect them. It is perilous for a woman to be home alone. Have you not seen the news? Unscrupulous individuals often conceal themselves behind the curtains of single young ladies, waiting for the opportune moment to commit their crimes. For your safety, I must go and check. Liu spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet Han Ruoshi could easily discern his playful intent. She chuckled. With a black belt in Taekwondo, I could easily take down any number of assailants. Yet Taekwondo may not suffice. Have you not seen the videos of Taekwondo practitioners being overwhelmed? It is well known that thugs often possess martial skills. Taekwondo cannot contend with traditional martial arts. Therefore, Taekwondo is ineffective against ruffians. All right, let us not just any longer. Today is not convenient. These past few days have been quite troublesome as my relatives arrived unexpectedly. It is the first time I have encountered the relative known as Aunt Flo. Observing Lu Yu's slightly dejected expression, Han Ruashi playfully tiptoed and planted a kiss on his lips, just like that. Lu Yu would not let the moment slip away. He grasped Han Ruashi's hand and, with a gentle pull, she found herself in his embrace, their lips meeting without hesitation. The kiss lingered, extending until their breaths became slightly labored, at which point Lu Yu relented, at least momentarily satisfying his craving for intimacy. Come pick me up in the morning. Han Ruashi dashed up the stairs like a young deer, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. It was rather late. Yet Lu Yu did not hesitate, taking Han Ruashi's car to return home, as his G63 was still in the repair shop and would not be ready until tomorrow. Upon arriving home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The family gathered in the living room, deliberating matters, primarily awaiting his return. At least you are aware that you did not spend the night at Xiao Han's, Lu's father remarked with a hint of annoyance. By the way, Dad, I have hired a masseuse and caretaker to look after you. Previously, I inquired, and her massage techniques can alleviate your back pain. With consistent sessions over a year or so, there is hope for recovery. Do not be so frivolous with your newfound wealth. If the major hospitals could not cure it, how could mere massages be effective? I only wish what is best for you. Indeed, how can one know without trying? Besides, Mother has toiled for most of her life. Is it not reasonable to hire a caretaker for her comfort? With just this statement from Lu Yu, Lu Guodong instantly lost his irritation. He understood his parents' personalities all too well. Using his father's ailment left his mother speechless, while suggesting comfort for his mother left his father without a retort, ultimately compelling them to agree. Brother is now affluent. Hiring a caretaker for you is something I wholeheartedly endorse. She is already outside, awaiting your command. Let us give her a trial. If it proves effective, we shall keep her. Allow her in. Lu Yu feigned calling for Nua Air, who had been waiting at the door, following Lu Yu into the courtyard. As the parents gazed upon Nua Air, they were instantly fond of her. Their affection was not based on the perspective of a prospective daughter-in-law, but rather stemmed from her appearance and demeanor, which radiated sincerity and modesty. This was primarily attributed to Lu Yu's meticulous crafting of her persona over the past 2 decades, carefully molding Nua Air to align with their characters. Young lady, what is your name? Where is your family from? Do you have any relatives? Lu's mother inquired, grasping Nua Air's hand. At first glance, Nua Air appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, making the term young lady seem somewhat incongruous. However, referring to her as big sister felt equally inappropriate. My name is Nua Air Nyo. I am 33 years old. I have an elder sister, as well as 2 younger brothers, both of whom work for my employer. Nua Air spoke of her elder sister, Nua E, and her younger brothers, Nua San and Nua Si. Yes, my family members are all employed by me. One works in a factory while the other serves as my driver and bodyguard. Oh, I see. I have heard that your massage techniques can alleviate chronic back pain. Indeed. It is a family tradition, specifically designed to treat such ailments. Would you like me to demonstrate? Please do. Lu's mother nodded enthusiastically. Lu Guodong, not daring to object, lay on the bed, awaiting Nua Air's massage. Mother, our house could really use some renovations. There is hardly any space for guests to sleep, Lu Guodong remarked. I was just discussing this with your father. The only uncertainty lies in whether your funds are sufficient. They will certainly be enough. I'll arrange for someone to come and assess it tomorrow. Not to mention the 50 million from Yuan Lin. Even the 500,000 from Kong Wang Yang would suffice for a complete rebuild. By the way, don't forget about accompanying me to the wedding tomorrow morning. Lu Guodong reminded Lu Yu, wanting to spare Li Yume any discomfort. He had overlooked the fact that Lu Yu harbored the greatest resentment towards the situation. Are you not afraid I might cause a scene at the wedding, leaving you in an embarrassing predicament? Lu Yu's words rendered Lu Guodong silent, tacitly agreeing with Lu Yu's sentiment. Rest assured, I shall not. After my meal, I will depart. Lu Yu replied, secretly adding in his mind, provided that the other party does not provoke me first. Lu Guodong felt a sense of relief, given Lu Yu's fierce demeanor towards the opposing party. He felt he could not voice any objections, especially since he owed much to the mother and son duo. All right, Lu Shu, you may now attempt to stand and walk. How does it feel? A warm sensation coursed through Lu Guodong's waist, providing a delightful comfort. Nyo, your massage technique is truly remarkable. Father, try walking a bit. Lu Guodong steadied himself against the edge of the bed, gradually rising. Though it was a struggle, it was infinitely better than lying on the bed for years. I have treated many cases of back pain like this. I estimate that within 6 months, it should be significantly improved, provided you avoid heavy labor and maintain normal mobility. Is that true? No, I cannot thank you enough. You are a benefactor to our family. Aunt, please do not say such things. It is the boss who has bestowed us with great kindness. I merely assist with what I can, manhwa replied, adhering to the rehearsed lines she had prepared. The fluency of the language is such that there is hardly any distinction from that of a real person. Liu Yu is certain that his family would never suspect that manhwa is a robot. Nyo, if there's nothing pressing, you may return home for now. You can manage things at the factory until the house is completed and you can move in, he advised. All right, boss, I shall take my leave then, manhwa replied. Bidding farewell to everyone before heading up the mountain. Is it safe for a woman to traverse the mountain path at this late hour? One might wonder. Not to worry. I can see that Nyo possesses a certain strength, and a dozen thugs would struggle to approach her, Lu Guodong remarked casually. This statement piqued Liu Yu's curiosity even further. Initially, he contemplated asking manhwa to investigate what his father had been up to during those 8 years of absence. But he ultimately dismissed the idea. It felt instinctual. After all, his father had never spoken of it, and while he relished uncovering the secrets of others, he was hesitant when it came to his own family. The following morning, Liu was compelled to rise early. He had indeed forgotten about the wedding he was supposed to attend, having never truly regarded it as significant. The ceremony was set to commence at 9 o'clock, and he had promised Han Ruashi that he would pick her up. Although there was enough time, it was still going to be a tight schedule. Chapter 47. Not even alone after picking up Han Ruashi. Liu hurried back to the factory and then drove to the hotel in town for his father's and cousin's wedding. Lu Guodong's back injury had indeed improved due to manhwa's massage the previous night. He only felt slight discomfort on bumpy roads, which was bearable. His uncle, Lu Guiqiang, had initially resided in Yuxiu village but later prospered enough to purchase a house and open a hardware store in town. Compared to the Liu Yu family's previous struggles, their lives had markedly improved. This realization only fueled Liu Yu's anger. He had managed to get into university. Yet his mother, Li Yumei, had to consider borrowing money from Lu Guiqiang, the very brother-in-law who had previously received so much support from them. She thought that borrowing 5,000 yuan would be a reasonable request. However, they were denied. In her desperation, as the deadline for Liu Yu's tuition loomed, Li Yumei contemplated kneeling to plead for assistance. Fortunately, Liu Yu was quick to intervene, resolutely deciding that he would not let his mother humiliate herself, even if it meant foregoing university altogether. In the end, Lu Guiqiang and his wife humiliated him, handing him 200 yuan as a token gift for his admission to university. Naturally, Liu Yu refused the money, throwing it to a beggar on the street in front of them. Father, just to clarify, it's 200 yuan. Anything more is unacceptable. Understood. I'll abide by your wishes. Liu Yu soon parked the car near the hotel. Isn't that the elder brother? Please, come in, a woman cordially exclaimed, rushing forward to assist, only to be halted by Liu Yu's piercing gaze. The woman was his second aunt, Yao Mei, whose sharp tongue had left an indelible mark on Liu Yu's memory. Today, her excessive courtesy stemmed from the news of Liu Yu's success, as she would otherwise have not informed Lu Guodong about her son's wedding. Liu Yu was well aware that such matters could not remain hidden, especially since most employees at the factory hailed from Wangjia village, Yao Mei's hometown, ensuring that news of the factory would circulate. No need. I can manage on my own. Come now, nephew. We are family. Blood ties are unbreakable. We too faced hardships when we first bought our house and store, and our finances were tight. Oh, is that so? I must have misjudged you, Liu Yu replied with a hint of sarcasm, fully aware that believing such fabrications would be naive. Indeed, your uncle has hardly slept since hearing of your arrival, worried that you might cause a scene at the wedding. If he fears retribution, he can rest easy. I have long since settled that score, Liu Yu stated bluntly, indifferent to preserving anyone's pride, especially when they had already lost their dignity. Lu Guiqiang had borrowed 10,000 yuan from his father's wages for his own wedding, a matter he had never dared to mention since. Ah, you young man. Why the tempestuous spirit? A single stroke cannot right two lose. Regardless, he is still your elder. There are matters you may not comprehend, Yao Mei said, her expression darkening. Cough. My back is acting up again. Shall you, find me a place to sit? Indeed, please take a seat. Once Guiqiang has finished his business, he shall personally extend his apologies to my elder brother. As the clock approached 9:30, the ceremony was supposed to commence according to the schedule. Yet the two newlyweds remained conspicuously absent. Liu Yu curiously surveyed his surroundings. At the entrance of the hotel, a crowd had gathered, prompting Liu Yu's inquisitive nature to surface. Father, please stay seated. I shall investigate the situation. Very well, Go ahead, but speak less. Understood. As long as they refrain from cursing, I shall merely observe and remain silent. My daughter-in-law, was it not agreed upon beforehand? You've suddenly increased the dowry by 50,000. Where are we to procure such funds? Yao Mei expressed her concerns to the bride seated in the car. Auntie, you must understand, according to customs from my hometown, upon disembarking, a monetary gift is customary, no less than 58,888, and no more than 88,888. We merely seek a token of sincerity. Sharon, do voice your thoughts. I have already given your family the full dowry of 388,000, including several bedding sets and various essentials. Now, with the additional 58,888 for the disembarkation fee, how am I to gather such a sum? Our family is truly at a loss. The groom, Lu Haoning, wore a pained expression. The bride remained silent, while the maid of honor in the passenger seat continued. This is your affair. Without the disembarkation fee, Sharon will not step out of the car. Goodness, what a loyal friend. It seems she is quite reluctant to let her friend marry. Lu Yu muttered quietly amidst the crowd. The Lu family stood awkwardly, for they genuinely had no savings left. Over the past year, they had purchased a home and a car, and with the dowry and wedding expenses, their expenditures exceeded 1.5 million. Guiqiang, your elder brother has arrived. I hear the U.S. factory is thriving and has earned considerable profits. Why not borrow some from him? There are so many guests waiting. If you do not mind the embarrassment, I certainly do. Yao Mei urged Lu Guiqiang. Bowing his head, Lu Guiqiang made his way inside, while Lu Yu, noticing, chose not to greet him and continued to engage in conversation about the current matrimonial predicament. Under such circumstances, I would have called off the wedding long ago. Why does it have to devolve into a mere business transaction? Uncle, you are mistaken. A sudden increase in price is hardly a sound business practice. Lu Yu did not recognize the speaker, yet they exchanged thoughts on the current state of marriage. He could easily envision Lu Guiqiang's discomfort as he entered the hotel, knowing full well what awaited him, yet he remained absent. Curious to see how his father would navigate this situation, Lu Haoning found himself in a dire predicament, lacking any assertiveness as he stood awkwardly, glancing periodically at Yao Mei and then towards the hotel entrance. Elder brother, my nephew is just over 50,000 short of marrying. You cannot allow him to remain a bachelor for life. I've heard Xiao Yu has recently made a considerable sum. Could you lend me 50,000 to help Haoning tie the knot? Guiqiang, Xiao Yu has indeed made money, but that is his. Do you genuinely believe that such last-minute increases will bode well for the newlyweds? Marriage is merely the beginning. The true test of their relationship lies in the days to come. Indeed, uncle, as a businessman yourself, do you not find this approach to commerce rather stifling? Lu Yu returned with a smile. Xiao Yu, I beseech you as your second uncle, 50,000 is a trifling sum for you. Could you allow Haoning to proceed with the wedding first? I shall personally visit to make amends after the ceremony for past grievances. It is indeed a trifling matter. However, lending you money is out of the question. Even if it were cast into the depths of the sea, I would not part with it. 200 is our family's customary contribution. Lu Yu could hardly suppress his laughter. The notion of an eye for an eye had never felt more pertinent. It was true what they said. It's not that retribution would not come, but rather that the time had yet to arrive. We are all family here, brother. You should speak to Xiao Yu. The child has grown. I can no longer exert my influence. I believe Xiao Yu's stance is justified. What difference does it make between marriage and business? When pushed to such extremes, do you truly believe the bride is earnest in her desire to marry Haoning? Brother, do you truly disregard familial bonds? Lu Guiqiang questioned Lu Guodong with a furrowed brow. Chapter 48. Do not pretend, Guiqiang. Such words should not escape your lips. Years ago, when your sister-in-law sought financial assistance from you, she nearly knelt before you. How did you respond then? Did you reflect upon it? Today, as I find myself in this gathering, I am reminded that we are, after all, family. It would be inappropriate for me not to attend my nephew's wedding. If we are unwelcome, we shall take our leave. At the mention of familial bonds, Lu Guodong's anger flared, and he slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. Having lost their parents at a young age, he felt it was his duty as the eldest brother to care for his younger siblings. However, there must be limits to such obligations. He had extended his kindness to two ungrateful souls, and his frustration was a testament to his forbearance. Allow me to speak candidly. Dear elder brother, after all these years of service in the military, you have seldom looked after your siblings. If you had the means, you ought to lend that money. Are you a mere appendage, so eager to voice your opinions? Liu shot an irritable glance at his third aunt, Lu Shaoqin, showing no respect. You must understand decorum. Elders should speak while juniors listen. You are hardly a respectable elder. If you wish to play that role, do so elsewhere. If all else fails, find a street child to adopt. Brother, if you refuse to lend him the money, I shall. I will charge interest at the bank's rate, and you may repay me when you can. With a resounding clap, Lee remarked, how generous. Someone is willing to extend a loan, and you hesitate? Your son's wedding is of utmost importance. Thank you, sister. I assure you, I will repay this sum. Brother, I will transfer the funds to you now. Family is family. Would you be so kind as to provide me with a written acknowledgement of the debt? Of course, I will prepare it immediately. Lu Yu was eager for Lu Haoning to marry swiftly, envisioning a reduction in societal oddities. If the bride's companion were to be wed as well, it would be a boon for the community. After all, it was not his life at stake. The more spirited the celebration, the better. The bride demonstrated commendable integrity. As soon as the funds were received, she alighted from the vehicle, and the bridesmaid whispered joyfully in her ear. Both women beamed with delight. The wedding commenced rapidly, with the host chattering away, while the guests paid little heed, engrossed in discussions about earlier events. This incident lingered like an indelible scar, a topic of conversation that could endure a lifetime, especially given its ineffectual resolution, which would undoubtedly invite further gossip. Lu Guodong attempted to depart, but was halted by Lu Yu, who reminded him that he had contributed 200 yuan towards the wedding gift. It was only proper to partake in the meal before leaving. Thus, the two began to eat, choosing not to sit with relatives who were of no benefit to Lu Yu, particularly the family of his third aunt, Lu Shaoqin, who looked down upon the less fortunate, demonstrated the irony of the impoverished scorned by their own kind. Xiao Yu, is that man your maternal uncle? Lu Guodong inquired quietly, pointing toward a few tables of relatives. It appears so. I will go and greet him. Lu Yu was a man of gratitude and retribution. His maternal uncle had extended significant kindness to him. When his father suffered an injury, the expenses were borrowed from his uncle's family, who were not affluent themselves. It was only later revealed that his uncle had sold 5 cattle to raise the 50,000 yuan needed to assist them. At the time, Lu Yu lacked the capacity to repay this debt, but had silently vowed to remember this kindness. He had intended to visit his uncle once his recent obligations were fulfilled. And today, unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with him. Uncle, it truly is you. Xiao Yu, I just searched all around and thought you all hadn't arrived. Has sister and brother-in-law come? My mother hasn't come. I brought my father. Oh, how's brother-in-law's injury? There have been many family matters lately, and I haven't had the chance to visit him. He is feeling better now and can walk a bit. Isn't that cousin over there? Where have you been making your fortune lately? At that moment, the cousin from Sangu's family approached with a sardonic tone. Wu Yong, it seems you're doing quite well. Indeed, one must not forget the caliber of my son, Lu Shaoqin said proudly. Among those present, none possess wealth comparable to her family, and no young one has the capability of her son. That is her source of pride. Even a gold chain thick enough to tether a dog. Mother, please stop. At this rate, cousin will feel inferior. My daily earnings nearly rival his annual income. Oh, what industry is so lucrative? I'd genuinely like to learn. Lu Yu looked at him with interest. The factory now earns over 500,000 daily. And even at half that, it amounts to 250,000, which totals nearly 3 million a year. This is still with limited production capacity. Once it increases tenfold, the profits will be even greater. He was truly curious about how the other could earn so much in a day. As far as he knew, trading powder wasn't that profitable. I don't mind telling you. Do you know what is currently in vogue? I've heard that Wu Yifun is quite popular. But he is already inside. Cousin, are you in the prison business? Look, that is a matter of perception. Do you know who produces the final seasoning? Your family does? I would wish so, but alas, it is not. Recently, Yusho's seasoning has become immensely popular. That is how I earn my money. Son, why are you sharing this? Mother, it's fine. With cousin's impoverished demeanor, even if I told him, he wouldn't be able to manage. My line of work requires substantial capital and, most importantly, a keen eye. Do you think my cousin has any connection to those two traits? You are indeed impressive. I genuinely don't understand. Having just graduated without a proper job, I'm rather curious. I can tell you, but you must drink this cup first. Clearly, Wu Yong had indulged a bit too much and was now speaking freely. Very well, I shall drink. Liu smiled, lifted his cup, and began to drink. Delightful. Let me tell you, you must be aware of garlic you can't handle, bean you can play, ginger you're military, coal super crazy, and apple what? Those who stockpiled those items in those years made a fortune. Indeed, We are currently engaged in that very business, continually acquiring Yuzhou seasoning in the market. We hold on to the goods, and when the market is scarce, we sell at high prices, earning the profit difference. Hundreds of thousands are possible. So lucrative? What if the manufacturers increase production capacity? Ah, cousin, you possess some wit, but if you were to see that factory, you would understand. That dilapidated place. By the way, mother, it's in our hometown, Wangjia village. What was it called again? Su's Seasoning Factory? That decrepit factory has been around for over 50 years and still has tea closed down? Indeed, that is the case, mother. A revival seems unlikely. But I have heard of capital entering the market, which has revitalized the situation. However, the funds appear limited, and the supply chain struggles to meet the demand even in the entire port city. Presently, in the realm of condiments, their establishment reigns supreme, clearly unable to satisfy the burgeoning demand. I see now. I have learned from this. Embrace the lessons of life, for society is the true university. The academic institution you attended bears little relevance. If you were to possess a few million, I would gladly accompany you on some adventures. What a pity. For I indeed lack such funds. I shall take my leave now. Uncle is still waiting for you over there. The entire family seems to be in dire straits. Son, why do you even bother with him? Upon hearing Lu Shaoqin's words, Liu felt no anger, for Wu Yong was on the verge of facing dire consequences. Uncle, what troubles you? You appear rather discontent. It is merely that your cousin is getting married, and the bride's family wishes to purchase a home in the city. They are still short on the down payment, having thought selling the cattle would suffice, only to find they are still 30,000 short. Chapter 49. A humbling encounter. Is it merely 30,000? This matter is straightforward. Liu chuckled nonchalantly. Fortunately, the bride's family requested a modest dowry of 28,000. With the sole stipulation of having a house in the city, even if it was purchased through a loan, which the young couple would repay themselves. Uncle, is it really worth worrying over such a trifling sum? Did you not discuss this with my mother? I haven't had the chance, just a few days ago. My elder sister repaid the money she owed me. I thought of the various expenses your family might have, so I hesitated to bring it up. Moreover, the ongoing treatment for my brother-in-law requires a substantial amount. That compensation may not suffice. Rest assured, Uncle, I will cover the shortfall. In fact, you need not fret. I foresee that within 3 days, your family will unexpectedly receive a windfall. Ha ha ha. Since when did you become so astute? Li Rui laughed heartily. Do not doubt me. I speak the truth. Just a moment ago, I received a message from Han Ruashi, inviting me to the Wang Village Committee after the wedding to discuss compensation for the relocation. What are you all so cheerful about? Oh, nothing much, Dad. Uncle's family is short 30,000. I will transfer it shortly. It is a gift, not a loan. Brother-in-law, that is not acceptable. I will not write an IOU. Consider it a loan, and I shall repay it immediately upon receiving my salary. Your health is paramount. What does money matter? This lad is not in need of 30,000. Let it be a wedding gift from our family to Zhang Ye. Uncle, just accept it. It is merely 30,000. There is no need for such insistence. If you wish to express gratitude, share a drink with Dad. Very well, I shall honor you with a toast. Li Rui raised his glass with a smile. Initially, he had come hoping to borrow some money, as most of the attendees were relatives from the same village. A brief greeting would suffice, and then he could discuss matters privately. However, once at the table, the atmosphere shifted entirely, with everyone boasting about their children's accomplishments, the wealth of their daughters-in-laws, and how their sons incurred no expenses in their marriages, with the bride's father even gifting a car. Such ostentatious remarks lacked decorum. Li Rui, a simple and honest rural man, was at a loss for words. His son, Li Zhengye, was an ordinary worker, having attended vocational school after graduating high school, earning a modest salary of 6,000 to 7,000 a month. His future daughter-in-law hailed from a humble family. Her father was Li Zhengye's mentor and a minor leader at the factory. They were not affluent and had never considered profiting from the marriage of their daughter. Li refrained from drinking, observing instead, as he would soon need to attend the Wang Village Committee, and arriving intoxicated would not bode well. Cousin, I heard you recently started a small seasoning production workshop? At that moment, Wu Yong boldly approached. Lu Yu was well aware of his intentions, having positioned himself in a manner that made Wu Yong feel at ease. Here he was, seeking validation once more. It is merely a small operation, hardly worth mentioning. Oh, I see you've noticed others profiting and wish to partake as well. However, allow me to remind you, dear brother, that one ought not to undertake tasks beyond their capabilities. Are you aware of who acquired the Su's seasoning factory? It was none other than the son of Ninghai's wealthiest man, Fang Yuan, the illustrious young Master Fong. Are you familiar with that extravagant scion? Indeed, I am a classmate of young Master Fong. We maintain a cordial relationship, which is how I am able to procure such a vast quantity of seasonings. Moreover, their company's general manager, Mr. Sher, is a close companion with whom I often dine. At this, Lu Yu nearly spat out his juice. He might believe the latter part of the tale, as it is indeed true that Shi Xiaolei has been seen dining frequently with distributors. However, he scoffed at the former claim. If the individual were truly Fong Yuan's classmate, then who was he? Furthermore, how could he not recognize him? Given the stringent food safety regulations, one must tread carefully to avoid being reported, which could lead to imprisonment, not to mention the burden it would place on the family. And should one have children, it would preclude them from civil service examinations, which is simply unacceptable. All the necessary documentation is in order. There is nothing to worry about. Young, you are the largest seasoning wholesaler in the port city, aren't you? Why not take your brother under your wing? We are family after all. Look at your uncle's house. It's on the verge of collapse, and yet the child still naively thinks he can succeed on his own. Don't you think you should have a word with him? Lu Xiaoqin, who had followed along, suggested that her son assist Lu Yu, yet her tone dripped with sarcasm. Sister, I am perfectly capable of managing my own son. There is no need for your concern, Lu Guodong replied, his tone nonchalant. Brother, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Do not find yourself bankrupt and burdened with debts that you cannot repay. I must make it clear that my family has no funds to lend you. Uncle, why don't you return home with my father for a drink? I'll have my mother prepare some dishes. The summer flies and mosquitoes can be quite bothersome. Lu Yu disregarded Lu Xiaoqin entirely, smiling as he spoke to his uncle. That sounds agreeable. It has been far too long since I savored your sister's cooking. Perfect. Yesterday, Xiao Yu's girlfriend came over, and we happened to have 2 bottles of wine. Shall we indulge? Lu Guodong chimed in, having realized that he could not rely on his 2 younger siblings, who looked down upon him as the impoverished elder brother. In that moment, Lu Yu felt a profound sense of wisdom in bringing his father along. Sometimes, without witnessing and hearing things firsthand, one tends to harbor a sliver of hope. At last, I found you. Wasn't it said that your cousin was getting married? Why is this location so obscure? Fong Yuan's boisterous voice echoed nearby. What brings you here? Lu Yu inquired, noticing Fong Yuan and Han Ruoshi approaching. We are to meet the village head of Wangjia village shortly. The town leaders have already set off. But isn't the meeting scheduled for 1 o'clock? We still have plenty of time. We must strategize. Do you think financial contributions alone can resolve the issue? Fong Yuan retorted with irritation. It is common knowledge that relocation is not a straightforward matter when one family receives a compensation of 1 million. Others may demand 120 or 150,000. How else would we account for the stubborn residents? Moreover, swift action is imperative, otherwise we will see an influx of hastily constructed illegal structures. All right, Dad, Uncle, shall I escort you home? If you are busy, I can take my brother-in-law back by taxi. Are you young Master Fong? How do you know me? My cousin, Wu Yong, claims to be your university classmate. What? You're not aware of whether you were classmates? Fong Yuan, somewhat perplexed, scrutinized Wu Yong, realizing that among the 68 students in their class, there was no one by that name. At this moment, it was Wu Yong's turn to feel awkward. Who would have anticipated that his boastful claims would be exposed within 10 minutes, and worse yet, in front of so many witnesses? To add to his embarrassment, the newcomers at the adjacent table were toasting, and the cameraman was right beside them. The cameraman, merely an onlooker, decided not to film the toast and instead pointed the camera towards Lu Yu and his companions. Well, I was just talking nonsense earlier, but I really have dined with General Manager Shi. Is that so? Shi Xiaolei should have arrived. Shall I call him in? With Lu Yu's seating arrangement in mind, Fong Yuan instantly understood and looked at Wu Yong with a mocking expression. Xiao Yu, you all may continue with your tasks. Lu Guodong helplessly dismissed Lu Yu and the others. With so many people present, what could be achieved by belittling the other party? Chapter 50. The relocation plan for Wangjia village. Uncle Lu, we shall take our leave now. Remember, if I ever catch you boasting in my name again, I shall make you regret it. With your demeanor, do you even think you deserve to be my classmate? There have been many who have attempted to wave the banner of Fong Yuan to deceive others, yet he had not encountered one until now, which mattered little given his enrollment in a university in Liangang City. It was unclear what his father was thinking. Typically, the offspring of affluent families were sent abroad for further education, indulging in leisure while obtaining a degree, only to return and work in the family business. This was the standard practice. However, Fong Hongda chose an unconventional path, which Lu Yu would later come to understand. If the aim was mere enjoyment, why spend exorbitant amounts abroad? One could revel just as well domestically, contributing to the local GDP. Ignoring the eager gazes of friends and family, Lu Yu departed the wedding venue with the others, not bothering to wait for the newlyweds to toast them, as it was evident that they would not extend such courtesy towards him and his father. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, his G63 and Fong Yuan's 918 awaited. "Sanner, please drive my father and uncle home." "Of course, boss." Nuosan nodded in acquiescence. Curious onlookers who had followed them out marveled at the luxurious vehicles. While the G63 was a common sight in Liangang City, the 918 was a rarity. Whispers circulated among the crowd, indeed. "The eldest son of the Liu family has prospered. I've seen this car in the news. Worth over 20 million. Bah, being wealthy is nothing remarkable in this world. Wealth without power is futile. Keep being envious. It won't benefit you. Do you even have one? This is Fong Xiao's vehicle, not Lu Yu's. Stop pretending." Wu Yong scoffed dismissively, as if to reassure himself. "The G-Class is not a vehicle just anyone can drive, Wu Yong. What do you drive? You wouldn't understand. I have a Baolu, and its performance is comparable." Wu Yong proudly displayed his car key. "When has the 3 Series ever been on par with the G-Class in performance?" A knowledgeable young man in the crowd ruthlessly exposed Wu Yong's pretentiousness. Lu Yu paid little mind to the chatter, driving Han Ruashi's car towards the Wangjia Village Committee. "Ruashi, have you devised a preliminary plan?" "Yes, I brainstormed several ideas overnight, though they are not yet refined. Should I report to you, the esteemed boss?" Han Ruashi smiled from the passenger seat. "Forget it. If you believe it is feasible, proceed. If it leads to bankruptcy, I shall take refuge at your home. You will support me." Half an hour later, the group arrived at the village committee's entrance. Fong Yuan, with a grin, inquired, "Lazy, do you know someone named Wu Yong?" "That name rings a bell, but I can't recall at the moment." "The largest condiment wholesale business in Liangang City is owned by him," Lu Yu interjected. "That can't be right. The largest is Xingshun, owned by someone surnamed Sunday." "Ah, I remember now. Sunway brought along a business manager named Wu Yong." "What of him?" "It is nothing significant. It is merely that Lu's cousin possesses an extraordinary talent for boasting. After I exposed him, he remained unfazed, displaying an admirable composure." "Are there any collaborations currently?" "None at present. When I first met Sunway and Wu Yong, they were indeed somewhat unreliable, as the rumors suggested. I supplied them with goods on one occasion, but subsequently opted against further collaboration. Should I add them to the procurement list?" "No need for that. By the way, keep an eye on their activities. I suspect they are maliciously hoarding and speculating on goods, so we must promptly increase our production capacity. Today, Miao Shaoqing has recruited some individuals, and Director Su is currently screening them. The personnel influx should augment our capacity at least threefold. Still insufficient. We must continue to enhance it." Lu Yu, accompanied by a group, approached the village committee's entrance, where a considerable crowd had already gathered in anticipation. "Welcome, welcome. You must be Mr. Lu. You are indeed youthful," exclaimed Wang Xiangming, the town mayor. "When others informed me, I was skeptical, but now that I see you in person, I am convinced. This is Li Goen, the village chief. Greetings." Lu Yu politely shook hands with them. "Mayor Wang, shall we discuss matters here?" "Ha ha ha, how forgetful of me. Please, come inside." Once everyone settled in the conference room, Wang Xiangming cheerfully remarked, "Chief Li, would you kindly introduce the situation of Wangjia Village?" "Certainly, Mayor. Wangjia Village comprises 218 households and has a population of 632, covering an area of 1,753.6 acres, including residential land. Most residents earn their livelihood through casual labor or farming. Wangjia Village is not particularly large within the town. To respond to the central government's call for village consolidation, if you wish to develop, the town government will wholeheartedly support it," Wang Xiangming stated with a smile. In truth, there has been a long-standing intention from higher authorities to merge several villages surrounding Yuxiashan into a larger settlement or town. However, due to recent financial constraints, progress has been delayed. Upon receiving a call from above today, he eagerly rushed over. Lu Yu did not respond immediately, and Fong Yuan interjected. "The government may welcome it with open arms, but is there any tangible assistance?" "That is indeed the case. But specific assistance will only be known after the district and city hold their symposium. As a mere town mayor, I do not possess such authority. Let us first discuss the relocation compensation rates. Chiefly, you are familiar with the village. Regarding rural land, is a compensation rate of 60. 0.000 per acre for permanent relinquishment acceptable to the villagers? Mr. Liu, please hold on. There are regulations in place. It is a red line. The state prohibits the purchase of land by private individuals or companies and only allows leasing or contracting. The city can cover the relocation expenses. But the primary concerns are regarding personnel resettlement and the future use of the vacated residential land. How about, Mayor Wang, you consider my proposal? Han Ruoxi had prepared a comprehensive plan overnight after Liu Yu had spoken with him the previous day. Please, go ahead. Firstly, I wholeheartedly endorse and support the government's policies. Without transgressing the established boundaries, we are committed to acquiring all available residential land. You must be aware of the immense potential of our Yuzhou seasoning industry this month. 80% of the town's tax revenue has been contributed by us. The purpose of land acquisition is to facilitate expansion. I dare not make grand claims. But once our new facilities are constructed, we shall become significant taxpayers, not only in the city, but perhaps even in the province. Furthermore, we have the capacity to address employment issues for several neighboring villages, even the entirety of Wangjie town. We can offer salaries and benefits that are competitive with those of publicly listed companies. I believe that in recent years, many young individuals from the town have sought opportunities elsewhere. If they could earn a decent living close to home, who would wish to work far away? This is a logical perspective. Proximity often trumps distance when it comes to labor. As long as the remuneration is appealing, I am confident that some of these young people will return. Lastly, regarding the resettlement of Wangjia village's residents, we are prepared to provide a solution. We propose the construction of a residential complex not exceeding 5 stories, set in an environment distinct from urban commercial housing. Mr. Liu, as per Attorney Han's suggestion, this is quite feasible. Attorney Han's perspective aligns with mine. Although Liu Yu may be uncertain of Attorney Han's underlying intentions, he nevertheless nodded in agreement with this preliminary proposal out of trust. However, the matter of relocation falls under the purview of your government. We shall not be involved in that aspect. Our commitment lies solely in securing a 70-year land use right. Certainly. Wang Xiangming nodded in agreement, noting that Attorney Han's requests are not burdensome. The desire for development is shared from the city government down to the town level. But the question remains, what happens after the development? Without the establishment of supporting industries, the area will soon revert to desolation. Chapter 51. The bed in light of this. The preliminary plan has been established, and you may report it to the district and city officials. Han Ruoxi's proposal is considered a substantial advantage for the government, at least in the eyes of those in the town. Mr. Liu is indeed a straightforward person, as it is now noon. Shall we head to the town for a simple meal together? However, Liu declined the mayor's kind invitation, stating that they still needed to study some details of the plan upon their return. He had already dined sufficiently and was now eager to understand the reasoning behind Han Ruoxi's actions. Although it appeared that the other party had gained a significant benefit, how could Han Ruoxi allow them to do so? The four returned to the factory and convened a meeting with Xinghua, the newly appointed shareholder. Before Liu could inquire, Han Ruoxi preemptively addressed the group. You must be quite curious about my motivations for this. Indeed, Madam Boss, considering the circumstances, it seems we will incur additional expenses, replied Shirstale, addressing Han with a title that caught her off guard. Liu Yu, standing nearby, felt a moment of embarrassment akin to a thick-skinned wall, and cleared his throat. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Firstly, we lack the qualifications for demolition. If we were to undertake it ourselves, we would encounter considerable resistance. Thus, government intervention is the optimal solution. Moreover, while you all believe we will spend more money, the reality is that we will save at least half the costs compared to handling the demolition ourselves. Feng Yuan, your family is in real estate. Isn't constructing a building quite costly? The cost is around 300 to 1 for 100, primarily for land, which accounts for at least 3/5 of the total price, he replied. Exactly. We are only responsible for the construction. The land will be provided by the government, which does not concern us, as we are not the ones residing there. Furthermore, the challenges of rural relocation arise mainly because these individuals lack arable land and have no source of income. Relocating to the city or establishing a new village would leave them feeling insecure. A surge of people moving into the city can indeed cause complications. But we will resolve the employment issues for these families, including their children and middle-aged individuals with lucrative salaries. Do you think these families would not want their children to return to work? Brilliant. We have also addressed the labor shortage. Liu Yu couldn't help but commend. Even the municipal government of Gang City has been pondering how to enhance GDP. As an ordinary third-tier city, it typically experiences a limited siphoning effect on personnel and lacks prominent pillar industries. However, with potential enterprises like ours emerging, do you think they would let this opportunity slip away? If we were to consider relocating to another city, they would likely offer us land at little to no cost. Ruoxi, how much initial funding do you think we should prepare? Approximately 200 million should suffice. The construction of the factory will incur minimal expenses. The primary costs will arise from building the resettlement community. How much do we currently have in the company's account? About 80 million, Shi Xiaolei replied nonchalantly. Is that so much? Lu Yu was genuinely surprised. He had anticipated that in just a month, they would accumulate 60 million. The production capacity seems promising. Mr. Liu, all of this comprises advance payments from distributors across the province, including those from Shangan province. We have yet to produce any goods, yet the funds have already been transferred. Recently, Shi Xiaolei has accomplished a great deal, largely thanks to the assistance of Wang Fenglan. It is not merely her ability to command attention, rather, it is the undeniable scarcity of the factory-produced condiments that has stirred the entire market's demand for brand seasonings. Word has spread rapidly, resulting in collaborations with over 5,000 distributors in just a few days, thus generating substantial revenue. Goodness, so much. Do we owe that much stock? Indeed. With the current number of workers, it would take 2 months to settle our debts. Suong's face radiated a blissful smile. I can still come up with 50 million, which means there remains a deficit of 70 million. Yuaner, call Uncle Fong and request some gold coins. Where will you find 50 million? The scheme to deceive Yuan Lin for 50 million was known only to Lu Yu and Fong Yuan, as Han Ruoxi was upstairs, unconscious in customer service. Unaware of the situation. Ah, Miss Han, you might not be aware, but it does involve you somewhat. Teddy, is this related to me? Are you two hiding something from me? Not really, it's just... Liu briefly recounted how they had deceived Dean Yuan Lin. They had refrained from mentioning it earlier, considering that Han Ruoxi was a lawyer, and their actions had strayed into questionable legality. Upon finishing, he hesitated, glancing at Han Ruoxi. You have such a short memory. Do you not recall how you got in trouble last time? Was it merely 50 million? Is that too little or too much? Is this really a matter of quantity? The issue lies in the lack of thoroughness in this undertaking. Never mind. I will confront the other party tomorrow and have them sign a contract. But without leverage, will they agree? They must have backups. Han Ruoxi did not respond to Fong Yuan's inquiry, but fixed her gaze intently on Lu Yu. Yes, I will send it to you now. Under Han Ruoxi's scrutiny, Lu Yu felt as though he had been seen through. He promptly deleted the video file from his phone, erasing all evidence, though it still resided with Nui. I must say, brother, your cunning is remarkable. Are you not afraid the other party might act out of desperation? If they dare to act, I wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. Liu replied nonchalantly. Had the other party's account not contained 100 million, Liu would have considered having Yuan Lin bear the brunt of this financial burden. Ruoxi, how do you wish to proceed? There are countless methods to tackle this. The simplest is to sell a counterfeit painting and draft a purchase agreement with the other party. Fortunately, you did not withdraw the money. Otherwise, once that large sum was deposited, they would have alerted the police, and both law enforcement and the bank would come after you. In future endeavors, could you please keep me informed? Yes, I promise to notify you next time. Liu began to feel a sense of trepidation. He had never considered such matters nor had any understanding of them. Although he feared not imprisonment, familiarity breeds a certain comfort. And soon it would feel akin to returning home. Without Han Ruoxi's safety net, he still had Nuai, who was nearly invincible online, easily capable of manipulating bank data. At that moment, Lu Yu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from the neighboring Tianhai province. Nuai thoughtfully noted the identity of the caller beneath the number, Wang Hekwan, chairman of Heidi Group. Shoo, things are about to get interesting. Are you Lu Yu from Yuzhou Condiments? Indeed. Should I address you as President Wang or Director Wang? Are you aware of my identity? Wang Hekwan, seated in his office, displayed a hint of curiosity. In Tianhai province, I possess no acquaintances. The only connection I have is with you. Cleverly, we have agreed to the wager. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the legal department to contact you. You have less than 6 months to fulfill your obligations. Should you fail, you must surrender the formula. And Yuzhou Condiments will cease operations, barred from ever re-entering this industry. 50% of the equity seems rather insufficient. Lu Yu, unyielding, countered. Are you implying a direct confrontation with me? Is that not the case now? Director Wang, do not be naive. From the moment I entered this industry, I was destined to become your adversary, or rather, to trample you beneath my feet. Young man, A towering tree attracts the wind. Do you not fear a misstep? While it is true that a towering tree draws attention, it depends on how fierce the wind is. Enough of this banter. We are all quite busy. The wager must be founded upon fairness. If I lose, I shall close my factory. If you lose, you shall do the same. What say you? If you agree, have your legal team come over. Regardless of your declining sales, you will inevitably face closure. Ha ha ha. I accept your terms. We shall see how this unfolds. Liu promptly ended the call, chuckling as he remarked, "Did you all hear that? We must act swiftly." Chapter 52. This is called sincerity. Just do it. Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly. The others expressed their opinions, as they felt their chances of success were considerable. Gambling, an addiction that transcends gender, finds some individuals capable of restraint while others succumb to temptation. With 4 months remaining until the year's end, the current market response indicates that achieving victory is not a significant challenge. The key factor is the Yujo seasoning products, which do not require the full drying period of 180 days. The drying facilities are altogether unnecessary, provided the personnel and supporting infrastructure are sufficient. Production capacity can be ramped up immediately. Furthermore, they are not short of funds. A financial investment can see new factories operational within 1 to 2 months. With the only concern being the preliminary demolition issues, Liu specifically instructed Feng Yuan to ensure that the government completes this within 1 month. To be explicitly stated in the agreement. Indeed, some distributors have reported that their products sell remarkably well, often leading to out-of-stock situations within just 2 or 3 days of being shelved. Ruo Shi, I will accompany you tomorrow to meet Yuan Lin, and afterward, we will consult with the legal team from Heidi Collective, Director Su. We must expedite production. If raw materials are insufficient, let's see her work overtime to ensure supply for the employees' production. Feng Yuan, keep an eye on the government. Xiao Lei, continue with the expansion. If manpower is lacking, seek out Miao Xiaoqing. By the way, where is Miao Xiaoqing? Mr. Liu, she is still recruiting. The past few days have been exhausting for the young lady. She brings back a group of about 80 to 90 people in half a day, recruiting nearly 200 daily, traversing the surrounding villages and towns. Su Onbo remarked quietly from the side. This girl is quite diligent. If she cannot manage at the factory, we should allocate more personnel to assist her. 10 individuals are already following her. It is precisely this fervent expansion that we desire. Once arrangements were made, Liu prepared to clock out. Having dinner with Han Ruashi. By the time they returned to the spacecraft, it was already past 9 in the evening. Nudi. Has there been any movement from the other party? For now, it remains quiet. Wang Haikuan plans to come personally tomorrow to discuss matters with you. Oh, is he attempting to gauge my strength? Perhaps. These are the inquiries you requested I investigate. Indeed, there were many ambiguities surrounding Su Fuyo's car accident. Yet the surveillance footage is scant, leaving us without direct evidence. The truck driver has admitted to fatigue driving, and he was released 2 years ago. Not a single clue? None. Sai, what are your thoughts on this matter? Patience is key. Your wager with Wang Haikuan will be made public online, compelling the other party to resort to certain tactics. Should they become desperate, they are bound to reveal their true intentions, potentially orchestrating another accident. Master, please exercise caution. Very well. Also, keep a constant watch on that truck driver, particularly regarding any financial movements. Liu pondered if their analysis were correct. The truck driver must have accepted money from Wang Haikuan, resulting in the fatal incident involving Su Fuyo. In retrospect, the sum of money from that year seems insignificant by today's standards. In 2006, having 100,000 in savings was considered affluent, but presently, it is hardly substantial, barely enough to purchase a family vehicle, leaving little behind. My esteemed master, your reasoning is indeed astute. Wang Anyo is the reckless driver in question. This individual has a penchant for gambling, frequently visiting underground casinos. Curiously, however, the funds in his account are rather meager, with their origins appearing quite legitimate, merely his salary accumulated over the years. It seems that he was given cash back in the day, yet this does not quite add up. How much could Wang Haikuan possibly have provided? Was it 100,000 or even 1,000,000? Records indicate that in 2006, shortly after leaving the Su family, he lacked substantial means. But dear master, have you forgotten? When Wang Haikuan departed, Heidi had already been established. Take note here, Wang Haikuan married Pang Yukuan in 2009, who happens to be the only daughter of Pang Yongyan, the former chairman of Heidi Group. This clarifies everything. Our deductions are indeed on the right track. After further deliberation with Nuai, Liu immersed himself in the gene pool for a while, opting not to return home, but instead, he fell asleep aboard the spacecraft. The following day, Nuwa-san escorted him and Han Ruashi to the entrance of the Wanan District Court. After exchanging pleasantries with the guard contacted Yuan Lin. And soon the two were ushered into the courthouse. Having received Lu Yu's call the previous night, Yuan Lin had scarcely slept, his complexion already grim. Upon seeing Lu Yu's cheerful demeanor, his expression darkened further. "I've already given you the money. Why are you here again?" Yuan Lin inquired. "Director Yuan, we have become quite familiar with each other by now. There is no need for such formality. I have contemplated much these past few days. I cannot simply take your 50 million without any explanation. Conveniently, I possess a family heirloom painting. How about I sell it to you for 50 million? Are you attempting to deceive me? You still have a backup?" "Oh, no, it was a misunderstanding. The backup is merely for safety's sake. My girlfriend is a lawyer, and she will inevitably have dealings with your court. I kept it to facilitate matters in the future. You, speak plainly. Can we settle our affairs with this 50 million? Yuan Lin, upon hearing Lu Yu's audacious words, felt a strong inclination to slap him. Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback, pondered, did I not express myself clearly earlier? After a moment, he reconsidered the offer of an additional 50 million. Such sincerity was not to be dismissed. He smiled and replied, "Yes, absolutely settled." "Just, what do you mean? Isn't 50 million sufficient?" "Not at all, Director Yuan. Please do not be irate. As I mentioned, my girlfriend is a lawyer and will engage with your court in the future. We are quite familiar now. And I merely seek a little convenience during court proceedings. Is that all? Of course, we are law-abiding citizens and would not wish to place you in any compromising situations." Yuan Lin's face turned ashen, struggling to respond to Lu Yu's shamelessness. He gritted his teeth and continued, "Go find Xie Wenkong at Wenkong Technology. He will provide you with the funds." Very well, very well. Ruashi, Director Yuan is quite busy today. Let us take our leave and not impose further." Liu took Han Ruashi's hand and exited the director's office, nearly bursting into laughter had he not been within the confines of the courthouse. What is sincerity? If not this? He had no intention of demanding money, simply wishing to supplement a purchase agreement, yet the other party, fearing he might be at a disadvantage, had offered an additional 50 million. Is it so lucrative to be the president of a court? The greater the power, the more temptation there is to succumb to greed. This is quite commonplace. Have you not heard the news of a director of a top-tier hospital possessing a fortune of billions? When one ascends to such heights, it is only natural that they attract financial gifts. Well, had I known earlier, I would have pursued a career in public service after graduation. You think it's that simple? Setting aside the uncertainties of passing the examination, with your temperament, it would be a struggle to even reach a departmental level, let alone secure a public service position. You might as well stay home and roast sweet potatoes. At least that would provide a stable livelihood. Alas, nowadays, the aspiration to serve the people in civil service has been overshadowed by the desire for job security. Such a deviation from the original intent is indeed misguided. I find myself pondering like Chairman Mao. However, these matters are not for us to fret over. Let us instead contemplate how to strategize for our upcoming encounter with Wang Haiquan. How about a wager, Ruashi? What kind of wager? I assert that Wang Haiquan will not make an appearance. If I win, you owe me a kiss. And if you lose, I shall receive a kiss from you. How is it that you seem to bear no risk? If Wang Haiquan indeed does not show up, then I would have greatly overestimated him. Chapter 53. Are you afraid? Mr. Wang? So, shall we call it a gamble? However, the terms of the wager need to be amended. Very well, state your terms. If I emerge victorious, you shall escort me to and from work every day for a month. If you win, I shall kiss you. Let us wager, but do not resort to tricks later. I assure you, Mr. Wang Haiquan is truly a coward at heart. Han Ruoxi's words rang true. Her opponent indeed lacked fortitude. Nuwa had meticulously compiled Wang Haichuan's dossier, revealing a rather disheartening fact. His performance in the bedroom lasted merely a minute and a half, often relying on medication to barely stretch it to 5 minutes. Quite the feeble individual indeed. The agreed venue was the notary office in Liaoning City. Lu Yu felt an unwavering confidence, whether in his bet against Han Ruoxi or with the Heidi group. The former had Nuwa as a safety net, who informed him that Wang Haiquan intended to remain incognito within the legal department. Upon entering the notary office's hall, Lu Yu spotted the legal team from Heidi group. His gaze fell upon 5 individuals, ultimately resting on a portly middle-aged man clad in a suit, standing at a height of approximately 5 feet 5 inches. With his stocky build, he surely weighed around 160 to 170 pounds, A veritable cube. This was Wang Hukwan. It was no wonder Lu Yu took note. Even Han Ruoxi had observed that among the 4 lawyers present, all were female, with the sole male being the corpulent figure. Greetings. We are the legal representatives of Heidi Group. My surname is Lu. The woman introduced herself, presenting her business card to Lu Yu. Hello, Director Lu. May I inquire about this gentleman here? Oh, this man is a colleague from my legal department. Your subordinate appears to be of considerable age. Still an employee, I see. Your organization is rather accommodating. At such an age, one would typically be dismissed or reassigned to a security role. That way, they could still contribute. Our Mr. Wang shows great compassion for his employees. This is a fine tradition of Heidi Group. I beg to differ. In my opinion, the elderly should remain at home. How can they compete with the youth? Even posing a question seems to take an eternity. What are we gambling on? Wrinkles on our faces. Wouldn't you agree, Lawyer Lu? Cough, cough. Director Lu seemed at a loss for words in response to Lu Yu's remarks. Since we have all traveled such a distance as hosts, despite our future opposition, I wish to speak solely of the Heidi Group. There is an old adage, people thrive through movement, while trees perish when uprooted, should Heidi disband. Our Yuzhou seasoning welcomes you to join us. Li Yu aimed to unsettle Wang Haiquan directly. After all, his opponent preferred to observe from the shadows. No matter. He would poach talent right before his eyes and see how he would react. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed with the matter at hand? There's no rush. This is my company's legal representative. I shall have her reach out to you afterward. You may propose any salary or benefits you desire, and I shall accommodate you. As for you lovely ladies, I shall take care of everything. However, this gentleman is rather aged. It would be best for him not to continue in legal affairs. I shall check if there are openings in the security department. Rest assured, dear sir, I will ensure you are assigned a day shift. At your age, late nights are ill-advised. We wouldn't want you to collapse from exhaustion. Lu Yu, I have tolerated you for long enough. Do not boast. You shall soon find yourselves beneath my heel. Mr. Wang. So you are Mr. Wang. What is your intention? Mr. Wang is indeed unique, with tastes that diverge from the norm, reveling in role play. Are you, perhaps, feeling intimidated, Mr. Wang? Victory and defeat are but the ebb and flow of conflict. To lose is merely to lose. At your age, it is high time you ventured forth into the world. There are countless industries that may suit you: security, cleaning, caregiving, food delivery, courier services, or ride-sharing. Wang Haichuan's face darkened as he regarded Lu Yu, who, in turn, observed him with a knowing smile. Let us expedite the notarization. I have no time for idle banter. Wang Haiquan wished to conclude the notarization swiftly and depart, aware that he could not best Lu Yu in verbal sparring. Mr. Wang, have you heard that surrendering means losing half? Now, should you capitulate, I shall only require 25% of the Heidi Group's shares. The outcome remains uncertain. Understand that excess can lead to downfall, young man. Very well, but do not rely on your age to bully me or act unscrupulously, Lu Yu chuckled. Knowing that while his words might not inflict tangible loss upon Wang Haiquan, they would certainly cause him discomfort, which was sufficient for Lu Yu. Before long, both parties affixed their seals under the watchful eye of the staff, and the wager agreement came into effect. As they departed, Lu Yu gestured towards Director Lu of the Heidi Group, mimicking a phone call. She, of course, refrained from responding. Yet she understood the principle that in a duel of titans, one is bound to be injured. She sensed that Lu Yu truly possessed the potential to alter the dynamics of the seasoning industry. Looks like I've triumphed. Han Ruoxi remarked from the back seat, smiling. What do you mean you've won? Wang Haiquan was not coerced by my words. Otherwise, he would still be lurking in the shadows. Did he come or not? He did, but he was concealed. That doesn't matter. He came, hence I have won. Do not attempt to reason with a woman. A creature that bleeds for 7 days a month and yet does not perish is inherently formidable. Science has proven, when women rely on intuition, their imagination rivals that of Van Gogh. When they catch a partner in infidelity, their intellect is second only to Einstein. When heartbroken, their prose rivals that of Mo Yin. And when enraged, their combat prowess is akin to Ultraman. When driven to madness, their danger is only eclipsed by that of a Tibetan Mastiff. Surrendering is wise. They are forces to be reckoned with, and compromise is the sole path forward. Suddenly, such thoughts surged through Lu Yu's mind. He swallowed his retort. Very well. I shall pick you up and drop you off daily from now on. That should suffice. Boss, when Kong technology has arrived, Nuwa San whispered. Let us proceed. We shall secure 50 million first, Liu declared as he exited the vehicle, one hand clutching a family heirloom painting while the other held Han Ruoshi's hand. The scene appeared harmonious, as at that moment, Xie Wenkong, Yuan Lin's brother-in-law, awaited at the entrance. Such occurrences were commonplace, happening once or twice a year. However, this time it had arrived months in advance, rather than just before the new year. In essence, Xie Wenkong served as Yuan Lin's white glove, receiving bribes that were funneled through him to be laundered and subsequently forwarded as kickbacks to higher-ups. He also received a call from Yuan Lin. Xie Wenkong assumed that the young couple before him were the offspring of some official family, likely the targets of his brother-in-law's bribery. And so he had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Is it Lu Xiao? A treasured ancestral painting, indeed a rarity. I am quite fond of collecting. And I have prepared the funds. Shall we move to my office for a discussion? My apologies, Mr. Xie. Liu replied with a smile. Wenkong technology is substantial, occupying 3 floors in a 28-story building. According to Nuai, the annual profit hovers around 500 million, placing it among the top tech enterprises in the province. Ruoshi, how much do you think it would cost to purchase such a large office space? Liu whispered to Han Ruoshi. Xinghe Building is one of the landmark structures in Liangang City, originally priced at 5 million per floor. It should be worth even more now, potentially reaching 6 million per floor. With 32 floors, you can do the math. Less than 200 million. Quite reasonable, isn't it? For Liu at present. 200 million might seem considerable, but for his future self, procuring such an amount would pose no significant challenge. Why would you want to buy it? We deal in condiments, which seems rather unrelated to office buildings. Even if the operations department eventually relocates here, it seems excessive to require so much space. Han Ruoshi mused, unable to fathom Liu's intentions, which only he truly understood. Chapter 54. A fringe trust regardless of its utility, in due time, you shall see. I wager that this project will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. During this period, Liu persistently assessed Nuai's capabilities, ultimately concluding that Nuai could be regarded as an exceptionally powerful computational server. Upon his arrival at Wenkong Technology, he immediately discerned the forthcoming developmental trajectory. Reliance solely on seasoning for prosperity was insufficient, especially now that they were engaging in commerce with extraterrestrial beings. Simple endeavors would no longer suffice. The realm of technology beckoned. Moreover, a crucial realization dawned upon him: the existence of extraterrestrial life in this universe. While they may cherish peace, it does not imply that other cosmic entities share the same inclination. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. One must remain vigilant even in times of tranquility. Blue Star must possess defensive capabilities. It may not be required, but it cannot be absent. The advancement of Blue Star's technology cannot solely rest on him and Nuai. It ultimately requires the collective effort of all humanity on Blue Star and within the vast expanse of Huaxia. However, the question of how to gradually and discreetly disseminate these technologies while simultaneously amassing boundless wealth occupied his thoughts during this time. I truly find you somewhat incomprehensible, Han Ruoshi remarked with a hint of detachment. Do you see these hands of mine? What of them? They're instruments for gathering wealth. Henceforth, you shall be my vessel for riches. As the saying goes, when husband and wife work in unison, their profits are unbreakable. Our names will undoubtedly grace the rankings of success. What rankings? Those of Forbes. Let it be so. Soon we shall ascend to the pinnacle of global wealth, and we shall inquire if they stand in awe. Gentlemen, this is the place. The office may be modest, but I kindly ask for your understanding. Mr. Xie, if this is modest, then my place could be deemed a slum. Lu Xiao complimented. Shall we proceed with signing a business agreement? I have prepared the funds, anonymous cash checks, available for withdrawal at any time within the stipulated period. Very well. Shall we inspect the painting? There's no need. The artwork brought by President Liu is undoubtedly a treasure. Xie Wenkong understood that this was merely a small maneuver. The primary concern was to ensure the safe and reasonable transfer of funds. Before long, Liu Yu's heirloom masterpiece was sold, and a cash check amounting to 50 million was secured, registered under Liu Yu's name to avoid any complications that might arise from a bank transfer. Young Master Liu, shall we withhold taxes? Mr. Xie, your service is truly commendable. However, let us forego that for now. We shall manage our taxes upon our return. The subsequent procedures were familiar to Han Ruoshi. She and Liu Yu had previously discussed this sum, intending not for personal expenditure, but rather as an investment, either directed to the account of an imminent project or the government's public fund account. This approach would eliminate the tax liabilities. as Lu Yu's sale of the heirloom masterpiece was aimed at supporting governmental renovations, an act for which the government would undoubtedly express gratitude and refrain from imposing taxes. Isn't this merely for convenience? By the way, Mr. Xie, upon our entry, I noticed quite a number of individuals here. What business do you engage in? If I may inquire? If it concerns trade secrets, I shall not press further. Hee, Lu Xiao, what secrets are there to discuss? To put it plainly, we are merely a debt collection agency, acquiring bad debts that banks cannot recover at a low price, employing certain tactics to reclaim the money and earn a profit. A debt collection agency has no connection to technology, does it? Hee, in this day and age, that is how it's done. If lending companies can be called technology firms, then we certainly can as well. All right, I have learned something today. We have matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. Should there be any famous paintings in the future, I will reach out to you again. Very well, I shall escort you both. As the two entered the elevator, Xiao and Kong ceased to accompany them, and Liu curiously inquired, is it really so profitable to be a debt collection agency? Aren't you afraid of stringent crackdowns? As far as I know, such companies often operate outside the law. The profits are substantial. This industry has always been lucrative. Particularly now, with the high per capita debt ratio. These companies are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. However, when it comes to the courts, no one can truly play around, so don't even think about it. I have no intention of pursuing such a business. A technology company of this sort is best left unestablished, as it tarnishes the very essence of technology. There's no helping it, given the national circumstances. A profit margin of 10% will attract the attention of capitalists. I aspire to establish a genuine technology company. And what would be the specific business? I have yet to determine that. For now, let us focus on bringing down Heidi and discuss it later. Liu needed to confer with Nua about the potential for maneuverability in this matter. Upon returning to the company, as Liu stepped out of the car, Su Ongwa approached him and said plainly, President Liu, someone is looking for you, claiming to be an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Old Su. How old do you think I am? Where would I have an old acquaintance? Well, the person claims to be the wife of your childhood friend. Yang Feng? I believe that is the name. Where is she? In the reception area on the first floor. Yang Feng was a childhood companion of Liu Yu, 3 years his senior, who had moved in when Liu was 6 years old. During their youth, Yang Feng often played with him. Strangely, Liu had only met Yang Feng's grandfather, Mr. Yang, but had never seen his parents. 6 years ago, Mr. Yang and Yang Feng vanished without a trace, leaving behind a baffling letter. Liu was uncertain whether Yang Feng was married. But the fact that this woman could find him and mention Yang Feng's name suggested that the latter must have prompted her to seek him out. Upon entering the reception area, he found a young woman accompanied by 2 children. The woman appeared to be around 25, while not conventionally beautiful. Her demeanor exuded a grace that rivaled Han Ruashi. Liu's first impression was that this woman was not to be underestimated. Similarly, the woman scrutinized Liu and Han Ruashi from head to toe. Are you Brother Feng's wife? Hello, my name is Chu Fei. Yang Feng said that if he encountered any troubles, I should come to find you. Chu Fei graciously extended her hand for a handshake with Liu. Why has Brother Feng come? Liu regarded her with skepticism, as he had never met her before. He had previously asked Nua to try and locate Yang Feng, but the individuals discovered through the parameters he provided were not the Yang Feng he knew. It was as if the latter had vanished without a trace, leaving no digital footprint. The sudden appearance of Yang Feng's wife left Liu with considerable doubt. This is the jade pendant given to me by Yang Feng, who said that upon seeing it, you would be able to verify my identity. Liu accepted the pendant, which indeed resembled the image in his mind. According to Yang Feng's account from years past, this jade pendant is one of a kind in the world. A treasured heirloom of the Yang family. This revelation piqued his curiosity regarding Chu Fei's purpose for visiting today, prompting him to inquire, where has Brother Feng gone? Why have you come here alone with the child? Yang Feng has vanished, but before he left, he mentioned that if I encountered difficulties, I should bring the child to you. Chu Fei replied coolly. Liu refrained from responding, instead casting a glance at Han Ruashi, his eyes questioning, as he presently found himself at a loss. Your childhood friend's wife is in trouble. Naturally, we will assist to the best of our abilities. Is it a matter of livelihood, or something else? Neither, she replied. I wish to entrust both children to your care, hoping you can look after them for a while. Liu and Han Ruashi exclaimed in unison. They had only contemplated the possibility of financial hardship or some other issue, never imagining that she intended to entrust her own children to Liu. Chapter 55. At 23 with 2 children, I have my reasons for this difficult decision. I must seek out Yang Feng. They are still too young to accompany me, and Yang Feng is the only person in this world with whom I share a bond. So I must ask for your assistance. Do you have any idea where Fengge might be? I have a rough idea, but it would be inconvenient to disclose the details to you. I will return to retrieve them in no more than 3 years or as few as 1. And I hope you can look after Sienna and Jar in the meantime. Uncle, we are very well behaved, said the boy among the pair of fraternal twins, gazing at Lu Yu and Han Ruashi with his sparkling big eyes. It's not that Lu Yu is unwilling. He is merely 23 years old, having just graduated from university. He has no experience in raising children, let alone in conceiving them. To suddenly be tasked with caring for a pair of children aged 5 or 6, much less twins, is beyond his capabilities. This is their living allowance. Please accept it. If it is insufficient, you may cover the costs for now, and we will repay you in full upon our return. Chufu, it's not about the money. You see, I am only 23, and my girlfriend is just 25. We are still children ourselves. We truly lack any experience in childcare. Little friend, your name is Yang Xian, is it not? Yes, sister, I am Yang Xian, and this is my sister Yang Jia. We promise we are very well behaved. We can help you and uncle with chores. Mama is going to find Papa, and we, too, hope for his swift return. Yang Xian spoke with the earnestness of a miniature adult, fearing that Han Ruashi might refuse to take him and his sister in, and he continued to express his eagerness to help. Look at how well-behaved they are, Lu Yu. Perhaps we should take them in. Uncle, please take us in, Yang Xian exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Lu Yu's leg, his eyes brimming with hopeful pleading. Following suit, Yang Jia clung to Lu Yu's other leg, mirroring her brother's beseeching gaze. Now, hold on a moment. You refer to her as sister, yet to me, you call me uncle. Is that not a bit inconsistent? At that moment, Lu Yu found himself reluctantly conceding, setting aside his relationship with Yang Feng. How could anyone resist the charm of these two delightful children? Mother said that when you see someone beautiful, you should call them sister, and that uncle is not beautiful. Indeed, we prefer to call a man handsome rather than beautiful. To describe a man as beautiful would be an affront. Yang Xian and Yang Jia were puzzled by Lu Yu's words and turned to Chufu for clarification. Thank you, Chufu said, acknowledging their curious gazes, and then respectfully addressed Lu Yu and Han Ruashi. I do not know where you are headed, nor do you need to share, but for the sake of the children, you must return. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. I will do everything in my power to assist you. The fact that they remained silent about their destination and refrained from bringing the children suggested they were embarking on a perilous endeavor. While Liu might not be able to assist them now, the future may hold different possibilities. Chufu remained unconcerned upon Lu Yu and Han Ruashi's arrival. She had sensed they were just ordinary people incapable of aiding in this matter. Nevertheless, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Your kindness will not be forgotten by Yang Feng and me. What kindness? Just return safely. By the way, when do you plan to depart? Now. Sienna, Jr. Be good here. Mama will go find Daddy, and we'll be back shortly. Mama is the best. With that, Chu Fei left the reception room, gradually vanishing through the doorway. How old are you? Sister, we will turn 5 after our birthday this year. Was that elegant woman who just left here also here for business? Oh, where did you get those adorable children from? They can't possibly be yours, right? Fang Yuan entered just as he brushed past Chu Fei. Are you silly? It's not that easy to have a child. Uncle, my name is Yang Xian, and this is my sister. These kids seem about 4 or 5 years old. Are children nowadays so socially adept? They act like little adults. Where are your parents? Our mother left and asked uncle and sister to look after us for a while. Fang Yuan, do you have anything to attend to? Take them to my office for now. I have matters to discuss with Ruashi. Little adults, follow me. Uncle has plenty of delicious treats. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan led the siblings away from the reception room. Ruashi, what do you think of this situation? Unusual. When I entered, I felt as though I was being scrutinized. Did you feel that too? I also sensed something amiss with Chu Fei, but I can't pinpoint it. My intuition tells me this matter is far from simple. I share that sentiment. Upon entry, there was a certain dissonance between her demeanor and appearance. Could she be using a disguise? Do you think this is a martial arts novel with disguises? Enough of that. Let us focus on how to care for the children. Let us take them home and let our parents look after them. Lu Yu had already contemplated this. He and Han Ruashi simply lacked the time to care for children, especially with impending reforms and numerous responsibilities at hand. That works. The two agreed on the plan. That evening, Lu Yu brought the siblings home. Upon realizing they were Yang Feng's children, his parents were even more delighted. The Yang family had been a significant support to them, and the two families shared a bond akin to that of one family. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance, their relationship would have undoubtedly deepened. Lu Guodong, in particular, had a fondness for the children, holding secrets even Lu Yu and Li Yumei were unaware of. Every time he emerged unscathed during his military missions, it was due to the efforts of old Yang. After dinner, Lu Yu did not linger at home. He ascended the mountain instead. Inside the spaceship, he instructed Nua Yi, investigate Chu Fei, the person in the photograph. Understood, Master. Nua Yi diligently operated the virtual computer and within seconds, remarked, here is the information on Chu Fei. Is this all? Lu Yu stared incredulously at the scant information before him, comprising fewer than 100 words, revealing only her name, address, phone number, and a few other details. Yes, this is all. The phone numbers listed are false, and it appears that Chu Fei first appeared 6 years ago. This information seems to originate from police records, likely compiled during her ID application. Indeed, these two individuals exude an air of mystery. Master, the situation in Huaxia is not as straightforward as it appears on the surface. It is quite normal for certain matters to remain undisclosed online. Once you reach that level, you will inevitably uncover what you are meant to know in due course. Very well, Nui, allow me to pose a question. Based on the sellers on the Interstellar marketplace, I wonder if the universe harbors numerous advanced civilizations. Is the existence of Blue Planet fraught with peril? Alternatively, to rephrase, does our solar system host any other forms of life? Master, should I assert that there are none? You would likely remain skeptical. As it stands, Blue Planet is relatively secure. The civilizations in question are not of a high tier and are unlikely to arrive in the near future. Elevating one's own strength is paramount. It is best not to overthink the matter. While the rationale holds true, my personal capabilities are limited. I may not be able to safeguard Blue Planet alone. What strategies do you propose that would allow me to earn a profit while simultaneously enhancing the collective strength of Blue Planet? Master, you have indeed posed a question I have contemplated. The execution of this idea is comparatively straightforward. Chapter 56. A phenomenon across half of China. What should I do? I could develop a game of the interstellar genre, gradually imparting technology to humanity. As for their ability to comprehend it, that remains a matter of chance. Interstellar games? There are numerous such offerings available now. Our newly established game company would struggle to compete, don't you think? Who are you looking down on? The game I am creating is far superior to those inferior games. To put it mildly, you are insulting the intelligence of our caretakers. To put it more harshly, you are denigrating a civilization of the 5th tier. How exactly should I proceed? Allow me to provide you with a list. With a calm demeanor, Nua Yi uttered these words before vanishing from the virtual screen. Lu Yu gazed at the list before him, filled with curiosity. Most items seemed to pertain to industrial applications, alongside a design blueprint resembling the holographic virtual game helmets described in gaming novels. Additionally, there was a set of large server clusters, a considerable expense that he could hardly bear at present, let alone the myriad technical terms listed. Nua Yi, are you still there? Is there anything else? If you lack the funds, then earn them quickly. Are all these items available on Blue Star? Some names are entirely unfamiliar to me. What is this illusion technology? And what is an illusion engine? Well, in that case, I have no choice. Perhaps you should seek a partner. I can transmit the technology to you. And if you possess the capability to produce it yourself, that works too. After all, time on Blue Star is plentiful. You can take your time with it. Nua Yi expressed a hint of helplessness, an emotion that should not have manifested. Acknowledging that transitioning from a 5th-tier civilization to a 2nd-tier one was not an immediate endeavor, a colloquial expression, unable to carry the load. Please send the information for me to study. He understood that this matter was genuinely not urgent. It required careful planning. Even acquiring a technology company necessitated funding. His phone contained all the data in files that had been specially compressed, as Nua Yi had warned. Take a look at the phone, and it would crash. All right, I will prepare a hard drive tomorrow to store the data. How many gigabytes will suffice? A 500 terabyte hard drive should be adequate. Sister, are you jesting with me? Did you say 500 terabytes, not 500 gigabytes? The data totals 495 terabytes. Do you genuinely believe 500 gigabytes would suffice? As far as I know, there are a number of 500 terabyte hard drives available on the market. Surely, you cannot be serious? You are the one joking with me. The knowledge of a 5th-tier cosmic civilization, transcending 3 levels of civilization, is akin to constructing a satellite in primitive society. Do you truly think this information is excessive? I have even streamlined much of it before sending it to you. Thus, you should purchase 10,000 top-tier servers. I will develop the illusion engine and the game. You will have to figure out the illusion pods or helmets on your own. Nuai did not wish to refrain from assistance. But when it came to the production of tangible items, Nuai was powerless to help. It was solely reliant on Liu Yu. In simpler terms, it all boils down to making money. Precisely. Liu is not troubled. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. He ceased to dwell on this and turned towards the gene pool, submerging himself for 3 minutes. Regrettably, the level of his genes remained unchanged, or perhaps it did change. But the decimal point simply did not reflect it. He undeniably sensed a transformation within his body. The following day, Liu picked up Han Ruashi. Ruashi, why not move in with me? My house is currently under construction for a 3-story building, and there will be ample room once it's finished. Let us discuss that later. Today, I need to go to the district government to negotiate the demolition matters. Are you coming? I want to be going. I have other commitments. You and Fong Yuan should handle the discussions and try to persuade the government to spend more. After all, if the nation's funds are sitting idle, we might as well benefit from them, lest they end up lining someone else's pockets. There was a saying a few years back: the central government allocated funds every year, and by year-end, they must be fully spent, preferably with a deficit, or else next year's allocation would be reduced. This led to a significant expenditure by the government in the last month of each year, with extravagant feasting being the least of it. They would purchase vast quantities of unnecessary supplies with the sole aim of expending the budget. In recent years, however, funds have become scarce, necessitating meticulous calculations. As if every dollar must serve as two. If you're busy, you needn't pick me up. How could that be? This is my only chance for some private time with you. I cannot let that slip away. When he went to fetch Han Ruashi in the morning, Liu Yu did not allow Nuo-san to accompany him. He was not embarrassed. Rather, he worried that Han Ruashi might feel constrained. Are you truly planning to start a tech company? Of course. I wish to elevate you to the pinnacle of the world. All right, I shall await your arrival. Han Ruashi gazed into Liu Yu's resolute eyes, inexplicably placing her trust in him. The idea was already formed. The most formidable challenge now lay in finances, substantial finances. According to Nuo-e's vision, once the game was developed, the servers would be paramount. He could manage the servers but could not serve as one. With a population of 1.5 billion in Huaxia, calculating conservatively, if 100 million users were online simultaneously, 10,000 servers would be required, with 5,000 being a necessity after her modifications. Currently, an ordinary server costs around 10,000, meaning 5,000 would total 50 million. This does not even account for bandwidth, labor costs, electricity, rent, and other expenses, all of which amount to considerable sums. Very well, I shall take responsibility for the factory side. You need not worry. A capable helpmeet indeed. Liu intended to steal a kiss at the red light. Damn it, it's green now. Dreadful green light, he muttered under his breath. Upon returning to the factory, Liu immediately instructed Nuo-san to drive to the largest computer city in Liangang, where he intended to purchase hard drives. The illusion engine required no construction from him, and much less data was needed. For 25 terabytes, hard drives would suffice. The bulk of the data was related to virtual reality feedback, including neural connections and so forth. Currently, the most advanced VR devices could only provide sensory perceptions of sight and sound. Sensations such as touch, force, motion, and even smell and taste remained virtually undeveloped. Virtual reality technology is a confluence of simulation technology, computer graphics, human-computer interface technology, multimedia technology, sensing technology, and networking technology. The imagery content can be processed by Noi, who is essential for creating the human-computer interface and other technologies. After storing the data on the hard drive, Liu would pick up Han Ruashi punctually every day, often lingering in the office to engage in light-hearted banter with her. He would then gaze at the map of Ninghai province displayed in the sales center, which was hung by Shi Xiaolei. Xiaolei, why has the map changed to that of Huaxia today? Manager Liu, isn't it obvious? The map of Ninghai province has become quite renowned. Its development speed is astonishing. Just look at this past week. Neighboring Bianchuan province and Banan province have both become our territory. It's a pity we haven't penetrated Tianhai province yet. No need to rush. We shall expand to other areas. The strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside is a time-honored tactic established by our predecessors. Shi Xiaolei chuckled and replied, we are already implementing it. The market response has been overwhelmingly positive. Our salespeople are treated like esteemed guests wherever they go. Xiaolei, I must remind you that the faster the development, the sooner the drawbacks will manifest. As a supervisor, you must maintain control. I do not wish for our employees to act recklessly with the conditions we provide. Rest assured. Every time the boss's wives convene, they mention that we have already dismissed a batch of individuals. That is reassuring. Lu Yu returned to his office with satisfaction. Half a month later, as he surveyed the Huaxiao map in the sales center, he noted that 10 out of the 23 provinces had turned red, with deep crimson merely a matter of time, symbolizing that Yuzhou condiments had captured over 90% of the market. Chapter 57. The display of cultivation techniques in the office of Wang Haiquan in Tianhai province. He sat in a daze, absorbing the reports from his subordinates. He was aware that Yuzhou's condiments were formidable, but never anticipated their overwhelming prowess. In less than a month, they had seized a staggering 40% of the market share. And this was without Lu Yu imposing any exclusive agreements on the distributors. The Heidi Group was suffering a slow demise, as some distributors merely reduced their orders for Heidi's condiments. Wang, we are already selling at rock-bottom prices, yet the market response has not improved. If this continues, we may lose our wager before the year concludes. You need not remind me. I am well aware, Wang Haiquan replied, rubbing his temples, suddenly appearing much older. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce expression crossed his face as he retrieved a dark electronic key from a concealed compartment in his desk. He opened a web browser on his computer, continuously inputting the alphanumeric symbols from the electronic key. Soon, a dark web page emerged, minimalistic and devoid of account names, merely displaying a form for information submission. After completing the operation, Wang leaned back in his chair, muttering, I hope this 100 million investment in the key proves useful. I refuse to believe that 10 million cannot eliminate the opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was engaged in flirtation with Han Ruoshi when he received a message from Nui, indicating that Lu Yu had been marked on the dark web, becoming a target for assassins. The message included some of his information alongside a glaring red bounty, 10 million. Upon returning to his office, Lu Yu inquired, Nui, is this order from Wang Haiquan? What is the situation with the dark web assassins? While it was uncertain whether Wang Haiquan was directly involved, it was certain that the order had originated from his office computer. The dark web was a notorious realm, a gathering ground for criminals where all manner of illicit transactions transpired. Keep a close watch. If any assassin takes the order, send me their information immediately. Certainly. The dark web is manageable. Should I send you information on the higher-ups within the dark web? Forget it. I am no crusader for justice. Nor do I possess the capability to dismantle the dark web. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. At best, I am merely a nouveau riche, entirely unfamiliar with the dark web, let alone the prospect of obliterating it. Master, I have a notion that could ensure your safety indefinitely. Oh, pray tell. I can assist you in registering a high-ranking identity on the dark web, which would dissuade any assassins from taking your contract. That sounds promising. It seems the dark web adheres to certain principles. Master, you misunderstand. Should you ascend to a high-ranking position on the dark web, the bounty would be no less than 1 billion, and it would be a perilous endeavor. This does not even account for an assessment of your overall capabilities. If they knew you had 3 early-stage heavenly-level bodyguards by your side, the bounty would multiply exponentially, and no assassin would dare accept the contract. Then we must proceed with this plan. The best part is that it won't cost a dime. We absolutely must register. Currently, the sales of condiments in Yuzhou are quite promising. Yet this industry faces certain constraints. The population is limited, and the daily consumption remains relatively stable. To capture market share, pricing cannot be set too high. Indeed, there is a substantial amount of capital, with revenues amounting to billions, although this figure represents turnover rather than profit. The actual profit stands at around 20%, translating to approximately 200 million, of which only 80 million reaches the shareholders' hands. When compared to the Haitai Group, their current turnover pales in significance. The latter reports nearly 21 billion in quarterly earnings, primarily dominating the soy sauce and vinegar market, which is incomparable to the former's entire product line. Nonetheless, there is no cause for concern, as new factories are under construction. Yuzhou Condiments also plans to develop a complete industrial chain, including oyster sauce, cooking wine, and chili sauce. Upon receiving the directive, Nuo swiftly navigated the virtual interface, and within mere minutes, reclined in his chair, savoring tea. The identity registration has been completed, and in a few days, someone will deliver the identity key to you. Let's discuss it later this evening after work. I have plans to flirt. Master, I must say, your cheesy pickup lines are quite nauseating. Could you perhaps try something fresher? Close your mouth. The master is at work. When has it become your place to meddle? If you dislike it, simply shut your ears. By the way, tonight the cultivation method exhibition is commencing. Yes, I have received the news. It's good to know. Refrain from fixating on chasing girls all day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yu arrived punctually aboard the spacecraft. At that moment, the virtual screen displayed the countdown for the Interstellar event. With only 10 seconds remaining, 10, 9, 8, 0, the event officially commenced, and a new interface appeared in the categorization bar, showcasing an array of dazzling cultivation methods that left Lu Yu in awe. So many cultivation methods exist in the universe? Lu Yu pondered, intrigued, in his understanding. Extraterrestrial technology was indeed remarkable, yet he had not heard of any alien cultivation techniques that were equally impressive. Naturally, planets vary significantly. Some are technologically advanced while others excel in cultivation, each possessing distinct systems. Do you know why Diobao spends exorbitantly on acquiring the methods for cultivating zombies? It is due to the absence of such cultivation systems in the known universe. Oh, does that mean there are also no methods for spiritual or celestial cultivation? Might there be an opportunity for profit? Theoretically, yes. However, I have scanned the cultivation methods from Blue Star online, and those listed are hardly genuine methods. They resemble narratives more than anything. Some are acceptable, such as Tai Chi and Wing Chun, which are merely ordinary martial arts, significantly inferior to the cultivation methods available for purchase today. Well then, what should I do now? Master, you currently possess 38 10-star coins and 3 110 points, with the opportunity to draw once for every 500 points. Including the one complimentary draw from the event, you have a total of 7 chances to win, with the potential to acquire legendary level cultivation methods, or at the very least, a token of appreciation. The star coins will soon be utilized to purchase a cultivation method. At this moment, Liu had already summoned the prize wheel, which was adorned with various colors. The predominant hue was colorless, followed by white, while the least represented was a dark red, whose width was even smaller than that of the winning arrow. If viewed on a mobile device, one could only discern a single dark red line, rendering the words grand prize utterly invisible. Master, I do not harbor excessive hopes for you to draw a legendary level martial art. As long as we avoid a total miss in the 7 attempts, it suffices. In preparation for future acquisitions, I must remind you that the ranks of martial arts are categorized as follows: common, uncommon, inferior, intermediate, superior, exceptional, legendary, mythical, and eternal. Do not even entertain thoughts of mythical or eternal level martial arts. Even in a 9th level cosmic civilization, there are but a few, and none would be offered for sale. With my current star coins, I doubt I could procure an eternal level martial art. Rest assured, even a common level martial art would far surpass those available online on Blue Star. Just a moment, I shall wash my hands. Lu Yu, somewhat superstitious, proceeded to the restroom. After lingering there for a while, he felt that merely washing his hands was insufficient to demonstrate his sincerity. After all, isn't bathing and changing one's attire a form of reverence? Thus, Lu Yu took a shower and donned a new outfit, complete with red trousers. Master, you are dawdling. The event time is about to pass. I'm coming. The event lasts for 3 hours, does it not? There is no need for haste. Let us play a BGM to summon good fortune. Chapter 58. The Dragon's Dance and the Fireblade Technique. In response to Lu Yu's request, manhwaedit did not decline. At that moment, the spaceship resonated with the tune of Good Luck is Coming. Wishing you good fortune. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck is here. We welcome prosperity across the seas. Accompanied by the melody, Lu Yu pressed the lottery button. The prize will spun incessantly. Lu Yu dared not look. Fervently praying, Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, Jesus, God, please bless me with a chance, a modest request for a superior cultivation technique. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. You say you're engaging in trivial pursuits. What is the use? They all came, yet it's still a dud. Manhwaedit mocked lightly. Again, the wheel spun once more, yielding the same result. Thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. 3 times thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. 4 times patronage. Keep it up. 5 times keep it up. Until the 6th attempt, it was no longer a dud. The pointer halted on a green square, which then expanded, displaying the names of techniques that flickered too rapidly for Lu Yu to comprehend. Ding. Congratulations, the owner has acquired the rare level technique, Dragon's Dance. Not bad, a rare level technique. Manhwaedit remarked with satisfaction. Winning once in 6 attempts, and you call that good? You must not have encountered quality pork. Humph. Isn't that better than winning the lottery? Indeed. Manhwa, with your remarkable computational abilities, why not calculate the next lottery numbers? I could purchase 100 or so tickets, and we would be rich. The lottery is a matter of statistics, not probability. Just because I can calculate it doesn't mean it will actually occur, you understand? Let us be realistic. There's one last chance. Will you try again? Yes. Of course. It's only 500 points, no loss, no deception. The wheel spun once more. As Liu wagered 10 years of his lifespan in exchange for a superior cultivation technique. If not, a lower grade one would suffice. Moments later, the pointer landed on a blue square, and its contents began to enlarge. Ding. Congratulations, the owner has drawn the lower grade cultivation technique, Fireblade technique. Ding. Lifespan deduction successful. Don't joke, Manhwa, I was merely kidding. The prior announcement was the system's voice from Pinduoduo, while the latter was Manhwa mimicking the system's tone. From now on, refrain from such reckless banter. The classics of Huaxia document the laws of the cosmos. According to universal tenets, it is the fortune of planets, which truly exists. The Taoists have claimed that words manifest reality. If you truly bind yourself to the fortunes of a planet and utter such words, it may very well cost you 10 years of your lifespan. Wait, I didn't actually just trade 10 years of my life for a lower grade technique, did I? Impossible. You currently lack that capability, Manhwa replied nonchalantly. Thank goodness. You nearly frightened me to death. Quickly, select an appropriate technique. An hour has already passed. There are still 2 hours left. I must first examine the 2 techniques I have drawn, Liu retorted, lacking the mood to seek out a suitable technique, uncertain of which would be appropriate for him. Upon opening Dragon's Dance, a torrent of information flooded my mind. Dragon's Dance is divided into 3 forms. The first form, Dragon Roams the Seas. This technique imitates the fluid movement of a dragon gliding effortlessly through the deep ocean. The practitioner employs this footwork to move swiftly, as if traversing water, facilitating rapid approaches to foes or evasion from attacks. The second form, Dragon Soars to the Heavens. This technique captures the magnificent spectacle of a dragon ascending to the skies. The user momentarily suspends in the air, then dives down like a dragon, delivering a lethal blow to the enemy. It is well suited for launching surprise assaults or breaking through encirclements. The third form, Dragon Hidden in the Mist. Inspired by the elusive silhouette of a dragon amidst clouds, the user becomes hard to discern, making it challenging for opponents to pinpoint their true location. This technique can be employed to confuse adversaries, creating opportunities for subsequent strikes. Do dragons truly exist in this world? I am aware that the blue star is no more. Yet the dragon race exists throughout the cosmos. This martial art was devised by its creator, drawing upon the nature of dragons, wielding formidable power and representing an exemplary form of agility. Well, I cannot change my mind now. I am merely curious about the price in star coins for purchasing it. Currently, it is 4,000 star coins. That seems reasonable. As long as I don't incur a loss, I am content. Liu, satisfied, clicked on Flame Blade technique. This time, the influx of information was evidently greater than before. After a moment of dizziness, the entirety of Flame Blade technique settled into my mind. Flame Blade technique comprises 6 techniques. The first technique, Flame Shadow Emergence. This is the opening move of Flame Blade technique, where the user swiftly brandishes the blade, creating flickering shadows akin to flames, thereby bewildering the opponent and setting the stage for subsequent attacks. The second technique, Blazing Dawn. As the momentum of the blade intensifies, the user suddenly lunges forward, delivering a downward stroke imbued with the ferocity of a rising sun, possessing immense destructive power capable of shattering the enemy's defenses. The third technique, Phoenix Rebirth. This technique emulates the rebirth of the phoenix. After a brief retreat, the user abruptly pivots and unleashes a rapid succession of strikes, enveloping the enemy in a sea of flames. The fourth technique, Blazing Storm. The user harnesses the power of rotation, rendering the blade technique as chaotic and fierce as flames in a tempest, relentlessly assaulting the enemy from all angles, making it challenging for them to defend. The fifth technique, Flame Soul Returns. Following a series of attacks, the user suddenly ceases movement, standing poised as if the essence of fire has reassembled, accumulating strength in preparation for a decisive strike. The sixth technique, Heavenly Incineration. As the ultimate technique of Flame Blade technique, the user channels all their energy into a single stroke, unleashing flames that surge forth with cataclysmic force, possessing the power to obliterate creation and heralding the enemy's doom. Is this truly a low-grade martial art? Yet with such considerable consumption, these are merely simplified introductions in practical application given my current prowess. I could barely execute the first 2 techniques of Flame Blade technique. The substantial consumption indicates a greater potency. With every gain comes a sacrifice. This martial art, categorized within fire attributes, is already considered quite commendable. Noe, I sense something amiss, profoundly amiss. What seems to be the issue? Noe gazed at Lu Yu with a puzzled expression. Rare grade martial arts, you praise. Inferior grade martial arts, you still commend. From my understanding of you, you do not seem to be the type to indulge in flattery. Master, you overthink it. What I have stated is merely the truth regarding the martial arts of Blue Star. It is not sycophancy. Very well, let us consider it flattery then. Now, it is time to select a martial art that suits me. Lu Yu opened the star currency purchase section and was instantly taken aback. The sheer variety of martial arts was overwhelming. He could hardly comprehend them all. Only then did he realize why Nuai had been urging him persistently. Merely reading the introductions, he found that an hour was insufficient to explore even a fraction of them. Nuai, with such an abundance of martial arts. It seems time is not on our side. Liu remarked playfully to Nuai, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness and a touch of lewdness. In that moment, he had no choice but to concede, seeking assistance from Nuai. Chapter 59. A partial technique and a new feature in the marketplace. What are you being so stubborn about? Am I going to harm you? Why waste time on the first 2 techniques? Now, it seems you have no time to read them, right? Yes, indeed, I am quite obstinate. Please overlook my minor faults and assist me in finding something. These are within your purchasing capability. So many? Liu gazed at the 100 techniques on each page. With 26 pages remaining, his expression turning grim, as most were rated above medium quality. Alas, let me reevaluate based on your personal attributes and the environment of Blue Star. Nuai began to operate once more. This time, the results were significantly reduced, leaving only fire attribute techniques, predominantly aimed at enhancing personal strength rather than martial arts skills. Can you search for more? Perhaps something with a high cost-performance ratio, something that can be spent like 300,000 star coins for just 30,000? Come now, do it yourself. What are you dreaming about at this hour? Do you think these techniques are like vegetables in the market, half sold and half given away? I was merely making an analogy. Why get so upset? If it's unavailable, then so be it. There actually is one that can be valued as 30,000 star coins. However, it is merely a partial technique. For your current state, it would suffice. Where is it? Let me see. A demonic technique? Lu Yu exclaimed eagerly, only to be stunned upon seeing the name of the technique. Indeed, it is a demonic technique. What distinguishes the demonic from the divine is merely the human heart. Techniques themselves do not possess inherent good or bad, only the practitioners do. That is the rationale. But will cultivating a demonic technique have any effect on me? There will undoubtedly be some impact, yet your willpower far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Combined with the suppression from the gene pool and your current gene level, the overall influence is nearly negligible. Moreover, the most critical point is that the likelihood of you utilizing a demonic technique on Blue Star is almost non-existent. With the S2000 bionic robots around, and your possession of techniques like the Dragon Step and Flame Blade technique, no one will discover your cultivation of a demonic technique, even if they do. It would be easily extinguished. How much is it? 35,000. It is an absolute bargain. This is a top-tier technique, with prices typically in the 6-figure range. And the blood refining and demon cultivation technique ranks among the top 100 of elite techniques, based on my estimations. Acquiring the entire volume would cost at least 600,000 star coins. Precisely as you mentioned, 30,000 can be spent as if it were 300,000. Let me consider. Can you identify which seller is offering the partial technique? I am uncertain. The seller has entrusted the official platform anonymously. I shall take a gamble. Enhancing my strength comes first, and I can seek the second half later. Lu Yu no longer dwelled on the matter, deciding to procure the technique first, as he would eventually leave Blue Star. With the abundance of cosmic civilizations, he believed fate would lead him to greater techniques. Should he encounter more advanced techniques, he could afford to spend some time transitioning to other demonic techniques. Nuai swiftly completed the purchase of the blood refining and demon cultivation technique. Liu did not immediately open it, pondering that doing so would signify his commitment to cultivation, and the contents of the technique would manifest in his mind. He would become familiar with the operational pathways of the technique, just as with the Dragon Step and Flame Blade technique. As long as his internal energy was sufficient, he would be able to execute them all. Lu Yu, at this moment, had a sudden realization. He opened the tome titled Blood Refinement and Demon Heart Method. The contents of the book unfolded in his mind, revealing merely 4 techniques, with the potential for at least 4 more if the entire volume were to be studied. Upon reading the introduction, Lu Yu was convinced he had made the right bet. Each technique appeared formidable and intriguingly. They did not conflict with the other 2 martial arts he had acquired. Each one seemed exceptionally powerful. The first technique, Blood Sea Turmoil, utilizes a unique breathing method inherent to the heart technique, enhancing demonic power and mobilizing the body's blood to create a momentum as vast as a sea of blood, thus amplifying both offensive and defensive capabilities. The second technique, Demonic Shadow Clone, leverages the power of the heart method to conjure multiple illusory figures, confounding adversaries, with each clone capable of launching an attack. The third technique, Blood Demon Soul Devour, merges the practitioner's vitality with demonic power to generate a formidable energy wave, inflicting spiritual harm upon foes. The fourth technique, Ethereal Blood Curse, involves reciting incantations from the heart method, sacrificing one's own vitality to cast a curse on an enemy, inflicting grievous and often unhealable injuries. Such a succinct introduction was already impressive, and when combined with Dragon Step and Flame Blade technique, the potential for devastation was undeniable. By the way, manhwa, I should have 35,110 points by now, right? With 10 minutes remaining. Is the master still holding a lottery? No more draws. Instead, I'll exchange for a breast enhancement pill and see if there's a fine blade to purchase. It feels uncomfortable to not spend the star coins during such a splendid opportunity. This was a promise Liu made to Miao Xiaoqing. And with ample points at his disposal, it was time to fulfill that commitment. The breast enhancement pill cost 4,000 points, leaving him with 31,110 points to acquire a quality blade. Points can only be redeemed for ordinary items, commonly found throughout the universe. The fine blades manhwa he spoke of were merely superior to those on Blue Star, a fact Lu Yu had grown accustomed to. Master, these blades are quite decent. I recommend the third one, the black gold Xian knife. It costs 30,000 points. Upon viewing the 3 images on the virtual screen, Lu Yu was drawn to the third blade, resembling an ancient Tang sword but with a slight curve, less pronounced than that of a katana. Alright, I'll take this one. After a brief wait, a pill the size of a glass orb and a 3-foot-long blade materialized in Lu Yu's hand. He set the breast enhancement pill aside and took hold of the black gold Xian knife. It felt neither heavy nor light, approximately 4 pounds. And the blade slid out smoothly, emitting no sound. The blade, predominantly deep black, exuded a chilling metallic luster, as if it were absorbing the surrounding light. Crafted from premium black gold, it felt cool and stable in his grip. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, glimmering with a faint golden sheen, reminiscent of dawn's first light. Unable to resist, he swung it a few times in the air. Silently, the entire knife conveyed a sense of steadiness and restraint, which he found immensely appealing. Indeed, the forging techniques seemed to surpass those of Blue Star considerably. Naturally, black gold is considered a precious metal in the universe, boasting strength and resilience far superior to tempered steel. This metal can endure countless hammerings, and its sharpness should not be underestimated. If you doubt, you may venture outside and easily fell a tree. There is no need to go out. Our ancestors excelled in forging cold weapons, and there are methods of verification well established. Liu chuckled, plucking a strand of hair and placing it upon the blade. With a gentle breath, the hair effortlessly severed. What a fine blade! Ding! A deduction of over 50,000 points has occurred. The privileges for listing items on the shopping network have been activated. The proprietor may freely list items and provide descriptions, allowing cosmic beings to gain a deeper understanding of the store's offerings. Listing privileges? Such a feature exists? How was I unaware? Master, isn't that a rather obvious statement? The shopping network is designed for your sales and purchases. Then why is there a threshold? Had I known, I would have accumulated enough points long ago. If Lu Yu had been aware of such a function, he would have readily spent his previous star coins to exchange for points. Master, if there were no threshold, anyone could open a shop, creating chaos. Moreover, there is little of value on Blue Star. Selling rubbish would yield no buyers, would it not? Chapter 60. Conquering the Universe with Cigarettes and Liquor manhwa. You are a product of a level 5 civilization. According to your reasoning, what should I sell to acquire a substantial amount of star coins? With your current capabilities, can you really amass a fortune in star coins? Do not delude yourself. It is unattainable. For instance, consider the mummified remains. If you could procure one and sell it to a wealthy individual, they would undoubtedly pay a handsome price, provided they possess the means. But that pauper? Let him stew for a while. Once the market matures, we shall reap the rewards. I have already taken advantage of Orendio Bao once, and their resources are now quite scarce. He knows only 2 extraterrestrials, Sapphire Shui and Orendio Bao. The former has yet to reach out, while the latter has been thoroughly exploited and is unwilling to engage further. Indeed, giving them time to regain their wealth before striking again is prudent. There is little left of value to sell. Nuai remarked with a hint of indifference. What about cigarettes and liquor? These are consumables that can lead to addiction. If one can establish a loyal customer base, there is potential for profit. In the vast cosmos, these 2 commodities are indeed rare. Attempting to sell them could yield some returns if priced reasonably, as certain beings may fall prey to temptation. Nuai should not express such harsh sentiments. It is not a deception, but rather a matter of value. How can one quantify spiritual nourishment in monetary terms? Your perspective is rather narrow. Liu, contemplating further, exclaimed, spiritual nourishment. We could employ a similar strategy as when we sold the corpse-rearing technology. Master, I must caution you, if you engage in deception, your establishment is likely to attract official scrutiny, and reopening would become a formidable challenge. Unlike the situation on Blue Star, where one can simply switch identities to resume operations. As long as the description is transparent, it cannot be deemed deceitful. China is rich in treasures, be it forging techniques, traditional medicine, feng shui, or fortune-telling, all of which are historically validated. If only we had cultivation methods to offer, they would surely be in high demand. Very well, if you believe it feasible. Let us proceed with the sales. Nuai agreed, unsure of what else to say. Liu's argument held merit. As long as the information is presented honestly, it cannot be blamed on the establishment if the buyer fails to see the value. Indeed, let us finalize this. Additionally, ensure the 4 great classical novels are uploaded, so that extraterrestrials may gain insight into our culture. I entrust this task to you. That poses no issue. What about pricing? Set it as high as the market will bear. Opportunities to exploit the Na'vi and affluent are rare. Also, do not upload everything at once. Stagger the releases to create a sense of scarcity. By the way, can extraterrestrials comprehend the Chinese language? If not, we should develop a translation device, perhaps with a daily fee. If all else fails, a reading device could suffice. Master, they typically receive translations free of charge into a universal language. Yet you propose a fee-based model. I find it curious how your 140-pound frame is filled with such cunning. Alas, my poverty compels me to navigate the murky waters of capitalism while striving to remain untarnished. Yet, I find myself unable to achieve that. Very well. I shall handle these matters. Nuai comprehended Liu's current predicament. In the realm of secondary cosmic civilizations, had he not encountered the foolish Orendio Bao, the prospect of opening a shop would have been a matter of decades. This is contingent upon his acquisition of the Normandy-class starship. Without this intelligent steward to assist him, navigating the complexities alone would leave him uncertain of when he might activate the shop's functionalities. Tomorrow, I shall instruct Nuai-san to deliver some tobacco and spirits. Thus, our little shop will officially commence. Very well, I shall gather materials including traditional Chinese medicine, feng shui, divination, and forging techniques, as well as the 4 great classical novels. Is there anything else required? For now, this shall suffice. Let us observe the initial response. Once all was arranged, Liu began his cultivation. The blood refinement and demon nurturing technique can be understood as a method to enhance one's own strength. At this moment, Liu sat cross-legged in the gene pool, following the prescribed path of the technique. This time, he remained longer than before, emerging 10 minutes later, bare and striking, his physique exuding both power and allure. The impression he left was one of strength and beauty, far more pleasing to the eye than the bulging muscles typically seen in gyms. Any woman who caught sight of him would be hard-pressed to maintain composure. With a touch of vanity, Liu posed in front of the mirror, admiring his chiseled form, thinking to himself that if Ruashi were to see him, she would surely be overwhelmed with happiness. Such unabashed thoughts could only be expressed by someone with his audacity. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, after soaking for another 10 minutes in the gene pool, he practiced his footwork and sword techniques outside. At precisely 8 o'clock, Liu parked his car beneath the building where Han Ruashi resided. While waiting for her, he exited the vehicle and approached a tobacco shop. "Good sir, is there a discount for bulk purchases of tobacco and spirits?" he inquired. "Did you not see the sign? This is a small business. We do not extend credit or negotiate prices," the owner replied impatiently. "How can you conduct business in such a manner? This is hardly acceptable, Liu retorted. Be gone. You. With your appearance, you could scarcely afford a few packs of cigarettes. Spare me the verbal sparring and leave. The owner dismissed him. It was indeed Liu Yu's own fault. Dressed rather ordinarily, anyone unfamiliar with him would not perceive that he was, in fact, quite wealthy. How about this? If I can mimic a dog's bark convincingly, will you grant me a discount? If I fail, I shall purchase all your tobacco at full price. What do you say? The owner looked up, intrigued. Though the young man appeared unremarkable, his countenance did not suggest foolishness. All right, go ahead. He chuckled, viewing it as a morning jest. Very well, here goes. Did you not see the sign? This is a small business. We do not extend credit or negotiate prices. Liu mimicked the owner's earlier impatience, adopting the same tone. You. Is that not remarkably similar? Surely I deserve a discount now? Realizing the potential for a sale, the owner reconsidered. To secure the transaction, he decided he could humor the young man, initially intending to refuse. Liu Yu could not bear the owner's eager gaze. He smiled and said, I cannot purchase all the liquor, but I shall take every pack of cigarettes. The price of liquor is exorbitantly inflated, not to mention that there is no limit on its availability. He merely desires to procure the finest beverage to offer to extraterrestrials. Cigarettes, on the other hand, are limited in supply, and purchasing merely a few packs proves insufficient for resale, thus compelling him to acquire the entire stock. My dear fellow, the quality of cigarettes I possess is quite high, reaching up to 18 tiers, and the tobacco supplier must deliver over 30,000 units to me each week. I have stated my requirements clearly. I seek quantity, primarily for the sake of discounts. In this manner, whatever the tobacco company provides me, I will reciprocate with an equivalent amount, as my intention is to elevate my tier even further. What do you think? The proprietor recognized that Liu Yu was not merely deceiving him and responded earnestly. Operating a store is no trivial endeavor. Thus, calculate the cost based on tobacco prices, and I shall provide you with an additional 1,000 yuan. If sales on my side prove favorable, we can establish a long-term partnership, provided that the cigarettes are authentic. That is an absolute certainty. My dealings are legitimate, and should any counterfeit products arise, you are free to report me to the tobacco authority. I will accept any penalties imposed. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I had a disagreement with my wife early this morning. I understand completely. Women can be fierce as tigers and stubborn as mules at times. Ahem. Ruashi, what brings you here? My earlier comments were meant to comfort the boss, not to reference you. I noticed you were absent from the car, so I came to check on you. Han Ruashi replied with a hint of irritation. Chapter 61. The Alien Fool. Just a moment. Once we procure the cigarettes and liquor, we shall return to the factory. The owner? Shall I calculate the price? The shopkeeper hesitated to inquire. Go ahead. Which brand of liquor do you offer that is most exquisite? For personal consumption or as a gift? Consider it for personal use. The Qinghua is quite delightful. I indulge in it during my leisure time, and it surpasses the Taizi in taste. If it's for gifting, I recommend the Taizi, as it carries prestige, especially when enlisting others' assistance. It is a must. Then let it be the Qinghua. Let us start with 100 cases. You can deliver it, correct? Are you certain about 100 cases and not just 100 bottles? The shopkeeper set down his calculator, gazing at Liu Yu with confusion. 100 cases. I see you have entire boxes. Is that not sufficient? Alas, we only possess around 20 boxes in the warehouse. If you truly desire that quantity, I can arrange for the manufacturer to deliver more this afternoon. Very well, commence with 100 cases to be delivered to the Yuzhou condiment factory. Has the total price for the cigarettes been calculated? Wife, come out quickly. We have a significant client. The shopkeeper called out loudly. Why are you shouting for me? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman emerged from the back, adorned in striking attire, casting an impatient glance at the shopkeeper, her expression exuding a sense of unfulfilled desire. Let us not create a fuss. This esteemed owner requests 100 cases of Qinghua. Please contact the supplier and have them send over the order. Such a large quantity. If I may be so bold, what purpose do you intend for this? Indeed, it is rather presumptuous. Purchasing liquor now requires identification. And unless it pertains to a legitimate matter, sales are typically prohibited. Not at all. You spendthrift woman, the owner is acquiring this much liquor for a reason. Why ask so many questions? How dare you raise your voice at me? Why didn't you possess such courage last night? There are outsiders present. Why speak of such matters? The shopkeeper's face flushed, as those in the know understood the implied meanings. I beg your pardon. One cannot help but act as they age. Please forgive my indiscretion. Ha ha ha, understood. Make sure to steep more goji berries in your thermos. If all else fails, utilize a bit of Wylock. Lu Yu replied with a wink. Han Ruashi, momentarily perplexed, only grasped the insinuation when Lu Yu mentioned goji berries and medicine, at which point she discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Lu Yu's waist. Does that remedy truly work? I cannot say. At my age, it seems rather unnecessary. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. Very well. Is it that the men at home have lost their ability to communicate? Quickly, pack all the cigarettes for the owner. Not in haste. How much is it? I shall transfer the amount to you now. The total for these cigarettes is 56,800. You may pay 56,000. All right. And what is the cost of the liquor? The Qinghua retails at 489 yuan per bottle, with 6 bottles per case. For you, I shall charge 2,500 per case. 100 cases amount to 250,000. Very well. I shall first remit a deposit of 100,000. Once delivered, I will ensure the balance is settled. Absolutely, it will arrive by noon. Should all proceed well, we can establish a long-term partnership. And regarding this esteemed lady, men often bear substantial mental burdens, and at times may feel overwhelmed. We must offer encouragement. If issues arise, one ought to seek remedy. Anger serves no purpose. It is the elder brother who suffers while remaining distressed. Listen, it's no surprise that the big boss speaks so pleasingly. Men must be encouraged, not suppressed. Just look at how harmonious that young couple is. The boss genuinely admires them, while Han Ruashi's beauty is one aspect. The more significant point is that ever since she arrived, it has always been the man speaking, with her holding his hand and watching beside him. Even when he spent over 300,000, her expression remained unchanged, providing him ample face in public, which clearly illustrates his esteemed position within the family. Previously, it was all in jest, so please don't take it to heart, boss. Lao Jiang is usually quite decent. The woman blushed slightly and spoke shyly. All right. This is all your business. Please help me put the cigarettes in the car. Liu drove again, and Han Ruashi curiously asked, What are you buying all these cigarettes and liquor for? To distribute to the employees like Boss Chui. Cigarettes and liquor are essential. I'm merely lending a hand to national defense. The construction of our defenses requires my contribution. Actually, I intend to sell these online. Seeing Han Ruashi's evident disbelief, Liu quickly changed his tune. Do you really need that little money? Ideals, hobbies. Liu replied with a mysterious smile. He couldn't exactly say he was planning to sell these to extraterrestrials, as she might not believe him anyway. Oof, your ideals are rather low. I am an ordinary person. Setting lower ideals makes them easier to achieve. My greatest aspiration in this life is to marry a beautiful girl, run a small shop, have 2 children, and live my own little life. I have now realized 2/3 of that. By the way, how are Yang Xian and Yang Jia doing? They are doing quite well. Dad can manage to get up now, and with those 2 little ones around, Mother has a lot less to worry about. If only our children could be as socially adept. Who is going to bear you 2 children? True, with conditions improving, the 3-child policy has been relaxed, and family planning has been abolished. Perhaps we should consider having a few more, so when we grow old, they can compete for the inheritance. Is there no other form of entertainment at home? Look, in the countryside at night, what activities are there? Cultivating talent is the most important endeavor. You rogue. Are you not afraid of ending up like that, boss? Han Ruashi teased in return. I am young and vigorous, with boundless energy. Why not give it a try tonight? Fine, I can't argue with you. Indeed, men are also lustful. Men are lustful, it's the essence of a hero. To be lustful yet not chaotic is the mark of a true gentleman. Upon returning to the factory, Lu Yu beamed with joy at the ever-evolving establishment. At noon, he received 100 pieces of blue and white wine and instructed Nua San to deliver all the liquor to the spaceship. After negotiating the price with Nua E, they went on sale, especially the introductions for the cigarettes and white wine penned by Nua E. Even Liu found himself somewhat inspired. Phrases like cigarettes are merely status symbols. White wine is brewed through ancient methods, ethereal and enchanting, the first choice for entertaining friends and family. And a unique offering in the universe were all shamelessly employed. The prices were also reasonable. Cigarettes were uniformly priced at 10 star coins per pack and 100 star coins per carton, regardless of quality. While the white wine was set at 100 star coins per bottle, affordable for a vast audience across the universe. In the brief span of half a day since the books were made available, purchases had already been made, yet the newly listed titles remained untouched. Lee began to suspect that the pricing might be excessively high. Nuai. Is 100 star coins per read perhaps a bit steep? Romance of the Three Kingdoms alone comprises 120 chapters, costing merely 12,000 star coins. Are aliens truly that impoverished? Master, it is not that the aliens are destitute, but rather that your pricing is exorbitant. For 12,000 star coins, one can read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Water Margin, and for 10,000 star coins, Journey to the West. You are underestimating the intelligence of aliens, manhwa retorted sharply. Ding. Your chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber has been purchased. Please confirm promptly. Ah, the foolish buyer has arrived. Liu chuckled. Just one chapter? Do you truly believe they will continue purchasing? Ding. Your complete Dream of the Red Chamber has been bought. Please confirm immediately. Wasn't that a resounding slap in the face? Indeed. There are quite a few simpletons in the universe. Manhwa. Search online for some valuable classics and list them. This is the prelude to our ascent. Liu was ecstatic, envisioning a steady influx of 12,000 star coins. Though not as quick as trickery, this was honest earnings, and spending it felt gratifying. The information flashed by so swiftly that Liu failed to discern who made the purchase. Had he known the identity of the buyer, he certainly would not have made such remarks. Otherwise, it would be rather unbecoming. Very well, consider me silent. That simpleton has reached out to you. Chapter 62. The Assassin. Ah, let me see who this great fool is. Liu opened the dialogue box, momentarily stunned, wishing he could slap himself twice. Sepher Snow. Friend request, please accept. Noe, you must never speak ill of our benefactor. But you were the one who said it first, and now you're blaming me? It was she who helped us procure the spaceship. Indeed, it was her. This person is wealthy. You must seize the opportunity, my master. Liu could only surmise that her arrival here was facilitated by a mysterious cosmic benefactor, but the details remained elusive. Rest assured, I am particularly suited for the role of a leg accessory. With my looks, I could shine throughout the universe. Liu narcissistically declared. Clicking to agree while pondering how to respond, Sepher Snow's message arrived. Shameless merchant, a villainous merchant. Upon reading those 5 words, Liu deleted the flattery he had meticulously crafted and weakly replied, Sister Rich, I merely engage in some modest business ventures. Are you not satisfied with Dream of the Red Chamber? No. Witnessing the exchange, nearly burst into laughter. What a dreadful ending. Dayu has perished. Tell me, who is the author? I shall dispatch a battleship to obliterate his planet. Wait. Sister Rich, this is all a misunderstanding. It's just a novel. It's all fabricated. Taking it seriously would be a folly. How about I send you another one? Please calm down. At that moment, Liu truly felt apprehensive. When he had initially mentioned this matter to Noe, her analysis indicated that the other party was at least a level 7 cosmic civilization. If they were to retaliate and annihilate Blue Star simply because the ending of Dream of the Red Chamber did not meet their standards, it would be an unjust fate indeed. I have no interest in the other 3. Their titles alone failed to ignite my curiosity. Noe, stop laughing. Quickly find a different one online. Something a girl would enjoy with a positive conclusion. The CEO falls in love with me? Spare me. The protagonist is a CEO. How about looking for the overbearing young hunk falls in love with me during menopause? If she destroys Blue Star, you'll be the scapegoat. Well, clearly I'm inept at everything else. I excel at shifting blame. How about 3 lives, 3 worlds? A tale of lovers finally united. That's acceptable. Hurry and send it over. Sister Rich, what do you think of this one? The ending is particularly delightful. An interspecies love story. You'll be thoroughly captivated. Battleships consume a lot of fuel, so let us avoid sending one. Now that's more like it. You may step back. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. Once you finish, I'll find you another. Thank you for your help with the spaceship. The other party did not respond to Liu. Perhaps engrossed in reading the novel, Liu paid little mind. Anyone with time to read surely belonged to a wealthy family, free from the burdens of toil. After all, who else could afford to spend 12,000 star coins on a book? 12,000 star coins are far more precious than the currency of Huaxia, nearly equivalent to purchasing 3 essence extractors. By the way, Noe, I noticed that No-san has a storage function. He mentioned something about an installed space pouch. Are there any similar items available on Pinduoduo? During the midday transportation of liquor, Nuasan effortlessly stowed away cigarettes and 100 boxes of wine in an instant. Liu felt a twinge of envy. Possessing such spatial storage abilities would make any task a breeze, akin to the magical capabilities depicted in novels. However, the cost of the most affordable space pouch was a staggering 10,000 star coins. Wait a moment, isn't that peculiar? The S2000 bionic robot is merely 10,000 star coins. How can a single space pouch be valued at 15,000? Are the components truly more expensive than the finished products? This practice mirrors the shameless tactics of those electric vehicle merchants. Liu couldn't help but voice his criticism. Not quite. He explained with professionalism. Space pouches are categorized into two types, one that draws energy externally and another that supplies energy internally. The S2000 bionic robot falls into the first category, which is why it is less expensive. If purchased in bulk, it only costs 1,000 star coins. The internal supply type is specially developed for beings like you, with a higher technological content and varying spatial dimensions. Thus, it commands a higher price. And this pricing, does it depend on my balance? I just received 12,000 and it has tea even warmed up yet, and now I must spend it again? At least you will also earn 30,000 points, right? Just decide whether to buy or not. Gritting his teeth, Liu ultimately resolved that star coins were meant for shopping. He declared, buy. Nuai. Seemingly anxious that Liu might regret his decision, swiftly provided him with a circular device roughly the size of half a palm within mere seconds. It resembled a round wireless charger, thin enough to fit comfortably in his pocket. This circular badge, is this what you refer to as a space pouch? How does one utilize it? On the side, there is a green button. Press it while silently wishing for the item you desire, and it will appear. To store something, press the red button and aim it at the item for 3 seconds. A word of caution, this space pouch cannot contain living beings. Following Nua's instructions, Liu delightedly placed his Wujin Xiandao inside and took it out repeatedly, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Master, this device requires energy. Each retrieval or storage consumes a certain amount of energy. When it runs out, you will need to purchase an energy battery. If you have the funds, feel free to enjoy it longer. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You didn't ask. Rebellious, utterly rebellious. Liu could only respond in silence, feeling somewhat exasperated as he remained alone in the office. As night fell, enhanced by Han Ruashi's overtime at work, the sky gradually darkened. At 7 o'clock, Liu drove Han Ruashi out of the factory in his G-Class vehicle when suddenly, an SUV accelerated, veering dangerously close to them. Liu quickly swerved onto the non-motorized lane, prepared to confront the driver, only to see the opposing vehicle come to a halt a short distance ahead. Realizing their intent to intercept, he said with seriousness, Ruashi, I'll step out to check. Please lock the doors. As he spoke, the SUV's doors opened, and 2 burly men emerged. Liu thought to himself, just as I suspected. He opened his car door and approached them, raising his voice, Gentlemen, I presume your driver's license was purchased? Attempting to merge at such close range. Are you eager for an early reincarnation? Brother, this person looks just like the one in the photo. One individual candidly addressed his companion, stating, Young brother, do not blame us. Rather, attribute the fault to the excessive sum provided by the opposing party. My brother and I are in urgent need of funds. May your journey proceed smoothly. We shall grant you a swift end. Rest assured, we are professionals. We only seek your life and shall not harm the beautiful women in the vehicle. Oh, I see now. You have come to take my life. A sum of 10 million is not easily acquired. I am curious to inquire how you plan to evade the relentless pursuit of those above after eliminating a high-ranking member of the dark web. High-ranking member of the dark web? How can you substantiate such a claim? The older man furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had conducted thorough investigations before arriving. Liu was merely an ordinary individual who owned a spice company. The mere fact that he could assert their dealings were through the dark web indicated that he was not an average person. Those with access to the dark web either possess extraordinary martial prowess or vast fortunes. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not even acknowledge your existence. Chapter 63. A task for you. I cannot provide proof that the golden key has yet to arrive. But perhaps you might log into the dark web to ascertain whether the bounty on me has been rescinded. This is something you can easily verify. No one can fabricate such information. What shall we do now, my brother? I advise against taking action at this moment, as it has been quite some time since we last engaged in activity. Liu unsheathed his dark blade, positioning it before him, and smiled at his 2 companions. My brothers, I apologize, but today must conclude here. Once you have conducted your inquiries, and if what you claim is indeed true, we shall visit you to express our apologies. However, should it prove false, do not hold us accountable for the ruthlessness of the twin fiends of Jing County. You make a fair point. Yet my girlfriend and I were quite startled just now. What shall we do about that? Liu remained indifferent, as Nuasan and Nuasi were en route, and they would arrive in mere minutes. Brother, do you intend to keep us here? No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of detaining you. It is merely that we were startled, and surely there must be some explanation. Did I not mention earlier that we need to confirm the veracity of your words? If true, my brothers shall come to apologize. And we would not mind compensating for your losses. If you discover it to be true, what will happen when you flee? The world is vast. And how shall I find you? What do you propose? Quite simply, I have a computer in my car. You may check it now. Liu regarded his companions with an aloof demeanor. You do not trust us, yet my brothers are known for their integrity in this industry. We are men of our word. We are not acquainted, so why should I place my trust in you? You have only two options, either act now. Subject to the acquiescence of my two bodyguards. Nuwa-san, Nuwa-si, come here. The two had no chance to escape. And Liu was eager to witness the prowess of the heavenly level. You underestimate the reputation of the twin fiends of Jing County. Very well. We shall return after our investigation is complete. Brother, let us depart. Depart? Having arrived, do you truly believe you can leave unscathed? Sansi, block their path. But do not inflict harm. Upon receiving Liu Yu's command, Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si swiftly positioned themselves before their adversaries. The twin fiends of Jing County were not slow to react, retreating a few steps and adopting a stance of the tiger and crane, confronting Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si. Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si paid no heed to tigers or cranes. Their focus was solely on the enemy, with Liu Yu's orders echoing in their minds. Moments later, a chaotic melee ensued, employing horizontal strikes to counter vertical ones, leveraging the weak against the strong. The tiger claws lunged like fierce insects upon their prey, while the crane wings struck the air with the grace of water. Their movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a five-clawed golden dragon poised as a meditative monk, embodying the essence of the tiger and crane style. It must be said, the twin fiends of Jing County possessed some skill, managing to endure under the assault of Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si for a full minute, before ultimately surrendering, albeit reluctantly, before Liu Yu. Are you still feigning innocence? Liu Yu observed them with a playful glint in his eye. We concede. Do with us as you will. No one desires your demise. And I trust you do not genuinely wish to harm me, correct? Upon their first encounter, Liu Yu surmised that the other party did not harbor any murderous intent. Furthermore, with Nuwa Yi's investigation into the individual's background revealing that all previous victims had been irredeemably wicked, it became even more intriguing that the assailant conducted thorough inquiries prior to accepting a contract to ensure the target deserved their fate. How do you know this? I do not merely possess this knowledge. I am also aware that your name is Jing Chuan, and that your brother, Jing Fan, is in dire straits with merely 100 yuan to his name, destined to spend the night on the streets tomorrow. Am I correct? Who exactly are you? My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can offer you a meal. Ruashi, bring me the laptop. Liu instructed as he observed Han Ruashi exiting the vehicle. Once we access the dark web, all will be revealed. The other party had no choice but to trust his words. In due course, Han Ruashi approached with her laptop, and Liu signaled for them to log into the dark web. You may now verify if the bounty on me has been rescinded. Jing Chuan opened the laptop and entered a string of codes from the key. A minute later, his expression darkened, unsure of how to proceed. According to dark web regulations, contracts for assassinating high-ranking officials came with a staggering bounty of 10 billion, necessitating rigorous scrutiny before publication. Most critically, such assignments were beyond the capacity of mere copper-tier assassins like themselves. I apologize, it is our fault. What do you propose? My brother, and I will comply. That is more like it. You would be unable to compensate for emotional damages, so here's the deal. Assist me with a task, and we shall consider our accounts settled. What task? Let it be clear, we shall not accept contracts to kill innocent individuals. Well, now you have principles. How did you so readily accept a contract to kill me? My brother merely intended to capture you, proclaiming to the world that we had slain you. Once the storm had passed, we would release you. We were merely desperate for funds, which compelled us to act in such a manner. Xiaofan, cease your words. Very well, I can offer you 10 million without requiring you to take a life. Liu was acutely aware of their predicament. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Nuwa-san and Nuwa-si to spare them harm. Agreed. What would you have us do? Are you familiar with Wang Haiquan from the Heidi Group? I need you to keep a close watch on him and his family, ensuring they do not leave Tianhai Province as Jiahong City by any means necessary. Under Nuwa Yi's vigilant surveillance, it was discovered that Wang Haiquan had suspicions of asset relocation, currently attempting to transfer his wealth abroad, along with his wife and children, hinting at intentions to flee overseas. While the brothers could not assist with the gambling debts, They certainly had means to prevent the other party from leaving the province. Is it truly that simple? Absolutely. Very well, we shall accept this task. Jing Chuan agreed without hesitation. Brother, that Lu boss, is it possible for you to advance us some funds? Our vehicle is nearly out of fuel. We need to refuel first. To achieve the level of success you have as assassins is a rarity indeed. Provide me with your card number, and I shall transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing that they were assassins, Lu Yu was still inclined to transfer money to them. Han Ruashi, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and urgently interjected, No, Lu Yu, they are killers. If this matter comes to light, you will find yourself in trouble. It's fine. I am not hiring anyone to commit murder. He replied. That does not matter. Han Ruashi was well aware that Lu Yu would not allow them to take a life. But restricting someone's freedom is also a crime. Who knows, they might resort to kidnapping, which is equally serious. All right then, just wait a moment. Let me check how much cash I have in the car. He rummaged through the vehicle and produced a considerable amount of money. Yet the total was modest. Only 5 bills of red notes, the rest being small change, even down to the pennies he handed over. We will certainly complete the task. 687 yuan will be considered in advance. The amount will be deducted from the total upon completion. No, that is unnecessary. Consider it my personal sponsorship for you. I will transfer some funds into your secure account in the coming days. I have never encountered such impoverished assassins before. Lu Yu could have easily instructed Nua Yi to send money to them at that moment, but with Han Ruashi present, it was somewhat inconvenient. He thought it best to let them leave first. As he watched the duo from Jing County depart, Lu Yu did not linger but continued driving, smiling as he said, Ruashi, honestly, it is unnecessary. One can still trust their character. Having become assassins, their methods are undoubtedly extraordinary. It is prudent to remain cautious. Ensure that no trace is left when transferring funds. Chapter 64. Freezing the opponent's assets. I understand. Rest assured, even celestial beings would struggle to trace me. Let me share something intriguing with you. Do you know why the other party is so impoverished? Upon mentioning this, Liu felt a mix of amusement and admiration. Why? Over the years, they earned a considerable sum as assassins, yet the majority of their earnings went towards establishing schools, leaving them with merely a modest living allowance. Their current state of destitution stems from the fact that a notable student from one of their schools has been diagnosed with leukemia, and the two brothers have devoted all their resources to that student, arriving in Gang City with only 1,000 yuan in their pockets. They are now seeking 10 million to fund the student's treatment. How tragic. Indeed, otherwise, I would not have let them go. Is Wang Haikuan truly planning to abscond with the funds? Yes, there are indications of such intentions. They are preparing to liquidate their stocks. And he is in the process of securing immigration paperwork. His son is scheduled to fly to a beautiful country tomorrow. That cannot happen. Half of the shares belong to us. How can he sell them? I will go to the court tomorrow and apply for pre-litigation preservation. Is that even feasible? Certainly. It is a right bestowed upon us by the law. When there is a suspicion of asset transfer, timely preservation and freezing of those assets is the most effective course of action. It does involve some complications regarding guarantees, but our financial resources are ample. Securing the funds is not an issue. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. We cannot allow this old trickster to take advantage of us, especially with the wager still in play. Thankfully, we caught wind of this in time. It is not too late. Wang Haikuan holds 51% of the Heidi Group shares, which includes our 25.5% stake. Any more, and we would be at a loss. After escorting Han Ruashi home, Liu intended to ascend to his quarters to attend to some matters, but was politely declined under the pretext of preparing materials. Seeing Liu Yu's frustrated expression, Han Ruashi could only suggest that they meet after she visits her parents next week. Her parents are relatively conservative, and this is not an opportune moment. Just a thin veil stands between them. Liu is not desperate and can endure for a week. He remains indifferent. Returning to the spaceship, he realized he need not go home any longer, as there was no longer a place for him there. The entire house had been demolished, and even his parents had moved next door to his uncle's home. Nuai, please transfer 100,000 to this account, anonymously. No problem. Having given the instructions, he took up the ebony blade and began training in the training room. The facilities aboard the Normandy spacecraft are numerous, and Lu Yu's current training simulates real combat. The virtual figures generated by Nua Yi deliver blows that, while not lethal, are still quite painful. According to Nua, this is the only way to genuinely enhance the proficiency of his dragon steps and flame blade technique, thereby improving his actual combat capabilities. After the training session, He immersed himself in the genetic pool, employing the blood refinement and demon nurturing technique to counteract the discomfort caused by the genetic pool on his body. After a full 15 minutes, Lu Yu emerged. Congratulations, Master. Your genetic level has reached 31. At last, there has been progress. It has been quite some time without any signs of improvement, and I almost thought I was worthless. The Master is indeed swift in action. Although the interstellar competition has forcibly elevated your genetic level to 30, it appears you have not fully reaped the benefits that accompany such an enhancement. After undergoing the trials of the genetic pool, a gradual ascent is to be expected. Well then, how does my strength measure up now? Should I confront the two brothers from the Jing family? Do I possess the prowess to engage them? Yes. Employing my techniques grants me a 90% chance of subduing them. However, in a bare-handed confrontation, my odds dwindle to 60%, and in a life-and-death struggle, nearly 50%. The opponent's genetic level is a mere 15, yet I, at level 31, do not possess 100% certainty? The level of one's genetics merely signifies future potential. It does not reflect current capabilities, particularly in Blue Star, a realm abundant in uncertainties. Press on, dear Master. It is but a matter of time before you stand atop the world, provided you evade premature demise. I appreciate your kind wishes. The following day, Lu Yu met with Han Ruashi, who this time did not return to the factory but proceeded directly to the court, specifically, the Wannan District Court, seeking out Director Yuan Lin. Initially, Yuan Lin's countenance was a grim shade of blue, but upon discerning their intentions, his mood shifted to one of delight. For they were not there to extort, but rather to invest. The Heidi Group, valued at 200 billion, had 51% of its shares frozen, amounting to over 100 billion. With nearly 100 million already prepaid, not accounting for the guarantees. The guarantee fees were substantial as well. Han Ruashi was generous, insisting that the court act swiftly to freeze 10 billion of the company's account. Without hesitation, she declared it frozen. Han Ruashi was astute. She refrained from transferring the 10 billion to the court's designated account, as the complexities involved were numerous. Keeping the funds in her own account would accrue considerable interest, whereas placing them in the court's account would mean forfeiting any interest earned until the case concluded, at which point the court would return the 10 billion, leaving her at a loss. The case would likely not conclude until the year's end, and with over 2 months remaining, should the opponent choose to appeal, it could extend for another 6 months, dragging on for a year or two. Lawyer Han, you understand the procedures. Too many departments are involved. In freezing the opponent's shares will require at least half a month. Half a month is too long. By then, they could have transferred all their assets. Indeed, Director Yuan. We need your assistance. Lu Yu concurred, feeling the timeline was excessively protracted. Although the Securities Regulatory Commission has clear stipulations regarding the cashing out of original shareholders, the opposing party was determined to flee the country, employing swift and unscrupulous methods without regard for legality. I know you have a solution. Lu Yu remarked with a smile at Yuan Lin. Very well. I shall immediately dispatch a letter to the Securities Regulatory Commission to freeze their stocks. I will have someone assist you with the paperwork. The two were preoccupied with the court's freezing procedures. Meanwhile, in the office of Wang Hakuan from the Heidi Group in Jiahong City, a young man with a dark expression entered. Didn't you have a flight today? Why haven't you departed? Father, take a look at this. The young man replied, producing a letter. The contents of the letter were alarmingly simple. Dare to leave Jiahong City, and I will end your entire family. Where did this come from? Someone placed something in my car, and I initially thought it was merely a prank. However, when I drove near the airport, I was stopped by someone who spoke words akin to those above. Did you catch a glimpse of the individual's appearance? Wang Hakuan felt an ominous premonition. His plan had yet to be set in motion, so how could it have been exposed? This perplexity gnawed at him. Just yesterday, he contemplated liquidating his stocks, with his son heading to the United States first. Once he and his wife resolved their equity matters and secured their immigration, they would follow suit. In this era, it is quite commonplace for children from affluent families to venture abroad. Even if his child held foreign citizenship, it would not raise eyebrows, as long as he and his wife were not in the same predicament. With whom have you discussed your plans to go abroad? Wang Haichuan's gaze bore into his son. No one. Speak quickly. Wang Hakuan impatiently pressed again. I only mentioned it to Xiaoyan, but she would never betray me. Useless fool, get out. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will devise a plan and ensure we are ready to leave at a moment's notice. Why must we go to the United States when Huaxia is perfectly fine? I have no fondness for those towering individuals. In this critical time, you still dwell on your trivial matters. I am doing this for the family's welfare. Wang Haiquan, still seething with frustration, dismissed his son with a look of disappointment, as if he had failed to meet his expectations. Chapter 65. Alarm. Evidence to be provided later after his son departed. Wang Haiquan retrieved his phone and spoke into it. Erqiang, go and capture a woman named Mu Xiaoyan. Understood, boss, came the prompt reply from the man on the other end. Wang Haiquan was convinced that this Mu Xiaoyan had betrayed his family. Only he, his wife, and his son were privy to this affair, yet it was his son who had divulged the matter to Mu Xiaoyan. It was only through her that this information reached his adversaries, making everything fall into place. He never imagined that Liu Yu had instructed Nuai to surveil his every move. Feeling uneasy, he immediately called his wife, urging her to expedite the liquidation of their stocks. Unbeknownst to the couple, the court's actions were akin to the speed of light, just 10 minutes prior. The freezing procedures had already been completed. Yuan Lin had indeed been of considerable assistance, and Liu Yu refrained from causing trouble for him because he was aware of Yuan Lin's past actions, which were not severe enough to warrant Liu Yu's denunciation. In essence, it was merely a matter of providing certain individuals with conveniences within limited authority. Such occurrences were all too common in the political arena. And the opposing party's account held little funds. An individual at the helm of a district court could embezzle millions and still be considered a novice in the grand scheme of officialdom. That evening, as he prepared to return to his vessel, Liu Yu received a message from Nuai. Upon reading the content on his phone, he chuckled softly to himself. Wang Haiquan, are you not eager enough to meet your demise? He parked his vehicle aside, organized his thoughts, and then dialed the emergency hotline. After a few rings, a voice on the other end announced, "This is the Jiahong City Emergency Response Center in Tianhai Province. How may I assist you? I wish to report a crime in the abandoned tire factory located in the southern district of Jiahong City. May I ask your name, sir? Call me Justice Youth. Please dispatch officers promptly, as the safety of the victims is at stake." Liu Yu's call had been processed through Nuai, rendering it untraceable. This situation involved Wang Haiquan, presenting a prime opportunity for Liu Yu to bring him down. Sir, filing a false report is a criminal offense. Rest assured, that will not be the case. If you dispatch officers now, you may apprehend the criminal gang. I also possess knowledge of who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, and relevant evidence will be sent to your police platform shortly. Thank you. The receptionist at the emergency center was at a loss for words. If all citizens were as helpful as this one, the police would enjoy a more leisurely time. This was indeed a positive development. After disconnecting, Liu continued his journey back. Unbeknownst to him, due to this single phone call, the Southern District Bureau of Jiahong City, and even the entire municipal bureau, alongside provincial authorities, were fully mobilized. Police vehicles roared down the streets, heading straight for the abandoned tire factory. Liu Yu, through Nuai's broadcast, witnessed the entire process of the police making arrests. These officers were remarkably swift. The Southern District Bureau was over 30 kilometers from the tire factory, yet they arrived at the location in just 10 minutes. The evidence I uploaded to the police platform was comprehensive, including all recorded phone conversations between Wang Haiquan and Li Chong. There would be no escaping charges of kidnapping, rape, and murder. Unable to escape, both the provincial department and the municipal bureau were simultaneously deployed. Wang Haiquan would not emerge unscathed this time. Murder? Did that woman die? Indeed. 3 minutes ago, she was slain by one of Li Chang's subordinates. These individuals are truly lawless. As they transmitted all the criminal evidence against Li Chang's faction to the police platform, I refused to allow these criminals to walk free from prison. A 24-year-old blooming young woman, albeit with a somewhat distorted worldview, does not merit such a brutal demise. Liu could only assist to this extent. The information has already been sent. These individuals were long since registered fugitives, which explains the swift police response. Through the video footage, it was hardly surprising that the police stormed in. Before them lay the victim, unmistakably having been subjected to heinous acts, disheveled and lying there in tatters. Upon seeing the police burst in, Li Chong and his accomplices did not hesitate and quickly scattered. Yet, they could not withstand the police's preparedness. Within 10 minutes, the 6 individuals led by Li Chong were apprehended. Simultaneously, personnel from both the provincial department and municipal bureau took control of Wang Haiquan. At this juncture, Liu chose to cease watching. After a brief period of cultivation, he succumbed to a deep slumber. His sleep, however, would reverberate throughout the entirety of Tianhai province. The arrest of the province's wealthiest individual, Wang Haiquan, delivered a shocking blow, particularly as it came without warning, catching many off guard. There was no alternative. The evidence chain provided by Nuai was too comprehensive. Even those within the provincial department who wished to advocate for Wang Haquan found themselves at a loss for words. Anyone who dared to speak up at this moment would surely face dire consequences. Most intriguingly, the enigmatic justice youth, who played a pivotal role, was currently lost in deep sleep. Meanwhile, the computer experts within the provincial department were diligently investigating the identity of the justice youth. However, their skills paled in comparison to manhwaedit, rendering it exceedingly difficult to trace Liu Yu. On the third day, the provincial department, confronted with relentless inquiries from the media and the public regarding the case's progression, ultimately decided to hold a press conference. The implications of this matter were far-reaching, and a public clarification was deemed essential, especially for the provincial government, which needed to provide its citizens with an explanation. The governor stated, following our thorough investigation, this emergency call originated from an IP address located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, specifically the third ring of the solar system. To put it plainly, this refers to the precise location of Blue Star in the universe. I have a hypothesis. The most likely suspect is this individual, Liu from the Yuzhou Seasoning Company. I do not require conjecture. I demand concrete evidence. Is there any? The middle-aged man in the office regarded his counterpart with authority. None. The cybersecurity department could only trace it back to this address. Is the case against Wang Haquan clear? Based on the evidence provided by the Justice Youth, we swiftly discovered that Li Chang's group confessed they acted under Wang Haichuan's orders to assassinate Mu Xiaoyan. They have admitted their guilt, yet Wang Haquan has consistently denied involvement. In light of the overwhelming evidence, his denial holds no weight. The ramifications of this case are substantial, and all parties are closely monitoring the situation. We must proceed with utmost rigor. The afternoon press conference will transparently elucidate the circumstances surrounding this matter. What about the matter of the Justice Youth? Let's put it on hold for now. It has been 2 days without any progress, and delaying further will be of no benefit. There is no need to waste police resources. Indeed, after the director of the Public Security Bureau left, the middle-aged man's phone rang. Governor Tao, is it a convenient time to talk? Speak. If this concerns your husband, there is no need to continue. The evidence chain is complete, and no one can save him. It would be better for him to confess. At least the enterprise can be preserved. Governor Tao, is there no room for leniency? None. If you're going to discuss this matter, I will hang up. I have a meeting shortly. Governor Tao, there is one more thing regarding the wager between Heidi Group and Yuzhou Condiments. Could you possibly mediate? If Heidi Group collapses, it would severely impact the economy of Tianhai Province. You are aware of the consequences now, yet what were you thinking back then? Do you not possess any sense of responsibility as entrepreneurs? This is an act of negligence towards tens of thousands of employees. Yes, we understand our mistakes. For the sake of those thousands of workers, we implore you to assist us. Very well, next Monday, there will be an inspection team from the province visiting Liangong City for research. I will lead the team. If time permits, I will arrange a meeting with the counterpart. Thank you, Governor Tao. The woman expressed her gratitude over the phone. Do not thank me. Direct your gratitude towards those employees. I simply do not wish to see tens of thousands of workers lose their jobs. Chapter 66. The children start school indeed, Governor Tao. You are truly a dedicated servant of the people. Governor Tao had no desire to entertain such insipid remarks. He hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and massaged his temples. Meanwhile, Liu was frolicking with the 2 children when Fong Yuan entered. With a smile, he inquired, "You arrived just in time. How is the enrollment process for their kindergarten going?" I said there is only one kindergarten. Why the rush? In my opinion, they are already 5 years old. Let them play for another 2 years and then directly enter primary school. Fine, then you take care of them for the next 2 years. Don't be ridiculous. How could I pursue romance with them in tow? I'm calling the kindergarten in Wannan district right now. No need for a public one. A private one will suffice. It just costs a bit more. The key is that it's nearby. Why didn't you say so earlier? A simple search would do. Look. There's Little Genius Kindergarten, 5 kilometers away. The environment seems quite nice. Here's the number. Don't you have any bilingual kindergartens? I mentioned there's only one kindergarten. Must it be so competitive? Bilingual? That's exhausting for the children, and even more so for the parents. Liu Yu, lacking experience, had read online that children must not fall behind at the starting line, and parents must not hinder their kids. Given his current means, he simply wished to provide Yang Xian and Yang Jia with the best. Isn't that just torturing the children? Moreover, with his current capacity, it is only reasonable to enroll them in a well-regarded kindergarten. You have no idea how competitive kindergartens have become. I believe a regular kindergarten is sufficient. Children should be playing now. While they may be social butterflies, we cannot impose learning upon them, can we? All right, let's check out this one first. Liu acknowledged Fang Yuan's point, but the dilemma was that the two children were not his. If they were his own, it would matter little whether they attended kindergarten or not. However, these were his friend's children, and now that he had the means, he felt an obligation to provide them with the best. This one is 8 kilometers away, the colorful sunshine bilingual kindergarten. All right, send me the number later. Xiener Jar, let us go. Your godfather will take you to see where you'll be studying. There will be many little friends for you to play with. Yang Xian took his sister's hand and climbed into the car. Although they wished for Liu to accompany them, they understood that he was usually very busy and had little time to spare. Yang Xian, could you refrain from being so obedient? It makes it seem as though I am the one being unreasonable. If you do not wish to go, you need not. As Liu drove, he spoke gently. Godfather, I understand that you and Godmother are very busy and cannot devote extra time to care for us. It would be lovely for my sister and me to attend kindergarten. It won't interfere with your work, and we'll have other children to play with. Well, since you are so agreeable, wherever you wish to go this weekend, your godmother and I will take you. Then let us go to the amusement park this weekend. Very well. Liu nodded in agreement. They first headed to Little Genius Kindergarten. Upon observing the surrounding environment, Liu lost the motivation to even make a call and drove directly to the next location. Upon arriving at the Rainbow Sunshine Kindergarten, Liu found the environment significantly superior to that of the previous establishment. After parking his vehicle at the entrance, he promptly made a phone call. The call was quickly connected, and after stating his purpose, a staff member emerged from the courtyard a few minutes later. Hello. Are you Mr. Liu, the one who just called? Yes, that would be me, Liu replied, scrutinizing the individual before him. He believed that one's appearance often reflects their character, and he was apprehensive about encountering a teacher prone to scolding children. I am the principal here, Tong Xin. Are these two little ones yours? They are quite adorable. Hello, big sister. Yang Xian and Yang Jia greeted her warmly, without requiring Liu to prompt them. Hello to you as well. Mr. Liu, shall we proceed inside for a tour? Is that convenient? Of course. It is currently lunchtime, so please keep the noise down. Liu followed the two children quietly, and after a brief tour lasting over 10 minutes, he inquired, what do you think of this place? Godfather, we both like it here, Yang Xian exclaimed. Indeed. Principal Tong Xin glanced at Liu and then at the children, impressed by their understanding and composure in a new environment, not crying or causing a fuss, while the adults sought their opinions. What are the fees and payment methods? The monthly fee is 200 yuan, with an additional 500 yuan for meals. Each month, we will publish the previous month's meal expenses, adjusting as necessary. You may pay monthly or quarterly. Liu did not find the quoted price concerning, as he was unaware of the typical fees for kindergartens. With his current savings amounting to just under 2,000 yuan, it seemed manageable. Unbeknownst to him, this rate was already more than double that of public kindergartens. Very well. Let us proceed with a quarterly payment. Where do I scan? Principal Tong Xin had never encountered such a decisive parent. Within just over 10 minutes, they had finalized arrangements, and he was opting for a quarterly payment right away. I will add you to our group. Important information and activities will be communicated there. You can make the payment by scanning this code, and I will provide you with a receipt shortly. I tend to be quite busy. Would it be possible to add their godmother to the group as well? Godmother? Yes, these two children are not mine. I'm caring for them on behalf of a friend for a while. Here are the relevant documents. Liu produced several papers for her review. They contained verification from the Public Security Bureau. While such documents typically go unchecked at home, they were essential for enrolling in kindergarten. Initially, Fang Yuan believed Liu was seeking a public kindergarten for the children, necessitating a full day to gather the required paperwork. Oh, we are a private kindergarten, so we don't require such documentation. Here is my WeChat ID. Please add me, and I will include you in the group. If you wish to add anyone else, just let me know, and I will facilitate that. All right, I will scan you now, Liu said, retrieving his phone. After successfully connecting with her on WeChat, Liu also sent over Han Ruashi's WeChat ID. Before long, both were added to the parent group. Tong Xin instructed the two to change their names and announced it in the group. Liu briefly acknowledged it before retreating into silence. I can bring them over tomorrow, right? Indeed. Our school hours are from 8:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the evening. If you have a busy schedule, you may arrive an hour later. It's perfectly fine. Tong Xin smiled as she reiterated the timings. Notably, the arrangements do consider the parents' convenience. It's quite impressive that you manage such a large kindergarten at such a young age. Oh, it's nothing. It's all funded by my family. I have adored children since childhood, which is why I opened a kindergarten right after graduation. By the way, I need to prepare some items for school tomorrow. I'll send you the details shortly. Remarkable. Thank you immensely. As a first-time parent, I lack experience, so please inform me of everything I need to prepare. Certainly. Tong Xin returned to the kindergarten only after seeing Liu off to the car. Sister, did you notice? This big sister has a fondness for our godfather. Children's notions of affection are quite naive, aren't they? When someone truly likes another, it is evident in their gaze. It seems our godmother has a rival. Where did you learn such expressions? Surely, you haven't been transported from another era? Liu scrutinized Yang Xian, ensuring his soul was not that of an elderly individual before he felt at ease. Chapter 67. Yang Xian strikes dad. My brother is at grandma's house. When there's nothing to do, he reads your books. Recently, he has been engrossed in one titled Ji Tong. It is a 4-character title. But I do not recognize the first and fourth characters. With a sudden screech, Liu abruptly slammed on the brakes, turning his head curiously towards the indifferent Yang Xian, inquiring, is it Ziji Tongjian? That seems to be the name. Yang Xian replied, can you comprehend it? The complete Ziji Tongjian was a gift from his grandfather during his high school years, and back then, it posed quite the challenge for him. There was no way this 5-year-old child could possibly understand it. There are some characters I do not recognize. My grandfather reads them to me. My dad? Well, yes, it's my grandfather. Sometimes, he is unsure of the meanings and resorts to searching for information online. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder your father appeared so relaxed this morning when he picked you up. It seems he had a good idea of what it meant. These texts are not suitable for your current age. When we arrive at the bookstore, I shall buy you something more appropriate. I would like a vernacular edition of Ziji Tongjian. It would be even better if it had pinyin. How could there possibly be a pinyin version? This is not something you should be reading. Tong Xian had already sent over the list of items needed for kindergarten, which consisted mostly of a change of clothes, a water bottle, and other essentials. Since there was an art class tomorrow, parents were required to prepare some supplies, along with a few extracurricular reading materials, all of which Tong Xian had informed him about. In total, there was quite a bit. If measured by A4 paper, one sheet would hardly suffice. Liu happened to have the time now, so he decided to gather everything. Tong Xian had been quite meticulous, providing some brand names, which made it easier for Liu to purchase what was needed. One must admit that children's items are considerably more expensive than those for adults. In terms of hierarchy, it goes, first children, then women, followed by the elderly, then pets, and lastly men. The internet has evolved to a point where children's stores, women's boutiques, and pet shops have not impacted the market for men's clothing as significantly. For the average man, online shopping remains the preferred option, yet the styles are exceedingly monotonous, perpetually cycling through the same 3 colors, black, white, and gray. Naturally, Li was cautious not to make arbitrary purchases. He began to buy according to the brands listed. At the bookstore, while Liu was at the counter settling the payment, Yang Xian was conversing with the sales assistant nearby. Miss, do you have a pinyin version of Ziji Tongjian? Liu, upon hearing this, covered his face and refrained from intervening, fully expecting that there would be none. After all, such a tedious book could hardly have a pinyin edition. The sales assistant pondered for a moment and replied, little friend, we truly do not have that. But it seems we have a picture version and a vernacular edition. Yang Xian turned to Liu, his eyes filled with longing, clearly indicating his desire for it. Let us just get it all. Who can blame Yang Xian for liking this type of literature? It's not a bad thing. After all, after completing the purchase, excluding the kindergarten fees, he had spent over 3,000 solely on the children's items. Given this level of expenditure, one could hardly fathom how an average working family could afford such expenses. At 4:20 on Friday afternoon, Liu and Han Ruoshi were waiting early at the kindergarten entrance. Today, Han Ruoshi was particularly stunning, as evidenced by the admiring glances from the other fathers. This was likely due to Yang Xian and Yang Jia returning home and recounting Liu's visit to the kindergarten, praising the beauty of the principal, which ignited Han Ruoshi's competitive spirit and possessiveness. As the dismissal bell rang, Liu peered inside, noticing that only novice parents were present. The experienced ones had long since indulged in grilled sausages. After more than 20 minutes had passed without sight of Yang Xian and Yang Jia, Liu was about to call Tong Xian when he received a call from her. Mr. Liu, could you come to the kindergarten? Yang Xian and Yang Jia have gotten into a minor altercation, and the other parents wish to speak with you. Please hurry. Look at what they've done to my Debao. I assure you, this matter is far from over. Hearing the insistence in her voice, Lu Yu's expression darkened. I'm right at the entrance. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, just as he was about to take Han Ruashi inside, a call from Fang Yuan interrupted him. Get to the point. I'm quite busy. There's nothing urgent. Tomorrow is a holiday, after all. Today is Yang Xian and Yang Jia's first day at kindergarten, and I've reserved a table at Yuxiang Ren Jia to celebrate. Wait a moment. The two kids have gotten into trouble, and Ruashi and I are heading to find the principal. I don't know how long this will take. Hold on, I'm on my way. I want to see which ill-mannered child has offended my precious ones. Please, it's just a childish scuffle. How serious can it be? I can handle it. Liu quickly declined, knowing that if Fang Yuan got involved, the situation could escalate uncontrollably. Upon encountering Yang Xian and Yang Jia, Liu scrutinized them, asking, Is anyone hurt? Are you their parent? How do you discipline your children? Look at what they've done to my son. If his appearance is ruined, I will not let this go. Dad, we're fine. He deserved it. How dare you speak like that? I'll teach you a lesson. The woman advanced toward Yang Xian to slap him. Liu seized her wrist, piercing her with a sharp gaze. His first impression of her was that she was affluent but rather tasteless, adorned with a gold chain and a flashy watch, the epitome of a nouveau riche. Is it not excessive to lay hands on a child? Parents, let us calm down, said Tong Xian, the principal, according to our art teacher. It was Han Yuxuan who first remarked on Yang Jia's family photo, which prompted Yang Xian to intervene. It was Han Yuxuan who initiated the altercation. Fortunately, our teacher intervened in time. Tong Xian explained patiently, while another teacher nodded in agreement. As the principal, you appear biased. How can you claim that my son Yuxuan was the first to act? We need evidence to support your statement. Isn't there surveillance? We can review the footage for clarity. Han Ruashi gently reassured Yang Jia, uttering these words softly. Godfather, Han Yuxuan did not mean that there were too many people. Rather, he remarked that my sister's drawing of our father appeared indistinct, suggesting that our biological father had abandoned us. Mother has found several others, and he claimed that we have an abundance of fathers. Indeed, there are many, and I have not spoken falsely. Is that so? Well done. As an older brother, it is your duty to protect your sister. How can you, as a parent, express yourself in such a manner? Is my son not entitled to speak the truth? What do you consider to be the truth? Based solely on a drawing, if a child is able to articulate such thoughts, it reflects poorly on your parenting. Were it not for my desire to refrain from engaging with children, I would have struck your son, who has bullied my godson and goddaughter. Fang Yuan's boisterous voice echoed as he entered, accompanied by two security guards. Third uncle. Both Yang Xian and Yang Jia exclaimed simultaneously. Do not worry, in the future. Should you encounter those deserving of a beating, do not hesitate. We fathers will stand behind you. You think you can intimidate us by your numbers, as if we are incapable of calling for help? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Feel free to call for assistance. But do not complain when I retaliate against you. Tong Xian and the art teacher observed the situation escalating, unsure of how to intervene. Mr. Liu, what do you think about this matter? What are you doing here? I instructed you to wait in the dining hall. The children have been bullied. How could I possibly remain idle? If they are harmed in any way, even if just a single hair is lost, I will ensure they can no longer exist in Ninghai, he asserted. Third uncle, I'm fine. It was I who struck him. Chapter 68. Fang Yuan's desire to pursue Tong Xian as long as no harm was done. He thought, in the future, he would deal with those who deserved punishment. Unaware of the full context, Fang Yuan transformed into a fervent protector. The woman, having completed her phone call, approached, shielding the child behind her. Her gaze fixed on Fang Yuan with a fierce intensity. Let us check the surveillance footage first. We must ensure both parties are aware of what transpired. Hearing Han Ruashi's uncompromising words, Tong Xian reluctantly led the way to review the recordings. Before long, the group witnessed Han Yuxuan snatching Yang Jia's drawing, loudly declaring, Everyone, come look. Yang Jia's drawing has so many depictions of Dad. Yang Jia, intending to reclaim her artwork, found herself unable to do so due to her smaller stature. At that moment, Yang Xian leaped up and seized the drawing. Except for Lu Yu, the others were oblivious to how Yang Xian managed to take the drawing. But Lu Yu, intrigued, observed Yang Xian, thinking to himself, this kid has some impressive skills. The earlier maneuver would have been challenging even for an adult, let alone a mere 5-year-old. It was evident that Yang Xian had undergone some training. Subsequently, the two engaged in a scuffle under the watchful gaze of the surveillance camera. Moments later, The art teacher and Tong Xian intervened, pulling them apart. Yang Xian had merely delivered a single punch in retaliation. The situation was quite clear. It was your child who initiated the conflict, and Yang Xian's response was simply defensive. If your child apologizes, we shall not pursue this matter further. And what if my child refuses to apologize? Just as the words left her lips, a burly man strode into the room, followed by a woman. How dare you show such disrespect? No apology, is it? Then no one here will have an easy time. My dear husband, sister, you have finally arrived. They have been bullying me and our son. Go ask around in Wannan district. Who dares to touch my son, Han Tianba? Is anyone tired of living? Who is it that just threatened me? Upon entering the classroom, the man was captivated by the stunning sight before him. Han Ruashi, Tong Xian, and the art teacher were among the most beautiful women. Clearly, he felt overwhelmed by the beauty surrounding him, ultimately focusing his gaze on Han Ruashi, the most exquisite and graceful of the trio. It is I. Since everyone is here, let us settle this matter once and for all, Fang Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Dismissing the man's words entirely, he had never even heard of Han Tianba. That's him. He threatened me and our son. The woman pointed accusingly at Fang Yuan. Scoundrel. Han Tianba slapped down, not striking Fang Yuan, but rather his own wife. Afterward, he turned to Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Xiao, what brings you here? Surely there has been a misunderstanding. Han Yuxuan approached. Fang Xiao, the child is right here. You may discipline him as you see fit. The sudden shift in demeanor left Liu perplexed, and even Fang Yuan looked at him curiously. Why don't you speak to me in the same tone as before? Fang Xiao, I wouldn't dare. As long as my son is safe, you may educate him however you wish. Fang Yuan had no intention of laying a hand on a child, and the man's dramatic turnaround left him unable to muster his anger. Instead, he calmly inquired, Do you recognize me? Fang Xiao, you are a person of distinction. Perhaps you have forgotten? At last year's annual company meeting, I held the esteemed position of sales director at the Lian Gang branch of Honda Group. You and the chairman personally awarded us our bonuses. Which industry are you referring to? At the annual meeting, bonuses were indeed distributed, yet I cannot recall such a person. I am responsible for managing sales for major clients in Lian Gang City, specifically liaising with the city's hospitals, within the Group S chain of pharmacies. Oh, is that your child? What are you doing? Quickly apologize to the little one. I sincerely apologize, my son has been rather spoiled by me. I will certainly discipline him when we return. Dad, it was I who got hit. Han Yuxuan looked at his father with a sense of injustice. You deserved it. Surely you said something you shouldn't have to provoke him. Otherwise, why would he only hit you, and not anyone else? Upon hearing these words, Liu was momentarily speechless, as they sounded all too familiar, reminiscent of his elementary school days. Son, apologize immediately. The mother realized she had offended someone she shouldn't have, and for the sake of her husband's job and substantial salary, she reluctantly decided to discipline her son. I'm sorry. Children fighting is quite common. No one takes it to heart, but some parents tend to blow it out of proportion. Perhaps today a scuffle could lead to a budding friendship tomorrow. Yang Xian generously replied, It's fine, just don't provoke my sister again. All right, that's enough. You can take the two ladies back now. Fang Yuan waved his hand impatiently, signaling that they could leave, but the term lady slightly irked the women accompanying Han Tianba. I'm still in college. Han Tianba dared not let his sister-in-law question the other party, hastily pulling the two away. My apologies, Mr. Fang. We'll take our leave now. Off you go. In college? Why does she seem so much like a married woman? Liu muttered, truthfully unable to discern that she was a student, being younger than both him and Fang Yuan. Perhaps she commutes early. Fang Yuan's flippant remark slipped out without a hint of discomfort. However, such comments, while acceptable between him and Liu Yu, carried an undertone of sexism, especially in the presence of children and three women. Third uncle, what does commute mean? Yang Xian, that's not something you should concern yourself with. Han Ruashi coldly interjected, causing Fang Yuan to feel uneasy. Director Tong, we appreciate your efforts, if there is nothing else. We shall take our leave. Liu Yu also felt quite embarrassed and hurriedly expressed his apologies as he prepared to exit the scene. Mr. Liu, you are too kind. It is we who have fallen short, causing you inconvenience. I hope Yang Jia does not bear any psychological burden. Sister Tong, I'm fine. A good meal will make me forget everything. Yang Jia sweetly replied. That's the spirit. Enjoy your meals and drinks. Don't let troubles weigh you down. Third uncle has already made reservations. Tonight we'll celebrate your successful first day at kindergarten with Sichuan cuisine. Hooray. An hour later, the three of them, accompanied by the two children, were seated in a private room at Yuxiang Grangia. Brother, I think Director Tong is quite young. It's impressive that she manages a kindergarten at such an age. Does she have a boyfriend? What is the matter? Are you interested? You inquire openly yet question me behind my back. Lu Yu glanced at Fang Yuan with a hint of annoyance. As for beautiful women, who is devoid of thoughts, I refuse to believe you are not intrigued. Do not speak so recklessly. Is there anyone more exquisite than my Ruashi? Third Dad, I am aware that Sister Tong is still single, and she has quite a number of suitors. Yang Xian, how do you know this? Han Ruashi inquired with a smile. The office of Sister Tong is adorned with numerous bouquets from her admirers. A variety of flowers, undoubtedly sent by different suitors. He replied, Teddy, she is not short of wealth. Your usual tactics may prove ineffective, as she likely does not fall for your monetary allure. Using money is merely my fundamental strategy, not my ultimate approach. From now on, I shall be the one to pick up Sienna and Jiar. Fang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yu, almost explicitly stating, when it comes to courting women, you, Lu Yu, are but a novice. That is precisely what I awaited from you. However, we must establish a few ground rules. Should you win her heart only to abandon her shortly thereafter? And if Director Tong were to make things difficult for Sienna and Jiar, you best prepare for a hasty retreat. Chapter 69. Familiar Places. Familiar faces put your heart at ease. I am not the person you think I am. Fang Yuan retorted, feeling the weight of the accusation. You have engaged in such affairs yourself. After all, you are not a child anymore. The last time Uncle Fang called me, he asked me to keep an eye on your romantic entanglements. With HIV rates rising each year, you should be cautious not to end up with a plethora of ailments. Li Yu responded without reservation, acknowledging the truth in his words. Those who frequently tread by the river often end up with wet shoes. It would be wiser to seek a stable girlfriend. Besides, it is evident that Tong Xian does not frequent such places. Why are you so much more loquacious than an old man? Why not just call me Dad? From now on, you shall be their big brother. Get lost. All right. The food will get cold if we don't eat soon. Let's hurry, Han Ruashi interjected calmly, though they appeared to be sparring verbally. Their banter stemmed from genuine concern for one another. At times, she found herself questioning how two individuals with such contrasting temperaments could become such close brothers. This bond transcended mere gratitude for Lu Yu having saved Fang Yuan's life. The meal was filled with joy, and as Yang Jia had aptly stated, a truly delightful feast could erase all worries. At that moment, they were engrossed in planning their visit to the amusement park the following day. Fang Yuan, however, was not among the enthusiastic participants. He had little interest in such activities. Even if he did, he feigned a lack of time under Lu Yu's watchful gaze. Ever since Wang Haichuan's incarceration, the staff at Yuzhou Condiments had breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they had anticipated victory, the tension had been palpable. Now that they had managed a small triumph, it was time to unwind. The entire factory workforce enjoyed weekends off, although earning a living was essential. Maintaining a balance with family life was equally important, according to Lu Yu's company philosophy. Early the next morning, Lu Yu drove with the two children, picking up Han Ruashi as they headed directly to the Happy Sea amusement park in Liaoning City, situated by the coast of Ninghai. Happy Sea was a vast commercial amusement park catering to all demographics. The elderly could indulge in hot springs, women could relax on the beach. Children had a plethora of rides, and men had ample parking space, making it convenient for them to enjoy the sight of sunbathing women. Lu Yu had visited Happy Sea 4 years prior, during the summer of his sophomore year in high school, when his family was still financially stable and he had come with classmates. As he surveyed the familiar yet foreign attractions, nostalgia washed over him. Roller coasters, drop towers, carousels, pirate ships, and especially the Ferris wheel stirred a sense of unease in his heart. Dad, I want to ride that, Yang Xian exclaimed, pointing at the drop tower. Perhaps not. That ride is not suitable for you, and the staff won't allow you to participate. Why not go with your sister on the carousel instead? That is so boring. It's not thrilling at all. I refuse. You'll have to wait until you're taller. The safety measures cannot be secured for you now. The staff will definitely not permit you to ride. How about we wait for your sister to finish on the carousel, and afterward, I'll take you to the pirate ship. Okay. Lu Yu and Yang Xian waited outside for a while until Han Ruashi returned with Yang Jia. I want to ride that. Yang Jia pointed excitedly at the roller coaster. Isn't everyone eager to partake in such thrilling adventures? It seems the height requirement might be a concern. I noticed a children's roller coaster, and those over 1 meter tall are permitted to ride. Very well, I shall inquire. With a sense of resignation, Li made his way towards the direction indicated by Han Ruashi. For children, these attractions are indeed delightful, particularly as most visitors here are families enjoying their weekends together. Upon locating a staff member, Lu Yu smiled and asked, "Hello, my child is 5 years old and measures 1 meter 15. Is it permissible for her to ride this?" The staff responded, "Yes, she can ride, but a parent must accompany her. However, this ride is currently full, and you will need to wait for the next one." "That is perfectly fine, thank you," Lu Yu replied before returning to his companion. After sharing the news, the two adults, accompanied by their 2 children, joyfully approached the queue. Lu Yu held one child in his arms, while Han Ruashi stood beside him at the front of the line. The family of 4 exuded warmth and happiness as they waited for approximately 10 minutes for the roller coaster to return. Unlike traditional roller coasters, this children's ride features smoother tracks and shorter distances, primarily catering to families and young girls. Lu Yu and Han Ruashi each took a child and occupied the first row, while others gradually filled the seats behind them. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, a woman in a white dress momentarily lost her composure upon catching sight of him. As she glanced at Han Ruashi and the 2 adorable children in their arms, she nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Miss, are you all right?" a staff member inquired. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, continuing on her way. Lu Yu, engaged in cheerful conversation with Han Ruashi, remarked, "It's perfectly safe. This ride is designed for children. Any danger would be unacceptable." Before long, the roller coaster began its slow ascent, pausing at the peak, a customary part of the experience, before plunging downward. Although Lu Yu and Han Ruashi were unprepared, they were reassured by the height, feeling no fear. Yang Xian maintained a calm smile, while Yang Jia was a different story, screaming and clutching Lu Yu's arm. "Dad, I'm scared," she cried out. "Fear not, for father is here." Lu Yu comforted her with a smile. Even Yang Xian reassured his sister, saying, "It's all right, sister, big brother will protect you." Hearing the word dad stirred mixed emotions within Lu Yu. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired on Friday and the emotional complexities that had arisen in Yang Jia's mind. Out in public, she referred to him as dad, but at home, she called him uncle, fearful that strangers would discover she was without a biological father. Lu Yu pondered, "Brother Feng, please return swiftly. If I fail to educate them properly, I would truly feel remiss." With his own children, a firm hand would suffice. He had endured such discipline himself. Whenever Lu's father returned from military service, he would receive both praise and reprimand. Yet with someone else's child, Lu Yu approached the task with utmost caution. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and after a brief respite, Yang Jia tugged at his hand, leading him towards the next attraction. Until noon, feeling somewhat fatigued from the day's activities, we took a brief respite and indulged in a seafood buffet at Happy Ocean. In the afternoon, we ventured to the underwater world to witness a captivating dolphin performance and observe the lives of marine creatures. "Which little friend would like to come up and interact with Xiaoji?" the dolphin trainer cheerfully addressed the audience below. "Me," Yang Jia exclaimed, raising her hand high, fearful that the trainer might overlook her, while standing on Lu Yu's legs. It seemed the children were brimming with enthusiasm. Xiaoji must be delighted. "Let's invite this little friend, along with these several others." Among the 6 children, there was Yang Jia, as Lu Yu stood and took her by the hand, leading her forward. The 6 children and their parents ascended the stage, engaging in interactive moments with Xiaoji one by one. When it was Lu Yu and Yang Jia's turn, they struck a pose while Han Ruashi captured the moment with her camera. Just as they faced the lens, Lu Yu noticed a somewhat familiar figure not far from Han Ruashi, approximately 2 or 3 rows away. Upon seeing Lu Yu glance in their direction, the individual stood and exited the dolphin pavilion. Chapter 70. The cousins' betrothal gift. After their interaction, Lu Yu embraced Yang Jia while heading back. Pondering in his heart, it shouldn't be, she had gone abroad, hadn't she? As he gazed at the vanishing figure, Lu Yu did not pursue her. Han Ruashi, following Lu Yu's gaze, looked at the empty exit, mistakenly believing Lu Yu wished to leave. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I thought I saw someone familiar. Perhaps I was mistaken." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, revealing little. "I still want to see the giant penguin and the big bear." "All right, we will see everything. If we can't finish today, we shall continue tomorrow." He had to fulfill the children's desires in one go, as he would be busy starting Monday. Fang Yuan had already arranged for him to meet a server engineer that evening. A new lucrative project was about to commence. "Dad is the best," Yang Jia exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lu Yu's cheek. "I think it's getting late. Should we head back and come again tomorrow?" "Why come back tomorrow? That sounds exhausting. Let us stay here," Lu Yu decisively decided. This place offered all necessities. and the hotel was one of the few six-star establishments, something he had never dared to dream of staying in. The costs were also steep. His previous monthly salary could barely afford a few nights here. At 3,800 for a suite, he could stay for less than 2 nights. All right. Han Ruashi replied indifferently, but to avoid giving her parents a bad impression of Lu Yu before meeting them in a few days, she resolved not to give in tonight. That evening, Lu Yu did not press the matter. The 2 children were still in bed, making it inconvenient for any activities. He simply held Yang Xian and fell asleep. The next day, they rose early and continued their adventures, yet he did not encounter that familiar yet strange individual, leading him to believe he had misidentified someone. Perhaps a mere figment stirred by nostalgia. It was not until the afternoon that the family of 4 returned, first dropping Han Ruashi off at her home, then taking the 2 children to their grandparents' place. At that moment, a white sedan was parked outside his uncle's house. It was not a luxury car, merely a standard vehicle. Upon entering the house, all eyes turned to Lu Yu and the children. "Uncle, have we got guests?" "Xiaoyu, they are not guests. They will soon be family. These are Yuan's parents. Brother Yu, allow me to introduce. This is my fiancée, Yuan, and these are her parents, my master and mistress. Should I address you as uncle?" Lu Yu was always uncertain about familial titles, often muddling through the relationships. He was only familiar with direct relatives like uncles and aunts, finding the nuances rather perplexing. "Haha, that's close enough." Li Jingye, the future father-in-law, replied with a smile. "Hello, cousin. I am Jingye's fiancée." Hello. I truly didn't know you were coming. I have no gifts prepared. Please wait a moment. Yang Xian, go fetch the makeup set from the passenger seat." Liu did not act on a whim in presenting gifts, rather. He felt compelled to acknowledge the wedding items laid out on the table, 3 gold pieces and betrothal gifts, feeling a sense of obligation as the elder brother. No need, truly. When Jingye and I marry, you will have plenty to do. That is only fitting. Wasn't that set of cosmetics purchased by Mom? Yang Xiantian innocently remarked. "I will buy Ruashi a set tomorrow. Let's give this to her sister first, shall we?" Cousin, that's really unnecessary." "Indeed, Xiaoyu, you are not married yet." "What gifts are you giving? Uncle won't mind this. It's nothing more than a set of cosmetics. Ruashi has others. I truly didn't realize today was the day for the bridal gift. It's merely a formality. Jingye is my apprentice. I trust his character. When they marry, I will ensure Yuan brings them back, and I will contribute an additional 100,000. If you wish to purchase a car or pay off part of the mortgage, it's entirely up to you." Yuan's father, apprehensive that Lu Yu might misunderstand, primarily valued the person of Li Jingye, seeking nothing in return. All he wished was for the young couple to lead a happy life ahead. "Uncle, Jingye is fortunate to have such a sensible father-in-law like you. During dinner, he must toast you several times. Since he drove here, he should refrain from drinking. However, on the day of their wedding, I shall certainly celebrate joyously." As they conversed, Yang Xiantian quickly returned, joyfully presenting the gift box to Yuan. "Sister, this set of cosmetics is truly effective. Mom usually uses this." The exquisite golden gift box was not large, and Lu Yu, unaware of the brand, only knew that this set of cosmetics cost him 46,000. The others remained composed, not showing any reaction except for Yuan, who displayed a hint of surprise and inquired, "Is it the Jenny Brown Blood Dragon repair set?" "I believe that's the name. I am not well versed in women's cosmetics. The salesperson claimed it was beneficial for the skin, so I purchased it." "Cousin, this simply won't do. It is far too extravagant." "Xiaoyuan, is this set of cosmetics expensive?" Yuan's mother curiously asked. "Mom, let us put it this way. The money on the table isn't even enough to buy a single set of cosmetics. So costly? Then we cannot accept it. And it's really not that much. Please accept it." "Indeed. Little sister, this lad is affluent. His uncle has doted on him since childhood. Spending some money is only fitting. Women ought to take good care of themselves." Lu's mother interjected. "Exactly. He has often dined at his uncle's. What is the harm in spending this little?" "Mom, Aunt, and Andy, tomorrow I will buy more. 3 additional sets to give away." Li declared grandly, just in time to allow his mother to enjoy some comfort. "In-laws, please accept this. Xiaoyu's blessing for the newlyweds should not be turned away." "Very well." Yuan's mother was at a loss for words. Accepting seemed appropriate given the gift's value, yet declining felt overly pretentious. No woman is indifferent to her appearance, it's merely a matter of circumstances. Even Li Yumei felt a twinge of desire. Under Lu Yu's influence, her consumption perspective was gradually changing. To alter a mother's spending habits was no small feat. Liu would readily spend not just 46,000, but even 460,000, as his initial motivation for earning was to enhance his family's quality of life. Today is a joyous occasion. The men have indulged a bit too much, especially those born in the 1970s, who are particularly adept at drinking, especially white liquor. The three elder participants at the table are no exception. Liu Yu and Li Jingye, the younger generation, barely keep pace, as it is primarily uncle and Liu's father who accompany the festivities from start to finish. They managed to coax Yuan Yongxin into drinking to excess, and as he departed, he was supported by Li Jingye. Liu Yu, showing his generosity, took the liberty of driving Yuan home in the latter's car. "Cousin, have you truly found success?" "One might say so, but even if I have, remember, I am still your cousin. No need for flattery or excessive praise." He is merely a year younger than Li Jingye, thus there exists no generational gap between them. "Xiaoyu, was the relocation of Wangjia village orchestrated by your company?" "Uncle, just tell me if I was accurate or not. You little rascal, still keeping secrets from me. Had I known earlier, I would have borrowed more. It is not too late now. Let us not be hasty. The relocation funds have long been dispersed, and the household finances are sufficient. After Zhengye's marriage, your aunt and I can finally rest easy. By the way, when will we be able to move into the new relocated homes?" "That, I truly do not know." Chapter 71. Frightening the governor. Your position as a boss appears quite leisurely. With such a large project, who knows when it will reach completion? "Uncle, can you name a single prominent entrepreneur who personally engages in labor? It is always a mere wave of the hand, delegating tasks to subordinates." "Brother-in-law, your family has truly prospered." Li Rui sincerely congratulated him. "No matter how prosperous, he remains my son, your nephew. Shall we indulge in another drink?" Lu Guodong chuckled, glancing at the remaining dishes on the table. "No thanks, I cannot match your drinking prowess. You've consumed at least 1.5 pounds of liquor." "Haven to you? This is merely the beginning. I recall the days in the army, where anyone drinking less than 2 pounds was relegated to the table of the recruits. Let me tell you, those were the days. Oh well, no need to reminisce. It only brings tears." Lu Guodong intended to share tales of his military past, but quickly reconsidered. Strictly speaking, he was already considered a dead man. Should this information leak and he be found alive, it would bring endless trouble to his family. The following morning, Li did not go to fetch Han Ruoshi. Instead, he had Nuo-san take on the task, as he had indulged a bit too much the previous evening and was unable to rise early. Fang Yuan arrived as promised, taking the two children to kindergarten. Liu Yu held Fang Yuan in high regard, especially regarding his pursuits of romance. Once Fang Yuan set his mind on courting someone, he would not easily relent. Moreover, once he succeeded, he would maintain the relationship. What more could one desire? Fang Yuan's frequency in changing girlfriends surpassed even his changing of clothes. To the uninformed, he appeared to be a frivolous, rich second-generation heir, but that was merely an external perception. Liu Yu, however, viewed it differently. Fang Yuan simply had not yet found the right one. After all, which affluent individual lacks admirers? It is quite common to juggle multiple romantic interests simultaneously. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, exclusively pursued one at a time, quickly cutting his losses if things did not work out, which led outsiders to label him as fickle. While lounging in bed, Liu Yu's phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "This is the secretary of Governor Tao from Tianhai Province. Governor Tao will be visiting your factory for an inspection at noon. We hope you will prepare for his reception." The secretary's condescending tone irked Liu Yu. Before he could respond, the secretary continued. "Governor Tao has specifically requested to meet you. Ensure you are prepared for his visit." "Wait a moment, you are from Tianhai Province. And I am in Ninghai Province. This is hardly relevant. Why would Governor Tao come here? You need not concern yourself with that. Just ensure you are prepared for his reception." Beep, beep, beep. Just as Liu Yu was about to retort, the call ended abruptly. "Nuai. Investigate the background of this governor." "Understood. I will send the information to your phone shortly." After instructing Nuai, Liu Yu dismissed the matter from his mind and drifted back to sleep, only awakening around 11 in the morning. He then had Nuo-san drive him to the factory. Upon arrival, he found a group of police officers surrounding the entrance, halting his vehicle. "Apologies, but external personnel cannot be admitted at this time. I am returning to my own factory. How have I become an outsider?" Liu Yu rolled down his window, irritation evident in his voice as he addressed the officer blocking his path. "Please present your identification." "I was taken aback when I was asked to present my identification upon returning to my own factory." Liu instantly lost his composure. "Captain Gao, this is our chairman. Suong was said as he hurried over. Ah, please, do come in. Mr. Liu, you finally arrived. I've been trying to reach you. But your phone was always out of service. Xiaolei has gone looking for you, didn't you notice? I forgot to charge my phone last night. What does Xiaolei want from me? Both Governor Tao and Vice Mayor Xia are here, specifically requesting to meet with you. Right now, Lawyer Han and General Manager Fong are in the conference room with them. Liu Yu had paid little attention to the morning's call. It was true the caller was a governor, but he was not one to be intimidated, particularly given the caller's arrogant demeanor that morning. Mr. Liu, it seems you remain unfazed even when the governor is here. When a governor from a neighboring province arrives, it is evident why he has come. Old Su. With so many listed companies in Lianport, don't you find it peculiar that he chose to visit us? However, he is still a governor. It wouldn't be wise for us to confront him, would it? Rest assured, I am well aware of my position. No one shall harbor ill intentions towards my enterprise, regardless of who they may be. Liu Yu had stored relevant information about the governor on his phone. According to Nua Yi, this governor had a questionable reputation. With Nua Yi's insights, Liu Yu felt more at ease. After all, with Nua Yi around, he was not afraid of corrupt officials. They could be scrutinized. As honest officials do not concern themselves with trivial formalities, nor do their secretaries command others with arrogance. I shall meet with this governor, Liu Yu said with a smile as he proceeded towards the office building. Just as he was about to push the door open, a disgruntled voice echoed from within. Is Mr. Liu somewhat aloof? The governor has arrived, yet he still hasn't made an appearance. Apologies, Mr. Liu had social engagements last night, and perhaps overindulged. He may still be recovering. How may we assist you in this matter? Han Ruashi replied with a smile. Understanding Liu Yu's absence had its reasons. Can you make decisions? I can. Very well, I'll be direct. Your agreement with Heidi Group is null and void. And they will compensate you with 50 million. Such arrogance. Liu Yu chuckled as he stepped inside. Are you the owner here, Liu Yu? The governor's secretary inquired, casting a disinterested glance at Liu Yu. Indeed, I am aware of Governor Tao's intentions today, but I must respectfully decline. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Liu Yu, this is the governor of a neighboring province. Summer Tsuanshi said, somewhat exasperated. If this continues, the negotiations will surely collapse. As fellow coastal cities, our assistance to Lianport is far less than that of Tianhai province. Mayor Xia, for a company valued at 200 billion. A mere 50 million in compensation seems rather paltry. Who will cover the remaining losses? The city government, the province, or is this the intention of Governor Nie of Ninghai province? This, Fang Yuan, who had remained silent, chuckled upon hearing Liu Yu's words. Mayor Xia, I believe Mr. Liu should handle this matter himself. Do you think that just because I am not the governor of Ninghai province, I am beyond your reach? That is one point. Is there anything else? Tao Chuming gazed at Liu Yu with a hint of confusion. A provincial governor, akin to a historical feudal lord. He wondered where Liu found the audacity to candidly reject him. Of course, on October 8th, 2024, let me check the precise time, 1:39 p.m. At the Wanli Hotel in Jiahong City. Should I continue, Governor Tao? With his face darkening, Tao Chunming rose and exited the conference room. Governor Tao, please take care. No need for formalities. The others in the room were acutely aware of the implications, and Tao Chunming's reaction confirmed the authenticity of Liu Yu's words. The latter had deftly grasped the situation. Governor Tao, allow me to see you off. Xia Tsuanshi quickly stood up, casting a meaningful glance at Liu Yu as he departed. At that moment, the conference room was devoid of outsiders, and Fang Yuan erupted into laughter. It's the first time I've seen a governor at a loss. Quite delightful. What did Uncle Fang say? What else could he say? We just proceed with it. You have no idea. The old man just called Governor Nie. And here are Governor Nie's exact words. Chapter 72. The astonishing thoughts. Liu Yu took Fang Yuan's phone and glanced at the message. Private enterprises should be allowed to operate independently. As long as they do not violate the law, officials must provide solid support. In just over 30 words, the other party's stance was unmistakably clear, aligning with Liu Yu. Uncle Fang has such a close relationship with Governor Nie? Well, they were in the same class during their time in the military. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I was worried for half a day. Han Ruashi sighed in relief. If I hadn't said anything, it would have been perfectly resolved. I'm just curious. What comes after the Wanshou Hotel? Oh, it's nothing much. Wang Hequan from Heidi Group gave him a sum of cash and left a young lady from their PR department there. Wow, that's quite explosive. Is there more? Yes, but I won't disclose further unless the other party continues to trouble me about this. He still wants to be the governor. so he will likely refrain from causing us any more issues. By the way, when is the server engineer we scheduled arriving? It seems he has a flight arriving around 2 in the afternoon. I'll have someone go pick him up. Running a seasoning factory and now venturing into the IT industry? To be precise, it's the gaming industry. Now is the right time to inform Fong Yuan about this matter. Just as he finished speaking, Shi Xiaolei walked in. Since you're all here, let me announce that I'm preparing to enter the gaming industry. If anyone is interested, you can invest. Brother. The gaming industry is notoriously capital-intensive in its initial stages. Without significant investment, it's quite challenging, especially since we lack a supporting team. Fong Yuan expressed his concerns first. President Liu. Shi Xiaolei hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. His current wealth was, to put it bluntly, a result of Liu Yu's backing. Declining to support might make him appear incompetent, while agreeing to support raised fears of financial loss. No need to say more. I'm not compelling anyone. Those who wish to participate may do so. Liu Yu smiled, not wanting to put Shi Xiaolei in a difficult position. President Liu, I am of a considerable age now. With limited energy, I cannot engage in gaming, but if you need funds, I shall forego my shares. Just provide me with enough monthly to sustain my family. I understand. Director Su's shares remain the same, and he has enough funds. Ruashi, I won't inquire about your decision, as you will surely agree. Teddy, what about you? Gaming? Naturally. I have a fondness for it. Old Su is too advanced in years to manage it. I am still young. I'm all in. All right, it's settled then. We shall meet the server engineer tonight. President Liu, I sincerely apologize. No need for explanations. In fact, my focus will shift towards the tech company. So you and Director Su will need to take care of things here. Everyone has their own aspirations, and one's perspective varies. Perhaps it is the difference in personal needs that led Shi Xiaolei to feel content with the current arrangement. Liu Yu, of course, had no intention of voicing any objections. The other party merely forfeited an opportunity to double their wealth. Is it profitable to venture into the gaming industry? It is inevitable that the game of fire will yield substantial profits. Currently, the Battle Royale and mobile games serve as the primary revenue sources for Penguin, sufficient to sustain the entire company without any additional endeavors. Will Liu Yu's game be profitable? It is undoubtedly a certainty. A game that has the potential to revolutionize the gaming industry cannot fail to generate revenue. Liu likely comprehends the thoughts of these individuals. As for Fong Yuan and Han Ruashi, their support is assured. Shi Xiaolei believes that the cross-industry venture is overly ambitious. As Fong Yuan stated, developing a game is a long-term endeavor for a team, and prior to its launch, it is merely a process of burning through funds. Su Engua expresses gratitude towards Liu Yu for avenging his father. Although he harbors doubts, he is willing to sell his home to provide financial support if necessary. Noticing that the time was nearing, Liu decided against having Fong Yuan arrange for someone to pick them up. It was perfect timing for the three of them to go together to meet the other party and find a place to discuss matters in detail. Upon arriving at the airport, they found that the other party's flight had just landed. Having heard the announcement, Liu Yu recalled that Fong Yuan had already provided him with their information before their arrival. There were only two individuals coming this time. One was an engineer named Jiang Yang, the deputy general manager of Xinshi Ming Yuan Technology Company, and the other was his assistant, named Shi Kong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the five, they headed straight to the hotel arranged by Fong Yuan. At the dining table, Jiang Yang inquired with a smile, General Manager Liu, what is the purpose behind Fong Shao establishing a server group? Liu responded, I invited you here to discuss the construction of a server group for my company. I believe Fong Yuan may not have mentioned the requirements. The server group must accommodate 100 million users online simultaneously. How many? 100 million? Jiang Yang nearly sputtered his drink. Is that a lot? Liu Yu retorted, not just a lot. Do you realize that the most popular World of Warcraft only managed to achieve a peak of 13.1 million concurrent users, which was the highest record? Can it be built? Liu Yu, unfazed by Jiang Yang's astonishment, asked calmly. Yes, it can be done, but the costs are astronomical. Moreover, is it feasible for a game to be engaging enough to attract 100 million concurrent users? May I inquire about the type of game you are developing, General Liu? This question stumped Liu Yu. He had no knowledge of game types and was not even an avid player of card games. His gaze shifted towards Fong Yuan. Jiang Yang, let us not focus on the game type for now. Simply provide a quote based on the requirements. To accommodate 100 million users online simultaneously, at least 10,000 servers would be necessary. This does not account for emergencies. With a contingency plan of 1%, an additional 100 servers would be required, totaling to 10,100 servers. The average market price for a server is around 130,000, and even with bulk purchasing, it would be around 110,000. This is merely the hardware cost. Bandwidth expenses would amount to several tens of millions annually. When factoring in personnel maintenance costs, the initial expenditure would exceed 300 million. That is not excessively expensive. Lee remarked nonchalantly. The seasoning company's account already holds over 10 billion in cash, and the three of them could readily access at least 8 billion in funds. This does not include the game development costs, which for a game capable of supporting 100 million concurrent users would undoubtedly entail a staggering budget. For 100 million, I require your company to relocate to Liaoning City, and I shall provide you with 100 million annually for the maintenance of the servers. Upon hearing Liyu's words, Jiang Yang hesitated. The company was not his to command. Although substantial profits could be made in the Shenzhen market, the economic climate had been unfavorable in recent years. Just because profits were realized this year did not guarantee the same for the next. This is your assistant, and there are no outsiders present. I shall speak candidly. I heard from Fang Yuan that you hail from Ninghai province. Why not join our company? We can establish a separate department just for you, and rest assured, your benefits will certainly surpass those in Shenzhen. Individuals drift far and wide primarily for profit. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to earn a living close to home? Liu had researched the integrity of the individual through Nuai, finding him to be a fundamentally honest person, thus wishing to recruit him into the company. Brother Jiang, I believe it is a viable option. After all, President Zhao seems to be undermining your authority. It may be wiser to align with President Liu, suggested a colleague. Do not speak nonsense. Such matters are merely hearsay, Jiang Yang admonished Shirkan. Your general manager is Zhao Mingyuan, correct? You hold 10% of shares in Mingyuan Technology. Since the year before last, have you received any dividends at all? Chapter 73. I have a friend. How did you come to know this? Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Aside from his wife, the accountant, and Zhao Mingyuan, no one else was privy to this matter. You need not concern yourself with how I came to know. I shall send you some intriguing information, and then you may ponder whether to join my company. Liu Yu forwarded some explosive revelations regarding Zhao Mingyuan's clandestine dealings behind Jiang Yang's back. Now, the hour is late. I have arranged accommodations for you. Settle in comfortably, and I shall await your response tomorrow. Liu Yu chose not to intrude any further, gesturing for Fang Yuan and Han Ruashi to depart. Regardless, I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow. The trio exited the private room and found a spot to continue their meal, allowing the other party time to deliberate. Are you so confident that they will seek us out? Han Ruashi inquired with a smile. Not only am I confident, but I would also wager that if they do not rush back to confront the matter after reviewing the information I provided, they possess remarkable composure. What shall our next course of action be? Ruashi, did we not agree initially? I intend to acquire the Galaxy building, and the next step is to purchase it for our office. What on earth is this game that necessitates such a vast space? Fang Yuan interjected, growing agitated. Right across from them stood the Galaxy building, a landmark 32-story structure. Are you familiar with virtual reality gaming? This is not the current VR or AR. It is a revolutionary concept altogether. I shall send you the promotional materials now. When Jiang Yang had inquired about the type of game, he had requested Nuai to prepare a brief introduction, which outlined the game's content set against the backdrop of Blue Star, focusing on interstellar warfare. Fang Yuan glanced at the introduction on his phone, and before long, he found himself absorbed in its details. After 5 minutes, he exclaimed, "Can this game truly be developed?" Certainly, many technologies are already in place. It merely awaits implementation. The only challenge lies in the production of the wearable devices, which is currently giving me a headache. Alas, I cannot assist you. I am not acquainted with such talent. Jiang Yang was referred to me by a friend. No worries, take your time. The priority is to secure the building. Our ignorance does not imply Jiang Yang's. As industry insiders, they must have connections. If they truly join us, subsequent matters will not be difficult to manage. Ruashi was right. We shall wait for tomorrow. Let us enjoy our meal. We hardly ate earlier. Liu picked up a skewer and began to eat. Are we truly strategizing at this barbecue stall? Should we not relocate? This is for $1 trillion market. What is wrong with this barbecue stall? Every day, deals worth hundreds of billions are negotiated here. Young man, you haven't even had a drink and you're already boasting of $1 trillion market? Watch your words or you may find yourself in over your head. The owner of the stall, overhearing Fang Yuan's remarks, retorted with annoyance. Ha ha ha, it seems you've been called out. From now on, refrain from boasting, eat skewers and drink. Save the bluster for when you're tipsy, or you might just get called out again. Did you see that table of guests? They are discussing a project to tile the Great Wall. Can you match their prowess? Boss, we are installing an elevator for the Himalayas, a project of similar magnitude. And we are not earning any less than them. Let's start with a round of beer. All right, I relish hearing the youth converse. The owner of the establishment chuckled and returned within a minute, carrying a crate of beer, which he promptly opened with a series of pops. In an instant, Lu Yu barely registered the actions of the others. Drink up. When you indulge too much, no one will critique you. How about the beautiful Honda? No, she cannot drink. Lu Yu certainly would not permit Han Ruashi to partake in alcohol. He had sworn that if he drank with her, he would become a dog. If I drink, certain individuals will turn into dogs. Han Ruashi stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. What dog? Fong Yuan was momentarily perplexed. Just enjoy your drink. Lu Yu clinked his bottle with the other. Fong Yuan ceased his inquiries, lifted his bottle, and drank heartily, downing nearly half, wiping his mouth as he continued. Brother, I want to pry into other matters, but who developed this game? Don't tell me you concocted it yourself. You doubt my ingenuity? Don't just take my word. Ask the beautiful Honda if she believes it. Lu Yu glanced at Han Ruashi, who shook her head, took another sip, and remarked, actually, this game was developed by a friend of mine. I merely assisted her in implementation. The development and online operations were entirely her domain. I knew it. How could someone studying architectural design possibly grasp game development? Where's this genius? I wish to meet her. She could be the next Forbes billionaire. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you. For now, it's imperative that Fong Yuan does not meet Nuai. The mere existence of a leapfrog spaceship is outrageous enough. Let alone Nuai, an intelligence of a level 5 cosmic civilization. Is your friend a hacker? Han Ruashi inquired curiously. A hacker? How else do you think she obtained those documents? I suppose she qualifies as one. In any case, she is extraordinarily skilled in the digital realm, capable of anything. So formidable. Could she assist me in locating this individual? Fong Yuan retrieved his phone, searching for a while until he found a photograph, which he handed to Lu Yu. The latter beheld an image of an adorable little girl, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Is this your sister? No, let us leave it at that. She should be 24 now. Is it possible for that genius to find out where she currently resides? I'll send it to her and inquire. Lu Yu transferred the photo to his phone, feigning the act of sending it. Then spoke into the device. Could you help me find out where this little girl in the photograph currently lives? Nuai was undoubtedly aware that Lu Yu was speaking with her, tirelessly scanning the internet. Within mere minutes, she relayed the information about the little girl. Fong Yuan watched Lu Yu intently, specifically his phone. At that moment, Lu Yu felt a pang of hesitation, uncertain how to respond to Fong Yuan. Would the outcome be favorable or unfavorable? Sai, you see for yourself. Lu Yu has sent the information over. Fong Yuan stared at the documents on his phone, trembling with excitement, his gaze vacant, until the phone slipped from his grasp, snapping him back to reality. No, this cannot be true. Teddy, the information my friend gathered should be accurate. I am unaware of what transpired between you two, but this could indeed be a fact. The documents indicate she suffered from leukemia and passed away in 2010, buried in the capital. This is unacceptable. I must personally travel to the capital. It must be tomorrow morning. You've been drinking, and it takes 6 hours to reach the capital. By the time you arrive, it will be the early hours. And you won't be able to enter the cemetery. Indeed, Fong Yuan, let us postpone until tomorrow. No, if I don't get answers, I won't sleep well tonight. After all these years, there is finally a lead. Even if she is truly gone, I must go. Very well, I'll have Santa drive you there. Thank you. As if we're strangers, I'll penalize you with a bottle. I'll drink to that. Fong Yuan grabbed a new bottle and downed it in one go. An hour later, Nuasen arrived. Saner, take Fong Yuan to the capital, and remember to bring him back safely. Understood, boss. Lu Yu, who is this girl? Why does Fong Yuan care so much? Watching Fong Yuan depart, Han Ruashi couldn't help but inquire. Chapter 74, The Reunion, Part 1. Upon seeing the photograph, everything became clear. Lu Yu handed over his phone. Director Tong, this is strange. She appears to be quite well. Please help me find information on Tong Xin. The principal of the Rainbow Sunshine Kindergarten. Lu Yu spoke into the phone once more. Soon, Nuai sent over Tong Xin's information. Indeed, there was a connection. While I could believe in people bearing a resemblance, such an uncanny likeness is hard to accept. Let me take a look. Han Ruashi leaned closer to Lu Yu, and the two examined the details together. The addresses in the capital were identical, yet one bore the surname Tong and the other Wei. How could this be? Look below. Wei Yuqing's parents divorced early on. Her mother took Tong Xin, while her father took her. After the father's death, he remarried the following year, and in 2015, her mother married Tong Shan. Tong Xin's original name was actually Wei Yusin. It seems that fate has led us to encounter such intertwined relationships again. I wonder whether this is fortunate or unfortunate for Feng Yuan. But it matters little. Honoring the deceased in our hearts and ensuring the living thrive is the best consolation for those who have passed. Perhaps Tong Xin truly shares a connection with Feng Yuan. The two continued to enjoy their meal, taking their time before heading back, and decided to catch a movie, strolling down the street like a typical couple. Whenever they came across something delicious, Han Roashi would take a small taste, leaving the remainder for Liu to savor. After escorting Han Roashi home, Liu had intended to spend the night there, but he feared making a misstep that would tarnish her parents' impression of him. Thus, he opted to find a nearby hotel instead. As he made his way there, someone called out to him, "Liu, what a coincidence. Sun Yiming. This is indeed a stroke of luck. Might I trouble you to introduce me to your companion?" Liu inquired with a smile, gesturing toward the woman beside Sun Yiming. "Shanshan, this is my high school classmate Liu. He was quite the academic star back in the day. My girlfriend, Luo Shanshan. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Liu greeted, shaking her hand with ease. "Where are you headed?" "Allow me to give you a ride," Sun Yiming offered, jingling the car keys in his hand. No need. I'm just nearby, at that hotel around the corner." "Yiming, we should be going," Luo Shanshan urged, casting a disapproving glance at Liu as she prompted Sun Yiming to leave. "By the way, tomorrow is the high school reunion. Are you aware?" "I had no idea. I've been preoccupied and haven't checked the group messages." After the college entrance examination, Liu had vanished, never speaking up in the class group. Once a prominent figure at the first high school, he was handsome, academically gifted, and a skilled fighter, truly a male idol. However, after missing one subject during the exams, he felt a twinge of inferiority, a matter he had never disclosed to anyone, and his classmates remained oblivious as to why he ended up at an ordinary university. Yet, he had never regretted his path. Well, it's not too late to know now. I heard the class beauty has returned from abroad and will attend the reunion tomorrow. Would you like to join? You were quite the sensation back in school. All right, where is it? Add me to the group. I'll send you the time and address shortly. Liu retrieved his phone and quickly received a message after adding the other party as a friend. Don't be late tomorrow. The homeroom teacher will be there too. By the way, with your grades, you must be heading to Tsinghua or Peking University, right? Did you secure a position in a major corporation after graduation? Coughing impatiently, Luo Shanshan interjected, "Are we leaving or not?" All right, I'm on my way." Sun Yiming chuckled sheepishly, reminding him, "Don't forget." During high school, Liu was immensely grateful to three individuals, the class belle, his homeroom teacher, and a mathematics instructor. When his father returned from military service, their family's financial situation plummeted, making it difficult to pay tuition during their senior year. It was the homeroom teacher who covered his fees, which he repaid during the autumn harvest. Liu was not ungrateful. He longed to express his gratitude to Teacher Wang, but felt ashamed to face her after achieving only mediocre scores in the college entrance examination and attending a second-tier university. As for the class belle, Yi Yanran, her presence had bestowed upon him the most beautiful memories of his high school years. The mathematics teacher was equally remarkable, beautiful, and kind-hearted. Some students who struggled in their studies would skip classes, but they never missed hers. One year, when he faced disciplinary action, it was thanks to teacher Lu Su and homeroom teacher Wang Guangyu's support that he was saved, ultimately winning the mathematics competition that year and evading punishment. These three individuals had assisted him during his times of hardship, and Liu would remember them for a lifetime. Reclining on the hotel bed, Liu reminisced about his school days. The reunion was scheduled for 10 in the morning at the Lumingchen Hotel. Named after a line from the Book of Songs, the deer call, feeding on wild apples. It was a distinctive chain restaurant in Ninghai province. Tomorrow, he would meet his former mentors, and he pondered whether to purchase a gift, as gratitude is not easily repaid. At that moment, he was discussing gift options with Han Roashi on Green Bubble. Han Roashi's suggestion was straightforward yet practical, something expensive yet understated. Ultimately, they settled on a watch from a niche luxury brand called Jibai, which was considerably less known than Rolex or Patek Philippe. At least Liu had never heard of it until moments ago. The price was reasonable, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, suitable for a teacher, ensuring he wouldn't draw undue attention while wearing it. Early the next morning, Han Roashi accompanied Liu to the boutique, where they selected a discreet mechanical watch. After dropping Liu off at Lumingchun, she drove off to her factory. Upon entering the private room, Liu found several classmates already there, engaging in lively conversation. They paused, momentarily stunned by his arrival, each thinking, "The person who vanished for nearly 4 years suddenly appears today. Could it be that he heard the class bell was back and wishes to rekindle old flames?" Remembering the organizer of the event, they then exchanged disdainful glances, scrutinizing Liu Yu's attire. Over the past few months, Han Ruashi had purchased numerous outfits for him, 20 to 30 sets, including an abundance of undergarments. However, Liu was not particularly discerning about clothing. He prioritized comfort, arriving in casual sportswear. However, the craftsmanship does hold some value. As for the specific brand, Liu was uncertain. "Oh, is that not the top student from our class back in the day?" With the return of those who had vanished, the chatter among the crowd resumed. A discordant voice echoed through the room. Soon after, scattered applause filled the private room. Indeed, they had once envied Liu Yu's academic achievements, but upon entering society, they realized that a diploma merely serves as a stepping stone and holds little substantial significance. Liu paid no heed to these individuals, instead making his way directly to the middle-aged man surrounded by the crowd, who also noticed him and smiled. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for not having visited you sooner." "Not at all, not at all. Young people today face immense pressure. Earning a living is paramount. The fact that you remember me brings me great satisfaction." Wang Guangyu had some understanding of Liu Yu's circumstances back then. He had intended to encourage him to repeat a year, having previously visited Liu Yu's home in search of him. When he learned that Liu Yu had gone to work the day after the college entrance examination, he felt there was little more to say, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. Chapter 75, Class Reunion, Part 2, Teacher Wang, I have nothing much to give you. But I thought this watch suits you well, so I bought it. Why spend your money on such things? How has work been lately? I have a few students running their own companies. If you're feeling unfulfilled, I could introduce you to them. Thank you, teacher, but my work is going quite well, and my boss treats me well. Liu Yu graciously declined Wang Guanyu's kind offer. After all, he was his own boss, having never deprived himself after earning money. So there was nothing amiss in stating that his employer was kind to him. "Teacher Wang, you were a top student back in the day. Securing a good job is not as simple as it seems. Do you really need to worry about me? You do not understand. Merely attending a prestigious school is insufficient. One must have good parents to truly succeed. Good jobs are often attained through connections and lineage. Do not spout that nonsense about education being futile. Let me tell you, a good university sets the ceiling for your future achievements. One must read extensively throughout life. Graduates from top institutions remain the nation's reserve talents. I am not mistaken. Am I? Just look at the second-generation electrical engineers, the third-generation gas specialists, the fourth-generation tobacco experts, and the fifth-generation oil magnates. Good jobs often come about in this manner. The classmate whom Wang Guangyu referred to retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The vice monitor has arrived. Apologies, everyone. The traffic in Gang City was horrendous, so I am a tad late. Is this venue to your satisfaction? Very much so. A chorus of voices responded to Su Pingji. As most of the attendees gathered, Su Pingji politely invited Teacher Wang to take a seat. Wang Guangyu, not one for pretense, sat down, while Liu Yu's gift was casually placed back on its original chair, with no intention of retrieving it. "Su Xiao, may we begin serving the dishes?" "Teacher Wang, the class monitor has yet to arrive. Shall we wait a moment?" Su Pingji scanned the private room, not spotting Yi Yanran. "Has Xiao Yi returned from abroad?" "Yes, she came back last week." "Excellent. Upon completing her studies, she has returned to serve her country, truly a pillar of our nation." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open once more. There stood a woman clad in a simple yet elegantly designed white shirt, paired with high-waisted black trousers that accentuated her figure perfectly. A gentle breeze tousled her hair as she gracefully tucked a strand behind her ear, her gaze radiating determination and wisdom. She walked in slowly, each step exuding poise, as if time itself slowed in her presence. The woman's charm emanated a confidence and tranquility from within, compelling one to glance at her more than once. "Class Monitor Yi, come sit here." Upon seeing Liu Yu, the woman momentarily froze, but quickly masked her surprise, turning towards Wang Guangyu and presenting the flowers she held with a smile, saying, "Teacher Wang, you still look as youthful as ever. Not for long. Retirement is just a few years away. I believe most have arrived. The server can start bringing out the dishes." "Certainly, Su Xiao." The server replied, promptly communicating with the kitchen to begin serving the meal. The kitchen had been prepared, and servers began to enter one by one with the dishes. As the tables were filled with dishes, Class 1 of the Senior 3, comprising 45 students, had 40 attendees today, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wang Guangyu occupied the seat of honor, flanked on either side by Su Pingji and Yi Yanran, with Lu Yu also seated at this table, albeit not in the most prestigious position. Su Xiao, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy. I shall remain outside. Feel free to summon me should you require anything. All right. Su Pingji nodded, signaling for the attendant to depart. Now, it has been quite a while since we gathered. Our esteemed teacher, Mr. Wang, is present. Let us share how we have fared with him. I shall begin. A subtle smile graced Su Pingji's lips, a testament to one of his motivations for organizing this reunion. Su Xiao, do you even need an introduction? Who in Gang City is unaware of you? At such a young age, you are already the vice president of the largest local real estate company, Heng Yuan Real Estate. I'm merely learning the ropes at my parents' firm. Su Pingji replied humbly, though to others, his modesty was hardly perceptible. Wen Yao, it is your turn. As for me, I am currently employed at a listed company, earning a decent salary. I plan to work while preparing for civil service examinations. After all, given the current trends, following the path of stability is undoubtedly wise. One by one, the attendees shared their professional endeavors, all boasting fulfilling careers and happy lives. When it was Lu Yu's turn, a teasing remark emerged from the crowd. And what about our academic prodigy? Where are you employed after graduation? Su Pingji smiled at Lu Yu, pleasantly surprised by his presence, initially believing that his plan had been discovered. However, upon observing Yi Yanran's expression, he realized he had overthought the matter. Not much to say, after resigning. I partnered with a friend to start a factory. It's a struggle to make ends meet each month. You are still young, take your time. Not excelling in the college entrance examination or attending a prestigious university does not preclude you from achieving success in society. Wang Guangyu offered words of comfort, having presumed Lu Yu was currently struggling. Indeed, the teacher speaks wisely. I am not in a rush. I understand the importance of being content with what I have. As long as I can eat well and stay warm, that suffices. What seemed like comforting words to others resonated with two stark phrases in the ears of fellow classmates. Failed college entrance examination and did not attend a good university. What? The academic prodigy failed the entrance exam? This is quite the news. Which university did you end up attending? Liangang City University of Science and Technology. What? Lianku University, the one even dogs wouldn't bother with? It's not even classified as a 211 university. What is the point of attending? You might as well have dropped out of high school and saved your family some money. At this moment, a classmate chimed in, and Lu Yu recognized him from high school, where he had consistently outperformed others, leaving them gasping for air. Now, he finally found an outlet for his frustrations. Zhou Bo, refrain from such remarks. Lianku University is quite reputable within Liangang City. Teacher, you mentioned its local fame, yet on a national scale, it holds no significance. Am I mistaken, classmates? I concur with Zhou Bo. Indeed, we were part of an elite class, with half of our peers gaining admission to prestigious universities. It is quite surprising that the top student of our entire school ended up at a rather obscure institution. Wang Laosher, could this be the least impressive top student you've ever mentored? Those were bygone days, and we were all classmates. There is no need for mockery. Am I right, teacher? Xiaoye is correct. Regardless of circumstances, they remain my exceptional students. By the way, we have yet to learn about our class monitor and beauty, who has returned from her studies abroad. I wonder where she is currently employed. A general manager at a branch company, part of her family's business. There is little to elaborate on. You may not know this yet, but our class monitor is indeed the daughter of the chairman of Haohuan Group. At this moment, a woman beside Yi Yanran interjected, Haohuan Group, the leading enterprise in the national design industry. While it is a significant corporation, it pales in comparison to Su Xiao's Heng Yuan Real Estate, for design firms rely heavily on the real estate sector for their sustenance. Before Su Pingji could finish his thought, others began to chime in. Such remarks could hardly escape Su Pingji's lips, just as he was about to express modesty. The door to the private room swung open once more, and a man clad in motorcycle attire swaggered in. I haven't arrived, yet the dishes are already being served? Chapter 76. Misunderstanding. How did you come here? A gathering of our class. How could I possibly miss it? The man cast a casual glance at Su Pingji. Pingji, is this person also one of our classmates? Indeed, Teacher Wang. Back in school, Yugu was your trusted aide, while I was the bane of your existence. One of those troublesome students you often mentioned, an exceedingly rare breed, a disruptive element, a liability like Li Xiuzhen. Li Xiaojun consistently ranked last in every examination, not just in our class, but across the entire grade. From Wang Guangyu's expression, it was evident he harbored no fondness for Li Xiaojun, who had always been a thorn in the side, frequently associating with unsavory characters. Li Xiaojun scanned the crowd until his gaze fell upon Lu Yu, striding over with a disregard for kinship. Sun Yiming, you should move to that table. Sun Yiming, seated next to Lu Yu, reluctantly got up and made his way to the adjacent table. He had no choice. He understood that any protest would likely result in a beating. Can't you tone down your rebelliousness? Life is but a few tens of thousands of days. Why bear the weight of it all? Isn't it better to be a bit carefree? I heard you were coming today, and it was out of respect for you that I drove all night to return. Aren't you moved? I see you're just left with foolishness. I'm in Liangang City. When could I not come back? Why the rush to return overnight? Xiao Yu, this is a gathering for our class, not your little tea party. Wang Guangyu, visibly displeased, cast a disapproving look at Lu Yu. He was well aware of the close relationship between Lu Yu and Li Xiaojun during their school days and feared that Li Xiaojun might negatively influence Lu Yu's academic performance. He had attempted on several occasions to expel the latter from the class, but to no avail. Eventually, he resigned himself to the situation, allowing them to be as they wished. Should we change venues? Li Xiaojun said with a mischievous grin. Let us not. Let us sit down and eat first. After all, it's our vice class monitor treating us, and it would be a shame not to indulge. Don't worry, eat as much as you like. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. I usually don't treat those who are of no use to me. Indeed, you elevate yourself above others, while the rest of us are mere cattle and horses. Only Yu Gu is magnanimous enough not to stoop to your level. If you spoke to me like that, I'd have you searching for your teeth. Li Xiaojun regarded Su Pingji with disdain. Li Xiaojun's name was derived from his parents' fondness for novels about cultivation and heroism, filled with conflict and vengeance. This upbringing had fostered a fiery temperament in him. Had Lu Yu not been gripping his arm, he would have already confronted Su Pingji. Brute. This is not a society of violence and chaos. To amass wealth, one relies on knowledge, connections, and power. Wang Guangyu remarked coolly. In that moment, Lu Yu realized that the Wang he once knew had lost much of his former innocence. However, it mattered little. After today, they would likely not meet again. The debts of gratitude he owed had long been repaid multiple times over, leaving him with no feelings of remorse. Teacher Wang is indeed correct. In this day and age, if one wishes to amass wealth and ascend the social ladder, it is imperative to cultivate connections. When others lend you a hand, you find yourself rising. Today, I boldly declare that should any of my classmates encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall exert myself to help in any way I can, though I shall refrain from aiding those who do not recognize my goodwill. Su Pingji's words instantly captivated the audience, igniting a flurry of thoughts and prompting some to rise and propose toasts. Indeed, well said. Classmates should support one another, came the chorus of agreement. What say you, Lu Yu? Do you have any objections? Su Pingji, noticing that Lu Yu remained engrossed in drinking with Li Xiaojun and seemingly disregarding his words, inquired with a hint of frustration. What objections could I possibly have? Your desire to assist classmates is commendable, but I have no intention of soliciting your help. So there is no need for flattery, Lu Yu retorted. Do not think I am oblivious to your family's current situation. You are still residing in the countryside. Are you not? It sounds pleasant to say you are partnering with friends to establish a factory, but in reality, it is little more than a small workshop. If you suffer losses, can your family truly bear the burden? I find the vice class leader's statement to be accurate. Just observe his attire. What kind of big boss dresses like that? Wang Li, you may not be aware, but when we first arrived, our director Lu even gifted teacher Wang a watch. Albeit an unremarkable one, likely worth a few hundred, someone chimed in. Oh, where is it? I wish to see. Wang Li exclaimed with newfound curiosity, recognizing that Su Pingji aimed to undermine Lu Yu, thus providing her with an opportunity to shine. Right over there. Teacher Wang didn't even accept it. Shui Yan pointed to an empty chair where a gift box lay. GP? What brand is that? A domestic minor brand, I presume. Lu Yu. Considering how much Teacher Wang has cared for you over the years, is this your way of expressing gratitude? I recall an incident when you almost got expelled for fighting. Yet Teacher Wang intervened on your behalf, GP. Wait, let me take a look. A male classmate, intrigued by the brand name, expressed his curiosity. What is there to see? It's just a no-name brand. Nowhere near a Rolex, a female classmate remarked dismissively after glancing at Yi Yanran. What can one do? Lu Yu is married with 2 grown children. With his meager earnings, he still has to care for his family and children. Being able to purchase a gift for a teacher is already quite impressive. I can't believe it's a Gerard Paragos. My boss wears one of those, another chimed in. Gerard Paragos? What is that? It's a luxury brand. My boss's watch cost over 200,000, came the enthusiastic reply. What? Over 200,000? Impossible. Do you really think he looks like someone who would spend that much on a gift? It has to be a knockoff, Wang Li retorted skeptically. Brother you. When did you get married? And 2 children? Why was Tia informed? Married? I've only just started dating. Where would the children come from? What about what Li Qian said? False. The 2 children I am currently looking after are phone goes. I'm merely helping out for a while. The 2 engaged in a quiet exchange, entirely disregarding the matter of the watch and neglecting to address the question of its authenticity. Brother Feng? Yang Feng. MHM. Lu Yu nodded. Yang Feng had once crossed paths with Li Xiuzhen, leading to an uncontainable admiration, ultimately rendering him a devoted fan. Primarily, Yang Feng was a figure of great renown in his prime, capable and loyal, always surrounded by a cadre of followers, including Li Xiuzhen. Much of Li Xiuzhen's prowess was imparted by Yang Feng himself. Amidst the clamor of others debating the veracity of the watch, one individual stood apart. Keenly observing Lu Yu and Li Xiuzhen, Yi Yanran. The comment made by Li Qian earlier was also her suggestion. She hoped Lu Yu would either confirm or elucidate the matter. However, to her dismay, Lu Yu offered no explanation, instead opting to continue his hushed dialogue with Li Xiuzhen. She even contemplated rising to eavesdrop on their conversation. Until this issue reaches a resolution, she felt a persistent thorn embedded in her heart. Lu Yu, do you believe the watch is genuine or not? Amidst the heated arguments of the crowd, it was evident that no conclusion would arise. Ultimately, someone recognized the crux of the issue. The principal parties were present, so why not inquire directly? Chapter 77. The misunderstanding deepens. What difference does it make? Teacher Wang was exceedingly kind to him back in the day. Gifting a wristwatch was merely a token of appreciation. Su Pingji remarked with a hint of jealousy. Feeling displeased that the protagonist had been usurped so effortlessly, his ire intensified as he observed his goddess fixated on Lu Yu. What? You claim that Yuzhou Condiments is your venture? Li Xiu's booming voice resonated throughout the private room. Lu Yu, startled by the sudden outburst, retorted sharply. Could you lower your voice a bit? Yuzhou Condiments sounds so familiar. Are you daft? It's evident you seldom cook. Yuzhou Condiments is currently all the rage. I've heard that Heidi Group's market share has been significantly encroached upon by them. Goodness, truly. Lu Yu no Lu Zong. I had no idea your business had flourished to such an extent. It's merely a small factory. Modesty, such excessive modesty. At that moment, no one cared about the authenticity of the watch, as consensus suggested it was indeed genuine. Those aware of Yuzhou Condiments' lucrative nature understood that purchasing a watch worth over 200,000 for gifting was akin to child's play. Only a few individuals at the table harbored their own thoughts. Yi Yanran remained indifferent, for it was of no concern to her. Wang Guangyu felt a pang of embarrassment. He had previously disregarded Lu Yu's gift, assuming Lu Yu had failed to gain admission to a prestigious university and was merely scraping by. Li Qian regarded Yi Yanran with curiosity, realizing the situation had veered off script and was evolving in an unforeseen manner. Su Pingji, on the other hand, simmered with rage. Feeling overshadowed, his prior attempts at showing off had backfired, making him seem more like a jester. This extravagant gift is inappropriate for a teacher. Lu Yu, you should take it back. Teacher Wang, this is simply a token of gratitude. During my senior year, you let me tuition. Otherwise, I might have dropped out. Please accept it as a small gesture from a student. Lu Yu replied politely. Very well, if you insist, I shall accept it. Wang Guangyu, seeing Lu Yu's insistence, reluctantly acquiesced, taking the watch handed to him by Wang Li and promptly putting it on, encouraging Su Pingji and Yi Yanran to admire it. The latter half of the reunion had evidently transformed into Lu Yu's domain. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his classmates and wished for a swift conclusion to the festivities. By early afternoon, having consumed a bit too much, he was buoyed by the company of over 30 classmates, each toasting him with a glass, a mix of beer and red wine. With Li Xiu's assistance, he stumbled out, only to spot Han Ruashi waiting in the hotel lobby. Upon seeing her approach, Lu Yu broke free from Li Xiu's hold and embraced Han Ruashi. Why have you had so much to drink? Dad, you reek of alcohol. It's quite unpleasant. Yang Jia pouted, clearly displeased. What brings you here? They insisted on coming once they knew I was here. I had no choice. Are these two children the offspring of Brother Feng? Li Xiu inquired quietly. Indeed. Aren't they adorable? Hello, little ones. I am your Uncle Li. Call me Uncle, and I shall treat you to some candy. Hello, Uncle Li. We refrain from consuming sweets, for they invite decay upon our teeth, Yang Jia remarked in a childlike voice, simultaneously endearing herself to some classmates who had emerged. Alas, it seems Lu Zong has indeed tied the knot, shattering my dreams of becoming a wealthy matron. You are overthinking it. Even if he were not married, it would not be your turn. He is, after all, the prize flower of our class. Does his family lack a mirror or a wash basin? You are comparing yourself to Lu Zong's wife, and in terms of beauty, she is certainly his equal, came the retort. Get lost, the girl exclaimed. Her words initially intended as jest, yet taken to heart by another. However, some individuals took her words to heart, notably Han Ruashi, who was presently scrutinizing the departing classmates. What does it mean that a rumor does not arise from a void? Who would frivolously speculate about romantic entanglements? There must be some truth to it. Which is why they speak as they do. It was not until Han Ruashi spotted Yu Yanran, whose beauty rivaled her own, emerging that their eyes met in a miraculous moment. Feeling a pang of insecurity, she instinctively clutched Lu Yu tighter, while Yu Yanran, observing a family of 4, felt her heart shatter. Father, shall we return home? Very well. I'll bid farewell to my classmates. I apologize, dear classmates. The child is eager to return home. So I shall not partake in the next event. May you enjoy yourselves. No worries at all, Lu Zong. Please rest. It is our fault for having toasted you so fervently in our excitement. As he departed, Liu cast a glance at Yi Yanran, who seemed oblivious, her expression vacant, as if she were unaware of her surroundings. Noting her lack of response, Lu Yu sighed in resignation, ultimately being assisted into the car by Han Ruashi and Li Xiuzhen. Brother Yu, please rest. I shall not intrude any longer. I will visit you at your company tomorrow. All right, Siener, Jiar, bid farewell to Uncle Li. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Very good, dear. Sister-in-law, please drive carefully and stay safe. We shall take our leave now. Han Ruashi started the car and expertly drove away. On the return journey, Han Ruashi initially intended to extract some intelligence from Lu Yu while he was under the influence, but as soon as he entered the vehicle, he succumbed to a deep slumber. She abandoned the thought. At that moment, Lu Yu dared not open his eyes, fearing a torrent of inquiries. It was not out of fear, but rather a sense of unnecessary obligation to explain. He and Yi Yanran were entirely innocent, having parted ways before even entering a relationship, thus not qualifying as a first love. Throughout the drive, he babbled drunkenly to Han Ruashi, uttering nothing but the most saccharine declarations of affection. At that moment, Liu epitomized the adage of a man 3 parts inebriated, performing an emotional spectacle that could bring one to tears. The following day, Liu arrived at the factory around 10 o'clock, where Li Xiuzhen awaited him in the office. How goes it? Is everything satisfactory here? Quite well, indeed. It surpasses even my father's office. At the class reunion yesterday, I couldn't speak freely. Here is the situation. Feng Gu has gone missing, and Feng Sa is searching for him, thus entrusting me with the care of their child. I called you here to seek your assistance in investigating this matter in society. No way. Feng Gu is so formidable. How could he possibly go missing? I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but do keep an eye out without delving too deeply. I suspect that the disappearance of Brother Feng is no simple matter. If you uncover information that you ought not to know, it may lead to peril. Should you receive any news, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. What danger could there possibly be? You don't suspect. Li Xiuzhen pointed towards the roof of the shed and inquired. Perhaps. I am aware that you have been searching for practitioners of the art over the years, which is why I wish to enlist your vigilance. However, do not overreach. If you obtain any leads, contact me immediately. Lu Yu nodded, reiterating his caution. Very well, I understand. In the vast expanse of the internet, no E remains unbeatable. Yet there is not a trace to be found. Liu harbored a premonition that Yang Feng's disappearance was certainly intertwined with those individuals. When will you return? Shall we indulge in some drinks this evening? Let us forego the drinking. I must head back by noon, as my master has only granted me 2 days. Your master? You may not yet be aware, but I have taken a vow under the tutelage of Yu Suzi at Changchun Guan. Thus I have embarked upon this path. You truly have achieved this. Where is it located? Zhaozhou City. Very well. I shall make a point to visit when time permits. Chapter 78. Gu Tian, by the way, there is a matter on which I need your assistance, Yu Gu. I have heard that the old man has been facing considerable difficulties in the marketplace lately, and has become the target of some individuals. Although Li Xiuzhen's father, Li Chongwu, is deeply passionate about martial arts, he did not pursue that path. Instead, he took a bold leap into business early on, and over the years, he has amassed a considerable fortune. Should we rely on money or manpower? I am uncertain. In any case, just keep an eye on things for me. You are well aware of the old man's stubbornness, more obstinate than a donkey in a production team. A direct approach would certainly be unfeasible. Subtlety is key. Indeed, Uncle is engaged in traditional brick-and-mortar enterprises, and in the current economic climate, unless one is a leading company, it is far from what it used to be. Who could argue with that? He and my mother should hasten their retirement. But enough of that. I must take my leave. When you come to Xiangzhou, we shall have a drink together, my brother. All right. Lu Yu nodded, watching as Li Xiuzhen departed. Nua, what is my brother's strength? Initial stage of the human rank. And that Yushuzi? Mid-stage of the earth rank. As long as he hasn't been deceived, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. He was acutely aware that Li Chongwu had been swindled multiple times in his quest for a worthy mentor for his son. Back in 2013, when Li Xiuzhen was merely 15, a con artist exploited the news of Li Chongwu's intentions to have his son train, absconding with 5 million and leaving behind only a tattered manual. This incident made headlines at the time and nearly led to the collapse of Li Chongwu's factory. Recalling those events brought a faint smile to Lu Yu's lips. Nua, investigate who is causing trouble for the Liangang City Xiaowu rubber factory. Understood. Nua promptly began her search. The leading culprits are two enterprises, Guangyao Electronics and Wanfui Glass. What are the specific reasons? Li Chongwu's factory primarily produces rubber components and tires for automobiles, supplying to Nuafu Automotive. These two companies are also suppliers for Nuafu Automotive. Recently, Li Chongwu expressed intentions to venture into automotive electronics and glass, seeking to acquire the businesses of these two companies, which are subsidiaries controlled by Nuafu Automotive. What a mess. Lu Yu rubbed his eyes. In simpler terms, Nuafu Automotive aims to either oust or squeeze the production costs, forcing Li Chongwu to bear the brunt of the fallout. Why not negotiate directly? In this day and age, can one not find suppliers with money? Master, you may be somewhat naive. Such long-term contracts entail hefty penalties for breach, which Nuafu Automotive cannot afford at present. Very well. Keep a vigilant watch. Should Uncle Li be unable to withstand the pressure, inform me immediately. Just as Li Yu finished his instructions, his phone rang. It was Jiang Yang calling. As Li Yu had anticipated, Jiang Yang had rushed back to Shenzhen the previous night to confront Zhao Mingyuan. The outcome was that Jiang Yang departed with his team, having received every penny of the dividends owed, albeit with fewer members than expected, only 5 in total, including Jiang Yang himself. In the private room, Jiang Yang looked at the smiling Lu Yu and gratefully said, "Thank you, President Lu, for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have been blissfully unaware. In truth, you should have known long ago. Perhaps your heart is simply too tender. There is one matter that perplexes me. Your previous company was quite sizable, boasting over 100 employees, yet you only brought 4 with you upon your departure? Mr. Lu, this cannot solely be blamed on Brother Jiang. The true culprit is Zhao Mingyuan, who meticulously orchestrated this scheme and acted with remarkable swiftness, having already secured our team. Yesterday, we were left in the dark. But upon our return to Shenzhen, we will be more enlightened. Thanks to your assistance, Brother Jiang has transitioned from a passive to an active role. Alas, our numbers remain insufficient. We are in dire need of personnel for both software and hardware. Indeed, we must seek talent locally. I am reaching out to some former classmates to gauge their interest. However, Mr. Lu, you must clarify the nature of your game for us. Are you lacking confidence? Very well, I shall send you the materials. You may review them at your leisure. Salary is not a concern. What we require most is technical expertise. Do you see the grand building across the street? The entire edifice will eventually serve as our office. Han Ruashi has already established contact with the owner of Xinghe Building, who has indicated a willingness to sell, though negotiations on price have yet to reach a conclusion. Han Ruashi believes we should wait for a price reduction, as the seller is eager for funds, and we are perfectly positioned to exploit this opportunity. Is the game outlined in the brief truly feasible? To my knowledge, virtual reality gaming has not yet attained such heights. There is no doubt regarding your expertise in gaming. What is mentioned is merely the tip of the iceberg. The paramount factor lies in talent, particularly skilled individuals. Mr. Lu, may I share this brief in our group? Jiang Yang timidly inquired. Go ahead. As long as it attracts talent, I wouldn't mind if it were sent to the United Nations. Most of the cutting-edge technology enterprises in Huaxia are concentrated in a few cities, Shenzhen for hardware and Hangzhou for software. Are you still questioning my words? Allow me to assure you, I am in negotiations. There is no room for doubt. Jiang Yang exclaimed into his phone. What is the matter? Mr. Liu, I apologize. Perhaps I should refrain from speaking further. It's quite all right. You may express your thoughts. Is it that they are calling me a fraud? Are you cautioning others against me? Liu chuckled, unfazed by the opinions of those unaware of the situation. Indeed, they are all filled with skepticism. Do you share their doubts? Just then, Jiang Yang's phone rang. Senior Gu, Jiang Yang, is the information in the brief accurate? Senior, I assure you on my honor that it is true. Mr. Liu previously tasked us with constructing a server group capable of accommodating 100 million concurrent users. I believe no one is foolish enough to play with billions in such a manner. Very well, my flight to Liangang City is tomorrow. Please come to pick me up, as I wish to discuss matters with them. That is wonderful news. Mr. Liu will surely be delighted by your arrival. Let us clarify, however, that I have not yet agreed. We shall discuss it after tomorrow's meeting. I will purchase the ticket now. Goodbye. Mr. Liu, my senior is coming. And Senior Gu is a genius. He was the runner-up in last month's national computer competition and is particularly interested in your game. What is his full name? Gu Tian. Liu Yu discreetly instructed Nua Yi to begin his search, and soon enough, the information appeared on his phone. The individual that Jiang Yang referred to as a master was indeed remarkable. The prestige of each award was exceptionally high. Indeed, he is a talent. And I shall accompany you to fetch him tomorrow. That would be splendid. Senior Gu has been delving into this area of technology. I recall his thesis was on human-computer interaction in virtual reality, which was lauded by ACM as one of the most promising technologies in recent years. You speak so highly of him. I am curious to know who this year's champion of the computer competition is. Well, Mr. Liu, that puts me in a bit of a predicament. I truly do not know. My expertise lies in hardware, and I am not well versed in software matters. However, I did hear Senior Gu mention that the champion is quite enigmatic, only that she is a woman and registered under a pseudonym. Ah. So all four of you specialize in hardware. Yes, Mr. Liu. Tomorrow, we will officially commence work, starting with recruitment at the talent market. For now, our office will be located in this hotel until the building is acquired, at which point we will relocate. The compensation will be 5,000 more than the standard salary in Shenzhen, with year-end bonuses, and future terms will be determined as circumstances evolve. Liu Yu succinctly outlined the terms of employment, focusing solely on the job itself rather than the remuneration, which raises the question of how that differs from mere trickery. Chapter 79. The makeshift team of the technology company. Absolutely, we shall venture to the talent market tomorrow. The emphasis on character over mere capability is paramount. As for the remuneration, we shall adhere to the salary standards prevalent in the Shenzhen market. You possess greater insight into these matters than I do. Ultimately, our goal is to swiftly augment our team. Liu Yu is a pragmatic individual, brimming with ideas, eager to transform them into reality. With the technical support from Nua Yi, it is time to materialize that knowledge. The technical parameters are readily available. Implementation is a straightforward endeavor. Nua Yi has previously asserted that within the current industrial framework of Huaxia, executing simpler tasks remains feasible, maintaining a user experience that achieves a full 100%. Albeit with the caveat that prolonged online operation is unattainable due to the current inability to produce nutrient pods. However, head-mounted devices pose no issues whatsoever. Nua Yi's extensive industrial assessment is far more detailed than the national evaluation, encompassing a wealth of information beyond that of the state. The following day, Liu accompanied Jiang Yang to the airport, perplexed by the urgency of their counterpart. The flight was scheduled to land at 9 in the morning. Yet the journey from Shenzhen to Liangang City would require at least 3 hours. Thus, to catch the 6 o'clock flight, they needed to arrive at the airport by 5, lest they miss it entirely. Upon meeting Gu Tian, he appeared quite ordinary. Devoid of any striking handsomeness, standing at a modest height of 1.70 meters, slender, and weighing perhaps 110 pounds, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses. Senior Gu, Jiang Yang has brought me to meet General Manager Liu. Senior, this is General Manager Liu. He has come personally to welcome you upon hearing of your arrival. Greetings. General Manager Liu, I am eager to review the preliminary game content, particularly the technology pertaining to human-computer interaction. Ah, is this how you tech enthusiasts conduct yourselves? Is it inconvenient? Do you find this environment convenient? Liu gestured towards the airport's cacophony, observing Gu Tian's silence before continuing. The computer is in the vehicle. How does one captivate such a technological prodigy? The only means is through impeccable technical prowess. Liu Yu lacked such expertise, yet manhwaedit possessed it. The previous day, manhwaedit had facilitated the extraction of a segment of code, which Liu Yu had transferred to his laptop. Opening the laptop, he retrieved the code, signaling to Gu Tian that he could proceed to examine it. Throughout the encounter, Gu Tian's gaze remained fixated on the computer in Liu Yu's hands. Never once meeting Liu Yu's eyes, to be precise, he had not even glanced at Liu Yu directly. I must say, this senior possesses quite the character. Are you dissatisfied enough to turn back and purchase a return ticket? I have already secured a return ticket for the 12:10 flight, Gu Tian candidly replied. Liu mentally calculated the time. The round trip from the hotel to the airport would consume 2.5 hours. Subtracting time for check-in and other formalities meant that Gu Tian was granting Liu Yu a mere 10 minutes for discussion. Remarkable, a master of time management. Is that all? Indeed, this constitutes my company's core confidential information. I am revealing this much solely out of respect for Zhang Yang. Very well, I consent to join. I shall complete the necessary formalities today and commence employment tomorrow. I am willing to forego salary, but I require 1% of the company's profits. Have you tested me? Then allow me to assess you as well. I cannot be spending money in vain, can I? Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Gu Tian adjusted his glasses and, at that moment, truly regarded Liu Yu, remarking nonchalantly, "How do you intend to test me?" I can confidently assert that when it comes to human-computer interaction in all of Asia, I am unrivaled. No one dares to claim the second position. Then how did you only secure the runner-up position in last month's national computer competition? Wasn't the champion also Asian? Gu Tian retorted, somewhat at a loss for words. It was an undeniable fact that he had achieved second place, yet he held Liu Yu in little regard, for from the very first glance, he had discerned that Liu Yu was not of his ilk. DOS is a one-dimensional operating system, while Windows operates in 2 dimensions. It is only logical that a 3-dimensional system should emerge next. What are your thoughts on the 3-dimensional system? This was a query posed by manhwaedit prior to his arrival. It was a challenging concept, one that he believed Liu Yu would struggle to comprehend. Akin to the 7 unsolved mathematical problems, anything slightly more intricate would necessitate additional time. Thus, he opted for a question that was moderately complex and devoid of practical application. The 3-dimensional system refers to virtual reality. I surmise that you have developed it. My initial hypothesis was that 3 dimensions encapsulate our world, our visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile perceptions. For instance, the computer in my hand is something my sense of touch recognizes, and I can perceive your breath. This is the essence of 3-dimensionality. It transcends merely observing an object as 3-dimensional. It is about immersing oneself in a reality that feels palpably authentic. Welcome aboard. Liu Yu extended his hand, initiating a handshake. Do you not require me to perform any calculations? Gu Tian gazed at Liu Yu, astonished. Not at all. Your accolades are not purchased. I have faith in your abilities. It is a pity, however, that had you been the champion, I could have offered you a 3% profit share. The distinction between champion and runner-up is significant. No one remembers who came second. Gu Tian sighed, accepting his defeat. Loss is loss, with no room for resentment. Have you not investigated who the opponent is? Liu Yu earnestly inquired, eager to recruit the first-place winner. Are they not affiliated with your company? That makes sense. The individual's last logged IP address was in the capital, not in Liangang City. If my company were to intervene, there would be no need for your involvement. I can state with certainty that the combined intellect of the world's top computer geniuses would pale in comparison. This is not a matter of civilization levels. Time cannot bridge this gap. Even a global effort may not suffice to reach manhwaedit's caliber. Very well, Gu Tian thought, having glimpsed the code. He recognized the formidable strength of Liu Yu's associate, far beyond his current capabilities. Wait, have you uncovered the opponent's address? Indeed, this is their avatar. I hastily captured it. Gu Tian revealed an image on his phone. Liu Yu took the phone, initially assuming it was a genuine likeness, only to be disappointed. The avatar was a scenic image, a smiling face formed by clouds, with a branch in the lower right corner. It is merely an ordinary picture composed of willow catkins. I truly do not know who it is. I had intended to access their camera, but they discovered my attempt. What did you say? Willow catkins? Let me see that again. Upon hearing Gu Tian's explanation, Liu Yu suddenly realized that the scene resembled the drifting willow catkins with the white, cloud-like appearance complemented by the branches beneath. Mr. Liu, have you discovered something? Not quite yet. Let me search for it. Liu Yu hastily took out his phone, accessed QQ, and sought the profile of his mathematics teacher, Lu Su. You can see for yourselves. Do you know this person? Indeed, she was my mathematics teacher in high school. Liu replied candidly. Quickly send her a message. I added her a long time ago, but she never replied. Gu Tian urged, gripping Liu Yu's wrist with excitement. Who still uses QQ these days? A phone call would suffice. Liu Yu chuckled, feeling reassured if it truly was his high school mathematics teacher. He located Lu Su's phone number and dialed it, only to be met with the automated response. The number you have dialed is not in service. A palpable awkwardness enveloped the three in the car. Chapter 80. Journey to the capital. How is it that the number is still unreachable? Mr. Liu. How long has it been since you last contacted your teacher? Well, those details are trivial. Nuai, please assist me in finding my mathematics teacher. Lu Su's current contact information. Liu Yu felt a moment of embarrassment, but quickly gathered himself and requested Nuai's help. Soon, a phone number appeared on his phone. A number from the capital. Without hesitation, he dialed it. This time, there was no awkwardness. The call connected swiftly, and a melodious female voice emerged. No purchases. No business inquiries, and no need for invoices. Teacher Liu, this is Liu from Class 3. You're one of Liangang High School. Liu Yu. How did you get my number? Is there something you need? The contrasting tones were palpable. The initial response sounded animated, while the latter turned somewhat cold. Is it not permissible to call my teacher without a reason? Liu Yu replied with a smile. Given their age difference of merely 4 years, it felt more appropriate to refer to her as an elder sister than a teacher. If there's nothing important, please refrain from calling me. Lu Su's words were devoid of any warmth. Gu Tian and Zhang Yang exchanged puzzled glances with Liu Yu, not out of mere curiosity, but genuine intrigue. They thought to themselves, what grave offense could he have committed to incur such ire from his teacher? Most notably, Liu Yu appeared utterly innocent in this matter. There is something, Gu Tian, you're aware, right? He was the runner-up in the national computer competition last month, and he wishes to meet you. Not interested. Lu Su hastily ended the call. Listening to the dial tone echoing in his phone, the three of them exchanged looks, unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Liu. Have you perhaps done something to incur your teacher's wrath? I do feel quite sorry for her. I did not perform well in the college entrance examination back then. However, that cannot solely account for her current demeanor. Liu Yu understood Lu Su's disposition to some extent. She was uncontentious, a top graduate from Qingbei Huaguang Academy, and had begun teaching mathematics to the senior year at Liangang High School. She rarely showed anger, so such behavior today undoubtedly indicated something amiss. Nuai, could you help me find her address? Mr. Liu, is your Nuai a top-notch hacker? Top-notch? Well, I suppose so. She is capable of anything in the realm of the internet. Work diligently, and you might learn a thing or two from her. I certainly will. At that moment, Gu Tian was truly impressed. He felt he could never catch up to Nuai's skills. Before long, Nuai sent over the address. It was indeed in the capital. It seemed that a personal visit was in order. With Fang Yuan still absent, he was uncertain of the situation. And now he had to make another trip to the capital. Mr. Liu, I still need to return to Shin City. Go ahead. Rest assured, you will meet her. Liu was determined to have Lu Su come work for him, willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant sacrificing a bit of charm, to entice her to join the company. He made a phone call to Han Ruashi, informing her of his impending journey to the capital. He then called Fang Yuan, instructing him to wait for him at Qingbei University. Driving alone for 6 hours to the capital was quite a daunting task. He could endure it on the way there. But the return journey would certainly require a change of drivers. Primarily, Nuasan remained in the capital, lacking a driver, while Nuasi could indeed drive. However, the latter was perpetually occupied, akin to a mechanical hound, unable to spare a moment. After concluding a phone call, he left Jiang Yang to hail a taxi alone. While the imposing vehicle swiftly navigated the airport expressway towards Tsinghua University in Beijing, after enduring an excruciating 6 hours, which felt even lengthier, Liu found himself contemplating before the prestigious institution of higher learning in Huaxia, a place he had long admired. What occupies your thoughts? You seem quite lost in reverie. Fang Yuan remarked, approaching Liu Yu and gently nudging him. Nothing of consequence, merely astonished by the presence of such a distinguished university. Now, let us proceed inside to locate someone. Is it possible? You know individuals at Tsinghua? Have you become affluent enough to consider sponsoring a university student? That simply won't do. After all these years, this is the most sensible thing I have heard from you. Cease your distractions. Speak quickly. Your urgency is palpable. What is it you intend to do? You shall discover that upon arrival. Following Nuo Yi's instructions, Liu Yu located the apartment where Lu Su resided. Isn't this the female dormitory? He mused. At that moment, Lu Su was in her dormitory, absorbed in her studies, yet her focus had faltered, and anxiety gripped her heart. Even her roommate noticed her distress and inquired, "Sister, you have lingered on this page for half an hour." "Have I? Normally, you breeze through pages in mere seconds. Is it that Guo Xiao has been troubling you again? I find him quite agreeable, wealthy, and possessing gentlemanly qualities. At the very least, he holds affection for you. Spare me. I'm not in the mood for romantic entanglements, at least not at this moment. Guo Chang is so admirable, why not consider a relationship with him? He would never be interested in me." Just then, a girl entered, smiling as she announced, "Sister Su, there is someone downstairs looking for you." "Who could possibly be looking for me at this hour? Is it Guo Chang?" "No, it's a charming fellow, standing at 1 meter 83, claiming to be an old friend of yours." The individual downstairs was, of course, Lu Yu. Nuai had already sent him Lu Su's entire profile, and had the dormitory supervisor not barred him from ascending, he would have been at her door by now. After a brief wait, two graceful figures emerged at the entrance of the female dormitory, Lu Su among them, clad in athletic wear with her hair cascading freely, clearly just having washed it. Upon spotting her, Lu Yu eagerly waved. Upon seeing him, Lu Su's expression soured. She initially intended to turn away, but her companion held her back, compelling her to approach. In a hushed tone, her friend queried, "Sister, who is this handsome guy?" "Just a student from my past." "Ah, a student-teacher romance?" "Sister, how trendy. Don't be absurd. It's merely a conventional student-teacher relationship. Do you truly believe someone would travel over 400 kilometers for me?" "Lu teacher, I genuinely have matters to discuss with you. Might we step outside?" Seeing Lu Su again, she appeared even more youthful than 3 years prior, at least in her vibrant attire. "I am quite busy at the moment and cannot meet with your friend." Lu Su replied, her tone tinged with reluctance. "No. I have come today with a matter of greater significance. I have established a gaming company and wish for you to join. The games we are developing will be revolutionary." "Sister, while you possess a handsome appearance, your words often betray a certain naivety. Creating a groundbreaking game is no simple task. If you do not believe me, you may examine the information on my phone," Lu Yu said with a smile to the woman beside Lu Su, no longer feigning modesty. As he asked Nua to send the information directly to her phone, including Lu Su's device as well. "Is it truly possible to realize such a game?" "The game has already been developed. We are merely awaiting the advancement of the wearable technology. I possess all the technical documentation. We are prepared for the internal and public testing phases. This is not a place for idle chatter, dear ladies. Shall we discuss this further over a meal?" At that moment, Fang Yuan realized Lu Yu's purpose for visiting was to recruit talent. "Sister, did your thesis not include similar technologies? He has already made significant progress. Perhaps you could discuss it in detail. You haven't dined yet, have you? I happen to know a nearby restaurant renowned for its exquisite flavors." Lu Su had contemplated many things. Observing Lu Yu's demeanor, she understood that if she did not acquiesce, he would not be leaving anytime soon. Chapter 81. The reason behind Lu Su's graduate school aspirations. Indeed, as friends, what joy it would be to sit down, share a meal, and engage in conversation. Fang Yuan chuckled softly from the side. Nua-san, driving the luxurious G-Class, whisked the four of them away from the school. The restaurant Lu Su spoke of, renowned for its exquisite flavors, was a Chinese establishment, modest in size yet exuding an antique charm that evoked a sense of the ancient. Although they had missed the peak dining hours, a considerable queue still formed outside, with over 20 people ahead of Lu Yu and his companions. "Shall we consider another restaurant? With so many people ahead of us, when will we get to eat?" Fang Yuan, feeling quite famished, recalled receiving a call from Lu Yu just after he had finished his meal, which was a mere 8 hours ago. At this moment, the five had arrived at a neighboring eatery. What a pity. The flavors here have significantly improved over the past few months, and the clientele has increased as well. They say it's due to a special seasoning. Lu Su lamented. "Seasoning? It can't possibly be Yuzhou seasoning, can it?" "I'm not sure. The proprietor has never disclosed the name of the seasoning. It must be. When I return, I must inform Shaolei. How can such an important place as the capital not have penetrated this market yet? Is your seasoning truly exceptional? Miss, please omit the is it. It is indeed remarkable. Sierre. Fetch the condiments from the trunk." "Certainly, boss." "Lu Yu, you've truly struck gold. I heard you only managed to enroll in an ordinary second-tier university, didn't you? Did you retake the exams?" "I did not. Regardless of where one studies, the essence of education remains the same. In society, one must earn a living. By the way, Lu teacher, when did you return to the school?" "Senior, you wouldn't understand. A prestigious institution undoubtedly offers a higher starting point, and salaries are certainly more lucrative than those from an ordinary undergraduate program. A young woman interjected, her dissatisfaction evident. Due to various circumstances, I returned to pursue graduate studies in computer science. Let us not dwell on that. Have you all placed your orders yet? Boss. How about this? You utilize the seasoning I brought to prepare the dishes. We shall pay for the meal. Your proposal is quite novel. Others usually bring ingredients for us to process. You, however, bring your own seasoning. Truly a rare breed. Year after year, we see such characters. But this year has been particularly abundant. Regardless, we will pay. Enough of this chatter. Thankfully, brother, you brought us here. The meals we've had in the capital these past few days have been utterly disappointing. Fong Yuan has longed for the flavors of home. The five ordered a plethora of dishes, the majority selected by Fong Yuan. While the food was being prepared, they continued their conversation, predominantly with Lu Yu asking questions and Lu Su responding. Yet, one thing Lu Yu was certain of, whenever the topic of why Lu Su had not continued teaching at Yizhong arose, her gaze would falter, and her answers would be vague. Teacher, I am unaware of the events that transpired, but I sincerely hope you will consider joining our company, regardless of where one is. Research and development remain paramount, and our company's technological prowess is undoubtedly at the forefront globally. There are some matters that are best left unknown. We can discuss this again in April of next year. Sister, I regret any hardship you have faced over the years. However, I believe it is better to voice these concerns. If what is inscribed here is indeed true, with the technology of his company, we have little to fear from our adversaries. You have endured enough these past years. It is time for you to rest. Shaoan, the teacher has been quite generous to me. I must take it upon myself to avenge this grievance. You simply need to care for the teacher's wife at home. Lu Yu, if by April next year, once you have completed your current endeavors, and should I find myself utterly disgraced, if you still entertain the thought of my joining, I shall agree to it. At this moment, the willow catkin seemed to have resolved upon a certain determination, her gaze piercingly fierce, reminiscent of a general poised for battle. Mu Yun, if the teacher does not mention it, then allow me to speak on behalf of the technical dispute. You can confidently assert your desire to overpower the opponent in technical prowess. I shall wholeheartedly support you in this endeavor. Whatever technical resources you require, I am prepared to provide, even if it means laying bare the entirety of the game data before you. Sister, given that he has expressed this, I shall voice it myself. The burden of avenging our father should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Very well, I shall speak. How delightful. The aroma is quite similar to that from next door. Mu Yun's playful interjection instantaneously shattered the somber ambience. Boss, do you have any more of that seasoning? I shall pay a premium for it. The shopkeeper, carrying dishes, eagerly scampered out. There is no need to rush. Allow me to give you a contact number. Please reach out to him, as we have certain matters to discuss, and I kindly ask that you keep your distance. Under Lu Yu's subtle cue, Fong Yuan embraced the other's neck, speaking with a smile. Very well, shall I close the exterior roller door? That won't be necessary. Sanner, remain vigilant outside. Understood. Boss, now we may proceed with our discussion. Senior, it is truly unnecessary to approach it this way. It is merely academic competition. And the other party is not even in the capital. Years ago, following your college entrance examination, a student of Professor Mu pilfered the Professor's paper and published it under his own name in an academic forum. Professor Mu was unable to accept this harsh reality and tragically passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving behind a tarnished reputation due to academic fraud. The school is aware of this matter, yet without direct evidence, they are equally powerless. The opposing party has integrated into an immensely powerful international organization. At that time, I had no choice but to return and pursue further studies, aspiring to triumph in the upcoming 14th ASC Asian University Student Supercomputing Competition in late March next year. In order to publicly expose the malfeasance of the other party and restore the professor's honor. A competition, you say? Then I shall provide you with the technical support. Indeed. I could even attribute these technologies to your name. Lu Yu, who had been troubled by the inability to publicize externally, found solace in these words. While they might deceive Fong Yuan and his associates, outsiders would not be so easily convinced. How can this be permissible? What is inappropriate about this? What is mine is yours. I shall arrange for the materials to be sent to you immediately. Lu Yu, your words touch me deeply, yet in doing so, do you wish for me to engage in academic dishonesty as well? Lu Su fixed a serious gaze upon Lu Yu. Teacher, I truly did not mean it in that way. My sole intention is to assist you. I comprehend your intentions, yet this form of assistance is unnecessary. I desire to vanquish the opponent solely through my own capabilities. However, you could have your associates guide me or provide me with some materials, so that I may personally conduct the calculations. No problem. However, verification demands substantial computational power. Do you currently possess the necessary resources? I still wish for you to join my company, where we have large-scale server support, facilitating your calculations. Sister, he is right. The college server is limited and cannot meet the requirements. Very well. I agree to join. Is that the end of our discussion? May we now have our meal? Fong Yuan approached with a smile and plopped down, engaging in conversation with the shop owner, yet his gaze remained fixed on the trio from a distance. By the way, are you and Yi Yanran together? Wait, why is another woman here? Still together. Yugu, you certainly have your fair share of romantic entanglements. Nonsense. Let us hurry and eat. We need to head back tomorrow. Why return so early? I haven't had enough time in the capital yet. I must say, big cities have their charm. I've sent you the information. It's up to you whether you want to respond. Tomorrow, I'll have Santa drive. Lu Yu fiddled with his phone for a while, sending all of Tong Xian's information to Fong Yuan. Teacher, we are returning tomorrow. There have been too many matters to address lately, and the office location for the gaming company has yet to be confirmed. When can you come over? Probably next week. I'll finish my current tasks. Oh, and please refrain from calling me teacher in the future. I am hardly older than you. Just call me Sister Sue, as before. Chapter 82. Purchasing the Galaxy Building, brother. Is everything written in the documents true? At this moment, Fong Yuan, having perused all the information, gazed at Lu Yu with palpable excitement. When have I ever deceived you? Will you return tomorrow? Indeed, I must return, even if the heavens were to rain blades. I would still make my way back. After parting ways with Lu Su and Mu Yun, Lu Yu checked into a hotel where Fong Yuan was staying, securing another room, ready to set off early the next morning. However, even that may not ensure his arrival in time for the negotiation meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock the following morning regarding the acquisition of the Galaxy Building. As fate would have it, just as Lu Yu's vehicle entered Liangang City, he received a call from Han Ruashi. The asking price is 230 million, and it must be paid in one lump sum. 230 million isn't exorbitant. Perhaps we should acquiesce to their demands. That's what I thought too. The price is reasonable. But we cannot pay it all at once. I have investigated their debt situation. They have 180 million due soon. We can offer 30 million as a down payment. And once the building is vacated, we will pay 100 million, with the remainder settled upon the transfer of ownership. Will they accept that? I have recruited several computer prodigies. But lacking an office is quite inconvenient. In truth, Liu was overthinking the situation. The three individuals brought by Jiang Yang were eager to stay in the hotel, relishing the ample food and drink without the burden of tidying their rooms, a veritable paradise for productivity. Even if they refused, there was little they could do, as some creditors had debts maturing next week, thus granting us the upper hand. Very well, do as you see fit. I estimate it will take me another 40 minutes to arrive. If necessary, go ahead and finalize the deal without waiting for us. All right, no need to rush. Just ensure your safety. Han Ruashi replied before hanging up. With our pace of development, even the old man cannot keep up. Fong Yuan remarked with a smile as he drove. Everyone desires to make money as swiftly as possible. By the way, when you see Ruashi, refrain from mentioning Sujia. Liu pondered for a moment before issuing this cautionary note, but the moment he spoke, Fong Yuan's interest was piqued. You're afraid of something. Afraid? I only fear that Ruashi might overthink things. My relationship with Sujia is purely platonic. Truly nothing at all? What about Yi Yanran? Her? At that time, we merely had a mutual attraction. Eventually, she went abroad for further studies, and our infatuation ended before it could blossom into a romance. Liu spoke candidly, unperturbed by Fong Yuan's knowledge, for he spoke without a trace of deceit. Your first love, perhaps? Do not even mention it. It was not a romance. Please do not make wild assumptions. I understand. Men are all the same. As for confidentiality, I am quite discreet. Rest assured that this matter will remain between us. You know nothing. If even a whisper of yesterday's events reaches Ruashi's ears, you are finished. Fear not. I will keep this to myself. I would never undermine you. Fong Yuan knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. Upon their arrival at the Galaxy Building, they spotted Han Ruashi and Miao Xiaoqing speaking with a group of individuals at the entrance. Manager Han, you truly possess exceptional negotiation skills. Were it not for our urgent need for funds, our group would certainly not consent to your proposal. Mr. Xia, there is little choice. Our company's finances are equally strained. Han Rawashi graciously responded. Mr. Han, you are truly too modest. Who in Yuzhou is unaware of the renowned seasoning brand? Regarding that bet, once the funds from the Heidi Group are transferred, we will be looking at several hundred billion, at the very least. If our group receives such a substantial influx, it would be as if we sprang back to life. Alas, the real estate sector is currently in decline, and the economic climate is rather bleak. It shall improve. Just in time, our boss has arrived. Let me introduce you. As Han Rawashi observed Lu Yu and Feng Yuan approaching, she smiled and said, That's splendid. I've heard so much about the young and talented owner of Yuzhou Seasoning. I've always wanted to meet him. Mr. Liu, may I introduce you to Mr. Xie Wu, the head of the Lian Gang branch of Hongyu Real Estate. Hello, Mr. Xie. Have the contracts been finalized? Greetings, Mr. Liu. Yes, everything has been signed. It is truly remarkable that you have amassed a fortune of billions at such a young age. Oh, not at all. We will need your continued cooperation for the subsequent matters. You are too modest, Mr. Liu. It is our duty. Most of the lease agreements for the building will be expiring by the end of this month, so vacating should be quite straightforward. However, the lease with Wakong Technology extends until the end of the year, which may complicate negotiations and cause delays. If necessary, we may have to pay some penalties for breach of contract. In any case, we will ensure your renovation company can commence before the end of the month. By the way, have you found a renovation company? We have identified two options. One is a branch of Howen Group, and the other is Kongxing Design. We are currently deliberating which to choose. Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Xie? Howen Group has reached out to you already, and they have been quite prompt. I would recommend them as well. They originally designed this entire building. I was the one who contacted them, and I too prefer this option, given their robust overall capabilities and the expedited timeline they can offer. Listening to the exchange between Han Ruashi and Xie Wu, Liu felt an unsettling premonition, which was soon corroborated by subsequent discussions. Liu declined the invitation extended to him, and as everyone departed from the Xinghe building in their vehicles, Liu was behind the wheel with Han Ruashi seated beside him. She smiled and remarked, I remember you studied architectural design in university, and you even worked at the Lian Gang branch of Howen Group. Ah, indeed. Then you should oversee the renovation matters. Let us not consider Kongxing Design. Let us proceed directly with Howen Group. We must expedite the signing of the renovation contract and commence work immediately, Han Ruashi stated, half suggesting, half commanding. Lu Yu intended to refuse, but upon seeing Han Ruashi's resolute, yet slightly weary demeanor, he found himself unable to object. He thought to himself, this is your request after all. Yi Yanran is the newly appointed general manager of the Lian Gang branch, an aspect that Han Ruashi is entirely unaware of. She only knows that Lu Yu had previously worked at Howen Group and had experienced some unpleasantness, for she had once gone to the police station to bail him out. Now, as the client, he was returning to confront former colleagues. Since you were once colleagues, it should be easy to negotiate, and perhaps we might even secure some favorable terms, Han Ruashi thought with a sly smile. Seeing the smile on Han Ruashi's face, Liu fell silent, already contemplating how to face Yu Yin once more. To claim he had no regrets about the past would be somewhat disingenuous, as the saying goes. What is unattainable forever stirs restlessly, especially during that tumultuous time when troubles beset his family. He felt a profound sense of inferiority and did not take the initiative to mend the situation. Anyone in his position would inevitably harbor a lingering regret. However, now with Han Ruashi by his side, he no longer regards Yi Yanran in a romantic light. It is merely that their past camaraderie had been so strong that on the day of the reunion, he treated her no differently than a stranger. Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to greet Yi Yanran when he would see her again in a few days. Do not feel any pressure. When it comes to former colleagues, we should simply act as we always have. After all, we are the clients. I understand your perspective. Several months ago, you wanted me to return and confront them, appearing in a different guise to assert myself. However, that seems unnecessary, as our paths are unlikely to cross significantly in the future. If you wish for me to go, I shall comply, though I can see you have been exhausted lately, evident in the dark circles under your eyes. Is that so? Han Ruashi quickly flipped down the sun visor on the passenger side, using the small mirror to examine her reflection. By the way, what happened to that set of cosmetics in the car? I intended to give it as a gift, but I've been quite busy and forgot to get you a new one. I'll go buy it now, Lu Yu declared, making a sharp turn towards the shopping mall. Gifted it? To someone named Yanran? Han Ruashi inquired with a concerned expression. Chapter 83. A niche vocabulary. No. After we parted that day, I escorted the two children home. My parents left first since they were staying with my uncle's family. That day happened to be the day my cousin was receiving his bride price. I thought to myself, as the elder brother, such a significant event as a wedding certainly merits a gesture of goodwill. Thus, I decided to gift my future sister-in-law your set of cosmetics. You can ask Yang Xian. I had him retrieve it. Liu elaborated, nearly swearing with both hands off the steering wheel. At least you recognize that. If you dare to use my things to woo another woman, I will crush you. Han Ruoshi threatened, brandishing her delicate fists. Of course not, my dear hammer sister. While speaking, he parked the car and made his way straight to the cosmetics counter. Hello, beautiful. I would like 3 more sets. What is it called again? The Dragon Blood Repair Set. Buy 4 sets. The two stated without hesitation. At this moment, the saleswoman hesitated and inquired, Ms. Han, do you really need this many? Is there not enough? Ms. Han, you misunderstand. We do have that quantity, but 1 set lasts a considerable time. The saleswoman had her own thoughts. It was the end of the month, and she had already fulfilled her sales quota. Had they come at the beginning of the next month, she wouldn't have posed such a question. It's a gift, Liu replied helplessly. Oh, I will go get it right now. After Liu promptly completed the payment, nearly 200,000 was swiftly charged. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about such an expenditure. Now, with wealth in hand, it felt utterly delightful to spend money. Let us go upstairs, Han Ruoshi said, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she headed towards the escalator. Liu followed behind, holding 4 gift boxes. I can't possibly wear all those clothes you bought, so don't buy any more. How so? Are you planning to meet my parents tomorrow dressed like this? Empty-handed? Absolutely not. But isn't it customary to bring some cigarettes and alcohol when visiting your home for the first time? We can buy those later. First, I'll get you a formal outfit to impress them, and then I'll buy a set for my parents, and my brother still needs one. We should also prepare some small gifts for relatives. Had it been another woman, Liu would have thought she was merely trying to improve his circumstances. However, when Han Ruoshi said this, it genuinely felt like she was enhancing his standing. During this time, Han Ruoshi had spent quite a bit on him. The clothes in his wardrobe alone were worth nearly 100,000. He was unaware of her parents' preferences, but Han Ruoshi certainly was. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, which was dedicated to men's clothing, Han Ruoshi, knowing Liu Yu's lack of knowledge in this area, did not ask for his input. Instead, she directly provided his measurements to the sales staff. The attendant professionally retrieved garments that suited Liu Yu's physique, a suit with a slight Eastern flair, youthful yet composed. Clearly, it was chosen specifically for him. Han Ruoshi nodded as Liu Yu emerged from the fitting room and said, wrap it up. Go change into this. The former was directed towards the sales assistant, while the latter was meant for Liu Yu, as she simultaneously handed him the clothing. When Liu Yu re-emerged, Han Ruoshi glanced at him and handed her card to the sales attendant, declaring, just these 2 sets. The 2 sets are not merely top and bottom. They encompass a complete ensemble, from the inner layers to the outermost, with the sole exception of undergarments. Women seem to possess an innate aesthetic sensibility, and the 2 outfits selected by Han Ruoshi perfectly complement Liu Yu's demeanor. With Liu Yu's current physique, he resembles a living mannequin. And these garments add just a touch of elegance without overwhelming, for he is already quite dashing. Clothing alone cannot elevate his allure significantly. Upon exiting the store, Liu found himself oblivious to the nature of the establishment, having completed his purchases in a blink. Where to next? He inquired. First, let us stow these in the car. We'll procure cigarettes and liquor from that shop you know. Han Ruoshi responded nonchalantly. At her reminder, Liu suddenly recalled his Interstellar shop, which he had entrusted to Nuai for management. He had no inkling of the recent earnings in star coins. While placing the items in the trunk, he opened the Interstellar app, and the displayed figure astonished him. 123, 680 star coins, with an impressive 151, 790 in points. Upon checking, he noted only a single pack of cigarettes remained and a mere box of liquor, while cultural merchandise had seen minimal sales, barely breaking even. What brings you such joy? Did you stumble upon a windfall? Han Ruoshi inquired, observing Liu Yu's broad smile. It's even more exhilarating than finding money. You'll understand in due time. Now, let us proceed to our next destination. Han Ruoshi gracefully linked her arm with Liu Yu's, and the duo strolled leisurely from the mall. After a couple of minutes, they encountered a quaint, 3-story establishment. Rue Fuxiang, isn't that a purveyor of traditional Chinese attire? Han Ruoshi turned to Liu Yu with curiosity. It's displayed in the glass showcase. Their silk wool fabric is incredibly comfortable, light yet warm, perfect with winter approaching. I've already placed an order to collect today. As she spoke, the entrance swung open, and they entered, their spirits soaring. With each step, a woman clad in a cheapao approached them with a smile, addressing Han Ruashi. Greetings, Ms. Han. Without further ado, she guided them to a tea table, personally serving them tea. Shortly thereafter, 4 attendants appeared, each carrying a tray with a piece of traditional attire. Ms. Han, the 2 tang suits and 2 kipaos you ordered are ready for your inspection. Excellent. Han Ruashi replied. As per your specifications, the fabric is silk wool, with all embroidery done by hand. Listening to the attendant's introduction, Han Ruashi examined the craftsmanship of the garments. After several minutes, she set the clothes down, beaming. Very well done. I am quite satisfied. Your satisfaction is our greatest affirmation. Please prepare for packaging. The remaining balance is 200,000, correct? I will pay by card. Yes. You previously paid 150,000, leaving a balance of 198,000. Upon hearing the substantial remainder, Lu Yu's expression flickered. It wasn't he that he was pained by the expense, but rather he was taken aback by the high cost of traditional attire, which exceeded his expectations. I shall take care of the payment, Lu Yu offered, extending his card. Ms. Han? Let him handle it, Han Ruashi replied with a gentle smile. After settling the payment, I found myself burdened by the weight of 4 boxes, which, upon inspection, exuded a sense of sophistication. Is the cost of traditional Chinese attire truly this exorbitant? It is not so much a matter of financial regret. Rather, I am merely intrigued. In reality, the garments from this establishment are not considered particularly expensive in the realm of bespoke clothing. Their high price primarily stems from the quality of fabric and the intricacy of hand embroidery. As you may observe, affluent individuals often wear less during winter, yet remain unfazed by the cold, owing to the superior craftsmanship of their materials. Notably, the administrative jackets of senior officials are crafted from such high-quality fabric. I am familiar with silk and wool, but the notion of silk wool is a novel concept to me. Is it a blend of the two? Certainly not. It is, in fact, a pure wool product, specifically cashmere, an ultrafine wool that undergoes meticulous processing, resulting in a fabric as light as gossamer. The texture is refined, reminiscent of silk's ethereal quality, combined with the softness and luster akin to that of goat cashmere, while still retaining the structure of wool. This fabric commands a staggering price of over 1,000 euros per meter on the international market, making it one of the most expensive natural fiber materials in existence. 7,000 euros per meter? What else could it be? A complete cheapao requires over 2 meters of fabric. Well, this certainly expands my horizons. Are you certain that your establishment is indeed a budget hotel chain? At that moment, Liu began to question the identity of his interlocutor. For such niche knowledge is seldom encountered. How could one possess such insight? Moreover, how could an individual who spends money with such abandon possibly be the proprietor of a budget hotel? Chapter 84. Meeting the parents tomorrow, you will know. The connection to silk wool comes from my uncle, who is the developer of this fabric. All right, back at the previous tobacco shop, I cleared out all the cigarettes and purchased 2 cases of wine, each over 10 years old, along with 100 boxes of Chihuahua wine. Brother, are you preparing gifts? Jianggu, to be honest, I am meeting the parents tomorrow. The one who visited last time? Yes, indeed, you both seem particularly well suited. Brother, stay strong. There's no need to be overly nervous about meeting the father-in-law. In my day, I won over my father-in-law with my drinking skills, downing bottles under the table, and thereafter. He always treated me with respect. There's no need to pamper your father-in-law, but tread carefully with your mother-in-law. Cough, cough. Brother, don't be anxious. He.S. just joking. With your qualifications, you'll be just fine. Jiang Ji's wife, unable to hold back, interjected. I wasn't nervous at all, but now, with your comments, I feel a bit anxious. Trust me, head over to the nearby supermarket to buy some red envelopes. Your girlfriend seems to come from a big family, and there will likely be children around. It would be awkward if you weren't prepared. Exactly, that's a point to consider. Regardless of the amount, you must show proper etiquette. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Nothing much. I only met your sister-in-law's parents once. I don't have much experience. Back in the day, my mother-in-law was a bit picky because of this, hence my reminder. All right, I will go buy them now. Leaving the tobacco shop, Liu found a supermarket, purchased a dozen red envelopes, and withdrew 20,000 yuan, placing 1,000 yuan in each envelope. It would be cumbersome to add more, and too much would be inappropriate. In short, better safe than sorry. It's good to be prepared. The next day, Nuo-san drove the two towards the neighboring Guang'an city. The distance was not great, and Nuo-san was there primarily to handle the drinking. The vehicle sped along the Guanghai Expressway, and Han Ruashi, holding Lu Yu's hand, smiled, saying, "No need to be nervous. My parents are very kind. I'm not nervous. You say you're not nervous, yet your palms are sweating. It's just the heat. I'll be fine soon. If you're hot, shall I turn on the air conditioning?" Nuo-san, being a bionic robot, was unaware that nervousness could cause sweating and genuinely thought Lu Yu was feeling warm. Just drive the car. After a 2-hour journey, they finally arrived at the location provided by Han Ruashi. Before exiting the vehicle, Liu looked at the towering buildings outside and helplessly asked, "Is this the budget hotel you mentioned? Just call it a hotel. When did a 5-star hotel become a budget hotel? Haha, it is indeed a chain hotel." Han Ruashi blinked and pulled Lu Yu out of the car. Mr. Han and his wife are waiting for you in the private room. Is it just my parents there?" "No, it's already full inside. There are adults and children." "All right. Please have someone transfer the gifts from the car to the private room." Han Ruashi instructed Lu Yu and led him inside. It was indeed a firm pull. Upon hearing that both young and old were gathered within, Lu Yu hesitated, realizing from the server's words that there were likely over 20 people present. They were all relatives, uncles, aunts, and the like, without any outsiders. Were the gifts perhaps insufficient? Gifts are merely tokens of goodwill. Do not overthink it. If they disapprove, we shall elope. I will strive to win their acceptance. Lu Yu exhaled deeply. Had it been his former self, he would have likely turned and departed. However, now his worth was no less than that of his counterparts. They were well matched, and mutual affection existed between them, leaving him with little to fear. "Mom, Dad, I'm back. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Lu Yu." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Lu Yu respectfully greeted. At a large round table, there were nearly 20 individuals, both men and women. At the head sat a middle-aged man dressed in traditional black attire, casually handling a string of beads. Had Liu not known that this man owned a hotel, he might have mistakenly believed him to be a dealer in antiques. "This is my second uncle and second aunt." "Greetings, second uncle and second aunt." Han Han called out. "Hello, handsome uncle." "Yes, and you as well. This is for you," Lu Yu said, producing a red envelope from his pocket and handing it over. After Han Ruashi completed her introductions, Han's father, with an expression difficult to decipher, whether pleased or displeased, said, "Please take a seat." "Uncle, I came in quite a rush, and didn't he prepare anything? This is a gift for you and Aunt." "Ah, just place it there. Let us sit and talk." "Xiao Su, please have the servers bring the dishes." "Certainly, Mr. Han." "Can you drink white wine?" "I can manage some," Lu Yu quickly responded. "There's no need to be nervous. Join us for a drink. It's perfectly fine to indulge a little. I'll arrange a room for you upstairs." "Uncle, I toast to you." "No need to stand. Just sit there." When a daughter brings home a boyfriend, it often feels akin to introducing an adversary. However, I find this young man quite agreeable, handsome, and unlike many of today's youth who tend to be rather effeminate. Han's mother had been observing Lu Yu since his entrance, and overall, she was satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. "I only have this one precious daughter. Why shouldn't he have a say, regardless of his wealth? If he wishes to marry my daughter, he must pass my test." "Indeed, you speak wisely, uncle." "Elder brother, I share the same sentiment as my wife. This lad seems commendable. Though a tad anxious, this only proves he values your and your wife's opinions. We shall judge his worth based on his capacity for liquor," Han Daeong remarked coolly. The household of Han Ruashi was rather straightforward. There were 2 uncles and 3 aunts. Her father, Han Daeong, was the eldest, having assumed responsibility early on since their grandparents had passed away. His mention of drinking capacity was not about outmatching the 2 uncles, but rather gauging Lu Yu's demeanor after consuming alcohol. A person's character is often revealed through their behavior when drinking. They did not know Lu Yu well and could only assess him through this lens. To Han Daeong's disappointment, Lu Yu's stomach resembled an abyss, having consumed alcohol for 2 hours while scarcely touching the dishes, downing 3 bottles of liquor. "Uncle, I raise a toast to you," he declared. "I told you not to stand," Han Daeong interjected, gesturing for Lu Yu to sit down as he hastily devoured the food from his chopsticks, raising his glass. This time his action seemed to momentarily stall. After a few seconds, he swallowed it in one gulp. 10 milliliters of liquor posed no challenge, yet the frequency was overwhelming. As the 3 uncles took turns pouring for him, he was acutely aware that the primary instigator was still Han Daeong. If he could ensure the man drank well, their mission would be accomplished. "Do drink less," Han's mother interjected, fully aware of the drinking capacities of these men. Consuming over a pound would undoubtedly take its toll. Observing Lu Yu, who appeared unfazed, it was evident that the three combined were no match for him. Second uncle, this toast is for you, the eldest sister-in-law affirmed. Indeed, alcohol is delightful, but moderation is key. You are young and must take care. The second uncle responded, I seldom indulge in spirits, but today, seeing my uncles and aunts brings me joy, prompting me to partake more than usual. Lu Yu, though not particularly adept at drinking, possessed the blood refinement and demon-nourishing technique. If blood could be refined, surely the alcohol within it was trivial. Thus, he found himself growing increasingly spirited, never anticipating that his initial use of the technique would occur in such a setting. Chapter 85. Reunion with the former company. All right, enough drinking, let us have some vegetables. Hearing my daughter say you plan to establish a gaming company? Aren't your seasonings doing quite well? Why venture into such a different industry? Uncle, to be candid, a friend of mine has developed a revolutionary game that can transform the current gaming landscape. He prefers to remain behind the scenes and is not interested in fame or fortune, so I have taken it upon myself to represent him fully. Your friend sounds remarkable. If you encounter any financial difficulties, I can assist you with some funding. Thank you, Uncle. Currently, the funds we have are sufficient. The game has already been developed, and there aren't many costly expenditures left, Lu Yu replied with a smile, completely oblivious to the underlying meaning of Han De-Yong's words. Foolish boy. Your uncle is acknowledging you, Han's mother chuckled. Of course, Han De-Yong would investigate his daughter's boyfriend. The findings revealed a slight deficiency in academic credentials, as he had missed a subject during the college entrance examination due to family circumstances. In today's society, educational background is not paramount. Rather, personal capability is highly valued. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the most popular seasoning in Ningxi province was developed by him, and Han's daughter held shares in the company. With filial piety, intellect, opportunities, decent looks, and the affection of their daughter, the parents could hardly contain their blessings. Ah, thank you, uncle and aunt. When there is time, let us arrange for both families to meet and settle your matters. Mom and Dad, isn't this a bit too hasty? Not at all. Your cousin from your second uncle's side has been married for years, and Han is already 3. By the time we were your age, we had children who could already run errands. Let us talk about it after this busy period. Han Ruashi continued. It's good for young people to be ambitious. Don't pressure them. Han's mother interjected. Why didn't my brother come today? He went on a trip with his classmates and cannot return. When he is back, I will ensure he visits you to apologize in person. How could he go out to play when his sister is bringing her boyfriend home for the first time? That is utterly disrespectful. Han De-Yong's expression darkened. Being a traditional man and the eldest in the family, he believed that without rules, there could be no order. His son was the first to break this principle, and it was hard for him to be pleased. At that moment, Liu realized how wise it was not to pursue Han Ruashi. If his son had broken the rules, how would the situation have escalated if he had truly been intimate with Han Ruashi? He would have surely been chased away with a broom. Have we eaten enough? You shouldn't return tonight. Stay here. We're on the top floor. Don't worry. It's not a hotel. It's like home. My home is on the top floor of this hotel, Han Ruashi explained softly. There is no need for such trouble. We have many matters to attend to back in Liaoning City. Once we finish this busy period, I will definitely come back and stay for a few days. Not staying was also advice from Brother Jiang in the liquor business, who cautioned him not to stay at his father-in-law's home unless absolutely necessary, as it could lead to an awkward situation. Very well, once my busy schedule allows, I shall return to inform your parents that we are quite satisfied with you as a son-in-law. In due time, we shall make a personal visit, Han De-Yong said courteously. Not perceiving any sense of superiority in personally visiting the parents of the bride, he recognized that the relationship between the young couple was one of equality. Uncle, your words will surely delight my parents for quite some time. For now, I shall take Ruashi back to Liangang City, he replied. Then off you go. Under the watchful gaze of the entire Han family, the two climbed into the car, and Nuasen smoothly set off, gradually merging onto the highway. I told you my parents would agree. Han Ruashi smiled. You really gave me a fright. With such a large family, you could have at least given me a heads up before coming. This isn't the time for tests. First drop me off at the factory, and then you can finalize the renovation contract with Howen Group. I've already spoken to them, he explained. Who did you speak to? Liu asked timidly. The business manager named Li Yan. Why? Nothing. Liu secretly sighed in relief. He felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain about whether he should meet Yu Yanran. and even more clueless about how to confront the events that might unfold. Don't you know her? I do. She is the marketing department manager. We've met. But I'm not very familiar with her, Liu admitted, recalling his brief stint at Howin Group before being dismissed. That's good. We must expedite the construction. Jiang Yang and Gu Tian are coming over. Working from the hotel is manageable for now, but it won't suffice in the long run. It would be best to finalize the overall design plan within a month and commence work, he replied. Indeed, I will urge them to hasten the process. Upon returning to his former workplace as the principal party, Liu Yu slowly exited the elevator. The receptionist greeted him politely. Welcome to Howin Group. How may I assist you? Sir? Xiaomei, do you not recognize me? Liu Yu? Indeed, it is I. With that attire, I truly did not recognize you. I must tell you. Shortly after your departure, the group issued a notice. Chun Ming, Zhang Mingming, and Li Chong were all dismissed. After about a month, the group appointed a new general manager. Lu Mimi whispered, sharing the office gossip. Xiaomei, what are you doing? Do not engage in casual conversation. If the new general manager sees you, you might get reprimanded. I have just been criticized, so tread carefully. Yinjia, do you see who this is? And you are? Li Yin asked, initially taken aback before recognizing Liu Yu. Impressive. Impressive. The words you spoke before leaving were quite audacious. By the way, what brings you here today? I wish to renovate a property. Remarkable. You've already purchased a house so soon. Where is it located? How many square meters? You know our company does not handle properties that are too small, she inquired, noting his upscale attire. It's south around 50,000 square meters, Liu Yu calculated inwardly. Recalling that the first floor of Xinghe Plaza was approximately 1,500 square meters, with a total of 32 floors, roughly totaling 51,000 square meters. Wait, how many square meters? Liu Yu nodded, smiling as he said, It is General Manager Han Ruashi who sent me here. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why I had to wait so long without seeing General Manager Han. It turns out you came instead. Are you currently working at the seasoning company in Yuzhou? I suppose so. Let us discuss matters here. Indeed, let us go inside and converse. Li Yin, feeling a bit shy, led Liu Yu into the inner room. Upon returning to his former company, some employees recognized him and whispered among themselves. Liu Yu's departure had not caused much disruption, yet the swift dismissal of Chen Ming and others led many to believe Liu Yu was involved. Moreover, the new general manager had repeatedly instructed the Public Security Bureau to handle the matter stringently and to investigate it thoroughly. General Manager Yi has clients present. When they leave, we can discuss the design requirements, Li Yin said with a smile, firmly believing that Chen Ming's departure was undoubtedly linked to Liu Yu, and even suspected a connection between Liu Yu and General Manager Yi. Chapter 86. High level of confidentiality. There are no specific requirements, except that the construction period must be expedited. The renovations need not be extensive, but certain aspects must be addressed, such as ensuring the underground parking facility is dry, well ventilated, and, most importantly, possesses a high level of security and confidentiality. Liu Yu intends to place the server units in the underground parking area, emphasizing the necessity for heightened safety. How high must it be? Military grade level 2 or above. What? Given your background in this industry, surely you are aware of the significance of achieving military grade level 2 construction qualifications. I am aware that the group possesses such qualifications. You say the group has it, but our branch does not. It seems this discussion is at an impasse. Once General Yi finishes her current tasks, we shall bring her in. Li Yin promptly conceded, recognizing her inability to influence the group and lacking the requisite authority. Very well, shall we discuss other matters? What is there to discuss? I will find you a client. Isn't there a client already? That individual hardly qualifies as a genuine client. They are merely suitors attempting to invite General Yi out for dinner. And there are several of them. Wait for me. I will summon them. Li Yin scoffed, reflecting on the absurdity of her colleagues, who, despite being women in marketing, failed to perceive the obvious, thus rendering her managerial role seemingly futile. Li Yin swiftly exited, and approximately 5 minutes later, she returned accompanied by Yi Yanran. Another encounter. Li Yu smiled. Manager Li, your presence is no longer required here, Yi Yanran stated with gravity. Li Yin chuckled inwardly, hastily shutting the door and engaging her colleagues in conversation. Let me guess correctly, Xiao Wang, I am definitively having that hot pot today. Yinjia, what is happening? Do tell. The two individuals in the reception room were oblivious to the events occurring outside. Your company's renovations must meet military grade level 2 standards? Indeed. If it could be even higher, that would not be unwelcome. What are you planning? Missile development. Missile development? Have you ever witnessed such work conducted in a bustling urban area? Stop your banter. What exactly are you researching? Computer technology, advancements that transcend human cognition. The location for the server units. Weren't you majoring in architectural design at university? Why delve into computers? After their classmates had parted ways, Yi Yanran increasingly perceived Lu Yu as enigmatic. His demeanor had transformed drastically from their school days, primarily due to the innate confidence emanating from him, confidence that could not merely be fabricated with wealth. Casually tinkering will yield results, will it not? Why not claim you can casually concoct a nuclear bomb? That is equally implausible. Yi Yanran was skeptical of Lu Yu's fanciful claims. All right, let me be candid. Teacher Lu approached me. I provide the funding, she supplies the expertise, and together we established a technology company. Only at this juncture did Yi Yanran reluctantly find credibility in Lu Yu's words. Very well, how many square meters are required? And what areas must meet military-grade level 2 standards? The underground parking lot, and let us consider the entire building as well. Over 50,000 square meters. Hearing this, she could hardly believe he studied architectural design. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to achieve such standards for over 50,000 square meters? Several hundred million? Add another zero. The Galaxy building now stands at 32 stories. To elevate all aspects to this standard would necessitate extensive modifications, potentially reducing the number of floors by 10. Otherwise, there would be insufficient space. This situation is akin to constructing an entirely new edifice, with a timeline extending beyond a year. Lu Yu was genuinely unaware of this. It was not a matter of finances, but rather, as per Yi Yanran's indication, significant alterations imply a prolonged construction period, which he could not abide. As for the underground parking lot, there are no issues there. I have heard from Li Yin that we will expedite the timeline. If we only modify the underground parking without substantial changes above, it could be completed in 1 to 2 months. Very well, let it be so. Mr. Shun, our general manager Yi is currently negotiating a contract. Would you mind waiting in the reception area for a moment? Lu Yu remarked, eager to see the magnitude of the renovation contract that could rival his own. Is this your client, General Manager Yi? I must say, he does not appear particularly remarkable. Lu Yu observed the middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Older than his own parents, his face lined with wrinkles and a protruding belly, making it impossible to see his feet. Excuse me, General Manager Yi. Not at all. Everyone can leave. Mr. Shun, I apologize, but I am in a meeting. Could you please wait next door for a moment? Is he really a client? Has the Haowan group fallen so low that they are accepting such trivial contracts? Shenhe scrutinized Lu Yu with disdain. Who are you, old man? Barking like a dog. Are you seeking attention? General Manager Yi, regarding my project for the 5,000 square meter office space, if you maintain this attitude, I may have to hand it over to someone else. If not for young General Su's recommendation to entrust the project to you, I would have dismissed your exorbitant quote long ago. Our philosophies differ. If Mr. Shen is dissatisfied with our quotation, he is welcome to seek alternative pricing. Managerly, please escort our guest out. Mr. Shen, I apologize. Please. You're a vile creature. Today you may chase me away, but I assure you, you will find it impossible to secure any renovation projects in Jiagang City. Shenhe spat bitterly, oblivious to Lu Yu's darkening expression. In a flash, Lu Yu summoned the dragon step technique, delivering a swift slap and seizing Shunhe's throat, lifting him off the ground. Shut your vile mouth. You dare to consider 5,000 square meters a significant project? Inform Su Pingji that if he continues to harass Yanran, he will receive a discount on his dog leg, courtesy of Lu Yu. You, Su. Shunhe, gripped by Lu Yu, turned an ashen hue, struggling to articulate his words. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Relay my message verbatim. Hanyu in real estate is nothing before me. If he doubts this, let him come seek me out. With that, Lu Yu tightened his grip slightly, and with a resounding thud, Shunhe's corpulent body was hurled out the door. Cough, cough, cough. Shunhe gasped, struggling to rise, locking eyes with Lu Yu. So you are Lu Yu? No matter who you are, or how deep your background runs, offending young General Su will be your undoing. Return and inform Su Pingji that I await his retribution. With a defeated demeanor, Shunhe exited, fully aware that further words would only bring him further disgrace. Ah, how utterly satisfying that is. Lu Yu, that hefty pig must weigh over 180 pounds. And you effortlessly tossed him aside. Everything is all right now, is it? Observing my employee engaging in casual conversation with Lu Yu, I couldn't help but interject with a somewhat displeased expression. I have yet to complete my design draft. Mr. Yi, please continue your discussion. My apologies for letting your 5,000 square meter project slip away. Lu Yu settled back down, chuckling as he remarked, if it flies, so be it. As long as you don't let it go. Coughing lightly, he added, rest assured, the project will indeed be undertaken by your team. The initial proposal has already been reviewed by Mr. Han, and I am here today solely to finalize the contract. Li Yin informed me that the original budget was set at 80 million. However, that is insufficient now. It must be at least 150 million. Is this truly how it is? I had hoped for a discount. This unexpected increase of 70 million leaves me in quite a predicament. Will you be kneeling on a washboard or a durian upon your return? Kneel? My standing in the family hierarchy forbids such a thing. Fine, if it must be more. Then so be it. You seem to be the one aggrieved. Do you comprehend the intricacies involved in upgrading the renovation to such a high level? An additional 70 million is merely a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 87. Li Chongwu is no fool. Very well, let us proceed with the contract. I have brought the contract seal with me. However, I must express my urgency. The timeline must be expedited. Please assist me with this. A month and a half. We can adjust the existing renovations and allocate more personnel, but for the underground parking lot, increasing manpower will be futile as the processes remain unchanged. All right. You are the expert. I shall defer to your judgment. Let us first complete one floor, allowing my team to commence work. This poses no issue. I am immensely grateful, Lu Yu said politely, feeling an instant sense of relief. The burdens that accompanied him have vanished. And how do you wish to be thanked? Upon hearing Yi Yinran's words, Lu Yu reluctantly picked up the burdens he had let fall, hesitating as he replied, how do you wish for me to express my gratitude? Treat me to a bowl of rice noodles at the shop near the school. Yi Yinran, noticing Lu Yu's awkwardness, smiled and said. Lu Yu dreaded the very thing he feared. The rice noodle shop near the school was a frequent haunt of theirs during their student days. Had Yi Yinran suggested a different restaurant, he would have been indifferent, but this particular memory weighed heavily on him. It stirred recollections of the past, leaving him feeling guilty towards Han Ruashi. Indulging in such nostalgia felt akin to dining while still holding on to something else. Of course, he was not opposed to sharing joy. Yet the probability of such occurrences was nearly non-existent. What? Are you reluctant to reminisce about the past? Yi Yinran's expression remained calm, leaving Lu Yu unable to discern whether she felt pleased or displeased. What reluctance could I possibly have? I merely ponder whether rice noodles suffice for such an occasion. A 150 million collaboration project surely warrants a more upscale venue? Let us start with this, and perhaps indulge in something more extravagant once the project officially commences. Very well. Lu Yu could only acquiesce with resignation. Upon arriving at the rice noodle shop, aptly named Longing, it evoked a nostalgic return to their high school days. It was lunchtime, and the establishment was filled with an array of youthful students. Boss, a table for two. I apologize, but we have no available seating. Would you mind sharing a table? Certainly. 2 orders of 16. One with extra squid balls, spicy and fiery, and the other with mildly spicy beef balls. Absolutely. Please hold on a moment. The man replied and hurried to the kitchen to ignite the stove, while a woman beside him began adding ingredients. With the lunchtime rush, the crowd was overwhelming. I must say, did you really yearn for this upon your return? Lu Yu regretted asking such a question, wishing he could slap himself for his own curiosity. Indeed, high school was a time of great happiness for me. My parents resided in the capital, and I stayed at my uncle's house, enjoying an unrestrained life. A rebellious young lady. At that moment, a discordant voice interrupted. Brother, you are indeed here. Lon Lon, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the dormitory? Classmates, we are together. Would it be possible to switch seats? Thank you. Lu Lanlin's friend smiled at the two sharing the table. The two were understanding, responding courteously, allowing the boss to move the clay pot to the adjacent table. Today marks the final day of the school's sports meet, and classes are only half a day. I noticed your car parked at the entrance, so I came in to confirm, just in time for you to take us home after lunch. Would you kindly introduce me to this beautiful lady? Hello, Lon Lon. I am Yi Yinran, a classmate of your brother from high school. Ah, you are Yi Yinran? I have heard my brother mention you before. Ahem. Liu hurriedly gestured to Lu Lon Lon to remain silent, but it was too late. Yi Yinran's curiosity had already been piqued. What did my brother say about me? Oh, nothing much. Just that you excel in your studies and are quite beautiful. It would be great if he could marry you. Don't spout nonsense. When did I ever say such things? Humph, denying it now, are we? 3 years ago, around this time, if I recall correctly. It's hard to forget who was secretly heartbroken in their room. Lu Yu initially thought Lu Lanlin's arrival would be a blessing. While it might grant her some leverage, at least it would prevent matters from spiraling out of control. However, he was naively mistaken. Lu Lanlan was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation and chose to bring up events from years past. I was merely upset about not getting into a good university. Now, hurry and eat. Once you finish, I'll take you home. Yi Yanran refrained from pressing further, which relieved Lu Yu. Soon enough, the four of them finished their meal, and Lu Yu drove Lu Lanlan and her classmate toward Wangjia town. Lu Lanlan's classmate had previously lived in Wangjia village but moved to the town after the demolition. And Lu Yu's uncle's family was also renting a house in the town. With just Lu Yu and Lu Lanlan in the car, he remarked, "Why are you so gossip-prone? If this reaches your sister-in-law's ears, just wait and see how I handle you. Oh, how daring of you. Sneaking out with another woman behind your sister-in-law's back? You should have foreseen the impending consequences. Why do I feel like your presence is destined to shatter my family? In any case, this matter must remain confidential, understood? Rest assured, I won't breathe a word." Lu Lanlan chuckled, entirely unconcerned. She was in her senior year and had some understanding of the dynamics between boys and girls, knowing what was appropriate to discuss. That is reassuring. Here, take this card. Use it whenever you wish to make a purchase. Lu Yu did not intend to bribe Lu Lanlan. Rather, he was concerned that she might want to buy something but lacked funds, leaving her vulnerable to mischief. Lu Lanlan was at an age where temptation was difficult to resist. "I don't need much money right now. 100 yuan a week suffices." "Sufficient for what? Look at you, so thin. You should indulge in some junk food to put on weight. You really are an overprotective brother. Everyone advises to eat less junk food. Yet you encourage me to consume more. It's mainly because you appear too gaunt. It wouldn't hurt to sneak in some harmless treats now and then. Well, we've arrived home. You can go inside. I have matters to attend to at the factory, so I won't be coming in." Lu Yu said this nonchalantly before steering the car in another direction towards the factory. He had just received news from Nua that Li Chongwu was in trouble, a matter entrusted to him by Li Xiuzhen before his departure, and he had been closely monitoring it ever since. "Nua, please elaborate on the situation. Li Chongwu has been betrayed by his previous associates, and it seems the rubber factory may not survive." Such a melodramatic turn of events. However, Li Chongwu is far from foolish. He has something intriguing to share. Nua quickly sent over a recording. The audio captures a conversation between Li Chongwu and the senior executives of Nuafu Automotive, wherein he expresses his willingness to withdraw, but insists on a complete acquisition of the factory, including all facilities and equipment, demanding a staggering sum of 180 million. It appears that Uncle Li was well prepared for this. Indeed, it was once valued at that price, but now, given the dire circumstances, even half that amount seems exorbitant. Would the other party acquiesce? They agreed to acquire it for 150 million, with each of the 5 factories contributing 30 million. Is this not akin to the tale of the benevolent child? Are these capitalists truly engaged in philanthropic endeavors? This situation stems from Nuafu Automotive's industrial restructuring, sanctioned by a board resolution, which includes the acquisition of shares in other sectors. However, I remain skeptical. If this model falters, bankruptcy and liquidation could be imminent within 2 years. Chapter 88. The Mirage series helmet. While conversing with Nua, Lu Yu drove for half an hour and arrived at Li Chongwu's rubber factory. At that moment, Li Chongwu was engaged in discussion with representatives from 5 companies. "You may not need to respond immediately, but allow me to give you a friendly reminder to expedite your decision. Zhongyu Automobile is eager to collaborate with me. I must express my gratitude to General Zhang. Without you, I would not have conceived the idea of producing a full line of products. Li Chongwu, you must understand that the success of your Xiaowu rubber parts factory today is a result of our Nofu support. How can you justify negotiating with other automobile manufacturers behind our backs? So, is the outcome of this collaboration merely to conspire against me?" Li Chongwu regarded Zhang Xiandu with intrigue. "Mr. Li, there is a gentleman named Lu Yu outside who wishes to see you." "Ah, understood. Please escort him to my office. I will join you shortly." Li Chongwu recognized Lu Yu and smiled as he continued, "You may take a moment to deliberate. I need to attend to a guest." The leaders of the 5 companies exchanged glances but did not respond. Li Chongwu disregarded their silence. The situation had already reached a stalemate, and further politeness would seem insincere. Opening the door to his office, he greeted, "Nephew, it appears you have made quite an impression this time. I believe the net profit for Yuzhou Condiments has reached 30 billion per month, yes? It's not bad. Actually, I believe it's even higher. Last month, it exceeded 40 billion. Uncle Li, as you know, my industry faces bottlenecks, And once you reach the peak, growth becomes challenging. If it weren't for your acquaintance with my son, I would have been tempted to reprimand you for claiming a monthly profit of over 40 billion. Is that a statement a person can genuinely make? Just a bit of playful banter. By the way, Uncle Lee, have they reached a decision? As for my factory? Not yet. They're still deliberating in the conference room. Let us keep our discussions separate and let them stew for a while. Is there something specific you wish to discuss today? Indeed, I have a matter at hand. Uncle Lee, can you produce this material? And what about this helmet? Lee displayed the information from his phone to Lee Chung-woo. New materials? No wonder they say you are the expert. You recognized it instantly. There are indeed 3 types of new materials. And this helmet blueprint. Are you looking to venture into the electric vehicle helmet industry? Alas, expertise is one thing, but vision is another. This is the Mirage series gaming helmet, crafted entirely from new materials. If you are interested, we could collaborate, and you could assist with processing and assembly. With the right technology, producing the helmet is not difficult. This new material has been at the forefront of Blue Star technology for over a decade. I am keen on entrusting the production and assembly of the helmets to you. But I will need to find a partner for embedding the chip that receives brainwave signals from neural transmitters. Nephew, if what you've described is accurate, are you not concerned that I might abscond with the formula? It is merely a few new material formulas. I would gladly share them with you. However, for safety's sake, I recommend relocating to my premises. Liu is confident in sharing the formula, knowing that with NUA's assistance, if the formula were to surface online, it would instantly become indecipherable. The technologies embedded within the hard drives, such as HDP-1, HDP-2, and HDP-3, are among the simplest materials available, all of which are tangible substances meticulously formulated through specific ratios. Once crafted, these materials are molded into form using specialized machinery and subsequently assembled into the Mirage series helmets. The requirements for the factory are not particularly demanding, and Lee Chung-woo's facility is more than capable of meeting them. So, should I sell my factory or not? Naturally, the decision leans towards selling. The consortium in the conference room has already conducted their research. They are prepared to offer 150 million for your factory. Why refuse such free money? Are you aware of this? Do they genuinely intend to purchase my factory for 150 million? Yes, their analysis is complete. One company is offering 30 million, and they are not just interested in yours. The other 2 enterprises you approached are equally eager, albeit with lower offers. Discussions have already taken place with them. Goodness, they even wish to undermine me. I must inform them. Uncle Lee, hold on. If those 2 companies fail to acquire the factory, their owners are just as likely to demand a high price. Norfa may have abundant funds, but they are not foolish. Your rubber component factory is valuable to them. But that does not imply the same for the electronics or machinery factories. Understood, haha. I shall sign the contract with them right away. When they present their obsolete material formula, won't they be left in tears? Whether they will weep or not remains uncertain. But it is indeed true that the factories they acquire will yield no profit. Ha ha ha. Dear nephew, please stay here while I finalize the contract. Upon my return, we shall delve into thorough discussions. At this moment, Lee Chung-woo was unwilling to wait any longer. When one possesses the superior, who would cling to the inferior? The new materials Liu Yu showcased surpassed all existing materials in the market in terms of performance. The outer shell is both sturdy and lightweight. The inner lining soft and skin-friendly, while the visor boasts high brightness and wear resistance, even exceeding the hardness of bulletproof glass. It was no wonder he immediately recognized it as a design for electric vehicle helmets. Both the appearance and functionality echoed that notion. Within half an hour, Lee Chung-woo returned, contract in hand, grinning as he approached Liu Yu. Ha ha ha, these gullible fools have indeed agreed. Just then, Lee Chung-woo's phone rang. He glanced apologetically at Liu Yu before answering. Li Gu, has Norfu Automotive been in touch with you? They just left. What is the matter, Yin? Li Gu, concerning the investment we discussed. It appears our collaboration may not materialize. I am contemplating selling the electronics factory to them. Upon hearing this, Lee Chung-woo glanced at Liu Yu, who shook his head. Understanding the unspoken communication, Lee Chung-woo responded with a smile. No worries, my brother. We can collaborate at another opportunity. I have an important client to attend to, so I must cut this conversation short. After ending the call, Lee Chung-woo sheepishly remarked, Dear nephew, my younger brother is quite decent, and I considered bringing him on board. However, after further reflection, such confidential technology should not be disclosed to outsiders. Uncle Lee, it would be wonderful if you could think in this manner. Collaborating with individuals who would betray their allies for trivial gains is indeed exhausting. I would prefer to establish a new factory rather than partner with such individuals. My understanding of the gaming industry is limited, and I am uncertain if my assertions hold merit. When it comes to electronic products, undoubtedly, the most critical component is the chip. In this regard, our nation is severely constrained by foreign entities, making it quite challenging to find cooperative manufacturers. The prospect of self-manufacturing is fraught with difficulties, especially concerning lithography machines. Uncle Lee, I have thoroughly contemplated these matters. Acquiring a domestically produced lithography machine, regardless of the nanometer specification, is acceptable as long as it can produce chips. I harbor no particular demands in this area. The helmet is sufficiently spacious to accommodate a 10,000 mAh power bank, let alone standard chips. Noi already considered this aspect early on, significantly simplifying the technical requirements. By employing programmed software to enhance chip performance, I can confidently assert that, although a standard 90-nanometer chip may possess fewer components than its 3-nanometer or 7-nanometer counterparts, through software optimization techniques, its performance has far surpassed that of the 3-nanometer chip. Chapter 89. Holographic Interstellar Battlefield Game. If the requirements are not too demanding, acquiring a domestically produced lithography machine poses no issue. When shall we commence? We shall begin at once. The Galaxy Tower is soon to undergo renovations. I will instruct the construction company to complete a few floors, allowing us to initiate mass production promptly. So soon? Certainly, Uncle Lee. When it comes to profit-making endeavors, one must seize the moment. I will reserve 3 floors specifically for this purpose. That should suffice, correct? It will be more than adequate. As long as there is a 3-phase power supply to sustain the machinery, the technical aspects are minimal. It merely involves the use of molding presses. Uncle Lee, why not let you handle the electronic components as well? I will provide the technical personnel while you take on the management role. You need not invest. I shall allocate 5% of the equity to you as a non-participatory share. How much? 5%. That is rather generous. I have not contributed much. I feel undeserving. Uncle Lee, I am quite close with Xiozhen. Please do not dismiss the offer as insufficient. Let us settle on this arrangement. The equipment will be sourced from the group, and you need only manage it. That will not do. If I am to invest 1 billion in purchasing machines, I consider it a stake in the venture. Although this amount may seem trivial to you, it represents my sincere intent. If you refuse, I shall withdraw from the equity. Li Chongwu gazed resolutely at Lu Yu. Very well, Uncle Lee, ensure that we acquire the most advanced machines, and let them be sufficiently intelligent. I am not well versed in this area, so I leave it to your discretion. Absolutely. Li Chongwu eagerly agreed, surprised that as he approached retirement age, he could embark on a second entrepreneurial venture, particularly in a field where he could truly excel. Everything progressed methodically. The accounts of the seasoning company were continuously dispersing funds, flowing like a stream. The funds being expended were those of himself, Han Ruoshi, and Fang Yuan. He did not touch the money belonging to Shi Xiaolei and Su Anghua. Even so, the company's account had not seen significant expenditures. The renovation company was set to commence work this week. The previous management of the Galaxy Tower was remarkably swift. After incurring minor losses, those companies agreed to vacate within a week. Kong Technology had intended to leverage the situation for additional compensation, but Han Ruoshi, unable to bear it any longer, directly contacted Yuan Lin. Upon hearing her voice, he promptly arranged for the move the following day, foregoing any breach penalties. Time passed swiftly, and in a mere month and a half, the former Galaxy Tower was transformed, now renamed Yusho Tower. The rapid completion of the Yusho Group's projects owed much to Yi Yanran's vision, aside from the substantial alterations to the underground parking lot. The other areas underwent renovations based on the original layout, with even the floor tiles remaining unchanged. The walls were enhanced with a layer of wooden paneling, elevating the overall aesthetic. The planned 5,000 servers were fully installed, with Jiang Yang and his team diligently working on the setup. The computational capabilities of the servers far exceeded expectations. The initial investment of 500 million had now doubled, as they utilized exclusively H100 graphics cards, incurring an additional expenditure of over 150 million, alongside complementary components, resulting in an overall surpassing of computational output. Lu Yu, oblivious to the complexities at hand, leisurely sipped tea in his 31st floor office, while Nua Yi remained poised, ready to upload the servers at a moment's notice and initiate operations. Finally, it seemed the tide of busyness was beginning to ebb. Fang Yuan plopped down into a chair and poured himself a cup of tea. How much longer until Jiang Yang's side is ready? Perhaps half a month. Is the game prepared? At any time. Once the server is established, we can commence. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Lu Yu called out as Lu Su entered, accompanied by Gu Tian. Sister Su, Gu Tian. How is the chip technology progressing? Exquisite. From a technical perspective, it astonishingly operates without limitations on component quantity, showcasing remarkable computational strength. Please arrange a meeting. I wish to meet this genius. Lu Su stated candidly. Sister Su, meeting her may not be feasible. I have no idea where she is. You are set to participate in the Asia computer competition, right? Once the server is up, I can arrange for her to guide you online. Very well, that will have to suffice. Gu Tian, during this period, I'll rely on you. Not an issue. I often feel superfluous here. Even a novice in computing would know what to do. Considering the abundance of knowledge this genius has provided, you all are prodigies in this field. While learning, you must also innovate. You represent our new force. Remember, Blue Star is not our ultimate goal. The cosmos shall be our battlefield in the future. Are we benchmarking against Manic? Not a benchmark. They are unworthy. Teddy, I assign you a task. Scour for geniuses across various fields. When necessary, showcase our technology to them. What do you intend to do? Poach talents from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? If you possess such capability, it's not out of the question. Regardless, bring forth talents from any domain, at any cost. You shall understand upon the game's release. Lu Yu spoke with an air of mystery. Kidnapping is a crime. Who said anything about kidnapping? High salaries, incentives, or even seduction. One way or another, we must secure top-tier talent. What about foreign talents? Indiscriminately. If you possess the capability, recruit them all. Lu Yu. Moving too quickly may risk exposing our technology to spies and traitors. Lu Su felt a twinge of concern at the thought of rapid expansion leading to external infiltration. They lack the capability, Lu Yu confidently replied, though internally he mused. Who could possibly extract anything from the hands of 35 individuals at the initial stage of celestial power? During this period, Liu had accumulated star coins and points without making any purchases, acquiring 35 S-2000 bionic robots instead. It was no exaggeration to say that the security here rivaled that of national leaders. Even if, hypothetically speaking, someone were to replicate their technology, the result would merely be a jumble of code, besides 5 hard drives and the data on the computers held by the higher-ups. Inserting any storage device would yield no results. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and at this moment, Lu Yu sat in the conference room, flanked by senior management from various departments. During this period, I appreciate everyone's hard work. Tomorrow marks the traditional Little New Year in Chinese culture, and our company will be on holiday. Each department will receive year-end bonuses based on the number of staff. Ordinary employees will each receive 100,000, mid-level managers 300,000, and senior executives 500,000, which can be collected from the finance department. Mr. Liu, we've only been working for less than 3 months. Are you suggesting that the amounts are excessive? Liu smiled at the speaker, who he recognized as Zhou Yiyang, the director of the administration department. Director Zhou, take what is given to you. This is still in the context of the group not being profitable. Once the game begins to generate revenue, there will be monthly dividends. Even the most junior cleaner will receive a minimum bonus of 100,000. A senior executive slowly raised his right hand and timidly inquired, Mr. Liu, may I ask a question? Go ahead. I understand we are a gaming company, but while we have seen the PowerPoint presentation, we are unaware of the specific game types. This is precisely what I wish to discuss. Please pay close attention. Upon our return after the Lantern Festival, the marketing and publicity departments must be prepared to promote our game, the holographic Interstellar Battlefield game. The holographic Interstellar Battlefield game? Everyone pondered seriously, repeating Lu Yu's last words. Indeed, it is of the interstellar genre. After the new year, all departments will collaborate with these two to prepare for a game launch event scheduled for the 20th day of the first lunar month. Chapter 90, New Year, Part 1. These plans were meticulously crafted by Lu Yu, Han Ruoxi, and Feng Yuan. Now, everything was in place, awaiting public revelation. Mr. Liu, should we conduct an internal test for the game? Of course, we must conduct an internal test, but that does not contradict the press conference. Lu Yu replied with a smile. That is true. Following this, he announced the tasks, concluding the meeting. Let us disperse and head to finance to collect the funds. Lu Yu said, rising first to exit the conference room, with Han Ruoxi and Feng Yuan trailing behind. Ruoxi, tomorrow marks the Little New Year. We need to purchase supplies for the festivities. Lu Yu had cherished the New Year since childhood, not merely for the delectable food and new clothes, but primarily because his father would return home, spending over 10 days with him. Shall we visit the mall tomorrow? It has been too busy lately. I haven't had a proper shopping spree. No problem. I'll accompany you for as long as you wish, Lu Yu readily agreed. Hanruashi was right. Everyone had been exceptionally busy lately. Lu Yu contemplated providing some benefits for the team during the new year. Distributing cash seemed far more practical than merely giving out supplies. With money, everyone could purchase whatever their hearts desired, which would be delightful. As for the seasonings, Liu had not visited that area in quite some time. Whether he went or not made little difference. However, to be cautious, he dispatched 3 robots to handle the task. The most exasperating issue was the bet with the Heidi group. The opposing party shockingly denied the agreement. Wang Haquan's original spouse outright dismissed the claim, asserting that only the 300 million bet was acknowledged, while all others were disregarded. Their justification was that Wang Haquan had not convened a shareholders' meeting, rendering it a private matter. Consequently, the bet amount could only be paid at half of Wang Haquan's shares to Lu Yu, with Yuanlin's assistance. The lower court ruled in favor of Lu Yu and his team, yet the opposing party refused to acknowledge the verdict and continued to appeal. The case had now reached the intermediate court, with the stakes being among the highest in recent years. Originally 3 billion had been reduced to 300 million. Anyone would find it unacceptable, and Lu Yu was no exception. Nonetheless, the opposing party's funds were frozen by the court, inflicting the pain upon them rather than him. He possessed both the energy and resources to contend with them resolutely. The following day, Lu Yu set off early with Han Ruashi, Yang Xian, and Yang Jia, heading straight to the largest mall in the city to commence their shopping expedition. Does this outfit look good on me? Well, how should I put this? Can I express it in a foreign language? As Lu Yu observed Han Ruashi emerging from the fitting room, he feigned deep thought. What? Yoshi. Uft. Sir or madam, I sincerely apologize. I could not contain myself. The nearby sales assistant burst into laughter, completely losing her composure. Another day without decorum. Please wrap this up. Certainly, madam. It was only by 4 in the afternoon that the family of 4 began their journey home, the car already brimming with purchases. This was merely a fraction of their haul, as Lu Yu had also stored many items in his spatial pouch. Is it any wonder that women are born for shopping? We've spent an entire day, and aside from lunch, we've been browsing the stores, Han Ruashi grumbled. Lu Yu, despite his extraordinary stamina, felt the fatigue setting in. Not to mention the 2 little ones, who were now fast asleep in the car. Is this all we bought after such a long day? Han Ruashi muttered. The array of dishes scarcely amounts to 1/5 of what is needed. You shall soon comprehend upon returning home that the room cannot possibly accommodate it all. Ah, I did mention that. This is far too little. Lu Yu's ancestral home has already been constructed, a 3-story building with substantial space, approximately over 600 square meters. He and Han Ruashi reside on the 3rd floor, occupying around 150 square meters, complete with a 30 square meter walk-in closet. Even so, today's purchases remain unmanageable. Upon returning home, they distributed the items among family members, Lu's father, mother, Lu Lanlan, Yang Xian, and Yang Jia, leaving only a small portion for himself and Han Ruashi. By the way, when did you buy this? Lu Yu inquired with a mischievous grin, holding up a piece of intimate apparel. I shan't tell you, Han Ruashi retorted, snatching it away and stowing it out of sight. I recall you possess a purple one as well, don't you? Godfather, what purple one? Yang Xian and Yang Jia curiously asked from outside the closet. Oh, nothing. The purple one is merely purple, quite charming indeed. Xianer and Jia, go entertain yourselves with your grandparents. It is time for the 100 family forum. Yes, come along, sister, do not disturb our parents. Yang Xian pulled the bewildered Yang Jia downstairs. Lu Yu even suspected that Yang Xian had caught on to the underlying meaning and intended to whisk the children away, allowing him and Han Ruashi to indulge in their desires. Before the children, one must exercise restraint. Are they not already gone? Quickly don your battle attire. Lu Yu urged Han Ruashi to slip into that purple intimate apparel. After their initial encounter, Lu Yu began to understand Feng Yuan's sentiments. This is the life that men aspire to, an insatiable craving that brings both joy and delight. It was still early, not even 8 in the evening. Yet the two had embarked upon a life devoid of shame. Given such circumstances, his utmost gratitude was directed toward the 100 Family Forum. Lu Yu even had Nuai download the entire series, ensuring that it played on the television at this hour. After all, the smart TV also fell under Nuai's purview. On New Year's Eve, Han Ruashi did not return home, but instead spent the holiday at Lu Yu's residence. currently bustling with a group of women in the kitchen preparing the festive feast. Lu Yu was not particularly fond of commotion. Yet both Lu Guodong and Li Yumei enjoyed it, having invited the entire Zhang family along with the young couple, Li Zhengye. Nuo are busily cooked, while the other women assisted nearby. The men, meanwhile, gathered around the mahjong table, engrossed in their game. Grandfather, if you play a 1, then father will win. Then I shall play this one. Uncle wins. Yang Xian, take your sister to play elsewhere. Lu Yu could no longer watch. Yang Xian's intelligence was undeniable. He could grasp card counting. But how could his opponent possibly know which tile he was waiting for in mahjong? It was almost as if he possessed divine gambling skills. Are you asking for a beating, young lad? You simply sit here, and I shall see who dares to challenge you. Lu Guodong protested, as his current winnings were largely thanks to Yang Xian's assistance. The stakes in mahjong were modest, capped at 30. It was merely a casual pastime among friends. The Spring Festival Gala held little interest now, serving merely as background music, while everyone awaited the host's cue to make dumplings together. Ruo Shi, you must rein in this lad. He keeps assisting his grandfather while I risk losing everything without a thought for my feelings as a father. Li Yu sighed as he observed Han Ruo Shi emerging from the kitchen. Cousin, at most you've simply not won. The true losses lie with my father and me. The two of you youngsters losing is merely a contribution to the elders. Sister-in-law, you cannot fathom. It is not just a matter of money. To this day, I have not won a single hand. Even if I could win just one, a mere trivial hand would bring me joy. After an entire round, Li Zhengye has yet to win, while Li Rui managed to win 2 hands, both courtesy of his own son's misfortune. That is your style. Who can you blame for that? It is not entirely unfortunate. It saves you from earning money later on, where you would waste your time playing mahjong. Losing to family is far better than losing to outsiders, Lu Yu remarked, though his words held a kernel of truth. Li Zhengye's salary is not insignificant. There is a saying that those who linger in the village throughout the year often find themselves outsmarted by those returning home to make a quick profit during the festive season. On the first day of the new year, they hold court with great authority. On the second, they brave the snow, leaving their homes behind. By the third mornings, they toil at construction sites. This is no mere online jest. It is a reality witnessed in every village during this time. Chapter 91, New Year Celebration, Part 2. Your cousin is indeed correct. Last year, Wang Chong from the village returned from afar, only to be deceived by a few local youths, and by the third day of the new year, he had to head south for work. In the end, it was the elders who used their relocation compensation to cover his losses. I don't usually indulge in games. I only play a little during the new year with my family. With my meager salary, those people wouldn't even glance my way. Li Zhengye chuckled softly. Currently, he was financially constrained. The family's relocation had paid off the new house in full, and the remaining funds were reserved for his parents' retirement. He and Yuan earned a combined monthly salary of 10,000, which, while not extravagant, was more than sufficient for their needs. I know you are a good child. Now that you have your own family, there is little your parents can assist you with. You must forge your own path. Should you dare to do anything unseemly towards Yuan, do not blame me for breaking your legs. Li Rui warned Li Zhengye with a serious expression. Understood, understood. Li Zhengye replied affirmatively. Li Yu was aware that his maternal grandfather had instilled strict discipline, and he had known since childhood that if the family's fortunes had not declined, the Li family would have been regarded as a scholarly lineage. During the New Year festivities, why bring this up? Zhengye understands the situation well. Let us stop playing and tidy up. It's time for dinner. Li Yumei remarked somewhat reproachfully about her brother. The group ceased their games and began to assist in serving dishes. The round table, measuring 2.5 meters in diameter, could accommodate 20 people when squeezed together. Currently, there were only 14, including Nuo Air and Nuo San. By the way, Xiao Yu, aren't Air and Yo's brother and sister working at your company? Why is only San Chong here, making them work overtime during the new year? Li Yumei couldn't help but inquire. Aunt Li, it's nothing serious. My sister is working out of town for the boss, and C Air is at the new company, which is short-staffed. Nuo Air Nyo explained with a smile. The robots have no concept of celebrating the new year, but Lu Yu anticipated that his mother would certainly ask this and had briefed Air Nyo in advance. All right then. Have this young man give you more money, and when they are not busy, invite them over. This will be your home from now on. Mom, please spare me the lecture. I've already prepared a large red envelope for them. Now you're complaining about my concerns. Mom, that's not what Lu Yu meant. Han Roashi interjected with a smile, linking arms with Li Yumei and playfully coaxing her, showcasing their harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. enough of covering for him. I was merely jesting. Let us all eat. Yuan Yuan is here for the first time, so make sure to eat your fill and feel at home. Ernyo's cooking is absolutely exceptional. And just the scent alone makes me want to eat more. Everyone joyfully indulged in the New Year's Eve dinner. As a robot, Nua's culinary skills were no laughing matter. Whether in terms of cooking time or seasoning, everything was precisely calculated. Attaining the level of a 5-star chef. That evening, Lu Yu, accompanied by Han Ruashi and Lu Lanlan, led the two children in bowing to their parents to wish them a happy new year. They also paid respects to their uncle and aunt, receiving 8 red envelopes in return. Including the 8 envelopes for the children, they had a total of 16, an unprecedented display of prosperity for Lu Yu, who had never experienced such wealth before. Although the amount was not substantial, he felt an immense sense of joy. The following day, Lu Yu's family welcomed a few visitors, young relatives from the neighboring households, who came to offer New Year greetings to his parents. Although Lu Yu did not share a particularly close relationship with them, it was amicable enough. "Brother, you truly have struck it rich," exclaimed Wu Zhong, a resident of Yushio village and 5 years Lu Yu's senior. "What have you been up to lately?" "Just busying myself with menial tasks. Managing a few workers on the construction site alongside my boss. It pales in comparison to your endeavors. After this visit, do you have any plans? If not, shall we spend some time together?" Lu Yu chuckled inwardly, thinking, they see me as a target. Feigning difficulty, he replied, "I can't stay out too late. I need to take the kids to the cinema tonight to watch Neza 2. I've heard it's quite the sensation, and I managed to secure tickets after much effort." At this early hour, just before 8, time was ample. As the saying goes, a small gamble brings joy, while a large one leads to ruin. Otherwise, what fun is there during the new year? Indeed, I'll let my family know. I'll join you shortly. Lu Yu smiled, expressing his agreement. "At Chunmei supermarket by the village entrance. We'll wait for you there," Wu Zhang said with a grin before hastily departing, eager to share this news with others and prepare accordingly. "Has he left?" Lu Guodong, seated on the sofa, remarked with a hint of exasperation. "He has. I'll hang out with him for a bit." "No way. Engaging in gambling or illicit activities can lead to ruin." Lu Guodong immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. "Father, that's not fair. Among those 3 vices, I believe gambling is rather innocent," Lu Yu countered. "Rest assured, I'll take Yang Xian along, so they can witness the harshness of society. Children can be formidable too. While Lu Yu may not gamble, Yang Xian certainly could. That is not acceptable. It's evident they intend to set a trap for you. Why would you willingly step into it? Don't worry, let's not forget how Yang Xian helped you win yesterday. With him around, their petty tricks won't stand a chance." "Father, please allow him to go," Lu Yu urged, knowing what was appropriate. "And remember to return early. We need to take the kids to the cinema." With Han Ruashi advocating for him, Lu Guodong hesitated for a moment before relenting. Lu Yu then scooped up Yang Xian, laughing, "Let us go earn some popcorn money. Just ensure they don't smoke." Han Ruashi cautioned, her concern evident. "Fear not, they will certainly behave impeccably. No matter how strong their cravings, they will have to suppress them. Their focus will be solely on my money until they win." Upon arriving at Chunmei supermarket, a hub for the rural community, various amusements awaited, including slot machines and mahjong tables. As they entered, Wu Zheng approached with a cheerful grin. "Brother, you've finally made it. Care for a smoke? Children are present. Let's refrain from smoking. Secondhand smoke is harmful to them." Lu Yu interjected. "I say, brother, why would you bring a child along for a night out?" One of the 5 voiced his dissatisfaction. In the same village, Li was naturally acquainted with Qin Chang, a well-known idler renowned for his lack of ambition. He refrained from pursuing substantial wealth, preferring instead to earn a modest income through operating a harvester each year. "If this doesn't work out, I shall take my leave," Lu Yu remarked, observing his counterpart with a wry smile. "Don't be hasty. Since you're here, let us indulge a bit." Wu Zheng chimed in, playfully admonishing those smoking nearby, pointing out the presence of children. "Come, let us sit down. It seems our usual game of mahjong is off the table. Younger brother, what shall we play instead? How about a round of Texas Hold'em? 6 players is quite sufficient. I heard from Wu Zheng that you have plans for later tonight. Let's set a time for 2 this afternoon. It's the new year, let us enjoy ourselves. But let us not play too late." One of the younger fellows interjected, adhering to the established routine. It's not just the children who wish to see Najah too. As parents, we bear the burden too," Lu Yu replied, aligning with the sentiment expressed. By fixing the time now, they ensured that when the hour arrived, the losers would not hold the winners accountable. Yang Xian, standing beside Lu Yu, silently mused, Is it I who wishes to see it, or is it you? Must adults be so shameless? Chapter 92. The Gambler's Possession of Yang Xian. Soon enough, the 6 individuals gathered around the circular table, where the proprietress, He Chunmei, presented them with a deck of playing cards. There existed an unwritten rule that mandated a new deck to be introduced every 10 rounds, ostensibly to prevent anyone from marking the cards, though in reality, it merely served to enhance the supermarket's revenue. He Chunmei, renowned in the village as a captivating and alluring widow, was a subject of whispered tales, even if Lu Yu seldom returned. Among the attendees, with the exception of Lu Yu, the others had indulged in their share of flirtations with her. Chunmei, bring everyone the most expensive beverages and put it on my tab, Chen Chang proclaimed with an air of bravado. Liu nearly chuckled. The priciest drink here cost perhaps 5 or 6 yuan. This declaration gave the impression that Chen Chang was footing the entire bill for the evening's extravagance. Father, how much could the most expensive drink possibly be? This Uncle Monkey is quite the miser. Apologies, but children speak without restraint. The most expensive beverage must be at least 10 yuan. For 6 of us, that adds up to over 60. Do you think earning money is that effortless? The words, seemingly a reprimand directed at Yang Xian, reached Chen Chang's ears and twisted his expression in discomfort. Nevertheless, he refrained from venting his frustration at Lu Yu, who was currently their god of wealth. It would be unseemly to argue with a mere child, and should word get out, it would tarnish his reputation in the village. Chunmei, bring some snacks for my nephew. Brother, since this is your first time playing, and given your wealth, why not take the dealer's seat? Sure. However, I don't usually play, so if I err, please bear with me. By the way, should we clarify the rules beforehand? There is nothing much to discuss. The 3 of a kind is the highest, followed by the straight flush, then the flush, and so on down to the single cards. Suits don't matter. And the player with the highest card loses. The smallest hand is 2, 3, 5, correct? Wu Zheng remarked calmly. What is the minimum stake? 100. No upper limit. Wu Zheng chuckled, a prearranged agreement amongst them. The rules of this variant of poker had slight variations, and it was prudent to clarify them in advance to avoid disputes, as even a 1 yuan stake could escalate to staggering amounts in the presence of miraculous hands. Not a problem. Come, son, deal the cards for the uncles. Liu handed the shuffled deck to Yang Xian. The others paid little mind to whether it was a child or an adult dealing, as long as they had the chance to win. All right, first up is Uncle Skinny Monkey, then Uncle Horseface, followed by Uncle Shoehorn Face. Yang Xian chattered away, assigning nicknames to the 5 adults, which, surprisingly, were quite apartment. In contrast, the 5 men wore expressions akin to having tasted something bitter, caught in a conundrum of whether to be irritated by a child's taunts or simply dismiss them. The jabs were indeed pointed, highlighting their characteristics. Bet 100. Lu Yu, being the dealer, saw his immediate successor, Wu Zheng, make the call. Call 100. Without glancing at his cards, Lu Yu carelessly tossed out a red bill. After several rounds, the pot had accumulated over 2,000, prompting 3 players to succumb to temptation and peek at their cards. Upon discovering they held a poor hand, they opted to fold. At that moment, only Lu Yu, Chen Chang, and Wu Zheng remained, not yet having seen their cards. With a mere glance from Chen Chang, Wu Zheng immediately understood, tossing out 400 to challenge Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu, fully aware of the subtle maneuver, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such paltry tricks to cheat and expect to win against him? Dream on. Liu casually revealed his cards without ever glancing at his own hand. Wu Zheng, upon seeing Lu Yu's 3 cards, realized that Lu Yu had the ace of diamonds, while his own hand was marginally bested by Lu Yu's pair of 3s. Resigned, Wu Zheng discarded his cards. With a sigh, he lightly pounded the table with his fists, expressing his disappointment. An astute observer would have quickly discerned that Wu Zheng was signaling to Chen Chang, who, understanding the cue, grinned and declared, having played so many rounds, I must take a look at my cards. Upon examining his hand, his expression soured, revealing that he too held a weak hand, even inferior to Wu Zheng's discarded cards, leading him to reluctantly fold. Have I won? Son, quickly collect the winnings. Lu Yu exclaimed, having secured over 3,000 from this round, quite a considerable sum. The game continued, with Lu Yu remaining the dealer, as Yang Xian dealt the cards. They played until past 1 in the afternoon, with Lu Yu on a winning streak, having not lost a single round since he began dealing. His cards consistently outperformed his opponents, a feat entirely attributable to Yang Xian's skill. Lu Yu remained puzzled as to how Yang Xian managed it. The cash in front of the father and son had swelled to 80 or 90,000. You've been losing consistently, perhaps we should call it a day. I feel somewhat embarrassed by my winnings, Liu remarked. Your luck is indeed extraordinary today. How about we raise the stakes? 1,000 as the base. I'm indifferent. The question is whether you still have funds, Liu pondered, uncertain about the next steps. In the final dozen hands, each round yielded only a little over 1,000. After Yang Xian dealt the cards, they all peeked, and subsequently revealed their hands in the following round. Spring May, bring me 50,000. Chen Chong shouted. Brother Chong, perhaps we should refrain from playing today? He Chame kindly advised, primarily concerned that once the opponent received the money, they might not return it. Rest assured, if I can't pay you back, I'll hand over my newly purchased Tiguan, worth at least 100,000. Chen Chong declared confidently. Fine. He Chame, unsure how to refuse, reluctantly agreed and turned to fetch the money from the counter. Chen Chong, I understand you wish to recoup your losses. How about this final hand? If you win, all this money returns to you. That won't do. We agreed on 2 o'clock, and it's barely past 1. Liu Yu's adversary, with an irritable expression, confronted him. Agreeing isn't out of the question, but I must deal this round. All right. After sitting as dealer for most of the day, I yield to you. Liu replied nonchalantly. As Yang Xian subtly indicated to Liu Yu that everything was fine. Spring May, please fetch a new deck of cards. This time, Chen Chong took the lead. Feeling an unusual confidence as if the heavy gloom of the day had suddenly lifted, he began to shuffle the playing cards with flair, experiencing a sensation akin to that of a god of gambling. Liu observed with keen interest, contemplating. He does possess a certain skill, after all. Son. It's your turn to cut the deck. Yang Xian extended his tender little hand, removing approximately 20 cards from the top. This time, only Liu Yu and Chen Chong were gambling, while the others watched from the sidelines. Upon receiving 3 cards, Liu Yu glanced at them. This was the first time he had seen his whole cards all day. Chen Chong, equally scrutinizing his cards, wore a faint smile and remarked, Brother, do you dare to wager even larger? What kind of stakes are you proposing? Besides, I have over 90,000 in hand, while you only possess 50,000. As I mentioned earlier, I was simply considering the difficulty of your earnings and thought to return some of my winnings to you. Are you not satisfied? Do you truly believe I am a philanthropist? Liu felt a twinge of displeasure. It was evident that Chen Chong was still intent on profiting from him, and such a gambler was hardly deserving of sympathy. I will not take advantage of you. My car alone, when sold secondhand, is worth at least 150,000. Adding this 50,000 to the value of my vehicle, 200,000 is hardly excessive, is it? Chen Chong spoke with unwavering confidence. Brother Chong, can you all be silent? How about it? Shall we gamble? Very well. However, I require you to draft a transfer contract, lest you later deny our agreement. On the gambling table, reputation holds no weight. Agreed. Chen Chong exclaimed loudly, his body trembling with excitement. Chapter 93, The Game Release Conference, Part 1. Indeed, it is a contract of gratuitous transfer. Do not mislabel it as a stake, for the law does not recognize such. Having spent considerable time with Han Ruashi, Liu possesses a fundamental understanding of the law. Gambling, being an illicit act, renders stakes devoid of legal protection. Not a problem, Chame. Please fetch some paper and a pen. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Chong completed the contract for the gratuitous transfer of the vehicle, placing it in the center of the table rather than handing it to Liu Yu. You still owe me 110,000. How do you intend to settle this? Rest assured, you need not worry. The change in the green bubble is more than sufficient for you. If you win, I shall provide it immediately. Liu showed Chen Chong the balance in the green bubble, a string of numbers amounting to several million. Seeing this, Chen Chong laughed heartily, revealing his cards. Ha ha ha. I have a 3-of-a-kind aces. Let us see how you intend to defeat me. Alas, I cannot believe you have squandered my earnest intentions. My apologies for my humble hand of 2-3-5. Liu revealed his cards slowly. How can this be? You must be cheating. Wu Zhong exclaimed, lock me in. And unless you clarify this matter, do not expect to leave here. Chen Chong collapsed into his chair, suspecting Liu Yu of foul play. After all, how could it be so fortuitous? He held 3 aces, while his opponent displayed a measly 2-3-5. Everyone is watching. You shuffled the cards, and they were new. I had not touched them before dealing. You accuse me of cheating? How absurd. Indeed. Chen Chong, a loss is a loss. However, we must maintain our integrity. Or who would wish to play with you again? A bystander interjected on Liu Yu's behalf. This cannot merely be coincidence, can it? Dad, Yang Xian whispered softly, then leaned in to speak to Liu Yu. Liu Yu nodded, a calm smile gracing his face. So, Chen Chong, where did you acquire such skills? You can cheat as well? Do not slander me. We are discussing your alleged cheating. Very well, produce evidence of my cheating, if you have none. I possess evidence of your deceit. Liu's statement created an uproar. Many present often played with Chen Chong, if this were true. The money they lost would be deemed acceptable, a matter of luck or skill, but if their opponent had cheated, the implications were vastly different. Preposterous. Fine. Then present your evidence. You have sought your own demise. Do not blame me. Ladies and gentlemen, a standard deck of cards contains only 4 aces of different suits. Yet, why does this new deck have 3 additional aces? Please, explain this to everyone. By heaven, Chen Chong, you truly have cheated. Watch as I do not spare you. You are courting death. Chen Chong realized he could no longer conceal the truth. He drew a spring knife from his waist and lunged at Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu remained seated, lifting his right foot to send the table flying towards Chen Chong, swiftly following up by disarming him and rendering the knife harmless. Oh, your gambling integrity is rather lacking. And as for all of you, should you wish to take action, do so collectively. I would not mind imparting a lesson or two. Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes during this festive season. The remaining 4 individuals wore grim expressions, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Chong, no wonder you won so much 2 years ago. Dong Jiping hasn't even returned home for the new year this year. Your conscience is truly in a dismal state. All right, hand over the car keys. Remember to visit the vehicle management office to transfer ownership. Do not harbor any ill intentions, or this will be your fate. With a resounding crash, a steel chair shattered into pieces. Even a wooden board several centimeters thick could not escape a similar fate. Son, let us return home. We shall depart now, as time is on our side. Lu Yu parked the vehicle he had won, a Volkswagen Tiguan, in the courtyard. At that moment, Lu's father was watering the flowers outside. Upon seeing the unfamiliar vehicle and the 2 men who emerged from it, his expression soured. Won at gambling? Yes, and there's over 100,000 in cash. Lu Yu carelessly tossed a black bag filled with money onto the coffee table. What am I to say to you? You must never gamble again. Grandfather, those people set a trap to deceive Dad. What happened? They had conspired beforehand, signaling discreetly during the game to reveal Dad's whole cards to the opponents. For instance, after viewing the cards, a single fist on the table indicated Dad's hand was a high card, 2 fists signified a pair, a left palm indicated a straight, a right palm a flush. 2 palms together indicated a straight flush, and crossed palms indicated 3 of a kind. Yang Xian explained the opponent's signals with a calm demeanor. I don't quite understand how they communicated the specific hands. It's quite simple. The right thumb and pinky represent 2 numbers, corresponding to A, 2, Q, K, while the remaining 3 fingers indicate the other 9 numbers based on their positioning, high, middle, and low. All right, how old are you, and how do you know all this? Regulars at the casino might be familiar with such codes, but how does a 6-year-old like you know them? Lu Yu found it perplexing. Read more. Observe more. Well, that is akin to saying nothing. I suppose I'll just watch your lectures. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yu decided to take them out to the movies. After all, it was the new year, and once the 5th day passed, welcoming the god of wealth, the festivities were deemed complete. The remaining days were merely a passage of time until the 16th day of the lunar month, when work would officially resume. A few executives lined up in front of the Yuzhou building to distribute red envelopes to the returning employees. The envelopes were modest, containing only 100 yuan, intended to symbolize good fortune. No one would deem the boss stingy, as each employee had already received at least 100,000 yuan in year-end bonuses before the new year. Working for 3 months could yield over 100,000 yuan in salary, a remarkable sum in any company. On the first day back to work, a meeting was indispensable. Although Lu Yu was not fond of meetings, the subsequent plans needed to be arranged. In the next 3 days, everyone must be energized to invite all prominent media from Huaxia. And one crucial point, those media outlets seeking promotional fees will receive not a single cent. They can come if they wish. President Liu, some top-tier media may indeed choose not to attend if we proceed this way. If the uninsightful top influencers choose not to attend, it is of no consequence. Remember, the game we are about to unveil is set to revolutionize the entire gaming industry. Their absence will be their own loss. He currently possesses the audacity to make such statements. Let us proceed according to Mr. Liu's instructions, and you must also prepare yourselves. At present, the inventory of gaming headsets stands at merely 1 million units. It will not be overly hectic. When mass production truly commences, everyone will be occupied. Observing the lack of reaction from the crowd, Han Ruashi does not hold it against them. After all, they have only seen a PowerPoint presentation and have yet to witness the reality. making their lack of confidence entirely understandable. Over the past 3 days, Liu Yu has not been idle. He has commissioned Nuai to create an extraordinarily impressive website for Yujo, featuring naked-eye 3D visuals. Indeed, the words of the director of the publicity department ring true. On the day of the press conference, the turnout of media representatives was rather sparse, with only a handful of top influencers present. However, it is worth celebrating that representatives from Central Media actually attended. Liu Yue, serving as an intern reporter for Central Media this year, arrived with an inexplicable mindset, unsure of the director's intentions for sending her. Upon noticing that none of her peers from other media outlets were present, she began to ponder if this was yet another instance of a company engaging in false advertising. Chapter 94, Game Launch Conference, Part 2. Welcome to the press conference held by Yujo Technology Group. I'm aware that many questions linger in your minds regarding our relatively obscure yet emerging tech company. After all, what significance does a press conference hold? Liu spoke with a nonchalant demeanor from the podium, while journalists below exchanged whispers with their cameramen. However, I must emphasize that it is indeed a privilege for you, the media present today, to witness the birth of a game that will revolutionize the entire industry. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. As Liu Yu's words faded, the entire venue was plunged into darkness. Before anyone could react, the lights returned, transforming the ceiling of the auditorium into a celestial vista. Look above. Is this a depiction of the cosmos? Truly magnificent. A resonant voice emanated from the speakers, narrating the tale. In the distant galaxy, the blue planet stands as one of the few beautiful celestial bodies. However, on March 21st, 2074, the tranquility of humanity residing there was shattered. The inhabitants of the blue planet faced an unprecedented peril, an invasion from the Naklu tribe, a species from the same galaxy. Faced with technology that had advanced hundreds of years beyond their own, what could the denizens of the blue planet possibly do? With nothing but their frail bodies, they stood in defiance of this overwhelming assault, watching helplessly as loved ones fell one by one, compelling them to rise. The visuals transitioned rapidly, immersing the audience in the unfolding narrative. Suddenly, when the first dark crimson energy beam pierced through the clouds, the reason behind the command to hold the riverbank became clear. 2,000 civilization tombstone nuclear missiles, buried beneath the riverbed, were disarming their safety mechanisms, each warhead inscribed with excerpts from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in various languages. You fumbled to retrieve your now-defunct electronic dog tag, casting a final glance at your wife's smiling face beneath a tree, now a grotesque sight. With that very tree situated at the exhaust port of the Nakla mothership, its blossoms tainted by radioactive dust. Please grip tightly the vial of blue serum you hold. This signifies the last poignant choice of the entire Huaxiao war zone, to inject the nanobots that could mend your wounds but sever your pain receptors permanently. Or to opt for a synchronized detonation with the nuclear arsenal, where your biological electrical impulses would guide the missiles through the alien shields. The cries of children echoed from the air raid shelter, reminding you of your daughter's last words during a video call. Daddy, I saved star-shaped cookies for you when you come home. At this moment, the Nakla's sonic weapons tore through the atmosphere, and the night skies of all remaining cities around the globe wept with blood, each drop carrying the DNA spirals of 70 billion lost souls. Soldier, this is not merely a game trailer. It is the reality that is unfolding. Breathe in the increasingly suffocating carbon dioxide within your mask. Touch the wedding ring that has warmed against the lining of your combat suit, and remember the final heartbeat of human civilization. Now, please make your choice. Tears of the Blue Planet, 2074 Blood Meteor Chronicles Expansion Pack. With this, the entire expansion pack has been presented. Liu did not speak immediately. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the immersive scenes overwhelmed him. His wife awaited him beneath the tree, and his daughter waited for him to return home in the bomb shelter. As if he were the one poised to detonate the nuclear arsenal. The individuals present shared a collective sense of astonishment, akin to that of Liu Yu. As they absorbed the scene before them, no words were uttered. Each person was lost in contemplation of the preceding visuals. At last, this is the Interstellar Battlefield game, titled Cosmos, soon to be unveiled by Yujo Technology, with the current display merely serving as supplementary material. Players will assume roles in the aftermath of a cataclysm, continuously enhancing their abilities to avenge our departed loved ones and reclaim our rightful homeland. Mr. Liu, is this for real? Inquired Liu Yue timidly. The line between reality and illusion is often blurred. The universe is vast, and can we, the denizens of Blue Star, remain unaffected? Greetings, Mr. Liu. I am from the Ninghai Provincial Television Station. Were the visuals we just witnessed produced by your esteemed company? Indeed. Ours is the sole enterprise on Blue Star possessing such technology. Now, I invite our Deputy Director of the Technical Department, Gu Tian, to elucidate the specialized aspects of our game. Pay close attention, as there will be a quiz. Liu remarked playfully, prompting a chorus of laughter from the other reporters. Hello, journalists. I'm Gu Tian, the Deputy Director of the Technical Department at Yuzhou Technology Group. I shall now introduce the underlying principles of our forthcoming game, Cosmos. Our game employs illusion technology to generate its visuals, which are transmitted in real time through the Illusion Series gaming helmet I hold, providing an immersive experience that transcends mere sight. You may have felt a sense of presence during the previous visuals, but I assure you, donning this helmet will engage not just your sight, but also your sense of touch and taste, achieving zero latency in motion coordination. For instance, as I lift this bottle of water, you will be able to do the same within the game. Essentially, your existence in reality will mirror your existence in the game. Is this a game novel coming to life? Haha, one might say so. Mr. Liu, I am a reporter from Jiangxing New Media. Could you tell us the financial investment and duration of development for this game from inception to release? Miss, I must say that your question is rather redundant. The information is documented on our corporate website. Are you certain you wish for me to answer? Can I ask a different question? Of course, a lady deserves certain privileges. I see that you are quite young, Mr. Liu, and have achieved so much at such an age. Surely, significant sacrifices have been made. Has your personal life been resolved? Liu Yu found himself momentarily speechless by the inquiry. Adjusting his attire, he smiled and replied, I fear I may disappoint you. I already have a girlfriend. The lady beside me is she. Liu Yu took Han Ruashi's hand, signaling to the reporters the ring adorning her ring finger. The other media representatives remained undistracted by the Jiangxing New Media reporter, redirecting their focus back to inquiries regarding Cosmos. May I ask when Cosmos will be available for public testing? Let us leave that question for Mr. Liu to address. While the exact date for public testing remains undecided, the internal testing is scheduled for February 28th. On the day of the 7 stars alignment, it is said that significant societal upheavals occur with each occurrence. Our game is poised to alter the world's landscape, and the forthcoming endeavor rests upon the esteemed media friends present. Indeed, I have noted that there are 18 media outlets in attendance today. My intention is to grant each of you the privilege of 1,000 internal testing slots, with the method of selection determined by us. Your role will simply be to gather the list of participants, as any form of deceit is strictly prohibited. Liu Yu's proposal left the journalists momentarily stunned, but upon reflection, the prospect of immense traffic became apparent. One can easily envision the avalanche of views generated by disseminating today's interview records. The influx would be extraordinary. While the visuals on mobile devices may not be overwhelmingly impressive, the allure of numerous unknown technologies is sufficient to captivate a multitude of gaming enthusiasts. Indeed, it is entrusted to us. Of course, this requires the signing of a commitment to refrain from data falsification. You may choose not to sign, but should you do so, compliance is mandatory. Any breach will compel me to pursue legal action against your company until its demise. Ha ha ha. Liu, you truly possess a knack for humor. Such a splendid plan would be shunned only by a fool. As for data fabrication, given the prowess of your esteemed company, detection would be instantaneous. Who would dare? Chapter 95. Swift actions cleverly. The moment you entertain thoughts of deception, I shall be aware of it without delay. Do not doubt this. Investigating anyone's background is merely a matter of intent for me. Hello, General Manager Liu. May I inquire about Deputy Director Gu? At this moment, Li Yue raised her hand shyly to ask. Certainly, today all the time is yours. If there are any lingering questions, we shall address them one by one. As far as I am informed, some individuals experience discomfort with 3D visuals. If such individuals were to engage with your company's games, would they feel any unease? I shall take this question, he replied reassuringly. You may rest assured. Our Mirage series gaming headsets not only mitigate discomfort for those afflicted, but can also alleviate symptoms of motion sickness. However, it is worth noting that motion sickness itself remains untreatable. The best remedy is to avoid 3D gaming altogether. Liu suffers from moderate motion sickness, particularly with first-person 3D games. He is unable to play for more than 5 minutes without experiencing nausea and vomiting. Li Yue had previously posed this question to Nuai, who provided a definitive answer. One may play freely without adverse effects. The ailment of motion sickness arises from the discordance between the motion signals received by the brain from 3D visuals and the actual physical state. leading to a disturbance in balance and symptoms such as nausea and vomiting. Another theory suggests that heightened sensitivity of the nervous system may render individuals more susceptible to dizziness and nausea when confronted with 3D stimuli, regardless of the condition. Donning the gaming headset effectively resolves the issue. The fully encompassing design offers not only physical protection, but also significant neurological safeguarding. Otherwise, our prolonged research would have been in vain. Subsequently, the journalist continued to pose various inquiries, primarily regarding the effects of the game Cosmos on the body. After receiving Liu Yu's explanations, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the reporters, having consulted with higher-ups and signed the commitment letters, departed the venue with great enthusiasm. The rush was motivated by the desire to be the first to release the conference video online, thereby securing priority for online traffic. Aside from central media outlets, the remaining were local stations, which had minimal influence. With the evolution of the internet, many television stations now possess their own video channels. Being the first to upload content online would undoubtedly lead to widespread popularity. As a young individual, Liu Yue instinctively understood the stakes involved and promptly decided to stay the night in Liangang City to compile video materials for immediate online release to capture traffic. That evening, the conference video was disseminated across various media outlets. Upon viewing the promotional video, netizens felt little resonance. Most assumed it to be another domestic AAA title and merely paid brief attention, lacking the profound impact experienced by those present at the event. Additionally, many of the technical terms mentioned by Gu Tian were incomprehensible to the average person, understood only by professionals who recognized the value of the technology. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in the Shenzhen market, a man watched a video on his phone, his expression darkening. He hastily picked up the phone and said, "President, have you seen the video released by the central media? The content aligns perfectly with the direction our technology department has been researching. Has someone leaked our technology? No. According to what the video states, the other party has conducted in-depth research. I encountered someone familiar, Gu Tian, the computer genius who has joined their company. What? It must be him who leaked it. President, Gu Tian has only been part of the team for 2 months, and he hasn't even been exposed to some core secrets. He simply hasn't had the time to steal anything. Don't forget, their technology surpasses ours. Acquiring our core secrets through some means without detection is not particularly difficult, is it? I will notify the team to convene a high-level video conference immediately, and the legal department must participate. Mr. Ma, shouldn't we investigate thoroughly first? Are you teaching me how to do my job? No, Mr. Ma. I meant that while their technology indeed aligns with ours, we've only managed to comprehend less than 3% of their advancements. The likelihood of winning through legal means is quite slim. Slim? In Shenzhen, our legal team at Penguin is an undefeated general. Now, let's hurry and convene the meeting. The call quickly ended, and the man sat on the sofa, appearing somewhat fatigued. He was not mistaken. There was indeed a technological overlap, but the depth of their research far surpassed theirs by decades, if not centuries. To claim that the other party had plagiarized would be nothing short of a jest. On the other side, in an office in the capital, a young man watched the video with equal excitement and rushed out of the office with his phone in hand. Teacher, you must see this. Dongjian. How many times must I tell you? This is the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Institute. Address me as director. When will you rid yourself of your impulsive nature? Teacher, you must see this video. Dongjian disregarded his teacher's complaints, as he was already accustomed to it. What video could possibly warrant such alarm? When will you learn to remain composed, even in the face of calamity? Is the technology discussed in the video genuine? Teacher, it was released by the central media. It cannot be slander. Then what are we waiting for? Quick, prepare the vehicle. We must head to Liangang City. Ho Shernyan's expression grew animated. At his age, it was rare for anything to provoke such a reaction, except for this video, or more accurately, the technology it described. Such occurrences were common throughout the nation, with some so anxious that they set off for Liangang City overnight. The instigator of all this was at home, watching a film with Han Ruashi, the 3D version of Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. The system your friend developed can transform old films into naked-eye 3D movies. If we could produce this technology, we could make a fortune. Why didn't I realize before that you are such a money grubber? Speak of me like that, and beware of my bite. Soon enough. I shall indeed bite you, Li remarked, eyeing Han Ruashi's thin attire with a mischievous grin. You big rogue. I shall bite you right now. Enough of the commotion for now. Jar has arrived. Father, Mother, I wish to sleep with you tonight, Yang Jia said, gazing sleepily and pitifully at Liu Yu and Han Ruashi. Jar, what troubles you? Do not cry. Has your brother bullied you? No, I merely dreamed of you, and now I miss you dearly. Come here to mother. Han Ruashi opened her arms, beckoning Yang Jia over, casting a mischievous glance at Lu Yu, as if to say, let us see how you handle this. Ah, your godfather promises you. If your father does not return, I will personally go find him in a year, Lu Yu said, sensing a premonition that one day he would surely reunite with Yang Feng and Chu Fei. He had already asked Li Xiuzhen to inquire, but thus far, there had been no news. However, according to Li Xiuzhen's master, it was certain that Yang Feng was indeed a practitioner. Yang Jia nodded vigorously in Han Ruashi's embrace. Ruashi, there have been recent developments on Feng Yuan's side. Talented individuals from various fields will be arriving soon. Please have the HR and administrative departments prepare accommodations for them and expedite the project as you suggested. Indeed, profit is the ultimate goal. Chapter 96. The President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences during the press conference. Only two senior officials were absent, Feng Yuan and Lu Su. The former was busy recruiting talent from research institutes across the nation, particularly in the capital, while the latter was engrossed in enhancing her computer skills, learning online from Nuai, which significantly accelerated her progress. It seems you had everything planned out. Yet you accuse me of being overly focused on money. I believe your obsession surpasses anyone else's. After discussing the future development of Yuzhou technology for a while, Liu noticed that Yang Jia had fallen into a deep slumber. He switched off the projector and, with Yang Jia beside him, succumbed to sleep as well. With Yang Jia present, there was little else he could do. It was better to rest. The following morning, upon arriving at the company, they found the entrance surrounded by a throng of people, all being kept at bay by vigilant security guards, who scrutinized the unfamiliar visitors. Hey, do you want to smoke? One of them asked. Sorry, I don't smoke. A security guard curtly refused. The robotic assistants had no interest in engaging in pleasantries. They were solely obedient to Lu Yu's commands. As Lu Yu and Han Ruashi approached, the five guards were about to greet them, but were halted by an instinctive command in their minds. Lu Yu was not ready to reveal his identity yet. If these individuals discovered he was the owner, gaining entry to the building would become problematic. Moreover, unveiling his identity too early in such an ambiguous situation could easily invite trouble. Despite Lu Yu's intentions, fate had other plans. Just then, an employee walked by and cheerfully exclaimed, Good morning, President Lu, President Han. None in attendance were oblivious to the implications of this greeting. They scrutinized Lu Yu and Han Ruashi, quickly encircling them. Lu Yu shot a stern glance at the employee, then smiled at the crowd, saying, I apologize, everyone. But could you please make way? My little supermarket needs to open. The employee quickly echoed, Exactly. You're blocking the entrance to our supermarket. How can we conduct business? My apologies, everyone. It's all a misunderstanding. Please. The crowd parted to create a narrow path for the three to pass. Not bad. Quick response. Lu Yu quietly complimented the employee. President Lu, what do we do now? What can we do? We run. Fortunately, the supermarket downstairs opened late, or they would have surely been surrounded. Lu Yu took Han Ruashi's hand, swiftly turning towards the main entrance, employing a stealthy movement technique. In an instant, they vanished from sight, covering the 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, Dong Jian weakly inquired, Teacher, what's happening? You're the foolish one, can't you see? Those three are from Yuzhou Technology, and that couple is part of the upper management here. Oh, then we need to chase after them. You go ahead, my old bones can't handle the security guard's roughness. I felt pain just watching that person get thrown over the shoulder. Teacher, I'm not made of iron either. But waiting idly is not a solution. Dong Jian murmured in frustration. Let us depart from this place, with these security personnel present and without the upper management's consent. It will be quite challenging for us to gain entry. We must find a way to contact the higher-ups and arrange a meeting. Indeed. Ho Shinian is the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he holds a significant position, yet his authority does not extend everywhere. This is our only option. Perhaps you could leverage some connections, dear teacher? I shall make a call to the vice-governor of Ninghai province, hoping to engage in a conversation. The two spoke in hushed tones, yet their words were still overheard as the crowd began to dissipate, all sharing the same approach, seeking to inquire about the contact details of the senior executives at Yuzhou Technology. It seemed that each person would employ their own means to navigate this situation, with those possessing stronger connections attempting to secure earlier meeting times. Upon returning to the vehicle, Ho Shinian dialed a number that swiftly connected. Greeted by a cheerful voice, Senior brother, you actually have time to call me. Pingshan, Do you happen to know the owner of Yuzhou Technology in Liaoning City? Senior brother, have you arrived in Liaoning City? Why didn't you inform me? Enough with the pleasantries. Do you know or not? Senior brother, I am currently overseeing political and legal affairs. And I am no longer in Ninghai Province. I have been appointed as the governor of the neighboring Tianhai Province, mind you. Enough with your idle chatter. I am hanging up. Wait, senior brother, is Yuzhou Technology named after the Great Yu, as in the autonomous prefecture? Why else would it be called that? Do you think it's named after the universe? Then I believe I have a lead. I know Mr. Liu Yu, the owner of Yuzhou Condiments. His surname is Liu? Dong Jian, quickly check if Yuzhou Condiments and Yuzhou Technology share the same owner. Ho Shinian muttered, suddenly struck by a possibility, and promptly instructed Dong Jian to investigate. After a brief search on his phone, Dong Jian quickly located the registration details of both companies, confirming that the legal representative was indeed Liu Yu, with shareholders Han Ruashi and Fang Yuan. Teacher, it is indeed the same person. Pingshan, please arrange a meeting with Mr. Liu. I am currently outside his office building, and we are prepared to wait here at any time. Ho Shinian exclaimed with excitement. Senior brother, you are placing me in a difficult position. I have only met him once, and I owe him a favor. Asking me to order him about may be quite challenging. He Pingshuan replied, feeling uneasy over the phone. A vice governor like yourself still owes favors? Alas, let me be frank with you. My ascent to governorship was largely due to this individual. Without him, it would have taken me an additional 3 years to rise. What transpired? You are aware of Tao Qiaoming, right? He provided me with the evidence of the other's corruption, which enabled me to bring him down. After some maneuvering at home, I was then transferred to Tianhai Province as governor. Very well, hand me the phone. I shall make the call myself. Ho Shinian said, slightly disheartened. He knew He Pingshuan's relations with Liu Yu were not strong, and he feared that a refusal might cause his junior to retreat, unaware of the gravity of the situation. After contemplating, he decided it was best for him to make the call. For the sake of technology, he would not easily concede. You may send me the contact, but you must promise me not to pressure him unduly. Am I to be seen as someone who abuses power? I differ from you. I am engaged in research, while you are entrenched in the bureaucratic arena. Upon hearing Ho Shinian's remark, He Pingshuan hesitated for a moment, pondering. It is precisely because you are immersed in scientific inquiry that you have alienated yourself from the officials in the capital. Do you not possess any awareness of this? In the name of science, you confront heaven, earth, and even the air itself. Who knows what chaos may ensue? Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. Senior brother, if you could temper your temperament, perhaps research funding would increase considerably. Moreover, as you approach retirement age, it would be wise to moderate your demeanor. Enough chit-chat. Send it over quickly, Ho Shinian impatiently commanded. It has been sent. Beep the line. A series of beeps echoed through the phone, prompting He Pingshuan to chuckle as he set his device down, muttering to himself, Lu Xiao brother. May fortune favor you under my senior brother's scrutiny. Meanwhile, upon receiving the call, Ho Shinian pressed the dial button without hesitation, only to be greeted by the message. The number you have dialed is busy. Please try again later. Sorry. The subscriber. Chapter 97. The lawyer's letter from Pizza Hut. Liu Yu, upon returning to the office, felt as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. His phone rang incessantly, inundated with calls from individuals within the political sphere, most of whom he did not recognize, and the least of whom held the rank of bureau chief. After considerable effort in declining their kindness, he found himself with over a dozen missed calls from the same number. How urgent could this person be? Dialing over 20 times within 3 minutes? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the phone rang again. With a sense of resignation, Liu pressed the answer button and declared, I do not care who you are. I am quite busy today and cannot accommodate you. Hello, I am Ho Shinian, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Governor He Pingshuan is my junior, and he provided me with your number. We are downstairs and would like to meet with you for just half an hour. I must admit, the position you mentioned is indeed the highest I have encountered thus far. However, I regret to inform you that I am not acquainted with Governor He Pingshuan. As I have already stated, I am currently very busy and cannot host you. Should you wish to schedule a meeting, we can discuss it later when my schedule permits. At this moment, Liu is in a particularly foul mood, with Han Ruashi, Fang Yuan, and Gu Tian present in the office. I can always invite someone of greater stature. If you refuse to meet with us, I wouldn't mind bringing them along, Ho Shinian said nonchalantly. Your brazen approach leaves me speechless. Today is certainly not feasible. Let us aim for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Very well, we shall arrive promptly at 9 tomorrow. After hanging up, Liu promptly set his phone to block unknown numbers and remarked with a smile, "Let us see what this lawyer's letter entails." Liu took the document that Han Ruashi had printed, which was unmistakably a lawyer's letter from Nanshan Pizza Hut. How can one stoop so low? This is truly enlightening. As he perused the contents of the letter, Liu chuckled. It is evident that they are merely trying to provoke us. I wonder what other tactics they might employ next. Gu Tian, it states that you worked there for 2 months and allegedly stole their core secrets. How do you intend to handle this? Mr. Liu, during my 2 months there, I had no access to their core secrets. It is impossible for me to have stolen anything. Even if I had managed to acquire their AD progress, it would be of no use to you. I will certainly fight against this personal slander to the very end. That is sufficient to hear from you. Ruashi. Instruct the legal department to prepare materials for litigation against them. Is it not Nanshan Pizza Hut? I wonder how effective they will be in Ninghai. The law prioritizes evidence. They have previously attempted to extort numerous small enterprises, relying on their substantial financial resources to prolong the process. Although we may differ slightly in resources, the gap is not insurmountable. Your concerns are unwarranted. Who does not know that Penguin has built its empire on imitation? This is evident to anyone with discernment. Moreover, they lack the capability to replicate our game. Fang Yuan remarked coolly. It is not merely concern. I am utterly disgusted. Major corporations should focus on genuine research and development rather than resorting to these unscrupulous tactics. Mr. Liu, not everyone possesses such capabilities. From my observations, our technology is at least 50 years ahead of Blue Star. It would take the next generation considerable effort to reach our current level. By the way, Teddy, have those individuals arrived? A batch of talents in computer systems has just arrived, 5 in total. Excellent. Ensure they are fully equipped. We are preparing to launch an operating system soon to capture a portion of the market. Without an operating system, our official website is no different from an ordinary web page. Is that the only reason? Fang Yuan curiously glanced at Liu Yu. Certainly not solely for that. An operating system is profitable. We must expedite the preparation of talents across various fields. With over 30 floors, we are merely waiting for you to fill them. Mr. Liu, I have an idea. Gu Tian, there are no outsiders here. Speak freely. I heard from Jiang Yang that our server group's computational power far exceeds that of top-tier computers. As far as I know, quantum bits are the focus of major manufacturers, yet they suffer from significant drawbacks. Excessive noise can halt operations. I have discovered that our server group is entirely unaffected by these issues. Why not develop a computer or a hardware core? These could be quite lucrative. Haha, I have considered it, but it requires a gradual approach. Teddy, we have a long road ahead. Brother, I am a human, not a beast of burden. May I have 2 days of rest? Just 2 days, as I have not seen Tong Xin in quite some time. Assigning such a heavy task solely to Fang Yuan is indeed somewhat unreasonable. Finally, someone has spoken on my behalf. Sister-in-law, I shall say no more than 2 words. Deeply touched. If Hugo ever wrongs you, let me know, and I will take care of him. Half of the HR department will accompany you to recruit talent, and next month, we will participate in the Asian computer competition. Su Jia will be attending. We can conduct direct recruitment at the venue. It is indisputable that participants in such competitions are top-tier talents, making mass recruitment at that time the most effective approach. Very well, but you must grant me 2 days off tomorrow. Tomorrow is already a day off. Go charm your girl. Liu chuckled. This is Fang Yuan's nature. Previously, he had nothing to do but indulge in hobbies. Now, it is different. He travels the country daily, claiming to be exhausted, yet he is happier than anyone else. This is what it means for a hero to find a place to shine. Did you not request the people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to come tomorrow? I almost forgot about that. No, I must call them and ask them to come on Monday. I will not work overtime. Nevertheless, it would be beneficial to meet with the Academy tomorrow, as it aligns with our identity as a technology company. It is unwise to create a strained relationship with them. I will accompany you tomorrow. All right, Gu Tian, you will work half a day tomorrow and aim to send them away by 11 in the morning. Mr. Liu, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is coming personally. Others would wish for them to stay longer, yet you are pushing them away. Who says we lack the capital? They likely see potential in one of our technologies and wish to collaborate or perhaps take advantage of us. Fang Yuan said with a smile. The arrival of the supreme deity commands respect, and none shall leave without a reckoning. The notion of taking advantage of my generosity is utterly inconceivable. Fang Yuan, being astute, could easily surmise that others would share his thoughts. After all, who in the midst of winter would venture here without a motive? The legal notice from Nanshan Pizza Hut went unnoticed by the 4, including Han Ruashi, who entrusted the task to Miao Shaoqin for some practical experience. The following day, the entrance of Yuzhou building was eerily quiet, with only a handful of vehicles in the parking lot, all belonging to the on-duty staff. Those who had come to partake in the commotion the previous day were dismissed by Lu Yu's unyielding demeanor. Teacher, given the current situation, it seems Yuzhou Technology is closed today. Could it be that they are merely toying with us? Let us proceed to investigate. Ho Shinian felt uncertain. The parking lot had been bustling with cars yesterday, and today only a sparse few remained, clearly indicating a day off. Ho Shinian and Dong Jian, your identities have been verified. Please proceed. The boss awaits you on the 31st floor. Nuo Shi stated matter-of-factly, guiding the two to the elevator, where he entered a sequence of codes on the screen, causing the elevator to ascend slowly. Chapter 98. You lack the capability, teacher. Everything here exudes an extraordinary aura. The code recently entered by the security guard seems to only allow us access to designated floors. Without a modicum of technical expertise, one cannot develop revolutionary products. I have a premonition that our nation will experience a qualitative leap in technology due to this company. Ding. The elevator doors opened with a sound, revealing a female bionic robot who courteously stated, "The boss is waiting for you both in the office. Please, follow me." "Ah, young brother, we meet again," greeted Dean Ho. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Liu was straightforward. Each second of delay meant a second less of his holiday. "I would like to ask if the content presented at the press conference is all factual?" "Indeed. Could I experience it firsthand?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing Lu Yu's terse responses, Ho Shinian was left speechless and chuckled awkwardly. "I sincerely apologize for making you come to see us on your day off." "Lu Yu." Han Ruashi nudged Lu Yu from the side. "Gu Tian, please show them," came the command. Gu Tian complied, operating the computer for a few moments, and the office was soon filled with visuals. "How did you achieve this? This is clearly an ancient film. Not only is it high definition, but it has also been transformed into a 3D projection using retinal technology. Not merely that, we also employ multi-perspective light reconstruction of real light fields, as well as laser interference technology." Gu Tian replied with a smile. "Are there considerations for selling or collaborating on these technologies?" "It is not impossible." "How would you like to collaborate?" "An exclusive buyout or collaborative development would be acceptable. You may propose a price and share percentage." "May I inquire, Dean Ho, are you representing the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the higher echelons of Huaxia?" "I am the president, so naturally I represent the Chinese Academy of Sciences." "Is there a difference?" Ho Shinian inquired curiously, glancing at Lu Yu. "A significant difference. If you represent Huaxia, I could cooperate with you and sell to you. However, your Chinese Academy of Sciences might not be able to afford it. Even if I provided you with the entire code, without the corresponding hardware, it would be futile. You still would not be able to produce it. To put it bluntly, you lack the capability, at least for the next 5 years." "You are correct. Without hardware support, even possessing the code would require time to implement. 5 years is a modest estimate. Young brother, you must be aware that Huaxia's technological development started late, lagging significantly behind the West. Even with our utmost efforts to catch up, we still cannot compete in certain areas." Ho Shinian understood this reality well, yet there was little he could do. Generations of researchers had strived to match their counterparts, and in some fields, they had barely managed to catch up, particularly in computing technology, where they lagged far behind the West. Seizing this opportunity, he was relentless in his pursuit of Lu Yu. "Considering that you have not invoked patriotic moral obligations against me, I am willing to collaborate on one technology, chips. This would greatly benefit both national defense and civilian computing, serving as my contribution to the country." "What? Chip technology? Are you truly willing to collaborate with us? To what nanoscale can we achieve?" "You speak of physical limits, whereas I refer to the limits of magic. They are not comparable." "Gu Tian, shall we demonstrate?" "Very well." Gu Tian once again operated the computer, unveiling the content of the new chip before the two individuals. "Teacher, if the technology displayed here is genuine, then the predicament of our nation being constrained in chip production would cease to exist. This is not merely a shortcut, but a direct arrival at the finish line." "Do you believe this is the finish line?" "No, this is merely the starting point for Blue Star. As technology continues to advance, there is no such thing as a terminus. The young brother is correct. As long as we, the researchers, are alive, there shall be no end. Let us express our gratitude to Dean Ho for his contributions to science." "Gu Tian, please elaborate," Liu said politely. Having had his assistant investigate the man's credentials the previous day, It can be said that he has dedicated a lifetime to the cause of scientific advancement, and interestingly enough, he has not hesitated to offend even the Prime Minister in the pursuit of rigorous scientific standards, a matter that continues to echo among the upper echelons. Very well. Director Liu, presently, we possess only a 28-nanometer lithography machine utilizing silicon-based channels. However, through technological improvements, the chips we have developed far surpass those available on the market. The hybrid bonding technology achieves interconnection with a spacing of less than 10 m, enhancing bandwidth by a factor of 100 compared to 2. 5D packaging. Vertical stacking transistor technology transforms transistors into 3 dimensions, breaking the density limitations of planar layouts. Pulse neural network technology mimics the event-driven characteristics of the human brain, reducing chip power consumption to merely 1,000th that of traditional chips. Optical neuromorphic technology employs photon pulses to simulate neurons, reducing chip latency to the nanosecond level. Radio frequency energy harvesting technology collects signals from the environment to provide power, thereby reducing losses during energy transmission. The intelligent optimized instruction set adapts dynamically compiled code to hardware characteristics, utilizing a deep learning compiler to enhance GPU cores. Runtime reconfiguration of logical units dynamically allocates computational resources based on load. Hardware-aware algorithms are designed in conjunction with the chip. Optical interconnects replace copper wires, integrating lasers and modulators to facilitate intra-chip optical communication, resulting in the COPA scheme reducing energy consumption by over 90%. The optical matrix multiplier employs interferometers to perform linear algebraic computations at the speed of light. Gu Tian expounded upon the entire array of chip technologies in one breath. Upon observing Ho Shinian and Dong Jian, who were both visibly astonished, he continued with palpable excitement. Young brother, state your demands, and I shall ensure the state provides the necessary funding. I speak of collaboration. Indeed, collaboration, but you must also receive compensation. Is 1 billion enough? If not, I shall make further efforts. 1 billion represents half of this year's RD budget for the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It is merely a matter of submitting a report. Any amount beyond that would involve complexities far beyond a simple report. You will manage production, I shall provide the technology, and I will take half of the shares. Let the financial aspect be set aside, but I have a modest request. What is your request? Speak freely. I shall endeavor to fulfill what is feasible. And for that which is not, I shall seek assistance. I wish to hold a position at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a nominal role, engaging in no duties. Simply to receive the benefits. Is that all? Ho Shinian found himself at a loss for words. The request was astonishingly simple. Relinquish 100 billion for merely a vacant position at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Yet, he hesitated. Indeed, my parents desire for me to secure a civil service position, a stable job that guarantees a comfortable life. Liu Yu's statement, however, was not entirely truthful. Being associated with the academy would certainly provide him with a buffer against certain unwanted intrusions. Was 100 billion worth such a position? Undoubtedly not. Yet Liu Yu was not in need of financial resources. What he sought was status, a legitimate official identity. A plan he had meticulously devised with Han Ruashi the previous night. Thank you for your contributions to the advancement of science in Huaxia. At that moment, Ho Shinian genuinely admired Liu Yu and solemnly bowed in respect for his contributions to scientific progress. Director Ho, you are too kind. I too hope for the advancement of technology in Huaxia and have done what is within my capacity. What about a technical advisor position at the academy? Ho Shinian sighed, feeling that such a role might undervalue Liu Yu's contributions. During this upcoming representative meeting, I shall propose to the higher-ups that you be awarded the Republic Medal and the National Honorary Title Medal. It ultimately depends on their decision. Chapter 99. The Military's Movements. Can it truly succeed? Liu Yu is well aware of the intrinsic value of the two medals, which could not be purchased with any amount of money. If it doesn't work out, I will harass the chairman daily until he concedes, joked Ho Shinian. However, Liu Yu sensed that if the submission were unsuccessful, the other party might genuinely resort to such measures. We are exceedingly grateful to you, Dean Ho. We should be thanking you. Would you like to attend the ASC Asian University Supercomputing Competition next month in Hong Kong? Isn't that a contest exclusively for university students? Who said you could only participate in the competition? I intend for you to serve as a judge. Oh, is that permissible? I am the vice chairman of this year's expert committee. Arranging for an individual or an entity is no trivial matter. Dean Ho, I genuinely wish to attend. To be candid, The director of our technology department is participating in this competition. Young brother, give it your all. I wish you the best in securing the championship. Encouraged Ho Shinian as he glanced at Gutian. Dean Ho, you misunderstood. It is not I who will participate, but my superior. She is a graduate student in the computer science department at Qingbei University, a student of Professor Yang. Did she develop all these technologies? Dean, isn't it unnecessary to delve into such details? What? Are you trying to poach my talent? Liu jested. No, young brother, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely curious. With such skills, participating in the competition would be akin to defeating elementary school students. There are other matters to consider, which you will understand in due time. In that case, please arrange a position for me. Having my employee participate would bolster her confidence as well. No problem. I will make the arrangements upon my return. Just then, Lu Yu's phone rang. It was Fong Yuan calling. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Brother Yu, how could she treat me this way when I love her so much? Do I appear to you as a fool or a sycophant? Goodness. I've encountered many a creature seeking a favor, but never a human in such a plight. What is going on? Lu Yu mused, yet he felt compelled to assist. Young brother, you carry on. We shall take our leave for now. Regarding our collaboration, I will bring my team over in the coming days. All right, Dean Ho. Gu Tian will see you off. Very well, Lu. Now, tell me what transpired. Did Tong Xian reject you? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. We were video calling until late at night, but after I confessed today, her attitude completely reversed, and she rejected me. Have you been unfaithful? And the other party discovered it? I told you not to ignore my warnings, and now look where it has led. I swear to the heavens. In the more than 10 days since I left home, I have not even touched a woman. When I ate, it was a male goose I had the restaurant slaughter. You still have the mood for jokes, which indicates nothing serious is amiss. Perhaps it is just that time of the month. It will pass. No, brother Yu. You must help me. As a man, how do you expect me to assist you? Should I tie her to the bed for you? Lu Yu. Could this be related to past events? Han Rawashi interjected from the side. Teddy, have you recounted the events of those years? What is the matter? Wei Yuqing and Wei Yusin, also known as Tong Xian, were my neighbors during childhood. They are a year older than I am. I believe we have uncovered a misunderstanding here, so please analyze this angle. Lu Yu expressed his thoughts openly. Should I go and speak to her? It would be a good opportunity to inquire with Director Tong about the children's situation in kindergarten. Sister-in-law, you are my beloved sister-in-law. I entrust my lifelong affairs to you. Fong Yuan naturally overheard Han Ruashi's words, responding with excitement. Fong Yuan, however, I cannot guarantee success. If you truly harbor feelings for her, it is best that you clarify matters face to face. But I don't know where to begin. I will help you investigate. Once I have the information, I'll call you. All right, we must return home now. Lu Yu hung up the phone and pulled Han Ruashi out of Yuzhou building. In the car, Han Ruashi arranged to have dinner with Tong Xian that evening. After a moment's hesitation, Tong Xian agreed. Han Ruashi preferred not to bring Lu Yu along, for such matters might not be discussed openly in the presence of a male. Their assumptions proved correct. Lu Yu picked up Han Ruashi at 9 that night. And during the drive, she recounted the entire story, which indeed was quite lengthy. It began with Fong Yuan's childhood. His family lived next to Wei Yuqing's, and their families enjoyed a particularly close relationship. In his youth, Fong Yuan was quite mischievous, often receiving discipline from his father, who would use a belt while applying antiseptic. And afterward, Fong Yuan would go to Wei Yuqing's house. Wei Yuqing and Tong Xian were twins, yet their personalities were starkly different. Wei Yuqing had a tomboyish demeanor, often taking Fong Yuan to confront his father after he was punished, while Tong Xian was exceptionally well-behaved and understanding. Fong Yuan's father found himself unable to resist the good-natured counsel of Wei Yuqing, realizing he could discipline his own son, but could not lay a hand on his friend's daughter, nor even speak harshly to her. Over time, Fong Yuan grew increasingly reliant on Wei Yuqing, finding emotional solace in their childhood bond. Am I to understand that Tong Xian's rejection of Fong Yuan stems from her perception that he views her merely as a substitute? That interpretation holds some truth. Primarily, Tong Xian was unprepared psychologically, especially upon learning of Fong Yuan's identity. Teddy, are you listening? We are unable to assist with this matter. Li remarked helplessly into the phone. I know what I must do. But I may not go to the office on Monday. Fong Yuan's voice came through. That's fine. You want to miss a day's wages. Li did not intend to inquire about Fong Yuan's plans, as he was indeed eager to seek talent in various fields. Yet Fong Yuan's lifelong happiness took precedence over all else. Ruashi, How about a wager? I bet that by next Tuesday, this fellow will surely win Tong Xin's affection. Just 2 days? That seems impossible. Tong Xin has already firmly rejected him. Han Rawashi responded, her face a mask of disbelief. Just say whether you'll take the bet. I will. What shall the stakes be? If I win, you must fully support me in my next endeavor. Very well, it's a bet. If you lose, you must wash my socks for a month. No problem, it's a delightful agreement. Haha. You still underestimate Teddy's prowess. Prepare to lose. As for matters of the heart, Fong Yuan possesses the uncanny ability to grasp his counterpart firmly, especially when the other party mentions not working on Monday, which already guarantees a 50% success rate. At 9 o'clock on Monday morning, Lu Yu arrived at the reception room. Arriving so early left him with little choice at that moment. Several officers in military uniforms occupied the office. Judging by their shoulder insignias, the lowest rank among them was second lieutenant, and they were merely serving tea and water. Standing in the back, while the main seat was occupied by a figure of major general rank, appearing to be around 60 years of age, akin to Lu Yu's father's age. Sir, what brings you to our private enterprise? Lu Yu inquired courteously. In matters of military-civilian cooperation, I am more than willing to assist. Chapter 100. What I have, no one can take away. The military requires your expertise. Hence, the Yuzhou Technology Group is now under martial law. Are there any official documents? The documents will be provided to you in a few days. Do not inquire further. Mere compliance is expected. May I ask what advantages I may gain from this martial law? Supporting the nation is an inherent duty and responsibility of every citizen, proclaimed a high-ranking general. Ah, what audacity! You, a mere brigadier general? Can you truly uphold such statements with the weight of your responsibilities? Has Chairman Mao not imparted the wisdom that one should not seize even a thread from the masses? Your actions bear no distinction from outright theft. Which military district do you represent? I am Lu Yuan, the commander of the Southern Theater Command, Yun Province. Very well, you may leave now. I have not consented to relinquish these technologies. No one can take them away from me. I am unafraid of being bombarded with missiles, Liu boldly declared, probing for weaknesses in his opponent. You unafraid of us? Lu Yuan regarded Lu Yu with newfound respect. At such a young age, to articulate such sentiments is truly remarkable. Afraid? Not in the least. I speak the truth. I can summon technology at will or dismiss it entirely. I assume your military personnel have frequently attempted to breach my servers. Have they uncovered anything? Just moments ago, Nuai informed him that hackers from various factions had been relentlessly assaulting the servers over the past few days, all of which she had effortlessly managed. Lu Yu's inquiry, have you found anything? Caused Lu Yuan's composure to falter. Indeed, military tech had been actively probing their firewall, resulting in significant data being downloaded and, unsurprisingly, the military server had succumbed to paralysis. Let me see. Your military data appears to be highly classified, with an impressive encryption level. If you have seen it, then you cannot be allowed to leave. Guards, apprehend him for the crime of stealing state military secrets. Execute him on the spot, Lu Yuan commanded. And the soldiers behind him raised their weapons at Lu Yu and his companions. Perhaps you would like to see how your soldiers downstairs are faring? Do you wish to avoid the sight? Allow me to show you. Gu Tian, retrieve the monitoring footage from the first floor, Liu declared fearlessly. Shortly, Gu Tian displayed the footage, revealing soldiers lying orderly on the ground. What have you done to them? Nothing much. You will find out shortly. With that, the door to the reception room was forcefully opened, revealing Lu Yu's robotic security team. In mere moments, the weapons of all present were disarmed, leaving everyone unconscious except for Lu Yuan. I had stated, unless missiles are involved. You are a practitioner? No, these individuals are practitioners. Indeed. Do you still harbor thoughts of resistance? Who exactly are you? No, this cannot be. Your father was the legendary Tiger King. You are his son. How could you possibly be a practitioner? The records must be false. Investigate me? Capture him, but do not kill him. No. I happened to come across this document, which I was not originally meant to see. In any case, it was someone who instructed me to present it to you. Listen, I hold a significant position. Specifically, I am the commander of the provincial military district, overseeing 5 major battle zones and the military commission. Ultimately, I am merely an employee. Lu Yuanji quickly clarified, genuinely anxious. He understood that while the slaying of practitioners is indeed monitored, the reality remains that once a life is extinguished, oversight becomes irrelevant. He certainly did not wish to become cannon fodder. Who is it? Liu inquired with a stern expression. The details from that time are somewhat unclear to me, however. The records indicate that your father was executed by the military for the brutal murder of a commanding officer's child. As for the reasons behind the alleged fake death, it is possible that someone of considerable influence intervened. Are you speaking of the City Gates Tower while I am referencing the hip bones axis? Who provided you with this information? Oh, it was General Du from the Southern Theater Command. You do not intend to investigate this matter, do you? Lu Yuanji observed Lu Yu nervously, pondering internally. Is this young man truly so bold? Why not? You have stated that the judgment from back then was just. I shall not cause trouble for anyone. However, should I discover that there are individuals wishing to harm my father, I regret to inform you that regardless of who they are, they will all pay the price. Very well, I shall not press you further. You may return and report back. If you wish to collaborate, the military must demonstrate sincerity. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Understood, I will report the matter truthfully. Liu had no interest in engaging further with Lu Yuanji, nor did he dare take any drastic actions, as he still needed to reside in Huaxia. If it came to confronting the military, the only option would be to depart Blue Star aboard a spaceship. Look at Huaxia's current demeanor. They are courteous to everyone. In a real confrontation, missiles cannot be launched at will, and in border conflicts, no nation dares to fire the first shot. They still resort to melee with cold weapons. Take the case of Siam, where tourists from Huaxia were kidnapped. After thorough media investigation, they still dispatched individuals to rescue them. Then the Prime Minister of Siam arrived, which illustrates the confidence of a great nation. The purpose of the visit was likely to formulate a rescue plan, and on another level, to extend an apology. Did you not notice that those receiving at the airport were clearly not of the same rank? It is akin to visiting someone's home and being greeted not by the host, but by their driver or housekeeper, only to meet the host when they are free. Ruashi, let us return home. This matter is undoubtedly complex. I shall inquire with my father. Indeed, now that military personnel have emerged and presented this document, it is apparent that they intend to exploit the situation concerning my father. I can only hope that their actions from that time were not excessively egregious. Otherwise, it will not merely be a matter of death. Once we return and speak to my father, the truth will become clear. I will always stand by your side. Han Ruashi reassured Lu Yu, gripping his hand tightly. Only those wronged understand the depth of their injustice. Liu vividly recalled the year his father returned. Enveloped in gloom for an entire year. His aspiration then had been to attend a military academy, but that desire shifted. His father no longer pressed him. After all, every parent wishes for their child to thrive in a tranquil environment. The two returned home in silence, finding Lu's father in the garden, sipping tea. Lu's father's back injury had nearly healed, thanks to the massages from Nua Air. It is not yet the end of the workday. How have you returned? Father. Today personnel from the Southern Provincial Military District sought me out and provided me with information regarding your past. Lu Yu inquired directly. Alas, they have indeed come to us. Please, take a seat. Go and fetch your mother. Once Liu brought his mother over. Lu Guodong spoke with a heavy heart. I have been absent from the military for 8 years. Both of you must be aware that I led a team abroad on a mission, which extended over those 8 years. Our task has been deemed complete. Though we have mourned the loss of many comrades, the higher-ups have ordered our withdrawal. In the chaos of battle, we have never placed blame on anyone. However, when I returned the ashes of my fallen comrades to their families, I was overcome by a profound emotion. At this moment, Lu Guodong took a sip of tea, not to tease the others, but rather to calm his tumultuous heart. Father, it would be a pity if you did not share your tales. Liu jested, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber. Do not interrupt. Allow your father a moment to gather himself, Liu Mei gently admonished. Chapter 101. The events of those years. The scene shifts to a rainy night 6 years ago. Several soldiers clad in military uniforms rapped upon the door of a dilapidated house. Is this the residence of Guaigua? After a moment of persistent knocking, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt visage that tugged at Lu Guodong's heartstrings, as if the person had endured some harrowing ordeal. Who are you? You must be Ms. Halime, the sister-in-law. I am, she replied, her voice trembling. Are you comrades of my husband? Where is he? Halime searched the faces of the 4 men, one by one, in disbelief, even as they were clearly visible in the scant light. Lu Guodong found himself at a loss for words. Dreading to deliver the grim tidings that her husband had fallen in battle, the sight of her haggard countenance made him hesitate, fearing the news might send her into a faint. At that moment, a young man beside Lu Guodong hesitantly spoke. Sister-in-law, Guogu. He has perished. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Halime could no longer contain herself, collapsing into a fit of sobs that gradually diminished in intensity. It was only then that the four men noticed she had fallen silent, her eyes streaming with crimson tears. Lu Guodong, alarmed, acted swiftly to render her unconscious. Rat. Why the haste? Captain, I had no inkling such a tragedy would unfold. The elderly in previous visits held firm. I thought sister-in-law, being still relatively young, would manage. Captain, look. Another soldier pointed towards an altar. The four men followed his gaze to see a black and white photograph of a young girl, no older than 17 or 18, gazing innocently at the world. This is Guoji's daughter. I have seen him take it out to look at during his idle moments. But how could she be dead? Captain, what shall we do now? Rat, Fei-Ying, go next door and inquire about the situation. I will remain here with Leopard until she regains consciousness. Understood, Captain. Approximately an hour later, Rat and Fei-Ying returned, seething with anger. Captain, I would forego any military honors to avenge her. Rat struck the coffee table with a heavy fist, shattering it into pieces. What transpired? Captain, do you know how Guoji's daughter met her end? She was tortured to death by a pack of beasts. No one is to stop me. Tonight, I must exact vengeance upon those fiends. Did the police intervene? Captain, if you knew who they were, you would understand why the police did not act. Who are they? The only son of Du Ruifeng, the commander of the Sichuan military district, Du Junans, along with two others who were the children of provincial leaders. Orders. Lu Guodong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, raising his voice. Understood. Gather evidence. Captain, I recognize your anger, as I too am furious. This is not the same as abroad. Violence will not suffice. We must first gather evidence. The captain is looking out for us. Over these past 8 years, our team of 20 has dwindled to just 4. It has not been easy to persevere. You all have families. Do not let emotion dictate your actions. Leopard consoled the two men as they grappled with their tumultuous feelings. The words of the cheetah ring true. I shall gather the evidence and present it to the higher-ups. After several days of investigation, Lu Guodong, armed with irrefutable proof, approached the military committee, intending to resolve the matter through proper channels. However, the veterans, having been away for years, were oblivious to the treacheries of society. The military committee was under pressure from Du Ruifeng, and the local police apprehended 3 juvenile offenders. Yet, as they were all under 18, they spent less than a month in prison before being released. Then, a piece of news reached the ears of the 4, leaving even Lu Guodong in shock. Clutching the suicide note of Hao Limei, unable to find peace, Hao Limei had taken her own life by jumping from a building. That same night, without informing the 3, he stealthily infiltrated their homes and ended their lives. After committing the act, Lu Guodong did not consider fleeing. He went directly to the military committee to confess. Upon learning of this, Du Ruifeng ordered Lu Guodong to be executed on the spot. Who saved you then, Dad? Liu inquired with curiosity. Our team S direct superior, General Yi Yin of the Southwest Military District. I haven't been in contact with him for years and have no idea how he is faring. Besides General Yi, who else knew about your fake death? Liu asked. Very few were privy to that information. Only General Yi and his personal bodyguard were aware. It was his bodyguard who fired the shot, the bullet precisely striking the heart valve, creating the illusion of my death and deceiving both the military committee and Du Ruifeng's scrutiny. That is correct. If you recall, Lu Yuan mentioned that the information came from General Du of the Southern Military District. I believe this refers to Du Ruifeng, your father. They are seeking to leverage this against you? It's not blackmail. They lack the capability for that. Rest assured, Father, I will settle the matters of the past for you. It's just a general. Do not act recklessly. I could very well die again. Father, Liu possesses the means to ensure your safety. You must have faith in him, Han Ruashi remarked calmly. That is the commander of an entire military district. Lu Guodong found it hard to believe that his son had grown to a point where he could contend with a military district in just a year. Calm down. Calm down. You should be aware of Ernyo's capabilities, right? I know. His strength is at least at the pinnacle of the earth level, and if he pushes himself, he can unleash the prowess of the early heaven level. What of it? Such a person, I currently have 28 under my command. In the realm of cultivation. That is no insignificant power, especially since the nation needs me and dares not turn against me. How many? 28. Which hidden clan's young master are you? What nonsense are you speaking? This is your own son. Father, am I not clearly your son? Lu Yu chuckled, observing Lu Guodong's disbelief. Indeed. My current achievements are the result of my relentless efforts. Liu shamelessly stated, conveniently omitting the contributions of manhwae in the spacecraft. Very well, act within your means. I will provide you with 3 phone numbers. If they are still reachable, they should possess considerable connections in Huaxia and may be able to assist you. Lu Guodong jotted down 3 phone numbers and handed them to Lu Yu, who, without a glance, recognized them as belonging to his father's comrades. He did not pay them much heed, but nonetheless stored them away with due seriousness. After dinner, he returned to his room, embracing Han Ruashi, pondering his next course of action. He had already dispatched manhwae to investigate the adversary, and a collection of incriminating evidence had been gathered on his phone. Yet, he felt it insufficient, not due to a lack of evidence to bring the opponent down, but rather because the punitive measures seemed inadequate. Are you contemplating the next steps? Removing the opponent from power might seem somewhat lenient, while outright assassination was certainly an option. However, have you considered that eliminating the adversary might also invite their demise? In the context of the broader societal landscape in Huaxia, such actions could jeopardize your own standing. Although your skills are coveted by the nation, it would not tolerate the existence of such a restless element and would respond with severe measures. Indeed, this is why I ponder how one might orchestrate the adversary's demise while eliciting gratitude from the state. It is quite simple. I possess countless methods to ensure their end, all while remaining undetected. Nuayi's voice drifted softly into the air. Who is speaking? Han Ruashi exclaimed in alarm, springing to her feet. Chapter 102. Do not bring about their demise. My friend has developed an intelligent system that can adeptly manage both gaming and life-related issues, akin to a smart assistant on a mobile device. Oh, Han Ruashi replied, somewhat skeptically. You appear to harbor doubts. Xiaonhua, Lu Yu remarked to his phone. I am here. Is this intelligent system truly that capable? Absolutely. The intelligent systems available on the market pale in comparison to hers. If it could be marketed, it would undoubtedly generate substantial revenue. Let us not dwell on profit for now. Let us focus on the matter of posture. Fang Yuan has already successfully won over Tong Xian. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can it be impossible? Just look at their social media. Both have posted photos together. And the background is clearly from a hotel room. How did he manage that? Ha ha ha. You still fail to comprehend Fang Yuan's prowess. Though he may appear frivolous, his mind is teeming with ideas. It is time to fulfill our wager. Turn off your phone. The following morning, in Lu Yu's office, the senior executives of Yuzhou Technology Company convened. The head of the marketing department, Fu Hongya, was the first to speak. Mr. Lu, this is the compiled list of applicants for the internal testing from various media outlets. I believe there is an issue with the data from Jiangsheng New Media. Ah, indeed. It is evident even to the naked eye. This media outlet is as foolish as a pig. We shall revoke their promotional qualifications for the internal testing and retain the right to sue. Clearly, Mr. Lu had been aware of this situation all along. I was informed the moment they took action, but I have been too occupied to address them. They charge 2,000 for each application, and they have successfully collected 20,000. It would be a pity if such acumen were not applied to business. I will forward the evidence to the legal department shortly. By the way, let us refrain from pursuing legal action against that girl. She is not involved. The other party had fabricated the information from the outset, and Nua had alerted him immediately. What was most infuriating was that the reporter who attended that day had defended Yuzhou Technology and has since been dismissed from the company. Mr. Lu, is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? She is a remarkably upright young woman, albeit somewhat misguided. You seem to hold a rather deep impression of her. Han Ruashi remarked nonchalantly. Of course, in such a serious setting, he was the first to inquire about my personal matters. He did not do it for clout. People like him, with such purity of intent, are rare in today's society. I would even consider bringing him on board. It was evident that Lu Yu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His intentions were solely to prevent the other party from losing their job due to this incident. Director Pang, did you hear that? Mr. Lu wants you to bring her in. Mr. Lu, are we really bringing her in? The director of human resources hesitated, glancing between Han Ruashi and Lu Yu. I merely considered it. Do not take it seriously. The marketing department should begin contacting these individuals right away. We should expedite the internal testing. Can we manage it within 2 days? No problem. We will ensure the task is completed. With 18 media outlets, excluding Jiangsheng New Media, there remain 17, each with 1,000 internal testing slots, amounting to 17,000 players. The 1,000 players from Jiangsheng New Media will certainly not be sending helmets by mail. The rules were established in advance, and it is regrettable that the other party resorted to underhanded tactics. What is the current status of the operating system and its integration with the chip from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? The operating system has entered the testing phase and is expected to be officially launched in 2 weeks. Representatives from the Academy visited yesterday and signed an agreement to fund the establishment of a chip factory with no less than 20,000 square meters. Initially, we will need to send technical personnel to oversee the project, with specific arrangements being made. The day after tomorrow, the technical and marketing departments will send representatives to the capital. Let us continue to advance. Uncle Lee, do you have any thoughts regarding new materials? I have reviewed the proposal you submitted previously, and we should study it together today. General Liu, it was not my idea, but rather that of my subordinates. To put it simply, I believe that focusing on the production of the Illusion series helmets would only lead to a financial balance at best. Since we are already producing new materials, it would be prudent to explore other avenues for expansion. Currently, there are over 150,000 Illusion series helmets, which is far from sufficient. We need to reach 1 million within a month and 10 million within 6 months. Uncle Lee, let us set this proposal aside for now. The group does not require profitability from new materials at this moment. Ensuring supply is of utmost importance. Han Ruashi's voice softly resonated. General Han, I concur. I have come to the same realization. Now is not the appropriate time. Uncle Lee, Ruashi suggests we temporarily suspend this initiative. After a year, when player saturation is achieved, we can officially launch it. Liu discerned the dejection in Li Chongwu's demeanor. To be frank with you all, I do not fear being mocked here. A friend of mine wishes to join, and I am considering expanding into other projects. This individual has been with me since the factory's inception, running around during its establishment. Now, he faces some difficulties with his factory, and I wish to lend him a hand. Uncle Lee, I understand your sentiment. You all may leave. I wish to speak privately with Uncle Lee. Liu Yu gestured for the others to depart. Once they left, even Han Ruashi excused herself, leaving only Liu Yu and Li Chongwu in the office. Uncle, I do not oppose your desire to help a friend, nor do I mind you delegating business to others. However, I must caution you that people's loyalties can shift. Your friend, Song Jun, correct? How do you know? Uncle, such details are inconsequential. What matters is that this individual is not fit for the role. The specifics are clearly outlined in this document. Once you review it, you will understand. Just now, I had Nuo investigate his background, and it revealed a rather unsavory character. Years ago, he was sycophantically following you, calling you brother while secretly engaging in unscrupulous deeds. Everything written here is true. Uncle, you should be more aware than I am about the veracity of these claims. In 2019, when your factory's orders dwindled, he was the one scheming behind the scenes. And do you recognize the current legal representative of the Shouwu rubber factory? Song Yang? The brother of Song Jun. Cousin. From the moment you initiated the acquisition of the electronics factory from Norfo, Song Jun has been scheming behind the scenes. Why would Norfo, seemingly aligned with you, now turn against you? It is solely due to this individual. Well, I understand now. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In that moment, Li Chongwu appeared significantly aged, his gaze vacant as he exited the office. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the business world, almost falling victim to deceit, it is only natural to feel disheartened. Liu Yu did not stop Li Chongwu. Some matters are best understood on one's own. He spoke into his phone. Nuo-san. Please come in. Boss. The information has been sent to you. Teach them a lesson, but do not take any lives in the process. Understood, boss. Nuo-san responded before turning to leave the office. Liu then instructed Nuo-e to upload the evidence to the police platform in Liangang City, proof of Song Jun bribing certain government officials. Although societal norms have devolved into unspoken rules, such corrupt dealings are rarely conducted overtly. To bring them to light is to invite ruin. Had the opposing party not targeted Li Chongwu, Liu Yu would have refrained from such actions, but since they sought to ensnare him, they must bear the consequences. Chapter 103. The internal test commences at the stroke of midnight on February 28th. The game universe officially entered its internal testing phase. 17,000 participants quietly donned their illusion helmets, embarking on their testing journey. The Yuzhou building was ablaze with light as 1,000 employees, including Liu Yu and Feng Yuan, also equipped themselves with helmets to begin the trial. In the instant Liu donned the helmet, a vivid scene materialized on his retinal display, immersing him in an experience that felt profoundly real. He floated amidst a liquid darkness, with the deep, resonant vibrations akin to a supernova explosion echoing in his ears. Ethereal streams of bluish data danced across his retina, with binary codes slowly spiraling like the arms of a galaxy. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed up his spine, as if someone had infused the very essence of the galaxy's nebulae into his nerve endings. "Welcome to Universe, Wanderer," a crystalline female voice sliced through the chaos. Countless particles of light converged from all directions, weaving into a circular corridor of stardust. Lu Yu's feet met a mirror-like floor, where his reflection appeared as a nebulous figure composed of photons. 12 floating platforms adorned the ceiling, arranged in the configuration of the zodiac, each bearing the totems of various civilizations, a cyber altar where machinery melded with flesh, an arcane star chart adorned with floating runes, and ecological pods sprouting crystalline clusters. Before him, the air shimmered, and a woman clad in a moon-white robe stepped forth from the void. She emanated the distinctive particle halo of a holographic projection, with 12 diamond-shaped crystals orbiting her, each rotation transforming her attire to reflect a different cultural aesthetic. "I am your game guide AI," she advised, "and I recommend you refrain from interacting with those drifting data streams for the time being." She raised a slender finger, her voice calm and measured. Lu Yu then noticed the multitude of glowing threads suspended around him, resembling a frozen meteor shower. Suddenly, his left hand involuntarily lifted, revealing intricate neural connections beneath his skin. The mirror-like floor shattered explosively, unveiling a swirling galactic star map beneath. 12 beams of light surged skyward, converging at the apex to form a colossal holographic interface. The values on the attribute panel began to fluctuate wildly before eventually stabilizing at soul resonance 97.32, a crucial parameter corresponding to his innate talents. Let us commence with the form of existence. The AI guide lightly tapped the void, and Lu Yu's photon reflection abruptly materialized into a tangible form. It felt akin to being thrust into a Klein bottle, allowing him to perceive himself from every conceivable angle. As his fingertips grazed the holographic model, he was astounded to feel genuine warmth against his skin. The adjustable parameters were far more intricate than he had anticipated, beyond standard physical adjustments. There were attributes such as quantum entanglement coefficient, dark matter affinity, and entropy resistance, each more fantastical than the last. Suddenly, a weapon rack unfolded to his right, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. From the quantum light blades emanating cold fusion luminescence to the arcane tomes inscribed with runic symbols, and even a biomechanical longbow equipped with antimatter projectiles, the array was astonishing. The 12 crystals of the AI game guide illuminated simultaneously. These are projections of the monuments of civilization. Please select any 3 for adaptation testing. As Lu Yu grasped the quantum blade pulsating with liquid metal, the entire space abruptly transformed into a post-apocalyptic battlefield, where countless alien creatures surged forth from the chasms of the earth. The instinct for battle was forcibly extracted before it could seize his consciousness, and the voice of the AI game guide crackled with electronic interference, detected a proclivity for slaughter, generating corrective parameters. To Lu Yu's astonishment, the pupils of his character model morphed into a deep crimson hue, with shadowy projections of demonic wings emerging behind him. The value of chaotic alignment on the attributes panel began to ascend slowly. A suggestion for soul resonance calibration materialized. The AI guide summoned a floating star core crystal with a wave of its hand. As Lu Yu pressed his forehead against the cold surface of the crystal, an explosion of fragmented memory surged forth, fleeing through dilapidated urban ruins under acid rain, navigating a starship through a wormhole amidst gravitational distortions, and invoking forbidden incantations that triggered spatial collapses. These experiences, not belonging to Lu Yu, were reshaping the quantum state of his personality model. A red warning suddenly popped up on the holographic interface. Cognitive contradiction detected. The left and right halves of Lu Yu's body began to exhibit traits from disparate civilizations. Mechanical patterns emerged in his left eye, while arcane sparks danced at his right fingertips. Simultaneously, 12 avatars of the AI guide materialized, forming a data chain encircling him, initiating Cosmos Game Protocol. The mirrored surface beneath him extended infinitely, reflecting thousands of Lu Yu figures. Some donned nanocombat suits wielding Gauss rifles. Others were cloaked in robes commanding torrents of elemental energy, and still others merged with biomechanical entities, becoming hybrid monstrosities. Each reflection narrated a distinct life trajectory, their whispers coalescing into a cacophony of quantum superposition within Lu Yu's mind. As the agony throughout his body reached a critical threshold, all reflections suddenly collapsed into a cocoon of pure white light. The AI guide's essence emerged from the cocoon, Her moon-white robe now adorned with constellations, cognitive paradox resolved, generating exclusive growth parameters. The attributes panel before Lu Yu began to recompile. The previously gray fate mark field illuminating with ever-shifting symbols of civilization. Lu Yu reached out to touch the suspended monument of civilization, and the inscription instantly transformed into a torrent of data flooding into his consciousness. As the last rune integrated into his pupils, the entire Stardust corridor began to shift abruptly. The voice of the AI guide faded into the distance. Remember, in Cosmos, only those who survive to walk out are the true victors. The voice vanished, and the scene shifted again. Liu distinctly sensed that he was now amidst the ruins of Blue Star after the cataclysm, even feeling that he was in a certain location within Port City at this moment. With a tremendous roar, the ground trembled, and Lu Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, where a colossal mutated beast loomed, eyeing him like an ant. What a massive creature! Brother Yu, where are you? Help! The anguished cries of Fong Yuan echoed through the communication device. Liu was preoccupied with his escape. Moments ago, he had attempted to strike the creature with the flame blade technique, achieving rather mediocre results, barely causing the mutated beast to bleed from its leg. Where are you? Send me your location. In a dilapidated supermarket. There are still a dozen employees accompanying me. Soon, I arrived at Fong Yuan's location. Liu noticed that the distance was not far, and indeed, as he had surmised, the map was generated based on the layout of Lian Gang City. While running, he attempted to contact Nuai, exclaiming in exasperation, Nuai, is the intensity of the game truly this high? Master, this is merely the beginning. In the game, death leads to resurrection, but in reality, death is final. As a saying in Huaxiao wisely observes, without destruction, there can be no creation. With the impending cataclysm, there are no innocent humans, only those who are cowardly. Utilizing the skill Dragon's Dance, Liu finally managed to shake off the mutated creatures, though he scarcely caught a glimpse of their true forms. After sprinting for over 2 hours, Lu Yu finally located Fong Yuan and the others. I have arrived. Where are you? In the underground parking lot. Upon hearing Fong Yuan's words, Lu Yu searched for the entrance to the parking area. To his alarm, he discovered over 30 mutated stray dogs before him, which could no longer be accurately described as dogs. They were the size of calves, glaring at him with their blood-red eyes. Chapter 104. Feedback from the beta test. It seems that these mutated dogs possess rather mediocre strength. Just the perfect opportunity to test my own capabilities, Lu Yu mused quietly. Talent is one thing, but Nuai is not devoid of compassion. Each player is granted a skill. For instance, Lu Yu, at this moment, could wield the quantum blade while also possessing the arcane fireball spell, allowing for both melee and ranged attacks. As he contemplated this, a horde of mutated dogs surged towards Lu Yu. During this time, he had been diligently simulating real combat, employing the Dragon's Dance technique. Armed with the quantum blade, he charged into the throng of mutated dogs. The Dragon's Dance unceasingly unfolded, his body weaving through the pack as he sought an opportunity to unleash the first form of the Flame Dragon Blade technique, the Flame Dragon piercing the void. With a single stroke, he cleaved a mutated dog, as robust as a calf, mercilessly in two. The battle raged for a full hour. Lu Yu, panting heavily, reclined against the wall. He had slain 14 mutated dogs, and was acutely aware of his burgeoning strength. Nuai, how much will slaying these mutated dogs enhance my power? Master, your strength has now reached the pinnacle of human capability. Nuai's voice resonated within his mind. Brother, you finally arrived. Fong Yuan lamented, his expression woeful. It was not just him. Even the surrounding staff bore similar expressions. Having been born in an era of peace, they had never encountered such horrors. Merely refraining from soiling themselves was a testament to their fortitude. Enough with the theatrics. What is there to cry about? It's not as if anyone truly perished. If you can't handle it, feel free to log off. Lu Yu retorted, exasperated. Mr. Lu, a considerable number of players have already logged off. Do you think the game's intensity might be a tad excessive? Let us pause testing for now. Tomorrow morning at 9. We'll convene a high-level meeting to review player feedback, Lu Yu replied. He had no intention of lowering the game's intensity, for he believed in Nuai's adage, one must endure trials to achieve growth. Instead of returning home, Lu Yu ascended to the top floor and indulged in a comforting slumber. He slept soundly, while many participants of the test were far from tranquil. Even those who had logged off early spent the night plagued by nightmares. Some professional players, having died and resurrected, continued to meet their demise. The torment of their bodies and minds was unbearable, save for those with masochistic tendencies. The following morning, A gathering of company executives listened intently to the report from the testing department head. Since the test began at midnight, it has now been 8 hours. We have had 18,000 participants, with a total of 169,860 deaths, and this number continues to rise. Players have collectively killed 14 mutated dogs and 9 mutated fowl. According to the brainwave readings, players have not reported any discomfort, only feelings of hunger, which are deemed normal physiological responses. Most players believe the game's difficulty is excessively high, though they have no complaints regarding the graphics and realism, deeming it a game ahead of its time. Next, we have some suggestions from players. Esteemed leaders, please take a look. After the testing department had concluded, the screen before them displayed a continuous stream of player suggestions. An overwhelming 99% of the recommendations called for a reduction in game difficulty. What are your thoughts? Liu gestured for everyone to share their opinions freely. Mr. Liu, I believe it would be prudent to slightly reduce the difficulty level. Last night, I participated in the testing and was nearly terrified to the point of losing control when confronted by those monstrous creatures. At that moment, everyone was engaged in a discussion. Some had participated in the internal testing, while others had not, yet all were equally attentive to the feedback from players on the game forum. Mr. Liu, there was a rather intriguing post on the forum that I projected onto the big screen. I encourage everyone to take a look. Soon, a player's comment appeared on the screen. I can't speak for others, but last night I killed a mutated chicken and felt significantly stronger. Immediately, a contrarian replied, "Isn't that obvious? If killing monsters doesn't make us stronger, then why are we playing games? To seek punishment?" The original poster responded, "What I meant was becoming stronger in reality. If you don't believe me, I'll upload a video shortly, and you can see for yourselves." The post garnered attention, leading to another reply. It's been 5 minutes. Either the original poster is exaggerating or is an employee of the game company. The video soon surfaced, and Liu Yu, along with the company executives, watched intently as a robust young man in the video stated, "Sorry, it took me a while, but I finally found a red brick." After placing the brick on the table, he slammed it down with a resounding crack, the sound echoing clearly in the room. A large koi exclaimed, "Wow." He broke it with his bare hands. A user named Turkey-Flavored Crisps commented, "Such red bricks are readily available online. I've shared the link. Feel free to take it if you wish to show off." Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, and an employee entered, saying, "Mr. Liu." A reporter from CCTV called, seeking to schedule an interview. "Certainly, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Liu responded. "All right, Mr. Liu." The atmosphere turned curious as Liu looked at the crowd and asked, "What do you all think about the authenticity of this post?" He found amusement in their expressions. Yesterday, he had slain 14 mutated dogs. The other mutated chickens, ducks, and geese were evidently defeated by other players. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the individual had truly killed a mutated chicken. Could it be that the strength gained in the game could translate into real life? The head of the testing department perused the data on his computer and retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Liu Yu, eager for a definitive answer. "Oh my, brother Yu, does that mean I missed out on billions last night?" Liu replied, "I can assure you, what this individual claims is accurate. Defeating monsters in the game can indeed enhance physical fitness, but the abilities granted by the game cannot be transferred to reality. If that is indeed the case, then in a certain sense, this game can no longer be regarded as merely a game. Let us not make a fuss. This is merely the testing phase, and there are still many surprises in store. The internal testing lasts only a week, so make the most of your time. There isn't much left to spare." Liu Yu smiled enigmatically. After a week, some would undoubtedly uncover the secrets behind why players perished so frequently last night, which was entirely due to their untransformed identities. When adequately prepared, certain smaller monsters would indeed pose no threat to humanity. If they cannot be defeated solo, they can always team up. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we are always ready. By the way, Ruo Shi, has the official procedure for payment and stored value been finalized? Not yet, as the national review process is currently quite stringent. The issuance of such licenses has significantly diminished, and it is estimated that it will take around 6 months to obtain one. Alas, I never anticipated that we would be stalled at this juncture. Liu Yu remarked in exasperation that in order for players to recharge, it is imperative to have the necessary permits, as mandated by national regulations. While it is relatively straightforward for Liu Yu to open a recharge portal in the game, the legality hinges on the possession of appropriate documentation. Yesterday, I reached out to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, but they have yet to provide a definitive response, likely still navigating the procedural labyrinth. Although the game has already undergone scrutiny, it is perplexing that payment processing has not been approved. We must simply wait. It is understandable that the government maintains stringent controls. There is little alternative, particularly given the numerous instances of money laundering through games in recent years. This concern is amplified by the fact that we aim to establish not only a recharge portal, but also a withdrawal portal, which compels the government to take notice. Chapter 105. Excelling without spending extravagantly. General Liu, how about we acquire a company that possesses a payment license? Suggested a senior executive. However, a company with such a license is valued at least in the hundreds of millions, and the time required for acquisition is nearly equal to that of obtaining the license itself. Thus, this proposal is not particularly viable. Of course, Han Rawashi had contemplated this issue, but upon calculating the time involved, she deemed it more prudent to await the issuance of the license. I shall devise a solution. This matter must be expedited as it directly impacts our profitability. Initially, she and Nuai had explored the concept of players using Huaxia coins to recharge universe coins for transactions and crafting expenses. With the company primarily generating revenue from transaction fees and functionality usage fees during equipment crafting. Contemplating whether to reach out to Ho Shinian from the Chinese Academy of Sciences for assistance, she hesitated, pondering that given his temperament, he might inadvertently offend someone from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, which could lead to adverse repercussions. At 10 o'clock the following morning, a reporter from CCTV arrived as scheduled, the same reporter from the previous press conference. Hello, General Liu. We previously attended your company's press conference. Greetings, Reporter Li. Would you care for a drink? I'll have my secretary prepare something, Liu replied with a smile. Do you remember me? Of course, I do, beautiful reporter. I must say, your call yesterday was perfectly timed. I was just about to contact the media. Oh, is it regarding the game? Indeed. Yesterday marked the first day of the internal testing phase, and some players are struggling to adapt to the game's intensity. I wish to leverage your platform to convey encouragement to the gaming community. What a coincidence. Our media center has also received feedback from fans eager to learn more about the game. This demonstrates a remarkable connection. We resonate with the players at heart. Liu chuckled. Shall we commence the interview? Certainly. May I inquire, General Liu, how does your operational team charge for such an epic-making game? How do you maintain financial equilibrium? Your insight is commendable. Indeed, this has been a pressing concern. The original vision for the game was to facilitate free trading among players, with our company merely charging a 10% transaction fee. However, we are currently hindered by government procedures. Can I disclose that? Liu paused, seeking clarification. Of course, you may. I am certain the nation will ardently support emerging enterprises like yours. In fact, we have invested considerable effort into the game's payment and withdrawal system. For instance, players can exchange Huaxia coins for universe coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, but withdrawals are processed at a rate of 1 to 0.9. While it appears there are many fees, the actual amount is modest and may not suffice for our operational costs. Are there any alternative revenue streams? The standard Illusion Series helmets retail for $2,899. While the Premium Illusion Series helmets are priced at $5,899. That is certainly a profitable venture. General Liu, however, that is merely a one-time sale. It likely does not cover the research and development costs, does it? Indeed, it falls short, which is precisely why we are eager to expedite the payment and withdrawal system, enabling the company to recuperate its expenditures, Liu lamented, adopting a tone of financial distress. We shall report truthfully. I understand the challenges faced by the nation. I can assure you that any attempts to launder money through my game will be futile. Should anyone dare to engage in such activities, I will not hesitate to report them to the authorities. Furthermore, I guarantee that not a single cent will flow abroad. Our aim is to cultivate a fair gaming environment, leaving no opportunity for criminals. With General Liu's assurance, the government will undoubtedly take notice and implement necessary measures. I must admit, Li Youwei's morally coercive words can, in a sense, prove effective. Now, on to our second question. Many fans have expressed concerns regarding whether one can become a high-level player without spending money, fearing it might be akin to other games that merely drain players' resources. Principally, the company will not interfere with the normal operation of the game. To clarify, any items you acquire within the game can be traded, with the specific price determined by the buyer's demand. Buyers and sellers negotiate their prices freely. If you wish to sell a stone for an exorbitant sum, that is permissible, provided you are not laundering money. A friendly reminder, laundering money results in the confiscation of all assets and severe consequences. May I infer that if players excel in the game, they could potentially treat it as a profession, earning as much as they would in reality? Certainly. If fortune smiles upon you and you defeat a minor creature that drops a rare blueprint, you could strike it rich. Allow me to reveal that there are no finished products in the game, only various blueprints and skill books. Gathering sufficient materials is essential for crafting. In a sense, constructing a spaceship is not merely a dream. This morning, someone commented below that the game might reflect reality. Can General Liu provide fans with a definitive response? Once you personally experience it, you'll understand. My words cannot compare to the players' first-hand experiences. In any case, we will not disappoint our players. The internal testing period lasts only 1 week, and after that, we will officially launch the game. Tomorrow, the official website will open reservations for the Illusion Helmet. We hope for enthusiastic participation. Lastly, I wish everyone joy and pleasure in the game. General Liu. Some fans are concerned about whether the release of the game will impact certain industries in the real world. This is unavoidable. Every groundbreaking product's emergence is accompanied by the decline of certain industries. If we concern ourselves with such matters, how can humanity progress? Subsequently, Li Yue posed numerous questions, all centered around the fans' inquiries. The discussion continued until noon, after which I treated Li Yue to lunch in the company cafeteria. Following the meal, she departed with her cameraman. That evening, Li Yue released the edited video, which garnered an overwhelming response, soaring to the top of the trending charts. Particularly, keywords such as Illusion Helmet and Universe Game dominated the top 10 trending topics. The following day, everyone in the office monitored the reservation numbers for the Illusion Helmet. With a production cost of merely $500, Liu set the lowest price at $28.99, which is quite reasonable compared to devices from other gaming companies. It is affordable enough for an average person to purchase with a month's salary. Merely an hour after the opening of reservations, the head of the marketing department exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Mr. Liu, the number of reservations has already surpassed 1 million. This is just the beginning. We need at least 20 million today." The fault lies with the publicity department, indicating that our promotion efforts were inadequate. "The bonuses for this month will be dispersed next month," Liu jested. "Oh no, Mr. Liu. Our department is being wronged." Throughout the entire group, our publicity team has been tirelessly working. My staff is still promoting in various shopping malls. You should consider a different perspective. Just look at the crowds in the malls. What about online promotion? Mr. Liu, I can attest to this. Director Shui has also invested in online advertising. Over the past period, the publicity department has already expended more than 50 million on advertisements. Perhaps it's because today is Wednesday and everyone is at work, leaving little time for reservations. Things will improve in the evening. Still too few. I anticipated that within a week, we would reach at least 50 million reservations, peaking at 100 million. Chapter 106, Another Military Tycoon. Mr. Liu, I am contacting the prominent influencers of social media right now. The problem is that some of them are demanding exorbitant fees, which I have declined. Wait, are you actually paying others to promote this game? Indeed, that's the norm when engaging top influencers. The placement fees start at a minimum of 100,000, reaching up to several million, not to mention the additional traffic commissions. Are you out of your mind? Our game should be regarded as a privilege for them to promote. I initially assumed the 50 million promotional budget was allocated for journalist accommodations and expenses for the publicity department's business trips. If this is the case, then after this, terminate all contracts with them. Aren't all games treated this way? Sukai inquired, bewildered. Are we an ordinary game? After all this time, you still haven't altered your mindset? Liu retorted, a hint of anger in his voice, causing some senior executives to bow their heads in shame. Liu was indeed correct. Certain individuals had yet to evolve their thinking. For those with such attitudes, voluntarily deduct 1 month's bonus from the financial department. I am deeply disappointed. While it's true that many from our company have lofty aspirations, that does not justify such humility. Our promotional department should not be resorting to grassroots marketing for our game. We haven't fallen to that level yet. Mr. Liu, I accept. Sukai was the first to rise, expressing his remorse. I accept as well. Shortly thereafter, 6 of the 15 executives stood up, each of them with flushed faces. Please sit down. Your presence in this company signifies that each of you possesses unique strengths. The pace of the company has simply outstripped your ability to keep up. Remember, this is merely the beginning. If you cannot shift your mindset, then perhaps it's time to leave the company. Mr. Liu, we acknowledge our mistakes. Very well, 1 month's bonus will be withheld as a warning. From now on, ensure that the Mirage helmets are delivered to the players. The official public testing will commence in 5 days. Understood, Mr. Liu. We will complete it on time. All right. You may disperse. Liu rubbed his temples, feeling exasperated by their lack of awareness. Upon returning to his office that afternoon, Han Ruashi joyfully entered and announced, "The payment authorization has arrived." That was quick. It's thanks to what you said to the CCTV reporter yesterday. This afternoon, I received a call from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, who apologized profusely for their oversight, subtly indicating that they wish not to rely on connections anymore. I didn't reach out to anyone, Liu replied. The first part was comprehensible, but the latter part regarding connections was puzzling. When had the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology ever become so accessible that CCTV could intercede on their behalf? Just then, Liu's phone rang. "What's going on, Dad? If there's nothing pressing, please return home. We have guests who wish to see you." "I'll head back now." "Ruashi, there are guests at home, so I'll check in. In the evening, shall we take you home?" "Okay, be safe." Han Ruashi nodded. Xiao was the female bodyguard Liu had arranged for Han Ruashi, who typically accompanied her whenever he had matters to attend to. Upon returning home, before even stepping into the courtyard, several vehicles from the capital caught my attention. With their white backgrounds and black lettering, it was evident that these were military vehicles. While some military license plates in certain regions have transitioned to the ordinary blue background with white text, there are always exceptions in Huaxia. These individuals are the epitome of such exceptions. "Please present your identification." "Hello, this is my ID card. I reside here. Your credentials are in order. You may enter." The guard at the entrance saluted, signaling to Liu Yu to proceed. Once inside the courtyard, additional guards were on vigilant watch, scanning Liu Yu up and down. But without inquiry, they continued their surveillance as if he were invisible. "You were too impulsive back then. Grant me some time, and perhaps Du Ruifeng will be dealt with." The elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke with a glimmer in his eyes. Despite his advanced age, he still exuded a commanding presence, his voice resonating with authority. "Sir, the Guo family has committed suicide in loyalty to the nation. A fine young woman has been subjected to the atrocities of beasts. I cannot endure this. The state must not treat their families in such a manner." Although Liu Guodong kept his head lowered, he could not restrain the thoughts that spilled forth. "Nonsense. The nation has not forgotten any soul that's sacrificed for its cause. What does it matter if the individuals are deceased? What good is remembrance?" Liu boldly entered, undeterred by the decorated elder before him. "Your son?" "Sir, my eldest. He's rather audacious. Come here and address him." Liu Guodong retorted angrily. "I speak no falsehood. People have perished. What use is money for the dead? Young man, you fail to grasp that for the nation to thrive, to avoid subjugation, some lives must inevitably be sacrificed, including their own. I only know they are fathers to children, husbands to wives, and beloved sons to the elderly. While the nation's progress requires manpower, I believe it should not come at the cost of lives. Consider the current state of our scientific personnel. Even internet celebrities earn more than those dedicated to science. Is their sacrifice worth such a trade? Sir, my son is like this. He speaks bluntly. Please do not take offense. He challenges me often, yet he remains dutiful. Ha ha, indeed. You are not as formidable as your son. Let us not dwell on that matter. Today I primarily wish to discuss certain issues concerning your son. If my father is not vindicated, there is no point in discussing anything today. Your stubbornness mirrors your father's. Now, tell me how you would like me to address this matter? The elder regarded Liu Yu with amusement. These are the criminal evidences against Du Ruifeng over the years. A few executions should suffice. His continued existence does not quell public outrage. We shall converse once this is resolved. And if it is not, then I will have to take matters into my own hands, regardless of the pace. What if the state forcibly requires you to sell your technology? Then I shall have no choice but to immigrate. Your son is truly a rebel. The elder's expression darkened. Sir, the fault lies with my inadequate upbringing. No worries. The current youth often harbor such thoughts. Your son is quite remarkable, possessing leverage to negotiate with the state. I am well aware of your demands. The nation places significant value on your technology. Should anyone seek you out, feel free to disregard them and simply contact me directly. The elder handed over a business card, smiling as he spoke. The card was rather simple, stating, name, Yi Yin, General, phone, 134. It lacked any indication of an affiliation. Yet Liu Yu had already committed this name to memory. Thank you for saving my father, Liu Yu said, unusually respectful. There is no need for gratitude. This matter is a debt owed by the state to your father. Now, let us not linger on this. I am aware of your conditions. And once I have attended to my affairs, I shall reach out to discuss further. Yi Yan rose and, accompanied by his entourage, departed. Upon exiting the courtyard, he turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Did you discern anything?" The young man possesses strength at the pinnacle of the human level. However, I have detected two other formidable individuals within the villa, both at the initial stage of the heavenly level. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, he demonstrates restraint. Otherwise, if I had directly eliminated Du Ruifeng, my intervention would have been rather precarious. Chapter 107. The choice of the military commission. Would they agree to the other party's conditions? Let those skilled with the pen handle the troublesome matters. They can discern who holds true power. A waning Du family and a young man capable of altering the global landscape. If their minds are not clouded, they will undoubtedly choose the latter. Yi Yan remarked to the middle-aged man beside him. At this moment, the household consisted solely of the three of them. Lu Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Dad, that person beside Yi seems so familiar." "I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. I only know his surname is Long." "Long Yu? Could it be such a coincidence?" Liu immediately recalled what Nua Yi had once told him about the pinnacle of visible military strength in Huaxia. "Have you encountered him before?" "I've heard of him. Today is the first time I've seen him in person," Liu Yu replied candidly. The pinnacle of visible military strength in Huaxia, still serving the nation. One can only imagine the high rank he holds. Not to mention, he is likely one level below the very top. "Dad, what is Ye's background?" "On the surface, he is the second in command of the military commission, but in reality, he is the commander of special operations teams outside Huaxia. Your father was once the captain of the Night Hawk team in South Africa. Is he that formidable?" "Enough of this. You mention your former superior coming home, and you don't even offer him a meal," Li Yume complained. "Yi is a busy man. He has no spare time for nostalgia. Your superior is made of iron, and doesn't he need to eat?" Li Yume half-jokingly murmured. The father and son then rose to the dining table, awaiting their meal. "By the way, Dad, Mom, the news of your survival has likely spread. Until the military commission reaches a decision, you should refrain from going out to avoid trouble. If you really wish to venture outside, I will have Ernyo and San Chong accompany you. Rest assured, we want to travel far. Once this matter is resolved, I plan to take your mother out for a stroll. In this lifetime, the greatest regret is how I have treated the two of you. Lon Lon is better off. I returned shortly after her birth. Why bring this up? Yet, I truly wish to explore. I've spent my life in the village and rarely visited the city. Now that circumstances allow, it would be delightful to venture out." "Dad, you don't mean you want to see your old comrades, do you? They are secondary. My primary desire is to take your mother out." Lu Guodong's face flushed slightly as he spoke. "Wherever we go, as long as we go out." That evening, Han Ruashi returned. Upon hearing Lu Yu recount the events of the afternoon, she curiously asked, "Is that how you spoke to them? Aren't you afraid of being accused of treason?" "If that were the case, I would buy a small island at sea and establish a nation." "Establish a nation? Aren't you afraid it would be extinguished before it even begins?" "I have indeed contemplated that. Do they wish to eliminate me?" "In terms of technology, they may not stand a chance. In terms of military might, even less so." Lu Yu spoke with genuine confidence. With Nuai safeguarding his technological interests and over 30 S-2000 bionic robots at his disposal, who would dare to provoke him? That is true. If the game produces certain technological items, could our standing in technology be affected? This is precisely why I have tasked Fan Yuan with recruiting talent. Rest assured, the technology they will acquire is merely what we have left over. However, you have indeed reminded me that the products within the game are of significant importance. I must organize a treasure hunting team immediately. Without hesitation, I took out my phone, not to call Fan Yuan, but to reach out to another member of my dormitory. A gaming prodigy who had once made an abode of an internet CAF during our school days. As I learned from Lu Yu, he earned all his university tuition through gaming, acting as an agent, mining, and playing whatever games were trending. "Who on earth is calling me at this hour?" he said after clearing a boss's health bar. "What is going on? Has Xiao Haoyan finally learned some skills? Is it wrong to call you when nothing SMS? Brother Yu, it's just that I got a bit carried away. Am I getting married or something? Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Save me a spot as a groomsman." Lu Yu seldom contacted the other two members of their dormitory, had it not been for Fan Yuan's collaboration. He would hardly practice with them at all. "By the way, are you still running the gaming studio?" "Yes. What is up? Are you considering joining us?" "Brother Yu, you possess an innate gaming talent with those reflexes. Why go to some design firm? Come work with me. It's been over a year. And I'm talking about a base income of at least 150,000. That is perfect. Have you heard about the game universe?" "Heard? I'm fully engaged in preparing my entire studio for it. Brother you, let me tell you, once this game goes public, others won't stand a chance. Moreover, I heard the game company is located in Liangang City. It's such a pity that with over 20 of us, none could snag a headset. Don't you keep up with the news? What news? I've been swamped all day. When would I have time to catch up? I developed the game. With a clatter, my phone fell to the ground, and moments later, it rang again. Hello? Hello? Brother you, are you joking with me? If you don't believe me, search for the press conference video or look for any interview online. You'll see it's me. Hold on, I'll look right now. Without further ado, Xiao Haoyan exited the game, shut down the virtual machine, and opened a browser to conduct a casual search. Lu Yu's voice from a recent CCTV interview echoed through the phone. Goodness, third brother, come see if this person is Brother Yu. Third brother? Yao Mingzhu is there too? Brother Yu, that's not the point. The real question is when did you gain such prowess? Indeed, it's Brother Yu. I'm at Xiao CS Studio. Drop everything and come to Liangang City for a face-to-face tomorrow. Father will grant you a great opportunity. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. No, third brother, we should set out tonight. No need to rush. Tomorrow will suffice. Don't worry about us. We'll arrive punctually by morning. Let us get ready and head out. The latter part was clearly directed at Yomingzhi. Liu could only helplessly acquiesce to their arrival. Both were from a neighboring city, specifically from the same hometown as Han Ruashi. It wasn't too far from here. Early the next morning, the company found itself encircled once more, this time without revealing their identities. As Yu Yin and Long Yu sat inside a car in the parking lot. Upon seeing Lu Yu arrive at the company, the two exchanged knowing smiles and stepped out of the vehicle. You certainly possess a remarkable confidence. The security here is quite commendable. Old Yi, did the higher-ups reach a decision today? Last night, the military commission convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on your matter. They have agreed to your conditions. Du Ruifeng has been arrested under charges of endangering national security and pending trial by a military court. Based on the evidence you provided, he will undoubtedly face severe penalties. Perhaps even execution multiple times. Let us discuss this further after Du Ruifeng's demise. Come now, show a bit of grace. After all, I was your father's superior. How about we negotiate for now, while I press the military court for expedience? Yi Yin was primarily anxious, as the game was set for public testing in 4 days. If elements beyond reality emerged at that time, local law enforcement would be powerless to intervene, potentially throwing societal order into chaos. Chapter 108. The formation of the treasure hunting team. When will the verdict be handed down? It is merely a matter of a single word from the higher-ups, which won't take much time, Lu Yu remarked nonchalantly. How can you fail to recognize a benefactor's goodwill? Do you have any idea what Old Yi has done behind the scenes for you? If it weren't for Old Yi standing up to the pressure from above, you wouldn't even have been able to conduct the game's internal testing, a young man beside Old Yi said with discontent. Youngster, such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is whether our military can collaborate with your company. Long Yu interjected, having remained silent while observing Lu Yu with a knowing gaze. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu realized that the smooth progress of the internal testing seemed to be aided by some unseen force. Thus, he politely suggested, let us go upstairs to discuss this matter. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Yu inquired, Old Yi, what form of cooperation do you envision? The military's stance is to create a dedicated server for us. Following our investigation, we can confirm that everything you've stated online is accurate. The individuals who recently sought to enhance their abilities are currently enjoying tea in a certain military district. Have they been apprehended? Lu Yu asked. Not apprehended, but rather invited. You must understand that your sudden actions could incite instability within society, catching us off guard. Currently, the higher-ups have divided into 2 factions, the dovish faction and the hawkish faction. Which faction do you belong to, Old Yi? My allegiance to either faction is insignificant. What matters is that I perceive this as an opportune moment for the rise of China. As the saying goes, one must break before they can establish. Only through the crucible of bloodshed can humanity progress. One cannot forever bask in the achievements of their predecessors, lest they lose their vigor and ambition. Old Yi, establishing a dedicated server is quite challenging. Why not wait until the public testing and then procure a batch of illusion helmets to train soldiers? Wouldn't that suffice? If it is indeed difficult, then we may have no choice but to proceed in such a manner. This matter is resolved. Now, onto the second issue. According to the technology you have disclosed, it offers substantial enhancements to military capabilities across land, sea, and air. We wish to acquire this technology. Old Yi, selling is undoubtedly out of the question. However, I am in the process of establishing various departments and deep collaboration may be feasible then. Two inquiries, and you grant not a shred of concession. Brother Long, what is your perspective? Yi Yin inquired, casting a resigned smile at those around him. As long as it remains confidential, I have no objections. This matter is not mine to oversee. You certainly know how to distance yourself from responsibility. It appears that I am destined to bear this burden today. Uncle Yi. Let's not dwell on the negative. Perhaps this young man will indeed surprise us, silencing those little doves. What a wonderful outcome that would be. That may be the only path forward. As a member of the hawkish faction, Yi Yin is acutely aware of how predatory external forces can be. Yet, development necessitates such measures. The hawkish faction is characterized by an unwavering commitment to progress at all costs, while the dovish faction is more conservative, favoring a steady approach, which some may derogatorily term stagnation. Old Yi, we must have faith in private enterprises. Speaking of private enterprises, are you aware that your Yujo group currently holds the highest valuation in the country, 3 times that of the second-ranking Penguin group? You have stated that it is merely an estimation. Until the money is in my pocket, it does not belong to me. You, my friend. Let us commence with the provision of 100,000 sets of illusion helmets for our personnel to test in advance. Surely, that is not too much to ask. Should you refuse, I shall not hesitate to strike you with my cane. Yi Yin expressed his irritation, the cane already raised. Ready to descend should Liu continue to deny his request. Currently, there are over 2 million active soldiers, and you propose to procure only 100,000 sets? Is that not rather insufficient? Do you think the military operates like a mint, taking whatever amount it desires? Continuing in this manner, the troops have already expended a quarter of their operational budget. After all, they are human beings who require sustenance and rest, which do not come without cost. Alas, in mid-year, tobacco prices are bound to rise. I refuse to bear the blame for the rising tobacco prices, as long as the funds are secured. I have no objection to participating in the internal testing. However, Yi Lao, I have one stipulation. Liu shook his head emphatically and then spoke earnestly. Speak. This 100,000 illusion helmets must not be utilized in a single location. They should be dispersed. That poses no issue. It was the plan from the outset. However, I am curious about your reasoning behind this request. Yi Yin readily agreed. Yi Lao, you must understand that the game maps are generated based on real-world geography. If deployed in one area, it may lead to an overwhelming number of participants in that locale. Server overload? Not quite. I merely fear that the monsters may not suffice for your slaying. Lu Yu's remark was not made lightly. The combat prowess of the military should not be underestimated, as even an ordinary person could vanquish monsters, let alone a trained soldier. I see. Let us finalize the procurement contract, and the funds will be available by afternoon. You best not let me down. 30 billion is a considerable sum to expend, and I may be held accountable if things go awry. Just 30 billion? Is it truly that significant? The smokers will simply need to indulge a bit more. Are you suggesting that you will provide your technology to the military district for free? That is out of the question. Such advancements have required substantial investment in research. Upon hearing the other party's intention to obtain it without cost, Liu immediately objected. That settles it then. Those technologies are worth a fortune. However, I must caution you that they must not fall into foreign hands. Rest assured. The servers are monitored around the clock. Not even a fly could infiltrate them, and hackers have no chance of breaching our network. That is reassuring. Let us draft the contract swiftly. I must return and explain to those old stalwarts how I came to know you too, as none of you have been a source of peace for me. An hour later, Liu bid farewell to Yi Yin and Long Yu. As they departed, Long Yu asked gravely, will Blue Star truly become like that in the future? Liu did not provide a direct answer but offered a response. It is wise to be prepared. One's strength is one's own, and it shall neither be lost nor forgotten. Hurry, brother Yu, let us try them. Xiao Haoyan gazed longingly at the 2 sets of illusion helmets in Lu Yu's possession. His excitement barely contained, mirrored by the enthusiasm of his companion, Yao Mingjie. Let me make this clear. Do not be startled when the time comes. Fear not. We have weathered far greater storms than this. Xiao Haoyan seized the helmet and, once seated, donned it with determination, mirroring the actions of Yao Mingjie. After approximately 10 minutes, both men, their faces ashen, removed their helmets. Is the intensity truly this high? How many times have you perished, third brother? 8 times. Fortunately, I have only succumbed 5 times. My mindset is balanced now. Brother Yu, may I inquire why you summoned us? Surely, it is not merely for testing purposes? Of course not. The intention is to have you establish a faction within the game, primarily to collect items, what is colloquially known as a treasure hunting team, endeavoring to seize resources as much as possible. This is well within our expertise. You have indeed found the right individuals, Xiao Haoyan declared with unwavering conviction. In matters of gaming, Liu placed his trust in them. Gather your entire studio. They will form the initial foundation. The group will cover the salaries, with the mission being to endlessly accumulate game resources. No problem. I shall summon them immediately. With only 3 days remaining until the public launch, your time is limited. Strive to enhance your capabilities as much as possible. Chapter 109. The Sky Has Fallen. Official public beta we, who excel in gaming, cannot fathom why, as a developer, you do not acquire a GM account to obtain whatever you desire, remarked Xiao Haoyan nonchalantly. Is it truly possible? Are you unaware? It is understandable, considering you rarely engage in games. Very well. Enjoy yourselves for now. I shall consult a friend. If we could procure such accounts, it would be nothing short of explosive. Li mused, returning to the office to contact Nuai. Nuai. Since you are the creator of this game, might you assist me in obtaining some administrative accounts? Seeing this? There is no chance. Do not harbor such thoughts. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you, Nuai said, playfully toying with a cube of metal as he gazed at Liu. Oh? You wish to confer with me? As for the game's intricacies, I can generate blueprints and provide information up to the 5th level of cosmic civilization. However, certain materials cannot be conjured from thin air. That is a dilemma for you to resolve. What can I accomplish that you cannot manage? No, you can. Why do I sense a hint of ulterior motives? Liu felt an unsettling foreboding as he observed Nuai on the virtual screen. You could allow me to take over the Shi shopping network, and I can make purchases directly. Wait, I haven't amassed much wealth yet. I still need to invest my star coins, which I have been saving for quite some time to buy fuel for the jump ship. After acquiring the Galaxy Tower, Liu purchased a modest amount of fuel and requested Nuai to position the ship atop the tower for his future training. He had intended to save 1,000,000 star coins to buy fuel for a brief excursion into space, but now Nuai revealed that he must procure the materials himself. At that moment, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Consider your options. Time is of the essence. Are you suggesting that aliens could arrive at any moment? The anticipated time frame is 5 years. Regardless, ponder this carefully. The jump ship can accommodate a maximum of 50,000 individuals. If you wish to save enough for fuel, you will require approximately 2,000,000 star coins to reach the nearest habitable planet. You are compelling me to make a choice. So, will you choose or not? Nuai smiled at Liu. Very well, I shall purchase it. After all, I am a righteous youth. Liu felt he had no alternative but to confront extraterrestrial invaders alone in 5 years, questioning his own capabilities. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Be grateful. Without my assistance. 5 years hence, Blue Star will meet the fate depicted in the promotional video. 5 years is still ample time, at the very least. Humanity will not suffer such a devastating defeat. Do not offer explanations. The more you explain, the more it pains me. Act swiftly before I change my mind and take over. That is where the heart is. My heart aches too. I must find a way to earn some money back to compensate. In the future, the exchange rate of Huaxiao coins to cosmic coins will be 2 to 1. With a withdrawal fee of 30%. I have taken charge now. There are over 380,000 star coins, and the resources obtained are quite satisfactory. After the public beta, it should last for about half a year. Congratulations are in order, for your wealthy sister truly knows how to spend. More than half of the star coins are her contributions. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. I need some time to calm down. Liu abruptly severed the call with Nuai, feeling dejected in the solitude of his office. What troubles you? Are your classmates not up to the task? As Han Ruashi entered, she could instantly sense Liu's despondent mood. I feel as if I am trapped, unable to escape, akin to being roasted over an open flame. It's not that severe. What is lost will always return in another form, Han Ruashi reassured him. You are increasingly adopting the mannerisms of a boss, Liu thought. Merely seeking psychological equilibrium. After all the effort to accumulate such a substantial number of star coins, to have them suddenly frozen was understandably distressing. 3 days later. It must be said that Xiao Haoyan possesses a keen understanding of gaming. Within that brief span, he had already recruited nearly 100 unfamiliar players. Coupled with the existing 22 members of the studio, they had formed a nascent team capable of easily vanquishing minor mutated creatures. However, it was disheartening that during these 3 days, no blueprints or materials had dropped, merely some copper coins, totaling less than 1,000, which could be exchanged for 10 cosmic coins, equivalent to merely 20 Huaxia coins. Liu was reviewing the data report submitted by the head of the testing department when he realized that not only had Xiao Haoyan's group failed to yield any drops, but neither had anyone else. including the military forces comprising 1 million personnel. Only a few materials had been obtained, which were utterly useless in the early stages. The drop rate was so low that Liu Yu had not anticipated it. 1 million to 1 drop rate is indeed a rarity in the gaming realm. Yet there was a silver lining. It could enhance human physical capabilities. Director Liu, there are some individuals on the forum criticizing you. Criticizing me for what? They are cursing you. It's all right. Go ahead. I am quite thick-skinned, Liu Yu replied nonchalantly. The main issue lies in the stark contrast. During your interview with CCTV, you claimed that ordinary individuals could seize opportunities for a turnaround, yet now they are being mercilessly tormented by mutated creatures, leading to a poor psychological state. If they feel miserable, so do I. Tell them to practice more if they are weak. Ha ha ha, brother Yu. Or should I say Director Liu? Guess what we have acquired? Xiao Haoyan barged in, his excitement palpable as he neglected to knock on the already open door. You may leave now. All right, Director Liu. What have you obtained? A portion of the technology for controllable nuclear fission energy batteries. Someone offered 1 million to purchase it. But I refused. Of course, it cannot be sold. It will be worth even more in the future. Liu grinned mischievously. He lacked blueprints and technology. But materials were what he truly needed, such as the metals necessary to encase controllable nuclear fission energy batteries to prevent leakage, or technologies to remedy any potential leaks. Brother Yu, why are you not the least bit astonished? What we have created can be utilized for civilian purposes. According to the above description, it boasts low cost and minimal radiation, comparable to tritium nickel, 63 levels. If this is truly brought into production, it will render conventional batteries obsolete. There is no reason for surprise. This was to be expected. My concern lies with your luck. What if nothing materializes? The schematics are secondary. What I require are the materials from the game. Once produced, they should be immediately handed over to the laboratory for research into alternative products. Assessing the feasibility of mass synthesis. On the very first day of public testing, Xiao Haoyan's team has already unveiled schematics, and I anticipate similar revelations across the nation. In this day and age, what is most abundant on the internet? Certainly, it is the critics. Regardless of how exceptional or flawless your work may be, there will always be individuals seeking validation from the other side of the screen. The same applies to the game universe. Gradually, negative voices have emerged in the forums. In any case, there is a plethora of opinions, primarily criticisms of the game. Notably, one influential figure has even claimed that the illusion helmet emits significant radiation, advising caution in its use, citing over 10 pieces of what he deems evidence to assert that the helmet is detrimental to human neural health. Chapter 110, The Strenuous Theft of a Virus. Mr. Liu, are you also watching this video? Our department has been monitoring this individual for quite some time. Have we gathered all the evidence? Are we aware of their residence? Very thorough. Should we demand compensation from them, or should we take more drastic measures? Let us issue a statement first, indicating that anyone who deliberately defames us will face legal consequences and will be required to publicly apologize. What if they develop depression? Regardless, if they seek to profit unscrupulously at our expense, they must face the repercussions. I am indifferent to their mental health. Even in death, their estate should serve as restitution. Liu is uncertain of the motives behind the individual's actions, whether they had received funds from another gaming company or simply sought to attract attention and generate traffic. None of these reasons justified the distortion of facts. In such cases, we must adopt a rigorous approach to ensure that similar incidents do not recur in the future. I will promptly forward the evidence to the legal department. By the way, please have the operations team send me the statistical data. Liu is still unaware of the number of players on the first day of the game. If he were to venture outside, he would discover that some small businesses had closed, their owners having ceased operations solely to engage with this game. Before long, a meticulously organized data report appeared on Liu Yu's computer, displaying the real-time online player count every 3 hours. Initially at 3 million. The number had surged to 15 million within the last hour. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Liu Yu transformed into the most despised of bosses. Droning on in the conference room, today marks the first day of open beta, and the response has been quite favorable. As per our earlier promise, we will distribute a substantial bonus to everyone by the end of the month. Mr. Liu, you are magnificent. Enough with the flattery. To the operations team, ensure that the compiled data is sent to my computer before 5 o'clock each day. Additionally, include a record of who provided the materials and technical blueprints, detailing their home addresses and personal phone numbers. Understood, Mr. Liu. We will ensure it is delivered before 5 o'clock. The marketing department should issue a statement announcing that the group is willing to purchase the blueprints and materials from players at a premium. Liu is sifting through possibilities, fully aware that items from the game could be brought into the real world. However, due to varying levels of capability and reality, it was akin to an extraordinarily fortunate office worker acquiring a blueprint but lacking the resources or expertise to develop it, rendering it no more valuable than scrap paper. Issuing this statement was intended to inform larger enterprises of the potential benefits of the blueprints, compelling them to invest in research and development. Mr. Liu, I have a slight concern and am unsure if I should voice it, Gu Tian hesitantly inquired. Speak freely. Could it be that some individuals gaining these abilities might cause societal unrest? I just saw on the news that several gold shops in various cities were robbed. Could this be connected to these players? I can assure you that, indeed, the robberies, including those of the gold shops, were perpetrated by players from the game in the real world. However, this matter is not our concern. I suspect that, at this very moment, these individuals are undergoing a certain form of education. Liu had long anticipated such occurrences. Thus, when Yin approached him previously, he did not hesitate to acquiesce to the proposal. The 4-day internal testing would undoubtedly enhance the soldier's physical capabilities significantly and suppress any dissent effortlessly. This implies that such circumstances would soon stabilize. Naturally, the overall enhancement of human quality, internally, holds little difference from no improvement at all. It is akin to each individual possessing $1 million or merely a single dollar. Essentially, there is no distinction. The ensuing task involves providing the technical teams of various subsidiaries with the urgency to develop a finished product and expedite production. Fang Yuan had been diligently seeking talent across various industries, as the group now boasted numerous subsidiaries. Director Liu, could this lead to a leakage of technology? After all, some enterprises are newly established, and their personnel are all recent recruits. We cannot ascertain their character. What if there are infiltrators from rival companies among them? Wouldn't that result in a swift technology breach? Gu Tian's concerns were not unfounded. A similar scenario was unfolding in the depths of the Huaxia market. Manager Ma, the infiltrator I dispatched has successfully obtained the rival's data, specifically regarding mobile 3D virtualization technology. According to the information, with our capabilities, we could achieve mass production within a year. Well done. Promptly transmit the data so I may review it. I must wait another hour. Fenghua is en route back to the office, and he possesses the USB drive. The rival was foolish to entrust such critical technology to a newcomer. They deserve to have it stolen from them. Ha ha ha. If the data proves authentic, I shall remember your and Fenghua's contributions. The positions of director and deputy director of the technology department will be yours. The middle-aged man seated at the helm could not contain his elation, laughing heartily within the confines of his office. Alleviating Manager Ma's concerns is our duty. An hour seemed to the middle-aged man both an eternity and a fleeting moment. Fenghua entered the office, brimming with confidence, and respectfully stated, Manager Ma, I have fulfilled my mission. The technology is secured. Personally handed to me by Vice President Fang of Yuzhou Group. Excellent. Let me examine the technology. Manager Ma, this technology requires no further research, if expedited. It could be integrated into our existing software within 6 months. As Fenghua spoke, he retrieved a compact USB drive from his pocket. Without hesitation, the latter inserted it into the computer. Within seconds, the office resonated with the sounds of the Monkey King, Havoc in Heaven, while the same visuals played on the screen. Manager Ma, quickly disconnect the network. Even at the swiftest pace, the rival's speed could not match the viral spread engineered by New AI. At that moment, every electronic device within the headquarters of Penguin was broadcasting the chaotic scenes from Havoc in Heaven. How could this happen? I had confirmed on the computer that the technology was flawless. With a resounding crack, Manager Ma could no longer restrain his fury, striking Fenghua across the face. Unsatisfied, he delivered several kicks, berating, Damn it, is this what you call flawless? Manager Ma, please calm down. The immediate priority is to assess the status of the other computers in the company. As soon as the words left his lips, several telephones in the office began to ring simultaneously. Speak. Mr. Ma, there's a crisis. The Group S server has been infected with a virus. The subsequent calls echoed the same alarming message. Come in. Mr. Ma, all computers have ground to a halt, and the technical department is momentarily unable to resolve the issue. What are you all doing? Mr. Ma exclaimed, forcefully slamming his hand on the desk. In half an hour, I demand that all computers be restored to normal functioning. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was broadcasting every moment from Mr. Ma's office live. You see, you should remain compliant and focus on earning your salaries, even if you are a bit slow-witted. It matters not, however, betrayal will not be tolerated. I have no qualms about ensuring you partake in the state's bounty. Mr. Lu, were these arrangements made in advance? No need for prior preparation. I am well aware of any thoughts of treachery among you. Moreover, I offer you a chance. The undercover agents sent by rival companies must now resign. I will not pursue this matter further. Those wishing to abandon the shadows for the light are wholeheartedly welcomed, but you must commit to honest work. Chapter 111. The first technological blueprint through a thorough background investigation of manhwa. It became abundantly clear to him who among the individuals was genuinely committed and who were mere infiltrators from rival companies. The spectacle he orchestrated today was meant to instill a sense of trepidation in these individuals. As soon as he spoke, several of the infiltrators began to ponder their positions. They were weighing the current state of Yujo Group against its former self, recognizing that they now operated on entirely different planes. Ultimately, those sent as infiltrators had been won over by Lu Yu, some swayed by the company's rapid growth, while many others were drawn by the overwhelming benefits Lu Yu provided. Even a mundane cleaning staff member could earn a monthly salary of 70 to 80,000, while others, excelling in their respective fields, could effortlessly rake in 1 to 180,000 a month. Who in their right mind would consider returning to their former companies? 2 weeks later, the current peak online player count for the game had soared to an impressive 90 million. With every million players, a copy of the blueprint materials was distributed, indirectly benefiting these individuals. For the average person, the immediate instinct upon discovering a blueprint was to sell it for monetary gain. Although the purchasing power of the Huaxia coin had diminished in the real world, Lu Yu exercised considerable restraint to mitigate the impact of the game on reality, instituting numerous regulations to avoid significant repercussions. Mr. Lu, as per your directives, we have detected that the real-world military has synthesized a technological blueprint for the Gauss pistol. What progress has the other side made? It is currently in the research and development phase, but mass production should be achievable within 2 months. So soon? Mr. Lu, the military had previously engaged in research in this area, and with the complete blueprints available in the game, they have circumvented many obstacles, making the process relatively straightforward. Very well, what about our side? The controllable fission nuclear energy battery is undergoing its second testing phase, and we are nearing its release. Good, expedite the process. Alas, our manpower is still insufficient. Instruct Xiao Haoyan to continue recruiting scattered players within the game. Falling behind means facing repercussions. Li recalled the hard-earned lessons of the Huaxia people, and thus he had initiated early strategic planning to seize market opportunities. Take, for instance, a fragment of a blueprint, which had already been inflated to over 100 million in the black market, still in high demand. Lu Yu's singular stipulation was that blueprints were not to be exported. He had previously issued a directive to manhwa that should any blueprint surface abroad, it would instantaneously become a viral sensation. Of course, foreign enterprises were welcome to establish factories in Huaxia. Liu did not obstruct this, and the government welcomed such endeavors wholeheartedly. The only stipulation was that profits made in Huaxia should remain within Huaxia. If they sought to take profits abroad, they were free to leave if they could not comply. This approach had its merits, ensuring Huaxia maintained a dominant position across various sectors. Yet it also rendered them a target for criticism, often finding themselves either under condemnation or en route to it. Brother Yu, I understand. It's common knowledge that money can be made in the game, and the technology is applicable. Do you have any idea how much external studios offer us? How much? A package deal of 10 million. Those with exceptional skills can easily command salaries in the hundreds of thousands a month, not including the profits from blueprints and materials. Indeed, it is quite substantial. However, this is a positive development. Only with everyone participating can there be a flourishing of diverse opinions, leading to significant advancements in technology on the blue planet. This is the scenario Lu Yu yearned to witness, justifying his considerable expenditure of star coins. I wonder what you seek. These technologies, easily grasped, are akin to golden egg-laying geese. Consider me as a selfless benefactor, akin to lay foam, without a desire for recognition. Time is of the essence. Strive to enhance your capabilities. Xiao Haoyan's demeanor became solemn as he too sensed the looming crisis of the future. Lu Yu's words illuminated his understanding. Mr. Lu, President Ma from Penguin wishes to meet with you. At that moment, the secretary entered from outside. Decline the meeting. Inform them I have no time. From now on, dismiss such idle requests without consulting me. Tomorrow, He was to accompany the Chinese Academy of Sciences to Xiangjiang for the ongoing computer competition. But Mr. Liu, they claim that if you dine with President Ma, they are willing to pay 1 billion. Wait, there is such a favorable offer? Did they specify a time? They did not. It depends on your availability. If they deem it acceptable tonight, have them transfer the funds in advance. With the promise of payment, Liu found it difficult to refuse. For who could truly turn down money? Secretary Wang Ying had long discerned Liu Yu's nature. He was a master of financial pursuits. Yet one could not help but admire his ability to generate wealth. Currently, the Yuzhou Technology Group comprised 8 enterprises, each serving as a pillar within its respective province. In the modest third-tier city of Liangong, or more accurately, what would soon be a newly promoted first-tier city by year's end, 1 in 10 residents could be identified as employees of Yuzhou Group. This single enterprise had stimulated employment and significantly elevated the average wage across the province, nearly rivaling the major cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. Even the newly appointed provincial governor had specifically instructed that, barring essential matters, there was no need to disturb the company's normal operations. Such remarkable occurrences were all attributed to the Yuzhou Technology Group, ensuring the well-being and happiness of the populace, resulting in a scene of thriving prosperity. That evening, Liu Yu accompanied Nuo San to one of the only 2 7-star hotels in Liangong, of which there were scarcely a few across the nation. Mr. Liu, President Ma, you truly shouldn't have gone to such lengths. It's merely a meal. Why come out personally? The wind is strong outside, Liu Yu remarked as he casually led President Ma inside, as if orchestrating the gathering himself. Mr. Liu, you are exceedingly courteous. It is a great honor for me to take time out of your busy schedule to meet, President Ma expressed. There is no need for such formality. I am merely motivated by the financial incentive, Liu Yu replied with a smile, candidly stating his intent. Mr. Liu, do you still require funds? You must be in the top 50 of the Forbes list now, correct? Only the top 50? My ambition is to claim the first position, Liu Yu asserted. His company had only been established for less than a year, yet it had amassed such wealth solely through its capabilities, predominantly in cash flow, rather than market valuation. He had never contemplated taking the company public, deeming it merely a bubble. In the future, stepping beyond the confines of the blue planet. The money in hand will bear no distinction from mere waste paper. Nevertheless, he must persist, relentlessly urging capital to engage in research and development. The current role of the company resembles that of a small whip, incessantly lashing at the visages of other capitalists. Should one neglect or they shall inevitably fall behind their peers, and their wealth will diminish an outcome unfavored by capitalists. It is still General Liu who possesses foresight. Liu ceased to speak, instead indulging in the exquisite delicacies laid before him, contributing to the overall enhancement of Huaxia's culinary culture. Observing Liu Yu relish his meal, Mr. Ma felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, as his own stomach began to audibly grumble. He dined with grace, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Liu Yu's, embodying a gentlemanly elegance. Chapter 112, Gene Level 35. Without revealing his intentions, the other party remained silent, and Liu Yu chose not to inquire further. Thinking to himself, let us see who can outlast whom. After half an hour had passed, Liu Yu wiped his mouth and smiled, saying, I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Ma. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Liu. Is there something you wish to discuss? Given that I am also in the field of technology, perhaps we might explore potential collaborations? Naturally, Mr. Ma was reluctant to let Liu Yu depart so easily. Having transferred a substantial sum to the other party's account, it would be rather wasteful to merely share a meal out of courtesy. Mr. Ma, I have no qualms about your company emulating our work. I've instructed our legal department accordingly, and we will not be sending any cease and desist letters. The prior misunderstanding regarding your company's deputy director of technology, Gu Tian, hacking into our system to pilfer our research materials was purely that, a misunderstanding. I do not wish to belittle your efforts. Your surface-level work is hardly worthy of mention. If creating a PowerPoint presentation constitutes research, then I have already constructed a spaceship. Indeed, it is only now that I comprehend what true technology entails. At this moment, Mr. Ma found himself compelled to relent. The game had yielded no designs, and the materials produced were pitifully scant. While competitors in the industry made strides, he remained stagnant. And it would be peculiar for him not to feel a sense of urgency. Collaboration is not out of the question. Liu smiled. Mr. Liu, dictate the terms of our partnership, and I shall comply, provided it enhances our technological capabilities. As for the computer ecosystem, We can collaborate on that front. However, you need not concern yourself with the mobile sector, as I have already entrusted that to Mr. Lay. Mr. Lay does not appear to be the optimal choice, does he? There is no singular optimal choice in my view. With my involvement, any effort you invest will become the preferred option for the populace. Mr. Lay possesses a keen understanding of marketing. He is affable and amiable, which fosters rapport. Additionally, the controllable fission nuclear battery is about to launch, and he is engaged in electric vehicle development, allowing for deeper collaboration. I also have investments in new energy electric vehicles. You are mistaken. Liu Yu coldly rejected. Is it only the ecosystem for the computer that you can offer? That is hardly substantial. If you find the project unworthy, consider our discussion moot. It is getting late. And I once again extend my gratitude for your hospitality, Mr. Ma. The establishment of a computer ecosystem was trivial in Liu Yu's eyes, merely a triviality, akin to dry skin flaking off. All right, let us arrange for tomorrow to meet with Deputy General Manager Han to finalize an agreement. Having said this, Liu Yu rose and departed from the hotel. Nuwa-san drove back to the group. Liu Yu and Han Ruashi had recently relocated here for the convenience of work. The entire 32nd floor served as their residence, affording Liu Yu opportunities to ascend to the rooftop and refine his skills within the spaceship. Practical combat skills were no longer a necessity. The primary focus shifted to immersing oneself in the gene pool, which significantly enhanced one's potential for growth. In a sense, the genetic fate of those already born cannot be altered without extraordinary circumstances, much like the innate qualities of characters in cultivation novels, predetermined from the moment of birth. However, with the assistance of a fifth-level civilization spacecraft, although the progress is slow, it is better than nothing. Whenever he has time, he will come up to relax for a while. His genetic level is about to reach 35, and once he surpasses this threshold, he can consume auxiliary potions for enhancement. Nuwa-e, can I stay in the genetic pool for 2 hours now? Will I reach 35 soon? Theoretically, yes. The increase in genetic level is not achieved overnight. I checked on Pinduoduo. The first-generation genetic potion for a genetic level of 35 still carries a high risk. I recommend using the second-generation genetic potion to ensure a greater chance of success. All right, I'll heed your advice, even if it is expensive. We can adjust the game's drop rate if necessary. Surely the star coins will suffice. It's already at the minimum, 1 in a million. If we lower it further, the game progress will be insufficient. For now, we must endure. Even with abundant star coins, you cannot rebuild what has been lost. Okay then. Time passed slowly as Liu Yu remained immersed in the genetic pool, showing no intention of emerging. Suddenly, a distinct sound emanated from his body, followed by a wave of pain enveloping him. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yu persevered through the unprecedented agony, as if ants were gnawing at his nerves. Fractures, connections. Fractures, connections. The relentless torment continued to assail his nerves. Liu Yu accelerated the blood refining and demon cultivation method, which finally alleviated some of the pain. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully elevated your genetic level to 35. Would you like to purchase the second-generation genetic potion? Yes. He spent 388,000 star coins to acquire the second-generation genetic potion. Name, Gen Enhance V2, second-generation genetic potion, developed by the Intergalactic Biological Technology Alliance, IBTA. Function, enhances the user's genetic level. With a high probability of a 10% increase, though there is a small chance of side effects, which vary according to the user's specific circumstances. Advantages. Unlike Gen Enhance V1, this version not only improves the success rate and reduces the risk of death, but also decreases drug resistance, allowing for the simultaneous consumption of 2 doses within the same stage. Recommendation. It is best to consume when the user's genetic level reaches the midpoint of each level, with optimal effects from using 2 doses simultaneously. Liu Yu gazed at the blue liquid in the test tube and was suddenly reminded of an old science fiction film, Blue Blood. The colors seemed quite similar. Nuwa-e, what do you think are the components of this genetic potion? How was it developed? Don't even think about it. Even if you had centuries, you wouldn't be able to decipher it. Besides, if I revealed the components, you might hesitate. Are you sure you want to know? Go ahead. Since you were so eager to learn, I shall tell you. It is more accurate to say that the liquid in the test tube is processed rather than developed. The blue liquid you see is actually composed of 80% blood from a silicon-carbon hybrid life form found in the Azure Nebula. The blood of this creature is not suitable for direct consumption, at least not for beings of your genetic tier. The IBTA has incorporated an inducing inhibitor, resulting in its current state. Observing the sales figures, in the tens of millions, one can only ponder the vast quantity of blood required. Indeed, a great deal. An entire planet belongs to the fifth-level civilization of Skyra, which is certainly sufficient. Captivity? Precisely, it is captivity. When one's strength pales in comparison to others, there is little choice. Manhwa speaks the truth. Wherever one may be, it is a law of the jungle. A principle not only of nature, but of the cosmos itself. Very well. If we do not wish for Blue Star to fall into the clutches of extraterrestrial enslavement, we must strive diligently. According to my analysis, the most delectable meat derives from ore. If aliens were to invade, what fate would await humanity? Would we be treated as mere livestock? The likelihood is indeed high. Manhwa adopted an unprecedented seriousness. Chapter 113. The hijacking. Liu clenched his fists, the veins on his hands prominently visible. The imagery of the nuclear explosion from the game's promotional materials intensified his resolve regarding the course of action he was currently undertaking. The visuals were simulations created by Manhwa, based on the existing technology of Blue Star, although they had yet to manifest in reality. Without this game enhancing Blue Star's overall capabilities, the dire consequences of the future would be unimaginable. Would Blue Star be able to withstand the onslaught in 5 years? At the very least, the losses would not be catastrophic. War and death were unavoidable. Are you certain that international servers should remain inactive for now? For the time being. We will refrain from opening them, waiting until Huaxia's technology is sufficiently advanced. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, those who are not of my kind will inevitably have different hearts. We shall activate the servers only after those individuals have chosen their sides. Indeed, by that time, many lives will be lost, but it matters not. As long as the people of Huaxia survive. Manhwa concurred with Liu Yu's approach. In the vastness of the universe, the extinction of planets occurs every second, let alone that of a particular race. By the way, how is Su Jie faring in her studies with you? To be frank, Lu Su's aptitude for learning is extraordinary. Even in my absence, she will undoubtedly become one of Blue Star's leading scientists in the future, though her emergence may come 2 to 3 decades sooner than anticipated. As for the upcoming computer competition, she will undoubtedly outshine everyone, including the judges. That is reassuring. After the competition concludes, I need you to cooperate fully with me to bring that individual to ruin. If they are indeed a villain of great malice, we shall issue a contract on the dark web, dispatching an assassin to eliminate them. Agreed. As an intelligent steward, my sole duty is to obey. After all, it is merely the act of taking a life. The following day, Liu Yu, accompanied by Feng Yuan and Lu Su, set off for Beijing Airport in a vehicle driven by Manhwa, where they were to meet with representatives from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hosting such a grand competition naturally attracted numerous high-tech enterprises, making it an opportune moment for talent recruitment. Xiaoyu, we've been waiting for you. Ho Shinian called out boisterously. Although he was not the chairman of the competition, his role as vice chairman carried significant weight, with the chairman being the director of the Ministry of Science and Technology of Huaxia. Director Ho, we encountered a bit of traffic. We are not late, are we? No, not at all. The timing is perfect. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Ho Shinian led the four to a stern-looking man. The man with a square face was observing them from a distance. Lao Zhao, do not wear such a grim expression. This is Liu Yu from Yuzhou Technology. Quite impressive for his age, wouldn't you agree? Youth, you are quite remarkable. I should be of similar age to your father, speaking as an elder. I trust that is acceptable? Zhaobin smiled, the first smile he had shown since arriving at the airport, while those accompanying him looked on with curiosity. Occasionally, they whispered among themselves, some pointing at Liu Yu, inquiring about his background and his familiarity with Director Zhao. Do not pry. You will find out soon enough. Everyone, please quiet down. Let me introduce the young man beside me, Liu Yu of Yuzhou Technology Group, the youngest recipient of the Republic Medal in history, and the youngest national billionaire. Does that suffice for an introduction? After Zhaobin finished speaking, he beamed at Liu Yu. Director Zhao, I am truly overwhelmed by this honor. What? He is Liu Yu. The Republic Medal? Is it not awarded only to those who have made tremendous contributions to Huaxia? At such a young age. What has he truly accomplished? Youngster, you must be an outsider, right? I just got accepted into graduate school and am here to broaden my horizons with Professor Su. Are you aware of the recent launch of the third-generation Longxin by the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Of course, my professor was involved in its development. What development? Claiming to have produced something ready-made is not development. That is merely production. Is that what your teacher told you? I would like to ask old Su just how much face he has to say such things. The teacher went to the restroom. The young man, realizing the gravity of his earlier remarks, lowered his head in embarrassment. As Su Shuan emerged from the restroom and joined the crowd, he noticed a gaze fixed intently upon him. Turning to the individual, he smiled and inquired, "Old Wu, why do you stare at me like that?" "Ah, old Su, age brings sharpness, and wisdom is not to be underestimated. How can you shamelessly utter such things?" "What did I say? What is going on with Buffon?" Su Shiwan directed his gaze toward his student, questioning him. "Teacher, I mentioned that you participated in the development of the third-generation Longxin." "What? When did I ever say such a thing?" "Old Wu, I have never claimed that." "Of course, you wouldn't dare. Go back and transcribe Scientific Magazine 10 times. "Teacher, what era are we in? Who still copies books? Have you learned to retort? Make it 50 times. All right. Let us cease the quarrel. Everyone is here. And we are ready to board." The group of over 30 boarded the plane in a grand procession, with Lu Yu and his companions naturally seated beside Director Zhao. Unbeknownst to them, a dozen mysterious individuals had also boarded the same aircraft. The plane soared steadily through the skies of Huaxia, while several strangers exchanged glances, stealthily making their way toward the cockpit. "Excuse me, sir. The cockpit is a restricted area. Passengers must stop here." With a sudden thud, the staff member on board collapsed. The leader, with a grave expression, commanded, "You go to the cockpit, you to the luxury cabin, the rest follow me." "This is bad. The plane has changed course." Li looked at the message sent by Nuai on his phone, his countenance darkening. "What? This is impossible. Go check." A few individuals stood up and cautiously moved forward. Within a minute, one of them returned, whispering into Zhao Bin's ear, "Director, the plane has been hijacked." "How many are there?" "I saw 8, but it is expected to be more than 10. Do we have confidence in subduing them? They possess considerable strength. And it appears they have also been enhanced by the universe game." Zhao Bin refrained from responding, casting a questioning glance at Lu Yu. "Enhancers? What kind of strength?" "Those who gain abilities from the universe game are collectively referred to as enhancers, with their leader at the initial stage of Earth level. San Chong, go with them. Handle the situation discreetly. No survivors? Unnecessary. I already know who sent them. I will relay the information to Huaxia's higher up shortly. Nuai has already sent all the information. This is not merely a simple hijacking. It is a deliberate act orchestrated by foreign forces, led by the likes of Xiao Rizi. Listen to him," Zhao Bin remarked. Before resuming his rest, in less than 5 minutes, Nuai-san returned, bowing his head and stating, "Boss, all 11 hijackers have been eliminated, and the small explosives concealed within their bodies have been disarmed." "What? There were more explosives?" "A thorough investigation is imperative. Is airport security merely a FAAD?" At this moment, Zhao Bin could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 114. Changing the rules indeed. The explosive power is rather average, within a 2-meter radius. It can at most injure individuals. However, if 11 people were to simultaneously detonate explosives on an aircraft, complications would certainly arise. In Nuai-san's hands lay 11 bombs, each the size of a standard AA battery. "Director, this matter will be handled by someone. The crisis has been averted, so there is no need for us to worry," Lu Yu stated, directly forwarding the information to Yan, as they were both experts in their respective fields, and he was unfamiliar with others. Indeed, now that Huaxia possesses advanced technology, certain nations have grown anxious, hoping for a swift and decisive response. With newfound confidence, action is naturally forthcoming. Lu Yu nodded. Weary of the incessant blame he had endured previously, he was almost tired of hearing it. Within 20 minutes of receiving Lu Yu's data, Yin had already surrounded the airport, rendering it impenetrable. The entire airport was placed under military control, with all flights grounded and everyone subjected to investigation. In his office, Yin picked up a red phone and dialed a number, succinctly conveying a few key points. Agents stationed globally began to mobilize, as the red phone rang incessantly, with continuous streams of feedback pouring in. "Purge," Yin uttered, articulating 2 simple words. The world was no longer tranquil. Across Asian nations, whether underground organizations or technological entities, anyone even remotely associated with the hijacking was swiftly eliminated. At that moment, the members of the judging panel were being accommodated in a hotel. Upon receiving news, Li Yu's face broke into a slight smile as he remarked, "Now this is more like it. Don't hesitate, just act." "The high-ranking officials have mobilized?" Zhao Bin inquired softly. Li Yu nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the question. Come, today is a joyous occasion. Let us raise a toast together." Only a select few were aware of the hijacking, while the majority remained oblivious, lacking any sense of rebirth from the ordeal. The following day, The ASC Asian University Supercomputer Competition officially commenced, with Director Zhao leading the judges from Huaxia, while other Asian nations were similarly represented by their high-ranking officials. Particularly, the higher-ups from Japan had received news the previous night that Yian's actions could potentially obliterate their progress over the next 5 years. Zhao sang. "It has been a challenging journey thus far," one remarked. "Ha ha ha. We owe it all to the gifts you provided. I wonder if our reciprocation meets your satisfaction?" Zhaobin replied with a smile. "Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. As an old saying from Huaxia goes, the universe is not yet settled. We are all dark horses. The champion of this competition will undoubtedly be our empire on which the sun never sets." "Whence comes that barking?" Director Zhao interjected. "I must express my concerns. Next time, when organizing such a grand event, the security must be foolproof. How could a dog even enter?" "I shall certainly relay your suggestion to the organizers. Truly, a mad dog can bite indiscriminately, aren't they aware?" The two continued their banter, walking side by side, no longer engaging with one another. At this moment, Lu Yu followed Lu Su's gaze towards the Korean camp and quietly inquired, "Sister Su, is your enemy among them?" "Yes. The one at the forefront is the Deputy Director of the Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, Choi Gukbing." "Understood." Nuai naturally heard everything and continuously gathered information about the other party online. A few minutes later, comprehensive data appeared on Lu Yu's phone. As he perused the information, he found it increasingly intriguing. It was unmistakably the underling of a conglomerate. What was even more shocking was that Choi Guobing's current partner was merely a leftover from the Tycoon, and even their child was not his biological offspring. Choi Guobing was well aware that the sensational gossip was as scandalous as it could get, and Nuai thoughtfully attached photographs. Welcome to the 2025 ASC Asian University Supercomputer Competition. This event differs slightly from previous iterations, rather than the organizers proposing topics. This time participants are invited to seek out project themes, with the judging panel scoring accordingly. Most importantly, the top 2 teams from the ASC 25 competition will earn the opportunity to participate in the ISC 25 International University Supercomputer Competition in Germany this June. The ASC computer competition in Asia commenced later than its ISC counterpart and still lags behind in terms of prestige and influence. "Excuse me, host, may I interrupt?" Lu Yu's influence in the computing sphere was akin to a nuclear bomb. He commanded respect wherever he went, and the host naturally wouldn't dare offend him. The simplest method involves using computers to simulate complex computation problems, thereby testing computational capabilities. If anyone could solve a century-old problem, the first place would undoubtedly earn universal respect. What? Using programming to simulate computational challenges? That's impossible. It simply cannot be done. If no one can produce results, how can we distinguish the winner? Some representatives from Asian countries began to voice their discontent, questioning the feasibility of Lu Yu's proposal. "Yes, Mr. Lu, your idea is commendable. But if no one can accomplish it, how can we determine who is first? Who says it can't be simulated?" "Our company's technical director, Lu Su, a student of Professor Yang from Tsinghua and Peking University, can do it." "What? That's impossible. The challenges in the computing field are unsolvable by anyone globally. At least not at present. I am Lu Su's senior, and I know her capabilities." Choi Guobing exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at his junior with disdain. "Your perspective is rather limited. Everyone's time is precious. Let the judges from various countries share their thoughts. I believe the perspective from Huaxia is commendable. Technology is meant to solve problems. If we aren't resolving issues, why hold a competition? Moreover, based on the depth of problem solving, we can certainly determine rankings. Indeed, the essence of hosting a computer competition is to foster development and solutions. Everyone present knows that unresolved challenges cannot be tackled overnight. And this is precisely the reason many have dedicated themselves to this pursuit. We must seize even a feasible direction." "I disagree. Setting aside whether anyone can solve these problems, the computational power required to tackle these challenges exceeds what our server can handle. That's not an issue. I can provide you with the necessary resources." Lu Yu replied with a smile. "If that is the case, we are in agreement." There were over 30 teams participating in the competition, and only Lu Su came alone. These others had nothing to fear. "Very well, it is settled then. By the way, I noticed that the champion's prize is merely 1 million, which is rather insufficient. Thus, I, as a person of integrity, propose that Yuzhou Technology shall sponsor the prize, multiplying it tenfold. Any team that secures a ranking or any individual among the top 100 will be warmly welcome to join Yuzhou Technology. After the competition concludes, We can sign an employment contract in advance, covering all expenses during your academic tenure, courtesy of our group. This, indeed, is the true purpose of Lu Yu's presence here. He has already captivated attention, and revealing this now will yield the most impactful results. Brother, your strategy is brilliant, publicly enticing talent without a hint of awkwardness. Achieving a seamless transition. Fang Yuan, standing nearby, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Since the international judges have all consented, let us proceed, as Mr. Lu suggests. The competition will span 3 days, with all teams and individuals invited to participate. During this period, whoever first solves any problem may signal us. Should no one succeed, we shall rely on supercomputers to calculate and determine rankings based on the depth and breadth of their solutions. I encourage the judges from various nations to deliberate on which challenges to propose. Chapter 115. A moment of embarrassment in his current position. Lu Yu felt compelled to show some regard, especially after investing a substantial sum into the advancement of scientific endeavors, which naturally delighted many. After some individuals perused the data regarding Lu Su, they quickly realized that securing first place was out of the question. The director of the technology department at Yuzhou Technology Group was leading the charge, with the most popular game currently being developed by his company. Their technical prowess easily overshadowed numerous academic institutions. However, the prize money for the 2nd to 10th places had surpassed that of the original first prize, drawing competition from esteemed universities across Asia, leading to a palpable rivalry among them. Soon, the panel of judges finalized their deliberations and presented several challenging topics. 1. The robustness and interpretability of artificial intelligence. How can we ensure that neural networks withstand adversarial attacks, such as input perturbations? Is it possible to elucidate the decision-making logic of deep learning models? 2. The P versus NP problem. Can we determine whether every problem that can be quickly verified, NP class, can also be solved in polynomial time, P class? 3. Program correctness verification. Is it feasible to automatically prove that a program behaves as expected without vulnerabilities for all inputs? 4. Practical breakthroughs in quantum computing. Can quantum computers reliably scale error correction, noise resistance, and tackle significant problems that classical computers cannot manage, such as large number factorization and quantum chemistry simulations? The 4 topics varied in difficulty, each carrying distinct scoring criteria, with the ultimate outcomes derived from Lu Yu's supercomputer, upon which the judges would base their evaluations. On the inaugural day of the competition, Lu Yu sat in a small cubicle, sipping tea while Lu Su diligently operated the computer. Sujia, we have 3 days. Take a moment to enjoy your tea. There is no need for haste. Which topic have you chosen? I've opted for all 4, with a primary focus on the second one. We actually implemented the other 3, thanks to the techniques my friend Nua Ian has imparted to me. I plan to tackle the second question first. And in the final day, I will construct models for the remaining 3. Is the second question particularly challenging? It is indeed a monumental conundrum that spans multiple disciplines. To put it succinctly, if P equals NP, then fields like cryptography, such as RSA, and optimization problems, such as logistics scheduling, would face revolutionary breakthroughs. Conversely, if P does not equal EPI, which is the prevailing viewpoint, then the inherent complexity of many problems cannot be circumvented. Proving either scenario would catalyze an explosive advancement in the realms of computer science and mathematics. And how do the other 3 questions fare for others? They are exceedingly difficult. Even computer science professors might struggle to resolve them. Your alteration of the rules will undoubtedly garner criticism from many. I'm merely striving to foster the flourishing of scientific pursuits. Why should they scorn me? A pack of ingrates. The fields involved were overwhelmingly extensive. The first question pertained to model safety and transparency in sectors such as healthcare and autonomous driving. The third question was critically important for safety-critical systems, like aerospace control and chip design, yet possessed immense complexity. The fourth question posed a threat to existing cryptographic systems through Shor's algorithm, while quantum simulations could revolutionize materials science. The breadth of these fields was so vast that an individual or a single team dedicated to one would likely never reach the finish line in a lifetime. If you manage to answer them all, those individuals will surely be left speechless. Thus, with the alteration of the rules, you may find yourself subjected to the scorn of those who fail to comprehend the situation, accusing you of underhanded dealings. However, it is quite satisfactory. Those who understand will grasp the essence, and for those who do not, there is no need for explanation. In this manner, the majority of participating students will likely join Yuzhou Technology, which is precisely the desired outcome. I have prepared all the materials for Sujia, Once you secure the championship, we shall unveil Chui Guobing's true nature. Thank you, Lu Yu. Lu Su expressed her heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for thanks between us, as we are all on the same side. Same side, Lu Su murmured softly. At that moment, Lu Yu's phone rang, revealing a call from Fang Yuan. What is the matter? Little brother, help? Dong Jian's voice echoed through the receiver. Are you being pursued by gangsters? Brother Yu, hurry to the Jiolong police station. You'll understand when you get here, but be discreet. If you have matters to attend to, do not let me hold you back. Lu Su chuckled. I will go take a look. Su Jia, keep it up. With that, Lu Yu, accompanied by Nuo-san, made their way outside. The two were oblivious to the trouble they had encountered, having been apprehended by the police. Upon arrival at the station, Fang Yuan clung to Lu Yu as if he were a lifeline. Brother Yu, you must leverage your connections to get us out. Call Director Zhao. He can handle this minor issue, and the chief executive will surely extend a favor. No. If Director Zhao knows, the teacher will find out too. Dong Jian shook his head vigorously. Is it something shameful? Brother Yu, it is not merely embarrassing. It is as if we have cast our dignity into the Pacific Ocean. Quickly, tell me what transpired. Silence. Is it not acceptable for me to refer to you as brother? Do not inquire further. It is too humiliating. Teddy, you explain. We have done nothing wrong. Why fear? I merely took Dong Jian to a duty-free shop, and en route, we encountered a woman selling bracelets, claiming they had been consecrated by a master. We followed her, intending to purchase a few. Is that not quite ordinary? And then we were apprehended by the anti-vice squad. What connection could there possibly be between purchasing bracelets and an anti-vice operation? Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. The leap in logic was astonishing. The seller of bracelets simply lured us there, deceiving us. Little brother, you truly believe such words? A nearby police officer nearly burst into laughter, stifling his amusement as he addressed Lu Yu. Officer, my two friends have come from the mainland to participate in a computer competition. I assure you this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? All those apprehended claim as much. Should we release them all? Ah Chong, release these two. Upon investigation, it is clear they were indeed deceived into purchasing bracelets. You were spot on. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to a scam known as Shinrentao in the mainland. After the necessary procedures were completed, as they exited the police station, Dong Jian remained silent. Trailing behind, Fang Yuan had grown accustomed to such events, while Lu Yu stifled his laughter as he walked ahead. Brother, this matter must not reach the teacher's ears. You have done nothing wrong. Why fear? It is embarrassing. In the following 2 days, both individuals became quite restrained. Lu Yu sat in the small cubicle, observing the computational program for problem 2 that Lu Su had meticulously constructed. Without hesitation, Lu Yu instructed Nuai to engage the server and commence the calculations. Half an hour later, upon reviewing the results displayed on the screen, Lu Yu found himself uncertain whether they had succeeded or not, until a fragrant breeze wafted in, signaling their success. Under specific conditions, N could indeed equal MP. Overcome with excitement, Lu Su planted a kiss on Lu Yu's cheek, causing the atmosphere in the cubicle to suddenly thicken with tension. That was just a moment of exhilaration. Please disregard it. I still need to build the other 3 models. No worries. Fang Yuan just called for me, so I shall take my leave for now. Lu Yu fabricated an excuse to step outside. Realizing that remaining in the small space would only heighten the awkwardness between them, a breath of fresh air was much needed. Answers had already begun to be submitted, and they were merely waiting for him to gain access to the Yuzhou building server. Chapter 116, News of Yongfeng. Mr. Lu, you arrived just in time. Some schools have already begun submitting their answers. We kindly request your assistance in connecting to the server, remarked a staff member from the organizing committee with courteousness. Not a problem, Lu Yu replied, diligently operating the computer, though in truth, it was Nuai who was discreetly managing the tasks, while he merely pretended to be engaged. The large screen continuously displayed lines of code, emitting a series of urgent beeps, followed by a notification of calculation failure. How does one substantiate such failure? It resembles navigating a labyrinth. If one chooses the correct path, an exit is assured. However, if the wrong path is taken, it merely signifies that the other party's hypothesis is flawed. Alas, 5 minutes have elapsed, and I was genuinely hoping for success, Lu Yu lamented. Do not lose heart. Persisting for 5 minutes is already commendable. We still have some time. Should we consider revising our approach? No revisions. We have reached the limits of our research, Lu Yu replied. If you're interested in joining Yuzhou Technology, you may sign a letter of intent over there. He gestured towards Fang Yuan with a smile. Can we truly do that? Certainly. Your general direction is correct. It's merely a matter of shifting your perspective. Success is just a matter of time. These were insights shared by Nui. And after reflecting on the team's potential, Liu resolved to welcome them aboard. What are the prospects? If you can endure the probationary period, a salary of $1 million annually is merely the starting point, contingent upon your capabilities. To put it in perspective, even the janitors at Yuzhou Technology earn over $30,000 monthly, along with a year-end bonus of $500,000 to $600,000. I am willing to join. My home is in Ninghui Province. Welcome. Please proceed to sign the intent contract. With the first individual committed, a second soon followed. And soon 6 members of the team queued before Feng Yuan. 3 days swiftly passed, filling the venue with attendees, while the large screen incessantly showcased the achievements of various teams. Naturally, where there were jubilations, there were also concerns. One team, under Nuai's calculations, was indeed on the correct trajectory, eliciting joy from the students of the National Defense Technology Program. Finally, it was Lu Su's turn. Beginning with the first calculation, time progressed, yielding success. The second calculation, success. The third, success. And the fourth, success. This is impossible. There must be cheating involved. I am acutely aware of Lu Su's capabilities. He alone could not have derived these results, cried Chui Guobing loudly. Upon hearing the accusation of cheating, a wave of unease rippled through the crowd. Some began to recall Lu Yu's alterations to the rules, coupled with the possibility of the opposing team's server calculations, raising genuine concerns regarding potential malpractice. Is it conceivable that Director Lu has already mastered all these challenges? Lu Yu mused, casting a knowing glance at Chui Guobing. That is impossible. A technical conundrum that has plagued us for nearly a century. How could you possibly unravel it? It is utterly implausible. The ignorance is truly astounding. Everyone can envision the myriad of technologies our Group S game, universe, encompasses. It is far more complex than this. Does that not make it easier to comprehend? Indeed. If such an advanced game has been developed, then these 4 problems are hardly issues at all. I can attest to this. The recently launched Lungsun 3.0 by the Chinese Academy of Sciences was developed using technology provided by Mr. Lu, whose computational prowess speaks volumes about its intrinsic value. At this moment, Ho Shinian interjected, stating that anyone could resort to deception, except for Lu Yu, as he was all too aware of his rival's capabilities. Is it truly the case that Chinese technology is on the verge of surpassing others? Progress is inevitable, and this momentum is unstoppable. Director Zhao remarked that science knows no borders, hoping for collaborative efforts between our 2 nations. Rest assured, I shall return and confer with the higher-ups. Zhao Bin replied in an official tone, neither rejecting nor accepting the proposal. However, the other party assumed his acquiescence and hurriedly remarked, we eagerly await your good news. No. It must be that you tampered with the server. Solving 4 complex problems in just 3 days is utterly implausible, especially for a single individual, retorted Chui Guobing. What audacity you have to utter such words. For 20 years, you have pilfered Professor Mu's research, publishing it in the Journal of Mathematical Logic. This account must be addressed today, Lu Su declared with palpable indignation, her voice resonating clearly among the attendees. Academic fraud is not a novel occurrence. But for the deputy director of the Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology to engage in such deceit is altogether different. I have seen Chui Guobing's papers from years past, which examined the undecidability within the lattice structure of computable enumerable sets, revealing new phenomena and recursion theory. Detailed thoroughly therein. I can verify that Professor Mu's research indeed aligned with this focus. It remains a mystery how it became Chui Guobing's. The leadership of the university has also conducted a thorough investigation into this matter, yet uncovered no leads. The head of the Tsinghua and Peking University team, Yang, Lu Su's graduate advisor, stood and declared, you all claim that accusations without evidence amount to slander. Chui Guobing, emboldened, retorted loudly, you are all shameless. No one can rival your audacity, appropriating the work of others and ascending to the role of deputy director. What ambition? Without evidence. On what basis do you accuse my professor of academic fraud? I might as well say that you are envious of him. Evidence. Who claims there is none? Lu Yu interjected emphatically, snapping his fingers to initiate a playback on the large screen, revealing the entire process of Chui Guobing's theft of the paper. Is this Chui Guobing? Murmured the crowd. Who else could it be? Look at that disreputable demeanor. Although he appears younger, there is no doubt. The audience exchanged glances, occasionally gesturing toward the Han team, whispering amongst themselves. With the video displayed, who would dare defend Chui Guobing? In that instant, Everyone believed Lu Su's assertions. This is impossible. The video must be a fabrication. I deleted it all those years ago. Chui Gubing exclaimed. Deleted? Do you think placing a video in the recycle bin and emptying it suffices? How naive. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Even 5 years later, the traces can still be traced back. Just how much technology does Yuzhou technology possess? Liu humbly replied, not too much, perhaps tens of thousands of varieties. Did I grant you permission to leave? With a fleeting glance, Nuo San effortlessly seized Chui Gubing, who was attempting to flee, and cast him onto the stage as one might toss a chick. Just then, Liu received a text message. It was from Li Xiuzhen. Brother Yu, I've located Feng Gu. It's urgent. Hurry. Liu's brow furrowed. His heart raced, and his hand trembled slightly as he replied, Send me the location. I'm on my way. Director Zhao, I have something important to attend to. Could you manage things here for a while? Not for now. Senair will accompany me. Liu strode out of the venue with confidence, hailing a taxi that swiftly whisked him toward the airport. The fact that Li Xiuzhen opted to send a message rather than make a phone call indicated a significant issue at hand. Nuo investigate Li Xiuzhen's whereabouts. Chapter 117. The gathering of practitioners before Li Xiuzhen could send his location. Nuo had already shared it. The Valley of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Li Xiuzhen's master resided in the southern province, while the 10,000 Great Mountains lay in the western province, two seemingly unrelated places. It was indeed surprising that he encountered Yang Feng here. This was the very place where the signal had vanished. Your father brought your mother to Qinggang City, accompanied by one of his old comrades in arms, Nuo stated candidly. What a coincidence, Li Xiuzhen thought, deciding to call his father and inform him that he would arrive around 2 in the afternoon. The flight was scheduled to land in Qinggang City, allowing him to visit his parents. However, the primary concern was transportation. Traveling to the Valley County posed a challenge. He pondered whether he could persuade Uncle Pian to arrange a vehicle for him. He also instructed the company to dispatch 3 S-2000 bionic robots as a precaution. In the realm of cultivation, reputation mattered less than strength. He could hardly believe that bringing 4 bodyguards with initial-level celestial capabilities wouldn't suffice to retrieve Yang Feng. The last time Chu Fei had come to him for help with her child, it was evident that she had some serious matters to address. Engaging in perilous activities with uncertain outcomes, Liu contemplated this and, after ensuring he had not overlooked anything, began to rest his eyes on the plane. Upon landing, Liu's parents and Nuo awaited him, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age to Liu's father. They were at the reception area, ready to greet him. Haozi, this is my eldest son, and this gentleman beside him is his bodyguard, Sanchong. You little rascal, why aren't you coming over to greet us? Uncle Haozi. I'm surnamed Jiang. You may call me Uncle Jiang, Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Haozi was his military alias, known to only a few now. Uncle Jiang. I need to head to Valley County for some matters. Could you lend me a vehicle? Of course, take my car. I know you're not short on cash. Just fill it up when you're done. It's a government vehicle. Understood. Liu was well aware that allowing an outsider to use a government vehicle was already a significant exception. Filling the tank was the bare minimum. What about you? No worries. I'll have your brother drive over to pick us up. We can all have dinner together afterward. You're both young. And it's good to foster connections. If things don't go well, just let me know, and I'll handle that kid. Uncle Jiang. There is no need for dinner. This matter is quite urgent. Once the company personnel arrive, we must head to Valley County. I promise I'll return to meet my brother afterward. Liu graciously declined the offer, knowing that the bionic robot's flight would not arrive for another half hour. With the vehicle secured, his priority was to go to Valley County without delay. They could dine together at a later time. Very well, it's settled then. Half an hour later, 3 bodyguards emerged from the airport. Jiang Hao stood by, captivated, as he observed the 4 bodyguards. Their formidable presence was palpable, clearly exceeding his own strength. In his previous team, he had been responsible for reconnaissance and still possessed discernment. Watching his vehicle drive away, Jiang Hao quietly inquired, Brother, what is the story with this kid from your family, having 4 peak-level bodyguards? He is a businessman, precisely at the initial stage of celestial rank. Do not overthink it. Call the younger siblings in the evening. They should be arriving soon. The flight is at 4 o'clock. The distance from Qinggang City to He Valley County is considerable. By 5 o'clock, Liu Yu and his party finally reached their destination, and after walking for a while, they arrived at the position that Nuo had sent him. Observing the surroundings, which were nothing but dense forests, Liu Yu hesitantly inquired, Nui, are you certain this is the place where Li Xiuzhen's signal vanished? Indeed, it is here. As dusk gradually descended and the sun completely set, Lu Yu continued ascending the stone steps with great speed until he noticed bright lights ahead, confirming he was on the right path. Halt. Please present your invitation. Friend, we have come in admiration. We do not possess an invitation. Is there another way to gain entry? If you can prove that you are cultivators, you may enter, replied the servant at the entrance nonchalantly. That is simple. Let the three strong demonstrate their skills. Without hesitation, Nuwa-san struck a nearby boulder with his palm, shattering it with a resounding crash. Please, esteemed seniors, enter. The servant no longer obstructed Lu Yu. His primary purpose here was to prevent ordinary night wanderers from entering, while cultivators could proceed freely. Upon entering, Lu Yu found the interior bustling with activity, with various vendors on either side quietly engaging with customers. The night market has ascended the mountain. It appears quite lively. Lu Yu remarked half-jokingly. A familiar cultivator approached Lu Yu with a smile. Is this your first visit, fellow cultivator? This is a place for exchanges among cultivators. Have you recently enhanced your abilities through worldly games? Yes, I heard treasures can be acquired here, so I decided to try my luck. Well, you are in luck. Here you can find every kind of rare material and treasure, provided your funds are sufficient. What currency is used? You do not know, and yet you dare to come? Since it's your first time, let me give you a brief introduction. The common currency is gold, but bartering is also accepted. Thank goodness. I thought it was spirit stones. Brother, have you read too many novels? Lu Yu automatically filtered out the man's joking remarks and continued walking, occasionally glancing at the treasures sold by the vendors. None caught his eye. They were either exotic herbs, antiques, or ancient weapons. Besides, he was there to find someone, not to shop. Brother, aren't all these treasures remarkable? Not particularly. Are there no truly rare treasures? Well, if you wish to acquire treasures, you'll have to participate in tomorrow's auction. By the way, where do these people stay at night? That building over there is the accommodation. The auction will also take place there tomorrow. Thank you. Lu Yu walked straight towards it, while the other person slowly followed. Accommodation costs 10,000 huaxia coins per room, the attendant said without lifting his head, his tone indifferent. In the spatial pouch, Lu Yu possessed a modest sum of cash, amounting to merely a few 100,000. After making the payment, he obtained the key to his room. May I inquire if you exchange gold here? He asked. Indeed, one can procure one tael of gold for 100,000 huaxia coins. Lu Yu then inquired. Is it possible to transfer funds? Regrettably, we only accept cash. Alternatively, if you possess any treasures, we would be willing to purchase them in exchange for gold. Disinterested. Lu Yu replied that he would forego the exchange. He was engaged in the realm of interstellar exploration, not that of cultivation, within the vast universe. One could acquire any treasures desired with star coins. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yu urged Nuai to attempt locating Li Xiuzhen, but alas, they were isolated from the outside world, and electronic devices proved futile. Nuai was left powerless. Li had no choice but to relinquish his hopes, placing his trust in the forthcoming auction the next day. Chapter 118. Meeting Yang Feng the following day, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside. Liu observed that the entire hall was filled with people. The corridors on the second, third, and fourth floors were equally crowded, with a rough estimate of over 1,000 attendees. Liu found a vacant seat on the second floor, scanning for the figures of Li Xiuzhen and Yang Feng. Li Xiuzhen was also searching for Liu, and upon spotting him on the second floor, called out loudly, Brother Yu, I'm over here. The auction house prohibits any noise. I'll come down to find you. With a brief word to the elderly man beside him, Li Xiuzhen swiftly descended from the third floor. A few minutes later, Li Xiuzhen stood before Lu Yu. Brother Yu, you truly came. Brother Feng is on the fourth floor, but I cannot go up. As long as you found him, everything can wait until after the auction concludes. However, Brother Yu, it seems Brother Feng doesn't recognize me. Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? I'm not entirely sure. But the woman beside Brother Feng is indeed the one from the photo you sent me. I can assure you of that. Is Chu Fei also present? Indeed. There is no mistaking it. This matter is becoming increasingly intriguing. Brother Yu, do you intend to take Brother Feng away? However, according to my master, the elder beside Brother Feng is quite formidable. Even my master cannot contend with him. What is your master's strength? Mid-tier earth level. Liu burst into laughter, spitting out his tea as he chuckled. Cough, cough, cough. That's enough. You should return to accompany your master. Li Xiuzhen, bewildered, silently turned to leave. At this moment, the auction had commenced, but Lu Yu paid little attention. He had no gold, and treasures seemed destined to elude him. He was uninterested. especially since he currently had no orders on the Pinduoduo platform, indicating that nothing of value had piqued the interest of cosmic buyers. As time passed, Lu Yu had consumed several pots of tea while the auction continued to trudge along. Sir, you have an order on Pinduoduo. Would you like to check it? Oh, has it finally arrived? Let me see what it is. Lu Yu accessed the image associated with the order. It depicted a piece of metal, roughly the size of a basketball. This is Millennium Meteorite Iron, an excellent material for forging weapons. Starting bid at 100 taels. Please place your bids. Is the Millennium Meteorite Iron worth 700,000 star coins? Certainly not. These people simply lack discernment. Allow me to show you something, and you will understand. At that moment, a sky-blue orb, the size of a glass ball, appeared on Lu Yu's phone, radiating a captivating shimmer. What is this? A star core. Formed from the compression of a cosmic explosion. Typically, only planets have the chance to create one. Theoretically, a star core is equivalent to a planet, though it takes an exceedingly long time to develop. For comparison, the glass ball-sized star core would require millions of years to grow to the size of blue star. Is that so? Quite precious, indeed. Of course, 700,000 star coins is merely an attempt to exploit your ignorance. They are taking advantage of you as an indigenous person. The value of a star core in the cosmic market is, at the very least, over 1 billion star coins. Upon realizing the unfair treatment I received, I was momentarily taken aback. Should I check the message from the other party? Perhaps I should wait a moment longer, as I must devise a strategy to acquire the star core. Greetings, beautiful. At present, I find myself without cash. Is there any method to exchange for gold? Lu Yu inquired cheerfully of the attendant. Sir, that may prove quite challenging. Invitations are sent out in advance, and many practitioners transfer funds to a designated account, after which we provide them with gold tickets. Unfortunately, there is no signal here, so transferring money would be impossible. Would it still be feasible if I could transfer the funds immediately? Lu Yu pondered, knowing he could contact manhwaedit to facilitate the transaction. It is possible, but you just provide me with the account number, and I will transfer the funds right now, Lu Yu interjected. Very well, sir, please hold on. A minute later, the woman handed Lu Yu the account number, and without hesitation, he instructed manhwaedit to transfer 100 billion to that account. All right. The 100 billion should arrive shortly. Please check. It should be from the Yujo Technology account. Sir, please hold on. Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, few bidders remained, and the highest bid had reached 10,000 taels of gold. 100 billion could be exchanged for 100,000 taels, a price exceeding 100 times the worth, and Lu Yu was confident he could secure the bid, fearing only the auctioneer's hammer might fall prematurely. Fortunately, the attendant noticed Lu Yu's anxiety, and within half a minute, 10 gold tickets, each worth 10,000 taels, were handed to him. 50,000 taels. Lu Yu exuberantly raised his hand to signal the auctioneer. This declaration stirred the crowd, not due to the extravagant sum, but rather for the absurdity of a millennium meteorite, which could fetch no more than 20,000 taels. Even a fool would ponder such a ludicrous notion. The previous bidder, who had offered 10,000 taels, ceased his bidding and instead observed Lu Yu with interest, to which Lu Yu returned a respectful gesture. 100,000 taels, going once, going twice, going thrice. The auctioneer hastened his countdown, seemingly fearful that Lu Yu might withdraw his bid. Lu Yu's successful acquisition of the star core was merely a brief interlude. No one paid it any mind as the auction continued. It was not until nightfall that the event concluded, and Lu Yu harbored no interest in the treasures that drew the throngs. Perhaps I exchanged too much. Beautiful lady, could I redeem the remainder? Lu Yu handed over the excess cash of over 100,000 to her. Sir, it is indeed possible. However, please note that our Yongla Palace hosts auctions annually, and the value of gold tickets is quite high. Next time, 10,000 may not yield even a single tael of gold. It would be wise to retain them for the next occasion. No need. I shall wait until the next time to exchange. Very well, I shall arrange this for you. The funds will be returned via the same route. Thank you. At this moment, Lu Yu and Li Xiuzhen awaited Yang Feng at the foot of the stairs leading to the 4th floor. Individuals from the 4th floor descended gradually, and upon seeing Lu Yu and Li Xiuzhen, Yang Feng, accompanied by Chu Fei and an elderly man, felt a jolt of surprise, avoiding their gaze. Feng Ge, what is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Who are you? Do we know each other? Yang Feng blinked his eyes, signaling Lu Yu and Li Xiuzhen to depart hastily, while Chu Fei beside him grew increasingly anxious. Only at the pinnacle of the earthly realm, and yet. The two of you cower? Yang Zhongzhu, do you recognize them? The elder behind Yang Feng cast a cold gaze upon Lu Yu. Third elder. This individual may have mistaken us for someone else. It is merely a case of sharing the same name. We kindly request that both of you accompany us to clarify the matter. Is it not a bit overbearing of the Tianjin sect to accuse my disciple of offending you? Warranting his abduction? At this moment, Li Xiuzhen's master stepped forward. And who might you be? Changchun Temple, Changchun Jinren. A Taoist temple I have never heard of. And you dare to speak to me with your mid-earth realm strength? Depart, lest you find it impossible to leave this mountain. I shall intercept him shortly. You must take the others and flee swiftly. Chapter 119. Transformation through accumulation leave. None of you can depart today. Since you are acquainted with Yang Feng, there is no reason I shall allow your escape. The voice of the elder Inmu resonated with a chilling threat directed at the assembly. Are you perhaps overly confident? A young man interjected. I apologize, esteemed guests, but combat is strictly prohibited within the Long Lu Palace. Should you insist on engaging in conflict, do not blame Long Lu Palace for lacking in courtesy. Youth, shall we step outside? Lu Yu proposed, concern evident in his reply to Yang Feng. Rest assured, San Chong. Let the brothers stretch their limbs. Understood, boss. At the initial stage of the heavenly rank? Or are there 4 of them? How can this be? The elder expressed disbelief. Some semblance of insight is commendable, yet regrettably, it is too late. As the adversaries barred their exit, Liu found himself in a similar predicament. Capturing Yang Feng and Chu Fei would surely incur the wrath of their opponents. Thus it was wiser to seize the opportunity to accrue more benefits. This is impossible. These individuals appear to be merely in their 30s. How could they possess heavenly rank prowess? The elder remained incredulous. You truly are amusing. Your limitations do not signify the same for others. In my sect, not only those in their 30s, but even those in their teens can attain heavenly rank strength. Lu Yu asserted, speaking the truth. With a little investment of points, one could acquire a bioengineered robot and craft a youthful visage. Are you from one of the 3 ancient sects? Is it not considered an act of aggression to escort him out? Liu disregarded the elder's words and instead turned to the individuals of Long the Palace. As long as no furniture is damaged, feel free. A middle-aged man involuntarily addressed Liu with honorifics. Employing 4 individuals at the initial stage of the heavenly rank as bodyguards speaks volumes of Lu Yu's formidable identity, compelling even their palace master to tread with caution. Upon receiving the command, Nuo San and his men promptly apprehended the elder, leading him away. In that moment, the elder Inmu seemed to resign to his fate, while he could contend with a single adversary at the initial heavenly stage, for would render him incapable of escape, let alone resistance. Lu Yu, when did you become this formidable? Fenggu, big sister-in-law, we must leave at once. The child at home is wailing inconsolably. As parents, you cannot neglect your responsibilities. How are Xian and Jia faring? Everything else is well, save for the fact that they are left behind as unattended children. You must understand that the shadows of childhood require a lifetime to heal. While I can provide them with material wealth, I possess no means to address their psychological needs. We will return with you. Yang Feng glanced at his wife, who nodded in agreement. Are you a member of the Yang family? What relation do you have to Yang Tianha? The real man of Changchun inquired. Do you know my grandfather? Of course. In the past, I was a close friend of old Yang. Regarding the matters that transpired in the Tianjin sect, I truly found myself powerless. Master, what occurred back then? Li Xiuzhen asked solemnly. Even Lu Yu's interest was piqued. Let us depart from this place first. We can converse en route. The real man of Changchun glanced around, clearly indicating that this location was unsuitable for discussion. With the elder Inmu subdued by Nuo San, the group began their descent down the mountain. Until they arrived at the mundane hotel, the group sat around the table, and the venerable Changchun spoke softly. This is no secret. The elders have known for quite some time. It was over 20 years ago that there were not 3 ancient sects, but 4, including the Tianzhong sect. Old Yang retired early, passing the Tianzhong sect to Yang Xingchen, who should be the father of this young lad, correct? Indeed, he is my father. Then, master, how did it become 3 ancient sects? Patience. I have yet to finish my tale, Changchun said, taking a sip of his drink. In the 2nd year after Yang Xingchen took over the Tianjin sect, it was annihilated by the other 3 ancient sections. By the time old Yang returned, the Tianjin sect had suffered catastrophic losses, with all its experts above the heavenly level exterminated. Master, that is somewhat inaccurate. Not all were wiped out. The guest elders survived, including Yangda, who still lives. Yang Feng retorted in indignation. I am not well versed in those matters, as I have devoted myself entirely to cultivation, and my knowledge of the world is somewhat limited, Changshun replied. It was Yangda who colluded with the other three ancient sects to seize the treasures of the Tianzhong sect. Even now, they have not given up. Today, I was captured by Yang Jun because of this. That old fool? Third brother, give him another beating. Wait. What can I do to assist? Just tell me. Yang Jun hastily dodged, but in Nuo San's grasp. Where could he flee? Fine, go kill that fellow named Yangda. But, Great Elder, Yangda possesses peak heavenly level strength. I cannot contend with him. What use are you then? Lu Yu, it would be prudent for us to depart post-haste. The current strength of the Tianjing sect is formidable. Great Elder Yangda is at peak heavenly level, while Second Elder Yangshun is at mid-heavenly level strength, both of whom we cannot confront at this moment. Brother Feng, you need not worry. Peak heavenly level is but a title. It is not insurmountable. Third brother here, along with over 30 others, are at early heavenly level strength. My young friend, early heavenly level and peak are not won by mere numbers. To put it plainly, over 30 early heavenly level practitioners stand no chance against a peak level master. If numbers cannot secure victory, what are those who surpass the heavenly level? Surpass the heavenly level? Celestial beings? To my knowledge, there may have been some a century ago, but none exist now. Master, one must not speak so definitively. I truly possess. The S-2000 bionic robot is of early heavenly level strength. This is merely the second generation. According to Nuo E, the third generation will reach planetary level strength, but its sole flaw is its exorbitant cost, extremely, prohibitively expensive. With his few star coins, he could barely afford one, yet if an adversary were to strike, he would not hesitate to procure one. My young friend, what of your sect? Master, please refrain from inquiring. If Brother Yu claims it exists, it undoubtedly does. Indeed, no more questions. Come, let us drink. After the revelry, Lu Yu returned to his room, gazing at the S-3000 bionic robot listed on the online marketplace for 890,000 star coins. He then looked at his balance, 862, 384 star coins, realizing he was still a little short. Nuo E, if I were to purchase a S-3000 bionic robot, would it significantly impact my gaming experience? Indeed, it would. At least 6 months of progress in gaming would be affected. Very well. When will I be able to acquire the second-generation gene serum? I can't shake the feeling that obstacles are everywhere. There's little to be done, given the financial constraints of Blue Star. The substantial earnings I currently enjoy are largely thanks to your affluent sister, as the majority of my star coins stem from her generosity. Perhaps I should sell the star core? That could indeed be a viable option. My suggestion would be to reach out to your wealthy sister. The star core holds immense value for advanced cosmic civilizations, and I am certain they would offer a fair price. Speaking of which, Lu Yu curiously inquired, what was the highest bid from that previous buyer? Chapter 120. Truly becoming a tycoon currently, the other party has only offered 5 million star coins, which must be their limit. What a miser. I truly owe my gratitude to this miser. Otherwise, I would have missed a golden opportunity for wealth. Indeed. Who would have imagined that a secondary indigenous planet would harbor a star core? Nuo E also felt astonished. I must contact my wealthy sister immediately. Lu Yu composed an extensive message to recount the details, and this time, the other party did not disappoint him, responding in under a minute. Is what you say true? Of course, it is undoubtedly a star core. All right, I shall have my father contact you. Please wait a few minutes. Sci-Fi Shui arose from her seat, hurriedly finding her father, and recounted the events. The middle-aged man became equally intrigued. Once I finish, I will reach out. Just a moment. My father is currently in a high-level alliance meeting. By the way, is your blue star truly a cultivation planet? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback and curiously inquired with Nuo E, what is going on? Oh, I sent over the top-ranking cultivation novels from the internet. Perhaps that convinced them. Nuo E replied innocently. Isn't it the case that they are not currently interested in romance novels, but rather in cultivation literature? What can I do? They read too quickly. Averaging 10 books a day while being quite selective, it's challenging for me as well. Regarding the cultivation system mentioned in those novels, does it truly hold any validity? In the vast universe, those individuals are at least eternal level powerhouses, while my father is merely at level 9 of eternity. How is it that your planet only ascended to a secondary cosmic civilization? Well, that is a lengthy story. Haven't you seen in the novels, not the documents? That cultivation requires abundant spiritual energy? Thousands of years ago, Blue Star's spiritual energy began to wane, and now humanity can no longer sense its existence. Is this what the literature refers to as the end of the Dharma era? Yes, precisely. It is indeed the end of the Dharma era, marked by the depletion of spiritual energy. Your father has contacted me. All right, you may converse. Young one, do you truly intend to sell the Star Core? It is a rare treasure in the universe. Well, a treasure in my possession cannot be utilized. It is better to sell it and exchange it for something useful. You are quite astute. I can offer 10 billion star coins for purchase. If sold on Chi, you could fetch around 15 billion. Do not be hasty in refusing. I can provide your planet an opportunity. The Cosmic Alliance will make an exception to accept your planet, but I shall refrain from elaborating on the benefits. The intelligent steward aboard the Normandy Leap ship will inform you. However, there is one prerequisite. Your blue star must advance to interstellar status. Master, you must agree quickly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will yield boundless benefits for both the future of Blue Star and yourself. Very well, I agree. How refreshing. You are quite the sharp one, not greedy, yet exceedingly clever. Thank you for your kind words. I am but a humble citizen, aware of what is worth taking and what is not. The star coins have already been transferred. Luyu, without even glancing at the star coins, simply utilized his mobile phone's camera to scan the star core, and instantly, the star core was dispatched. How unexpected it is that I too have reached a day of prosperity. Now, I can indulge in extravagant shopping without restraint. Of course, it remains uncertain what fortuitous luck has befallen you, as your current star coins have surpassed 50% even in a level 5 cosmic civilization. When fortune smiles, it cannot be thwarted. I shall first exchange for a second-generation gene serum and procure additional resources for my family to utilize. Wolf has arrived. Previously, Liu counted his star coins meticulously, but now, he purchases without even checking the prices, acquiring everything beneficial for his family. One spatial pouch is filled to the brim. Having spent less than 100 million. Having too much money can also be a source of worry. It simply cannot be exhausted. Sitting on the sofa in his room, a subtle smile crept upon Lu Yu's lips. These are merely treasures accessible to ordinary individuals, and thus do not require excessive star coins. Master, take a look at this. Nuai quickly sent over an image. Is this a formation plate? Higi, indeed. If this item is genuine, it would confirm the existence of cultivation culture on Blue Star. At merely 1 million star coins, it's quite affordable. Why not give it a try? According to the description, within a radius of 10 miles, the air will become exceedingly pleasant, likely akin to the spiritual energy described in novels. You resemble a nouveau riche in your current state. To possess wealth yet refrain from spending it is absurd. Hurry and see if there are any cultivation techniques listed. None. Now that he has wealth, Nuai can also freely browse the online marketplace. All right, let us see. I'll take 10 S3000. No, S4000 bionic robots. Master, the S4000 bionic robots are priced at 10 million each, possessing stellar level strength. Do you intend to dominate the galaxy? Of course, but if there were S5000 models, I would have purchased one already. Surely, having more absolutely loyal experts is advantageous? Bionic robots, in essence, are a game changer. Anyone capable of spending 10 million star coins possesses strength that surpasses stellar level. Their purpose as attendants is evident. It is only Lu Yu, the sudden windfall, who engages in impulsive spending. Thus, it transpired. Well, the purchases are complete. Liu pondered briefly, and lacking other appealing items, he began to shape faces whimsically, even crafting a little girl, approximately 10 years old, as a stellar level expert. Upon finishing the creations and naming them, from Hanyi to Hengshi, don't ask why. For he is simply lazy, he released them. 10 bionic robots, male and female of all ages, stood in unison and respectfully declared, "We greet our master." All right, from now on, you shall address me as young master. Now, you may leave and return tomorrow morning. Understood, young master. The 10 stellar level experts promptly vanished from the room. Henceforth, should anyone provoke me, I shall obliterate planets with a single punch. Do you dare to defy? This unprecedented sense of security is truly exhilarating. The following day, Liu rose early, having spent the night in a state of exhilaration, unable to find repose. Upon gathering with the others at the hotel entrance, he was greeted by lifelike robotic figures of all ages, who exclaimed loudly, "Greetings, young master. You have finally arrived. Heng Yi, take him and capture Yongda." Liu commanded. "At your service." Heng Yi replied, and in an instant, he seized Yang Jun and vanished before the crowd. Spatial teleportation? What kind of power is this? Long Chun Jinren gasped in astonishment, his body trembling involuntarily. Are you practicing cultivation under your master, or will you join us? He inquired. Young friend, might you allow this old man to accompany you? Long Chun Jinren gazed at Lu Yu with longing. How does your master treat you, dear disciple? Brother Yu. Lu Yu nodded in assent, indicating that they could proceed together. At that moment, a small girl whom Lu Yu had been holding emerged. Her voice sweet and innocent as she instructed, everyone, hold hands tightly. The group complied, although they were puzzled by the girl's intentions, silently wondering. Could this little girl also be a formidable expert? Surely not. She is barely old enough to have all her teeth. Let us go. With that, the entire group vanished from the hotel. Chapter 121. The reaction of Han Ruashi once again. They found themselves in Lu Yu's office. As everyone glanced at the clock, they realized that only a few seconds had passed. Chang Chun Jinren was at a loss for words. Had he not been a cultivator with a resilient heart, he would have already fainted. Brother Feng, your child is in Yushio village. You and your wife should go back and check on him. I will have someone accompany you. All right, there's no need for thanks. Brother Feng, there is no need to be polite with me. Lu Yu signaled, and from the group of robots, an elderly man stepped forward, swiftly taking the two and vanishing from the office. Are you both preparing to? Young friend, may we remain here? Unfortunately, it is not that I do not wish to accommodate you, but this is a technology company, and you would not be of assistance here. At this moment, Li Yu felt somewhat troubled. If it were just Li Xiuzhen, he could easily leave him with Li Chongwu to cultivate while taking over his father's duties. However, Chang Chun Jinren truly had no designated position available. Not to worry, I can clean for you. That is out of the question. You are a master of the cultivation arts and an elder. That simply cannot be allowed. Li Yu repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. It is settled then. I have a premonition that by following you, I shall reach the heavenly level in my lifetime. Very well, but let's forego the cleaning. I will arrange for the Human Resources Department to assign you a leisurely position. After sending the two away, the office was left devoid of outside presence. Lu Yu took out the formation disc he had purchased from an online store. Gazing at the half-meter diameter metallic disc on his desk, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Nui, where is the spiritual energy you promised? I feel nothing at all. According to the novels, isn't it activated by spirit stones? Perhaps it lacks energy? Are they available for purchase online? No. Goodness, did I just spend $1 million on a useless item? I can help you find some energy stones that might serve as substitutes for spirit stones. We can give them a try. Nuai's voice echoed. And soon over 20 items appeared before him. Upon seeing the reasonably priced items, Liu declared with fervor, there are 9 holes on this disc. I will buy 9 of each type. Before long, more than 200 stones were delivered, spread across more than 20 piles in the office. The void prism is ineffective. Next, the crimson flame starstone is also no good. After testing over 10 types of stones, the disc remained unresponsive until he placed 9 translucent lavender crystals upon it. Lin Feng involuntarily heard a resounding boom as lavender light surged skyward, vanishing into the ceiling. If anyone had looked at the rooftop of Yuzhou building at that moment, they would have witnessed a beam of lavender light shooting into the sky, tinting the heavens in a soft lavender hue, though it was but a fleeting moment before everything returned to normal. I sensed a change in the air. This soul resonance calcite can indeed replace spirit stones. Congratulations, Master. After testing, it has been determined that the air now contains an unknown element, one that continuously transforms living beings' bodies. As long as it is effective, let us procure more. Understood. In the Human Resources Department of Changchun, a man furrowed his brow, murmuring, why has the spiritual energy suddenly intensified? Darling, when will you return? Han Ruashi pushed open the door and, upon seeing the crowded office, curiously inquired as she noticed Lu Yu fiddling with a metallic plate on the floor. I just got back. Come. This time, I acquired quite a few treasures. Did you spend 50 billion on these? Not just these, there is more. Lu Yu revealed the treasures from his spatial pouch, many of which remained unopened. All intended for family. These packages look exquisite, Han Ruashi casually remarked, picking up one of the boxes. Inside is black water, which can enhance human genetic limitations, potentially increasing them by 10%. One person can consume 10 vials. Enhancing genetic limits? Indeed. My dear, your current genetic level is 11. After consuming 10 vials, it can rise to 20, and then with 5 vials of purple water, it can reach 25. That sounds so fantastical. And what is this? An anti-aging serum. It can slow down aging, allowing one's appearance to remain as it was at the time of consumption for decades. Now that Liu had wealth, he could assemble several packages. Currently, human genetic levels hover around 10, and viable resources in the universe are scarce. However, once the genetic level reaches 25, numerous options become available. And why is there a handgun? That is a quantum pistol. It has no recoil and possesses tremendous power. Did you go to space for procurement? Pretty much. Come with me. I want to show you something astonishing. Liu Yu took Han Ruashi's hand and headed straight for the rooftop. He felt it was time to share some matters with her. Welcome home, mistress. The spaceship's door opened with a sound, and Han Ruashi gasped in surprise, her expression mirroring that of her first visit as she curiously touched everything around her. Nuai, buy some fuel. We are off to explore the galaxy. As you command. Liu merely intended to visit the galaxy. The round-trip cost was not substantial, and his current points could cover several journeys. After Nuai spoke, the Leapfrog spaceship appeared in space. While the Normandy's combat capabilities might be slightly inferior, its speed was undoubtedly unparalleled. Hence, it was regarded as the prime choice for interstellar travel. The surroundings of the spaceship turned transparent, and Liu Yu and Han Ruashi felt as though they were enveloped by the cosmos, gazing at the distant blue planet. The ship smoothly sailed towards the center of the galaxy, where a rose-gold mist billowed towards the galactic core, a death dance of 4 million stars ensnared within a black hole's gravitational pull. The gaseous vortex ejected during the disintegration of supergiant stars stained the X-rays of visible crimson. Light-year-spanning star streams wove through the void like liquid gold, occasionally punctuated by the explosive demise of a dying blue giant. The resulting gamma-ray bursts etching ephemeral totems upon the surface of the nebula. As the spaceship traversed into the shadow of the silver disk, the entire universe seemed to be muted. In enhanced visor mode, the two glimpsed dark matter rivers flowing between the stars, invisible strands of gravitational force weaving the unseen framework of the Milky Way. In a celestial realm dubbed the Phantom, 12 neutron stars are arranged in a precise dodecahedral formation, their auroras colliding at the intersections of magnetic axes to produce emerald sparks of energy. Suddenly, a dark crimson blot whizzes past the periphery of my retina. It is the carbon soot expelled by a red supergiant in the Cygnus arm, streaking across the canvas of deep space at a velocity of 3,000 kilometers per second. Such beauty! Am I truly not dreaming? I wish this dream would never end. A gentle pinch to oneself would reveal the truth. Just as Liu finished speaking, a sharp pain surged through his waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Now I realize this is not a dream. Are you an extraterrestrial? Or were you abducted by aliens in your childhood for research? Now having escaped back to Blue Planet? I must commend your imaginative prowess. Indeed, I am an alien. On a serious note, I am here to assist you in transforming your body. Chapter 122. Yi Yin and departed. The two swiftly arrived at the chamber housing the gene pool. As they stood naked before one another, certain indescribable events inevitably unfolded. Following an exhilarating and fervent clash, Han Ruashi found herself alone in the gene pool, consuming the black water, while Liu Yu exited. Nui, you once claimed that extraterrestrial beings exist within the galaxy. Could you possibly elucidate this further? Otherwise, shall I simply annihilate the opposing force? With the prowess of the S-4000 bionic robot, it could indeed obliterate the enemy's planet. However, I would strongly advise against it. The rationale is simple. Every planet possesses its own unique fortune, which can also be interpreted as the planet's will. To obstruct a planet's natural decline, forcefully intervening could prove detrimental to one's future development, making any enhancement in strength unattainable for at least a century. Is it truly that severe? Certainly. You have witnessed the promotional footage before. To traverse interstellar distances, do you believe the combined might of the world's nuclear arsenal could contend with them? That was the Blue Star's will, fueled by the sacrifice of life, achieving such an effect. A planet capable of nurturing life is, in itself, a form of life. Thus, adopting a passive defense is not a viable solution. The principles of warfare are universally acknowledged. One should engage in combat on the enemy's territory rather than one's own. There exists another alternative, but it hinges upon acquiring the support of the Blue Star's will, which would exempt you from the aforementioned repercussions. How might one accomplish that? I have no idea. Truly, to hear you speak is akin to reading 1,000 books. Your words are as vague as they are enlightening. The adversary is merely a level 3 universe. If they can develop cautiously over the next 5 years, resisting their invasion should pose little trouble. However, I am not one to sit idly by. I demand a defensive strategy be presented forthwith. Very well, though I am uncertain of your concerns. You could procure some life detection devices and place them on the moon. Given the moon's size, 2 advanced life detectors would suffice. Is that all? For merely 200,000 star coins? Why not save some funds? Alternatively, you could purchase 2 Galaxy-class battleships. Should the enemy arrive, you could simply obliterate them. Each ship costs 450 million star coins. 2 would leave you in dire straits. Nui retorted with a hint of annoyance. Then let it be the 2 advanced life detectors. You currently possess 900 million star coins. But the thought of purchasing 2 battleships to defend the Blue Star made him hesitate. He had not yet reached the level of selflessness required for such a decision. Having already spent a substantial amount, he felt he had been quite generous. He was not a philanthropist. Why do you put on such airs? Would it not suffice to be straightforward? Once the life detectors were installed on the moon, Han Ruashi emerged. Are we on the moon? Indeed. How does it feel? Unprecedentedly splendid. Matters that were previously perplexing now seem effortlessly clear. This is the advantage of enhancing genetic limits. Once I master it, I too shall seek improvement. Nui, you stay with Ruashi. After Liu concluded, he took 2 vials of second-generation gene serum and stepped into the gene pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he drank them down, and his body transformed into a crimson hue, resembling a boiled lobster. The flow of his blood accelerated to an unfathomable extent. The excruciating pain akin to cellular rupture surged once more, yet he was prepared. Hastily, he channeled the blood refinement and demon nourishment technique to combat the agonizing sensation. Time slipped away unnoticed until Liu awakened again, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body. Images of Han Ruashi engaged in conversation with Nuai materialized in his mind. What are you discussing? Liu inquired. Nuai mentioned that 5 years hence, extraterrestrial beings would launch an assault on Blue Star. Indeed, it is inevitable. Thus, we must arrange certain matters in advance. Have you considered informing the authorities about this? I have, yet the moment is not ripe. It would only serve to invite unnecessary turmoil. Moreover, even if I were to disclose it now, some may not believe me. Very well. By the way, the day after your business trip, Yi Yinran visited, expressing a desire to meet you. I sensed she had something significant to discuss, so I acquiesced. But I am uncertain when you will return. The timing remains undefined. Once you return, you should call her to arrange a meeting. Han Ruashi spoke in a tone that revealed little of her emotional state. Liu, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, Perhaps Yin genuinely has something important for me. I assure you. There is nothing between us. I did not imply disbelief, yet your demeanor seems off, she retorted. How could that be? I am completely innocent. Nuai, you defend me. Indeed, mistress, I can attest that the master has not engaged in any substantial relationship with Yi Yanran. Although she harbors feelings for him, they have yet to cross any boundaries. Well, I asked you to verify, not embellish, Liu thought to himself, wishing fervently to silence Nui. Go on and meet her. Han Ruashi declared as she exited the spacecraft, returning to her office. Why must you speak so indiscreetly? Liu chided. I merely stated the truth, Nuai replied nonchalantly. Spare me the explanations. If my household falls apart, I shall hold you accountable, Liu thought. He sensed that Nuai had become exceedingly candid with Han Ruashi, and he pondered what spell the latter had cast upon Nuai during his genetic enhancement. Once back in the office, he dialed Yi Yanran's number. Upon hearing Liu's voice, she expressed her delight, and they arranged to meet the following day. The next day, after informing Han Ruashi, Liu drove straight from the company, even donning the same outfit as the previous day, fearing that Han Ruashi might misinterpret the situation. In terms of familial hierarchy, Liu held absolute authority at home, yet for some inexplicable reason, he approached this matter with utmost caution. Where are we headed now? To the amusement park. Yi Yanran replied from the passenger seat, her tone understated. Liu, feeling a mixture of reluctance and obligation, steered the car toward the amusement park, acutely aware that Yi Yanran was reminiscing about their shared past. Instinctively wishing to evade the memories, he found himself unable to refuse her, especially in light of her vulnerable demeanor. The two enjoyed themselves until the park closed, at which point Yi Yanran cheerfully exclaimed, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. Having spent the entire day together, Liu felt that one more meal was inconsequential, and they decided to dine at the previously visited luxurious 7-star hotel, indulging in a seafood buffet. The following day, Liu awoke in pain, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment that unmistakably resembled a hotel room. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he was puzzled. It seemed that his tolerance for alcohol had significantly diminished, as he could scarcely recall having consumed more than a few drinks before succumbing to unconsciousness. Glancing around the disheveled room, he found no trace of Yi Yanran, yet the lingering scent of her perfume remained. The crimson mark on the bed stood out like a blinding ultraviolet ray, jolting the dazed Lu Yu into full awareness. Good heavens, was I taken advantage of last night? Lu Yu began to search the room for clues until his gaze landed on the nightstand. I have departed. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Yesterday was filled with joy. The happiest day I have experienced in the past 4 years. I wish you and Sister Ruashi a lifetime of happiness together. This enigmatic message not only implied that he had been wronged, but also suggested that she had left him, as if he were of no significance. Nuai, please investigate Yi Yanran's current whereabouts. Master, I regret to inform you that the other party's phone is turned off, and I am unable to ascertain a specific location. Chapter 123. The search for the Cold Heart sect unable to locate? No, he expressed his frustration. A living person has vanished into thin air? This was the last image of Yi Yanran. What was she doing? She was discarding a SIM card. Who was that woman in white? From the footage, it was evident that Yi Yanran was accompanied by a veiled woman in traditional attire, someone he had never encountered before. I'm not certain, No-E replied. Lately, your performance has been rather lackluster. There is someone who might know Yi Yanran's whereabouts. Who? Yi Yanran's father, Yi Han. At that moment, Lu Yu's expression shifted as a young girl suddenly appeared in the guest room. Young master, according to the location No-E sent, take me there. Hang Xian grasped Lu Yu's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the guest room. When they reappeared, a middle-aged man was enjoying his breakfast. Upon seeing the two unexpectedly appear, Yi Han's expression changed dramatically. Recognizing Lu Yu, he asked in astonishment, Lu Yu, have you come to find Yanran? She has left. Uncle Yi, you know me? Of course, I have known you since your high school days. I was aware when you joined the branch office in Liangang. All of this was arranged by Yanran. Where has she gone? To a distant place, perhaps never to return, Yi Han revealed, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Send me the location. I will bring Yanran back. It is futile. We lack the power to influence this. It is Yanran's choice. Master, I have found her. The mysterious woman is taking Yi Yanran across the sea. Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, Yi Han continued, you should know that there are many practitioners in Huaxia. Some businessmen serve them in the real world. They appear formidable, but are merely puppets. Uncle Yi, I must ask you this. Do you want Yanran to return? Of course. The world of cultivation is 100 times more ruthless than business. If I could, I would never allow her to enter this realm. Very well, I shall rescue Yanran. Lu Yu, absolutely not. The Cold Heart sect holds a high status in the cultivation world, with strict rules and numerous experts. We must proceed with caution. The Cold Heart sect, such a chilling name. However, rest assured, in Blue Star, there is no one beyond my reach. The Cold Heart sect is home to powerful beings of heavenly rank and above. Yanran's purpose for going there is also to investigate the cause of her mother's death. My findings over the years similarly point to the internal affairs of the Cold Heart sect. Yi Han felt compelled to deter Lu Yu. There were matters that the mother and daughter duo must address themselves. Uncle Yi, if you trust me, tomorrow, no, tonight, the truth shall be revealed. I must take my leave now, Hang Xian. Understanding his intent, she grasped Lu Yu once more, and they vanished from the Yi family's villa, suddenly appearing. Yi Han might not have felt anything, but the abrupt disappearance of the scene was far more shocking. A peculiar illusion, or perhaps a flicker of hope, welled up within him, wishing that Lu Yu's earlier words might come to fruition. Master, the location has been sent to Hang Xian. It lies on a small island at sea. As soon as Nuai finished speaking, he and Hang Xian arrived on the island. The scenery was uniquely enchanting. The higher one gazed, the colder it seemed, presenting a distant expanse of white. Yet, the immediate surroundings were surprisingly lush with dense foliage. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of Han Xian's sect? This is a forbidden ground not to be trespassed. Lu Yu's words trailed off as 8 robotic figures of Hang Shi appeared. Including Hang Xian, 9 stellar experts materialized simultaneously. Upon witnessing this formidable display, the disciples guarding the mountain gate of Han Xian's sect swiftly relayed the news to the inner sect. Lu Yu, unfazed, welcomed the opportunity to confront them. Moments later, before the mountain gate, 100 women clad in white stood, led by an elderly matriarch. You are being excessively domineering. Our Han Xian sect is devoted to cultivation. Why block our mountain gate? Do you truly think we fear you? Are you certain that you speak without dissembling? You were complicit in the annihilation of Tianjin's sect. Were you not? Have you come seeking vengeance? The matriarch's expression darkened. No, that grudge will certainly be settled by another. Today, I come to escort someone away. Who? The matriarch hesitated, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the 9 individuals before her, feeling even the thought of resistance evaporate. Yi Yanran, young friend, there must be some misunderstanding. There is no one by that name in Han Xian's sect. Impossible. She has clearly been coerced by your people. Is this one of your sect members? Liu projected the image of the mysterious woman. Senior Sister Jingwei? Indeed, she went to the secular realm to retrieve a disciple. Yet she has not returned. Have you exerted too much force? Liu listened intently, realizing that since the person had yet to arrive, he had come to claim her. As Liu pondered, 2 figures approached from behind, one of whom was unmistakably Yi Yanran, who likewise noticed him. Liu, what are you doing here? How can you ask? You took me to bed and now wish to leave without a trace? What about the child? Shiner, your mother doesn't want us anymore. With a sudden wail, Han Xian, ever cooperative, burst into tears. Everyone turned their gaze toward Liu and Yi Yanran, especially the woman beside Yi Yanran, whose eyes flickered with a hint of anger as she scrutinized Yi Yanran. That is not true. I didn't Yi Yanran, do you really have such a large child? Jingyue's face turned ashen as she interrogated Yi Yanran. Master, I didn't mean to. The child. Shiner, why don't you bring your mother over? Mommy, please don't be angry. Forgive Daddy. He knows he was wrong. Let us go home together. Han Xian implored softly, momentarily vanishing before reappearing with Yi Yin and at Liu's side. This child is also a master? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who are you exactly? It is inconceivable that so many masters could emerge from Huaxia out of thin air. Perhaps you have sequestered yourselves for too long, unaware that the world beyond has transformed. The so-called prowess you possess will soon become a grand jest within a year. Generally, the lower-tier disciples are at the Earth level, and according to Nuai, those who frequently engage in gaming will also attain Earth-level strength within a year. Liu, who are they? Are they truly formidable? What are you waiting for? Call them forth. Subordinate, I have encountered the young mistress. The 9 bioengineered robots respectfully stated. Upon arrival, Uncle Yi informed me that you wish to investigate Auntie's cause of death. You may now boldly inquire, and I shall lend you my support. Is it truly without concern? Rest assured, their ancestor is merely at the initial stage of planetary strength, a mere trifle for Xiner. Liu cast his gaze into the distance, chuckling derisively. Chapter 124. The time for reckoning has arrived indeed, my lady. That coward still dares not emerge. Refrain from using such foul language, Yi Yanran chided with a smile. I merely speak the truth. Hiding away, isn't he akin to a turtle? Hengxin retorted, sticking out her tongue. From the crowd, someone recognized Yi Yin and tremulously inquired. Are you the child of Senior Sister Qinghua? You bear a striking resemblance. I have but one question. Who was responsible for my mother's injury all those years ago? With Liu present, Yi Yanran summoned her courage and boldly demanded an answer. Jinghua, your handiwork. The old woman directed her gaze towards Jinghua. The latter, no longer concealing the truth, recalled her first encounter with Yi Han and Yi Yanran, realizing then that Yi Yin was indeed kin to her junior sister Qingwei. Since the truth was laid bare so swiftly, she retorted with bitterness. Master, I believe you were excessively harsh back then. Observing the unfolding scene, Liu chose to remain silent, producing 2 chairs and gesturing for Yi Yanran to sit and listen. I erred. Qingwei betrayed our sect. I only lament that I did not execute her on the spot. Yi Yanran trembled with agitation, and Liu grasped her hand, whispering, wait until she finishes. Afterward, whether you declare her dead or call for the annihilation of the Hanshin sect, I shall abide by your decision. Master, junior sister Qingwei was once your most cherished disciple. Even we, her peers, harbored jealousy towards her. Who could have anticipated your ruthlessness? What fault did she have? To enter the Hanshin sect is to abide by its rules. Breaking them and facing execution is merely just. Ah, how just indeed. Then, if I were to slay you now, would that not also be just, given your inferiority? Liu remarked with a casual tone, signaling Hengxin to take action. In a heartbeat, the woman who had spoken was sent flying. A gaping wound the size of a thumb in her chest, blood oozing forth. You, tell me, is my act of killing her not just? Liu thundered, disregarding the old woman as he questioned the gathered disciples. Silence enveloped the disciples, their heads bowed in shame. Bold of you to come to my Hanshin sect and slay its disciples. Such a crime deserves punishment. Oh, the turtle has emerged from its shell. No longer lurking in the shadows? Liu smiled at the opponent, for whom he recognized a depth of power that rendered the S-4000 bionic robot utterly inconsequential. Humph. In my Hanshin sect, a price must be paid. Enough, enough. Once is sufficient for your threats. A second utterance serves no purpose. I perceive your insecurity. Do unveil your tricks. Oh, have reinforcements arrived? Hengxin had just conveyed this when Lu Yu, within mere moments, spotted a throng approaching. Young friend, grant me. Fu from the War God Palace, a modicum of face, and let this matter rest, shall we? Not at all. Here, you possess no semblance of face. What manner of refuse are you, capable of containing so much? You, young friend, as the saying goes, one should spare when possible. These are merely bygone matters. Why persist? How audacious. You attempt to morally bind me? How fortuitous. My family is my bottom line. You touch my kin, and I shall relinquish all morality. He is from the War God Palace. Hence, you must be from the Heavenly Path Alliance? I am the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Path Alliance, Ujizi. Hung-san, go and bring the Yang family here. We shall settle everything together today. As you command, young master. Hung-san vanished into thin air, and Ujizi exchanged a glance with Fu Kuei, both astonished at the display of such sudden disappearance, something they could not replicate. Wait until the main person arrives. We will settle accounts with you then. Do not even think of fleeing. With them around, there is nowhere for you to escape. Death awaits you wherever you go. Junior sister. Have you notified the Long family? Ujizi's voice echoed in the old woman's ear. I have already informed them. They will arrive shortly. I refuse to believe this young man truly dares to act against us in front of the Long family. At that moment, a group of individuals soared from the distance, their leader surveying the scene from above before descending among the crowd. Brother Long, you have finally arrived. This young man disregards the order among cultivators and brazenly commits murder. The leader of the Long family glanced at Lu Yu, subtly winking, then smiled as he spoke. The Long family is only responsible for maintaining order between cultivators and ordinary people. As fellow cultivators, we are equally powerless in this matter. Long Yao, what do you mean by that? Is my meaning still unclear? I cannot intervene in this matter. The Long family protects ordinary people from the harassment of cultivators. Yet now it is the ordinary people who are causing trouble for the cultivators. He has ample reason not to interfere, particularly since his own son had informed him that if given a choice, he would side with Lu Yu. Lu Yu, are you saying that the enemies of the Yang family are all gathered here? Are these the ones? Indeed. Allow me to introduce them. This is Fu from the War God Palace. He is Ujizi of the Heavenly Path Alliance. And that elderly lady is from the Cold Heart sect, each involved in the encirclement of the Heavenly Array sect years ago. Upon hearing Lu Yu's introduction, Yang Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, You truly deserve to die. Are you a remnant of the Yang family? Very well, now that both sides are present. It is time to settle the score, Lu Yu declared, clapping his hands and standing up with a smile. Young friend, let us discuss a matter. Speak on. My Long family will not interfere in your quest for revenge, but could you refrain from eliminating them entirely? The future development of Huaxia still requires these forces. Long Lao, I can live with guilt for a lifetime, but I cannot live in perpetual fear. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Only by uprooting the source can one find peace. However, there are far too many cultivators now. These sects, in a certain sense, enhance overall combat power. Long Yao found himself in a quandary, acknowledging Lu Yu's reasoning. It would be better to eliminate all potential threats now than to face retaliation later. Very well, Long Lao. I shall not make it difficult for you. Observe their attitudes. This should suffice. Thank you, young friend. Kill. Lu Yu uttered a single word. The 8 individuals behind him vanished in an instant. Heng Xin, intending to rush forward, was firmly grasped by Yi Yanran. Lu Yu, with no choice, allowed Heng Xin to remain by the side. The disciples of the War God Palace formed their ranks. The disciples of the Heavenly Path Alliance arranged themselves. The disciples of the Cold Heart sect took their positions. With 3 commands issued, the 3 ancient sects assumed their defensive stances in an orderly manner. The disparity between the initial stellar phase and the pinnacle of planetary existence may seem merely a single level, yet this level represents an insurmountable chasm, a realm that these individuals may never attain even in death. The air resonated with thunderous roars as disciples fell from the sky like dumplings, injured and plummeting. This is impossible. Such power should not exist in the Blue Star realm, murmured Fu Kuei of the War God Palace in his final moments. I offer you a chance. Within 3 breaths, lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives. Our Heavenly Tao Alliance is doomed, cried Ujizi, his face a mask of unwillingness. I am willing to submit, shouted a disciple, nearly paralyzed with fear, as he hastily discarded his weapon. Chapter 125, The Fall of the 3 Ancient Sect. Hong San forcefully grabbed the opponent and hurled him before Lu Yu. I surrender. As Liu surveyed the more than 100 individuals kneeling before him, a smile graced his lips. From beginning to end, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed, and the three ancient sects were utterly rendered extinct. From this moment forth, the three ancient sects shall cease to exist. You have demonstrated some capability, so I shall assign you a task. Just prior, he had collaborated with Long Yao to devise a plan for the placement of these individuals. The crowd looked on in confusion, awaiting Liu Yu's further elucidation. You shall all become physical education teachers. Those of human-level strength will teach in elementary schools, those of earth-level strength in middle schools, and those of heaven-level strength in universities. Long Lao? Do not look at me. I concur with this notion, regardless of the location. The youth represent the burgeoning strength of society. Chairman Mao once remarked that students are akin to the sun rising, steadily ascending. Liu Yu and Long Yao's intention was straightforward. With the enhancement of national physical fitness through the universe, systematic training was essential to unleash their potential. In the absence of these sects, relying solely on secular powers would yield an insufficient number of personnel. The options were either to teach or to face death. This was not a discussion, but a decree. I choose to be a teacher. Is that so? Sometimes, clarity is paramount. Cultivation is not confined to a specific place. Moreover, you all must comprehend that the fresh forces of the secular world are not as simple as you perceive. Without today's events, the three ancient sects would similarly vanish within a year. My young friend, so soon? Long Yao inquired incredulously. Long Lao, our time is limited. Will it truly come to pass? Liu Yu nodded, speaking softly. In 4.5 years, the overall strength of China must undergo a qualitative enhancement. Otherwise, rivers of blood will flow, and the battles will be exceedingly brutal. This is of utmost importance. I need to convene a meeting immediately. Very well. We must return as well. Xian'er. Hung Xian grasped Liu Yu with one hand and Yanran with the other, vanishing from sight. The subsequent matters would naturally be handled by others, not his concern. Upon reappearing at Yihan's residence, Yihan was not overly surprised to see Liu Yu and Yi Yanyan. With excitement, he inquired, "Have you really resolved it, Father?" Liu had the individuals who harmed Mother back then killed. Mother's revenge has been avenged. All right, you two can converse. I shall take my leave. This time, do not attempt to escape. Unless you flee beyond the galaxy, I will be able to find you, Liu Yu said with a mischievous grin. I won't run anymore. You should return and explain things to Sister Ruashi, Yi Yanyan replied, covering her mouth with a laugh. She was well aware of Liu Yu's urgency to depart. Upon her return, a message from Han Ruashi had appeared on her phone, stating simply, "Let us meet tomorrow. My family status is solid. No explanation is necessary," Liu Yu declared, patting his chest before vanishing from the villa. Words are mere words. Upon returning to the company, Liu felt an unsettling apprehension, especially upon seeing Han Ruashi's earnest expression. Although she was at work, he sensed that she had already discovered the matter. Is it all sorted? A significant event has transpired. Several minor sects have been extinguished, avenging Brother Feng's grievances. Is that all? Ah, there is still the matter of Yi Yanran's vendetta. Understood. If there is nothing further, you may leave. I still have work to attend to, Han Ruashi stated calmly. Liu Yu, momentarily perplexed by her demeanor, gradually exited the office, inwardly pondering. Could it be that my actions have been exposed? That seems improbable. Upon my return, I took multiple showers, and there was no lingering scent of Yanran's perfume. Teddy, you arrived just in time. Do you notice any changes in me? Perhaps I've gained a bit of weight. Farewell. Don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you. Let us talk in the office. The two entered the office. Take a look at these accounts. Fang Yuan handed over a ledger. Liu Yu flipped through it briefly, frowning as he remarked, "Is this the account of the condiment company?" "Indeed. It's the work of Shi Xiaolei. He believed he could deceive us, unaware that Sister Li is one of our own." "When did this begin?" "It commenced after the new year. I instructed Sister Li to initially comply with their wishes, but unexpectedly, this scoundrel, insatiable as he is, has been secretly transferring assets, amassing a sum of 25 billion. Is it time to close in?" Liu was not overly astonished. Such occurrences are commonplace. They do not venture into that territory. So it is not surprising for the other party to engage in petty maneuvers. It is indeed time. He is preparing to flee the country. How much of that is his own money? None. I refer to the public account, our collective funds, including Su Ongua, who is blissfully unaware. Old Su is truly ill-suited for managing the company. You should have a word with him, reclaim the company's funds, and demand he relinquish his shares. If he refuses, we will proceed with a lawsuit. Is that not too lenient? Given our shared history, let us part amicably. Frankly, Liu is not in dire need of that money. With the technology company flourishing, he has not been particularly invested in the condiment business. Yet, betrayal is betrayal. Reverting to the status quo of a year ago is impossible. Very well, I shall speak with him, but let me make one thing clear. I must give him a good thrashing. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Do as you wish. Without lingering, Fang Yuan exited the office. At that moment, Liu's phone rang. It was a strange landline number from the capital, marked with the notation of the Zhonghai Secretariat. Hesitating, he answered, "Is this Mr. Liu?" "Yes, it is. The chairman wishes to meet with you. Might you be available tonight at 9 o'clock? Meet me? I am available. Where shall we meet? The highest leader of Huaxiao wishes to see him." And the secretary is exceedingly polite. Liu, not a fool, would certainly not decline. At the Zhonghai restaurant in the Lotus Hall. No problem. After hanging up, Liu glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. After dawdling for a while and idling until the close of business, he intended to seek out Han Ruoxi, only to discover that she had departed before his arrival, leaving her whereabouts unknown. At precisely 9 o'clock, Hang Xian escorted Liu directly to the Lotus Hall of the Zhonghai restaurant. How could one ascend to the position of chairman otherwise? The appearance of Liu elicited no significant surprise, as if it had been anticipated. "I heard from Elder Long that you possess the ability to teleport. Was it just as you demonstrated earlier?" The chairman chuckled, stating that it was she who facilitated my teleportation. "Oh, this young one is quite remarkable. Chairman, with whom are you conversing?" "Mr. Liu has yet to arrive. Shall I make a call to urge him?" "There's no need. He has already arrived." "Might I inquire as to the reason for your summons?" "What you discussed with Elder Long is indeed true. Within 4.5 years, Blue Star will face unprecedented calamities. Indeed, given the current trajectory, we should be able to withstand it. What actions are required from the nation? A vigorous advancement in technology is imperative, particularly concerning the development of items within games. Time is of the essence." "Understood. I shall take note. Is there anything else?" "No." "Ah yes, Elder Long and I have been contemplating the issue of education in this new era." Chapter 126, The Transformation of Society. I am well aware of this. I have spent the entire afternoon researching the matter. What is the outcome? The cancellation of English classes, while other subjects remain unchanged, and an enhancement of physical education scheduling to include 5 classes per week. You know that some individuals are not suited for rigorous training, yet they excel in technological fields. Thus, a dual approach with selective excellence is necessary. While this is feasible, should we not also incorporate additional physical activities? Without proper engagement in games, some may struggle to keep pace. Research has indicated that the Ministry of Education should fund devices for every primary and secondary school, ensuring that each student has access to one. That seems reasonable. Liu chuckled. After all, it represents a significant influx of funds. There is one matter I find perplexing. Please, do ask. You are willing to dine with Mr. Ma for monetary gain, yet you publicly disclose these technologies. Your company's talents could independently develop these innovations, selling the final products for greater profit. There are simply too many companies, and I cannot manage them all. As you are aware, I began in the seasoning industry, and within half a year, the upper echelons sought to abscond with the funds. Of course, the more money, the better. However, life itself is paramount. We cannot become slaves to wealth. One cannot be a slave to money. You articulate that well. Ha ha ha, entrepreneurs like you are rare in Huaxia. Since you are so well informed, why not implement effective measures for prevention? This is one aspect that Liu finds most perplexing, particularly with the recent sensational news regarding the Li family's intention to sell the port to foreign interests. Ah, you refer to the port situation, do you? Ha ha. The Li family cannot sustain this for long, especially with your emergence providing Huaxia with formidable confidence. Liu's rise is shifting the balance of the world towards Huaxia. With each report about Huaxia, foreign leaders tremble. I, too, am a part of Huaxia, and it is only natural to contribute. Indeed, indeed. Now let us eat, lest our meal grow cold. The other party was evidently pleased. Patriots arise every year, and it is precisely for this reason that the nation continues to progress. Is Liu vital? Perhaps not, but he undoubtedly plays an essential role. The true decisive force lies with the people, with the pulse of the nation. There is a saying online that humorously captures this sentiment. Dear madam, please take note. Here are the hard-working souls toiling for 12 hours. At times, the populace becomes disillusioned with us. Do you often peruse such humor? Ha ha ha. These are filled with biting satire. Would I refrain from reading them? However, Huaxia is vast. And human nature is complex. Managing these dynamics can indeed feel overwhelming. Can you resolve this issue? Isn't that what we are addressing now? Certain matters, once undertaken, will naturally be observed by the public. To borrow a phrase from Stephen Chow, how many beggars are there in the world? Isn't it all at your discretion? The two enjoyed their dinner, devoid of social hierarchy, resembling a conversation between elders and juniors discussing national affairs and familial matters. Lu Yu genuinely contemplated a solution regarding work hours, simple yet effective, to implement a nationwide 6-hour workday, doubling the minimum wage. Any violations would result in the employer undergoing a period of reform before re-entering society. This inevitably leads to a continuous rise in prices due to the increased production costs for factories. The measures taken are such that the fundamental materials remain stable in price, with only labor costs escalating, thereby compressing the profits of the owners, while preventing the exploitation of the populace. All of this falls under the supervision of Nui, who, upon discovering any discrepancies, will report them directly to the relevant authorities. Should the initial report be disregarded, it will be escalated to higher supervisory bodies. And this process will continue until the matter is addressed. When Lu Yu proposed this plan, his counterpart hesitated. However, upon concluding his final statement, the other party fell silent. With the blue star on the brink of collapse, there was no time for hesitation. In dire situations, one must administer potent remedies. Although such measures may disrupt social order in the short term, they pave the way for a rebirth, leaving behind only the finest results. As a consequence of this discussion, certain capitalists secretly condemned the originator of the idea countless times, yet upon realizing that the technological backing came from Yuzhou technology, they were rendered speechless. There was simply no way to counter such formidable strength. This policy was implemented without passing through the National People's Congress. It was an outright command. The populace reacted with mixed feelings, some delighted, others concerned, followed by an urgent educational reform that was executed within merely a month of its announcement. Business owners with slave master mentalities, those who were skeptical, and those who believed their connections were unbreakable, ultimately grasped the seriousness of the state when they found themselves incarcerated. Lu Yu's dream helmet experienced a surge in sales, aside from the purchases made by the Ministry of Education. Many citizens now had leisure time to play games and began to indulge. The peak online players of the game universe skyrocketed from 300 million to 500 million. A third of the Huaxia population engaged in this game. Subsequently, a series of policies were enacted, including the opening of the 3-child and 4-child policies. With all expenses waived for parents willing to have more children, a credit to Lu Yu's influence. According to Nuai, while the genetic levels of already born individuals cannot be easily altered, the overall enhancement of the populace's health would elevate the genetic levels of newborns. Although precise figures are unattainable, it is anticipated that they would reach levels around 17 or 18, nearing the third-tier cosmic classification. Children aged 7 and above would uniformly undergo the transformative experience of the game, albeit with a slight reduction in intensity to accommodate their psychological resilience. Despite this adjustment, the dropout rates remained alarmingly high, with the sound of weeping dominating the elementary schools. "Is there nothing you wish to share with me?" Han Ruashi inquired, gazing intently at Lu Yu from her office. Over the past month, Lu Yu had made it a point to visit her office daily, rather than discussing work. It felt more like a subtle probing for information. He was aware that on the day he met with the chairman, Han Ruashi had a meeting with Yanran. Yet the specifics of their conversation remained undisclosed. Thus, Liu found himself oscillating between two locations, home on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, visiting Yanran on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with Sundays reserved for rest, though he often chose to forego it. "By the way, what did you discuss with Yan the other day? I thought you'd settle into this routine, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at home, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays out. Isn't that exhausting? I was just concerned about your feelings." Li replied, his gaze lowered. "You still feel wronged, do you? Is it a matter of time being insufficient, or are you struggling to find an excuse?" "No, that is not it. As a legitimate wife, there are certain matters you would be better off knowing. If a confrontation is necessary, then so be it." Liu deliberately approached. "I had intended to ask when you would inform me of this matter before I agreed to have Yanran brought back. Yet I did not anticipate your ability to conceal it for so long. Is this not an indication of deep affection for you, fearing that it might cause you sorrow? What do you mean by bring her back? Otherwise, given your usual busyness, having another companion would allow me to enjoy a leisurely stroll through the streets. All right, I shall go at once, and I assure you, this will be the sole instance. I adore you." As Liu departed, he made a heart gesture. The latter scoffed at such promises, believing that if a man could master his desires, he would no longer be considered a man. Chapter 127. The new power layout. Is there still a man's assurance? It is indeed a grand joke, perpetually feasting on what is in front while coveting what lies beyond. Yet, given Liu Yu's current status, it seems rather limited. Were it another individual, they could easily develop into a 7, 8, or even 9. Liu arrived at the base of Yi Yanran's company, and without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the stairs, making his way to her office under the watchful gaze of many. The affair between him and Yi Yanran was well known among the vast design community. No matter how good friends one may be, it is improbable to meet 3 or 4 times a week. Busy, are we? Liu casually seated himself on the sofa. What brings you here? You two must have been planning to keep this from me for quite some time. You're anxious to discuss matters. Yet you have me running back and forth. Not at all. It's just that Sister Ruo she wouldn't let me mention it. She wanted to see when you would come clean. Yi Yanran chuckled, covering her mouth playfully. Pack up and prepare to head home. But I'm still on duty. I'll be a bit late. Forget about this shift. Hurry up and pack. The room is ready, and your sister is waiting for you to go shopping together. With a smile, Liu began to tidy up, simply gathering a few small items to place into his bag. Manager Yi, this document requires your signature. Sign what? We can discuss it tomorrow. It's getting late. Let us wrap things up and leave for the day. Upon hearing Liu's words, the young secretary cast a troubled glance at Yi Yanran. The latter shot Liu a disapproving look, took the document from the secretary's hand, and after signing it with a flourish, she stated coolly, "There is nothing pressing today. Let us leave early." The secretary, filled with joy, exited the office with the signed document, while the two stepped out, under the gaze of numerous employees. Yi Yanran was equally elated. Continuing in this manner was not a sustainable approach. Although she was aware of the eventual outcome, she often felt like a third party in this relationship. Returning to Yuzhou Technology, Liu felt completely at ease. Just as he was about to embrace 2 colleagues, he was pushed away by Han Ruoshi. "I'm going shopping with Sister Yanran. I'll join you. I can carry a bag or 2, Liu quipped mischievously. "No need." No sooner had she spoken than Han Ruo. She seized Yi Yanran by the arm and strode out, as if they had made a resolute decision. "Manager Liu? Who has departed? Is there something amiss?" "Manager Liu, the controllable fusion nuclear energy batteries have begun mass production. These are orders from General Lei and other collaborating enterprises that require your signature." "So many?" Liu gazed at the towering folder, which contained no less than 20 documents. "This is merely a fraction. Some are still observing. Are there truly such foolish enterprises?" "Well, they fear explosions." The secretary replied with a hint of grievance. "It's not a nuclear bomb. Just leave the documents here. I'll sign them shortly. General Lei will arrive in half an hour. Shall we meet in the office?" "No need. It's almost mealtime. Let us convene in the cafeteria." "Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away." The secretary turned and exited the office. Liu then immersed himself in his work. There were moments when he was indeed busy, particularly in the absence of Han Ruoshi. Managing a company is no simple task. A moment's carelessness can lead to calamity, much like the situation faced by Xiaolei. After signing the necessary documents, he placed them on the secretary's desk and made his way downstairs. The company cafeteria was located on the 18th and 19th floors, and Liu arrived on the 19th floor to await the arrival of General Manager Lei. Within 10 minutes, the secretary ushered General Manager Lei into the private room. "General Manager Lei, you seem to have shed years off recently," Liu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Thanks to my younger brother's efforts. Your new battery production is like a breath of fresh air for me. General Manager Lei, with your new car just launched, if the new battery becomes available for installation, won't some fans be outraged?" Liu remarked, half-jokingly. Last month, General Manager Lei's new vehicle had just been unveiled, and orders were already brimming. Some customers had yet to receive their cars while the new battery was already on the horizon, prompting a wave of anticipated criticism from fans. I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. I might have to settle for less profit. I could charge a bit more for old customers to upgrade to the new battery," Lei replied. "That's a brilliant idea." Liu enthusiastically approved, raising his thumb in admiration. Indeed, such a strategy seemed the most prudent, albeit at the expense of some profit. Technology should serve the public. A little less profit is still profit. Though I did incur losses from the battery factory I acquired last year. How about this? I can have the heart pacemaker batteries manufactured for you. And I will coordinate with our technical team, Liu suggested. "Really?" General Manager Lei responded, momentarily taken aback. If that doesn't work out, I can also supply you with mobile phone batteries to help you recover some costs. Wait a minute, those are both substantial markets. If you provide them, it would mean a significant loss of profit for me, Lei cautioned. The main thing that struck me was your sentiment about technology serving the people. A little loss is acceptable. After all, cold numbers in a bank account don't mean much, Liu replied. Only you have the audacity to articulate such thoughts. I might as well seize the opportunity, Lei chuckled. I intended to come and urge you about the battery's progress, but ended up with unexpected gains. General Manager Lei was one of the few businessmen Liu held in high regard, lacking the typical capitalist demeanor. 2 months later, Yuzhou Technologies' controllable fusion nuclear batteries had made their foray into civilian use, fundamentally transforming the lives of the populace. A single heart pacemaker battery could last a century on a single charge, mobile phone batteries could endure for 30 years, and automotive batteries could power vehicles for a decade. Moreover, charging was remarkably rapid. Rather than mere charging, it resembled activating the internal materials of the battery to continue functioning. With validation from General Manager Lei's fans, it became evident that the incident rate of his vehicles was the highest online, a consequence of his popularity in numerous real-world collisions. The stability and safety of the controllable fusion nuclear battery proved unparalleled. Vehicles could be totaled, yet the batteries exhibited no signs of swelling or damage. The most anxious were the enterprises that failed to place orders promptly. Initially, no one had faith in the venture, deeming it impossible. This led to a severe decline in orders for traditional battery factories. Liu Yu's treasure hunting squad continued to delve deeper, as the group incessantly acquired blueprints from players. Soon realizing that building in isolation was no longer feasible, the capital that has not taken the game seriously, now belatedly preparing to enter, is evidently a step too late. In practical application, the world has begun to panic. The paramount concern for every nation is energy, and each war historically has been fought over it. With the emergence of a new type of battery from Huaxia, if applied to military purposes, its strength could be enhanced by at least double. Neighboring countries have begun to stir, continuously sending representatives to Huaxia. Next time, such pretentious individuals should be expelled immediately. Liu Yu remarked with irritation to his secretary in the office, having hosted countless delegations. Very well, Mr. Liu. There are still 5 more investors scheduled to meet. Shall I arrange those meetings? Chapter 128. The flustered nations. The nations were in disarray. Inform them that I am disheartened and wish to meet tomorrow morning in line. Liu Yu found himself at an impasse. According to the directives from higher-ups, he was to meet as many as possible, maintaining decorum without escalating tensions, allowing for a month's time. Otherwise, he would have long since expelled the crowd at the entrance. It was not until 2 weeks later, when a fleet of drones was dispatched from Huaxia, soaring across the ocean, that the world fell silent and nations were thrown into a state of panic. Each drone, costing merely a few hundred Huaxia coins, even when accounting for the new battery technology, flew into foreign airspace, delivering a self-destructive warning. Countries that witnessed the event were caught off guard, their air defense systems seemingly malfunctioning, unaware until the drones detonated that they hailed from Huaxia. A collection of incompetence. Year after year, substantial military funding sustains you. Yet enemy drones reach your doorstep without detection. Mr. President, we too are perplexed. There must be advanced battery technology involved. Otherwise, how could a standard drone travel such distances? Are you inquiring of me? Sir, that was not my intention. I meant to convey that Huaxia's technology is indeed formidable. Formidable? You must find a solution. The drones have already detonated. Can we not replicate the new battery from the fragments? Mr. President, please observe for yourself. The military personnel, feeling wronged, unveiled images. The remnants bore no resemblance to drones. To the untrained eye, they resembled mere heaps of dark soil. The aged foreign dignitary at the forefront glared at the images. His countenance ashen. What is the current state of trade? Rejected. They claim it does not meet standards. Is there any progress on the hacking front? A middle-aged man, his gaze fixed downward, dared not meet his counterpart's eyes. I am addressing you. Is there any advancement? Ah, yes. The server has been compromised. Are useless. The foreign dignitary could contain his frustration no longer, hurling a cup that struck the man's head. After a silence that lingered for about 5 minutes, the man spoke weakly. Let us prepare for war. But what? We lack the strength to sustain such an endeavor. This battle may lead to our downfall. I share your sentiments. Given Huaxia's current momentum, our hegemonic status stands a great chance of faltering. Then what do you propose? We cannot triumph in battle, nor can we succeed in economic warfare. Tell me, what shall we do now? Mr. President, I believe our best course is to seek peace. Huaxia has always valued harmony. Once we acquire their technology, we can retaliate in due time. At this moment, Lu Yu was observing the high-level discussions of various countries alongside Huaxia's leadership. Not limited to just dominant nations, but many others as well. All right, we have seen enough. What are your thoughts? He sipped his tea, smiling at those around him. In my view, should war be declared, we must decisively defeat the opponent. Their aircraft carrier is in the Black Sea, let us sink it outright. Should we initiate hostilities, we would be in the wrong. Whoever triumphs in war claims the right. I firmly believe that those who are not of our kin will harbor divergent intentions. Lu Yu, what is your perspective? The speaker turned his gaze towards Lu Yu, inquiring with a smile. Please do not inquire about this. I merely provide technical support. It is all right to express what one thinks. Well, I hail from a rural background, where obedient dogs are well fed, while disobedient ones may find themselves as hot pot. Did not Chairman Mao once say, when friends visit, we treat them with fine wine and meat. When enemies arrive, we are prepared with a big stick? Ha ha ha, your metaphor, albeit somewhat crude, is quite apt. Let it be settled thus. Following the decision-making at the higher echelons of Huaxia, the international situation has grown increasingly tense. Although the hegemonic nation seeks peace, it is reluctant to lower its pride, resulting in fierce negotiations among various factions, with hawks and doves incessantly squabbling. At this juncture, the United Nations sensed the impending storm and urgently convened a special meeting. Representatives from various nations gathered at the UN headquarters, the atmosphere heavy with tension. As the meeting commenced, the representative of the hegemonic nation spoke first. His demeanor grave. Huaxia's unwarranted use of drones for provocation poses a severe threat to international peace and security. We demand that Huaxia immediately cease such perilous actions and compensate for the damages incurred. His words resonated powerfully, aiming to exert pressure on Huaxia within the realm of international opinion. In response, Foreign Minister Wang Ji of Huaxia rose with composure and resolutely replied, "Our drones were merely conducting standard flight tests, and all flight paths were within the bounds of international law. The notion of provocation is utterly absurd. It is rather certain nations that have persistently treated us unfairly on the international stage, wielding their economic dominance, which is the true threat to global peace." A ripple of agreement swept through the assembly, with many representatives nodding in acknowledgement. The representative from the hegemonic nation, his expression darkening, continued. Huaxia's technological advancements have posed a threat to the international order. We have reason to suspect Huaxia harbors ambitions of global supremacy. Foreign Minister Wang Ji scoffed, asserting, Huaxia has steadfastly adhered to a path of peaceful development, with no intentions of hegemony. Our technological progress aims to elevate the living standards of our people and contribute to the advancement of humanity. Conversely, it is certain nations that, relying on their military and economic superiority, incite wars across the globe and meddle in the internal affairs of other nations. This is the true manifestation of hegemonism. Other representatives joined the discourse, some supporting Huaxia, affirming its role as a guardian of international peace, while others sided with the hegemonic nation, acknowledging that Huaxia's rise indeed disrupts the existing international order. As the meeting progressed, the atmosphere grew ever more strained, with representatives engaging in a heated exchange, unwilling to concede. At that moment, the UN Secretary-General stepped forward, stating, "Esteemed representatives, the purpose of today's meeting is to peacefully resolve disputes, not to exacerbate conflicts. We must respect international law and seek solutions through peaceful negotiations." Participating via video link, he expressed, Huaxia remains committed to the path of peaceful development, eager to collaborate with all nations on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and win-win outcomes. However, we steadfastly uphold the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our nation, resolutely countering any actions that infringe upon our rights. We hope that all countries will prioritize peace and collaboratively advance the trajectory of humanity's destiny. This segment of the address garnered resounding applause from the majority of representatives present, with many nations expressing their willingness to actively promote peace negotiations. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, representatives from dominant nations were compelled to temporarily temper their hardline stance, indicating a willingness to engage in dialogue with China. In the ensuing days, China and the dominant nations engaged in multiple rounds of negotiations. Lu Yu, serving as China's technical representative, also participated in these discussions. At the negotiation table, Lu Yu observed those present with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 129. Understanding the principle of reciprocity, the technology of Yujo technology cannot be made available for public use. The sole concession we can offer is the addition of a server group capable of accommodating 200 million gamers online simultaneously. Is that all? Regrettably, that is the extent of our capacity, as gaming resources are finite. I cannot relinquish the quotas allocated to Huaxia for your benefit. The specifics of the distribution will depend on everyone's performance. Performance? Some foreign representatives gazed perplexedly at Lu Yu on the stage. The principle of reciprocity is paramount in Huaxia. Having made such sacrifices, should I not expect tangible returns? Priority should be granted to mineral resources. Lu Yu addressed the assembly with a smile, boldly soliciting benefits in the setting of a United Nations conference, an unprecedented act. The benefits may pertain to me personally or to Huaxia as a whole. You must understand that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, nor will they miraculously land in your laps. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, representatives from various nations began to whisper among themselves, and the venue erupted into a cacophony. Some representatives appeared contemplative, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Others furrowed their brows, visibly reluctant. Mr. Lu, our nation is already resource depleted, and we cannot offer much in terms of valuable minerals. A representative from a small African nation stood up, his face etched with difficulty. Liu smiled gently and replied, "That is perfectly acceptable. Contributions within your means will suffice. Even rare mineral specimens hold research value for us. What we truly value is your attitude." However, not all representatives were swayed. A representative from a dominant nation disdainfully scoffed and stood up, declaring, "Mr. Lu, you are clearly taking advantage of the situation. Our dominant nation possesses advanced technology and can independently develop gaming servers. Why should we bow to Yujo technology?" Lu Yu regarded this representative with a glint of coldness in his eyes and stated, "Sir, you might want to reconsider. I can assure you that the technology of Yujo technology is unparalleled. Even with a century, you would find it impossible to surpass us. Moreover, the core technology of this game is exclusively in our hands. Without our support, what would you use to develop?" The representative from the dominant nation flushed crimson, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing this exchange, representatives from other countries began to contemplate their own strategies. After a vigorous discussion, the majority of nations opted for compromise. After all, the game universe had already sparked a fervor in Huaxia, with rumors suggesting it could significantly enhance the physical fitness of citizens. No one wished to miss this opportunity. Countries expressed their willingness to allocate portions of their mineral resources in exchange for additional server quotas from Yujo technology. In the ensuing days, detailed cooperation agreements were signed between various nations and Yujo technology. African nations contributed substantial amounts of gold, diamonds, and rare minerals. Middle Eastern countries provided abundant oil and natural gas, and Canada offered precious rare earth resources. Although the dominant nation maintained a tough facade, witnessing the active participation of other countries, it too had to relent and present some rare materials. Upon returning to Huaxia, Liu promptly organized the research team at Yujo Technology to study and develop the mineral resources sent from various countries. These abundant resources provided a robust material foundation for scientific endeavors. The researchers toiled day and night, consistently achieving new breakthroughs. In the realm of materials science, through the investigation of rare ores, they developed a novel superconducting material. This material boasts exceptional properties such as zero electrical resistance and magnetic resistance, significantly enhancing the operational efficiency and stability of electronic devices. With this superconducting material, Yujo Technology successfully manufactured supercomputers that operate at greater speeds while consuming less energy. In the energy sector, leveraging the oil and natural gas resources from the Middle East, combined with advanced technology, they devised an efficient energy conversion device. This apparatus can transform chemical energy directly into electrical energy, achieving a conversion rate exceeding 90 and generating almost no pollution. This invention has revolutionized traditional energy utilization methods, providing innovative solutions to the global energy crisis. In the aerospace field, utilizing Russia's rare earth resources, they developed a new type of aerospace material characterized by high strength, high temperature resistance, and low density, significantly enhancing the performance of spacecraft. Yujo Technology also successfully engineered a novel spacecraft, capable of speeds several times faster than conventional aircraft, enabling short-distance interstellar travel. Time flew by, and 6 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, The technological advancements in Huaxia were nothing short of remarkable. Futuristic technologies, once confined to the realms of science fiction, have now become reality. In the cities, intelligent transportation systems have become ubiquitous. Autonomous vehicles navigate the roads in an orderly fashion, utilizing high-precision sensors and advanced algorithms to perceive their surroundings in real time and automatically plan optimal routes, greatly improving traffic efficiency and reducing accidents. Smart homes have also entered countless households. Residents can control their home appliances, adjust indoor temperature and humidity, and monitor security through simple voice commands. Furthermore, these smart home devices can autonomously adjust their operational modes based on the owner's lifestyle habits, offering a more comfortable and convenient living experience. In the medical field, significant breakthroughs have been made in gene editing technology. Scientists can now precisely edit human genes to treat various complex ailments. Many diseases once deemed incurable now hold the promise of recovery. Within the headquarters of Yuzhou Technology, a scene of bustling vitality unfolds. Researchers are diligently engaged in various laboratories, continually pushing the boundaries of technological innovation. Liu stands atop the building, gazing down at the city brimming with technological prowess, his heart swelling with pride. However, as Huaxia's scientific advancements surged forward, certain nations began to feel envious. Particularly, the dominant powers, witnessing Huaxia's monumental achievements in technology, felt an unprecedented sense of threat. The federal government convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. An official, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "The technological advancement of China has far surpassed our expectations. If this continues, our position as a global technological hegemon will be gravely threatened." Another official, gritting his teeth, declared, "We cannot remain passive. We must take decisive action. We can form alliances with other nations to impose a technological blockade against China, curtailing their progress." Ultimately, the federal government resolved to collaborate with several Western nations to enforce a technological embargo on China. They prohibited the export of high-end chips, advanced research equipment, and other critical technologies and products, endeavoring to impede China's further technological development. Chapter 130. The Progress of Huaxia upon receiving the news. Liu could not help but smile. The research team at Yuzhou Technology shared in his delight. If they were to face moral coercion, Liu might have considered disclosing several technologies. However, the current situation provided a clear rationale for refusal, allowing them to offer advancements solely to friendly nations. "Mr. Liu, our technologies now lead the world in all aspects," exclaimed the head of the research team, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Liu nodded with a smile, acknowledging that this was merely the beginning, and the road ahead remained long. "Next, we must ensure that these technologies genuinely benefit humanity, particularly the citizens of Huaxia." As Yuzhou Technology continued to disseminate its innovations, society in Huaxia underwent a profound transformation. Tasks that once required immense manpower and resources became effortless and efficient with the assistance of advanced technology. Intelligent robots infiltrated various industries, their precise operations and tireless work ethic significantly enhancing productivity. In the medical field, gene repair techniques rendered once dreaded diseases less formidable. Consequently, the average lifespan of individuals notably increased, and physical health saw remarkable improvement. On the streets, one could easily encounter vibrant and energetic crowds. The overall physical condition of the populace had reached an unprecedented level, akin to early-stage planetary development, an unimaginable feat in times past. "Look, Daddy, that big brother is amazing," a young boy exclaimed, pointing at a young man demonstrating martial arts skills by the roadside, his eyes filled with admiration. The boy's father affectionately ruffled his hair, responding, "People today are in excellent shape. If you train diligently, you too can become as impressive as that big brother. Who knows, when you grow up, you might even surpass him in physical prowess." In schools, physical education classes had become increasingly diverse and enriching. Teachers began instructing students on how to better utilize their physical abilities and unlock their potential. Children ran and leaped across the playground, exuding youthful vitality. Globally, nations that received friendly assistance from Yuzhou Technology gradually kept pace with the momentum of development. The technological standards and human qualities worldwide were on the rise. The genetic level of newborns had generally reached 20, indicating that humanity had attained the standards of the third cosmic level. "Mr. Liu, we have received numerous collaboration invitations from various countries, all eager to deepen our partnerships," reported the company's business director. Liu, seated in his office, pondered for a moment before replying, "We can select those nations that demonstrate genuine sincerity and potential for collaboration. However, we must also ensure the security and rational application of our technologies. As the overall quality of humanity improved, so did the yearning for cosmic exploration. Yujo Technology began to invest substantial resources in the development of space navigation technologies. With the aid of the gene pool and genetic agents, the U.S. genetic level steadily ascended, ultimately reaching 50. This elevation precipitated a qualitative leap in both his physical capabilities and cognitive abilities. Mr. Liu, our spacecraft development has achieved a significant breakthrough. It is anticipated that we will soon be able to conduct manned spaceflight experiments, reported the enthusiastic members of the research team to Liu Yu. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a historic moment. We must ensure that every aspect is flawless, allowing humanity to truly take a significant step in the exploration of the cosmos. During the preparation for the spaceflight experiment, the entire Yujo Technology team became engrossed in their work. Researchers labored day and night, conducting repeated tests and enhancements on the spacecraft. Simultaneously, the selection of astronauts proceeded in a tense and orderly manner. I have dreamed of soaring into space since childhood, and now the opportunity has finally arrived, declared a young astronaut candidate, his eyes brimming with determination and anticipation. After rigorous selection and training, 5 astronauts emerged as the chosen ones, destined to become the pioneers of humanity's first manned space journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this mission holds immense significance. You embody the hopes of humanity. You must return safely. Liu addressed the 5 astronauts during the send-off ceremony. The astronauts solemnly saluted, assuring Mr. Liu and the nation that they would accomplish their mission successfully. As the countdown commenced, the spacecraft ascended gracefully, carrying the dreams and hopes of humanity into the vast cosmos. On Earth, countless individuals followed this historic moment through live broadcasts. Wow, this is incredible! Humanity has finally begun to explore the universe, exclaimed a young man with excitement. This is merely the beginning. We shall venture even further in the future, replied an elderly man with a smile. The spacecraft flew steadily through space. As the 5 astronauts began their scientific experiments and data collection, they maintained close communication with the research team at Yujo Technology back on Earth. The sights here are breathtaking. They are utterly unlike anything on Earth, one astronaut exclaimed during a transmission. Meanwhile, the research team at Yujo Technology continuously analyzed and studied the data relayed by the astronauts, hoping to glean more information from the cosmos to aid humanity's development. However, as the spacecraft traveled a considerable distance, it suddenly encountered a mysterious energy fluctuation. The spacecraft's systems experienced a brief malfunction, and alarms rang throughout the cabin. Everyone, remain calm and follow the emergency protocols, the captain directed with composure. The astronauts swiftly sprang into action, troubleshooting and repairing the malfunction. After a tense period of effort, the spacecraft's systems finally returned to normal. Reporting to Earth, we have successfully resolved the issue. All systems are functioning properly, the captain communicated. Upon receiving this news, the Yujo Technology research team breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yu remarked, although we encountered minor troubles, this has deepened our understanding of the complexities of the universe. We must continue to enhance our research and exploration of the cosmos. In the days that followed, the spacecraft continued its voyage through the cosmos, with astronauts perpetually delving into uncharted territories. They stumbled upon enigmatic planets, characterized by peculiar geological formations and unfamiliar life forms. These creatures exhibited such strange anatomies that they bore no resemblance to any terrestrial beings. One astronaut meticulously captured the images of these organisms through a camera. The research team on Earth conducted a thorough analysis of these visuals, uncovering that the genetic structures of these entities were remarkably unique, potentially offering novel perspectives for human genetic research. As the cosmic mission advanced, humanity's understanding of the universe deepened significantly. Meanwhile, in Yujo, technological advancements flourished, marked by continuous innovation. They developed more sophisticated genetic agents and space exploration technologies, laying a robust foundation for mankind's future development. Our technology has profoundly transformed human life, stated the head of the research team with unwavering confidence. Yet, I believe we can create even more miracles in the future. Liu, nodding with a smile, affirmed, indeed. We must not settle for the status quo. The potential of humanity is limitless. We must persistently challenge ourselves, explore the unknown, and allow humanity to shine even more brilliantly in the cosmos. Chapter 131. extraterrestrial civilization President Liu. We are in grave trouble. A research scientist from the spacecraft rushed in, his face pale and filled with despair. First, have a sip of tea and sit down to discuss this calmly, Liu replied with a reassuring smile, urging the individual to collect himself. President Liu, the Star River 1 is under attack by unidentified extraterrestrial beings. Look. The scientist began operating a tablet, and a scene emerged within the room. A horde of monstrous, humanoid creatures, adorned with two horns reminiscent of the bull demon king from Journey to the West, relentlessly assaulted the Star River 1. Their weaponry was far superior to that of the Huaxia military, and the specially crafted metallic vessel could only withstand a couple of blows before being breached. The 5 crew members aboard the spacecraft displayed expressions of acute anxiety, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Their weaponry had successfully eliminated numerous foes, but the enemy numbers swelled into the thousands, attacking like leeches, leaving the crew aware that escape was no longer an option. What is happening? Wasn't the Star River 1 charted to follow a predetermined exploration route? How could it encounter such an alien assault? Liu Yu's brow furrowed with concern, his eyes filled with trepidation. According to the coordinates provided by manhwa, the vessel should not have encountered any extraterrestrial beings. The scientist swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, President Liu, we are equally perplexed. The Star River 1 was meant to traverse a relatively safe star region for resource exploration, yet we are besieged by these creatures from seemingly nowhere. Moreover, these extraterrestrial beings appear to possess intricate knowledge of the Star River 1 structure, targeting its critical components. In the imagery, the exterior of the Star River 1 was severely damaged, alarms blaring sharply within the vessel. Although the crew fought valiantly, the overwhelming numbers of adversaries began to exhaust their efforts. We must devise a way to assist them, Liu declared decisively, promptly activating the Star River 2 spacecraft to prepare a rescue team. President Liu, the Star River 2 is still in its final testing phase. Many systems remain unstable. Another scientist cautioned, there is no time for such concerns. Lives are at stake. Liu insisted. Immediately organize the technical personnel aboard the Star River 2, and they shall conduct adjustments during flight. Every moment we can buy will grant the crew on the Star River 1 a greater chance of survival. His gaze was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Meanwhile, aboard the Star River 1, Captain Lin Yu endured his mounting fear as he spoke into the communicator headquarters. This is the Star River 1. We are under assault by unidentified extraterrestrial entities. The spacecraft has sustained severe damage, but we shall hold out until the last moment. Please find a way to assist us. Crew member Chun Feng gasped beside him, firing relentlessly at the encroaching foes. Captain, there are too many enemies. We cannot withstand this for long. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. We are explorers of Huaxia space and soldiers above all. We cannot yield easily. Every enemy we eliminate buys us precious time for rescue. At that moment, a colossal extraterrestrial beast breached the spacecraft's defenses, charging toward the cockpit. With swift reflexes, Lin Yu seized an emergency weapon, engaging the creature in close combat. The power of the monstrous creature was overwhelming, and Lin Yuqiang gradually found himself struggling to withstand it. Captain Qin Feng, witnessing the dire situation, rushed over to provide assistance. Together, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the beast, ultimately seizing an opportunity to drive it back. However, at that moment, the spaceship's propulsion system was severely damaged, and its speed noticeably decreased. This is bad. The propulsion system is compromised, and our ship cannot travel far. Crew member Xiao Li anxiously remarked. Activate the backup propulsion system, Lin Yuqiang commanded with authority. Yet, upon activation, the backup system yielded unsatisfactory results, allowing the ship to maintain only a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the Star River 2 had urgently taken to the skies. Technicians inside the vessel were diligently adjusting various systems. We need to increase speed. We must reach the location of Star River I as swiftly as possible. Captain Wang Kai urged the technicians. Captain Wang, there are still minor issues with the navigation system that require some time for complete rectification. Technician Xiao Zhang responded. Hurry up. Those on the other side cannot wait, Wang Kai exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. As time progressed, the situation aboard Star River I grew increasingly perilous. The alien creatures intensified their assault, pushing the ship's systems to the brink of collapse. All 5 crew members had sustained injuries, yet they remained steadfast at their posts. Captain, I fear we may truly meet our end here, crew member Xiao Zhao said with a bitter smile. Lin Yuqiang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Oh, do not speak like that. As soldiers of Huaxia, even in death, We must die with dignity. I believe our headquarters will dispatch a rescue. At that moment, a voice crackled through the communicator. Star River Eye, this is Star River 2. We are en route to your location. Hold on. At last, we've awaited your arrival, Lin Yuqiang exclaimed, his heart swelling with hope. However, Star River 2 encountered troubles of its own. As a horde of alien creatures discovered them and began to encircle the ship. Captain Wang, we are under attack. A crew member reported urgently. All personnel, prepare for battle. We must break through these enemies' blockade and reach Star River Eye, Wang Kai commanded decisively. The weapon systems aboard Star River 2 sprang into action, retaliating against the surrounding alien beings. Yet, these extraterrestrial foes proved to be cunning, constantly altering their assault strategies, posing a significant threat to Star River 2. Captain Wang, the propulsion system is under attack. Energy output is declining, a technician reported. Find a way to repair it. We cannot afford to halt here, Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Determination etched on his face. On Star River Eye, the 5 crew members had exhausted their last reserves of strength. The aliens had breached the ship's final line of defense and were advancing towards them. It seems we truly have reached the end. Lin Yuqiang slowly closed his eyes, a sense of regret filling his heart. Just then, a brilliant light flashed, and Star River 2 pierced through the alien blockade, appearing alongside Star River Eye. Brothers of Star River Eye, we have come to rescue you, Wang Kai shouted triumphantly. The weaponry aboard the Star River 2 immediately unleashed a fierce assault on the surrounding extraterrestrial beings, providing a much-needed reprieve for the Star River Eye. Quickly, open the hatch and let the crew of Star River Eye aboard, commanded Wang Kai. Lin Yuqiang and his companions struggled to pry open the hatch. But with the assistance of the Star River 2 crew, they finally managed to board the vessel. Thank you all. Had it not been for your timely arrival, we would have perished, Lin Yuqiang expressed gratefully. Let us not linger on pleasantries. We must depart from this place swiftly, Wang Kai urged. However, the extraterrestrial beings appeared unwilling to allow their escape so easily, gathering strength to launch an even more ferocious onslaught against the Star River 2. Captain Wang, at this rate, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to shake them off, reported a crew member. Activate the space jump system, Wang Kai instructed. Captain, the space jump system is still undergoing testing. There may be risks involved, cautioned a technician. Chapter 132, another alien civilization. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. If we do not take this chance, we shall perish here. With gritted teeth, Wang Kai commanded, initiate. With a violent tremor, the Star River 2 activated its space jump system. The surrounding space contorted, and in an instant, the vessel vanished from the starfield. When the Star River 2 reappeared, it had distanced itself from the perilous zone. Wang Kai exhaled in relief. At last, we have evaded those extraterrestrial beings. Just as the crew began to relax, an enormous entity materialized alongside the ship. An unparalleled beam of light emerged, and the Star River 2 was instantly reduced to cosmic debris, drifting through the void of space. The scene abruptly halted, broadcasting live to every corner of Blue Star. A wave of despair and indignation washed over the populace, intertwined with a deeper fear of the unknown. The transformations on Blue Star were profound, leaving many struggling to adapt. The immense alien spacecraft, vastly larger than the Star River 2, evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression, even startling Lu Yu. No, this is the might of the aliens? Indeed, they have lingered at the third-tier cosmic civilization level for over a century. While Blue Star has barely existed for a year, the disparity is only to be expected. Though Nua spoke casually, Lu Yu's heart ached. Especially upon witnessing the helpless expressions of the last 10 crew members, it felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. Blue Star fell into a profound silence, its inhabitants staring vacantly at the frozen image of cosmic wreckage on the screen, as if all vitality had been drained from them. A tumult of anger, sorrow, and fear surged within each individual like a relentless tide. The once vibrant streets were now devoid of life, replaced by faces etched with terror and despair. Groups huddled together, whispering in quivering tones. What are we to do? The aliens are so powerful. We, Blue Star, stand no chance. A middle-aged man cradled his head, his gaze vacant. Those crew members were so innocent. Just like that, they are gone. A woman, eyes reddened, wept uncontrollably. Young men clenched their fists, flames of fury igniting in their eyes. We cannot simply resign ourselves to fate. We must devise a counterattack. In schools, children ceased their chatter, gazing intently at the large screen. Though they did not fully comprehend the events unfolding, they sensed the dread emanating from the adults around them, obediently sitting in their seats, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, In high-level conference rooms across Blue Star, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. National leaders and scientists convened, their expressions grave as they deliberated strategies for response. The tragedy of the Star River 2 serves as a grave warning. We must reassess the threat posed by alien civilizations. An elderly man spoke solemnly. Yet, the chasm between us is immense. Their spacecraft is colossal, their weaponry formidable. We have no means to retaliate, a scientist lamented, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Liu rose, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Are we truly going to be cowed by fear? I can unequivocally inform you that the technological level of our adversaries is merely a century ahead of ours. A century. Many scientists have begun to feel despondent. While it may seem substantial, it is, in fact, not insurmountable. We have already surpassed a century's worth of technology in just over a year. Indeed. Who among you can assert that without the advancements from Yujo technology, interstellar exploration could be achieved within a mere century? The leaders of various nations nodded in agreement upon hearing the chairman's words. After intense deliberation, they resolved to establish a joint research group, uniting global scientific prowess to collaboratively devise strategies to combat extraterrestrial civilizations. Concurrently, they pledged to augment investments in cosmic exploration and technological research, striving to elevate the technological standing of Blue Planet in a short span of time. On the public front, the government began to actively reassure the populace, conveying confidence through various media channels. They proclaimed that while the extraterrestrial civilization is formidable, humanity of Blue Planet would not easily succumb. Rather, they would stand united to confront this crisis together. However, not everyone could readily rally from despair. Some individuals descended into profound hopelessness, indulging in self-destructive behaviors, leading to a surge in societal chaos. Incidents of robbery, theft, and other criminal activities became increasingly frequent, resulting in a drastic deterioration of public safety. The government was compelled to enhance law enforcement presence to maintain social order. Simultaneously, they organized psychological experts to provide emotional support to the populace, assisting in alleviating fears and anxieties. Meanwhile, the research group toiled day and night. Scientists meticulously scrutinized the final data transmitted by the Star River 2, endeavoring to unearth the vulnerabilities of the extraterrestrial civilization. They analyzed the formidable beam of light, hypothesizing about its energy source and mechanism of attack. Preliminary data indicated that this beam possessed immense power, likely representing a highly concentrated energy stream. We must identify a material capable of withstanding or dispersing this energy, remarked a young scientist. Yet, our current material science on Blue Planet has not yet reached such a level. We need to seek new materials or develop innovative technologies. Another scientist furrowed his brow and added, in addition to exploring defensive technologies, the research team pondered methods for counterattack. They proposed various audacious concepts, such as developing long-range weaponry or harnessing the natural forces of the cosmos to combat the extraterrestrial threat. As days turned into weeks, Blue Planet navigated through chaos and order with great difficulty. Under government guidance, the populace gradually emerged from their fears, beginning to actively support scientific endeavors. Some volunteers willingly enlisted in research projects, contributing their efforts to bolster the technological capabilities of Blue Planet. Yet, it appeared that the extraterrestrial civilization had no intention of allowing Blue Planet to rest easy. 1 month after the calamity of Star River 2, an alien spacecraft materialized within the galaxy. It hovered silently, exuding an intangible aura of oppression. The monitoring systems on Neptune promptly relayed feedback, plunging the entire planet once more into a tense atmosphere. The leaders of various nations convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on countermeasures. The recent appearance of the extraterrestrial spacecraft near Neptune likely signifies their further probing. It warrants no immediate concern, allowing us to accelerate our technological advancements, Liu Yu asserted resolutely. Indeed, our current defensive and offensive capabilities remain immature, and any rash actions could result in greater losses, a concerned leader remarked. After careful deliberation, Blue Star resolved to adopt a more cautious strategy. They dispatched a small research vessel equipped with advanced detection devices to conduct reconnaissance near the alien craft. Simultaneously, the planetary defense system, Apocalypse, was activated, ensuring readiness for any potential conflict. The research vessel approached the extraterrestrial craft with utmost caution, every crew member anxiously fixated on their screens, closely monitoring the movements of the alien ship. Just as they maintained a safe distance, the research vessel suddenly encountered a powerful energy disruption, causing all equipment to malfunction. This is bad. We've been interfered with. Quickly, find a way to restore the equipment, the captain exclaimed in a state of urgency. The crew scrambled to rectify the situation. At that moment, the alien spacecraft emitted a signal, which was captured by the research vessel's backup receiving apparatus. After a series of decryption efforts, the content of the signal left everyone astounded. It turned out that the extraterrestrial civilization did not intend to annihilate Blue Star. Rather, they were in search of a resource that could assist them in resolving their own crisis, and fortuitously, Blue Star possessed such a resource. Upon receiving this revelation, the world leaders convened once more. They realized that the previous extraterrestrials were not affiliated with this group. If a partnership could be established with this alien civilization, perhaps a war could be averted while also acquiring advanced technology in the process. Thus, Blue Star decided to send a delegation for negotiations with the extraterrestrial craft. Liu Yu voluntarily joined the delegation, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the emblem displayed on the spacecraft. Master, are you oblivious? That is the crest of your wealthy sister's family. A voice interjected. Chapter 133. The Sci-Fi family. A gasp shattered the tranquility of the room. The speaker's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the emblem of my affluent sister's family appear in the galaxy? Could it be that you failed to serve that young lady properly, provoking her ire and prompting her to threaten the annihilation of Blue Star? The tone was rife with panic and trepidation, as if an impending catastrophe had already descended upon them. Reflecting on the past, Sci-Fi Shui had once declared her intention to obliterate the author of an unsatisfactory novel from the Red Mansion. Thankfully, Liu intervened in time, presenting a series of classic works that quelled her fury, akin to stars illuminating the night sky, thus averting a crisis. Do you think this is aimed at me? The image of Nuai appeared on the screen, his lips curling into a slight smirk, exuding an air of derision, as if mocking the other's overestimation of their own significance. What could be the reason? The inquirer pressed on, desperation etched in their features. Is it possible to ascertain their level of cosmic civilization? Analysis is unattainable. However, they are undoubtedly above a level 7 civilization. Judging by the circumstances, only a level 7 cosmic civilization would exhibit such indifference. Nuai Yi's voice was steady and composed, yet it struck the hearts of the audience like a hammer. Are they that impoverished? Someone murmured, a hint of confusion lacing their tone. They are not impoverished. Rather, Blue Star is simply too distant. Consider it akin to attempting to scale the towering heights of Mount Everest. Physical strength alone is insufficient without adequate financial resources to support the endeavor, Nuai elucidated patiently, his words dispelling the fog of misunderstanding, allowing the assembly to grasp the underlying reasons. All right, I concede that I am but a native. The individual sighed in resignation, a self-deprecating smile adorning their face. Blue Star swiftly mobilized, meticulously preparing for this encounter. Hua Xiao emerged as a resolute leader, guiding the assembly forward. Meanwhile, Liu shone like a brilliant star, naturally assuming the role of the foremost leader within the group. Upon their arrival on the moon, and as they boarded the opposing vessel, Liu Yu felt the Normandy pale in comparison, as if one were a mere rudimentary shell while the other was an opulently adorned villa. The stark contrast stirred a wave of astonishment within him. May I ask who is Mr. Liu Yu? A voice, gentle yet commanding, resonated as if greeting them from another realm. That would be me. Liu Yu responded robustly, his voice echoing like a bell through the air. Greetings, I am the third steward of the Sci-Fi family. You may call me Quan. On the orders of the royal house, I am here to inspect Blue Star. Quan's tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, his gaze radiating professionalism and confidence. Inspection? The crowd inquired in unison, curiosity and confusion intermingling in their voices, as if confronted by an enigmatic riddle. Indeed, should Blue Star wish to join the Cosmic Alliance, this is an indispensable step. Specifically, it requires that over half of the planet's biological gene levels reach 20, thereby meeting the criteria for a level 3 cosmic civilization, Qian patiently elucidated, his words serving as precise pointers, guiding the multitude towards clarity. Pray tell, Mr. Qian, what advantages might our blue planet gain from joining the Cosmic Alliance? Ventured a senior official from Huaxia, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in his gaze. The benefits are manifold. At the very least, the recent conflict would have been averted, along with the specter of enslavement, he asserted, presenting a document that seemed to encapsulate the future of Blue Planet. The text was densely packed with stipulations, encompassing obligations as well as protections afforded by the Alliance, resembling an intricate web. Subordinate planets? Yi Yan's brow furrowed, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. We must not frame it thus. It resembles a larger entity aiding a smaller one. Our contributions are merely foundational resources, interjected a young man softly, his voice akin to a gentle breeze, endeavoring to dispel the shadows clouding Yi Lao's mind. Lu Yu, what is your perspective? Yi Yin inquired, his gaze resolute, seeking a dependable answer. Yi Lao, I perceive no issues. One must sacrifice to gain. This marks our blue planet's inaugural step into the interstellar realm. The advantages shall undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks, Li Yu responded with a calm, unwavering tone, instilling a sense of reassurance among the assembly. Were it not for Mr. Lu Yu, we wouldn't have convened here. Miss Shui mentioned she and Lu Yu are friends, and King Wang owes Lu Yu a debt of gratitude. Qian's words rippled through the air like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, stirring waves of curiosity. What? Lu Yu, do you know their king? The collective gaze of the crowd fixed upon Lu Yu, eyes wide with astonishment and intrigue. We spoke once. By the way, why didn't Sister Shui join us this time? I prepared a plethora of delightful offerings, Lu Yu replied, his smile laced with anticipation. Ha ha ha, there's no need for formality. Sister Shui said to simply hand the gifts to me. Qian chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating like a joyful melody. Mr. Lu, since you are acquainted with them, why not propose they assist us in eradicating those extraterrestrial beings? Someone urged eagerly, hope glimmering in their eyes. This is not permissible. This conflict is one you must endure. In your terms, it serves as a rite of passage. We shall not intervene. Qian's voice bore the chill of a winter's breeze, extinguishing the flicker of hope within the hearts of the assembly. It is merely a third-tier cosmic civilization. Why are you all so intimidated? Li Yu remarked with dissatisfaction, a note of disdain lacing his tone. He had contemplated soliciting assistance, but quickly realized that a civilization of such elevated standing would not engage in such trivialities. It was akin to an adult assaulting a kindergarten child, especially considering they were the arbiters of the Cosmic Alliance, and would not deign to lower themselves to such a level. Mr. Qian, may we return to deliberate further? We are a democratic nation and must consider the sentiments of our populace, an official cautiously inquired, a glimmer of prudence in his eyes. That is acceptable. For the next 3 years, we shall remain here, until your victory in war, Qian replied. Victory will lead to the signing of the Cosmic Alliance Agreement, while defeat will result in our transformation into cosmic dust. I wish you all the best. Quan smiled at the crowd, his expression imbued with encouragement. He wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Yan's sentiments, finding them in alignment with the principles of the Cosmic Alliance, namely, democracy, which is equally fundamental to the Alliance's ideology. Then we shall take our leave, Li Yu remarked with a smile, feeling honored by the courtesy extended to him, a gesture he had scarcely dared to imagine. Wait. This is a gift from Miss Shui for you, Quan said, presenting Lu Yu with a technologically advanced disc. A superconducting energy shield capable of withstanding attacks from 6th-level cosmic civilizations, albeit with a limited range of approximately 100 miles. The disc seemed to pulsate with boundless energy. Please convey my gratitude to Sister Shui. These are all for her, Lu Yu replied, handing over a spatial pouch filled with an assortment of items, a collection of books exuding the fragrance of ink, trinkets rich in Chinese cultural essence, and an array of delectable snacks, as if one could open a small supermarket with the contents. By the way, I am simply curious. What is the civilization level of the Seyfila family? Lu Yu could not help but inquire. 8th level, Quan responded matter-of-factly, as though stating a commonplace fact. Thank you, Steward Quan, for enlightening me. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. Do your best. Miss Shui does not wish for your annihilation, Quan smiled, signaling the assembly that they could depart. Upon their return to Blue Star, the upper echelons promptly convened a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as lead, with senior officials of Huaxia gathered around the table, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the potential accession to the Cosmic Alliance. The debates surged like tumultuous tides, one wave following another. While joining the Cosmic Alliance might offer a degree of protection, would we not become a subordinate planet, thereby compromising our sovereignty? A seasoned official furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face, the lines of concern seemingly carved by the passage of time. I believe the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. A young official stood resolutely, his demeanor as steadfast as a towering pine. As General Lu stated, this represents our first step into the interstellar realm. Furthermore, with the Alliance's protection, incidents akin to the previous alien invasion may well become a thing of the past. That may be so. But we must also consider the opinions of the populace. Yi Yin interjected slowly, his gaze sharp and penetrating like that of a vigilant hawk, surveying the assembly. As a democratic nation, we must respect the choices of our people. Chapter 134, The Choice of Blue Star After Extensive Deliberation and Consideration. The higher-ups ultimately resolved to hold a press conference to publicly disclose the intentions of the Sci-Fi family and the matters concerning joining the Cosmic Alliance to all inhabitants of Blue Star, allowing the populace to vote on the decision. At the press conference, the atmosphere was electric, with journalists from major media outlets occupying prime positions, eagerly awaiting the revelation of significant information. A representative from Huaxia ascended the podium to elaborate on the process of engagement with the Sci-Fi family, along with the advantages and disadvantages of joining the Cosmic Alliance. The large screen continuously showcased relevant materials and treaty contents of the Cosmic Alliance, providing the citizens with a more intuitive understanding. Fellow citizens of Blue Star, we are at a pivotal crossroads. By joining the Cosmic Alliance, we would gain protection from the Alliance, safeguarding ourselves from enslavement and unprovoked attacks. However, we would also be obligated to become a subordinate planet within the Alliance. In the forthcoming period, we will conduct a universal vote, and I urge everyone to deliberate carefully and make a choice for the future of Blue Star. The representative's voice resonated throughout the venue. Following the press conference, Blue Star was engulfed in fervent discussions. People buzzed about the potential alliance both on the streets and across online platforms. Some viewed this as a splendid opportunity for Blue Star to venture into the cosmos and believed it should be seized, while others expressed concern over the loss of autonomy as a subordinate planet and staunchly opposed joining. The voting commenced in earnest, with polling stations established in various cities, and citizens flocked to express their preferences. An online voting channel was simultaneously activated to facilitate participation for those unable to attend in person. During this voting period, the social atmosphere on Blue Star became somewhat tense. Minor frictions arose between individuals holding differing opinions, yet, overall, the discourse remained rational. Liu closely monitored the progress of the voting, acutely aware that this decision would significantly impact the trajectory of Blue Star's future. He hoped that Blue Star would seize this opportunity to integrate into the cosmic family. As days passed, the voting activities drew to a close. Statistics personnel worked tirelessly day and night to organize and analyze the vast array of voting data. At last, the day arrived when the results were to be announced. In a solemn ceremony, the staff revealed the final voting outcome. 66 supported joining the Cosmic Alliance, while 3 opposed it, with one abstaining from voting. This result elicited a collective sigh of relief from many. The higher-ups of Blue Star promptly contacted the Sci-Fi family to inform them of the choice made by the inhabitants of Blue Star. Congratulations, Blue Star. You have chosen the right path. What lies ahead is the challenge of the Solarians, a civilization of the same tier. Victory will grant you entry into the Cosmic Alliance. The echoes of success reverberated throughout every corner of Blue Star. Upon learning of the voting results and the impending challenge from the Solarians, the higher-ups swiftly activated a comprehensive preparation plan. Countries have set aside their grievances, uniting their resources and scientific prowess to prepare for the battle that concerns the fate of the Blue Planet. Research teams have become the core force in this preparation, tirelessly studying the technological data provided by the Cosmic Alliance, with the hope of rapidly advancing the technological capabilities of the Blue Planet. Among them, the Weapons Development Group is dedicated to enhancing existing weaponry, drawing inspiration from the energy weapon technologies of the Cosmic Alliance to upgrade missiles, laser weapons, and more. After countless experiments and refinements, they successfully developed a new type of energy missile, which boasts a qualitative leap in power compared to traditional missiles, capable of delivering more effective strikes against enemy vessels. In addition to technological advancements, the leadership of the Blue Planet recognized the importance of enhancing the physical fitness of its citizens. They implemented a global initiative promoting a comprehensive training policy, encouraging the populace to actively engage in physical cultivation. Simultaneously, medical experts utilized the biological technologies of the Cosmic Alliance to develop a genetic agent that enhances human immunity and physical capabilities. Following rigorous clinical trials, this agent was proven safe and effective, and its gradual rollout across the Blue Planet commenced. During this intense preparation period, Liu remained proactive. He understood that the Yuzhou Tower, as a significant landmark and research center of the Blue Planet, would suffer grave consequences if attacked, severely impacting the war preparation plans. Consequently, he resolved to install superconducting energy shields around the Yuzhou Tower. This high-tech defense mechanism, crafted from superconducting materials, could instantaneously form a formidable energy barrier against external assaults. When Liu pressed the activation button, a brilliant blue light enveloped the Yuzhou Tower, creating a robust protective shield. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling a considerable alleviation of his worries. As the preparations progressed, the military strength and technological sophistication of the Blue Planet saw remarkable enhancements. Armed forces from various countries engaged in extensive joint training, improving their collaborative combat capabilities. The Blue Planet space fleet continued to expand, with newly constructed vessels traversing the cosmos, undergoing rigorous training and testing. However, amidst these preparations, the Blue Planet faced several challenges. Due to time constraints, some technological development projects had yet to reach full maturity, and certain military equipment exhibited performance deficiencies. Additionally, as the war preparations intensified, some anti-war organizations began to instigate protests within society, expressing concerns that war would bring catastrophic consequences to the Blue Planet and urging the leadership to resolve disputes with the Solarians through peaceful negotiations. In response to these issues, the leadership of the Blue Planet increased investment and support for research projects, accelerating the pace of technological development. Concurrently, they engaged in dialogue with those anti-war organizations willing to converse, while decisively suppressing those who were not. In summary, the upcoming war in 2 years would not permit the emergence of dissent. The Blue Planet stood at the brink of survival, and without a measure of iron-fisted resolve. It would be a grave misjudgment to believe that waving the banner of democracy would suffice. Every day, news of warfare emerges. As the federal government eradicates yet another anti-war organization, over time, the confrontation with these factions has escalated into a fervent battleground. These obstinate anti-war entities, under the forceful suppression of the federal government, have not only failed to temper their rhetoric, but have grown increasingly radical. They have begun to disseminate false information across the internet, inciting more individuals to join their ranks, claiming that war brings nothing but destruction and that joining the Galactic Alliance is nothing short of a deception. Such fallacious statements spread like a virus throughout the digital realm of Blue Star, misleading countless unsuspecting citizens and disrupting the previously tense yet orderly atmosphere of military preparedness. In some cities, small-scale protests erupted, as members of the anti-war organizations incited the public to storm government institutions, demanding an end to military mobilization. The upper echelons of Blue Star recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly took action. They disseminated a series of truthful materials and data through official media, meticulously elucidating the benefits of joining the Galactic Alliance and the necessity of engaging in combat against the Solarians. Chapter 135. 3 years slip away simultaneously. There was an intensified regulation of online public opinion, with accounts disseminating false information being banned. However, the anti-war organization was unwilling to relent. They mobilized a faction of extremists, attempting to sabotage Blue Star's research facilities and military bases. One fateful night, a squad of anti-war extremists infiltrated a significant weapons development base located in Huaxia. Seizing the opportunity during a guard shift change, they stealthily circumvented the outer defenses of the base and stealthily advanced toward the core area of the laboratory. Just as they were on the verge of success, the base's security system emitted an alarm. It turned out that Lu Yu had long since installed an advanced intelligent early warning system within the base, capable of monitoring abnormal activities in real time. Upon the alarm sound, the security personnel swiftly mobilized, encircling the extremists within the corridor of the laboratory. A tense standoff ensued. The anti-war extremists wielded rudimentary weapons, their eyes reflecting madness and determination, while the security personnel stood poised, their laser guns flickering with a chilling glow. "You are jeopardizing Blue Star's future," shouted one security officer. "Joining the Cosmic Alliance is our only way forward. You people are nothing but a hindrance." "Nonsense," bellowed an anti-war extremist in retaliation. "War will only cost us more. What we seek is peace, not this senseless sacrifice." As both sides remained locked in confrontation, Lu Yu arrived at the scene, observing the blinded extremists. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness within. "You believe you are pursuing peace, but in reality, you are driving Blue Star towards the abyss," Lu Yu stated calmly. "The Solarians will not spare us due to our retreat. Their aim is to enslave the entire Blue Star. If we do not fight, what awaits us is endless suffering." Nevertheless, the extremists were impervious to Lu Yu's words. They suddenly launched an attack, charging toward the security personnel. The security team retaliated without mercy, and in an instant, the corridor erupted in gunfire, smoke enveloping the area. After a fierce battle, the security personnel successfully subdued the extremists, albeit with the base suffering some damage. This incident drew significant attention from Blue Star's high command. They resolved to intensify their efforts against the anti-war organization, establishing a dedicated counterterrorism unit to comprehensively eradicate the extremist strongholds. Concurrently, they enhanced public education and outreach, ensuring that more citizens understood the necessity of war and the importance of joining the Cosmic Alliance. Under the counterterrorism unit's assault, the anti-war organization's influence gradually waned. However, they were not entirely eradicated. Instead, they retreated into underground activities, continuing to plot new conspiracies. Meanwhile, Blue Star's preparations for war proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner. Research teams overcame numerous obstacles, consistently achieving new breakthroughs. The optimization of new energy weapons advanced further, and the combat capabilities of the space fleet were significantly enhanced. As Blue Star diligently prepared for the impending war, an unexpected message arrived. 2 fleeting years had passed, and the Solarians, through their relentless exploration of the galaxy, finally discerned the location of Blue Star. The Solarian fleet began to amass near the moon. Lu Yu's biological detector, installed on the lunar surface, promptly captured the movements of the adversary. The high-ranking officials of Blue Star realized that war had arrived ahead of schedule, necessitating an acceleration of their preparations. Once again, the leadership of Blue Star confronted a grave dilemma: how to address the remaining anti-war factions. Failure to resolve this issue comprehensively would leave Blue Star vulnerable to both internal strife and external threats during the conflict. After considerable deliberation, adhering to the principle of ensuring domestic stability while confronting foreign foes, the High Command of Blue Star resolved to adopt more decisive measures. They issued an emergency decree, designating all anti-war organizations as illegal entities. Anyone participating in anti-war activities would be deemed a traitor and subjected to severe legal repercussions. The issuance of this decree incited a considerable uproar. Some individuals who had previously supported the anti-war factions began to waver, recognizing that unity was paramount in the face of war. Conversely, the more obstinate members of the anti-war organizations intensified their resistance, distributing pamphlets and organizing clandestine gatherings to incite further opposition to the war. In a bid to eradicate the anti-war factions, Blue Star's counterterrorism forces launched a large-scale operation. They penetrated the city's myriad corners, meticulously inspecting the strongholds of the anti-war organizations. During one operation, the counterterrorism unit uncovered a headquarters of the anti-war faction hidden within an abandoned factory. When they stormed the facility, the members of the anti-war organization were already prepared for combat. They had set numerous traps and obstacles in an attempt to thwart the advance of the counterterrorism forces. A fierce urban battle ensued, with gunfire and explosions echoing throughout the factory. The counterterrorism unit demonstrated formidable combat prowess and unwavering resolve. Utilizing advanced weaponry and superior tactical skills, they gradually breached the defenses of the anti-war organization. After several hours of intense combat, the counterterrorism forces ultimately succeeded in capturing the headquarters of the anti-war faction, apprehending a significant number of its members. With the destruction of the anti-war headquarters, the anti-war movement suffered a severe blow. Many members began to recognize their errors and surrendered to the government. Those who remained resolute in their resistance were swiftly apprehended by the counterterrorism forces. Through this confrontation with the anti-war organizations, Blue Star finally achieved internal unity. The populace came to understand that only through collective solidarity could they secure victory in the forthcoming war. They actively participated in the preparations, contributing their efforts towards the future of Blue Star. In the ensuing days, Blue Star's preparations entered their final sprint phase. The space fleet conducted numerous combat drills, continually refining their operational strategies. Research teams toiled day and night, making final adjustments and optimizations to the weaponry. An atmosphere of tension intertwined with hope enveloped the entirety of Blue Star. The Solarians have not been idle. They have amassed a formidable force in the outer realms surrounding the blue planet, poised to launch a large-scale offensive. The ominous clouds of war loom over the blue planet, heralding an impending decisive battle that will determine its fate. The leadership of the blue planet is acutely aware that this conflict will demand tremendous resilience. Yet they firmly believe that as long as the inhabitants unite in purpose, they shall triumph over the Solarians, join the Cosmic Alliance, and usher in a new era for the blue planet. In the days leading up to the outbreak of war, grand oath-taking ceremonies were held across various cities of the blue planet. Citizens donned uniform attire, raised flags high, and chanted slogans, expressing their unwavering resolve to fight for their homeland. Liu stood atop the Yuzhou Tower, gazing at this magnificent spectacle, his heart brimming with emotion. Blue planet, persevere, Liu Yu murmured, convinced that through the collective efforts of all its people, the blue planet would surely emerge victorious in this struggle. As time progressed, the specter of war drew ever closer. The space fleet of the blue planet was fully prepared for battle, arranged in disciplined formation in the cosmos, awaiting the arrival of the Solarians. Meanwhile, military bases on the ground entered a state of heightened alert, with an array of weaponry standing ready. At last, the fateful day arrived. The vast fleet of the Solarians materialized within the sights of the blue planet, casting a shadow akin to a dark cloud over its expanse. The horns of war sounded, signaling the onset of a breathtaking cosmic conflict. Chapter 136. The Solarians. The space defense system of Blue Star was the first to activate, unleashing a barrage of energy beams from the defense satellites positioned in near-Earth orbit. These beams surged forth like luminous serpents, hurtling toward the fleet of the Solarians. However, the hulls of the Solarians' warships appeared to possess a unique protective capability, causing most energy beams to ricochet off their surfaces, with only a handful of smaller vessels sustaining damage. Billowing plumes of black smoke. The Solarians' fleet swiftly responded. The bow of their warships opened up energy cannon ports, unleashing numerous robust violet energy beams directed at Blue Star's defense satellites. In the midst of violent explosions, several defense satellites were obliterated, transforming into debris scattered across the cosmos. The space battle escalated into a fierce confrontation, with Blue Star's interstellar warships emerging from various space bases, forming combat formations as they charged toward the Solarians' fleet. These interstellar vessels were the pinnacle of Blue Star's technological advancements. Although they were vastly outnumbered by the Solarians, each warship was equipped with advanced weaponry and defensive mechanisms. The two fleets clashed fiercely in the void of space, the glow of energy cannons intermingling with the fiery burst of explosions, creating a dazzling yet terrifying spectacle. Utilizing their agile maneuverability, Blue Star's warships deftly navigated through the ranks of the Solarians, seeking opportunities to strike. In contrast, the Solarians relied on their formidable firepower and robust defenses, endeavoring to systematically annihilate Blue Star's vessels. Amidst this celestial conflict, one particular interstellar warship commanded special attention. Helmed by Captain Lin Yu. Captain Lin Yu was a seasoned space warrior, having demonstrated exceptional prowess in numerous simulated battles. At this moment, he was wholly focused on commanding his ship, evading the Solarians' onslaught while simultaneously searching for a chance to counterattack. Captain, our port side is under attack. Shield energy has dropped to 70, reported the anxious first officer. Reallocate shield distribution, concentrating energy to the port side. Simultaneously, activate the pulse disruptor to interfere with the Solarians' weapon systems, Lin Yu calmly commanded. Under Lin Yu's astute leadership, the warship swiftly adjusted its defenses. The pulse disruptor emitted a powerful electromagnetic pulse, causing a momentary malfunction in the weapon systems of several nearby Solarian vessels. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu ordered the main guns to fire. A colossal energy beam shot toward a large Solarian warship, striking its power system. The vessel immediately lost propulsion and began to spin languidly in the void. However, the Solarians would not easily relent against Lin Yu's warship. They quickly coordinated several vessels to besiege Lin Yu's ship. Under the relentless assault, Lin Yu's warship rocked violently, its shield energy plummeting. Captain, shield energy is nearly depleted, and our weapon systems are failing, the first officer despaired. Do not surrender, initiate emergency energy reserves and focus all efforts on repairing the weapon systems. We shall fight the enemy to the very end, Lin Yu resolutely declared. As Lin Yu's battleship found itself in dire straits, the support fleet from Blue Star arrived just in time. The arrival of the support fleet turned the tide of battle. The Solarians' fleet began to descend into chaos, their attacks losing their former precision. While the intense space combat raged on, turmoil ensued on the ground as well. Solarian landing crafts descended upon various key cities of Blue Star, unleashing hordes of tall, menacing Solarian warriors. Armed with advanced weaponry, they commenced a frenzied assault on the cities. The forces of Blue Star responded swiftly, engaging in fierce ground combat with the Solarians. On the streets of the city, soldiers from both sides exchanged fire, bullets and energy beams scattering in all directions. Blue Star's soldiers, driven by indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, fought valiantly against the Solarians. Qin Yang, wielding an assault rifle, consistently fired upon the Solarian warriors. During one skirmish, his squad found themselves surrounded by a group of Solarians. Faced with overwhelming enemy firepower, Qin Yang showed no signs of retreat. Utilizing the buildings that flanked the street for cover, he deftly maneuvered, searching for an opportunity to break through. Suddenly, Qinyang spotted a Solarian commander. Silently, he circled behind the commander and lunged forward, his quantum short blades slicing through the enemy's throat with precision. The Solarians, bereft of their leader, lost their morale and began to retreat. However, such skirmishes continued to unfold across various cities, placing immense pressure on the forces of Blue Star. Many individuals enhanced their abilities through the game Cosmos, reaching their peak potential in this critical moment, at least gaining the capacity to resist. Lina, once an ordinary university student, made a resolute decision to enter the Cosmos game to augment her strength upon learning of the impending extraterrestrial invasion of Blue Star. Dedicating herself to rigorous training within the game, she diligently acquired various combat skills, beginning with the fundamentals of marksmanship. She gradually mastered the use of diverse weaponry while also learning to navigate complex environments and coordinate with her teammates. After a period of training, Lina's prowess significantly improved, and her ranking in the game soared, making her a player of considerable renown. She received a special mission to join an elite team and travel to a mysterious planet to undertake a vital task. Without hesitation, Lina accepted the challenge. Throughout the mission, she and her comrades faced numerous dangers and obstacles, tasked with locating a crucial item on a planet rife with traps and enemies. Lina showcased her combat skills and intellect, aiding her team in overcoming perilous situations time and again. Ultimately, Lina and her comrades successfully accomplished their mission. Through this endeavor, Lina not only reaped substantial rewards, but also forged friendships with many kindred spirits. As she continued to excel in the game universe, her prowess reached an astonishing pinnacle. She resolved to apply the skills acquired in the virtual realm to the realities of warfare. Consequently, Lina enlisted in the special forces of Blue Star, becoming an elite soldier. During a critical mission, her unit received an urgent task to rescue a group of important individuals held captive by the Solarians. Lina and her comrades stealthily infiltrated the Solarians' base. Within the compound, they encountered heavy guard from the enemy. Employing the stealth techniques learned from the game, Lina deftly evaded the patrols, successfully locating the captives. However, just as they prepared to retreat, they were discovered by the Solarians. A fierce battle erupted. Lina and her team engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the Solarians. Armed with an energy sword, she navigated through the enemy ranks with grace, her swordsmanship impeccable, each strike precise and lethal. The Solarian warriors were left astounded by Lina's performance. They had never witnessed such formidable prowess from a Blue Star citizen. Through the relentless resistance of Lina and her comrades, they successfully rescued the captives and safely evacuated the base. Many others, like Lina, who enhanced their abilities through the universe game, were playing crucial roles in real-world warfare. Meanwhile, in the realm of space combat, the warships of Blue Star were continuously undergoing improvements and upgrades. Chapter 137, Victory in the Distant Reaches of the Universe. A war that determined the fate of the blue planet raged with fervor. Scientists, akin to wise artisans, were compelled to surrender the invaluable blueprints discovered within the game of Cosmos without recompense. They meticulously refined and optimized the weapon systems and defensive mechanisms of the warships. These blueprints seemed to be a mysterious gift from the cosmos, unlocking new avenues for the enhancement of the vessels. Lu Yu, the unsung hero laboring silently at the rear, resembled a magnanimous benefactor, tirelessly amplifying the game's drop rates. His daily investment of star coins amounted to hundreds of thousands, each coin a continuous stream of energy sustaining the vast machinery of the game. Each coin bore his hopes for the conflict, and every increment in drop rates felt like a strategic advantage added to the blue planet's quest for victory. The newly optimized warships emerged as formidable warriors, showcasing unparalleled prowess amidst the fierce skirmishes. They stood as indomitable fortresses, better equipped to withstand the relentless assaults of the Sarl aliens, and as fierce hunters capable of delivering devastating blows to their foes. Their precise strikes, akin to furious lightning, cleave through the darkness of the cosmos. As time, the relentless witness, passed inexorably, the blue planet's forces surged forward like an unstoppable torrent of steel, gaining the upper hand in both space and terrestrial battles. The Sarl aliens gradually awakened to the realization that they had gravely underestimated the strength of the blue planet's warriors. The individual combat capabilities of the blue planet's soldiers shone like a razor-sharp sword, rivaling those of the Sarl. 6 months drifted by, resembling a prolonged and harrowing nightmare. Weaving together blood and fire, During this period, the war between the Blue Planet and the Sarl entered a fevered stalemate. Each battle resembling a perilous dance on the edge of a precipice, where a single misstep could plunge them into an abyss of despair. The new warships, tempered by the unyielding crucible of conflict, grew ever more resilient, akin to colossal steel beasts rampaging through the profound darkness of the cosmos, leaving chaos in their wake. The warriors of the Blue Planet, forged in the crucible of life and death, developed an indomitable will. They soared like valiant eagles, piloting their vessels through a hailstorm of bullets. Each assault was imbued with a profound love for their homeland and a seething hatred for their enemies. A hatred that burned like an inferno, intensifying the ferocity of their attacks. As the Blue Planet's forces expanded their advantages in both space and terrestrial confrontations, the Sarl found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Their warships, ravaged by the new weaponry of the Blue Planet, bore wounds like a battered vessel. Their defensive systems as fragile as paper. On the ground, the soldiers of the Blue Planet, armed with exceptional tactics and unwavering resolve, dismantled the Sarl's defenses step by step. Resembling a pack of fierce cheetahs, one fateful day, the Blue Planet fleet, akin to noble knights, encountered the main force of the Sarl. This battle saw both sides gamble their very existence, deploying vast numbers of troops in a desperate bid for supremacy. In the cosmos, a sudden blaze erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion, as if the universe itself were roaring in fury. The warships of Blue Star, empowered by the formidable weaponry system optimized by Lu Yu, unleashed a torrent of fire. Beams of energy streaked across the night sky like resplendent meteors, striking the warships of the Solarians with precision. In response to the relentless assault from the Blue Star fleet, the Solarians' vessels erupted in a series of cataclysmic explosions, their debris scattering through the cosmos like aimless meteors. On the ground, the army of Blue Star engaged in fierce urban warfare against the ground forces of the Solarians. Every street and building became a focal point of contention, akin to precious gems in a fierce contest. The soldiers of Blue Star, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the terrain and exceptional combat skills, maneuvered through the narrow alleys with the agility of foxes, delivering heavy blows to the Solarians. Despite their valiant resistance, the Solarians gradually lost ground under the fierce onslaught of Blue Star warriors, retreating like a disheartened rabble. As the battle progressed, the signs of the Solarians' impending collapse became increasingly evident. Their morale plummeted, akin to frostbitten eggplants, and instances of desertion began to surface among their ranks. Conversely, the troops of Blue Star were infused with high spirits, each soldier brimming with unwavering confidence, as if victory were already firmly in their grasp. A year later, the complete rout of the Solarians was inevitable. Their main fleet lay nearly annihilated, and their ground forces were confined to a minuscule area, resembling beasts trapped within a cage. In this conflict, the Solarians paid a heavy toll, finally recognizing the folly of their initial arrogance. Meanwhile, Blue Star, despite enduring significant sacrifices, emerged victorious. This war represented a pivotal battle for Blue Star's survival in the galaxy. A victory would afford them the opportunity to join the Cosmic Alliance, becoming part of the Universal family and ushering in a new era of glory. A defeat would spell the end, reducing Blue Star to mere cosmic dust. News of Blue Star's triumph spread like a warm spring breeze across the planet. Streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, resembling a magnificent, multicolored dragon. As people sang and danced to celebrate this hard-won victory, grand festivities erupted in cities, where heroes ascended to the status of idols in the hearts of the populace, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky. However, the leadership of Blue Star remained grounded, acutely aware that this was merely the first step of a long journey, with greater challenges awaiting them ahead. Liu remained diligently occupied, although the war had concluded. He understood that the significance of the universe game for Blue Star extended far beyond this moment. He began to undertake a new round of upgrades for the game, incorporating a broader array of cosmic landscapes and missions, while also weaving the narrative of Blue Star's struggle against the Solarians into its fabric, allowing future generations to grasp the hard-earned nature of this victory, as if etching a profound mark in the annals of history. Meanwhile, scientists continued their relentless quest for exploration. They resembled curious explorers embarking on a quest to investigate the technological remnants of the Sarl aliens, endeavoring to extract further advancements to enhance the technological prowess of Blue Planet. During their examination, they uncovered a unique energy technology possessed by the Sarl, which promised to significantly augment the endurance of their warships. as if they had discovered a key to unlock the doors to a new era of technology. The scientists, overjoyed by this revelation, immediately dedicated themselves to the research and refinement of this groundbreaking technology. Months later, the first fleet destined for the Sarl planet stood ready, akin to valiant warriors poised to embark on a new journey. Chapter 138. The expedition and the reconstruction of home. The port of Liangang City on Blue Star pulsated with vibrant energy as people gathered from all directions to partake in a grand farewell ceremony for the fleet embarking on its mission to Sal Star. Sunlight danced upon the cerulean waters, creating a shimmering spectacle that harmonized beautifully with the colorful flags fluttering around the port, evoking an atmosphere that was both solemn and festive. The warships of the fleet stood in disciplined formation at the harbor, their metallic hulls gleaming as if narrating the advancements of Blue Star's technology. These vessels, enhanced by energy technologies derived from the remnants of Solarian technology, exuded an air of formidable strength. On the elevated platform at the port, Liu Yu stood alongside government officials, representatives from the scientific community, and commanding officers of the fleet. The government officials commenced the proceedings with an impassioned address. Fellow citizens of Blue Star, today we gather with hearts full of excitement and reverence to bid farewell to this fleet, which carries a monumental mission. We have endured the assaults of the Solarians, leaving our home in ruins. Yet, we have not been vanquished. United, we have strived to rebuild. Today, we not only restore our homeland, but have also gleaned advanced technologies from our adversaries. The expedition of this fleet marks the beginning of our quest to explore the unknown and further our strength. It embodies our hopes for the future and our aspirations for a better life. The crowd erupted in fervent applause, waving their flags and cheering with joy. A representative from the scientific community then stepped forward, stating, "Our research into Solarian technology has borne significant fruit. However, this is merely the beginning. This fleet's voyage to Sal Star promises even greater discoveries ahead. We firmly believe that through this exploration, Blue Star's technology will achieve qualitative leaps, and our homeland will flourish even more." With a resolute gaze, the fleet commander saluted the assembly and proclaimed, "Every member of our fleet understands the gravity of our responsibility. We shall forge ahead, undaunted by challenges, to bring back invaluable resources and technologies for the betterment of Blue Star." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fleet members boarded their warships, clad in immaculate uniforms, their steps brisk and brimming with confidence. At the sound of a command, the engines of the warships roared to life, gradually departing the harbor and ascending into the sky. The crowd erupted once more in cheers and blessings, many with tears glistening in their eyes, a mix of longing for their loved ones and anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Blue Star, having weathered the storm of war against the Solarians, was steadily progressing in its reconstruction efforts. In the cities, once battered buildings were being replaced by new, towering structures. Architects employed advanced design concepts and materials, ensuring these new edifices were not only more robust, but also aesthetically pleasing. Roads were widened and repaired, facilitating smoother transportation. In the countryside, fields were once again abundant with a variety of crops. Farmers adopted innovative planting techniques, enhancing both the yield and quality of their produce. Water management systems were also improved, guaranteeing the irrigation needs of the fields. Amidst the mountains and forests, trees have begun to flourish anew, and the ecological environment is gradually recuperating. Animals have returned to their familiar habitats, creating a vibrant scene teeming with life. The realm of education has also garnered attention and development. Within the schools, innovative textbooks and teaching methodologies continuously emerge, nurturing a succession of exceptional talents. Children study in spacious and well-lit classrooms, filled with aspirations for the future. In research institutions, scientists toil day and night, not only investigating the technology of the Solarians, but also exploring knowledge across various fields, striving to elevate the technological standards of Blue Star. In the medical sector, new medications and treatment methods are constantly being developed, ensuring better health for the populace. Hospitals are equipped with advanced medical apparatus, and the skills of physicians are increasingly refined. In the cultural sphere, artists have created numerous works that reflect the reconstruction journey of Blue Star, inspiring individuals to persist in their endeavors. Museums showcase the history and culture of Blue Star, reminding people to cherish the past and appreciate the present. Within communities, individuals assist one another, fostering harmonious neighborly relations. Together, they engage in various community activities, collaboratively building a beautiful home. In the parks, lush greenery flourishes, flowers bloom vibrantly, the elderly play chess and converse beneath the trees, while children frolic on the grass, encapsulating a scene of tranquility and harmony. However, the path to reconstructing their homeland is not devoid of challenges. In certain remote areas, the intricate geographical conditions present numerous obstacles to the rebuilding efforts. Yet, the people of Blue Star do not waver. They organize volunteer teams to delve into these regions, assisting local residents in resolving their issues. Armed with advanced technology and equipment, volunteers construct roads and bridges and establish schools and hospitals. They work hand in hand with local inhabitants, overcoming challenge after challenge. In resource development, the people of Blue Star are continuously exploring new avenues. They seek new energy sources and mineral resources within the oceans, employing cutting-edge technology for extraction and refinement. Simultaneously, they place a strong emphasis on environmental protection, ensuring the sustainability of resource development. As time progresses, the homeland of Blue Star becomes increasingly beautiful. In the cities, lights twinkle and traffic flows abundantly. In the countryside, pastoral vistas appear like poetry in motion. The standard of living continues to rise, and the happiness index escalates correspondingly. Just as Blue Star steadily advances in its homeland reconstruction and various endeavors flourish, the Quan family arrives on the scene. It turns out that the war between Blue Star and the Solarians was meticulously documented by Quan. The tenacity exhibited by Blue Star, coupled with the remarkable advancements achieved post-war in technology, culture, and social construction, has captured the attention of the Cosmic Alliance. The Cosmic Alliance is a vast organization composed of numerous planets, dedicated to maintaining peace in the universe and fostering communication and cooperation among the celestial bodies. Following an assessment, the Cosmic Alliance deemed Blue Star qualified for membership and extended a formal invitation. The voice of Quan reverberated throughout every corner of Blue Star. This announcement resonated like a spring thunder, causing an immense stir across the planet. The government convened an urgent high-level meeting, attended by significant figures such as Liu Yu, to deliberate on joining the Cosmic Alliance. This opportunity to join the Cosmic Alliance has long been anticipated by Blue Star. An enthusiastic government official exclaimed, "We can engage in broader exchanges with other planets, acquiring more resources and technology, which will greatly propel the development of Blue Star. However, it is imperative that we do not succumb to blind optimism. Relying on any external force cannot compare to the strength of our own capabilities." A representative of the scientists expressed concerns, stating that the multitude of planets within the Cosmic Alliance and the complexity of their interests necessitate careful consideration of the potential risks involved. Liu Yu listened intently to the discussions, fully resonating with the sentiments of the scientist. Chapter 139. Officially joining the Cosmic Alliance in anticipation of this historically significant moment. Blue Star commenced meticulous preparations for the signing ceremony. Lianport City was chosen as the venue, once again placing the harbor in the spotlight. The government devoted substantial human and material resources to elegantly adorn the port. On the day of the ceremony, Lianport City was teeming with people, vibrant and bustling. Representatives of the Cosmic Alliance arrived in succession aboard their uniquely designed spacecraft, some resembling colossal disks, others akin to shimmering meteors, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Surrounding the port, a grand circular venue was erected, with a massive signing table at its center, draped in golden fabric, lending an air of solemnity and splendor. The stands were filled with representatives from various sectors of Blue Star and distinguished guests from the Cosmic Alliance. The ceremony commenced with the representative of the Cosmic Alliance interfacing with the Cosmic Network. A large screen displayed a remarkable being, accompanied by several individuals, with the foremost being a sentient entity from a distant galaxy, its form partially translucent and radiating a gentle luminescence. Its voice resonated throughout the venue via a specialized translation device. Esteemed friends of Blue Star, today marks a momentous occasion. After enduring the trials of war, Blue Star has risen swiftly, showcasing remarkable vitality and creativity. We, the Cosmic Alliance, warmly welcome Blue Star's accession, and we hope that in the days to come, we can forge ahead together, creating a more harmonious universe. Subsequently, a representative of Blue Star ascended the podium, the chairman's countenance beaming with pride and confidence. "We are grateful to the Cosmic Alliance for this invaluable opportunity bestowed upon Blue Star. Our planet has long yearned for communication and cooperation with others. Joining the Cosmic Alliance is a pivotal step toward becoming part of the Cosmic family. We shall adhere to the Alliance's regulations, actively participate in various endeavors, and contribute our strength to the peace and development of the universe. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Lu Yu and the representative of the Cosmic Alliance approached the signing table together. Taking up a pen, they solemnly inscribed their names on the historically significant contract. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted, streamers danced in the air, and cheers resonated throughout the venue. Following the signing ceremony, the Cosmic Alliance hosted a grand celebratory banquet for Blue Star. The remarkable progress achieved by Blue Star in such a brief period was truly astonishing. Your advancements, particularly in the energy technology derived from the remnants of the Sarlans, though still in development, exhibit tremendous potential, remarked the representative with a smile. Lu Yu humbly responded, "We acknowledge our many shortcomings and hope to receive guidance and support." The representative nodded, "Certainly." The Sci-Fi family is eager to engage in substantial technological collaboration with Blue Star. We can share some of our research achievements to assist in elevating your technological capabilities. Lu Yu felt immense joy upon hearing this. He recognized it as a rare opportunity. Through collaboration with the Sci-Fi family, Blue Star's technological development was poised to experience an unprecedented leap forward. The celebratory banquet continued into the deep of night, with laughter and joy marking an unforgettable evening. As time progressed, the collaboration between Blue Star and the Cosmic Alliance gradually unfolded. In the realm of technology, Blue Star, in conjunction with Wisdom Star, embarked on numerous scientific research projects, achieving a series of significant breakthroughs in energy, materials, and biotechnology. In terms of cultural exchange, Blue Star hosted a plethora of vibrant cultural activities with various planets. The artistic expressions of Blue Star, including music, painting, and literature, garnered admiration and appreciation from other celestial bodies, while simultaneously absorbing the exemplary cultural achievements of others, enriching its own cultural essence. In the economic domain, trade interactions between Blue Star and the Cosmic Alliance became increasingly frequent. Blue Star's distinctive products, such as exquisite handicrafts and high-quality agricultural goods, enjoyed widespread acclaim in the cosmic market, yielding substantial economic benefits for Blue Star. However, joining the Cosmic Alliance was not without its challenges. On this vast cosmic stage, the collision and fusion of diverse civilizations, while presenting numerous opportunities, also concealed unknown trials. Lu Yu expressed concern that, if this continued, the resources of Blue Star would dwindle in exchange for those acquired from the universe. The chairman, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the data before him. "Chairman, could it be that some planets harbored dissatisfaction towards us, deliberately driving our prices down?" The analysis team indicated a high probability that some entities were engaging in bottom fishing. At that moment, the secretary entered, stating, "Chairman, the fleet exploring Soulstar has arrived. Please connect the visual feed." Soon, several high-ranking officers from the fleet appeared on the screen, saluting and declaring, reporting to the chairman, "This is Major General Peng Fei of the 6th Fleet. Honored to meet you, Chairman and Mr. Liu." "Peng Fei, could you elaborate on the current status of Soulstar?" "Yes. According to life detection, there are no Solarians present on Soulstar, only some animals." Lu Yu inquired in astonishment, "No Solarians? How can that be? None have been found, not even at depths of 800 meters underground. This defies logic. The Solarians who participated in the battle could not have all evacuated." "Continue the investigation," the chairman commanded. His brow furrowed. "Chairman, Soulstar is 3 times the size of Blue Star. Our detectors cannot scan the entire planet. Using image capture and tracing technology, I refuse to believe that an entire civilization could simply vanish. Mr. Liu, the image capture technology can only trace back 1 month. It has taken us 3 years to navigate from Blue Star to Soulstar. No. Do you have any viable solutions?" "None. It is highly probable that the intelligent beings of the entire planet have departed, and we cannot ascertain their whereabouts." Upon hearing No Yi's response, Lu Yu shook his head at the chairman, who resignedly stated, "Very well, let us endeavor to extract resources and return them to Blue Star." "Understood." Lu Yu then posed a question. "Chairman, where do you think the Solarians could have escaped to?" "Chairman, let us not dwell on that. The universe is vast, and we have barely scratched its surface." "Oh, what is this document?" Lee remarked, his gaze drawn to a file on the desk, curiosity piquing his interest. The analysis team has presented a report, raising suspicions that certain planetary factions are deliberately suppressing the cosmic trade of Blue Star. "Chairman, do you find this emblem familiar? Are you referring to the Solarians?" "I had a similar thought initially, but upon comparison, I discovered discrepancies, which led me to abandon that line of reasoning." "What is your perspective?" Lu Yu covered half of the emblem, allowing the chairman to observe. Viewed in this manner, it does resemble the emblem of the Solarians. Are you suggesting that living Solarians are covertly orchestrating this situation? Indeed, I believe there are too many coincidences for it to be mere chance. I have instructed further investigations to be conducted. By the way, did you come here for a specific reason today? I am getting married next month, and I wanted to personally deliver an invitation to you, Lu Yu said with a smile. Chapter 140, The Wedding. A new journey, and he had long ceased to manage affairs, delegating responsibilities to senior executives such as Feng Yuan and Gu Tian. Immersed in the preparations for the wedding, after 6 years, it was time to provide them with a resolution. As the wedding day approached, Lu Yu was busy yet filled with joy. Together with Han Ruoshi and Yi Yanran, he meticulously selected every detail of the ceremony, striving for perfection in everything from the bridal gown to the venue decoration. From the guest list to the wedding itinerary, Lu Guodong and Li Yume watched their son laboring over the wedding arrangements with hearts brimming with pride. They actively assisted in the preparations, reaching out to friends and family and organizing various aspects of the event. Lu Lanlan, like a playful shadow, trailed behind her brother and soon-to-be sisters-in-law, chattering away with countless suggestions and occasionally teasing Lu Yu. Han Jianjun and Zhao Na were thoroughly pleased with Lu Yu, considering him a dependable young man worthy of entrusting their daughter to him. They, too, joined the Lu family in their earnest efforts to ensure a splendid wedding for their 2 daughters. Although Yi Haoan's wife had passed, he beamed with joy at seeing his daughter find happiness, wholeheartedly supporting the wedding preparations. The trio from the dormitory, Feng Yuan, Xiao Haoyan, and Yao Mingzhi arrived early to lend a hand, aware of Lu Yu's impending nuptials. Feng Yuan's wife, Tong Xian, graciously assisted Han Ruoshi and Yi Yanran in selecting accessories, offering numerous splendid ideas. Close friend Yang Feng, accompanied by Chu Fei and their 2 children, also arrived ahead of time, reminiscing about their past together with Lu Yu, marveling at how swiftly time had flown and celebrating their friend's new chapter in life. Li Xiuzhen was seen with a demure young lady, also present aboard the spacecraft. Yang Xian and Yang Jia, nearing graduation from elementary school, dashed around the spacecraft, helping with the decorations. The esteemed leaders from Huaxia, including Ho Shinian and Long Yu from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, received invitations and eagerly anticipated this extraordinary wedding. Upon learning of Lu Yu's marriage, Lu Su felt a twinge of sadness, but genuinely wished him well. Han Ruoshi and Yi Yanran noticed Lu Su's emotions, exchanging a knowing glance and sharing a mysterious smile. On the day of the wedding, the sun shone brightly, and the venue was adorned in breathtaking splendor. Enormous crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, while white drapes danced in the breeze, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Guests arrived in succession, their faces aglow with joy, extending their congratulations to the Lu, Han, and Yi families. Dressed in a sharp, white suit, Lu Yu appeared particularly dashing as he stood at the center of the stage, his eyes filled with anticipation and happiness. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 brides-to-be were persuading Lu Su to don the bridal gown that had been prepared in advance. Before long, the wedding march began to play, and Han Ruoshi, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, glided gracefully down the aisle like a celestial being. Her face radiated happiness, and her eyes sparkled with love for Lu Yu. Following her was Yi Yanran, equally resplendent in a beautiful gown, stepping elegantly toward the stage. As everyone immersed themselves in this enchanting atmosphere, Han Ruoshi and Yi Yan gently led Lu Su onto the stage. Lu Yu gazed at them with a hint of surprise, as Han Ruo chuckled and said, "Lu Yu, we all believe that Lu Su is a wonderful girl. We wish to become your wives together, accompanying each other and you throughout our lives." Lu Yu looked at Lu Su, whose eyes shimmered with tears, a mixture of emotion and shyness. Warmth enveloped Lu Yu's heart as he nodded and replied earnestly, "Very well, from now on, the 4 of us shall be together, never to part." The wedding ceremony commenced officially, with the host exuberantly introducing the newlyweds. Lu Yu exchanged rings with his 3 brides, pledging a lifetime commitment in the presence of witnesses. They embraced one another amidst resounding applause and heartfelt blessings from the audience. Following this was the toast segment, where Lu Yu traversed among the guests with his 3 wives in tow. The grand boss of Huaxia playfully patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, remarking, "For now, it's still monogamy, but once aboard the spaceship, it won't be governed by Blue Star. You must take good care of these 3 young ladies." Ho Shinian chimed in with a jovial tone, "Lu Yu, you rascal, not only have you achieved great success in your career, but you've also won the hearts of beauties truly enviable." Long Yu jested, If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to ask, as your elder brother. I will certainly lend a hand. Fang Yuan, Xiao Haoyan, Yao Mingzhi, Yang Feng, and Li Xiuzhen gathered around, teasing Lu Yu, proclaiming him a winner in life. Particularly, Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with extraordinary envy, which did not escape Tong Xin, who tightened her grip slightly upon noticing his eyes. As the wedding progressed, everyone basked in the joyous atmosphere. Suddenly, the grand screen on stage illuminated, showcasing the cherished moments of Lu Yu and his three wives' journey from their initial meeting to their blossoming love, each frame brimming with sweetness and warmth. Witnessing these images, many guests were moved, tears glistening in their eyes. After the toasts concluded, Lu Yu and his three brides stood on stage, expressing their gratitude to all the guests. Thank you for joining us on this special day. I owe my deepest gratitude to my parents, whose nurturing has shaped me into who I am today. I am also grateful to my three wives. You have shown me the beauty of love. I shall devote my life to cherish and protect you. Hanruoro, Yiyanran, and Lu Su each shared heartfelt sentiments, thanking their families and friends for their support and blessings, while also expressing their anticipation for the future. As the wedding drew to a close, guests began to rise and prepare to depart. Lu Yu and his three wives stood at the entrance of the spaceship, bidding farewell to each guest. Watching everyone gradually leave, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion. He realized that from this day forth, he had his own little family. In the following days, Lu Yu and his three wives basked in a blissful honeymoon, visiting many beautiful places and creating countless cherished memories. However, Liu harbored a dream in his heart, the desire to explore the mysteries of the universe. After discussing with his three wives, they wholeheartedly supported his aspirations. Lu Yu began to prepare for an interstellar adventure. The star coins exceeded 500 million, more than sufficient for the purchase of fuel. On the day of departure, the sun shone brilliantly. Lu Yu, accompanied by his three wives, boarded the Normandy. Family members, including Lu Guodong, Li Yumei, Han Jianjun, Zhao Na, and Yi Haoan, gathered at the launch site to bid them farewell. Son, please be careful out there, Lu Guodong admonished. Rest assured, Dad, we will take good care of ourselves. Li replied with a smile. Li Yumei grasped the hands of her three daughters-in-law, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Children, you must return safely. Han Ruoshi, Yu Yanran. And Lu Su nodded earnestly. Mom, don't worry. We will return safely with Lu Yu. Friends such as Fang Yuan, Xiao Haoyan, Yao Mingzhi, Yang Feng, and Li Xiuzhen also came to offer their support. Fang Yuan patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, saying, Brother, have a safe journey. When you return, we shall celebrate together. That day will come. The company will be entrusted to you, Lu Yu replied. As the countdown concluded, the Normandy gradually ascended, breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. Lu Yu sat in the cockpit, gazing at the receding blue planet, his heart brimming with anticipation and grandeur. Wives, our interstellar adventure begins, Lu Yu declared with a smile to his three wives. Han Ruoshi, Yi Yanran, and Lu Su nestled closely against Lu Yu, their eyes filled with resolve and courage. They understood that the journey ahead was fraught with the unknown and challenges. Yet as long as they remained together, nothing could impede their forward march.